This is a dark hellhound, level E. The teacher pointed to a picture on the blackboard and began to describe the alien race that appeared in the textbook. Just as he was speaking with great enthusiasm, a snoring sound suddenly came from the back of the classroom. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the three men's gazes were fixed on the two black-robed figures opposite them, their eyes sharpening as if they could pierce through their souls. Just as they were about to activate their fire-based abilities, an unexpected event occurred. Three more mysterious figures, also clad in black robes, suddenly appeared from the side. Ha 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 ha. The whole class burst into laughter. Faced with a large and powerful enemy, the three felt a chill in their hearts. Although they knew the odds were slim, they showed no sign of retreat. After a brief exchange of glances, one of them swiftly pulled a signal flare from his pocket and hurled it into the sky. A dazzling light streaked across the heavens, the flare bursting into vibrant colors as it flew through the air. The teacher's face instantly darkened. Unable to contain himself any longer, he grabbed a piece of chalk and threw it hard in the direction of the sound, shouting angrily, "Zhang Chen, stand up." Without hesitation, the three charged towards the group of black-robed figures like arrows released from a bow. The leader waved his hand, and his water-based powers instantly condensed into a supple water whip, which swung through the air with great force. The team members following behind transformed their water-based powers into an exquisite water bow, the bowstring taut, ready to be released. The last one skillfully used his water-based powers to construct a sturdy shield, firmly protecting himself in front of him. Zhang Chen, who was fast asleep, was awakened by the deafening roar. He mumbled sleepily, "What's all the noise about? I was watching a live stream of a girl dancing last night, and my right hand is so tired that I can't get a proper rest." Knowing that water-based abilities were relatively weak, they decisively targeted the two black-robed figures with fire-based abilities. As the saying goes, water overcomes fire, and this was the only strategy they could use to gain the upper hand. Shouted, sitting next to Zhang Chen, heard everything clearly and secretly admired him. "Brother Zhang, you're really amazing." However, just as they launched their fierce attack, an unexpected event occurred. The other black-robed figure standing to the side suddenly bent over, bracing himself with his hands on the ground, and a deep rumble suddenly rang out. In an instant, a large section of hard concrete ground seemed to come alive, rapidly rising from the ground and transforming into an indestructible barrier, firmly standing in front of the two fire-elemental black-robed figures. The teacher on the podium was trembling with anger, barely suppressing his rage as he said, "Zhang Chen, stand up and tell me the characteristics of this dark hellhound." The security team's meticulously planned attack was thus easily thwarted. None of the attacks inflicted even the slightest harm on the enemy. Just then, hurried footsteps and shouts came from afar. Reinforcements for the security team had arrived just in time. A tense standoff ensued, the atmosphere instantly becoming heavy, and a thrilling battle was about to unfold. Zhang Chen rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at the huge biological diagram on the blackboard, thinking, "Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming." He decided to let loose and suddenly shouted at the teacher, "Woof, woof, woof." Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a graceful woman in a black robe faced a group of terrified people. Her eyes, hidden beneath a black hood, gleamed with an eerie light as she muttered incantations. Just then, countless images suddenly flooded his mind, as if a powerful force was trying to pry his head open. He clutched his head in pain, his face turning bright red. As she chanted her incantation, a dark green energy slowly rose from her palm and rapidly spread outwards. Any object touched by this energy, whether metal or rock, was instantly corroded, riddled with holes, and unrecognizable. The teacher was startled by his reaction and quickly asked with concern, "Zhang Chen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" It turns out that the black-robed woman possessed an extremely rare and terrifying corrosive power. When the eerie green mist spread out, everyone who came into contact with it would instantly feel excruciating pain and couldn't help but let out a miserable wail. Zhang Chen didn't answer, but just held his head tightly, trying to process the information in his mind. After a while, he slowly let go, raised his head, and said with clear eyes, "Teacher, I'm fine, it's just that my head hurts a little." Accompanied by this chilling scream, the skin of those people began to corrode at a visible rate, as if it were being eroded by strong acid. The horrific sight was too gruesome to bear. The teacher, seeing that he wasn't faking it, gave him a brief reprimand and then made him sit down. But no one knew that the Zhang Chen of today was no longer the Zhang Chen of the past. His soul had been taken over by his counterpart from Earth. However, just as the woman was immersed in the painful cries of the crowd and enjoying the cruel pleasure, she suddenly realized that there seemed to be a cold gaze staring intently at her from behind. After processing the information in his mind, Zhang Chen finally realized that he had transmigrated to a place called Blue Star. The original owner of this place was also named Zhang Chen, and he was an orphan. Blue Star was very different from Earth. 100 years ago, the once peaceful Blue Star was suddenly invaded by alien races, and countless secret realms of varying sizes appeared. Various alien races constantly poured out of these secret realms, attacking humanity. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned her head, only to see a person dressed in a bright red robe squatting on the street lamp. This person wore a mysterious mask, completely concealing their face, revealing only a pair of eyes that gleamed with a the cold light. The emergence of the secret realms brought about a revival of spiritual energy, and humans gradually awakened various supernatural abilities. They, who had previously been on the defensive, began to fight back. Later, 5 supernatural beings awakened SSS-level supernatural abilities, leading humanity to drive the alien races back into the secret realms. From then on, the battlefield shifted from Earth to various secret realms. Upon seeing this, the woman in black robes curled her lips into a sinister sneer. Heh, it's not a good habit for you to hide behind me and spy on me. Before she finished speaking, she waved the green mist in her hand without hesitation, and it swept away like a surging green torrent. Over the past century, humanity has continuously explored and finally discovered that 14 years old is the optimal time to awaken supernatural abilities. Therefore, at the end of each junior high school year, schools organize students to awaken their supernatural abilities, and whether or not they do so determines their future path. Just as the green mist was about to engulf her opponent, at the critical moment, the woman in red robes flashed, taking flight as lightly as a bird. Her wide red robes fluttered in the breeze, resembling 2 burning crimson wings. Zhang Chen was at the end of his 3rd year of junior high school, exactly 14 years old. This fact was hard for him to accept. Yesterday he was a 29-year-old young man, but due to overuse of his right hand, he had been transported to this dangerous world. Just as he was going crazy, his homeroom teacher walked into the classroom, interrupting the teacher's lecture. "Excuse me, Teacher Chen, our class's awakening ceremony is about to begin, so this class will end here." Immediately afterward, the man in red robes thrust his hands forward, and a huge fireball roared out from his palms, hurtling straight towards the oncoming green mist. In an instant, the two collided, a deafening roar shaking the surroundings, and the powerful impact of the collision between the fireball and the green mist caused the air to tremble violently. Teacher Chen nodded, packed up the teaching materials, and left. The homeroom teacher said to the whole class, "Students, the moment that will determine your future has arrived. Don't make noise later. After you register, go up one by one, understand?" In the blink of an eye, the once menacing green mist vanished without a trace amidst the raging flames. The students answered obediently, but they were all excitedly discussing, "I'm sure I can awaken an A-level ability." The woman in black robes stared wide-eyed at the sight, her pupils dilating in disbelief. She stared intently at the mysterious man in red robes before her voice trembling as she asked, "Dual elemental abilities? Who exactly are you? Don't joke around. You should be thanking your lucky stars if you can awaken a B-level ability user. I heard that only one B-level ability user appeared in the entire grade last year, and the rest were C-level or below." Faced with the questioning, the man in red robes did not answer, but only a cold and clear voice rang out, "Vermilion bird." Zhang Chen was still lost in memories of his 29th birthday when Xiao De asked, "Brother Chen, what kind of superpower do you think you'll awaken?" That's right, the person wearing a bright red robe and a mysterious mask is none other than Zhu Ke. Before the woman in black robes could react, Zhu Ke moved with astonishing speed like a ghost and flew to the people who were suffering from terrifying corrosion and wailing in pain. Zhang Chen casually replied, "Level B, I guess." Zhu Ke gently raised her jade hand, and a soft, milky white light slowly flowed from her palm, quickly covering the group of people like warm sunlight. Time passed second by second, and an astonishing change occurred. The continuous wails gradually weakened and eventually disappeared completely. At that moment, the homeroom teacher called out, "First one, Lin Xiao." A girl walked up to the podium and placed her hand on the awakening stone. The awakening stone emitted a faint light, ultimately revealing a C-level superpower, healing. Those who had been ravaged by the horrific corrosive effects were overjoyed to find their damaged skin slowly healing at a visible pace. The once gruesome wounds began to heal, and the new skin became as smooth and delicate as a baby's. After the homeroom teacher recorded the information, he said, "Next, Wang Chang." And so, one student after another went up to be tested. Most of them had D-level and E-level abilities, and only a few had C-level. The joy of escaping death and regaining health thrilled everyone, and many were even moved to tears. A moment later, the homeroom teacher called out, "Next, Xiaode." Xiaode took a deep breath, slowly walked up to the podium, placed his hands on the awakening stone, and silently prayed that he could awaken a powerful superpower. They, who had thought their lives were nearing their end, were now filled with gratitude and awe for the vermilion bird. They all knelt down, bowed deeply to the vermilion bird, and repeatedly uttered words of thanks. When his hand touched the awakening stone, it suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light, so intense it was almost blinding. Finally, a large B-rank mark appeared on the awakening stone, followed by the indication of its fire-based ability. The entire classroom erupted in an uproar. Just last year, the school had only had one B-rank ability user. They never expected their own class to have such a powerful individual this year. However, the woman in black robes only then recovered from her shock. Her eyes widened as she stared incredulously at Suzaku before her. Her voice sharp and piercing with fear. You're not a dual elemental ability user, but a rare triple elemental ability user?" Xiaode excitedly ran back to Zhang Chen's side, waving her arms and legs, her joy overflowing. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, was full of surprise, secretly wondering, could it be be that. His mouth really brought good luck? The homeroom teacher also smiled. After all, the emergence of a B-level ability user in the class was undoubtedly an important achievement for him. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had no chance of winning against such a powerful enemy, so she turned around and ran away without hesitation, trying to escape this terrible place. After registering the information, the homeroom teacher called out the next name, Xia Hunter. A very cute little girl slowly walked onto the podium. The students below began to discuss, what level of superpower do you think Xia Hunter will awaken? Someone guessed, I think it should be B-level. Another person retorted, don't be silly, B-level isn't something you can just encounter anywhere. Just as everyone was arguing, the awakening stone once again burst forth with a light even more dazzling than Xiaoda's before. Keep in mind that she was merely a B-rank ability user, equivalent to a silver rank 8. Such a vast difference in strength left her virtually no chance against Suzaku, an opponent wielding 3 powerful abilities. After the light faded, the awakening stone clearly displayed the markings for an A-level ability and a light-based ability. The entire class stared in disbelief, falling into a brief silence before erupting into a clamor. As everyone chattered excitedly, wow, it's an A-level ability. That's amazing. This is only the second A-level ability user in the school's history. Xia, the academic genius, truly lives up to his reputation. Seeing the woman in black flee in panic, Juke did not rush to pursue her. She slightly opened her slender fingers, and a dancing flame suddenly bloomed at her fingertips. The homeroom teacher was overjoyed and praised him repeatedly, finally calling out Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, still somewhat dazed, slowly walked to the podium and placed his hand on the awakening stone. The awakening stone displayed an F-level ability stripping. At that moment, the whole class burst into laughter. Just then, an electronic voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Chen's mind. As the vermilion bird continued to gather power, the flames seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, gradually shrinking and compressing, and their color changed from orange-red to deep black. Ah, Zhang Chen only has F-level superpowers? That's hilarious. The worst level ever. A classmate laughed shrilly, his voice almost piercing the entire classroom. In the blink of an eye, the ball of fire transformed into a raging black flame. Juke waved her hand lightly, and the black flame shot out like an arrow. With a muffled plop, the black flame pierced the head of the woman in black robes with perfect accuracy. That's right, the lowest awakening level is E-level, and F-level is extremely rare. But in a sense, Zhang Chen is unique and quite remarkable. Ha! Another classmate chimed in, with a contemptuous smile on his face and a tone full of sarcasm and disdain. Poor thing, she didn't even have time to let out a final scream before her body collapsed to the ground. However, a bizarre scene then unfolded. Scorched by black flames, her corpse instantly burst into flames, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye and vanishing into the air, as if it had never existed. Laughter erupted from the classroom, crashing down on Zhang Chen like a tidal wave, assaulting his eardrums. The homeroom teacher sighed helplessly, inwardly lamenting, an F-level ability user only appears once every few years. I never expected to have both a genius and a good-for-nothing in our class at the same time. It's truly hard to judge. He sighed deeply, saying nothing more, simply observing everything before him. Immediately afterwards, the vermilion bird spread its magnificent and enormous wings, which resembled burning flames, and sped towards the site of the explosion. However, Xiaoda was unwilling to sit idly by. He suddenly stood up, his eyes wide, and roared, "What are you all talking nonsense about? If you have the guts, come find me. Brother Chen is under my protection. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on his head will have to try." After saying that, he turned to look at Zhang Chen, who had already returned to his seat, with concern, trying to give him some encouragement. Flying through the air, she sped forward while urgently calling out to the bracelet on her wrist, "Qinglong, where are you? The situation in City C is beyond my capabilities. I can't handle it all by myself." Zhang Chen sat motionless, as if he had lost his soul. Seeing this, Xiaoda assumed he had suffered a serious injury and couldn't help but feel worried. In fact, as soon as City C descended into chaos, Juke keenly sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately sent an urgent distress call to Qinglong. Upon receiving the message, Qinglong did not hesitate and flew to City C at top speed. In fact, a clear electronic voice was echoing in Zhang Chen's mind. This voice attracted all his attention, even making him forget to shout that should have been said that was supposed to come out of his mouth. He was immersed in a wonderful atmosphere. Soon, Qinglong's slightly tired but still firm and powerful voice came from the bracelet. "I'll be there soon, probably in about 10 more minutes. Host's awakened supernatural ability detected. Supernatural ability support system successfully bound." At this moment, Qinglong was flying with all his might. Although he already possessed the powerful strength of gold level 1, such high-intensity continuous flight still made him feel somewhat exhausted. "Hello, host. This system is happy to serve you. Fortunately, before setting off, Zhang Chen generously gifted him a bottle of miraculous potion that could quickly restore stamina. This potion was carefully selected and redeemed by Zhang Chen from the system shop. It was affordable and could be easily obtained for only 10 points. "Hello, host. The system shop offers very affordable prices for all kinds of expensive potions, so Zhang Chen didn't hesitate to buy them. Host, you fucking say something. Knowing that Qinglong would arrive within 10 minutes, Zhu Kei felt a slight sense of relief. However, she was completely unaware that the moment she successfully killed the woman in black robes, another mysterious figure, also dressed in black robes, was quietly hiding in a corner, closely watching the entire process. Zhang Chen finally realized what was happening, his face darkening. This series of bombshells, it wouldn't even give me a moment's rest before my brain short-circuited? Transmigration, useless person, system, wait, system, am I about to take flight? He immediately replied in his mind, I'm here, system, please introduce yourself. The man in black robes calmly pressed the intercom on his ear, seemingly transmitting crucial intelligence to some unknown entity. Okay, this system is a superpower assistance system. As the name suggests, it helps the host improve their superpowers. The host can exchange points by selling items from the host world and then use those points to exchange for corresponding items in the system shop. Items include superpowers, upgrade energy blocks, alien equipment, etc. At this moment, Wu Meng stood atop a towering skyscraper, overlooking the rampant riots that spread like wildfire throughout City C below. His already grotesque face was now plastered with a wanton, arrogant smile as he roared, ha ha ha, let it get even more chaotic. The more chaotic the better. Zhang Chen stroked his chin, feeling that the system's functions were similar to those in the novels he had read in his previous life, and asked, is there a newbie gift pack? Just as Wu Meng was immersed in a near-mad state, suddenly, a figure dressed in black robes rushed over like the wind, stopped abruptly in front of him, knelt on one knee, and reported in a hurried and slightly panicked tone, Guardian, the situation is bad. A powerful person with 3 types of supernatural abilities has appeared in City C, and our corruptor has been brutally killed by her. She calls herself Vermilion Bird. TSK. Yes, there are. Upon hearing this news, Wu Meng was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowed, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, Vermilion Bird? A 3-elemental ability user? That's strange. I've been in City C for so long. How come I've never heard of such a person? Did you just click your tongue? Why did you seem so reluctant? Zhang Chen thought to himself, but he quickly put aside his doubts, his face hardening with ruthlessness and determination. He gritted his teeth and roared, humph, no matter who she is, if she dares to disrupt my carefully laid plan, she'll only face death. Gather your men immediately, and once you find the Vermilion Bird, don't hesitate, beat her to a pulp. No, host, please don't talk nonsense. The newbie gift pack is being distributed. Distribution successful, please check it. The man in black robes, upon receiving the order, dared not delay and immediately got up and left, quickly relaying the urgent command to the followers of the heretical cult in City C. Zhang Chen opened the newbie gift pack and several glowing orbs appeared in his mind. He clicked on them one by one, and the system notification sounded again. Meanwhile, Gu Guang, who was far away elsewhere, learned of the news and muttered to himself with a solemn expression. First, a azure dragon with dual elemental abilities appeared in City A, and now an even stronger Vermilion Bird has appeared in City C, with rare 3-elemental abilities. It seems that the world is about to fall into chaos. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an SSS level ability enhancement card. He turned to his men and ordered in a deep voice, listen carefully, if you encounter the Vermilion Bird, do not be reckless and fight head-on. Be sure to act according to the situation and prioritize your own safety. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 initial points. After all, he had brought these 100 elites from City A, and he wouldn't be able to explain their complete annihilation to the Protector. Although his subordinates didn't understand why Steward Gu had given this order, they still agreed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Eye of Detection. System, explain the function of these things, Zhang Chen asked. The system then explained the rewards to him in detail. The first was a superpower enhancement card, which would help him upgrade his superpower to SSS level without pain. The second was points, which the system had explained before, and could be used to redeem items in the points shop. The third was the Eye of Detection, which could be used to investigate other people's information. Above the sky, the Vermilion Bird, engulfed in raging flames, flew at an astonishing speed towards the city center. Suddenly, more than a dozen energy arrows, gleaming with blinding light, streaked across the sky like meteors, heading straight for her. Zhang Chen was overjoyed and immediately upgraded his superpower to SSS level, which was like adding wings to a tiger. After all, the strongest superpower in history was only S level, and with the Eye of Detection, it could be used as a superpower. On the street below, several mysterious figures in black robes shouted excitedly, "We've found Suzaku. She's over here on Tianhai Road. Everyone gather quickly." Eagerly, Zhang Chen used his ability upgrade card, instantly boosting his ability to SSS level. Seeing Zhang Chen's goofy grin, Xiaoda couldn't help but tease, "Oh no, Brother Chen's gone mad." Zhu Kei remained expressionless, and with a gentle wave of her jade hand, a powerful force erupted, shattering all the energy arrows. She then gracefully landed, standing steadily in the center of the group of black-robed figures. After his superpower was upgraded to SSS level, Zhang Chen felt a huge change in his power and then asked the system to open the character panel. Upon closer inspection, the shadow behind one of the black-robed figures rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a group of shadow soldiers wielding sharp blades, with ferocious faces and radiating a chilling aura, while another black-robed figure held up his palm, and several hard iron stones appeared out of thin air, suspended in mid-air. Name: Zheng Chen. These black-robed figures each possessed unique skills, inspiring awe. Without hesitation, they launched a fierce attack on Zhu Ke. Faced with this brutal assault, Zhu Ke remained calm and composed. She gracefully leaped into the air, her arms vibrating violently, instantly conjuring a blazing energy shield that rapidly expanded outwards. Special ability: Stripping, SSS rank. When the black-robed man's attacks collided with the fiery energy shield, a crisp sound rang out, and the attacks seemed to have met their nemesis, all vanishing into nothingness. Strength 263. Not only that, but the flames instantly pounced on the black-robed men like a ferocious beast. In an instant, the once imposing figures were all burned to a crisp, charred corpse, lying motionless on the ground. Speed 210. Suzaku was slightly out of breath, clearly having expended considerable strength and energy in the battle just now. But she didn't stop. She took a deep breath, spread her wings again, and continued her journey towards the city center. Endurance 201. Along the way, she encountered wave after wave of enemy attacks, but with her formidable strength, she always managed to escape danger. After about 10 minutes of arduous flight and combat, Suzaku finally arrived in the city center. Skill 1, Peeling, can peel anything away. Just then, a familiar voice came from the bracelet on her wrist. Zhu Ke, where are you? Zhu Ke gently raised her wrist and replied, I've arrived in the city center. Skill 2, Fusion, can fuse all things. Azure Dragon, have you arrived yet? Vermilion Bird asked anxiously. Azure Dragon's calm reply came through the bracelet. I have arrived in City C, but I am still some distance from the city center. It will take some time to get there. Vermilion Bird nodded slightly to indicate that she understood, but her gaze was suddenly drawn to a scene not far away. Skill 3, Grant, can grant something that has been removed from a living being. A group of mysterious figures in black robes surrounded dozens of defenseless ordinary people, and it looked like they were about to launch a fierce attack. Juchue's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, she swooped down and rushed over. Level, Bronze level 9. She approached with lightning speed, her right hand raised high, palm facing upwards, silently chanting an incantation. Instantly, blazing flames erupted from her hand, condensing in the air into a massive shield of fire, like an impregnable fortress, firmly protecting the dozens of people within. Based on his memories, Zheng Chen knew that humanity was currently divided into 5 classes: iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and transcendent, with each major class further divided into 9 minor levels. His newly awakened SSS level ability was classified by the system as bronze level 9, just a hair's breadth away from reaching silver. The attack by the black-robed men was like a surging wave crashing against a solid dam, instantly blocked by the fire shield. Those ordinary people who were originally terrified and on the verge of death showed extreme panic on their faces when they saw the sudden change, but when they saw that their savior was a woman wearing a mask, a trace of doubt welled up in their hearts. The homeroom teacher said, now that you've all realized your intentions, here's an intention form. Go home and discuss it with your parents, fill it out, and hand it in to me tomorrow. That's all for today, school's out. However, Suzaku did not give them much time to think. She gently waved her left hand, and a soft, milky white halo slowly rose from her palm, quickly spreading and enveloping everyone. Zheng Chen took the form, put it in his bag, and got up to leave. Back home, he took out the form and looked at it carefully. The content was simply a choice between attending a supernatural academy or a regular academy. Currently, there are 2 types of academies in the world: supernatural academies and regular academies. Supernatural academies teach about supernatural abilities and knowledge of other races. Graduates can join the national army or form teams to fight in secret realms. Regular academies mainly teach physics, chemistry, etc., and graduates mostly work in ordinary jobs, though some hold research positions related to other races. Under the illumination of this mysterious aura, the wounds on ordinary people, regardless of their severity, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the pain was greatly relieved. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen selected the Extraordinary Academy, thinking to himself, with my SSS level superpower, how could I possibly go to an ordinary academy? As their physical condition gradually improved, the fear in everyone's hearts dissipated, replaced by the relief of surviving a disaster and deep gratitude towards Suzaku. Lying in bed, Zhang Chen slowly pieced together his predecessor's memories. His predecessor's parents were ordinary members of a special abilities team. When Zhang Chen was 10 years old, they sacrificed themselves in a battle against alien races in a secret realm. Fortunately, his parents left behind a house and some savings, enough for him to live on until he was 20 years old. Otherwise, he, at only 10 years old, probably wouldn't have survived. Their tense nerves finally relaxed, and their eyes shone with intense hope, as if they were placing all their hopes on this masked woman with supernatural abilities who had fallen from the sky, expecting her to lead them out of the current crisis. Zheng Chen continued to to stare at the character panel, pondering the skill descriptions. Skill 1, peeling, could peel away anything, such as wounds, or even the supernatural abilities of living beings. These ideas piqued his curiosity, and he planned to try it out sometime. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the flame shield, and Wu Meng rushed to the scene. Earlier, after receiving a report from his subordinates about discovering the vermilion bird's whereabouts, he quickly deduced, based on his keen intuition and accurate judgment, that the vermilion bird's destination was most likely the city center, so he chased after it without stopping. Before he knew it, Zhang Chen fell asleep while thinking. The next day, he handed the form to his homeroom teacher and then returned to the classroom. Not long after, his homeroom teacher called him in for a talk. The two went to the office, and the homeroom teacher said earnestly, "Zhang Chen, you awakened an F-level ability. In principle, teachers shouldn't interfere with your future. But going to the secret realm with an F-level ability is too dangerous. Haven't you considered going to a regular university?" Wu Meng, a powerful individual with the A-level superpower Hercules, possesses terrifying strength. Even more remarkable is that his strength has reached gold level 7. Zhang Chen understood that his homeroom teacher meant well, so he said, "Homeroom teacher, thank you for your concern. My parents are both members of the superpower team, and I want to follow in their footsteps and explore the secret realm, so I must get into the extraordinary academy." As everyone knows, the difficulty increases with each level, and reaching gold level 7 is undoubtedly the pinnacle of skill. The homeroom teacher sighed, "Alright, but not every academy is willing to accept an F-level ability user, and you might not even pass the exam. Go back to your class first." At this moment, Wu Meng's hands were enveloped in a thick layer of energy, dazzling like burning flames. Then, he suddenly swung his fist, carrying overwhelming power, and slammed it hard into the raging fire shield. Back in class, Xiao Dala pulled Zhang Chen aside and asked, "Brother Chen, what did the teacher want to talk to you about?" Zhang Chen shook his head and didn't respond. Soon after, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom, looked around, and said, "I've received your application forms, and everyone in the class has chosen the Extraordinary Academy." With a deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth trembled, the once indestructible flame shield was instantly shattered by this punch, turning into countless sparks that scattered in all directions. The students looked at each other in bewilderment. They all knew that the Extraordinary Academy was the only promising path, but they didn't expect Zhang Chen to choose it as well. After all, what use was an F-level ability? They secretly mocked him, thinking to themselves, with Xiaoda protecting him, he has nothing to fear. Seeing this, Suzaku was slightly startled, but reacted quickly, leaping out like a ghost. At the same time, she immediately used her special ability to conjure another fire shield among the crowd of ordinary people, protecting these innocent people from harm. The class teacher on the podium spoke with great confidence and eloquence. "Students, the examination hall you are about to enter is the Extraordinary Academy of the high school." After all, even with his exceptional skills, Suzaku couldn't possibly protect everyone against so many enemies. His immediate priority was ensuring these ordinary people weren't harmed by the other black-robed figures. This exam is divided into two parts. One part is a written exam, which covers all the knowledge taught in class. This knowledge is the foundation for your future learning and growth. Wu Meng stared at the Suzaku before him, who wore an exquisite mask and had a graceful figure, and shouted angrily, "Who exactly are you? How dare you oppose my otherworldly god cult?" The other test is a martial arts contest. You'll be in groups of 3 entering a specially designated secret realm to slay alien races. The entire process will be closely observed and scored. The specific rules will only be known to the examiners on that day, as the scoring criteria are adjusted annually. Since you've chosen this path full of challenges and opportunities, you must give it your all and do your best. Juchua's gaze was icy as she coldly replied, "Juke under Chen Tian." She knew that Wu Meng was no ordinary person, so she was highly focused and dared not relax her vigilance, keeping her eyes fixed on him. Just as the homeroom teacher was about to turn and leave, Zhang Chen, who was sitting below, suddenly raised his hand high and asked with a puzzled look, "Teacher, I want to ask, how many points are allocated to the written test and the martial arts test?" However, Wu Meng knew nothing about the Chen Tian mentioned by Zhu Ke, and roared with disdain, "What Chen Tian? How Tian? I've never heard of them. Since you dare to ruin my otherworldly god cult's plans, today I will personally end your life." The homeroom teacher suddenly realized that he had overlooked such an important matter. He paused for a moment and slowly replied, let me think. The written test accounts for 20% of the total score, and the physical test accounts for 80%. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Meng suddenly pushed off with his foot, and his whole body shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he kicked out from the air, aiming straight at Zhu Ke, his leg whistling through the air, his aura imposing. Upon hearing that the written exam only accounted for 20%, the students' faces immediately lit up with eager anticipation, as if they had already decided to focus solely on the physical exam and were already looking for like-minded teammates. The homeroom teacher saw through their thoughts at a glance and quickly and sternly reminded them, "Don't underestimate the written exam. Many students miss out on their ideal ideal scores because of slight carelessness on this section. Don't be complacent. Juke, showing no weakness, immediately channeled her powerful fire energy, gathering it in her palm and striking out to meet Wu Meng's kick. Instantly, the two powerful forces collided, creating a violent surge of air, as if the surrounding air itself was being torn apart. These words struck the students like lightning, instantly enlightening them. It was as if the windows to their souls had been opened, and a sense of clarity washed over them. Their expressions hardened, and they all pledged to dedicate themselves fully to their studies. In that instant, apart from those who were protected by the flame shield and remained unharmed, all the black-robed figures outside were blown away by the powerful shockwave from the fierce battle between Juke and Wu Meng. After all, the course is nearing its end and we are in the midst of intense review. All we need to do is wait quietly for the scheduled exam day and face this life-changing challenge. Zhu Chue's strength is comparable to Zhang Chen's, but Zhang Chen's martial arts skills are mediocre. He only knows relatively simple moves such as military boxing and grappling techniques learned in school. At this moment, deep within Zhang Chen's mind, the system's unique voice rang out again, like a thunderclap in the night sky, triggering mission. Extraordinary Academy Examination. Please enter the Academy as the first place candidate. Reward, 1 S-level superpower lottery ticket and 10,000 points. Wu Meng, on the other hand, is completely different. He possesses the superpower of a strongman, which allows him to master a variety of fighting techniques. Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he muttered to himself, "No way, system, I thought I would cultivate quietly and then wreak havoc on the world after I became invincible. How come I suddenly have to take on this test task?" He sighed helplessly, struggling internally, but he could not disobey the system and could only bury his questions deep in his heart. In the midst of the fierce battle, Wu Meng quickly discovered Zhu Chue's weakness and, without hesitation, unleashed a palm strike that accurately hit Zhu Chue's abdomen. The system completely ignored his hesitation and coldly replied, "You think you can just hide now that you have a system? This system can't afford to lose its authority." The vermilion bird was struck hard and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. With a deafening boom, it crashed into several solid cement pillars, raising billowing dust that blotted out the sky and lingered for a long time. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly and said with a wry smile, "Fine, whatever you say, I can't argue with you anyway." After saying that, he adjusted his mindset and prepared to face the upcoming exam. Just as Wu Meng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that Juke was surely dead, a figure suddenly rushed out of the smoke. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Juke, whom he had knocked away. To Wu Meng's shock, she was completely unharmed, as if the palm strike had had no effect on her whatsoever. Time flies like an arrow, and before we knew it, it was time for the exam. The first exam was the written test, which mainly tested knowledge about various aspects of different races. As long as you listened attentively and studied diligently in class, you should be able to answer the question smoothly. Although Wu Meng knew that Juke possessed 3 special abilities, he had no idea which 3 they were. Seeing Juke return to the battlefield as if nothing had happened, his shock was palpable. Zhang Chen was an academic superstar with exceptional learning abilities, so he naturally had a solid grasp of this alien knowledge. Therefore, he handled the written exam with ease, as if the questions were familiar old friends. His pen danced rapidly across the paper, like a nimble paintbrush, sketching lines of wisdom on the page. The swishing sound was clearly audible, and the speed was astonishing. Every answer was clearly displayed on the exam paper, showcasing his profound knowledge and outstanding thinking skills. Zhu Chue's hands instantly transformed into sharp claws, with raging flames leaping at her fingertips. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into 2 enormous fiery claws, which pounced on Wu Meng with a fierce aura. As he stepped out of the exam hall, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his shoulders. He turned around and saw Xiao Da's mournful face facing him. Xiao Da sobbed, "Brother Chen, it's over. This exam was too hard." Faced with Suzaku's fatal blow, Wu Meng dared not be careless and quickly lifted a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds next to him in an attempt to block her attack. Zhang Chen smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry, don't look so down. As long as you do well in the martial arts test and get a few points in the written test, you still have a chance to pass the exam." Wu Meng continued to hurl the boulders at the fiery claws, but the fiery claws did not diminish their attack in the slightest, still swinging menacingly as if supported by endless power. "But didn't the teacher say that the written exam is also important?" Xiao Da jumped up excitedly. Zhang Chen nodded in response. "It is indeed quite important, but that's mainly for the undergraduate level. I guess the teacher emphasized the importance of the written exam to make everyone feel a sense of urgency in advance." Seeing this, Wu Meng knew that it was futile to stop him. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly exerted force with his feet, rushing straight towards Juke like an arrow released from a bow. Xiao Da raised a middle finger to the sky and asked curiously, "Brother Chen, how do you know all this?" Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "My God, don't you read the extraordinary forum? There are many senior senior students sharing their experiences and insights there. Soon, he arrived below the vermilion bird, bent his knees slightly, and leaped into the air, his right arm clenched into a fist, carrying a sharp gust of wind as he struck directly at the vermilion bird's beautiful mask. Hee hee, well, I don't even have enough time to play games. How could I have time to look at that stuff? After saying that, Xiaoda asked, Brother Chen, how about we team up for the exam tomorrow? Faced with this swift attack, Zhuke reacted quickly, her delicate body twisting sharply in a 360-degree dodge, easily avoiding Wu Meng's fatal blow. At the same time, she raised her long, beautiful leg, enveloped in flames, like a burning lightning bolt, and kicked hard at Wu Meng's shoulder. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, a hint of helplessness on his face, and said slowly, no problem, but we're still missing one person. Xiaoda, on the other hand, seemed carefree and laughed loudly. I'm a B-level big shot. Who wouldn't want to team up with me? I'm sure there are plenty of people vying to be with me. In an instant, Wu Meng plummeted from the sky like a meteor struck by a cannonball. With a dull thud, he crashed into a bottomless crater, sending dust billowing up and blotting out the sun. Zhang Chen inwardly scoffed. He was only F rank on the surface, so the difference in their ranks was barely negligible. But whether anyone would actually team up with him was still uncertain. Looking at Xiaoda's confident demeanor, he felt a pang of reluctance to discourage him. After all, Xiaoda was full of anticipation. A moment later, the smoke dissipated, and Wu Meng struggled to climb out of the pit, looking disheveled and his clothes tattered. The next day, the city's central square was packed with people. All the middle school candidates had gathered there, each with a nervous yet expectant expression, quietly awaiting the examiner's announcement. At this moment, no one knew anything about the rules of the martial arts test, and their hearts were filled with doubt and unease. But he didn't care at all. He angrily tore the tattered strips of cloth to shreds, raised his head and roared at the vermilion bird in the sky, you wretched woman, come at me again if you dare. Soon, a middle-aged man walked steadily up to the high platform in the square, holding a large megaphone in his hand. He shouted in a loud voice, hello, fellow examinees. I am one of the examiners for this martial arts test. I will now explain the relevant matters of the martial arts test to you. The examinees below the platform immediately quieted down, listened attentively, and their eyes shone with a thirst for knowledge. At this moment, after the arduous journey and fierce battle, Zhu Chua's physical strength and energy were greatly depleted. Under normal circumstances, defeating Wu Meng would have been easy for her, given her powerful abilities. Hello everyone, I am Su Zhao, the examiner for this martial arts exam. Now I will solemnly announce the rules of this martial arts exam. This year's martial arts exam is unique in that it will be conducted in teams. You can form your own teams, 5 people to a team, 3 people to a group, or even go it alone, it's all perfectly fine. At this moment, she was suspended in midair, her chest rising and falling slightly, clearly adjusting her breathing and recovering her strength. He paused for a moment after speaking, then continued, once your team is confirmed, come to my registration desk as soon as possible. We will quickly and accurately send you a scoreboard. Once you have the scoreboard, you can immediately enter that mysterious realm. The spectators inside the fiery shield were already stunned by the breathtaking battle. Just then, someone in the crowd pointed at Suzaku and said, look, this masked woman looks just like the Azure Dragon mentioned in the news the other day. As he spoke, Su Zhao slowly took out an exquisite box and carefully retrieved a crystal-clear gem. With a gentle toss, the crystal instantly transformed into a dazzling light, which then formed a massive spatial wormhole, seemingly a gateway to another fantastical world. Another person examined her closely and replied, there is indeed some resemblance, but the mask she's wearing isn't Qinglong's. Besides, Qinglong is male, while this one is clearly female. Then, Su Zhao said solemnly, this is the martial arts exam venue you are about to go to the beginner-level secret realm. Alright, enough talk, let's start forming teams. The man who had spoken earlier rolled his eyes at the other person and retorted irritably, are you out of your mind? I was talking about their clothes and the aura of multi-elemental ability users. They all look pretty much the same. At this moment, Zhang Chen was stroking his chin, lost in thought. There seemed to be 2 hidden meanings in the examiner Su Zhao's words. First, even a single person could form a team and venture into that mysterious realm alone. Second, those who registered first would gain an advantage. At this crucial moment, some somewhat naive and immature ideas quietly surfaced in Zhang Chen's mind. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, a gust of wind swept by, and the Azure Dragon arrived at the scene as swiftly as lightning. Meanwhile, Xiaoda held tightly to Zhang Chen's arm, searching around for potential teammates. After all, teamwork was crucial in this martial arts exam. However, news that Zhang Chen was only an F rank had already spread throughout the entire arena. Just as Wu Meng's fierce attack was about to hit Zhuke, at the critical moment, Qinglong flashed and teleported in front of Zhuke. With a wave of his right hand, a thick ice wall instantly solidified, firmly blocking Wu Meng's aggressive attack. Although Joda is quite popular and is always surrounded by many people who would be willing to take the risk of bringing along someone who might be a burden. Therefore, they encountered some obstacles when forming a team. Gu Guang, who had just rushed over, looked up and saw the majestic Azure Dragon in the sky. His face turned pale instantly, and he inwardly cursed his bad bad luck. Knowing the serious significance of the Azure Dragon's appearance, he immediately and decisively ordered one of his subordinates to return to City A and quickly transmit back the crucial information that the Azure Dragon had appeared in City C and that it was highly likely to be a member of a mysterious organization. Xiao De anxiously grabbed Zhang Chen's arm, but Zhang Chen said firmly, "Xiao De, don't worry about me. Go form your own team. I have my own plans." Hearing this, Xiao De's heart sank, and he shook his head dejectedly. "Brother Chen, wouldn't it be better if we were together? Why do we have to separate?" At the same time, Qinglong, who had blocked Wu Meng's attack, took the opportunity to pull out a bottle of potion that emitted a strange light from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Ke behind him without hesitation. Seeing Xiao De's expression, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and comforted him. "What? Don't you believe in my abilities? I can definitely take care of myself, don't worry." Although Xiao De was still a little worried, seeing Zhang Chen's confident expression made him feel a little more at ease. Zhu Ke accepted the potion without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. A miraculous change then occurred. Before long, her previously slightly tired body was quickly revitalized, and the supernatural power she controlled seemed to burn fiercely like an ignited flame. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. If I can't win, I can just run away." Xiao De's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, "Brother Chen, you're not lying to me, are you? Is there really such a powerful secret weapon?" Zhang Chen nodded solemnly, a mysterious smile on his face. Having fully recovered, Zhu Ke coldly stared at Wu Meng ahead and said indifferently, "I'll handle this one. You can take care of the others in black robes." Qinglong nodded slightly in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished instantly before Zuchue's eyes. Only after Zhang Chen's repeated assurances and the promise to meet again in high school did Xiao De reluctantly agree to let him leave. Soon, the Azure Dragon stood steadily before the blazing shield of flames. He formed hand seals, chanted incantations, and ripples spread across his body. Then, one after another, lifelike and uniquely shaped mythical beasts appeared out of thin air. As Zhang Chen slowly left, the students who had been surrounding Xiao De immediately surged towards him like a tide, surrounding him and asking if they could team up. These strange beasts were created by Qinglong using illusion magic, based on the forms of the beasts he had seen during the last disturbance in the secret realm. No one in black robes who fell into this illusionary domain escaped unscathed, suffering relentless attacks from these ferocious beasts. Zhang Chen walked silently toward the registration desk alone. As the first to arrive, he caught the attention of Su Zhao, who was busy at work. Su Zhao looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, and then smiled and said, "Little friend, you're teaming up all by yourself? Not bad. What's your name?" Zhang Chen respectfully replied, "Teacher, my name is Zhang Chen. My ability is stripping, and my ability level is F." Soon, screams of agony rose and fell from the black-robed crowd. Gu Guang and the other deacons exchanged glances, then without hesitation, they rushed towards the Azure Dragon. The female teacher registering the students paused for a moment, her pen tip hesitating, before quickly resuming her work. They were all professionals, they knew this was the path students could choose themselves. Although this exam seemed calm and secure every year, who could have predicted that beneath this surface calm, a slumbering beast would occasionally be awakened, bringing heartbreaking casualties? However, facing their attack, Qinglong's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of contempt. He stomped his foot suddenly, and instantly layers of crystal-clear ice crystals spread rapidly from his feet. Su Zhao simply viewed Zhang Chen's arrogance and lack of self-awareness as a necessary interlude on his path to growth, and did not interfere much. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed figures who had rushed forward were completely encased in a thick layer of ice, resembling exquisite ice sculptures, unable to move an inch. Seeing this, Qinglong nonchalantly found a boulder to sit on, watching with great interest as Zhu Ke and Wu Meng clashed fiercely. After registering, Zhang Chen happily received the scoreboard and stepped into the mysterious and unpredictable secret realm without hesitation. The moment he stepped in, the scene before him unfolded like a scroll painting. First, a lush green lawn, like a green ocean swaying gently in the breeze. Beyond the lawn lay a dark forest, as if deliberately divided by nature, concealing endless secrets and dangers. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Qinglong turned around and saw a group of security guards in uniform and carrying equipment rushing over. The leader was Wang Yunqi, the security team captain. At this moment, the system's voice, lurking in Zhang Chen's mind, suddenly resounded like thunder in the darkness. Host detected to have entered a beginner level secret realm. Realm level, bronze. Security level, safe. Difficulty, easy. Please shine brightly in this beginner level secret realm. Wang Yunqi stared at the black-robed figures lying on the ground, groaning in pain, his face full of doubt. These people seemed to have no obvious injuries, so why were they in such a terrible state? He looked up, his gaze immediately drawn to the fierce battle between Zhu Ke and Wu Meng in mid-air. However, Zhang Chen had no time to pay attention to the incessant chatter of the system in his mind. He had only one thought in his mind, to forge ahead and explore the mysteries deep within the secret realm. So, he walked straight into the depths of the forest, and his figure quickly disappeared into the dark forest in front front of the meadow. Although their battle wasn't earth-shattering, the immense power it contained was still awe-inspiring. Wang Yunqi was startled and was about to join the fight. Not long after, an extremely cute yet somewhat mysterious pink rabbit came into Zhang Chen's view. It even had a small, exquisite horn on its head. This unique creature was called a unicorn rabbit, belonging to a relatively weak alien race among the bronze level 1 members. But just as he took a step, Qinglong's deep and majestic voice suddenly rang in his ears. "This is not a place for you to interfere. I advise you to stand still and be bystanders. Its abilities are quite unique. Besides being able to jump exceptionally high with its strong hind legs, its most remarkable feature is the hard, iron-like horn on its forehead." Upon hearing this, Wang Yunqi couldn't help but turn his gaze to the speaker. When he saw the person's attire and the mysterious mask on their face, he suddenly realized this person was none other than the mysterious azure dragon from the previous rumors. These horns seemed to be its strongest weapon bestowed by fate, making it often use them as a means of attack, recklessly assaulting humans who mistakenly trespass into its territory. What kind of complicated relationship does that person, who also wears a mask and a red robe, have with Qinglong? Just as Wang Yunqi was pondering this, Qinglong's sudden words abruptly ripped his thoughts apart. At that moment, the unicorn rabbit stood quietly before Zhang Chen, like an innocent creature awaiting its fate. A cunning glint flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes, like the wicked thoughts that surged within the big bad wolf upon seeing Little Red Riding Hood. Without hesitation, he activated his mysterious stripping ability. Instantly, the unicorn rabbit, which had been hopping and leaping about nearby, was frozen in place, as if struck by a spell. Azure Dragon, with a calm expression, looked up at Vermilion Bird in the sky and shouted, "Vermilion Bird, officials have arrived. You can remove this blazing fire shield now." Vermilion Bird nodded slightly in agreement. The once majestic horn, radiating an eerie light, vanished without a trace as if by magic. Its unique form instantly became indistinguishable from that of an ordinary rabbit, as if everything before had been nothing more than a dream. Then, she gently raised her jade hand and cast a magical spell. The originally indestructible fire shield gradually dissipated into the air like a dream. Right beside Zhang Chen, a dazzling ball of light quietly appeared, and the system's mechanical voice sounded at the opportune moment. Unicorn Rabbit's Horn. Strength F rank, ability type physical enhancement. This ball of light emitted an irresistible attraction, as if telling Zhang Chen endless secrets. Only then did Wang Yunqi realize with shock that a huge fire shield was hidden behind the Azure Dragon, and it was slowly dissipating. As the fire shield disappeared, a group of ordinary people gradually came into view. Afterwards, filled with intense curiosity, Zhang Chen reactivated his fusion ability. That moment was like witnessing the birth of a miracle. The instant the ball of light and the unicorn rabbit perfectly fused, an astonishing sight appeared. The vanished horn regenerated at an unbelievable speed, as if time itself had slowed down. Upon seeing this, Wang Yunqi was greatly surprised and immediately ordered his men to act swiftly, ensuring that these innocent people were escorted to a place of absolute safety as quickly as possible. Watching this miraculous scene, Zhang Chen's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. He vaguely felt that he had touched upon the mysteries of this superpower. He gently stroked his chin, a slight smile playing on his lips, and thought to himself, the use of this superpower is indeed incredibly wondrous. However, those who were taken away seemed extremely unwilling, their eyes fixed on the sky, as if they were deeply attracted by the breathtaking battle before them. Soon after, he decisively activated the stripping of his supernatural abilities once again. This time, it was as if some forbidden switch had been triggered. The unicorn rabbit's fragile body could not withstand the immense force and suddenly exploded. After all, such an intense battle, like something out of a science fiction movie, is truly rare. What's more, their seats are practically VIP seats, offering a panoramic view of the entire battle. With a loud explosion, the small unicorn rabbit's figure was reduced to countless fragments that scattered in all directions, and the scoreboard next to Zhang Chen also underwent an astonishing change, instantly jumping from 0 to 10. After all the people had been safely evacuated, Wang Yunqi walked towards Qinglong and asked with a solemn expression, "Qinglong, I'm asking you, what exactly are your identities?" He ignored the changes in the analyzer and resolutely continued to delve deeper. Along the way, he was like a tireless explorer, constantly encountering various alien races that were small in size but varied in form. These alien races were like mysteries to be solved in his eyes, and he was the genius who was passionate about experimentation and exploration. Time ticked by, and a deathly silence descended, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. After a long while, the Azure Dragon finally broke the silence, softly replying, "You only need to remember one thing, we are absolutely not your enemies. We are the 4 sacred beasts under Chen Tian's command." At this moment, Zhang Chen, like a warrior filled with yearning for the unknown, relentlessly conducted his remarkable experiments, stripping away supernatural abilities on these alien races. With each attempt, he gradually realized that the supernatural ability he possessed was far from ordinary, but rather an extremely powerful and comprehensive force. After careful analysis, he accurately summarized the following astonishing abilities. Upon hearing Hearing this, Wang Yunqi was jolted. His eyes widened, staring in disbelief at what was before him. There were actually two more powerful beings like the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird? This astonishing news made him instantly realize that the situation was far more complex and serious than he had imagined. First, it can easily strip away the special abilities that living beings are born with, making those special abilities that they are proud of disappear instantly. At this moment, Wang Yunqi was extremely anxious, wishing he could immediately inform his superiors of this crucial information. After all, multi-elemental ability users were already incredibly rare, and this being named Chen Tian actually commanded for such powerful sacred beasts. Just how terrifying was Chen Tian? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but gasp. Secondly, it possesses the terrifying power to deprive living beings of their vitality. Like the scythe of death, it can snatch away the life force of countless creatures with a gentle swing. Before this, Wang Yunqi was so focused on the immense power displayed by the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird that he hadn't even noticed who was fiercely battling the Vermilion Bird. Now, upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is Wu Meng?" Third, it can skillfully integrate the superpowers of various creatures, combining different forces into one to create a unique combat mode. Wang Yunqi never expected that this incident would involve such a big fish, Wu Meng. Although this man was the leader of the otherworldly god cult in City C, his formidable strength and exceptional ability to conceal himself meant that the authorities had failed to capture him despite numerous attempts. Therefore, seeing Wu Meng personally involved in this riot left Wang Yunqi utterly shocked. Fourth, it can decompose biological superpowers and extract precious superpower factors from them, thereby continuously improving the strength and level of one's own superpowers. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that Zhu Ke was holding Wu Meng back, otherwise, the security team's current strength would probably be insufficient to withstand the attack. Just as Wang Yunqi was immersed in this relief, a strong tremor suddenly came from the sky, like a thunderclap, deafeningly loud. Fifth, it can even remove the injuries suffered by living beings, allowing those injured bodies to recover quickly as if time had frozen at that moment. All eyes were focused on the scene where Zhu Ke gently waved her fair, jade-like hand, and a blazing fire lotus suddenly rose up, like a dazzling pearl of flame, radiating a brilliant light and intense heat. An overwhelming surge of excitement welled up within Zhang Chen. He suddenly felt that his abilities were almost invincible, even comparable to those of the legendary creator. Lost in deep thought, he slowly took a step forward, his mind churning. In this seemingly calm moment, a dark shadow suddenly attacked with ghostly speed, catching him completely off guard. But the amazing thing didn't stop there. Then, another equally dazzling fire lotus slowly materialized in her hand. One after another, they eventually formed 7 fire lotuses of different shapes. Zhang Chen reacted with lightning speed, instinctively leaping backward, his body tracing a graceful arc. After landing steadily, he calmed himself and carefully examined the dark figure, finally realizing it was a phantom cat. These 7 fire lotuses are not only unique in shape but also in color, displaying 7 distinct hues: yellow, orange, red, purple, cyan, blue, and black. Moreover, their temperatures increase sequentially, with colors and heat arranged from low to high. The phantom cats are undoubtedly a fascinating race, possessing 2 extremely unique abilities. The first is the ability to create clones, instantly splitting into multiple identical figures, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The second is the ability to create illusions, confusing the enemy's vision and buying valuable attack opportunities. These 2 abilities held immense appeal for Zhang Chen, like 2 dazzling pearls drawing him to explore and master them. It turns out that these 7 fire lotuses were a unique skill that Suzaku created when he was bored. "Little guy, I'll take your superpower." A determined glint flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. He then reached out, and a strange light shot out from his hand, heading straight for the phantom cat. With a slight flick of Zhuchua's arm, the first yellow fire lotus shot towards Wu Meng like an arrow. During its flight, the fire lotus continuously expanded in size, resembling a gradually growing fireball. Sensing danger, the phantom cat instinctively released a clone to try and block Zhang Chen's attack. However, its resistance was instantly thwarted, and the phantom cat's energy orb immediately appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. The system voice sounded again. At the same time, the scorching waves it released swept over Wu Meng one after another, like a surging tide, covering the sky and the earth. Clone, strength, F rank, ability type, physical enhancement, ability, can create a non-physical clone to bewitch enemies. Faced with such a fierce attack, Wu Meng showed no fear. His eyes widened, and he roared as his iron fist met the rapidly approaching fire lotus without hesitation. Phantom, strength, E rank, ability type, mental, ability, pull enemies into a mental world of your own creation, where you are a god. With a loud bang, the fist collided with the fire lotus, sparks flying everywhere. The originally menacing yellow fire lotus was shattered into pieces by Wu Meng's fierce and unparalleled strike, turning into sparks that dissipated into the air. Zhang Chen carefully and solemnly placed the 2 mysteriously glowing orbs of supernatural power into his system backpack. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes shone with determination. He secretly planned to upgrade upgrade these two supernatural powers to level B or higher before attempting to fuse them. Suzaku seemed to have anticipated this, remaining calm and composed as she stood in the air, leisurely observing the battle below. Sure enough, just as Wu Meng dispersed the first yellow fire lotus, the second orange fire lotus followed closely behind. At this moment, in this vast and boundless forest, he was like a ruthless harvesting machine, each strike precise and vicious. This mysterious and unpredictable realm was as familiar and comfortable to him as his own backyard. After all, it was hard to find someone as peculiar as him in the world, waking up one day to find himself already at the astonishing bronze level 9. Wu Meng threw another punch to meet the attack, and a deafening collision resounded. The orange fire lotus followed in its footsteps and was forcefully defeated by Wu Meng. He moved like a swift beast through the forest, a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. Whenever he encountered an alien race, he ruthlessly seized their abilities, quickly dismantling them to upgrade the two slowly writhing energy clusters in his backpack. As time passed, the points on the scoreboard accumulated like twinkling stars, eventually reaching 300. Then, a third crimson fire lotus, a fourth purple fire lotus, came one after another. Wu Meng's fists struck like a whirlwind, the shadows of his fists so fast they were almost impossible to follow. The air was filled with the whistling wind of fists and the booming sounds of exploding fire lotuses, a truly spectacular scene. Just as Zhang Chen was fully immersed in this fierce battle, the examinees from the outside world also stepped into this mysterious realm one after another, forming teams to prepare for a life-or-death struggle against the alien race. After the fifth azure fire lotus was dispersed, the sixth blue fire lotus finally approached. At this moment, Wu Meng noticed that this blue fire lotus was different from the previous ones. The high temperature and pressure it emitted were significantly greater. Outside, Su Zhao anxiously awaited news when she suddenly received a notification from the proctor that they had lost track of Zhang Chen. Her heart sank. In reality, Zhang Chen had cleverly concealed himself using the incredible abilities granted by the system. His SSS level strength could not be easily exposed, otherwise it would inevitably bring unnecessary trouble. Nevertheless, Wu Meng did not back down. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength in his right fist, and slammed it towards the blue fire lotus. So, he decisively shook off the proctor and continued on his own. When Su Zhao received the news, she was shocked and her face turned pale instantly. But when she saw that Zhang Chen's scoreboard was still ticking regularly and that his score had reached 300 points, her worries gradually dissipated and she finally felt relieved. Unfortunately, he ultimately underestimated the power of the blue fire lotus. The moment his fist made contact with the fire lotus, a piercing pain shot through his arm. After all, the scoreboard's ticking indicator proved Zhang Chen was still alive, and judging by his current score, he was indeed exceptionally capable. Su Zhao was disappointed that Zhang Chen was only an F-level ability user. Looking down, he saw that his fist had been burned so badly that large patches of flesh had been torn open, and it was covered in blood, a horrifying sight. Zhang Chen continued his tireless harvesting, his focused expression seemingly oblivious to the outside world. He stared intently at the scoreboard, the numbers climbing like a joyful, leaping river, soon reaching an astonishing 1,000 points. However, Wu Meng did not panic. Instead, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain to continue fighting. But when the seventh black fire lotus appeared, his expression finally turned serious. Although he felt a little smug, he knew that being too exaggerated might cause trouble, so he decisively stopped what he was doing. Having already suffered injuries from the previous rounds of fierce battles, the threat posed by this black fire lotus far exceeded the sum of all the previous fire lotuses combined. After much deliberation, Zhang Chen finally found an extremely secluded cave. This cave seemed like a secret base specially prepared for him by nature, hidden deep within the dense forest, unlikely to be discovered by outsiders. Upon entering the cave, he carefully sat down and began his wondrous journey of fusing his supernatural abilities. Zhuke, however, floated leisurely in the sky as if strolling in a garden, seemingly unrelated to the fierce battle. She lowered her head slightly, examining her long fingernails with great interest, occasionally blowing away the dust on them. The orb of supernatural energy resembled a dazzling star, radiating a mysterious and radiant glow within the cave. It continuously absorbed the surrounding supernatural energy, seemingly tireless. As time passed, the clone's ability was the first to upgrade, leaping from a lower level to A grade. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes, but he said nothing, unhesitatingly merging himself into it. At this moment, the wounded Wu Meng was furious. He glared at the vermilion bird in the sky and roared, "Damn woman, if you have the guts, come down here and fight me like a man." In an instant, a strange feeling surged into his heart, and he clearly felt the changes brought about by his clone ability. Although the function of the A-level clone ability seemed simple, only able to create two physical clones, it was of extraordinary significance to Zhang Chen. The aloof Suzaku ignored his provocation completely. These clones have no special abilities, they are simply ordinary copies. However, their stats are exactly the same as the original, making them perfect replicas of the original. Immediately afterwards, the mysterious and magnificent blue fire lotus lotus slowly drifted down like a fairy. As it continued to expand, the terrifyingly high temperature it released instantly swept across the surroundings. The surrounding rocks were scorched and melted by the flames, some even turning into flowing molten lava. Zhang Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately used his clone technique, creating a brand new clone before him. He gazed at the clone, his heart filled with anticipation. Then, he slowly channeled his remaining power into the clone, allowing it to absorb it. As the power merged, the clone seemed to become even more vibrant. Seeing this, Qinglong dared not delay and hurriedly unleashed his powerful ice-type ability. In an instant, a thick layer of ice rapidly rose, enveloping Qinglong and the security team, forming a solid ice cave, and the ambient temperature finally dropped significantly. At that moment, a bold idea popped into Zhang Chen's mind. He knew that he was currently only a high school preparatory student, and many things were limited, making it difficult for him to handle them personally. Poor Wu Meng had been exposed to the high temperature for a long time, and his clothes had long since been burned away by the raging flames. Fortunately, there were no women here, otherwise, if they had seen him naked, they would probably have screamed in shock. The appearance of clones undoubtedly provided him with an excellent solution. He could select several promising abilities, have his clones fuse with them, and then let the clones act in his place. This would save time and energy, and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Wouldn't that be the perfect arrangement? It is worth mentioning that Zhuke is actually one of Zhang Chen's clones. In a sense, her gender should be classified as male, so she is not included here. Thinking of this, a resolute light suddenly flashed in Zhang Chen's deep, still eyes, as bright as the brightest star in the night sky. When he carefully allowed his clones to come into contact, an astonishing discovery filled him with elation. The supernatural power that had previously merged with the clones had actually appeared in his main body. This wondrous phenomenon meant that the supernatural power absorbed by the clones, after the fusion was broken, could also be fed back to the main body, granting it the same abilities. Seeing himself in such a wretched state, Wu Meng's anger burned even brighter. Without hesitation, he gathered all his strength and, like a ferocious beast, charged headlong into the blazing blue lotus. In the blink of an eye, Wu Meng vanished into the depths of the flames. This is quite a good haul. Zhang Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Then, a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Since he couldn't directly kill these alien races, why not simply plunder their abilities? This way, he could improve his own strength without breaking the rules. Soon, a piercing scream rang out from the fire lotus. It was Wu Meng's painful cry. Wang Yunqi, inside the ice cave, watched everything unfold before him, his lips moving slightly as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen began to act. From that moment on, whenever he encountered alien races, he would unhesitatingly use his unique methods to forcibly strip them of their supernatural abilities. Those alien races stripped of their abilities immediately became extremely weak, possessing nothing special except for slightly stronger physical strength than ordinary animals. At this moment, Qinglong glanced at Wang Yunqi indifferently and asked calmly, "What do you want to say?" Soon after, a crystal bird appeared before Zhang Chen, its body crystal clear, as if sculpted from crystal. Upon closer inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this crystal bird possessed a powerful ice attack ability, and its level was as high as C. At present, his first clone was in need of a powerful attack ability, and the ability of this crystal bird undoubtedly tempted him. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Yunqi finally mustered up his courage and asked, "Could you leave this person to our authorities?" He stared intently at Qinglong, his eyes full of expectation and earnestness. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Chen decisively attacked the ice crystal bird with unstoppable momentum. The poor ice crystal bird had no time to react and was ruthlessly stripped of its superpowers by Zhang Chen in an instant, turning it into an ordinary bird. Qinglong did not respond immediately, but silently stared at him, his deep gaze seemingly trying to pierce through his heart, waiting for him to give a sufficiently good reason. Time flew by, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen walked calmly out of the mysterious secret realm. Soon after, the others also emerged from the secret realm one after another. After meeting, they handed over their scoreboards to the relevant personnel, and then went home to await the final results. Wang Yunqi took a deep breath, steadied himself, and continued, "Wu Meng is no simple character. According to our intelligence, he is the head of the heretic god cult in City C, a mid-level figure. Our authorities have been trying to capture him, but without success. If we can capture him alive this time, we might be able to follow the clues and obtain more important information about the heretic god cult. This would be of great significance in cracking down on their power and maintaining social order." Back home, after a short rest, Zhang Chen eagerly opened his system inventory. Gazing at the dazzling array of supernatural power orbs, he took a deep breath to calm his excitement, and then began methodically breaking down and upgrading the abilities. In that mysterious and unpredictable beginner-level secret realm, Zhang Chen's eyes shone brightly as he scanned the numerous ability options, ultimately 3 abilities successfully catching his attention. After listening, Qinglong turned his head slightly, looked at the bracelet on his wrist, and said softly, "Zhuke, okay, leave them alive. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly transmitted into the bracelet. One of them is the amazing ability to create clones, which can create clones that are exactly the same as the original body and have independent action capabilities. The other is the amazing ability to create illusions, which can forcibly pull enemies into a virtual mental world created by the caster. In that world, the caster is like a god and can even create things out of thin air at will. Soon, a calm response came from the bracelet. Okay. Short but firm and unquestionable. Finally, there is a powerful ice attack ability. Its strength lies not only in attacking enemies with the power of ice, but also in instantly freezing everything around it. The user can also transform into an ice form to withstand those deadly and fierce attacks. Time ticked by, and Zhuke continued to unleash her fire-based abilities, fiercely clashing with Wu Meng. Her hands danced, and clusters of blazing flames intertwined to form a gigantic blue fire lotus, sweeping towards Wu Meng. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen decisively decided to directly inject the precious superpower factors into the Phantom Superpower, the Ice Attack Superpower, and the Clone Superpower. Wu Meng fought with all his might to resist the Vermilion Bird's attack. Flames soared into the sky, and the scene was spectacular. As supernatural factors continued to pour in, these two initially lower-level abilities rapidly transformed, soon both advancing to A level. At the same time, the system promptly provided more detailed descriptions of these two abilities. A moment later, Suzaku felt the time was right and slowly withdrew his fire-type ability. As the enormous blue fire lotus gradually dissipated, Wu Meng's charred body was revealed. Phantom, Strength, A rank, Ability type, Mental, Ability description. After casting this ability, the user can forcibly pull the enemy into a wondrous mental world constructed by the user. There, the user possesses absolute control, practically an omnipotent deity, capable not only of creating all sorts of imagined things at will, but also of having supreme power to decide the rules of the entire world. From a distance, he looked like a charred corpse, lifeless, seemingly dead. But in reality, he still had a breath left and was not yet dead. Frost, Strength, A rank, Ability type, Elemental, Ability details. When activated, the user can freely manipulate frost energy to launch a fierce attack. No matter how powerful the enemy, they will find it difficult to withstand this extreme cold power. Furthermore, in life or death situations, the user can transform into an indestructible ice form to resist all fatal attacks. At this moment, the security team members rushed forward and skillfully bound Wu Meng tightly. After binding him, Zhu Kei gracefully landed beside him. Clone, Strength, A level, Ability type, Mental, Ability details, can create up to 3 clones with strength equivalent to the original body. She extended her right hand, a faint green light emanating from her palm, and gently pressed it against Wu Meng's body. In an instant, a gentle energy flowed into his body, and his previously gruesome wounds healed at a visible speed. Zhang Chen carefully studied the 3 descriptions, secretly calculating in his mind, with the 3 A-level abilities he currently possessed, it was already sufficient to handle the various challenges he might encounter next. Thinking this, he conjured a clone in an instant. Clearly, Suzaku was using her powerful healing abilities to treat Wu Meng's injuries, fearing he might succumb to his wounds prematurely. After all, only by keeping him alive could she extract valuable information from him. Immediately afterwards, he seamlessly fused his newly upgraded Phantom ability and Ice Attack ability into this clone. After this series of events, the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird flashed into the air like 2 bolts of lightning, rising above everyone's heads and disappearing into the sky in an instant. With everything prepared, Zhang Chen spoke softly to the newly created clone before him with great anticipation. From now on, you shall be called Azure Dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the clone nodded slightly, indicating that it had accepted the order. Meanwhile, Wang Yunqi and his men quickly escorted Wu Meng back to the security bureau. Without delay, he took his body camera and headed straight for Minister Guifeng's office. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Using the miraculous effects of the illusion ability, the clone instantly conjured a majestic blue dragon mask and put it on his face. His entire body rapidly expanded, transforming in an instant into a burly, muscular man, exuding unparalleled domineering aura. Upon meeting Guifeng, Wang Yunqi immediately gave a detailed account of what had happened at the scene. The next morning, sunlight streamed through thin clouds. People in the city went about their daily lives as usual, but a sudden broadcast broke the tranquility. Upon learning that Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird had appeared at the same time, Guifeng's originally calm expression gradually turned serious, especially when he learned that they were not acting alone, but were members of the Chen Tian organization. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. What? Azure Dragon, who suddenly appeared in City A, actually had companions? Urgent notice. Attention citizens, a beast tide has suddenly erupted in a mid-level wild secret realm in City A. Please find a safe place to take refuge as soon as possible. This message was like a bombshell, instantly plunging the entire city into panic. That's right, Minister. Based on the fragmented information I've gleaned from Qinglong, they do indeed belong to an organization. Moreover, Qinglong and Zhu Kei are merely subordinates of this mysterious organization. organization, Chuntian. Besides them, I estimate they have 2 other companions with them, and if nothing unexpected happens, these individuals are likely multi-elemental ability users. Wang Yunqi paused briefly before adding, as is well known, there are 2 types of secret realms. One is officially managed secret realms, which are usually formed after wild secret realms are discovered and then tamed and controlled. The other is wild secret realms, which are scattered in various corners of the city, like hidden time bombs, which may erupt into beast tides at any time and bring huge disasters. Hearing this, Guifeng's expression grew even more serious, and he asked urgently, then do you know what special abilities they each possess? At this moment, Zhang Chen, located in City A, was leisurely sitting at home. Upon hearing the broadcast news, he felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, an overwhelming excitement welled up within him. For him, this beast tide outbreak was a perfect opportunity, a perfect chance to test his newly acquired clone ability. Wang Yunqi pondered for a moment and replied, based on the information we have so far, Suzaku's first ability is clearly a powerful fire-based ability, and her second ability is an extremely rare healing ability. Her third ability is flight. With this in mind, Zhang Chen cast a spell without hesitation, summoning the Azure Dragon clone within his body and issuing the order, go check out the beast tide. If the situation allows, rescue those citizens who couldn't escape in time, but be sure to avoid revealing my identity and abilities. At this point, Wang Yunqi's tone suddenly became hesitant, as if he were struggling intensely inside. Upon receiving its master's command, Xinglong nodded, its figure flashing as it leaped out of the window and raced towards the location mentioned in the broadcast. At this moment, the streets of City A were unusually deserted and desolate due to the broadcast. The once bustling and lively scene was long gone, replaced by tightly closed shop doors and windows and hurried, flustered pedestrians. But just a moment later, he seemed to have made up his mind. He took a deep breath and continued firmly, as for Qinglong, I have quite a bit of information. As far as I know, he has 2 abilities, one is an ice-type ability, and the other is a flight ability. However, it should be noted that when we arrived at the scene, Qinglong did not actively use any ability to launch an attack. As for the ability he showed in City A before, its specific nature is still uncertain. The Azure Dragon raced through the streets like a whirlwind, soon arriving at its destination. Not far ahead, a dense horde of monstrous beasts was frantically attacking the surrounding buildings and helpless people. The ground forces had arrived in time, sealing off the area. Countless brave and fearless soldiers were using their supernatural abilities to engage in a fierce battle against the surging beast tide. At this moment, Guifeng silently lit a cigarette, but only held it between his fingers without inhaling. His gaze was deep as he slowly raised his head, staring intently at the snow-white ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Run! With screams of terror, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, fleeing in the opposite direction of the strange beast. The scene was utter chaos, people scattered in panic, fear gripping everyone's hearts. After a moment, he slowly spoke, Xiao Wang, do you think Qinglong and his group might become our potential enemies? In the chaos, Qinglong's keen eyes caught a heartbreaking scene, a little girl lying alone on the ground, crying loudly. Her innocent cries sounded especially pitiful in the noisy environment, as if the whole world felt her helplessness and fear. Upon hearing this, Wang Yunqi frowned slightly and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. At the same time, the little girl's mother ran towards her desperately, calling out, "Nyo Nyo." Her voice was filled with anxiety and worry. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as the beast's gaping maw approached the little girl at an alarming speed, about to swallow her whole. After careful consideration, he slowly replied, in my personal opinion, it's unlikely that Qinglong and the others will become our enemies. After all, Qinglong personally promised that they would never be our enemies. In addition, since the riot instigated by the other God's cult, Qinglong and Zhu Ke have always stood against us. Based on these factors alone, it at least shows that they have no obvious malice towards us. But even so, I think we still need to remain vigilant and observe them secretly for a period of time, just in case. In the nick of time, a brave soldier stepped forward. He gripped his water whip and swung it without hesitation. The whip traced an elegant arc through the air, striking the beast with deadly force. Unexpectedly, the beast seemed completely unfazed by the attack, continuing its ferocious attack on the little girl. After listening to Wang Yunqi's analysis, Guifeng nodded slightly in agreement. Then, he reached out and stubbed out the cigarette he hadn't even taken a puff of, and said in a deep voice, all right, I understand. Hand over the recorder to me. This matter must be reported to the leaders in Beijing as soon as possible. But a miracle occurred. The moment the water whip touched the beast, it seemed to come alive, quickly wrapping around its mouth and binding it tightly, rendering it unable to move. Taking advantage of this, the soldiers shouted, get out of here. While Guifeng and Wang Yunqi were talking quietly in the office, news reporters from City C had already caught wind of the incident and rushed to the scene like a tide, quickly starting to interview the surrounding people. Hearing this, the little girl's mother felt a little relieved. Without thinking, she bent down, picked up her daughter, and ran as fast as she could. The mother and daughter quickly disappeared into the crowd. These reporters, microphones in hand and smiles on their faces, warmly and enthusiastically asked every passerby about the details of the incident. At this moment, Gao Chang, a top-tier ability user stationed in City A and an S-class wind-type ability user, should have been the core force in this battle, but he was tightly entangled by 10 A-class alien beasts on the other side and was unable to spare any time to support the soldiers on the front line. Among the many interviewees, one person stood out. He spoke eloquently and animatedly, as if he had endless stories to share. Most of these soldiers fighting are ability users below grade B. High-level ability users mostly choose to study at higher-level universities or form powerful adventure teams to earn generous rewards. Only those from poor families with average talent, who harbor dreams of growing up with the help of national resources, choose to enlist and bravely throw themselves into this life-or-death struggle. After in-depth interviews, the reporters were pleasantly surprised to discover that the protagonist they were talking about was none other than the mysterious Vermilion Bird. More importantly, according to him, Vermilion Bird is not only powerful but also has a close relationship with another equally intriguing character, Azure Dragon. The battlefield situation suddenly changed drastically. As human soldiers fought against the ferocious beasts, the number of casualties continued to rise, and many ordinary civilians who failed to escape in time were in extreme danger, about to become the beast's meal. Even more shockingly, through vivid descriptions from eyewitnesses, reporters learned that Suzaku actually possessed multiple different types of supernatural abilities, an astonishing power that was truly unbelievable. At this crucial moment, Qinglong, who had been observing the battle, finally acted. His hands moved swiftly, and he chanted incantations. A mysterious power erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, a faint light enveloped all the humans, and then they vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. This news was like a bombshell, causing a huge stir among the journalists. Realizing the immense value of the story, they didn't hesitate and returned to the company as quickly as possible, throwing themselves into editing the manuscript with every second. The beasts, who were about to feast, froze. Their prey, which was so close at hand, had vanished without a trace, leaving them both confused and furious. They stopped their attack and looked around, searching for their missing prey. With their keen professional instincts and solid writing skills, the reporters quickly produced a captivating and compelling report. The manuscript was submitted for review by superiors, received approval smoothly, and was promptly published. Those who narrowly escaped death were horrified to discover that their surroundings had completely changed. The once ferocious beasts were now bewildered and confused, looking around as if they were completely unaware of their presence. Almost instantly after the press release was published, its influence spread like wildfire. Just as everyone was so tense that they dared not even breathe, a cold voice suddenly entered their ears. The beast can no longer see you. You are safe for now. Get out of here immediately. Sure enough, soon after, the term Vermilion Bird topped the Weibo hot search list, followed by related topics such as Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird. The two complemented each other and quickly attracted the attention of a large number of netizens. Following the sound, everyone was surprised to find a man wearing a blue dragon mask standing not far away. He was tall and slender, his blue robe fluttering in the wind, exuding an aura of mystery. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue dragon waved his hand gently, and a crystal-clear ice path stretched down from above, like a bridge leading to the sky. People clicked into the topic page and enthusiastically participated in the heated discussion about the Vermilion Bird and the Azure Dragon. Then, Qinglong ignored the crowd behind him and turned to walk steadily towards the horde of beasts. With each step he took, strange sights appeared, delicate ice. Flowers bloomed wherever he passed, as if the earth was offering a tribute to this powerful figure. The strength of an A-level ice-type ability user was self-evident. I thought Azure Dragon was powerful enough, but now Vermilion Bird has appeared, one netizen exclaimed. Despite facing a vast number of ferocious beasts, Qinglong remained completely at ease. On one hand, he continuously cast powerful illusions, causing the beasts to mistake each other for hateful humans and launch a frenzied attack. On the other hand, he constantly released bone-chilling cold air, gradually freezing the beasts and turning them into lifelike ice sculptures. That's right, and look, these two seem to be in cahoots. What's even more impressive is that they both possess multiple types of superpowers. They're incredibly strong, another netizen quickly added. After completing all his movements, Qinglong gazed silently at the ice sculptures, his eyes deep and complex, as if deep in thought. No one could fathom what this mysterious powerhouse was contemplating at that moment. At this moment, someone suddenly blurted out, "I have a rather immature guess." Before he could finish speaking, he deliberately kept everyone in suspense and stopped, which immediately aroused the curiosity of other netizens, who left messages urging him to continue. At this moment, a brave soldier braved the biting cold and stepped forward, respectfully asking, "May I ask who you are?" Qinglong slowly turned his head, his cold and stern face appearing even more majestic against the backdrop of the cold air. The netizen excitedly continued, "Look closely, the titles of Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird actually originate from the names of our ancient and mysterious sacred beasts. In that case, do you all think that White Tiger and Black Tortoise also exist?" He replied calmly, "My name is Azure Dragon." Before he finished speaking, Azure Dragon dragon swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful illusion. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and his figure gradually vanished before everyone's eyes like smoke. Just then, another netizen replied hesitantly, I don't think so. At the same time, the once dangerous and mysterious wild realm vanished along with the azure dragon. Not long after, a dark shadow streaked across the sky, and Gao Chang arrived at an astonishing speed. When he landed steadily, he was utterly astonished by the sight of countless ice-sculpted beasts before him. However, a group of netizens, brimming with youthful exuberance, couldn't contain their excitement and began to chime in. One of them shouted, I am the mighty white tiger. Aren't you all going to bow down and worship me? His eyes widened as he looked around in disbelief, then grabbed the soldier beside him and asked urgently, who did this? The soldier, seeing that the questioner was none other than Gao Chang, an S-rank ability user, tensed up and quickly replied, Lord Gao, we really don't know his identity. We only know that he wore a blue dragon mask and a wide robe, making it impossible to see his figure or appearance. He introduced himself as Qinglong, Azure Dragon, but beyond that, we know nothing. This remark immediately drew laughter from the crowd, but most people didn't take the somewhat comical comment to heart, instead shifting the topic elsewhere. Someone said, speaking of which, it seems Suzaku's abilities have been fully revealed. After listening, Gao Cheng frowned slightly, lost in thought. He thought to himself, I know almost all the famous superhumans in City A, and as far as I know, the strongest ice type superhuman in City A is only B level. But the person who created this ice sculpture must be at least an A level expert, yet I've never heard of such an expert before. Who is he? Immediately afterwards, another netizen exclaimed, wow, flight, fire magic, and healing spells, that's like having all three major skills, escape, attack, and support fully maxed out. These are exactly the abilities a goddess should have. At this moment, the Azure Dragon had quietly returned to Zhang Chen's home. However, Zhang Chen did not dispel the clone technique because deep within his heart, a thought was slowly sprouting like a seedling. Upon hearing this, many netizens couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder the character is named after the vermilion bird. She must be a goddess with a cool and aloof demeanor, transcending the mundane. Some even started to swoon over her. The Azure Dragon handed the mysterious realm to Zhang Chen, leaving him utterly perplexed. After all, he had absolutely no clue how to tame this realm. Just then, the authorities released a detailed report on the riot in City C. The report stated, a serious riot broke out in City C one day ago. This riot was instigated by Wu Meng, a member of the evil heretical cult. Fortunately, he has been successfully apprehended. Here, we would like to express our special thanks to Zhu Kei and Qinglong for their strong assistance. It was their efforts that quickly quelled the riot. After racking his brains without success, Zhang Chen had a sudden inspiration and decided to search for relevant information online. After some searching, he finally found a piece of information that seemed useful. It was said that as long as he defeated the boss-level beasts within the secret realm, he could successfully tame the secret realm and make it a powerful ally. Zhang Chen stared at the text on the screen, lost in thought. As soon as the news broke, netizens flocked to the official platform, eager to learn more details. He thought to himself that, although Qinglong said that the boss-level beasts in the secret realm were at least A level, he was still unable to compete with the boss in terms of strength, even though his current ability level was very high. When many netizens clicked on the official page out of curiosity, the screen clearly displayed detailed information about the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, with the page stating, after careful consideration, Zhang Chen felt that this matter required further planning and should not be rushed. It wouldn't be too late to try taming this wild creature after his physical abilities had improved. Azure Dragon, as one of the four saints under Chen Tian, he possesses amazing three elemental superpowers. Having made up his mind, Zhang Chen let out a soft breath and casually turned on the television, hoping to ease his tense nerves. Unexpectedly, the moment the television screen lit up, an excited voice blared, City A had been attacked today. On the screen, a reporter stood on the street, reporting with great enthusiasm, hello everyone, this is Dishi from Tomato News, currently in City A, bringing you the latest first-hand news. First, it possesses the ability to fly through the sky, seemingly able to freely traverse between the clouds. Second, it controls the icy power of ice, easily condensing moisture in the air to form indestructible ice crystals. The third ability has not yet been revealed, but it is undoubtedly extremely powerful. The reporter's voice on television was clear and urgent, seemingly carrying an invisible force that pierced the screen and struck the hearts of every viewer. As the news broadcast unfolded, netizens on the internet exploded like a powder keg, igniting a heated debate. Zhu Kei, also one of the four saints under Chen Tian, she also possesses powerful three elemental abilities. Who is that masked man? He's so brave, one netizen exclaimed. First, flying is like an instinct for Suzaku. She can gracefully flap her wings and soar high, like a fiery red phoenix. Second, the fire-based abilities she possesses are incredibly powerful. Raging flames dance in her hands, transforming into a fiery dance. Finally, she also has miraculous healing power, enabling the wounded to recover quickly, making her a true guardian of life on the battlefield. What masked man? He has a name, Xinglong, and according to Gao Cheng, Chang's guess, this Qinglong is very likely an A-level ice type ability user. A city has really produced a big shot. It feels like he's about to soar to the top, another netizen excitedly added. As for Chen Tian himself, he is marked as unknown, leaving people with endless mystery. At this moment, a new comment caught everyone's attention. Family members, I don't know if you've noticed, but the soldiers said that after the Azure Dragon appeared, those ferocious beasts seemed to suddenly disappear from their sight. They also mentioned that the Azure Dragon eventually turned into a wisp of mysterious white smoke and vanished without a trace. This doesn't seem to fit with ice-type abilities at all. So, I have a super bold guess. In addition, officials stated that after in-depth investigation, it has been confirmed that the forces to which the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird belong are harmless to the public and urged everyone to rest assured. Upon seeing this comment, many netizens urged, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us your thoughts. Below the text were two precious photos taken by body cameras. Hee, don't rush. Actually, my guess is that although Qinglong is indeed a powerful ice-type ability user, judging from the descriptions of the soldiers and survivors, he should have other special abilities or hidden skills that he has not yet revealed. In one of the photos, the Azure Dragon, wearing a mysterious Azure Dragon mask, sits upright on a huge rock, exuding an invisible aura of majesty. In another photo, the Vermilion Bird soars in the air like a burning flame, surrounded by 7 dazzling fire lotuses, making the whole scene dreamlike and enchanting. Perhaps it's these unknown factors that made him so brave when facing the beasts, and even allowed him to escape in such an unbelievable way. How about that? Isn't my guess bold and exciting enough? The netizen continued smugly. When netizens saw the last line, they couldn't help but shrug and say it was just unnecessary nonsense. As he delved deeper into his analysis, the internet exploded like a bombshell dropped on it. A flood of exclamations, doubts, and excitement poured in. After all, if the forces of Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird truly harbored hostility, they could have chosen to stand idly by during the riots in the secret realm of City A and the riots in City C, without needing to offer any assistance. Wow, a dual ability user? That's incredible! Someone exclaimed, their eyes wide as they typed incredulously. However, it was precisely because they stepped forward without hesitation that they successfully resolved the crisis and protected the lives and property of innocent people. That's right, this is the first time in history. I've never heard of anyone having two superpowers before, another netizen chimed in. When netizens examined the two photos closely, their attention was once again drawn to them. Qinglong is absolutely amazing. Many fans left comments and likes, their admiration flowing endlessly like a surging river. The comments section immediately became lively, with many netizens leaving messages expressing their love for the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird. Many even became their loyal fans, looking forward to learning more about this mysterious and powerful force. Meanwhile, some observant netizens made further speculations based on the scene. I think Qinglong's second superpower level is probably not low, at least B level or higher. Otherwise, how could he make everyone disappear into thin air in front of the horde of monsters in such a short time? The public release of information about the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird online was actually a well-considered decision by the higher-ups. They hoped to use this opportunity to observe how these two mysterious figures would respond and whether they would take action to change the status quo. In an instant, the topic of Qinglong became the focus of heated discussion across the internet, with its popularity continuing to rise without any sign of cooling down. At this moment, Gao Chang was staring intently at the comments refreshing on the screen, his brows furrowed. He was filled with regret. In the suddenness of the situation, he had been too anxious and hadn't inquired about Qinglong's specific circumstances in detail. Now, looking back, he realized he had missed such crucial information. However, even if Zhang Chen learned of this news, it seemed insignificant to him. After all, he had never entertained the idea of going against the authorities. Gao Cheng pondered to himself, just who is this mysterious Azure Dragon? Why does it possess such rare dual abilities? And why is it here, helping everyone defend against attacks from alien beasts? Countless questions flooded his mind, making him feel that the Azure Dragon was even more unfathomable. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zhang Chen and Xiao De have been diligently cultivating in the Academy's secret realm, without stopping. During this period, Zhang Chen fully utilized his creativity to carefully craft many practical pieces of equipment, which he generously gifted to Xiao De. Immediately, Gao Cheng seemed to have made up his mind, muttering to himself, no, this matter must be reported to our superiors immediately. If we can recruit a talent like Qinglong into our ranks, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance our strength. With that, he reached for the phone on the table without hesitation and quickly pressed the dial button. Xiao De was initially puzzled by Zhang Chen's offer. Given his own abilities, the equipment didn't seem indispensable. But after hearing Zhang Chen say better safe than sorry, he gladly accepted the gift. Just then, the highly anticipated Azure Dragon, following Zhang Chen's instructions, silently cast a powerful illusion, concealing himself in a corner of City A. He was fully focused on carrying out his mission, keeping a close eye on every move around him to ensure that City A would not fall into crisis again due to the riots in the secret realm. Just as the two were focused on their cultivation, Manhwa rushed over, looking hurried and slightly anxious. After successfully seeing Qinglong off, Zhang Chen returned to his room alone and sat quietly at his desk, lost in deep thought. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, he suddenly picked up the pen on the table and, without hesitation, wrote 4 powerful characters in a flowing, elegant style on a piece of snow-white paper. Chen Tian plan. Seeing this, Zhang Chen and Xiaode couldn't help but feel suspicious and asked in unison, Teacher Ruan, what happened? Next, he wrote down Emperor Chen Tian and the 4 renowned divine beasts under his name: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. After writing these, Zhang Chen paused for a moment, gazing thoughtfully at the words before him. Then, he focused his gaze on the words Azure Dragon, meticulously recording the powerful abilities possessed by the Azure Dragon, astonishing illusion magic and the extraordinary ability to manipulate ice elements. Ruan took a moment to catch her breath and slowly began to speak. The college just received a notification that there are major adjustments to the format of this year's freshman competition. The competition will be divided into 2 parts, team competition and individual competition. In other words, you will not only have to participate in the team competition, but also in the individual competition. This was precisely the grand blueprint that Zhang Chen had meticulously conceived. He harbored an ambitious goal to personally build a vast power of his own, emulating the powerful organizations within the mysterious and ancient mythological systems of his previous life. Then, Manhwa looked worried and continued, to be honest, I'm not too worried about the individual competition. With this power, he can not only protect those he cherishes, but also provide himself with comprehensive protection. However, team competitions require the concerted efforts of all 5 people, and currently our college only has 2 of you students. Therefore, the college has decided to select the 3 strongest students from all freshmen across the university through a competition starting tomorrow, and you will be able to form a team to participate in the competition. After all, Zhang Chen's superpower was too extraordinary. If it were discovered and targeted by some unscrupulous people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder, but then his eyes became even more determined. Ruan paused briefly, then added, you two will have to come and observe. Time is tight. The academy must finalize its teammates within 2 days. This way, you can observe in advance and learn more about potential teammates. Then, he continued to write furiously on the paper, listing the supernatural abilities required for the other 3 divine beasts. After finishing, Zhang Chen let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He nodded slightly, carefully folded the paper that carried countless hopes and dreams, and placed it close to his heart, preserving it carefully. To him, this was not just an ordinary piece of paper, but an invaluable treasure map, guiding him to a bright future. After hearing this, Zhang Chen and Xiaode exchanged a smile and nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. This was the crucial day when the various extraordinary academies announced their admission lists. With a heart full of trepidation, Zhang Chen eagerly turned on his computer, logged onto the official website of the first extraordinary academy, and nervously checked the admission list. However, as he scrolled through the entire list line by line, he was astonished to find that his name was not on it. Actually, Zhang Chen wasn't worried about the upcoming team competition, now that he could openly use his creation ability. As long as he put some effort into creating safe equipment for his teammates during the competition, there shouldn't be any major problems. This result left Zhang Chen utterly perplexed. He clearly remembered his exceptional performance in the martial arts exam, ranking first in points. Logically, with such outstanding results, he should have been selected without a doubt. But the current situation left him puzzled. Could there be something more to it? After Manhwa left, Xiaode couldn't contain his excitement and asked, Brother Chen, guess what our future teammates will be like? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath, resolutely picked up his phone from the table, and quickly and accurately dialed that number. He knew all too well. The phone rang briefly before being answered, and a slightly weathered but still kind voice came from the other end. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and gently shook his head in response. You'll understand naturally the day after tomorrow. What's the rush? Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile, and he said casually, Teacher, what are you busy with right now? But there was no enthusiastic response on the other end of the phone. After a moment of silence, the teacher finally spoke with a slightly hesitant and unspoken words, which eventually turned into a long sigh. Zhang Chen, did you call to ask about the admission to the Extraordinary Academy? Hearing this, Xiaode nodded thoughtfully, then replied, Yes, you're right, that's indeed the case. In that case, shall we call it a day? Hearing this, Zhang Chen's heart tightened, but he still tried to remain calm and replied with a smile, Yes, teacher, I'm anxious. Then, the teacher's voice came again, Well, Zhang Chen, the Third Extraordinary Academy is actually not bad. Although the teacher tried his best to make his tone sound encouraging, Zhang Chen keenly sensed the helplessness and regret hidden in it. Zhang Chen did not object, and the two then turned and left together. It's important to know that City A has 9 extraordinary academies, named from 1 to 9. 9. But don't be misled by these numbers, they don't represent a ranking of strength. Despite being named the third extraordinary academy, it's actually the weakest of all, practically a haven for academically weak students. Time flies, and a new day soon arrives. The morning sunlight shines on every corner of the campus, bringing warmth and vitality. Realizing this, Zhang Chen's previously calm expression immediately darkened. From his teacher's words, he could easily deduce that he had probably already been admitted to the so-called third extraordinary academy. Gripping his phone tightly, he asked with deep resentment, "Teacher, my martial arts exam score was clearly first place. How could I have been admitted to the third extraordinary academy?" Zhang Chen and Xiaoda followed closely behind Wan Huan, walking together towards the fighting arena. When they reached the top of the arena, the sight before them amazed them. The spacious arena was already packed with energetic freshmen. The teacher on the other end of the phone seemed a bit embarrassed. After a long silence, he slowly explained, "Zhang Chen, I don't want to hide it from you. Although your grades are indeed outstanding, ranking first in the martial arts exam, getting into the first extraordinary academy isn't just about exam scores." Soon, the head of student affairs walked forward with steady steps, his face serious and exuding authority. He cleared his throat and then loudly announced the competition rules to the students present. "I heard that the dean of students at the first academy refused to admit you without saying a word when he heard that your ability level was only F. Not only the first academy, but other academies had similar situations. Fortunately, the third extraordinary academy extended an olive branch to you and was willing to accept you." The students pricked up their ears, listening intently to every detail of the rules, afraid of missing any important information. After the dean finished speaking, everyone lined up in an orderly fashion to draw lots, determining their opponents and the order in which they would appear. You know, even though you can only go to the third extraordinary academy, your ranking is still the prestigious first place. It's just a pity that you couldn't get into the top-tier first extraordinary academy as you wished. At this point, the old teacher seemed to have exhausted all his strength and could no longer utter a single word. Since this is just a freshman martial arts tournament for the third academy, most students' ability levels are below C. In terms of overall strength, there are currently no particularly outstanding individuals. At this moment, Zhang Chen held his phone quietly, his once fair hands now bulging with veins from the excessive force. After a moment of silence, he slowly sighed. However, during his observation, Zhang Chen noticed several students who stood out. It wasn't because they were particularly strong, but because their special abilities were unique and interesting. He knew in his heart that this was something his teacher couldn't control or change. So, Zhang Chen quickly adjusted his emotions and said with a forced smile, "Teacher, I understand all of this. Actually, someone like me with only F-level abilities is already very satisfied and happy to have the opportunity to step into the gates of the extraordinary academy." One of the students who caught Zhang Chen's attention was Su Ming from class 2. His ability was rated C-level and was called depression gas, a type of mental ability. As for which extraordinary academy to go to, the third academy is fine, it's no big deal. After saying that, he hung up the phone without hesitation. This ability allows Su Ming to release a special gas that, upon contact with an enemy, can quickly induce frustration, causing them to lose their will and ability to fight. However, the moment the call ended, Zhang Chen's heart gradually calmed down, and he thought to himself, since your first academy looks down on me, then when I go to the third academy, one day you will regret it. Unfortunately, the ability level is low, limiting its range and duration. Even so, if used skillfully, it is undoubtedly a highly threatening ability. Just as he was still fantasizing about how to shine at the third academy, a crisp and pleasant system notification suddenly rang in his mind without warning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission and entering the extraordinary academy with the first place score. Special reward, 1 S-level superpower lottery ticket and 10,000 points. Another person who caught Zhang Chen's attention was Mei Zhang from class 4. She possessed a D-level dress-up ability, which could be classified as a magical ability, and magical abilities are extremely rare. Hearing the system's crisp notification sound, Zhang Chen slapped his forehead as if waking from a dream, suddenly realizing, "Oh dear, how could I have completely forgotten about the previous task?" With that, his face immediately lit up with excitement, and he shouted impatiently, "System, give me a lottery draw." Mei Zhang can instantly switch between different suits of armor to adapt to various combat situations. Each suit of armor has unique functions. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious machine resembling a slot machine suddenly appeared out of thin air before them. It gleamed with a metallic sheen and had two prominent buttons labeled start and stop. Currently, Mei Zhang can only change between two types of armor, one to increase attack power and the other to enhance defense. Although the number is limited, it still demonstrates good practicality and flexibility in actual combat. Seeing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly and complained with a face full of black lines, "System, did you steal this lottery machine from an underground casino? It looks way too rudimentary." Time flies, and the two-day selection process ended quickly amidst tension and excitement. After rounds of screening, the three finalists were determined. Before the words were even finished, the system's cold, mechanical voice rang out, "Ding, as long as it works, that's fine. Don't be too picky, host." Surprisingly, Su Ming and Mei Zhang, whom Zhang Chen had previously found interesting about superpowers, were both selected, along with Xiao Yuanlong, who was in the same class as Su Ming. Zhang Chen shrugged helplessly and stopped worrying about it. He turned his gaze to the various superpower rewards displayed on the slot machine and was surprised to find that they were all powerful S-level superpowers, each one extremely tempting and tempting. At this moment, Zhang Chen and Xiao De had been diligently cultivating for a long time, and were in the Academy's mysterious and unpredictable secret realm. Ruan Huan led the three newly selected individuals slowly into the secret realm. Then, he took a deep breath and pressed the start button without hesitation. Instantly, the red indicator light above the slot machine spun wildly like a runaway horse, so fast that it became a blurry blur. She smiled and said to Zhang Chen and Xiao De, "Zhang and Xiao, these three will be your teammates in the upcoming freshman competition. I hope you get to know each other quickly and develop a good working relationship. I'll take my leave now." As soon as she finished speaking, Ruan Huan turned and left, her footsteps echoing softly in the air. Zhang Chen stared intently at the rapidly spinning red light, silently praying that he would draw the superpower he desired. Just then, he decisively seized the opportunity and pressed the stop button. The lively and cheerful Xiao De was particularly energetic. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and said loudly with a big smile, "Hey everyone, I'm Xiao De, and this is my good brother Zhang Chen, whom I often call Brother Chen." With a soft click, the rapidly spinning red light abruptly stopped, pointing steadily to the location of S-class ability, creation. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen was first stunned, then his inner excitement almost burst out of his chest, and he was so excited that he nearly jumped up. Perhaps it was because Xiao De was so proactive that the others quickly put aside their inhibitions and began to introduce themselves one after another. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again, "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining an S-rank ability, creation. Would you like to begin the fusion process immediately?" Then, Zhang Chen spoke up, "Since we'll be fighting side by side in this crucial competition, why don't we all give a detailed introduction of our individual abilities and current cultivation levels? This way, we can gain a deeper understanding of each other and develop reasonable and effective cooperation strategies and action plans." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Of course, we'll integrate it right away." Zhang Chen nodded without hesitation, his eyes filled with longing and anticipation for the new ability. The first to speak was still the enthusiastic Xiao De. He patted his chest and said confidently, "My superpower is a B-level fire-type superpower, and my current cultivation level has reached bronze 7 star. After the fusion was complete, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and said in a steady voice, "System, open the character panel." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light flashed, and then countless data appeared before his eyes like a waterfall. "My special ability is a sea-level depressive gas, which can continuously release a gas that causes extreme depression. This gas is highly contagious. Once it envelopes the surrounding area, people will involuntarily fall into deep depression and become listless. So far, my cultivation level has reached black iron 9 stars. Su Ming spoke with pride. Name, Zheng Chen. Immediately following, Mei Zhang chimed in. Not to be outdone, my special ability is D-rank armor transformation. With it, I can freely transform into armor with different functions and abilities. Right now, I already possess 2 powerful sets of armor, one of which can enhance my attack power and the other my defense. As for my cultivation level, I'm currently at the black iron 6-star stage. Special abilities, peeling, SSS rank, creation, S rank, doppelganger, a rank. At this moment, Xiao Yuanlong couldn't contain his excitement and quickly introduced himself. Hee, it's my turn. My special ability is a very powerful D-level shadow control. As long as I grab the enemy's shadow, I can easily control their actions and make them completely under my control. How about that? Pretty cool, right? My cultivation level is the same as Mei Zhang's, also black iron 6-star. Strength 363. As soon as Xiao Yuanlong finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Chen, who had not yet spoken. Speed 310. Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he slowly said, "Actually, the whole school is probably already buzzing about my situation." Endurance 297. That's right, as you've heard, I have 2 abilities. One of them is F-class stripping, which, to be honest, is a bit useless and almost completely ineffective. Azure Dragon, A-level ice-type ability and A-level illusion ability. However, my other ability is quite good, a B-level creation ability. With it, I can create all sorts of non-living objects, such as weapons, tools, and so on. Currently, my cultivation level has reached the bronze 4-star level. Peeling skill. You should know that this level was determined after I demonstrated my strength in front of the principal last time. Now, a full half-month has passed, and my strength has actually increased by 2 stars, which is quite reasonable. Separation. It can separate anything from its original state. Whether it is matter or energy, it can be easily separated. Then I continued, if you analyze our team closely, each person's abilities actually complement each each other. Xiaoda and Mei Zhang are mainly responsible for powerful output. I am responsible for supporting everyone. Xiao Yuanlong focuses on controlling the overall situation and implementing effective control, while Su Ming skillfully applies various abnormal statuses. Everyone nodded in agreement with my statement. Fusion possesses the ability to perfectly blend various different things to create a completely new and unique existence. And so, full of confidence, we began searching for those ferocious beasts in the mysterious and unpredictable secret realm, and tried to defeat them through tacit cooperation. Grant, this allows you to bestow something that has been stripped away onto another person, giving them corresponding special abilities or attributes. At the same time, the college has been incredibly generous, allocating a significant amount of valuable resources to us. After all, this is related to the allocation of the entire college's resources this year. Moreover, with an outstanding individual like myself, the principal is naturally willing to take a gamble. Creation skills. Thanks to the continuous resource support from the academy and our persistent efforts, everyone's strength has indeed improved significantly. Currently, on the surface, my level has reached bronze 5 stars, while Xiaoda is still stuck at bronze 7 stars, but judging from his progress, it's only a matter of time before he levels up. Creation possesses the magical ability to create all non-living objects, and can craft complex and exquisite items according to imagination and needs. Although Su Ming is currently only at the Iron 9-star stage, he will soon break through to the bronze level based on the current momentum. Clone skill. In addition, Mei Zhang and Xiao Yuanlong also successfully advanced to Iron 7-star. Faced with such a significant increase in strength, their teammates were overjoyed. Clone can create 3 clones with the same strength as the original body. Time flies, and the freshman competition is about to begin, with only 1 day left to prepare. As the homeroom teacher of Class 1 and the team leader for the competition, Wan Huan shoulders the heavy responsibility of leading the class to achieve excellent results. Level, Silver 9. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, illuminating the lush trees and neat teaching buildings on campus. Wan Huan hurried into the classroom and gathered several students who were participating in the freshman competition together. When Zhang Chen saw that he had leaped to silver level 9, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that a single S-rank ability could bring about such a huge leap in strength, directly crossing an entire major level. Once everyone had gathered around, she smiled and said in a calm tone, "Students, please be sure to assemble at the college gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will then lead you all to the competition venue." The lists of participants from each college have been submitted, detailing the basic information of each participant. Let's first learn about our opponents. This sudden improvement delighted him, and what pleased him even more was that his clone Azure Dragon was also marked in detail on the panel by the system. After speaking, Wan Huan lightly pressed the remote control, and the computer screen in the classroom instantly projected onto the center of the blackboard, clearly displaying 8 densely packed lists. With this clear list of abilities, he had a clear understanding of his own and his clone's various capabilities. Moreover, judging from the current situation, as his strength continues to increase and his influence gradually expands, this character panel will undoubtedly continue to be updated and improved. With focused attention, she introduced each school and its contestants one by one, providing a clear and concise analysis of each school's strengths and characteristics, while also pointing out potential threats. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. He decided to calm down and seriously study his newly acquired superpower, exploring its potential. The students listened attentively to the teacher's explanation, occasionally whispering among themselves, and gained a preliminary understanding of the opponents they were about to face. As his research deepened, he was surprised to discover that the power of the creation ability far exceeded his imagination. Its upper limit depended entirely on the user's imagination. In other words, as long as one's imagination was rich enough and the ability matched it, almost anything could be created. After finishing her explanation, Wan Huan paused briefly, looked around at the serious-looking students, and slowly said, "Of course, the specific tactical arrangements and countermeasures will have to wait until tomorrow's draw to determine the opponents before we can study and formulate them in depth. Don't be too nervous today. Go home after school and get some rest to prepare for tomorrow's challenge. For example, Captain America's indestructible shield in the Marvel Universe, or Tony Stark's complete suit of armor. Perhaps, if he becomes even more powerful in the future, he might even be able to create the mysterious and powerful chaos magic." Hearing the teacher's words, the tense atmosphere immediately eased, and the students nodded to show that they understood. Of course, the terrifying weapons in science fiction movies that can destroy an entire galaxy could theoretically be realized. Night fell quietly, and the city lights gradually illuminated the city, like stars scattered across the earth. However, for the 5 students participating in the freshman competition, this night was destined to be sleepless. Unfortunately, given Zhang Chen's current silver-level strength, all of this is still just a beautiful dream. Right now, he can only create something similar to Tony's Mark III armor, but even that is enough to excite him for a long time. They tossed and turned, their minds replaying Mr. Huan's explanations from the day before, thinking about how to perform at their best on the field. Only when fatigue gradually overcame them did they slowly drift off to sleep. After successfully creating the Mark III armor, Zheng Chen was not satisfied. After all, he had previously given his ice-type attack ability to Qinglong, and now his creation ability perfectly made up for his lack of attack abilities. The next morning, as dawn broke, the 5 students got up early, washed up, and quickly gathered at the school gate. The campus was quiet, broken only occasionally by the clear chirping of birds. Then, he continued to use his creativity and made 2 more items, 2 masks. One mask was entirely blue, covered with patterns that resembled dragon scales. The other was engraved with the striking character, Chen. Soon, Ms. Huan arrived as promised, dressed in simple and elegant sportswear, looking energetic and capable. Seeing that the students had arrived on time, she nodded in satisfaction and led everyone onto the school bus parked at the school gate. Before this, Zheng Chen had always relied on illusion magic to conjure up a mask resembling a blue dragon. However, due to his still shallow strength and the limited duration of his ability, he decided to create 2 real masks by hand. With the roar of the engine, the bus, carrying expectant teachers and students, slowly drove out of the school gate and headed towards the center of City A. Half an hour later, a magnificent and modern sports arena came into view. It's worth mentioning that both masks were made of vibranium, an extremely rare and hard metal. Because of this, just creating these 2 masks exhausted Zheng Chen completely. He was utterly exhausted and could only stop to rest and recover his strength. The arena is enormous, capable of accommodating 10,000 spectators. Not only are there participating students from various schools, but parents and media reporters also flocked to witness this passionate and exciting event. After a while, Zheng Chen felt that his body had almost recovered and his spirits had been restored. He stretched, moved his somewhat stiff limbs, and then contacted Qinglong. Led by Zhang Chen, the 5 of them, dressed in the iconic blue and white uniforms of the extraordinary 3rd Academy, strode confidently into the martial arts arena's restroom. The moment they entered, a wave of shrill laughter erupted. Soon, Qinglong arrived at Zhang Chen's location at breakneck speed. Zhang Chen handed his mysterious and unique mask to Qinglong, watching him carefully put it away before turning and leaving. Ha ha ha, look, isn't that the trash from the 3rd Academy? They actually have a black iron level guy representing the academy in the competition. Zhou Wei's shrill voice echoed in the air, trying to attract everyone's attention. After Qinglong left, Zhang Chen strode to his desk and turned on the slightly old but still powerful computer. The screen lit up, and he skillfully opened the browser to search for information about the currently open secret realms. That's right, the 3rd Academy has been getting worse and worse in recent years. If this continues, City A will probably only have 8 extraordinary academies left soon. Another student chimed in, his tone full of contempt and sarcasm. The web page loaded quickly, displaying a series of pages detailing each of the open secret realms. Zheng Chen carefully browsed each piece of information, paying particular attention to the strange beasts and their abilities within the realms. Hearing these words, the hot-tempered George was instantly enraged, his face flushed red, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush forward and argue. Just as he was about to explode, a hand gently landed on his shoulder. However, the more he looked, the more his brow furrowed. He discovered that almost all the secret realms open to the public were under strict official control, and entering these realms was no easy feat. Not only did it require expensive tickets, but the prices were also shockingly high. Zheng Chen shook his head slightly, signaling him to calm down, and said in a low voice, "Ignore them, don't bother with them. True strength can only be revealed on the field. For example, a single ticket to enter a certain secret realm costs as much as 100,000 Chinese yuan." Although Zhang Chen's parents left him some inheritance, he couldn't help but hesitate in the face of such exorbitant costs. After all, such expenses were too great. If he frequently entered the secret realm to explore, even a large sum of money would be quickly spent. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the other 4 nodded emphatically in agreement. After all, arguing wouldn't solve anything. Only achieving good results in the competition could silence the ridicule. Just as Zhang Chen was racking his brains over this, his phone suddenly rang with a pleasant ringtone. He picked it up and saw that it was his friend, Xiao De calling. He pressed the answer button, and Xiao De's excited voice came from the other end of the line. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Just as everyone was about to sit down for a short rest, a clear and melodious voice suddenly came from behind Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly and said, "I'm looking up information online about the open secret realms, but the ticket prices are outrageously expensive." Hearing the sound, Zhang Chen turned around and saw a figure rushing towards him. As the person drew closer, he took a closer look and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. It was his long-lost friend, Xia Hanner. At that moment, she was wearing the red school uniform of the First Extraordinary Academy, looking dashing and spirited. Xiao De seemed oblivious to Zhang Chen's distress and continued excitedly, "Brother Chen, I have great news for you. My dad just gave me 2 tickets to the Flaming Mountain Secret Realm in City A. How about we go together?" Xia Hanner ran up to Zhang Chen, stopped, and pouted coquettishly, "You still have the nerve to laugh. I searched everywhere for you in the First Academy on the day I registered, and I was exhausted, but you went to the third academy instead. What's going on?" Upon hearing this news, Zhang Chen was first taken aback, then a hint of surprise appeared on his face. However, he still cautiously asked, "The Flaming Mountain's secret realm? I think I've heard of it. What level of secret realm is it? Is it not too dangerous inside?" Zhang Chen smiled slightly and replied softly, "The third academy is actually quite good too." Xiao De laughed and explained, Brother Chen, don't worry. The Flaming Mountain's secret realm is only a beginner-level secret realm, and its strength ranking is relatively low among beginner-level secret realms." Just as he finished speaking, a hostile gaze shot over like a cold arrow, immediately alerting Zhang Chen. He followed the gaze and saw a man wearing the uniform of the first academy with gray hair staring at him fiercely, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Generally speaking, as long as you have silver-level strength, you can be almost 100% guaranteed to be safe once you go in. Even if several bronze-level people go in as a team, they can come out smoothly. So, for the two of us, there shouldn't be any major problems. Zhang Chen was filled with doubt. Who is this person? Why does he harbor such malice towards him? After thinking it over, he realized that he had never met this person before. Upon realizing Xiao Da's powerful fire-based abilities, Zhang Chen instantly understood Xiao Da's father's intentions. Without a doubt, with such outstanding fire-based abilities, Xiao Da's progress in that fire-based secret realm would skyrocket. At this moment, the man named Jin Jian suddenly shouted, "Hunter, come back quickly. Why are you talking to these useless guys?" For Zhang Chen, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. At that moment, he was worried about the cost of the tickets. So, he quickly sat down at his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he began searching for detailed information about the Flaming Mountains. Upon hearing the sound, Xia Han'er's delicate body trembled violently, and her originally beautiful face was instantly covered with frost, becoming extremely cold. As the text and images scrolled across the screen, Zhang Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover that the supernatural abilities possessed by the beasts inside the Flaming Mountain were exactly what he urgently needed in his plan. She slowly turned her head, her gaze sharp, and coldly replied, "Jin Jian, please watch your words. I don't know you well, please call me Xia. My friends are none of your business to criticize and slander." Without hesitation, he nodded and said to Xiao Da, "I'll borrow this ticket for now, and I'll definitely return it to you in full later." After saying that, she looked at Zhang Chen apologetically and said softly, "I'm sorry, Zhang Chen, don't take his words to heart. He's just a crazy guy. We'll talk about it properly when we have time." After saying that, Xia Han'er turned around and quickly returned to the First Academy's group. Upon hearing this, Xiao De laughed heartily and replied, "Brother Chen, we're really close. Talking about money is too formal." Although Xiao De acted very generously, Zhang Chen didn't say much, but silently kept this friendship in his heart. However, Jin Jian was clearly unwilling to give up. As Xia Han'er left, he made an extremely provocative and fierce throat-slitting gesture towards Zhang Chen in public. Seeing that Zhang Chen was no longer speaking, Xiao De continued, "Alright, Brother Chen, it's settled then. We'll meet at the entrance of the Flaming Mountain's secret realm at 10 a.m. sharp tomorrow." Faced with this unreasonable behavior, Zhang Chen merely smiled, completely disregarding him. With his current strength, defeating or even instantly killing Jin Jian would be a piece of cake. Why bother with such a clown? Zhang Chen readily agreed, "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively hung up the phone. At this moment, Xiao De, who had been in a daze, suddenly came to his senses. He quickly stretched out his thick arms and hugged Zhang Chen's neck tightly, asking with a face full of curiosity, "Hey, Brother Chen, when did you and Xia Han'er become so close? Tell your brother about it." At that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered the points the system had previously rewarded him with. With a thought, he immediately commanded the system to open the shop interface. In an instant, a dazzling array of items related to various supernatural abilities appeared before his eyes. Zhang Chen, who was being held back by Xiao De, was having trouble breathing. He quickly slapped Xiao De's chubby arm and hurriedly explained, "Hey, let go of me. There's nothing special about it. I just helped her out a little earlier." The mall offers a wide variety of goods, including not only all kinds of superpowers, but also many rare items and equipment that can effectively help superpowered individuals improve their strength. Xiao De reluctantly released his grip. Just then, the loudspeaker in the lounge began broadcasting the order of entry for each participating team. Immediately afterwards, all the contestants representing the academy walked methodically towards the center of the arena. Zhang Chen looked at the near 11,000 points and shook his head. These points were far too few. He couldn't even afford a decent item. He sighed helplessly, closed the shop interface, and turned to walk towards the outdoor gear store, intending to buy some camping essentials. When Zhang Chen and his group of 5 appeared before the crowd, the previously lively audience erupted in a deafening chorus of boos. In stark contrast, the seating area of the Third Academy remained unusually quiet. The students and parents were all trembling with fear, their breathing almost inaudible. Upon arriving at the store, Zhang Chen carefully selected various essential equipment: tent, sleeping bag, sleeping mat. He bought them all. After careful selection, he finally had everything he needed. After paying, Zhang Chen carried carried his bags of spoils and set off on his way home. However, in the silence, a particularly loud voice suddenly rang out. It was Joda's parents cheering them on. Joda's father stood there, shouting at the top of his lungs, while angrily berating the surrounding audience. Anyone who dares to boo once more, I'll cut off all your cows. Back home, Zhang Chen quickly tidied up his newly purchased equipment and then fell into a deep sleep. After all, the upcoming journey would be challenging, and sufficient rest was crucial. Xiao's father's booming, resounding voice clearly reached Zhang Chen and the others' ears. They all turned to look at Xiaoda, giving him a thumbs up and expressing their admiration. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Zhang Chen got up early. After quickly washing up, he shouldered the heavy backpack he had packed the night before and stepped out of the house with a spirited look, officially beginning this adventure full of unknowns and challenges. Faced with everyone's praise, Xiaoda revealed a smug smile, secretly delighted. Hey, my old man is really amazing. He really made me look good. After a non-stop journey, Zhang Chen finally arrived at his destination, the Flaming Mountain Secret Realm, around 10 a.m. In the distance, a towering volcano stood before him, thick smoke billowing from its summit like a ferocious dragon coiling in the air. Just then, a familiar figure came into view. It was Xiaoda, who had been waiting there. After all the participating teams had taken their places on stage, the host walked up slowly, a warm smile on his face, and announced loudly to the audience, "Dear friends, a warm welcome to the Grand Annual Freshman Competition in City A. I believe that every contestant here is filled with anticipation and high spirits." Upon seeing Zhang Chen, Xiaoda's face immediately lit up with a bright smile, and he quickly went to greet him. The two were delighted to see each other, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then headed together toward the entrance to the secret realm. I have some good news to share with everyone. This year's competition format is slightly different from previous years. This event is divided into two parts: individual competition and team competition. The highly anticipated team competition will be held first, followed by the exciting individual competition. Upon entering the secret realm, the surrounding environment immediately became eerie and terrifying. Jagged rocks and ancient trees stretched as far as the eye could see, and strange noises echoed from time to time. A sense of unease rose in Xiaoda's heart, but with his friend by his side, he felt somewhat at ease. Without further ado, let's begin today's most crucial team match draw. The rules are quite interesting. Teams that draw the same animal pattern will become opponents. Now, representatives from each academy, please come forward to draw your lucky lots. As they walked, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered something he hadn't asked yesterday and asked curiously, "Xiaoda, I was so busy preparing yesterday that I forgot to ask. Is your dad really so comfortable letting you come with me to venture into this dangerous secret realm?" As the host finished speaking, representatives from the 9 colleges quickly stepped out of the queue and headed towards the drawing area. Among the crowd, Zhang Chen walked leisurely and calmly, looking completely at ease. Upon hearing this, Xiaoda's lips curled into a smug smile. You don't know, ever since I finished the martial arts exam, my dad has been incredibly generous. Without a word, he spent a fortune to get me a bunch of precious cultivation supplies. Thanks to these treasures, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and I've already successfully advanced to bronze level 5. So even if we encounter a powerful enemy in the secret realm, we can still escape even if we can't defeat them. After everyone else had successfully drawn their slips of paper, Zhang Chen slowly reached into the bucket full of slips. After a moment's rummaging, he randomly pulled out a slip, turned around without looking back, and returned to the line. After hearing Xiaoda's words, Zhang Chen was taken aback at first, then reached out and gently patted his back, laughing and saying, "You're quite something, kid. You're usually so quiet, but I didn't expect you to break through to the bronze level so quietly. You're really amazing." Back in the group, Zhang Chen didn't rush to check the contents of the slip of paper, but calmly looked around. At that moment, the other college representatives were loudly announcing the animal patterns they had drawn. "We'll both go to the first academy then, huh?" Xiaoda came over with a big smile and asked excitedly, "By the way, Brother Chen, have you received your acceptance letter yet?" At this moment, he was completely immersed in his wonderful vision of the future and had no idea how much of an impact the news Zhang Chen was about to tell him would have on him. Soon, the noise subsided, and the arena fell into a brief silence. All eyes were focused on Zhang Chen and his team. However, Zhang Chen did not answer immediately, but just smiled and looked at Xiaoda's expectant face. Seeing his silence, the impatient Xiaoda couldn't help but speak again. "I'll protect you when the time comes. If anyone dares to bully you, just say my name." After saying that, he patted his chest confidently. Feeling the gaze of countless eyes, Zhang Chen scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, then gently touched his nose and said awkwardly, Everyone, the slip of paper I drew is completely blank." What does this mean?" At this moment, Zhang Chen finally spoke slowly, his voice low and deep. "I may have to disappoint you. I wasn't admitted to the first academy of extraordinary talents." Hearing this, Xiaoda's smile froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? How is that possible?" Just then, a rousing voice came from afar, the host barely able to contain his excitement. "Congratulations to the third academy for winning a bye in this round of the team competition and advancing directly to the next round." Before Zhang Chen could say anything more, Xiaoda eagerly pressed. What exactly happened? Your martial arts exam results were so good, how come you couldn't get into the first academy? Faced with his friend's barrage of questions, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly and then told him the whole story. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Chen and the others were slightly taken aback, clearly somewhat surprised. The audience erupted in a cacophony of complaints and discontent. After hearing Zhang Chen's story, Xiaoda stomped his feet in anger and shouted, "What kind of bullshit first academy is this? They're blind. Brother Chen, they don't know what's good for them and missed out on a talent like you. I don't care about this kind of academy. When we get back, I'll ask Dad to help me transfer to the third academy, and we can be classmates again." After saying that, he tightly grasped Zhang Chen's hand, his eyes firm and determined. "Oof, look at those guys from the third academy. They actually made it to the second round so easily. They really got lucky," someone said disdainfully. Looking at Xiaoda's sincere yet angry expression, Zhang Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart and nodded with a smile. "Alright, it's settled then." The two then walked side by side into the depths of the secret realm. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, as if their earlier frustration had never existed. "That's right. With their skill level, if I were on the field, I would definitely be much better than them," another person echoed, their voice resounding throughout the arena. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding scenery gradually became unfamiliar. Before long, they emerged from the dense forest and were confronted with a vast expanse of deep red earth, as if stained with blood. In the distance, towering volcanoes rose into the clouds, spewing thick smoke, and molten lava churned in the craters, seemingly poised to erupt at any moment. Just as everyone was discussing, a loud roar suddenly drowned out all the noise. Mr. Chiao stood up, his eyes wide with anger, and roared, "Shut up, all of you. What do you know, you bunch of blabbermouths? Isn't luck part of ability? If you don't have the ability, don't spout nonsense. Son, well done." His roar quieted the scene down a bit, but many people still muttered their dissatisfaction in hushed tones. As soon as they stepped out of the deep forest, they were hit by a wave of intense heat, as if they were in a furnace. The scorching heat made it difficult to even breathe. Following the established procedure, everyone left the venue in turn and proceeded to the rest area for further preparation. The team competition lasted 2 days, with one round of team matches held on the first day. The losing teams would then be drawn again to determine their final rankings. "Wow, this place is unbelievably hot. Luckily, I was born with a fire element, otherwise I would have been roasted alive by this heat wave." Joda fanned himself as he walked, clicking his tongue in amazement. The following day, the highly anticipated second round of the competition and the championship battle that everyone was looking forward to took place. In contrast, Zhang Chen appeared much more composed. After all, he had already reached the silver level, and the temperature of the flaming mountain was nothing to him. As Zhang Chen and his group stepped into the lounge, Wan Huan hurriedly greeted them, her face beaming with joy. She exclaimed, "I never expected you guys to have such incredible luck this time. There's never been a case of advancing without a bye before. It seems the competition format has indeed changed quite a bit this year." As the two continued on their way, the ground suddenly shook violently ahead, and a thick plume of black smoke shot straight into the sky, obscuring the sun. Ruan Huan was overjoyed. After all, they were no longer at the bottom of the team competition. As long as she performed well in the individual competition, the third academy had a good chance of getting rid of that worst ranking. As the smoke dissipated, they looked closely and saw several enormous fireworms slithering across the ground. These fireworms were entirely fiery red, resembling burning flames, and were exceptionally ferocious. However, if the principal of the third academy knew what Ruan Huan was planning, he would probably slap her on the forehead in anger and then roar with wide eyes, "You're really spineless. It's actually a fire earthworm?" Xiao De exclaimed. Fire earthworms are unique beasts found only in the flaming mountains. Not only are they enormous, but their most formidable ability is their powerful fire-breathing skill. To be honest, Zhang Chen had always longed to obtain the fire earthworm's fire-breathing ability. In the blink of an eye, the rankings for the first day of the competition were quickly revealed. The academies that successfully advanced to the second round were the formidable First Academy, the rising Ninth Academy, the consistently strong Fourth Academy, the steady and reliable Seventh Academy, and the lucky Third Academy. Faced with the menacing fireworms, Zhang Chen did not hesitate to use his stripping ability. As the ability was activated, the power was instantly stripped from the fireworms. After fierce competition, the final rankings of the academies that lost in the first round were determined. 6th place went to the Second Extraordinary Academy. 7th place was won by the 8th Extraordinary Academy. 8th place was won by the 6th Extraordinary Academy, and 9th place was unfortunately taken by the 5th Extraordinary Academy. However, unexpectedly, the fireworm, having lost its powers, remained ferocious and charged towards them recklessly. The news that the 5th Extraordinary Academy had fallen to the bottom of the rankings caused an uproar among its students in the stands. They were furious, shouting, "What is this? A bunch of useless trash." They took up a spot in the competition and only got 9th place. Seeing this, Xiaoda was full of suspicion. Logically speaking, at such a close distance, the fire earthworm should have already already opened its mouth and breathed fire, so why is there no sound at all? That's right, if it were me on the field, I would never have done so badly. How exactly does the school select its players? Shouts and curses rose and fell, but everyone on the field ignored the commotion from the stands. Zhang Chen remained calm, cleared his throat, and explained with feigned composure, well, maybe they think they can easily deal with us on their own, and there's no need to use their fire-breathing ability. Following that, representatives from the remaining 5 colleges went on stage to draw lots for their spots in the next day's competition. After listening, Xiaoda seemed to understand something, then patted his chest with great bravado and said loudly, okay, Brother Chen, you quickly find a safe place to hide, leave the rest to me. This time, Lady Luck did not smile upon Zhang Chen. He clutched the slip of paper that would decide his fate and slowly unfolded it. When the familiar yet unfamiliar tiger image came into view, a surge of excitement welled up within him. Zhang Chen silently stepped aside, giving Xiaoda enough space to unleash his power. Xiaoda took a deep breath, and his palms suddenly erupted with raging flames, resembling 2 dazzling, blazing fireballs. His eyes widened, and he roared, "Flame palm!" Immediately afterward, his giant palms, formed from flames, shot towards the fireworms not far ahead like arrows. Meanwhile, representatives from other colleges took turns revealing the animal patterns they had drawn and loudly announcing their teams. When it was Yin Liang's turn to announce the result, from the 7th college, he shouted, "We are tigers." Immediately afterward, Zhang Chen also shouted loudly, "We are tigers too." His clear and resonant voice echoed throughout the arena. In an instant, the flaming palm and the fire earthworm collided violently, creating a deafening explosion that sent flames soaring into the sky and smoke billowing everywhere. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the once menacing fire earthworm was found to have been blasted to pieces, its flesh and blood flying everywhere. Upon hearing this, the students from the 7th Academy were first taken aback, then burst into laughter. In their eyes, the 3rd Academy, to which Zhang Chen belonged, was nothing more than a bunch of presumptuous clowns. Joda stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, utterly astonished, as if he couldn't believe he had caused such devastating damage. He stood frozen, staring at his hands, muttering repeatedly, I'm actually this strong? They believed that the 3rd Academy's advancement to the 2nd round was purely due to good luck, and now they dare to confront the formidable 7th Academy head-on, which is truly laughable. Actually, the real reason wasn't that Xiaoda was exceptionally strong, but rather that Zhang Chen had already skillfully stripped the fire earthworms of their supernatural abilities. Without their powers, the fire earthworms were merely ordinary earthworms of slightly larger size, and naturally, they were powerless against Xiaoda's full force attack. In contrast, 9th Academy advanced to the 3rd round due to a bye. Seeing Xiaoda's jubilant and overjoyed expression, Zhang Chen simply smiled and said nothing. He knew that saying more at this moment would be pointless. It was better to let Xiaoda enjoy the joy of victory. As for the 1st Academy, they will face the challenge from the 4th Academy. After the draw, all participants left the arena one after another. The two then walked together toward the remains of the defeated earthworms and searched them carefully. Soon, they found the heads of several fire earthworms. However, Zhang Chen and the others did not go straight home like the others, but were taken by Manhwa to a temporarily rented multimedia room. Fireworm teeth are excellent materials for crafting high-quality weapons, and they fetch a high price on the market. With that in mind, the two immediately began the intensive work of collecting them. As soon as she entered, Manhwa said, "Tomorrow you will be facing the 7th Academy. Here is the detailed information of their participating students. Take a good look." After speaking, she skillfully operated her phone to project the relevant information onto the large screen. After much effort, they finally collected all the fireworm teeth. Zhang Chen and Xiaoda exchanged a smile, shouldered their packs, and continued their determined journey forward. Ruan Huan stood in front of the large screen, extended her slender fingers, pointed to the information on the screen, and began to explain it in detail. Soon, they came to a shimmering puddle. The environment was serene and tranquil, shaded by lush trees, with a gentle breeze rippling the water's surface. Gazing at this beautiful scenery, the two felt a sense of peace and contentment. After resting briefly by the water, they began to consider their next steps. Let's first look at this captain of the supernatural 7th Academy's freshman competition, Yin Liang. His ability level is B grade, and his current strength is at the bronze 7-star stage. His ability attribute is water. Although water-type abilities are relatively common, Yin Liang can condense water elements into various weapons, making him difficult to defend against, Ruan Huan said with a solemn expression. Just as they settled down, ripples suddenly appeared on the previously calm surface of the water. Then, a huge head emitting a ghostly blue light slowly emerged from the water. Then, she shifted her gaze to the information of the next team member, frowning slightly. This is team member Bai Dingxiang. She is also a B-level ability user, with a strength of bronze 5-star. Her overall strength may not be outstanding, but her ability is quite troublesome, capable of enhancing her teammates' combat power in various dimensions. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "It's actually a blue flame snail." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen and the others became serious, clearly realizing how formidable their opponents opponents were. Standing to the side, Xiaoda looked puzzled and leaned over to ask, "Brother Chen, what is a blue flame snail?" Without pausing, Wan Huan continued, "Let's look at the third team member, Lu Xian. He is also a B-level ability user, and his strength has also reached the 7th level of bronze. Lu Xian's ability is Shield Knight, which allows him to form shields of various shapes." Zhang Chen took a deep breath, steadied himself, and patiently explained, "The blue flame snail is a unique and strange beast found only in the Flame Mountain. It rarely appears and its whereabouts are elusive. It is special in two ways. First, it is a rare dual elemental ability user, capable of controlling both water and fire attributes simultaneously. Second, its combat power is quite formidable. It's worth mentioning that his abilities are somewhat similar to Mei Zhang's on our side. However, Lu Xian's ability level is clearly higher than Mei Zhang's. In the first round of the competition, he only demonstrated a shield with a damage reflection effect. As for what other types of shields he can use, we don't know yet." After Wan Huan finished speaking, she paused slightly and glanced at Zhang Chen and the others' reactions. After hearing this introduction, Xiaoda's fighting spirit was ignited, and without saying a word, he was about to stand up and face the mysterious blue flame snail. Zhang Chen frowned slightly and pondered. Judging from the performance of these three people, their roles are very clear: ranged damage dealer, support, and tank, forming a very good lineup. However, just as he was about to act, Zhang Chen reached out and stopped him. It turned out that Zhang Chen had already used his detective eye to discern the blue flame snail's level. It was actually a bronze level 8 elite monster. If I'm not mistaken, the next contestant to appear will most likely be the type who excels in close quarters combat and agile attacks. After he finished speaking, he turned his sharp gaze to Wan Huan. More importantly, the water-based abilities possessed by the blue flame snail are precisely the counter to Jota, making this battle extremely disadvantageous for Jota. Wan Huan smiled with satisfaction at Zhang Chen's accurate analysis and nodded slightly in approval. "Student Zhang, your judgment is spot on." Seeing Xiaoda's puzzled expression, Zhang Chen chuckled and said, "Let me do it this time." Then, Wan Huan pointed to a newly appeared line of information on the computer screen and continued, "This is the third team member, Wang Zhao. His ability level is also B level, making him the strongest in the team, currently at bronze 8 star. Before he finished speaking, he strode towards the blue flame snail. Xiaoda, left behind, though full of doubts, still cheered Zhang Chen loudly, "Brother Chen, go for it. You must take this guy down." His special ability is called Thunder Swordsman, which allows him to conjure a powerful sword of lightning energy to launch swift attacks on enemies. What's even more troublesome is that this sword has a paralyzing effect. Once it hits, the opponent will be temporarily immobilized. Just then, the blue flame snail opened its mouth, first spewing out a thick jet of water, then quickly exhaling raging flames. The two completely different elements of water and fire intertwined and swirled in the air, gradually merging into a fierce water-fire hybrid attack that pounced straight at Zhang Chen like a ferocious beast. After a brief pause, Wan Huan moved her finger to the next line and emphasized, "The last one is Tao Xiaoxiao. She also has a B-level ability, but her strength is slightly weaker, at bronze 6 star. As we all know, water and fire are incompatible and cannot coexist, but this blue flame snail can perfectly fuse the two, showing amazing strength that is truly breathtaking. Don't underestimate her. Her special ability is teleportation, which allows her to appear behind the enemy at an extremely fast speed, effectively restraining and controlling the more vulnerable members of the opposing team." Zhang Chen secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, this blue flame snail only came from this flaming mountain, and its strength ceiling wasn't very high. If it had grown in a mid-level or higher-level secret realm, dealing with it would probably have been much more difficult. After introducing all the team members, Wan Huan's relaxed smile faded, and her expression turned serious. "Don't push yourselves too hard in tomorrow's match. Although we are strong, it will be very difficult to defeat such a well-equipped team." As the blue flame snail's attack drew ever closer, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed. He moved his hands rapidly, as if performing magic, conjuring a vibrant red cloak out of thin air. She tried to use a gentle tone to remind them, because she was worried about hurting the children's sensitive and fragile self-esteem. This uniquely designed cloak is a treasure created by Zhang Chen, inspired by Doraemon's evasion cape. It is said to possess magical abilities, effectively blocking and reflecting enemy attacks. Zhang Chen, who had been frowning and deep in thought, suddenly spoke up, "Actually, we do have ways to win. It's just, this method is a little underhanded." Without hesitation, Zhang Chen raised his cloak high, shielding his face. In an instant, the originally fierce water and fire attack, which was heading straight for his face, seemed to have hit an indestructible barrier, changing direction instantly and rebounding at an even faster speed, rushing straight towards the blue flame snail itself. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoda, who was standing next to him, immediately rushed over as if he had been injected with chicken blood, excitedly asking, "Brother Chen, what's the plan? Tell me quickly." Taking advantage of this brief opening, Zhang Chen swiftly used his stripping ability to successfully strip the water-based ability from the blue flame snail. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and lowered his voice to explain his plan in detail. After listening, everyone was stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up clearly. They thought the plan was feasible. Standing aside watching the battle, Xiaoda was dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at the magical cloak that had suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's hand, completely unable to understand what it was. However, Wan Huan stood quietly, as if she hadn't heard anything. This was understandable. After all, everyone wants to win a competition, and most people would try anything, even less honorable means. Although he didn't understand why, Xiaoda knew very well that Zhang Chen's methods at this moment were extremely powerful and incredibly awesome. And so, everyone finally agreed on a specific strategy, said their goodbyes, and went home to make their final preparations. Just then, the blue flame snail was horrified to discover that its once proud water-based superpower had vanished without a trace. A fear it had never felt before surged into its heart, and without hesitation, it turned around and desperately tried to escape this terrifying battlefield as quickly as possible. Time flies, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. The morning sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze was blowing, and the martial arts arena was already packed with spectators. However, how could Zhang Chen let it go so easily? He quickly used his created superpower, and in the blink of an eye, he created an extremely cool hand component for the make armor. According to the schedule, the fierce battle between the First Academy and the Fourth Academy was the first to begin. As expected, after a tense and exciting contest, the clearly stronger First Academy easily defeated their opponent and secured the victory. Immediately afterwards, the arc pulse cannon in his hand suddenly fired, and a dazzling light streaked across the sky like lightning, rushing straight toward the blue flame snail that was desperately trying to escape. Immediately afterwards, the host announced loudly, "Now, please welcome the second pair of teams in this competition, the students from the Third Academy and the Seventh Academy, to the stage." With a deafening roar, the poor blue flame snail didn't even have time to utter a scream before it was instantly blasted into countless tiny fragments, dissipating into the air. This breathtaking battle came to an abrupt end. Accompanied by the host's impassioned words, the two teams of contestants slowly walked out from both sides of the field and gradually ascended the fighting platform located in the center. Having witnessed the entire process, Xiaodi immediately strode forward, his face beaming with excitement, unable to contain his inner turmoil, and shouted, "Brother Chen, you're amazing. What were those weapons you used just now? How could they be so incredibly powerful?" At this moment, as soon as the students of the Seventh Academy stood still, their faces revealed extreme disdain in unison, and some even cast contemptuous glances at Zhang Chen and the others opposite them. Zhang Chen had always trusted Xiaodi. Faced with his curious questions, he didn't hesitate to tell him in detail about his dual elemental abilities. Faced with the other party's arrogant and domineering attitude, the hot-tempered Xiaodi instantly became enraged and almost rushed forward to argue with them. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhang Chen reached out and pulled him back, whispering a reminder, "Don't be impulsive. After the competition starts, we'll proceed according to the plan we discussed earlier." After hearing Zhang Chen's account, Xiaodi was completely stunned, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. After a while, he exclaimed as if waking from a dream, "Brother Chen, this is exactly the same as Lord Qinglong. Could it be that you have become the second known dual ability user after Lord Qinglong?" Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xiaoda's face, already flushed with anger, turned an even deeper shade of liver. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and finally nodded angrily, tacitly agreeing to Zhang Chen's arrangement. "Azure Dragon, Lord?" Zhang Chen couldn't help but show a puzzled expression, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Meanwhile, the students watching the match from the stands were already in an uproar, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. One exclaimed, "My goodness, Seventh Academy's luck is incredible. They actually ran into Third Academy. Doesn't that guarantee them a spot in the top 3? Seeing Zhang Chen's puzzled expression, Xiaoda mistakenly thought that he was completely unaware of Qinglong's deeds. His eyes immediately lit up with admiration, and he began to tell him Qinglong's legendary experiences with great interest. Those nearby immediately chimed in, "Yeah, that luck is just too enviable." Others shook their heads and sighed. "Actually, in terms of strength, I think the Fourth Academy is much stronger than the Seventh Academy. It's just a pity their luck isn't as good." Finally, Xiaoda said with longing, "My biggest dream is to one day be as powerful as Lord Qinglong and become a powerful figure who will shake the world." At this moment, the students of the Seventh Academy were so excited that they were dancing and laughing, their mouths almost reaching their ears, as if the trophy symbolizing the glory of third place was already waving to them. "As long as you're happy." Zhang Chen smiled slightly and replied softly. Just as everyone was immersed in their own emotions, a clear whistle rang out from the martial arts arena. The competition had officially begun. Soon, Xiaoda seemed to suddenly come to his senses and asked with a puzzled look, "Wait a minute, Brother Chen, everyone saw when you awakened your power. Didn't you only have one type of ability? How come you've awakened a second type in just a few days?" Hearing the whistle, Zhang Chen instantly snapped to attention, his eyes blazing, and he shouted sternly, "Everyone, pay attention. Execute the plan as previously agreed." Faced with Xiaoda's barrage of questions, Zhang Chen pondered how to answer in a way that would neither arouse suspicion nor compromise his secret. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yuanlong, who was standing at the front of the group, unhesitatingly hesitatingly used his supernatural ability. In an instant, a black shadow spread rapidly from beneath his feet, sweeping towards Yin Liang and the others opposite him with lightning speed. He paused for a moment, then smiled casually and said, actually I already had 2 types of abilities when I awakened. It's just that, for some reason, the interface only showed 1 type at the time. I didn't even notice it at first, and only gradually realized it later. Soon, Xiao Yuanlong successfully controlled the shadows of everyone except Tao Xiaoxiao. It turned out that when Xiao Yuanlong activated his superpower, Tao Xiaoxiao simultaneously activated her teleportation skill, using this technique to constantly change positions and cleverly evade the pursuit of Xiao Yuanlong's shadows. The atmosphere on the field instantly became tense and exciting, on the verge of exploding. Although Zhang Chen trusted Xiaodi implicitly, some matters were of great importance and couldn't be fully disclosed without reservation. Hearing his explanation, Xiaoda's eyes widened, and he exclaimed incredulously, "Wow, Brother Chen, you're amazing. What exactly is your newly awakened second ability?" At that moment, Mei Zhang swiftly pulled Su Ming up and sped off like an arrow toward Yin Liang and the others who were already firmly under her control. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, then lowered his voice mysteriously and said, "My second ability is, I can create all sorts of equipment out of thin air. How about that? Pretty amazing, right?" Suddenly, the ordinary boots on Mei Zhang's feet burst into blinding flames, and several raging flames shot out. Her figure moved as fast as lightning, and her speed increased dramatically. Upon hearing this, Xiaoda's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg, and he stammered, This ability is too strong. Judging from this, its strength must be at least A level." These magical shoes, capable of spewing scorching flames, were meticulously crafted by Zhang Chun using his unique creative abilities and specially gifted to Mei Zhang. Not only are they visually striking, but more importantly, they significantly enhance the wearer's movement speed in crucial moments. Zhang Chen waved his hand and replied modestly, "I don't know the specific level right now. I'll find out after I enroll and take the test." In the blink of an eye, Mei Zhang and Su Ming arrived at the location of Yin Liang and the other 3 at lightning speed. Xiaoda nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, that's true. But Brother Chen, no matter what, you're really going to soar to great heights this time. At the same time, Su Ming did not hesitate. He opened his mouth, and a gray mist surged out like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly enveloping Yin Liang and the other 3. After discussing it, the 2 decided to find a place to rest for the night by the puddle. As night fell, all was quiet, and a bright, clear moon hung high in the sky, casting its cool light. Surprisingly, under the gray gas, the expressions of Yin Liang and the other 3, who had just been struggling to break free from Xiao Yuanlong's restraints, changed drastically in an instant. They completely lost their will to resist, and their eyes were filled with deep despair and dejection. Zhang Chen sat alone by the water, quietly staring at the water-based ability that shimmered with blue light in his hand. To be honest, the water-based ability wasn't part of his original plan, and he had no idea how to use it in the future. Seeing this, Xiao Yuanlong knew that there was no need to restrain Yin Liang and the others, so he decisively withdrew his power and focused all his attention on launching a supernatural attack on Tao Xiaoxiao. But then he thought, having another ability couldn't be a bad thing. It might come in handy in a crucial moment. With that thought, he sighed softly, withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and began to conserve his energy. However, just as Xiao Yuanlong was fully focused on dealing with Tao Xiaoxiao, the 4 people, including Yin Liang, who were kneeling on the ground, suddenly burst into tears. Their cries were heart-wrenching, as if they were releasing all the pain and resentment in their hearts at once. They pounded the ground with their fists while tears streamed down their faces, making the whole scene look extremely tragic. Over the next few days, Zhang Chen and Xiaodi immersed themselves in the Flaming Mountain secret realm, diligently cultivating and constantly slaying various ferocious and extraordinary beasts. Mei Zhang, who had been waiting in the wings, naturally wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity. With a wave of her hands, her equipment instantly transformed, and a set of armor exuding a sharp aura and specifically designed to enhance her attack power quickly covered her body. During this thrilling and dangerous period, Xiaoda, through tireless efforts and a tenacious fighting spirit, successfully broke through his level, leaping from bronze level 5 to bronze level 6. Zhang Chen, though still stuck at silver level 9, has become much stronger and more stable after this experience. Immediately afterward, Mei Zhang's figure flashed, transforming into a phantom as she rushed towards Yin Liang and his companions. With several muffled impacts, Yin Liang and his group were sent flying like kites with broken strings, finally crashing heavily outside the arena. Thus, Yin Liang and his companions were eliminated without any chance to fight back. After the 2 left the Flaming Mountain secret realm, they rushed to the trading market to sell all the materials they had painstakingly collected in the secret realm. Then, Zhang Chen nodded slightly to his teammates beside him. The arena was not large, which greatly limited Tao Xiaoxiao's room to maneuver, given her teleportation ability. Since most of these materials were common, basic items, even though the quantity was considerable, the final amount received was only a mere 150,000 Chinese yuan. The 2 split the money readily, each receiving 75,000 yuan. At this moment, Xiaoda and his 3 opponents opponents quickly surrounded Tao Xiaoxiao. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Tao Xiaoxiao's gaze suddenly swept over Zhang Chen, who was standing alone to the side. A thought flashed through her mind, and a glint of light appeared in her eyes. Zhang Chen did not refuse the share offered by Chowda, because he knew that if he didn't accept it, Chowda would definitely find a way to make him accept it. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen secretly decided that if a suitable opportunity arose in the future, he would repay this kindness many times over. In an instant, she used her teleportation skill, lunging at Zhang Chen like a bolt of lightning. However, all of this was within Zhang Chen's control. It turned out to be a trap he had meticulously set. After waving goodbye to Chowda, Zhang Chen set off on his way home with a light and cheerful mood. Just as he reached his doorstep, he saw a letter lying quietly on the ground. The moment Tao Xiaoxiao appeared, Zhang Chen reacted with lightning speed, bending down sharply to easily dodge her sharp elbow strike. After successfully dodging, he braced himself with one hand, using the momentum to perform a beautiful somersault, and at the same time launched a flying kick, striking Tao Xiaoxiao with lightning speed. Picking up the envelope, Zhang Chen saw that it was an admission notice from the Third Academy of Extraordinary Talents. He opened the letter and examined it carefully, noticing that the start date of the semester was still more than 20 days away. This kick was powerful and incredibly fast. Although Zhang Chen appeared to be only at the bronze level, he was actually a true gold level expert. How could an ordinary bronze level expert easily dodge such a powerful attack? Unable to contain his joy, he hurried into his home, took a refreshing hot shower, and then lay comfortably on the bed. The series of movements was executed flawlessly, almost in the blink of an eye. The crowd in the stands was stunned, speechless with shock. What happened? It just started. How could it be over already? At this moment, Zhang Chen's mind raced as he calculated. He already had 75,000 Chinese yuan in his hands. If he could take some more funds from his little treasury to supplement it, it would be more than enough to explore a beginner-level secret realm and collect supernatural abilities. At the same time, he could also collect some precious materials to exchange for more wealth. While everyone was still in shock and confusion, Xiao's father, sitting in the stands, excitedly waved his fist and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The Third Academy of Extraordinary Talents is truly amazing." Only then did the students of the Third Academy of Extraordinary Talents seem to wake up from their daze and finally understand something. With that thought in mind, he took a deep breath, slowly walked to his desk, sat down, and gently pressed the power button on the computer. With a soft buzzing sound, the computer screen gradually lit up. Just then, the entire venue erupted in deafening cheers, the shouts and encouragement of the students from the Third Academy. Zhang Chen skillfully moved the mouse, clicked the browser icon, entered the keyword Beginner's Secret Realm, and then pressed the Enter key. The host slowly picked up the microphone and announced in an incredulous voice, "After fierce competition, the Third Academy has emerged victorious. Let's give a warm round of applause to the Third Academy, who are about to enter the fierce competition for the top 3. The web page loaded quickly, and various information about beginner-level secret realms instantly appeared before his eyes. Zhang Chen stared intently at the screen, carefully reading each description. Suddenly, an introduction to a beginner-level secret realm called Holy Man Cave caught his attention. Upon hearing the news, Joda and the others could not hide their joy and embraced each other to celebrate this hard-won victory. The text above reads, "Holy Light Cave, a beginner-level secret realm located in City C. It is one of the few light-type secret realms currently available. Most of the beasts here possess the ability to heal with holy light, and the highest level boss beast in this secret realm is Silver Level 1. Looking back on the anxiety I felt when I followed Zhang Chen's plan, I never expected it to be implemented so smoothly and achieve such brilliant results." Upon seeing this introduction, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "This Holy Light Cave seems to be just right for me to gain some experience." Without hesitation, he immediately decided to go and explore it. In fact, the key to this victory lay in catching their opponents off guard. After all, the students of the 7th Academy had never demonstrated their abilities in public before, and their true power and characteristics were impossible to fathom based on their names alone. Next, Zhang Chen opened the ticketing website, quickly searched for and booked a ticket to City C for the next day, and successfully completed the payment. After finishing these tasks, he relaxed slightly, but his gaze immediately fell on the fire-type ability crystal core that he had peeled off from the fire earthworm on the table. Furthermore, the students of the 7th Academy were overconfident in their own abilities and underestimated the 3rd Academy, completely disregarding them. It was precisely this underestimation of their opponents that led to their swift defeat in the competition. He took out the energy cluster of fire-type ability, held it in his palm, and concentrated on observing it closely. Soon, detailed information about this fire-type ability gradually appeared clearly in his mind. Sitting in the audience, Ruan Huan was also extremely excited, waving her hands as if she wanted to release her inner joy. Special ability, Great Fire Breathing. Meanwhile, some students in the stands looked puzzled and whispered among themselves, "Is the 7th Academy really that powerful? Intensity, Grade C." The other person forced a smile and replied, "How could that be? It's just good luck." Skill, ball, can spew out flames in a large X shape to attack enemies. Gradually, more and more people agreed with this view, believing that the 7th Academy's victory was merely due to a stroke of good luck. However, Zhang Chen was not satisfied with the power displayed by the ability before him. He knew that such strength would not help his plans at all. When these words reached Mr. Chao's ears, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, secretly thinking how short-sighted these people were. However, he ultimately chose to remain silent and said nothing more. Therefore, he secretly vowed that he must focus on improving the level of this ability during his trip to the Holy Cave, at least to upgrade it to A level. The competition then moved to the next stage. The losers bracket would pit 4th and 5th place against each other in a ranking match. The atmosphere became tense once again, with everyone's eyes focused on the arena, anticipating another round of intense competition. Time flies, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face and waking him from his sleep. Zhang Chen quickly got up, washed up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed straight for the station. Soon, the losers bracket matches concluded, and the results were clear. 4th place went to the 4th Academy, while 5th place went to the 7th Academy. Time flew by, and in the afternoon, the highly anticipated top 3 matches finally began. After several hours of driving, Zhang Chen finally arrived at the Sea City train station. Dragging his slightly weary body, he got off the bus, hailed a taxi, and told the driver his destination, St. Mang Cave. The car started and sped forward, taking Zhang Chen closer and closer to the mysterious St. Mang Cave. At this moment, the 3 strong teams gathered together, ready to determine their first-round matchups through a draw. After a tense and exciting draw, the final result was revealed to everyone. When Zhang Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, he unhesitatingly took out a full 100,000 Chinese yuan and handed it to the gatekeeper. Then, he took a deep breath and strode confidently towards the entrance of the Holy Mang Cave. The 1st Academy was fortunate enough to draw the snake, a symbol of power and mystery, while the 9th Academy also drew the same snake. According to the rules, these 2 teams will first engage in a fierce battle, with the winner then competing against the 3rd Academy for greater honor. Upon entering the secret realm, Zhang Chen was immediately stunned by the sight before him. Everything here was completely different from the outside world, especially compared to the flaming mountains. It was like heaven and earth. 3 colorful moons hung in the sky above, emitting strange light and illuminating the entire space in a dreamlike manner. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Despite having a student with an A-level special ability on the 9th Academy team, they were no match for the 1st Academy's relentless onslaught. The 1st Academy's overall strength was clearly superior, especially their captain, Jin Jian, who performed exceptionally well. Under the moonlight, a colossal mountain peak rose high into the clouds, seemingly reaching straight to the heavens. The peak was riddled with caves of all sizes, densely packed like a honeycomb. Even more astonishingly, the entire mountain faintly emitted a soft, milky white glow, as if shrouded in a thin veil. Jin Jian, a star student at the 1st Academy, not only possesses an A-level supernatural talent, but his supernatural ability level has also reached bronze 9 stars, just 1 step away from the Silver Realm. The lightning-type supernatural ability he wields is incomparably powerful. Each strike is like a thunderbolt, leaving his opponents utterly powerless to retaliate. Gazing at this wondrous sight, Zhang Chen felt a surge of curiosity and anticipation. After a moment's thought, he unhesitatingly chose one of the caves and strode inside. Upon entering, he was astonished to find the cave exceptionally bright, as if it were daytime. In this fierce battle, Jin Jian fully utilized his strengths, leading his teammates to a resounding victory. Despite the 9th Academy's valiant resistance, they ultimately couldn't reverse the tide. In the end, the 1st Academy defeated the 9th Academy with overwhelming superiority, successfully advancing to the next round. It turns out that the cave is filled with a peculiar type of crystal that emits its own light, illuminating every corner with a bright glow. After a thrilling competition, the contestants were temporarily suspended for 1 hour to allow them to rest and recover their strength for the more intense competition to come. Following the winding passage, Zhang Chen continued deeper into the caves. He was delighted to discover that the caves in the mountain were interconnected, with all the paths linked together, forming a complex yet well-organized underground labyrinth. During this break, the atmosphere in the contestants' lounge was unusually tense. Ruan Huan anxiously pulled several students aside and began an urgent analysis of the formidable opponent they were about to face, the 1st Academy. In this way, adventurers who come here to train can choose any path at will without worrying about getting lost. Ruan Huan said with a solemn expression, "Everyone must understand that the students sent by the 1st Academy this time are extremely powerful. 4 of them are A-level supernatural talents, especially the captain Jin Jian, who is someone we must pay close attention to." Just as Zhang Chen was immersed in the wonderful experience of exploring the cave, suddenly, an extremely cute round creature appeared in front of him. Jin Jian's ability level is as high as bronze 9 stars, just 1 step away from entering the Silver Realm. His lightning-type ability has astonishing attack power and is extremely lethal. Therefore, we must be extra careful careful when we fight later and must not let our guard down. This round, spherical creature is covered in colorful patterns, making it look like a bright and colorful flower ball, hence its name Flower Ball Beast. Team member Xia Han'er's ability level is also as high as A level, and her strength is at the level of bronze rank 9. She can transform light energy into various weapons for fierce combat, which is extremely threatening. As far as Zhang Chen knew, the Flower Ball Beast was a unique creature found only in the Holy Mang Cave, possessing two rare abilities. One was the healing ability, capable of rapidly healing the wounded. The other was the ability to manipulate flower petals, allowing it to attack enemies or protect itself. A creature possessing two such abilities simultaneously was truly rare. Just as Ruan Huan finished introducing Xia Han'er, Zhang Chen suddenly interrupted. Teacher, I suspect that Xia Han'er is probably not just at the bronze level, she may have already stepped into the silver level. It's truly amazing how Zhang Chen's luck is so incredible, as if it were divine intervention. First, he encountered the extremely rare blue flame snail in the scorching, sea-like flame mountain, and now he's run into the equally rare flower ball beast here. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Even Xiao Di and his companions showed expressions of surprise. Ruan Huan turned to Zhang Chen with a puzzled look and asked, Zhang, do you know some secret? It should be noted that even within their respective secret realms, these two types of exotic beasts are extremely rare. Who could have predicted that Zhang Chen, on his first visit to these two secret realms, would encounter such rare beasts with dual elemental abilities? Zhang Chen nodded slightly and said slowly, about a month ago, I ran into Xia Han'er by chance and even helped her with a small favor. At that time, she had already reached the bronze 9th star realm. Facing the flower-shaped beast before him, Zhang Chen showed no mercy. His eyes were sharp and his movements were swift and decisive, instantly stripping the flower-shaped beast of its two special abilities. Before the poor flower-shaped beast could even react, it had already been smashed into a pulp by Zhang Chen's heavy palm strike. A month has passed, and with her exceptional talent in A-level abilities, coupled with the strong financial support from her family, she has very likely already successfully broken through to the silver level. Having accomplished all this, Zhang Chen was filled with joy and couldn't wait to see just how amazing his newly acquired superpower was. But, just then, a sudden change occurred. The entire cave suddenly began to shake violently, as if the earth were experiencing a massive earthquake. Hearing this, Xiao Di muttered to himself, my god, we all entered school at the same time, so why is she so outstanding? It's truly beyond our reach. Zhang Chen's heart tightened, and he subconsciously looked up. What he saw immediately gave him goosebumps, and his heart began to race. Ruan Huan didn't have high expectations for her school in this competition. She only thought that making it into the top 3 would be an unexpectedly good result. It turned out that a large swarm of spiders was rushing towards them menacingly from not far away. Although they were not large, only about the size of a palm, they exuded a chilling aura. After listening to Zhang Chen's words, she thought for a moment before slowly saying, if you really can't keep up in this match, don't force yourself. Just admit defeat. After all, your own safety is the most important thing. Each of you has already performed very well. According to Zhang Chen, this type of spider is called the sacred poison spider, a special species found in the sacred light cave. Almost all the beasts here possess light-based abilities, but these sacred poison spiders are an exception. Their sole ability is a highly toxic liquid. Looking at Zhang Chen and the others, Wan Huan took a deep breath and said in a steady voice, next, I'd like to introduce the second member of the First Academy, Xiao Yizhou. He possesses an A-level ability and his strength has already reached bronze level 8. Seeing the army of holy poison spiders surging in like a tide, Zhang Chen did not hesitate and immediately used his unique ability stripping technique to instantly strip them of all their abilities. His special ability is the same as Lu Xian from the 7th Academy. He is a shield knight who can conjure up various shields for defense. However, although they have lost their supernatural abilities, the spider silk carried by these sacred poison spiders is still extremely tough, far more durable than ordinary silk. After a brief pause, Ruan Huan turned her gaze to the next team member and continued to introduce her. The third team member is Fang Xiu. She also possesses an A-level superpower talent and her strength is at the bronze level 8 level. Ants may be small, but when there are many of them, they can kill an elephant. Zhang Chen understood this simple truth very well. Even though these sacred poison spiders no longer possessed any special abilities, he still dared not let his guard down. Her special ability is wind-based, allowing her to manipulate wind elements at will for combat, and its power is quite formidable. With a wave of his hands, he conjured a powerful laser gun. Immediately afterwards, countless dazzling laser beams rained down, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daytime. Ruan Huan coughed lightly, then changed the subject to introduce the last team member. The last one is Tu Tsongnan. Although he only has a B-level ability talent, his strength is at bronze level 6. In no time, the cave was littered with the entrails of broken sacred poison spiders, and the air reeked of blood. Zhang Chen suppressed his nausea and vomiting, quickly stepped over the mess, and continued forward. Don't underestimate him. Although he's slightly weaker in the team, his special ability is very unique: human body diagramming. With this ability, he can provide various buffs to his teammates and even heal them. It's definitely an extremely powerful and practical skill. On the journey ahead, whenever Zhang Chen encountered strange beasts, he would not hesitate to use his methods to strip them of their supernatural abilities. As time passed, he felt it was time to rest, so he began to look for a secluded and safe place to take a short break. After introducing the team members in one breath, Wan Huan was secretly shocked and thought to herself, they truly live up to their reputation. As expected of the elites trained by the First Academy, each and every one of them is so outstanding. They are truly remarkable. After finding a suitable location, Zhang Chen took out two superpowers from his pocket, a healing superpower and a fire-type superpower that he had previously peeled off from the fire earthworm. Zhang Chen stared at his teammates, his brows furrowed. He knew that with their current team composition, it would be no easy task to fight against the powerful First Academy. He then took out the other supernatural abilities he had stripped away that day and carefully decomposed and processed them one by one. After a series of meticulous operations, the decomposed energy slowly merged into his healing and fire-based supernatural abilities. After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen said, as soon as the match begins, Xiaoda, the four of you will focus your firepower on Tu Tsongnan. Make sure to take out their support first. Hearing this, the other four looked serious and nodded, indicating that they understood the importance of the mission. Soon after, a miraculous change occurred. The fire-type ability, which was originally of a low level, soared to B level, while the healing ability also improved from E level to C level. At this moment, Zhang Chen's mind raced, considering which weapon would be most effective in this intense competition. After all, this was just a competition, and using the highly lethal Make 3 weapon against a bronze-level opponent would be far too cruel. You see, when Zhang Chen first acquired this healing ability, its level was pitifully low. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate to have encountered this group of sacred poison spiders today, otherwise, it wouldn't have been an easy task to quickly upgrade these two abilities. Just as he was racking his brains, inspiration suddenly struck him. He moved his hands lightly, unleashing his unique creative power, and a mysterious object slowly took shape in his hands. After upgrading his superpower, Zhang Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and slowly integrated the two powerful superpower energies into his body, feeling the changes they brought. Soon, his data panel appeared before his eyes. Xiaoda and the others stared at the object that had appeared out of thin air in Zhang Chen's hand, their faces full of doubt and utterly baffled. They wondered to themselves why Zhang Chen would create such a strange thing. Name, Zhang Chen. But time was of the essence, and before they could ask any more questions, an hour passed quickly, and the highly anticipated match finally began. Special abilities, Peeling, SSS rank, Creation, S rank, Doppelganger, A rank, Flame, B rank, Healing, C rank. The contestants from the first and third academies marched resolutely onto the arena. Jin Jian, standing opposite Zhang Chen, glared fiercely at him, his gaze like that of a hungry beast, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. Xia Han'er, on the other hand, smiled and waved gently to Zhang Chen, offering encouragement. Zhang Chen chose to ignore Jin Jian's hostile gaze, instead nodding in response to Xia Han'er with a similarly friendly smile. Strength 363. Seeing that he was completely ignored by Zhang Chen, Jin Jian lost face and felt a surge of anger. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind to make Zhang Chen pay the price on the field. Speed 310. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Instantly, both sides launched their attacks like arrows released from a bow. Jin Jian gathered lightning power in his hands, and bolts of dazzling lightning rained down on Zhang Chen and his companions. Endurance 297. Seeing the perilous situation, Xiaoda rushed forward without hesitation, quickly standing in front of Zhang Chen and the others. He waved his hands, instantly conjuring countless blazing fireballs, fearlessly charging head-on at the raging lightning balls. Azure Dragon, A-level Ice-type ability and A-level Illusion ability. Although Xiaoda was slightly inferior to Jin Jian in terms of ability level and cultivation, he temporarily withstood the opponent's fierce offensive with his tenacious will and skillful techniques. Stripping ability. Fire and lightning clashed and intertwined in the air, creating a deafening roar. Thick smoke from the explosion quickly filled the entire area, obstructing visibility and making it almost impossible to see what was happening inside. Stripping, it can easily separate any matter or energy from its original state, and nothing can stop it. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhang Chen's sharp eyes spotted an opportunity and whispered to Su Ming and Mei Zhang beside him. Now, the two understood and nodded silently. Fusion possesses the ability to perfectly blend various different things to create a completely new and unique existence. Mei Zhang moved swiftly, quickly donning a set of sturdy defensive armor and activating her special flame-throwing boots. With a roar, she shot off like a burning rocket, carrying Su Ming at an astonishing speed towards Tu Tsongnan. Grant, the ability to bestow something that has been stripped off onto other creatures, giving them corresponding special abilities or attributes. However, their actions did not escape the eyes of their opponents. Fang Xiyu quickly noticed their movements, and with rapid hand movements, sharp, knife-like wind blades whistled out, raining down on Mei Zhang and Su Ming. Creation skills, but thanks Thanks to the powerful boost from her flame boots, Mei Zhang moved with lightning speed, and the wind blades couldn't touch her at all. Fang Xiyu felt a surge of fear, and despite increasing the intensity of her attacks, she couldn't harm Mei Zhang in the slightest. Creation possesses the magical ability to create all kinds of non-living objects according to imagination and needs, and can create complex and exquisite items. She shouted anxiously, "Two people from the Third Academy are charging towards us." Hearing the shout, the other teammates turned to look. Clone skill. Just then, everyone was astonished to find that Xiao Izhou was standing motionless in place. Although he appeared calm on the surface, a closer look revealed that his body was trembling slightly, clearly indicating that he had been secretly controlled by Xiao Yuanlong. Clone can create 3 clones with the same strength as the original body. Sweat poured down Xiao Yuanlong's forehead like broken pearls, one after another hitting the ground. He was filled with bitterness. Heavens, this is a bronze-level expert. Compared to my mere iron-level strength, I'm utterly insignificant, no match at all. Fire skill. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shout at the top of his lungs, "Mei Zhang, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer." Flame jet can shoot flames from various parts of the body. At this moment, the others from the First Academy finally snapped out of their daze, but it was too late. Mei Zhang shot towards Tu Tsongnan like an arrow released from a bow. Flame clone creates a corresponding number of clones using flames. In an instant, her equipment swiftly transformed into a formidable set of offensive armor, radiating a chilling light. Simultaneously, Su Ming opened his mouth and violently exhaled a thick cloud of oppressive gas, which swept towards Tu Tsongnan like black smoke. Flame cannon, gather a giant flame from your fingers and fire it out. Tu Tsongnan initially fought back fiercely, but under the corrosive influence of this depressing atmosphere, he gradually lost his will to fight. Seizing the opportunity, Mei Zhang kicked Tu Tsongnan hard. Healing skill. With a muffled thud, Tu Tsongnan was kicked out of the arena like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Mei Zhang and Su Ming exchanged a smile, their hearts filled with joy. Treatment can quickly heal external injuries. However, this joy did not last long. Just as the two were immersed in the joy of victory, a sharp gust of wind suddenly came from not far away. Level, Silver 10. Immediately afterwards, Fang Xiyu waved her hands, unleashing a small tornado with astonishing power. The tornado roared and swept towards Mei Zhang and Su Ming, moving so fast that they had no time to dodge. Silver level 10? When Zhang Chen saw this level, his eyes widened in surprise, and he froze on the spot. After a long while, he came to his senses, filled with doubt, and couldn't help but ask the system, aren't there only 9 levels for each level? How come there's suddenly a level 10? What's going on? In the blink of an eye, Mei Zhang and Su Ming were swept up by a powerful tornado and thrown heavily off the field. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. No one had expected the situation to take such a dramatic turn. The system seemed prepared, responding quickly. Ding, each rank is indeed typically set to 9 levels. However, there is actually a hidden 10th level. Most people can only cultivate to level 9 in their lifetime, and very few can break through to level 10. Only those exceptionally talented and powerful prodigies have the opportunity to break through this limit. However, such people are extremely rare, perhaps appearing only once every 100 years. However, for Zhang Chen, this outcome wasn't too bad. After all, Mei Zhang was only at the black iron level, and her chances of defeating Tu Tsongnan alone weren't 100%. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, then a smug look appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but laugh proudly. Hee, then am I one of those monstrous geniuses? Ha ha. After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although Tu Tsongnan was only a support character, he possessed bronze-level strength and should not be underestimated. Zhang Chen had arranged for the two of them to work together, and now that they had managed to take down one of the enemy, it was a success. However, the system mercilessly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Ding, host, you're getting arrogant again. Take your medicine now. Without this system's help, you'd be nothing but a useless piece of trash. On the other side, seeing our side suffer repeated defeats, Xiao Izhou was instantly enraged. His hair stood on end in fury, and he let out a long roar to the sky. Accompanying his shout, a powerful surge of supernatural energy suddenly erupted from his body, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly from the force of this power. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen instantly deflated, his face darkening considerably. He opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately shut it up, knowing full well that he couldn't win an argument with the system. Sensing Xiao Izhou's anger, Xiao Yuanlong dared not relax for a moment longer. He quickly withdrew his control over the shadow and focused all his attention on the formidable enemy before him. So he decided to stop pursuing the matter and silently accepted the reality. Having broken free of his restraints, Xiao Izhou roared like an enraged lion. Jinjian, what the hell are you doing? Our teammates are all being targeted relentlessly by the opponent, and you still have the mind to serve the ball? This is so unreliable. Just because you have a powerful and influential father, you think you can act so recklessly? Although Zhang Chen had learned the secret of silver level 10, he did not know what enormous benefits would come from breaking through this mysterious level. Every strong person who could break through the shackles and advanced to level 10 possessed terrifying cross-level combat power. Hearing Xiaoizhou's roar, Jinjian, who had been lost in his own world, finally turned his head slowly. He glanced coldly at Xiaoizhou out of the corner of his eye and said with a disdainful sneer, "Humph, being eliminated only proves that he's incompetent and just a coward." Unfortunately, Zhang Chen, whose pride had just been hurt by the system, completely forgot about this important matter and didn't even think to ask the system for more details. Just then, Xia Han'er, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. She said coldly to Jinjian, "Jinjian, don't forget, we're all teammates. Please put away that inexplicable sense of superiority." In the days that followed, Zhang Chen remained inside the Holy Light Cave, fiercely battling various ferocious beasts and continuously improving his ability level. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th day. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Han'er ignored Jinjian and turned her gaze to the direction where Zhang Chen was in the distance. Her beautiful eyes sparkled brightly, and she seemed to be having some other plans in mind. On this day, Zhang Chen, who was focused on hunting strange beasts, suddenly heard the sounds of fierce fighting coming from afar. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stopped what he was doing, carefully following the sound. Seeing Xia Han'er's intense focus on Zhang Chen, Jinjian felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. Without a word, he stormed off alone towards Zhang Chen and the other two. As he drew closer, he finally saw the scene before him, a familiar figure engaged in a life-or-death struggle with a massive, ferocious beast. How could she be here? Zhang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Seeing this, Xia Han'er sighed helplessly and turned to Xiaoizhou and Feng Xiyu beside her, saying, "Jinjian may not be a very good person, but he is our captain. After all, let's go and follow him to see what's going on." Before she finished speaking, she rushed out first, and Xiaoizhou and Feng Xiyu quickly followed behind. It turned out that the person struggling was none other than his former classmate, Xia Han'er, who possessed A-level light-based superpowers. On the other side, Zhang Chen, with a serious expression, whispered to Xiao Yuanlong and Xiaoda, "Yuanlong, you must seize the opportunity and try to control Jinjian. Once you successfully control him, Xiaoda, immediately go all out and use your fire-type ability to attack fiercely. You must not give him any chance to fight back." Xia Han'er was in dire straits. Her body was covered in wounds of all sizes, and blood had soaked through her once white clothes. The strange beast, meanwhile, was baring its fangs and claws, closing in relentlessly, as if it could kill her at any moment. The two immediately replied, "Understood." Just at this critical moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in Zhang Chen's mind. Ding, mission issued. Rescue Xia Han'er, reward, ability to conceal cultivation. Level. This ability allows the host to conceal themselves from all things in the world and freely adjust the displayed cultivation level according to their own needs. Xiao Yuanlong's expression was solemn. He knelt on one knee, his eyes fixed intently on Jinjian, who was rushing towards him at breakneck speed. In an instant, his shadow moved with the speed of a ghost, like a ferocious beast, pouncing on Jinjian with astonishing speed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was overjoyed, secretly thinking that this was simply an excellent ability. At present, his strength has broken through to the silver level, but if people knew that he had jumped from bronze to silver in just a few days, especially the inexplicable silver level 10 cultivation, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. At this moment, Jinjian was consumed by rage and his reason was clouded. His eyes were bloodshot as he desperately sprinted forward, unaware that danger was quietly approaching from behind. With this ability to conceal one's cultivation level, one can act more discreetly and mysteriously in the future, and may even be able to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at a crucial moment. Seeing this, Xia Han'er, standing to the side, inwardly cried out in alarm and hurriedly turned to Feng Xiyu, shouting, "Quick, blow Jinjian away!" Without hesitation, Feng Xiyu unleashed her powerful wind-based ability. A gust of wind howled, instantly lifting Jinjian into the sky. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen shouted without hesitation, "I'll help you." Xia Han'er heard the shout and hurriedly turned around to look. She recognized her old classmate at a glance. At the same time, Xiaoda, who had been waiting for an opportunity, seized the perfect chance and decisively reached out and chanted a spell. A blazing pillar of fire erupted from his palm and shot straight at Jinjian, who was caught off guard in midair. Xia Han'er knew that Zhang Chen had only been rated F during the ability test. Now, seeing him alone in the perilous Holy Light Cave, she was filled with doubt, not understanding why he had come here. At the critical moment, Xiaoizhou stepped forward, shouted, and summoned an indestructible shield. He leaped high into the air, using all his strength to block Jinjian with the shield. With a loud bang, the pillar of fire collided violently with the shield, sparks flying everywhere. However, the situation was urgent, and there was no time to think. She saw Zhang Chen rushing straight towards her. Xia Han'er was extremely anxious and shouted, "Zhang Chen, don't come any closer. This is a boss-level beast in the Holy Light Cave. You're no match for it. Run!" Just when everyone thought the crisis was temporarily averted, Zhang Chen suddenly made his move. He calmly drew a small, exquisite fan from his waist, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said, softly, "Enlarge the banana leaf fan." As soon as he finished speaking, a miraculous scene unfolded. The fan, which was originally only the size of a palm, instantly expanded expanded into an enormous size. As Zhang Chen sprinted forward, he secretly used his detective eye to gather information about Xia Han'er. Upon reading it, he was astonished. Xia Han'er had actually advanced to bronze level 9 in such a short time. Then, Zhang Chen casually waved his enlarged banana leaf fan in the direction of Xia Han'er and Feng Xiu. A violent hurricane surged from the fan, sweeping out like a wild horse, its momentum like a flash flood. Feng Xiu, who had just used her wind-based ability and hadn't yet regained her footing, had no time to dodge and was blown backward by the powerful hurricane. As expected, she is a peerless genius with A-level talent, Zhang Chen thought to himself, while also thinking about her illustrious family background. Compared to Chowda, her family was much more well off. Feng Xiu struggled desperately in the air, trying to steady herself, but the wind was too strong, and she eventually crashed heavily to the ground, sliding for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. When she struggled to her feet, she was surprised to find that she had already exceeded the boundary of the fighting arena. Perhaps it was because her family was wealthy enough to provide her with a continuous supply of rare cultivation resources that her cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, allowing her to quickly climb to bronze level 9. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Xia Han'er did not back down. A stubborn glint flashed in her eyes, her hands clenched tightly, and the light energy within her body continuously gathered. Soon, this light energy condensed into a long whip of light in her hand, gleaming with dazzling light. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen pulled out the already formed Make-3 hand armor from his pocket and quickly put it on. With a crisp click, the armor fit perfectly into his hands, instantly becoming one with them. Xia Han'er gripped the radiant lightsaber tightly in her left hand and plunged the blade into the hard floor to steady her swaying body and withstand the raging hurricane that swept in like a raging torrent. The next moment, a dazzling arc pulse cannon shot out from the armor, striking directly at the ferocious Saint Mang Cave boss-level beast. Zhang Chen was no longer the novice who had just awakened. His abilities, after a period of training, he had entered the ranks of silver level 10 powerhouses. Facing a mere silver level 1 Saint Mang Cave boss, he was full of confidence, certain of victory. At the same time, her right hand wielded a dazzling light whip, which, like a serpent emerging from its hole, swiftly and precisely wrapped around Xiao Yunlong's legs. Just as the boss of the holy cave was viciously chasing Xia Han'er, the situation became extremely critical. However, at the critical moment, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly struck, plunging the beast into extreme astonishment. Immediately afterward, Xia Han'er let out a sharp shout, her arms suddenly exerting force, causing her entire body to complete a breathtaking 360-degree high-speed spin. Propelled by this immense force, Xiao Yunlong was launched like a cannonball, instantly flying out of the fighting arena. The lightning struck the beast's head with lightning speed. Before the beast could even react, a dull thud was heard as the electric pulse cannon in Zhang Chen's hand pierced a large hole in its incredibly hard skull. Immediately afterward, the once invincible behemoth seemed to lose its support and crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhang Chen, who was standing on the sidelines, was perfectly capable of saving Xiao Yunlong, but he chose to remain still. In Zhang Chen's view, Xiao Yunlong had already performed exceptionally well. Xia Han'er had closed her eyes in despair, preparing to face death, but when she heard the sound of the strange beast falling to the ground, she turned her head and was stunned by what she saw. Zhang Chen was standing there majestically, holding a strangely shaped weapon with blue electric currents flashing. After all, Xiao Yunlong is only an iron-level player, and it's truly remarkable that he's managed to persevere this far. Given the current situation, it's indeed difficult for him to provide much more effective assistance to the team. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared intently at the mysterious and powerful weapon in Zhang Chen's hand, wondering to herself, what kind of amazing weapon is this, and where did it come from? After all, in this fantastical world, although there are magical equipment masters who can use their supernatural abilities to create all kinds of equipment, such a powerful weapon is still extremely rare. The stands were already in an uproar. The audience was stunned, their mouths agape. They never imagined that the Third Academy, always considered the weakest, could be fighting so fiercely against the supposedly strongest First Academy, with the situation so evenly matched. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances and whispered amongst themselves. Xia Han'er naturally assumed that Zhang Chen's Make-3 armor was also purchased at a high price from a renowned equipment master. Are these really those so-called useless people from the Third Academy? Someone muttered incredulously. Filled with curiosity and gratitude, she slowly approached Zhang Chen and said softly, "Thank you, Zhang Chen. If it weren't for your timely rescue, I'm afraid I would have lost my life here today." Hey, look at that giant fan that student is holding. What is that thing? I've never seen such a strange weapon before, another person exclaimed in surprise, pointing at Zhang Chen holding the fan on the field. Zhang Chen showed no pride at Xia Han'er's gratitude. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the shocking wounds on her body. He said calmly, "Don't speak yet. Conserve your strength. I'll heal you right away." I think the reason this competition turned out this way is entirely because Xin Jian, the captain of the First Academy, lost his composure and disrupted the rhythm of the competition, which gave the Third Academy an opportunity. Someone else analyzed seriously. curiously. Xia Han'er was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, her heart filled with doubt. Before she could speak, Zheng Chen quickly rummaged through his backpack. A moment later, he pulled out a crystal-clear glass ball. That's right, no matter how high your superpower talent is, it's all for nothing if you don't have a quick mind to command, someone next to him chimed in. This seemingly ordinary glass ball holds a hidden secret, as it was created single-handedly by Zheng Chen within his backpack. Furthermore, the small glass ball contains the powerful abilities of Zhang Chen's upgraded healing powers. The jeers and jeers directed at Jin Jian from the stands rose and fell incessantly. But Jin Jian, standing in the center of the arena, was completely oblivious to the noise from the outside world. When Zhang Chen crushed the transparent glass ball, a rich, milky white energy surged into Xia Han'er's delicate body like lightning. Beside the arena, Mei Zhang, Su Ming, and Xia Yunlong, who had already been eliminated, stood together, waving their arms excitedly and shouting to cheer on Zhang Chen and Xiaoda, who were fighting on the field. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The hideous and terrifying wounds on Xia Han'er's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if invisible hands were gently caressing her skin, smoothing and repairing the damage little by little. Ms. Ruan Huan, standing to the side, also appeared extremely nervous. Her hands were clenched tightly, and her palms were slightly sweaty. This competition had brought too many unexpected situations, making her heart pound with anxiety, but she still silently encouraged her students in her heart. Xia Han'er's eyes widened as she raised her arm in disbelief, looking left and right. She had never seen such a miraculous sight, nor had she ever come into contact with equipment possessing such healing abilities. At this moment, Jin Jian and Xiao Yizhou had both landed on the field. Xiao Yizhou's face was so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water. He was in a terrible mood, yet he remained silent. Driven by curiosity, she couldn't help but ask, Zhang Chen, where did you get such amazing equipment? I've never seen equipment that can directly heal injuries before. The fierce exchange just now made it crystal clear to him. Jin Jian was nothing but a muscle-bound, simple-minded brute. His father should have given him a more fitting name, Shun the Brainless. Faced with the sudden question, Zhang Chen was slightly taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He gently shook his head and slowly replied, this is a keepsake left to me by my parents. As for where they obtained this treasure, I have no idea. Looking at Jin Jian again, his expression hadn't improved either. He had originally thought that with the strength of the first academy, defeating the third academy would be a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Xia Han'er's face immediately showed apology. She knew Zhang Chen's family situation very well and knew that bringing up his parents might touch on his painful memories. But who would have thought that two of their own team members would be eliminated first? Although the opposing team also had 3 members eliminated, they had a powerful lineup of 4 A-level ability users, while their side was just a makeshift team cobbled together from C-level and B-level ability users. So she quickly apologized, I'm so sorry, Zhang Chen, I didn't mean to bring this up. I didn't want to upset you. Realizing this, Jin Jian gradually calmed down. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, indicating that it didn't matter, and then changed the subject, asking in return, by the way, Xia Han'er, why did you come to the Holy Light Cave alone? Jin Jian whispered to Xiao Yizhou beside him, Xiao Yizhou, you just need to seize the opportunity and be on the defensive. Han'er and I will focus on dealing with the guy who is good at fire-type abilities. As for their captain, he doesn't seem to have any particularly powerful methods, but be careful of the fan in his hand. Seeing that Zhang Chen didn't mind, Xia Han'er stopped dwelling on her earlier mistake and answered frankly, actually, I came here to focus on cultivation. As you know, I'm a light-type ability user, and the special environment here really makes my cultivation twice as effective. She then winked playfully. Xia Han'er frowned and retorted dismissively, I don't see it that way. The most troublesome one here is definitely Zhang Chen. His strength is not to be underestimated, and his methods are unpredictable and ever-changing. We must deal with him with caution. Zhang Chen nodded slightly in agreement, while Xia Han'er stared at him curiously, eagerly asking, and you? What brought you here? Upon hearing Xia Han'er's open rebuttal, Jin Jian felt embarrassed and raised his voice, saying, Han'er, how can you boost others' morale while diminishing your own? Trust me, my judgment is definitely correct. Zhang Chen thought to himself that he absolutely could not tell her the truth that he came to the Holy Light Cave to acquire superpowers and improve his level. Faced with Jin Jian's stubbornness, Xia Han'er shook her head helplessly and stopped arguing. For her, winning this freshman competition wasn't that important. If the school hadn't contacted her parents and strongly urged her to participate, she wouldn't even be here at the competition. After a moment's thought, he replied calmly, I'm about to go to the Extraordinary Academy, but my parents didn't leave me much money, so I came to this beginner-level secret realm to hunt some exotic beast materials to sell for money. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, who had been observing the situation, also keenly noticed the situation on the First Academy side. Clearly, the other members of the team seemed dissatisfied with Jin Jian as their leader. After all, they were all top-tier individuals with A-level supernatural abilities. Why should Jin Jian lead them? Hearing this, Xia Han'er believed it without a doubt. After all, as her old classmate of many years, she knew Zhang Chen's family background very well. At this moment, the 3 men charged aggressively at Chowda. Seeing this, Chowda showed no fear, instead chuckled, revealing a smug smile. I never thought that a B-level ability user like me could be attacked by 3 A-level ability users at the same time. If word got out, how prestigious would that be? Moreover, given Zhang Chen's limited F-level ability, his cultivation progress must be extremely slow, at most reaching the black iron level. Although he might possess incredibly powerful equipment, that equipment would likely have a limited number of uses. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mr. Chow in the stands grabbed the spectator next to him and shouted excitedly, "Look, 3 A-level ability users are beating up my son." Thinking of this, Xia Han'er felt pity and decided to help him. She looked at Zhang Chen with a firm gaze and said softly, "How about we team up? That way we can look after each other and it will be safer." The audience member who was grabbed looked exasperated and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Uncle, shouldn't you worry about your son's safety first?" Zhang Chen looked up at Xia Han'er's hopeful eyes, couldn't help but sigh, and finally nodded helplessly in agreement. He secretly thought, well, my fire-type ability and healing ability have both been upgraded to A level, which is enough to deal with various situations for now. I'll just accompany this little girl for the next few days. Joda calmly stared at the 3 men who pounced on him like hungry wolves, feeling no fear whatsoever. He swiftly transformed his hands into claws, and then a blazing flame resembling a chicken claw shot forth from his palms. The flames spread and expanded in the air, gradually transforming into a gigantic flaming chicken. Over the next few days, Zhang Chen and Xia Han'er cooperated seamlessly, fighting side by side. Powerful boss-level beasts in the secret realm were successively defeated by Zhang Chen. This amazing scene was actually inspired by a suggestion Zhang Chen gave to Chowda during his cultivation. However, when Zhang Chen saw that what was in front of him was a giant flaming chicken, he couldn't help but be speechless and exclaimed, "Brother, I told you to come up with a more sophisticated elemental animal, and what did you come up with? A chicken?" Since these boss-level alien beasts usually take several days to respawn, Xia Han'er can easily handle the other alien beasts she encounters afterward. Just then, the majestic elemental giant chicken opened its mouth, which was burning with raging flames, and suddenly spewed out a huge, surging flame. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen wore a mischievous grin, busy collecting the precious materials dropped by the strange beasts. Xia Han'er, however, had no complaints. With lightning speed and swift movements, Xiaoizhou rushed forward and roared, "Refracting shield." Before his words even finished, the flames made contact with the shield and seemed to be impacted by a powerful force. The flames bounced back along the surface of the shield and retaliated directly against Zhang Chen. After all, she chose to team up with Zhang Chen to enter the secret realm because she hoped he could collect more valuable materials. To her, the loot dropped by ordinary beasts was utterly insignificant. In her domineering words, "I may lack many things, but I certainly don't lack money." Seeing this, Zhang Chen remained calm. He gripped the banana leaf fan tightly in his right hand and swung it forcefully, striking the fierce flames. In an instant, the already raging flames, amplified by the powerful wind from the banana leaf fan, became even more powerful, rushing towards Xiaoizhou with lightning speed once again. Seeing Xia Han'er's forthright and generous demeanor, Zhang Chen secretly admired her from behind and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, silently praising her in his heart. At this moment, Xiaoizhou had just removed the reflection shield and had not yet had time to recast it for defense when he was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming flames. Time flew by, and the 6th day arrived in the blink of an eye. After a difficult struggle, the two finally managed to escape this mysterious and unpredictable realm. Just as Zhang Chen was about to wave goodbye and turn to leave, a clear and melodious voice suddenly called out from behind, "Zhang Chen, wait." Seeing that the situation was not good, Jin Jian hurriedly flew up and waved his left hand, sending a huge electric net flashing with dazzling lightning shooting towards the giant fire chicken like an arrow. Zhang Chen turned around in confusion, only to see Xia Han'er walking briskly towards him. As she approached, she handed him a card as black as ink, smiling as she said, "Take this and keep it safe. There are a full 10 million inside. The equipment you used to heal my injuries in the secret realm must have been quite expensive." The sudden lightning struck Chowda, sending a shiver down his spine and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Taking advantage of the moment, Xia Han'er flashed forward, approaching the flames like a ghost. A gleaming light flashed in her hand, and a whip of light, formed from brilliant rays, suddenly appeared. Faced with Xia Han'er's sudden kindness and the black card containing a huge sum of money, Zhang Chen, who was usually thick-skinned, was actually a little embarrassed, and his cheeks flushed slightly. With a light flick of her wrist, the whip, like a serpent emerging from its hole, accurately wrapped around Xiaoizhou, who was trapped in the sea of fire. With a sudden pull, she successfully rescued him from the raging flames. Zhang Chen stood there, his heart filled with conflict, a hesitant expression on his face. He found it incredibly difficult to tell her that the glass ball wasn't actually worth much, and that 10 million was an astronomical sum for him, making him feel extremely embarrassed and uneasy. At this moment, although Xiaoizhou had managed to escape the sea of fire, his clothes were charred black by the flames, his hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely disheveled. Fortunately, his injuries were not serious. Just then, he slowly reached into his backpack, and instantly a mysterious light flashed, as if a magical power was gathering in his hand. Immediately, a crystal-clear glass ball appeared in his palm. Xiao swiftly extinguished the raging fireball of the giant flaming chicken, and in a flash, he was beside Zhang Chen. At this moment, the two groups were locked in a tense standoff, the air thick with a sense of oppression, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, steadied himself, and carefully handed the newly formed glass ball to Xia Hanner, saying sincerely, 10 million is really too much. I feel bad about it. How about this? I'll give you another glass ball. It might save your life in a critical moment. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said to Xiao in a low voice, Xiao, with your current strength, there's no point in fighting them. Head on. Take these things first, and throw them at them when you have the chance. As he spoke, he handed Xiao a handful of glass marbles. Upon hearing this, Xia Hanner smiled gently, a smile as warm and radiant as the spring sun. She shook her head slightly, looking at Zhang Chen with unwavering eyes, and said, You saved my life. How can a mere 10 million express my gratitude? This is already too little. I gladly accept this precious equipment. We will meet again if fate allows. Xiao curiously took the glass beads and examined them closely. The beads were crystal clear and emitted a faint glow. Zhang Chen then explained, These are not ordinary glass beads. They contain powerful spider silk. Once impacted or attacked, the spider silk will instantly shoot out from the bead, tightly binding the enemy and rendering them unable to move. As soon as she finished speaking, she unhesitatingly stuffed the black card, symbolizing millions in wealth, into Zhang Chen's hand. After hearing Zhang Chen's introduction, Xiaoda's eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this is really good stuff. Brother Chen, this is practically like giving the game a cheat code or exploiting a bug. Then, Xia Hanner turned and walked towards the luxury car parked to the side. Before getting in, she turned back and waved goodbye to Zhang Chen. The car door closed, the engine roared, and it sped away, leaving Zhang Chen standing alone, watching the car disappear into the distance. In reality, Zhang Chen didn't want to be too flashy in the team competition, lest he attract too much attention. With his strength, he could easily challenge all 5 opponents single-handedly. However, considering the more important individual competitions to come, his decision to conserve his strength was quite wise. A moment later, Zhang Chen came to his senses, glanced down at the black card in his hand, then looked in the direction the car had driven away, and sighed. Helplessly, he turned and walked towards the bustling streets of City C. Looking around, he finally found a fairly large materials purchasing center. Just then, Zhang Chen suddenly reached out and pressed a button on the banana leaf fan, then casually waved it. Instantly, a powerful hurricane roared out and swept towards Jinjian and the other two. Entering the purchasing office, Zhang Chen took out various rare materials he had painstakingly collected over the past few days in the dangerous yet opportune Holy Cave. After some haggling, he successfully sold all the materials, earning a substantial sum of money. Faced with the sudden attack, Xiao Yizhou reacted quickly, rushing forward and rapidly moving his hands in the air, summoning an enormous shield once again. After processing the materials, Zhang Chen dragged his somewhat weary body out of the acquisition office. Night had fallen, and the city lights were just coming on, making the whole city look like a dream under the colorful lights. He casually found a nearby hotel to stay in, intending to get a good night's rest and recover his strength and energy. The shield stood firm like an unbreakable wall in front of Jinjian and the others, blocking the raging wind. Even so, the strong wind still made Xiao Yizhou's feet sway precariously. He gritted his teeth and did his best to hold the shield up so that it wouldn't fall. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, waking Zhang Chen from his deep sleep. After a good night's rest, he felt refreshed and full of energy. After a quick wash and tidying up, he rushed to the station and bought a ticket back to City A. Xiao Yizhou cursed inwardly, Damn it, what kind of broken fan is this Zhang Chen holding? It's so troublesome. The car bumped and swayed as Zhang Chen gazed at the scenery rushing past the window, his thoughts drifting away. After a long while, the car finally arrived in City A. He couldn't wait to get out and hurried home. At this moment, Xia Hanner, who was standing behind Xiao Yizhou, said softly, I remember when I met this guy before, he was carrying a lot of strange props. I really don't know where he got all these weird things. As soon as he entered the house, without even taking a sip of water to catch his breath, he immediately took out his phone and dialed Qinglong's number. Qinglong's steady and powerful voice quickly came from the other end of the line. Hello, master, what's up? Just as Xiao Yizhou was doing his best to resist the hurricane, he saw Xiao suddenly open his palm not far away, and the glass bead in his hand rushed towards Xiao Yizhou and his group with the wind. Zhang Chen explained the situation concisely and clearly, and stated that the following matters would require Qinglong's superb illusion techniques to proceed smoothly. In the blink of an eye, the glass bead collided violently with the shield in Xiao Yizhou's hand, and with a crisp bang, the glass bead shattered without warning. Soon, a gentle breeze arose, and the azure dragon appeared before Zhang Chen like a ghost. The two exchanged a glance, and without further ado, immediately began preparing for their next move. Immediately afterwards, snow-white silk threads shot out from the broken glass bead like nimble little snakes, quickly wrapping around Xiao Yizhou. Zhang Chen formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Suddenly, the air around him distorted and fluctuated, and then a clone that looked exactly like him appeared. Bound tightly by the sudden white silk threads, Xiaoizhou felt as if he had lost all support, his body becoming light and airy. Taking advantage of this, the fierce hurricane unleashed its power, mercilessly blowing him directly out of the arena. Then, Zhang Chen smiled and nodded slightly to the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon understood immediately and unleashed an astonishing illusion technique. Zhang Chen gazed at the clone, and his originally masculine aura began to subtly shift. With Xiaoizhou gone, Xia Han'er and Jin Jian, who had been hiding behind him to avoid the hurricane, were now completely exposed to its fury. The clone's face gradually softened, its lines became smoother, and its resolute features slowly transformed into a feminine beauty. Before long, the image of a graceful and charming woman appeared before them. Faced with the sudden change, Jin Jian reacted extremely quickly, leaping up and gripping the long spear flashing with lightning in his right hand, and hurled it at Zhang Chen without hesitation. At this moment, Zhang Chen quickly took out an exquisite mask from his bosom, waved his hands, and created a bright and dazzling red robe out of thin air, carefully handing it to his clone who had transformed into a woman. The lightning spear, accompanied by bursts of thunder, shot towards Zhang Chen like a meteor, but he remained unfazed, his heart as still as water. Just as the lightning spear was about to arrive, Zhang Chen lightly waved his left hand, and a huge rubber shield instantly appeared, easily blocking the incredibly powerful lightning spear. Looking at the beautiful figure before him, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction and solemnly announced, "From now on, you are Zhu Ke." Zhu Ke obediently nodded and accepted this new identity. However, before Zhang Chen could catch his breath, Xiao seized the opportunity and pushed out with both palms. A burst of intense flames, like a volcanic eruption, rushed straight towards Jin Jian. Having completed these, Zhang Chen didn't stop. He used his supernatural powers again, creating 3 more uniquely designed bracelets in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, the design inspiration for these bracelets clearly came from the walkie-talkie device in a famous movie from his previous life. Facing the fierce and surging flames, Jin Jian was fearless. He wielded his lightning spear, and dazzling blue lightning bolts burst forth, weaving into a dense electric net in the air, forcefully blocking the flames spewed out by Chowda. With these, instant communication is possible as long as you are within the range of Earth. However, the intense collision between the raging flames and the raging lightning ultimately sent Jin Jian flying out of the arena. Zhang Chen pondered to himself that in the past he always had to call Qinglong whenever he wanted to contact him, which was tedious and inconvenient. So, without hesitation, he handed 2 of the bracelets to Qinglong and Zhu Ke respectively. As he tumbled awkwardly off the field, Zhang Chen slowly stopped fanning himself with his palm leaf fan, calmly looked at Xia Han'er opposite him, and said indifferently, "Xia Han'er, shall this battle continue?" After receiving the bracelet, Zhang Chen turned to Zhu Ke and earnestly instructed, "Zhu Ke, from now on, you will be fully responsible for the affairs of City C. You and Qinglong still need to improve your strength, so for now, each of you will manage a city. We will make further arrangements once your cultivation has improved." Xia Han'er's lips curled into a faint smile as she gently withdrew her released supernatural power, replying sweetly, "No, I'm too exhausted to fight anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, she gracefully walked off the fighting platform like a light butterfly. Zhuchua's clear and melodious voice rang out, like a nightingale singing in a valley. "Yes, master. I understand." Just after Xia Han'er left, the host's passionate voice suddenly rang out, "Let's give a warm round of applause to the 3rd Academy for winning the team championship in this freshman competition." Zhang Chen waved his hand to correct him, "From now on, you don't need to call me master anymore. Just call me Chen Tian." The Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird nodded in unison without hesitation, indicating that they understood. However, before the audience could even cheer, Jin Jian suddenly rushed forward and roared at the top of his lungs, "I'm not convinced. They definitely cheated." After speaking, Zhang Chen closed his eyes and formed a complex and mysterious hand seal. A burst of blazing flames erupted from his body, while a soft green light slowly emerged. He carefully controlled these 2 supernatural abilities, gradually separating them bit by bit. Upon hearing this, Chowda retorted with a cold snort, "Humph, if you can't handle losing, don't spout nonsense here." The raging fire-based supernatural power was like a ferocious beast bearing its fangs and claws. The gentle, warm healing supernatural power was like a flowing stream, soft and soothing. Zhang Chen focused intently on controlling them, slowly approaching the Vermilion Bird's body and gradually merging into it. Faced with this situation, the host remained professional and calm, asking Jin Jian, "Why did you raise such an objection, Jin Jian?" Furthermore, Zhang Chen invested a great deal of effort in integrating a special ability called flight into the Vermilion Bird's body. This ability was a rare treasure he obtained by spending 1,000 points in the system shop. Jin Jian straightened his back and explained confidently, "They used a lot of equipment during their competition, but our competition this time is clearly just about our individual abilities. Those equipment items are external and shouldn't count at all. Since this ability doesn't have a clear ranking system, and flight speed depends entirely on the strength of the ability user, the points required to exchange for it are relatively low." Considering its practical value, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate to exchange for 3 at once. Upon hearing this, the previously quiet audience in the stands immediately stirred, whispering among themselves. Many began to echo Zhen Jian's sentiments. Indeed, what the Third Academy is doing is unfair. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense and delicate. After all the supernatural abilities had successfully merged, Zhang Chen gently waved his hand, signaling that the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon could leave. Watching their figures fly out of the window and gradually disappear into the distance, Zhang Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Ha 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 ha! Xiaoda burst into arrogant laughter, looking at Zhen Jian with disdain, and said sarcastically, I'm telling you, Zhen Jian, if you can't handle losing, just say so. Why are you making a scene here? Who said those props are external objects? In the days that followed, Zhang Chen rarely left his house, devoting himself to cultivation. He knew that only by continuously improving his strength could he go further on his future path. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was the eve of the start of the new school term. Standing to the side, Xiao Yuanlong quickly chimed in. That's right. Don't you know what Brother Chen's special ability is? Ignorance is bliss. After several days of tireless effort, Zhang Chen finally reached the crucial moment of his breakthrough. A deep, muffled sound emanated from within him, followed by a dazzling, golden light that instantly enveloped his entire body. Zhang Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of surprise in them. His strength had actually broken through to gold level 1. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the host quickly intervened. All right, please be quiet. Since some people have questions about the Third Academy's victory, please have the captain of the Third Academy's team come out and clarify. Ha, as expected, with my SSS level superpower talent, my leveling speed is as fast as a rocket. Zhang Chen thought to himself, with pride. However, he did not become arrogant because of this. Instead, he became even more determined to continue moving forward. Hearing this, Zhang Chen seemed somewhat helpless, but still slowly walked to the host's side. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Zhang Chen's face. He stretched, quickly got up, and washed up. After getting ready, filled with excitement, he picked up his acceptance letter and strode towards the extraordinary Third Academy. He took a deep breath and said calmly, Everyone, I'd like to clarify one point first. The props we used in this competition were, indeed, all within the reasonable limits allowed by the rules, because these props were actually created by my special ability. Soon, Zhang Chen saw the magnificent gate of the academy in the distance. 2 tall statues stood beside the gate, as if guarding this sacred place of knowledge. He quickened his pace to the gate and showed his admission notice to the teacher in charge of checking the enrollment procedures. The words had barely left his lips when the stands erupted in a frenzy of whispers and murmurs. Who would have thought someone possessed such an extraordinary ability, the capacity to create all sorts of equipment out of thin air? After confirming everything was correct, the teacher smiled and nodded, leading Zhang Chen into the academy. Stepping onto the campus, the scene before him was breathtaking. A vast, open plaza, well-arranged teaching buildings, and tree-lined paths. As we all know, even a professional equipment engineer needs to go through complex processes and material preparation to create a piece of equipment, and it is absolutely impossible to conjure it up casually, as Zhang Chen said. There are also special training grounds for students, such as training halls and trial realms. The spacious and bright classrooms, the magnificent arena, and the entire academy are fully equipped with everything one could need, dazzling the eyes. Just as everyone was still in shock, Zhang Chen's voice rang out again, clearly reaching everyone's ears. That's right, just as you all thought. My superpower is creation. I can create all kinds of things at will. The teacher leading the way smiled and said to Zhang Chen, Student Zhang, you are the top scorer in this martial arts exam. The principal specifically instructed that if you come to register, I should first give you a detailed introduction to the school, and then I will take you to meet the principal. After saying that, he waved his hands lightly, and a dazzling light instantly emerged from his palms, quickly condensing into an exquisitely crafted pistol, its cold metallic texture gleaming in the sunlight. After hearing this, Zhang Chen thought the arrangement was reasonable and nodded without hesitation. Okay, no problem. Upon closer inspection, everyone was astonished to find that Zhang Chen was holding a finely crafted revolver. Its smooth lines, intricate details, and imposing aura were all breathtaking. Soon, he followed the teacher who was leading the way and arrived at the principal's office. Taking a deep breath and composing himself, Zhang Chen walked steadily into the spacious and bright office with the teacher. The previously noisy crowd in the stands fell silent instantly, everyone staring in disbelief and gasping. Although most of these people were well-traveled and knowledgeable, the scene before them still shocked them beyond belief. As soon as he entered, he noticed a kind-looking old man sitting upright at a large desk, intently reading the documents in his hands. Who would have thought that someone could conjure such realistic and lethal weapons out of thin air in public? This ability is simply insane. In their eyes, Zhang Chen is like a super equipment master who has no cooldown time, able to create powerful equipment anytime, anywhere to meet all kinds of challenges. At this moment, the teacher leading the way quietly announced, Principal, Zhang Chen has arrived. Upon hearing the voice, the principal slowly raised his head, his gaze immediately falling on Zhang Chen standing at the door. Even Zhen Jian, who had been been jumping up and down, couldn't help but freeze upon hearing the exclamations of those around him, a look of shock on his face. At this moment, in the VIP room high above, several school leaders were so stunned by the scene before them that they stood up. Immediately, the principal smiled kindly and said cheerfully, "Ha, so this is Zhang Chen." The school leaders of the 8th Academy exclaimed, "Wow, this child's ability is truly astonishing. I've never heard of such a peculiar superpower before." Zhang Chen quickly responded politely, "Hello, principal. It's a pleasure to meet you." The school leaders of the 6th Academy nearby quickly chimed in, "That's right. Moreover, the data shows that Zhang Chen's ability rating is only B. Imagine if a student in the future possessed a similar ability but at a higher level, the scene would definitely be even more shocking." After completing her task, the teacher who had guided the way nodded slightly to the principal, then turned and left the office, gently closing the door behind her. At this moment, only Zhang Chen and the principal remained in the spacious office. At this moment, someone suddenly raised a question. "I remember Zhang Chen ranked first when he participated in the martial arts exam, but wasn't his ability level F back then? How come it's now level B and he can still create such powerful things?" The principal looked Zhang Chen up and down with great interest, secretly sensing the fluctuations in his cultivation level. Suddenly, the principal seemed to have discovered something astonishing and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? You've actually reached bronze level too?" Faced with the questions, the school leaders of the 3rd Academy slowly explained, "Actually, when Zhang Chen enrolled, we conducted a comprehensive test and found that he was a dual ability user. There might have been a problem on the day of his awakening, and only the F-level ability was detected." After saying that, a smug smile appeared on his face. In fact, this was part of Zhang Chen's deliberate arrangement, intended to showcase his true strength. Therefore, when asked by the principal, he nodded frankly and replied, "That's right, principal, I have now reached the bronze level." The leaders of the 1st Academy, standing to the side, had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, filled with regret and self-blame as they recalled the past. However, the principal was filled with doubt and confusion about Zhang Chen's achievements at such a young age, and secretly wondered about the reasons behind them. Zhang Chen should have been a student at their academy, but due to short-sightedness and prejudice at the time, the student with unlimited potential was ruthlessly rejected. Zhang Chen is clearly only an F-level talent. How could he have advanced to the bronze level in such a short time? The principal sat at his desk, his brows furrowed, pondering this unbelievable fact over and over again. Although Zhang Chen's current ability rating is only B, who could have predicted that his ability would be so extraordinary? It has surpassed the ordinary level and reached the conceptual level. At this moment, Zhang Chen spoke up, Principal, I have a small request. If the school hadn't been so prejudiced and had accepted him decisively, the one shining on the field now would probably be the 1st Academy." Thinking of this, the leaders of the 1st Academy were filled with regret. The principal, who was deep in thought, was interrupted. He looked at the student in front of him and asked gently, "Oh, does Zhang have a problem?" At this moment, those who had been pointing fingers and gossiping about Zhang Chen outside the arena all shut their mouths after witnessing his amazing abilities, and there was no more idle chatter. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision, and slowly revealed the secret of possessing a second superpower. In fact, he had already thought this through carefully, since according to school regulations, all freshmen had to undergo a second test on the first day of school. Seeing no objections, the host loudly announced the winner of the team competition. Immediately afterwards, the tense and exciting draw for the individual competition began. Since it's going to be discovered sooner or later, it's better to tell the principal in advance. Besides, although S-class superpowers are rare, they're not entirely unique in the vast country of China. 45 contestants from 9 colleges took turns drawing their number cards on stage. The process was swift and orderly. Soon after, all contestants had finished drawing their numbers and returned to the lounge for a short rest. Upon hearing the news that Zhang Chen possessed dual superpowers, the principal's body jolted, and he sprang to his feet like a spring. His face lit up with excitement, and his voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Is what you're saying true?" When everyone arrived at the restroom, Manhwa faced the 5 team members, including Zhang Chen, and said in a calm tone, "Everyone, the individual competition will officially begin in 2 days. You can rest and adjust tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, we will come back here to continue the competition." Zhang Chen nodded in confirmation. Seeing this, the principal hurriedly took out a crystal-clear jade ball from his drawer and said anxiously, "Come on, let's test it quickly." Upon hearing the news, the members who had just won the team competition nodded excitedly in agreement. Soon after, everyone dispersed, preparing to face their new challenges. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen placed his right hand steadily on the jade sphere. He had previously cleverly concealed his peeling and flight abilities through the system. As time passed, the jade sphere gradually emitted a dazzling light, growing ever brighter, like a radiant pearl. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Zhang Chen was sound asleep when suddenly, a piercing telephone ring shattered the tranquility. S rank? The principal's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg, his face filled with disbelief. He never imagined he'd stumbled stumbled upon such a priceless treasure, like a blind cat finding a dead mouse. He groggily reached for his phone on the bedside table and squinted to see that it was Chowda calling. Zhang Chen muttered a curse under his breath and reluctantly pressed the answer button. "Hey, Chowda, what time is it? Why are you calling me in such a hurry?" After calming down a bit, the principal took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Chen with a serious expression, and solemnly instructed him, "Zhang Chen, you must keep your secret about your dual abilities. You must not reveal it to anyone, understand?" Chowda on the other end of the phone seemed completely unconcerned about his complaints, excitedly saying to himself, "Brother Chen, get up. How about we go out for a stroll today and buy some gear?" Despite his doubts, Zhang Chen nodded reluctantly upon seeing the principal's solemn expression. "Principal, there will be a second test upon enrollment, and this matter will definitely not be kept secret then." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was immediately enraged and retorted irritably, "What equipment are you buying? Are you stupid? Have you forgotten my superpower? With my superpower, why would I need that crappy equipment? But since you're coming, hurry up and come. I'll be waiting for you at home. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, the principal waved his hand without hesitation and said, "You don't need to worry about that. You can be exempted from the second entrance test." Hearing this, Zhang Chen became even more confused and couldn't help but ask, "Principal, why are you going to such lengths to hide the fact that I possess dual superpowers?" After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen couldn't fall asleep anymore, his mind filled with Chowda's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this guy was too simple, and he shook his head helplessly. But soon, as if he remembered something important, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a sly smile. After a moment of silence, the principal sighed and slowly explained, "Actually, your dual superpowers aren't particularly amazing. The key is that one of them is an S-level superpower. Have you ever heard of the cult of other gods?" Zhang Chen shook his head, looking completely bewildered, indicating he knew nothing about it. Zhang Chen quickly climbed out of bed and went into the bathroom to wash up. After getting ready, he came to the living room in loose pajamas, lazily lay on the sofa, and casually browsed the news on his phone, waiting for Chowda to arrive. The principal was not surprised to see this. After all, Zhang Chen was just an ordinary student who had not yet awakened his superpowers. About half an hour later, there was finally a rapid knocking at the door. Zhang Chen got up and opened the door, only to see Chowda standing there panting, with a few beads of sweat on his forehead. He cleared his throat and continued, "The cult of other gods is a group of fanatical believers who regard alien beasts as divine wills sent to Earth. They believe that the appearance of alien beasts is not accidental, but a revelation and test from heaven for mankind. They often resort to any means to win over or even persecute people like you who possess advanced superpowers, especially S-level superpowers. To ensure your safety, it is best to temporarily conceal your dual superpowers, especially your S-level superpowers, from the outside world." Without any hesitation, Chowda strode into the house, plopped down on the sofa, and eagerly asked, "Brother Chen, what's going on? Why are you being so mysterious?" Zhang Chen always adhered to the principle of doing whatever it takes, but he understood the principal's good intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Principal, I understand your good intentions. However, if I continue to hide my special ability, it will indeed cause a lot of inconvenience." Seeing Chowda's anxious expression, Zhang Chen chuckled to himself but pretended to be serious on the surface and whispered, "Brother, I have to tell you a huge secret. You have to keep it a secret for me and don't tell anyone else." The principal knew that what Zhang Chen said was true. After all, his other superpower was only at the F level, and its effect was quite limited. "Don't worry, Brother Chen. My mouth is tighter than a clamshell. I absolutely won't let a word slip." Chowda confidently patted his chest and assured him. After a moment of contemplation, the principal slowly spoke, "Then I will announce to the public that your second ability is B-level. Although it may be surprising that you possess two abilities, since neither ability is particularly high level, it should not attract too much attention from the otherworldly cult." Seeing Chowda's seriousness, Zhang Chen relaxed a little, a mysterious smile appeared on his face, and he lowered his voice and slowly said, "Brother, actually I have successfully joined Lord Qinglong's forces." After hearing the principal's suggestion, Zhang Chen waited in his mind and felt that the plan was indeed feasible, so he nodded in agreement. Level B? In the current situation, it is enough to deal with many things. As he said this, Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought this through carefully before deciding to tell Chowda. Then, Zhang Chen chatted with the principal about other topics, the most important of which was naturally the arrangement for him to speak on stage as a representative of the new students at the beginning of the semester. He knew that although Joda's ability level was only B, his stripping ability was extremely rare and powerful. With a little training, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. After some discussion and confirmation of all the details, Zhang Chen got up to take his leave. After he left, the principal couldn't help but recall the time when he had been looked down upon by several highly respected elders of the First Academy, and a smile crept into his heart. In addition, Chowda is sincere, enthusiastic, and loyal, so Zhang Chen sincerely hopes to bring him into the force he created. He thought with great anticipation anticipation that when the time was right he would make those old guys witness firsthand how wrong their judgment was, and watch the spectacular scene of the Third Academy shedding its bottom-ranking reputation because of Zhang Chen's appearance. However, Zhang Chen didn't tell all the details, only briefly informing him that he had joined the Azure Dragon faction. After returning home from registering for the new semester, Zhang Chen lay lazily on the sofa as usual, idly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, the mysterious organization the principal had mentioned, the other god cult, flashed through his mind. Driven by intense curiosity, he jumped up, rushed to his study, and turned on his slightly worn computer. Sure enough, upon hearing the news, Xiaoda's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth gaped open almost wide enough to fit an egg, and he shouted in shock, "What? Brother Chen, you actually joined Lord Qinglong's forces? That's unbelievable. Tell me, how did you do it? Can you take me with you to achieve great success?" Sitting in front of the computer, Zhang Chen skillfully typed in the 3 characters alien god cult and gently pressed the enter key. Instantly, a large amount of information related to the alien god cult appeared on the screen. Seeing Xiaoda's excited and expectant look, Zhang Chen smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and gently comforted him. "Don't worry, brother. I'll tell you, it's because Lord Qinglong gave me a precious spot." This information was dense and filled with various news reports. However, upon closer inspection, he found that most of the reports described the heretics very briefly. "We're currently in a period of rapid expansion and urgently need a lot of talent. I've thought about it carefully and think you're quite reliable and capable, so I recommended you to my superiors without hesitation. I'll personally take you to meet Lord Qinglong later. If all goes well, we can fight side by side from now on." Nevertheless, piecing together these fragmented pieces of information, Zhang Chen vaguely sensed some clues. Many geniuses in China died mysteriously, the once peaceful secret realm was frequently thrown into chaos, and terrorist attacks were occurring one after another in various places, and behind all of these, the shadowy figure of the other god cult seemed to be visible. Xiaoda's face was filled with undisguised excitement, and he agreed without saying a word. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, remained expressionless, made an excuse to change his clothes, and turned to go back to his room. Zhang Chen frowned, pinched the bridge of his nose, and thought to himself, "I always thought that the greatest threat to humanity came from the ferocious beasts in the secret realm, but now it seems that this world is far more complicated than I imagined." Upon entering the room, he immediately put on his communication bracelet, lowered his voice, and issued an order to Qinglong, arranging to meet at Mantu Mountain in City A. He also specifically instructed Qinglong to use illusion magic to create an even taller, more magnificent, and imposing palace. Thinking of this, he felt a pang of worry, but quickly shook his head, trying to dispel the unease. After all, with his current strength, he still had some ability to protect himself from ordinary dangers. After making the arrangements, Zhang Chen and Xiaoda walked out of the room together and sped off in their car towards Mantu Mountain. Along the way, Xiaoda was extremely excited, constantly looking around. Days passed by, and before they knew it, it was time to enroll. The morning sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. Zhang Chen packed his things and walked briskly toward the Third Extraordinary Academy. When the car arrived at the foot of Mantu Mountain, Xiaoda couldn't help but ask curiously, "Lord Qinglong actually chose a place like Mantu Mountain?" Upon arriving at the college gate, he was stunned by the scene before him. The gate was teeming with people, crowded with students and parents who had come to see them off. Some held their children's hands tightly, offering countless words of advice, while others busily helped their children pack their luggage. The scene was bustling and lively. Zhang Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, and explained softly, "We have a powerful barrier protecting us here, so outsiders can't detect anything unusual at all." As Zhang Chen stood observing from the side, he suddenly heard a faint shout coming from the crowd. At first, he didn't pay attention, thinking it was just people talking. "So it's safe no matter where you are. It just so happens that Lord Qinglong is here today." Xiaoda understood after hearing this, nodded silently, and obediently followed Zhang Chen up the mountain. But the voice gradually became clearer, and Zhang Chen realized that someone was calling his name. He looked in the direction of the voice, trying to find out who it was. The two climbed the winding mountain path and soon reached the halfway point. Zhang Chen stopped, pointed to a cave to his left, and turned to Xiaoda, saying, "That's it, let's go in quickly." It was Joda. After Joda returned from his adventure in the blazing flaming mountain, he began a long and persistent pleading with his loving father, all in order to successfully enter the bottom-ranked, third-best extraordinary academy. Following the direction of the pointing finger, Xiaoda saw that the cave entrance was filled with thick white mist, making it difficult to see the inside. It's worth mentioning that Joda's father held a unique educational philosophy: as long as his child was happy, nothing else mattered. Therefore, when faced with his son's persistent pleas, this enlightened father agreed without hesitation. He walked forward cautiously, his heart pounding with trepidation. As he approached the cave entrance, the sight before him astonished him. A magnificent and imposing palace suddenly appeared. Moreover, he had complete confidence in his beloved son, Joda. It's worth noting that while Joda was a big spender, he had always been as obedient as a docile little lamb. The palace is grand in scale and magnificent in its architectural style, leaving visitors in awe. Particularly striking are the two imposing stone sculptures of mythical beasts standing on either side, so lifelike that they seem ready to leap up at any moment. Even Zhang Chen himself hadn't expected that Xiaoda would actually get his wish and come to the third academy. Zhang Chen's lips curled into a slight, teasing smile as he said, "Hey, Xiaoda, you're something else. You actually gave up the first academy that everyone dreams of and instead stepped into the gates of this third academy with me?" Seeing this, Zhang Chen strode straight into the palace. Xiaoda hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. Upon entering the gate, the first thing that caught their eye was the towering platform of the main hall. On the platform, a magnificent golden throne shone with dazzling light, like a priceless treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiaoda's face immediately lit up with a bright smile, and he replied, "Brother Chen, you're too kind. Wherever you are, I'll naturally follow. Didn't we agree before that we two brothers would definitely make a name for ourselves in this academy and give it our all?" Below the main seating area were 4 gleaming silver chairs, like 4 dazzling pearls embedded in the ground. Each chair was intricately carved with lifelike creatures of various shapes, as if they might burst out of the wall at any moment. After saying that, Zhang Chen simply smiled and didn't say anything more. He then walked slowly towards the depths of the campus. Side by side with Xiaoda. Coincidentally, they were not only in the same class, but their seats were also right next to each other. Among them, Qinglong sat upright in one of the silver seats, his face covered by a mysterious mask, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Zhang Chen thought to himself, this Qinglong is too exaggerated. The reason is quite simple. The third academy generally admits students with low overall aptitude, with most having abilities below sea level. However, Xiaoda possesses B-level talent, ensuring his smooth entry into the most outstanding class. However, he showed no dissatisfaction on the surface. Instead, he put on a respectful demeanor and cautiously said, "Lord Qinglong, I have brought the person you requested." As for Zhang Chen's strength, it goes without saying that it was astonishingly powerful. Surprisingly, on the roster, Zhang Chen's name was listed with 2 different superpowers, F rank and B rank respectively. The Azure Dragon above nodded slightly, indicating that he was aware of the matter. Then, his deep, magnetic voice slowly rang out, "Xiaoda, would you like to join our Chentian Palace?" This was clearly arranged personally by the principal. When the students saw the news that Zhang Chen possessed dual elemental abilities, the entire school instantly became incredibly lively, as if a pot had exploded in excitement. At this moment, Xiaoda was still lost in his own thoughts, completely unaware of what was happening around him. It wasn't until Qinglong's voice rang out like a booming bell that he was suddenly jolted awake. "Who exactly is Zhang Chen?" "He's actually a dual elemental ability user," a classmate asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Upon regaining his senses, Xiaoda's face immediately lit up with extreme excitement, and he agreed without hesitation. "Yes, of course I'm willing. Joining the Chentian Palace would be the greatest honor of my life. I remember now, it must be that guy who got first place in the martial arts exam, right? I was wondering back then, how could someone with an F-level ability possibly dominate the martial arts exam? So that's why." Another classmate nodded in sudden realization. Azure Dragon nodded in satisfaction, but did not stop there. He continued, "Since you have decided to join, from now on you will be one of my 7 constellations, named Kong." Although dual elemental abilities sound impressive, it's a pity that neither of his abilities is at a high level. One of them is only F rank, which is basically useless. Someone else expressed their opinion, their tone tinged with contempt. Before he could finish speaking, Qinglong gave Xiaoda no time to react and continued, "However, with your current B-level ability, you do indeed somewhat tarnish the prestige of our Chentian Palace." Although the news about Zhang Chen's dual abilities on the schedule sparked heated discussions and surprise among the students, it didn't cause too much of a stir. After all, the schedule clearly indicated that both of his abilities were at relatively low levels, so everyone just discussed it briefly and then stopped paying attention. After speaking, Qinglong waved his hands lightly, and a dazzling light suddenly burst forth, instantly forming a dreamlike light screen that enveloped the unsuspecting Xiaoda. Zhang Chen paid no attention to the gossip and walked nonchalantly to the classroom with his friend Xiaoda. Soon, the classroom filled with students. Then, the bell rang, and the teacher walked steadily into the classroom. Xiaoda felt a sudden dizziness and then lost consciousness, collapsing limply to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Chen quickly stepped forward, reached out to check Xiaoda's breathing, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was only temporarily unconscious. It's worth noting that the curriculum at the Extraordinary Academy is completely different from that of ordinary schools. For the vast majority of the time, teachers take students to various mysterious and secret realms for practical training or combat training. Theoretical classes mainly teach the relevant knowledge of the known secret realms. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chen activated his supernatural power, his palms glowing with a faint blue light as he swiftly and fluidly placed them on Xiao Da's chest. He extracted Xiao Da's supernatural power, first elevating it to A level, then merging it back into Xiao Da's body. After a full day of intense and fulfilling learning, it was finally time to go home. However, just as the students were packing up to leave, their home homeroom teacher, Wan Huan, suddenly called out to Zhang Chen and Xiaoda. Then, Zhang Chen closed his eyes tightly, focusing intently on activating the miraculous creative power within his body. With a flash of light, an exquisite mask gleaming with an aluminum sheen gradually took shape. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. They had no idea why Wan Huan had suddenly called out to them, and they wondered what she would say next. A large character was prominently engraved on the mask, its strokes bold and powerful. At the same time, a small, exquisite communication bracelet was also created, emitting faint energy fluctuations. Wan Huan gently parted her lips, her voice clear and crisp. Student Zhang, Student Xiao, have you heard of the freshman competition? Zhang Chen carefully placed the mask and communication bracelet into the broad, warm hand of the unconscious Xiaoda, as if he had completed an important task. Then, he reached out and gently patted Xiaoda's cheek, whispering, "Hey, Xiaoda, wake up." Xiaoda nodded quickly and replied, "I do know that. I heard that the freshman competition is an important event jointly organized by our school and 8 other extraordinary academies. About a month after the freshmen enroll each year, the 9 academies gather together to compete fiercely. The final ranking directly affects how many cultivation resources each academy can obtain." In his dream, Joda seemed to feel someone touching him. He frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. He looked confused as he first woke up, staring blankly at Zhang Chen, clearly not fully awake yet. Ruan Huan nodded slightly, looking at Xiaoda with satisfaction, and then added, "That's right, that's exactly it. The school intends to have the two of you represent them in the freshman competition this time." At this moment, the Azure Dragon beside him spoke up. "Xiaoda, I have used my divine power to upgrade your original fire-type ability to A level. From now on, you and Zhang Chen will jointly shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the safety of City A." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen instinctively wanted to refuse, but before he could speak, Ruan Huan, as if she had anticipated this, continued, "The principal has promised that, as long as you achieve excellent results and win awards in the competition, he will allow you to choose any piece of equipment from his personal equipment treasury as a reward." Upon hearing this, Xiaoda was stunned at first, then felt the flow of his supernatural power. Sure enough, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his supernatural power was like a surging torrent, flowing endlessly, and far faster than before. Upon hearing this, Xiaoda's eyes lit up, and he excitedly grabbed Zhang Chen, whispering excitedly, "Wow, this is amazing. You know, good equipment is a rare treasure, and this is the 3rd Academy Principal's private equipment vault. Everything in it is absolutely top-notch." This sudden change made his eyes widen. After all, it was common knowledge that once a human awakens a superpower, their level usually remains fixed. A method like Qinglong's, which could directly raise the level of another's superpower, was truly unheard of. Zhang Chen was actually somewhat wavering. Although he had a powerful system, upgrading to better equipment required a large number of points. In comparison, winning the principal's reward through the competition was clearly a more convenient and attractive option. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xiaoda's face flushed red, and his voice trembled slightly. "Thank you for your kindness and guidance, Lord Qinglong. We will do our utmost to live up to your expectations." However, the thought of potentially revealing his S-rank superpower during the competition filled him with worry. Whether it was worth it, and whether it would bring unexpected trouble, left him hesitant. No sooner had he finished speaking than he excitedly reached out and pressed Zhang Chen's head down, forcing Zhang Chen to bow and thank Qinglong. At this moment, Zhang Chen felt a mix of emotions, muttering to himself, "What kind of nonsense is this? Bowing to myself, I really don't know if I should utter that F*******. However, in order to play along, Zhang Chen could only suppress his dissatisfaction and obediently cooperate with Xiaoda's actions. At this critical moment, the system in Zhang Chen's mind suddenly issued a notification. Qinglong stared intently at Xiaoda and said slowly, "From now on, if you go out, act in the name of Chentian Palace and be sure to wear a mask. As for communication between you, rely entirely on this communication bracelet. Trigger mission, Freshman Competition. Please win first place in the Freshman Competition. Rewards, 1 S-rank ability lottery ticket, 1 ability upgrade ticket, and 30,000 points." Zhang Chen will explain these details in detail. "Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, Qinglong's figure flickered and vanished from the magnificent hall like a ghost in the blink of an eye, as if he had never been there. Upon seeing the task posted by the system, Zhang Chen felt a surge of fighting spirit. Without hesitation, he said to the teacher beside him, "Teacher, let's participate." Zhang Chen led Xiaoda out of the hall. The two remained silent along the way, the atmosphere slightly heavy. After returning to Zhang Chen's home, he let out a long sigh and began to explain the situation of Chen Tian Palace to Xiaoda in detail. Hearing the two agree so readily, Wan Huan couldn't help but smile. Although she didn't have high expectations for these two students with B-level supernatural abilities to achieve excellent results in the competition, she thought that having them participate was better than losing badly in previous years. Our Chen Tian Palace is still in its early stages of establishment, and we can say that everything is in need of rebuilding. But don't underestimate it, as its supreme leader is the mysterious and unpredictable Venerable Lord Chen. So, Ruan nodded and said, in that case, I'll report your names. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left. Seeing this, Zhang Chen and Xiaoda also left the school. Along the way, Xiaoda chattered excitedly. It is said that this temple master possesses countless supernatural abilities, but no one knows exactly how many kinds there are. As he said this, a hint of awe involuntarily appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Brother Chen, do you know how many students in City A have the highest talent? Xiaoda looked at Zhang Chen expectantly, but the latter didn't seem to care much and just shook his head slightly. Then, he continued, besides Palace Master Chen, there are 4 other powerful sacred beasts: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Moreover, only these 4 sacred beasts have had the privilege of seeing Palace Master Chen true face. No one else has. Seeing that Zhang Chen didn't react, Xiaoda remained unaffected and continued, there are 5 in total, and they are all A-level talents. One of them is our old classmate, Xia Han'er. As he said this, a hint of envy flashed in Xiaoda's eyes. After a pause, Zhang Chen lowered his voice and whispered to Xiaoda, in addition, these 4 holy beast masters are all exceptionally talented and are all peerless experts with 3 or 4 types of supernatural abilities. Zhang Chen replied absent-mindedly, yeah, that's really impressive. And so, amidst Xiaoda's incessant chatter, Zhang Chen finally arrived home. He hurriedly said goodbye to Xiaoda and rushed into his room to begin preparing for this important match. More importantly, each of the holy beast lords has 7 direct subordinates. Among them, the Azure Dragon Lord's direct subordinates are the 7 constellations: Horn, Neck, Root, Room, Heart, Tail, and Winnowing Basket. And you are the neck constellation among these 7 constellations. As he said this, a meaningful look appeared in Zhang Chen's eyes. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of City A, inside a dilapidated building, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. A man dressed in a black robe knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting important intelligence to the person before him. Logically speaking, as one of the 7 constellations, one should possess 2 special abilities to be qualified for such an important position. However, I recommended you, and Lord Qinglong made an exception and hired you. I heard that our Chentian Palace has a method to grant others a second special ability, but I don't know the specific details. Your Excellency, after careful investigation and screening, there are 5 students with A-level supernatural abilities among the new students in City A this semester, the man in black said calmly. Xiaoda was stunned, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth agape, unable to close for a long time. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and asked with a face full of doubt, Brother Chen, is all of this true? Then, according to you, is it possible for me to gain a second superpower? Upon hearing this, the man called the Protector narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible glint flashing within them. He replied softly, it seems our long-planned scheme can officially commence. Just as he was about to issue further instructions, he noticed that the man in black robes seemed to hesitate, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, touched his chin, and pretended to be deep in thought. He slowly said, in my opinion, you do have a great chance. You are Kong Su. It's really unreasonable for a Kong Su to only have 1 special ability. The Protector frowned slightly and asked, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's affirmation, Xiaoda became as excited as a child, waving his arms and legs, tightly gripping Zhang Chen's arm, and eagerly asking, Brother Chen, tell me quickly, how exactly can I obtain a second superpower? The man in black robes quickly bowed his head and replied even more respectfully, reporting to the Protector, I just received news from a scout from the 3rd Academy of Extraordinary Talents that there is actually a dual ability user among this year's freshmen. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said mysteriously, this has to do with the original intention of our palace master in creating the Chentian Palace. Legend has it that the palace master came from an ordinary family. What? Upon hearing this shocking news, the Protector abruptly stood up from his seat, his face filled with astonishment. The previously enigmatic Azure Dragon was also a dual elemental ability user. As the head of the otherworldly god cult in City A, he had yet to ascertain Azure Dragon's true identity and origins, a matter that had already greatly displeased his superiors. Now, with another dual elemental ability user emerging, how could he not feel worried? Unfortunately, his hometown suffered a brutal massacre by alien beasts and the alien cult. From that time on, the temple master vowed that once he awakened his superpowers, he would have the power to protect those civilians who had no power to resist. However, before the Protector could sink into deeper anxiety, the black-robed man's next words were like a reassuring pill, allowing him to sit back steadily in his chair. Thus, the Chentian Palace came into being. As for how the palace master will help everyone gain more superpowers, even we insiders probably don't know. Your Excellency, although this student does possess dual elemental abilities, one is only F rank and the other is merely B rank. In my opinion, such strength is insufficient to pose a significant threat to our plans, the black-robed man explained clearly. At this point, Zhang Chen paused, then continued, however, if you really want to acquire a second superpower, it's not entirely impossible. To put it simply, it's quite easy, but in practice, it's not. The Protector Protector spoke calmly, since that's the case, then there's no need to waste any more effort on this person. In the freshman competition, among the 9 extraordinary academies a month from now, I will make sure those 5 freshmen with A-level talent return to the Yellow Springs. As long as you perform exceptionally well in a major event like the last invasion of alien beasts, and impress everyone, I believe that with Lord Qinglong's vision and courage, he will definitely do everything in his power to help you obtain his second superpower. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinates dressed in black responded in unison, yes. At this moment, Xiaoda was in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. As if a thought had flashed through his mind, he couldn't wait to ask, Brother Chen, are you also one of the 7 constellations under Lord Qinglong? Immediately afterwards, another man in black robes stepped out from the crowd and respectfully reported, Guardian, Protector Wu of City C is planning a large-scale riot, but they are short-handed and hope to transfer some manpower from our City A to provide support. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen smiled faintly and shook his head gently, saying, No, I am not a member of the 7 constellations. Because I was born with twin abilities, I am not yet included in the 7 constellations. My main task is to find and recruit various talents for the 4 Holy Beast Masters. Upon hearing this news, the Protector frowned, his face showing displeasure, and muttered to himself, what on earth is Wu Meng up to? All he knows is fighting and killing all day long, instead of thinking of other safer methods. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Xiaoda's eyes, and he asked curiously, then you've already met the other Holy Beast Lords? After a moment's thought, the Protector rubbed his temples and instructed one of his men, Gu Guang, lead 100 elite fighters to City C to assist Wu Meng in completing his mission. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, saying, I have indeed met them, but they are usually very busy and don't get together often, each guarding different cities. The black-robed man, called Gu Guang, immediately stepped forward, bowed, and replied, your subordinate will obey the Protector's orders. After saying that, he turned and strode away. When the time is right, you will definitely have the opportunity to meet them. These words made Xiaoda secretly marvel at Zhang Chen's high status. Upon seeing this, his trusted aide, who was following behind him, quickly stepped forward and said, Steward Gu, I will immediately gather 100 skilled men to go to City C with you. Thinking of this, he smiled broadly and said earnestly, Brother Chen, please take good care of me in the future. Zhang Chen returned the smile with a friendly smile and nodded slightly in agreement. Gu Guang nodded slightly in agreement, without saying anything more. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable unease, as if this trip to City C was going to be full of uncertainties. The two chatted for a while longer before Xiaoda got up to take his leave. After all, today's experience had shocked him, and he needed time to process it. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Guang suddenly stopped and turned to his confidant, saying, I have been feeling uneasy this time. Wu Shijiao, you don't need to come with me on this mission. Stay here and handle some matters for me. As Xiaoda's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, Zhang Chen raised his wrist and whispered into his communication bracelet, Qinglong, you went too far this time. A small palace would have been enough. The extravagance you showed earlier is hard to lie about. Upon hearing this, Wu Shijiao, though unwilling, still respectfully replied, Yes, Your Excellency, I will certainly not fail in my duty. Gu Guang led the group away in haste, while Wu Shijiao remained, watching them until they disappeared into the distance. Not long after, a steady and powerful voice came from afar. It was Qinglong's familiar voice, I will be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, time flew by like a white horse galloping past a crack, and in the blink of an eye, 2 short days had quietly passed. In City C, the sun shone exceptionally brightly today, its warm rays bathing the bustling streets. Crowds thronged, some chatting and laughing, others hurrying along, all appearing peaceful and serene. However, in this tranquil moment, a deafening explosion suddenly shattered the city's peace. Meanwhile, a highly anticipated individual tournament of the 9 academies was about to begin. Zhang Chen and his group arrived early at the magnificent arena in the city center, filled with both anticipation and nervousness, quietly waiting for the competition to officially start. People stopped in their tracks, startled by the sudden explosion, their curiosity driving them to slowly gather in the direction of the blast. From the billowing smoke, a man covered in wounds screamed hoarsely, Run! His voice, filled with fear and despair, made the previously puzzled crowd tense. In the crowd, Xiaoda excitedly pulled Zhang Chen to a relatively quiet corner and whispered, Brother Chen, I have to tell you something. Ever since my superpower talent was upgraded to A level, it's been amazing. I've now successfully advanced to Bronze 8 star. Before anyone could react, a burst of intense flames erupted from the thick smoke, engulfing the approaching crowd like a ferocious beast. A piercing scream echoed through the sky as the survivors finally realized the danger and scattered in panic. When I was still at the B-level talent level, I estimated that it would take at least a whole week to break through. But who would have thought that I would achieve my goal in less than 2 days? As he said this, Xiaoda's face was full of undisguised joy. Meanwhile, the scene on another street was equally horrifying. Pedestrians who were walking normally were instantly frozen into crystal-clear ice crystals, standing silently like lifelike ice sculptures. This eerie and terrifying scene sent chills down one's spine. Hearing Xiaoda's words, Zhang Chen nodded slightly in agreement, then asked, Xiaoda, now that your ability level has been raised to a level, does that mean the number of skills you can use has also increased accordingly? At that moment, the security department of City C had already been informed of the emergency and took swift action. Security Minister Guifeng sat in his office, his face ashen, listening to his subordinates report on the situation. Unable to contain his anger, he slammed his fist on the desk, scattering documents all over the floor. Xiaoda nodded without hesitation in response to Zhang Chen's question, but before he could speak, Zhang Chen gently reminded him, however, Xiaoda, don't easily reveal your ability upgrade to others. In the competition, you should just use the skills you've mastered before. After all, if others find out that your ability has suddenly upgraded, it might be difficult to explain. Why hasn't the security team arrived yet? Guifeng roared at his secretary, his eyes wide with fury. The secretary, trembling with fear, replied, the security captain just replied that they're 5 minutes away from the scene. If Zhang Chen hadn't reminded him in time, Xiaoda, caught up in the moment, probably wouldn't have thought of this crucial detail. After listening, Xiaoda suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly, saying, Brother Chen, don't worry, I understand all of this perfectly well. Hurry them again. Immediately urge them to speed up. Guifeng shouted sternly. The secretary nodded hurriedly, grabbed the radio in a flurry, and issued another urgent order. Just as the two finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Zhang Chen, Xiaoda, what are you two whispering about? The competition is about to start. Hurry up and come over. Looking out at the chaos, Guifeng frowned, wondering to himself, what the hell is this damned cult of aliens trying to do? Why did they choose to create such a horrific incident in City C? He knew the seriousness of the situation. If it couldn't be brought under control quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was Xiao Yunlong calling out in their direction. Hearing the urging, Xiaoda immediately turned around and replied with a smile, okay, we're coming. At that moment, a vehicle bearing security markings sped to the riot scene like lightning. The doors burst open, and a group of security personnel, clad in heavy protective suits and fully armed, jumped out like arrows released from a bow. At this moment, the stands outside were packed with people, with no seats available, as students, parents, and media personnel came to watch the game. Team leader Wang Yinchi, with his agile figure and sharp eyes, immediately directed his team members to carry out the operation as soon as he landed. A murmur of discussion arose from the crowd, and one person asked curiously, do you think the Third Academy has a chance of winning a prize this time? This question immediately sparked a heated discussion. With a wave of his hand and a loud voice, he shouted, team members, immediately rescue the trapped people nearby. Form groups of 3 and quickly disperse. If you encounter any rioters, show no mercy and kill them on the spot. Before he finished speaking, the security team members had already quickly dispersed, spreading out like a tight net. Immediately afterward, another person commented, in my opinion, it's quite difficult. During the team competition, the other colleges were a bit overconfident, which is why the third college had a slight advantage. However, the third college's players aren't actually that strong. It's just that their superpowers are so disgusting that they were able to achieve some results in the team competition. Just then, a chilling burst of maniacal laughter echoed from not far away. Two mysterious figures dressed in black robes stood there, waving their hands incessantly, firing fireballs one after another, striking the surrounding buildings. Before the words were even finished, someone chimed in, that's right. This kind of combination of superpowers is okay for team battles, but in individual competitions, they'll probably be eliminated very quickly. People in the stands were expressing their opinions, creating a lively and exciting atmosphere. The moment the fireball touched the building, it was instantly engulfed in flames, billowing thick smoke and shooting flames into the sky. Just as everyone was arguing, the host, dressed in gorgeous attire, walked gracefully to the center of the stage. However, the two men in black robes seemed unsatisfied, muttering incantations and making increasingly frantic gestures. When they slammed yet another fireball into a massive pillar, a deafening roar followed, and the pillar collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. With a smile, he greeted the audience in a clear and pleasant voice, dear audience members, hello everyone. After 2 days of rest and waiting, today, we finally welcome the exciting individual competition. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the chaotic air. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a terrified woman tightly protecting a little girl beside her, desperately running out of the rubble. At this moment, all the participants are eager to try, rubbing their hands together in anticipation, and fully prepared. Without further ado, let's begin this spectacular competition. Seeing the two men in black robes turn their gazes towards the mother and daughter, the woman's heart leaped into her throat. She pleaded desperately in a trembling voice, but the men in black robes remained unmoved and instead revealed a sinister smile. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience in the stands, who had been relatively calm, suddenly erupted into a deafening, surging cheer, the sound seemingly piercing the clouds and reaching the heavens. Just as the man in black robes was about to unleash another burst of flames, a thick column of water roared in like a dragon emerging from the sea, precisely blocking the flames. The water and fire collided, bursting into dazzling sparks and thick white smoke. Immediately afterwards, the arena began to shake violently, the ground trembling as if a small earthquake had occurred. Accompanied by a series of booming sounds, 3 huge and sturdy fighting platforms slowly rose from the center of the arena. Taking advantage of this brief opening, a team of 3 security guards appeared before the woman as if by divine intervention. They were armed with water-based abilities, ready to confront the 2 men in black robes. With so many participants in this individual competition, it would have taken up a lot of time if we had used the traditional one-on-one format. Therefore, the organizers have designed a special format that allows multiple people to compete at the same time in order to improve the efficiency of the competition. One of the team members shouted, "Madam, please take your child and leave immediately. We will protect your safety." The woman was moved to tears, picked up the little girl, and ran towards the safety area without looking back. The schedule is as follows. The first day will determine the top 16, the second day will select the top 8 from among them, and the final day will be the most intense showdown to determine the champion. Once the top 16 are determined, the 3 separate fighting arenas will be merged into one, allowing all spectators to fully appreciate the spectacular fighting scenes. The host was explaining the competition rules in detail, while Mei Zhang and Xiao Yunlong, standing to the side, looked bitter. They exchanged a glance, shook their heads helplessly, and sighed in unison. "Sigh, we're only Iron 7 stars, we're definitely going to be at the bottom this time." Hearing this, Ruan Huan quickly stepped forward, patted their shoulders gently, and softly comforted them. "Don't be so pessimistic. Don't forget that our team won first place. Even if the individual results aren't ideal, our overall ranking won't be too bad. At least we'll be at a mid-level. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Although Mei Zhang and Xiao Yunlong were still uneasy after hearing Ruan Huan's words, they could only nod slightly. Since things had come to this point, worrying was useless. They might as well let go of their burdens and face the situation with a lighter heart, perhaps even performing at an extraordinary level. It's worth mentioning that Su Ming, through his tireless efforts, has finally broken through to the bronze 1-star level. Even so, he still feels nervous at this moment. After all, in an individual competition filled with top players, the bronze 1-star level wasn't particularly impressive and remained at the bottom. But Su Ming secretly resolved to give it his all and try to show his best. Zhang Chen thought to himself that he wasn't too worried about Xiao Yunlong and Su Ming. Although their abilities were somewhat unsettling, they certainly wouldn't end up at the bottom if used properly. The key was whether they could fully utilize their abilities' advantages. Thinking of Mei Zhang, Zhang Chen couldn't help but frown. Mei Zhang's superpower was strong in both attack and defense, but this type of superpower user was not uncommon in the competition. The competition was naturally fierce, and Mei Zhang was likely to be the first to be eliminated. Zhang Chen was helpless about this, although he hoped that Mei Zhang would perform well. If Mei Zhang can successfully advance to the bronze level and awaken a powerful armor on that basis, she might truly make a name for herself and shine brightly in the competition. Unfortunately, given the current situation, it is almost impossible to achieve this goal in such a short time using one's existing supernatural abilities. Afterwards, everyone found their corresponding fighting arenas based on their number tags to prepare for the match. Coincidentally, Xiao Yulong, Su Ming, and Xiaoda were assigned to the same fighting arena. Mei Zhang and Zhang Chen were assigned to 2 other fighting arenas. The 5 men walked steadily toward their respective fighting platforms. Once in position, they waited quietly for the moment of their duel to arrive. Time ticked by, and the morning passed in this way. The competition was already halfway through. Surprisingly, none of the contestants from the 3rd Academy were eliminated. This result left everyone present dumbfounded. However, misfortune struck Xiao Yunlong during the afternoon's competition. He encountered the formidable Xiaoda, and the outcome was predictable. He was ultimately defeated, becoming the first contestant from the 3rd Academy to be eliminated. Following that, Mei Zhang was unfortunately eliminated in the ensuing fierce competition. But unexpectedly, Su Ming, who was usually inconspicuous, fought his way through the competition and successfully advanced to the top 16. It has to be admitted that his luck was incredibly strong, because in the previous competitions, he cleverly avoided those 5 formidable A-level ability contestants. Otherwise, with his current true skill level, making it into the top 16 would have been a pipe dream. Xiao Yunlong and Mei Zhang stepped forward, patted Su Ming's shoulder gently, and encouraged him with smiles and high hopes. "Brother, we're counting on you now. You must carry on our expectations and keep fighting." The 3 of them had a very good relationship. Since none of them had high levels of superpowers, they naturally had a lot in common and could talk freely about anything. Faced with his friend's earnest expectations and enthusiastic encouragement, Su Ming's cheeks flushed slightly, but his eyes shone with determination. He nodded in response. "Don't worry, I will definitely do my best." Ruan Huan, standing to the side, was equally overjoyed. Although she had long anticipated that Zhang Chen and Xiaoda would definitely make it into the top 16 with their outstanding abilities, she never expected that even Su Ming, an underdog, could perform so well. At this moment, she secretly rejoiced that she had made the right choice in leading the team this time. After a full day of intense competition, the atmosphere at the venue was incredibly lively. intensely, with spectators excitedly discussing the thrilling moments from the matches. Among them, Su Ming was undoubtedly the most eye-catching contestant. No one expected that he, with only a sea-level superpower, could display such superb skills and tenacious fighting spirit in the competition, turning danger into safety time and time again, defeating strong enemies, and delivering one spectacular duel after another. Many viewers unconsciously regard Su Ming as a role model. After all, most people don't have high levels of superpowers and often feel inferior and powerless in life. However, seeing Su Ming, who was in a similar situation, shine brightly on such an important stage, everyone seemed to draw endless courage and confidence from him, firmly believing that as long as they work hard, one day they too can shine brightly. Time flew by. As the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, the 16 finalists gathered spiritedly in the arena, ready to face a new and even more brutal round of competition. As per procedure, the first step was a draw. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, the results were revealed one by one. Shockingly, Su Ming's opponent this time was Xiang Jila from the 9th Academy. It is said that Xiang Jila possesses a B-rank superpower, Dimensional Gate, allowing him to freely traverse different dimensions. It is an extremely powerful and mysterious ability. Facing such a formidable opponent, can Su Ming continue his valiant performance from yesterday? Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath for him. Meanwhile, the other matchups gradually came to light. Xiao Da's opponent was Wei Ping from the 4th Academy, who also possessed a B-level ability, Forest Guardian, a wood-based ability that allowed her to control plant guards for offense and defense. Zhang Chen then faced off against Wang Xian from the 8th Academy, whose superpower was also B-level, named Enhancement, which could not only enhance his own strength but also increase the power of the weapon he wielded. It's worth mentioning that Xiao Da will be the first to appear on the second day of the competition. Judging from their superpowers, Xiao Da's abilities seem to be a natural counter to Wei Ping's. After all, while Wei Ping's Forest Guardian is powerful, it is ultimately a wood-based superpower. As long as Xiao Da performs normally, his chances of winning are very high. The atmosphere on the field was tense, and everyone held their breath. Xiao Da's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Wei Ping, whose expression was cold and stern. Wei Ping's eyes were sharp, and without hesitation, she activated her superpower. In an instant, 3 tall guards made of hardwood appeared out of thin air, wielding wooden swords and charging menacingly towards Xiao Da. Wei Ping's offensive did not stop. She quickly braced herself with her hands on the ground, and the ground instantly cracked open, with 2 thick vines, as thick as giant pythons, sweeping towards Xiao Da's feet at an astonishing speed. Faced with this fierce attack, Xiao Da remained calm and composed. He suddenly exerted force with his legs and leaped up, narrowly, avoiding the vine's entanglement. The wooden guards pursued relentlessly, leaping high into the air and continuing to pounce on him. A sly glint flashed in Xiao Da's eyes as he silently chanted an incantation. A blazing fireball suddenly erupted from his palm. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, the fireball hurtled towards the wooden guards. With a deafening roar, the wooden guards were instantly reduced to ashes in the raging flames. Before the fire had completely died down, Xiao Da flashed forward like a ghost, swiftly reaching Wei Ping. Wei Ping's heart tightened, and she knew something was wrong, but it was too late to react. Xiao Da launched a flying kick, striking Wei Ping hard in the side. Wei Ping was sent flying, crashing heavily out of the ring. With Wei Ping's elimination, Xiao Da successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. A thunderous cheer and applause erupted in the arena. The audience was incredibly excited, applauding Xiao Da's outstanding performance. The 3rd Academy, initially underestimated, had completely changed people's perceptions thanks to the exceptional play of Xiao Da and his teammates. It's worth noting that 3 contestants from the 3rd Academy successfully made it into the top 16 in this competition, and one of them even advanced to the top 8. Such achievements are unprecedented. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Ming also made it into the top 8 shortly afterward. This result left everyone present stunned. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary player could achieve such an amazing result? Rewind to 10 minutes earlier, when Su Ming had just stepped onto the field. His teammate, Wan Huan, had already informed him of the opponent's details. It turned out that the opponent's ability was extremely unique, and with Su Ming's current strength, hitting him directly would be incredibly difficult. But Su Ming was not discouraged. Deep in his heart, he harbored a secret weapon that had never been used. This skill is Su Ming's trump card, derived from the valuable guidance given to him by his coach Zhang Chen during daily training. Su Ming rarely uses this move unless absolutely necessary, because doing so would mean revealing his last trump card. At this moment, Xiang Jila, standing on the field facing Su Ming, sneered, "Hey, kid from the 3rd Academy, it's already pretty good that you made it to the top 16. You'd better know your place and admit defeat, or don't blame me if you get hurt." Faced with Xiang Jila's provocation, Su Ming stood tall and fearless, responding firmly, "Stop talking nonsense and come at me if you dare." Seeing that Su Ming didn't know what was good for him, Xiang Jila snorted coldly. Before he finished speaking, a mysterious dimensional portal suddenly appeared beside him. He flashed and instantly entered the portal, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The entire martial arts arena fell into dead silence. distance. Su Ming dared not relax for a moment, remaining fully alert to any movement around him, his nerves taut. Suddenly, without warning, Xiang Jila appeared above Su Ming like a ghost. As he appeared, an incredibly fierce fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, hurtled towards him. At the last second, Su Ming, relying on his agile reflexes and excellent footwork, barely managed to dodge this fatal blow. In that instant, Su Ming's mouth opened and closed, and a wisp of gray smoke shot out like a serpent. Upon seeing this, Xiang Jila's expression changed drastically, and he flashed away, disappearing into the dimensional gate like a ghost. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Ming swiftly retreated a distance. Then, he waved his arms, like a graceful immortal dancing, and a dense aura of dejection immediately filled a 360-degree radius around him. This aura seemed to have a life of its own, constantly churning and surging. Soon, something unexpected happened. Xiang Jila, who had disappeared, suddenly reappeared above Su Ming's head. A slight, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Su Ming's lips as he softly said, "I knew you'd be here." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming's feet were enveloped in a thick layer of gray gas, as if he were wearing a pair of mysterious combat boots. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming suddenly exerted his strength and kicked Xiang Jila hard. In his haste, Xiang Jila could only cross his arms in front of his chest, trying to block this thunderous blow. With a loud bang, the two bodies collided violently in midair and then plummeted straight to the ground like kites with broken strings. However, something even more shocking was yet to come. The moment Xiang Jila's feet touched the ground, he suddenly collapsed to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes widened as he stared intently at his hands, his face filled with despair and fear. Tears streamed down his face like a burst dam, and his heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the stadium. The audience in the stands were stunned by the sudden turn of events, exchanging bewildered glances. Someone whispered in confusion, "Xiang Jila clearly didn't touch Su Ming's ability at all. How could this have happened?" The other person shook his head helplessly and replied, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" Someone anxiously shouted, "Is there any expert who can come out and explain this to everyone?" In fact, this was Su Ming's unique skill that he had never shown before, skillfully attaching a gas of despair to his body. Whenever he engaged in close combat with an opponent, this gas could be transmitted into the opponent's body through contact, causing the opponent's emotions to plummet and their fighting spirit to vanish instantly. However, Su Ming's move has a clear weakness: it is completely ineffective against ranged ability users. Nevertheless, as Su Ming continued to win, the atmosphere at the scene became increasingly enthusiastic. The host could not hide his excitement and announced loudly, "Let us congratulate Su Ming from the 3rd College on successfully advancing to the top 8 in the individual competition." Upon hearing the news, Su Ming's joy erupted like a bursting dam, and he couldn't help but shout excitedly at the top of his lungs. At that moment, his roar was not only a release of emotions, but also a long-buried desire in his heart to prove his strength and value to everyone. Although his ability level wasn't high, his relentless efforts and unique combat skills allowed him to shine brightly on the field. As it turned out, Su Ming defeated only the strongest among B-level ability users. His outstanding performance undoubtedly greatly inspired the audience in the stands, making them understand that even with limited superpower levels, as long as one has enough courage, wisdom, and perseverance, one can defeat powerful high-level superpowered individuals. At this moment, another exciting duel was about to begin, and it was Zhang Chen's turn to take the stage. His opponent, Wang Xian, knew Zhang Chen's prowess well, especially his ever-changing array of sophisticated equipment, which made him impossible to defend against. Therefore, Wang Xian dared not be careless at all. He clenched his fists, quickly wrapped his supernatural power around them, and pounced on Zhang Chen without hesitation, launching a fierce attack. Facing the menacing Wang Xian, Zhang Chen remained unusually calm and composed. He unhurriedly took out a sturdy shield made of vibranium from behind his back and held it firmly in front of him. With a loud bang, Wang Xian's fist slammed into the shield, sparks flying. At that moment, Zhang Chen's face was partially visible above the shield, a sly smile playing on his lips, as if he had everything under control. Immediately afterward, he swiftly extended his left hand, revealing a huge banana leaf fan. Seeing this, Wang Xian couldn't help but mutter, "Not again?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Chen had already swung his banana leaf fan fiercely. In an instant, a powerful hurricane roared out, rushing towards Wang Xian with lightning speed. Poor Wang Xian didn't even have time to react before he was blown out of the arena like a falling leaf. Wang Xian, who had been blown out of the arena, was completely bewildered, his face filled with shock and confusion. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and opened his mouth to speak, but found himself unable to organize his thoughts, and could only stare blankly at the arena. Ultimately, Zhang Chen, Xiao De, and Su Ming made it into the quarterfinals of the competition thanks to their outstanding performances. With a smile, Su Ming whispered to Zhang Chen and Xiao De beside him, "Brother Chen, Xiao De, I know my own strength very well. Reaching the top 8 is already my limit. I'm afraid I'll have to stop here in the next round. But it's okay, I believe you two can definitely keep going. Keep it up." Hearing Su Ming's encouragement, Zhang Chen and Xiao De exchanged a smile, then nodded firmly in response. "Don't worry, Su Ming. Our third academy will definitely secure a place in this competition. We'll definitely be among the top 3. Meanwhile, in a corner of the stands, a pair of cold eyes were intently watching everything on the field. The person was hidden in the crowd, difficult to spot, but the chill in their eyes was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Once the top 8 were announced, the day of the competition came to an end. As the audience gradually rose to leave, the mysterious figure slowly pressed the radio in his ear and whispered, "Guardian, tomorrow is the final day of the individual competition. Our meticulously planned scheme can finally officially begin. Who are the top 8 in the individual competition?" On the other side, the mysterious man shrouded in black robes asked his subordinates via radio. His subordinates respectfully reported, "Sir, the list of the top 8 in the individual competition is as follows. For A-level ability students from the first academy, namely Jin Jian, who controls powerful lightning ability, Xia Han'er, who possesses dazzling light ability, Feng Xiu, a wind ability user who can control the power of the wind, and Xiao Yizhou, a shield knight with unparalleled defense. In addition, there is Wen Feng, an A-level ability user from the 9th academy and an expert in earth element. The remaining 3 are all from the 3rd academy, 2 of whom have B-level ability talents, while the other only has a C-level ability." After listening to the report, the voice on the other end of the radio sneered, "These 9 academies are getting worse every year. It's utterly disappointing that even someone with C-level talent can squeeze into the top 8. Alright, I understand. From now on, focus on monitoring those 5 A-level ability students, keep a close eye on their every move. Remember, we're moving out tomorrow." "Yes, sir," the mysterious man replied without hesitation. He then quickly ended the call and turned to leave the arena. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, exhausted from his match, dragged himself home. However, as soon as he stepped into his home, he felt a strange unease. Just then, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind. "Ding! System has issued an urgent mission. During the freshman competition, please prevent the alien god cult from attacking A-level geniuses. Upon successful completion of the mission, the host will receive 1 A-level superpower lottery ticket and 500 points. Accept the mission?" Looking at the system task panel in front of him, Zhang Chen frowned, rubbed his temples with his fingers, and muttered to himself, "Ugh, why is my head suddenly throbbing like someone is banging on a drum? It turns out it's this damned otherworldly cult that's to blame. It seems they're after Xia Han'er and the others. Fortunately, there are school leaders present, so there shouldn't be too much trouble. It's just, the rewards from the system are too tempting. It's really hard to refuse." After some deep thought, Zhang Chen gritted his teeth, seemingly having made up his mind, and said, "Alright, system, in that case, I'll accept this mission." He then quickly turned on his communication device, contacted Qinglong, and instructed him to relay the mission to Xiaoda. Soon after, the communication bracelet on Zhang Chen's wrist rang, and Xiaoda's excited voice came through. "Hey, Brother Chen, Lord Qinglong just came to assign me a mission. Did you receive it too?" "Yeah, I just received it too. I really didn't expect anyone to dare to mess with tomorrow's match," Zhang Chen replied, feigning surprise. He paused, then instructed Xiaoda, "Xiaoda, although your ability has just reached A level, you still lack practical experience and your strength isn't particularly formidable. If you encounter danger tomorrow, don't try to tough it out. If you need to run, you must retreat decisively, understand?" At that moment, Xiaoda's nonchalant laughter came from the other end of the communication bracelet again. "Ha, Brother Chen, don't worry. Don't you know my personality? If things go wrong, I'll definitely run faster than a rabbit." Hearing Xiaoda's confident assurance, Zhang Chen finally felt a little relieved. However, a new thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Perhaps now is the time to think of a good reason to give Xiaoda a second ability. Otherwise, he is too weak now, and as a Kong Su, he could die at any moment while traveling outside. After a long night, as the sun rose and bathed the earth in its light, the arena was already packed with people, the noise rising and falling as if it would overturn the entire place. The audience in the stands were in high spirits, chanting the names of their favorite contestants wave after wave, creating a deafening roar. In this enthusiastic atmosphere, the competition officially began after the host's passionate opening remarks. Su Ming was the first to appear, facing off against Feng Xiu from the First Academy. Feng Xiu, as a ranged ability user, is far stronger than Su Ming. At the start of the match, Su Ming tried to break through Feng Xiu's defenses and engage in close combat, but he failed each time. Feng Xiu stood at a distance, constantly conjuring sharp wind blades in her hand, which shot towards Su Ming like lightning. Su Ming dodged left and right, struggling to keep up, trying his best to get closer to his opponent, but he was never able to bridge the gap in strength between them. Finally, another powerful wind blade came hurtling towards him. Su Ming couldn't dodge in time and was violently knocked off the field. Despite the outcome, Su Ming showed no sign of resentment or frustration, because he was already mentally prepared for the outcome of the match. He slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Feng Xiu to express his respect. Then, without a word, he turned and left the field, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. Meanwhile, another fierce battle is underway. Xiaoda's luck seems to be bad, as he encountered the formidable Zhang Chen in the first round. Before the match even officially started, Jorda decisively chose to concede defeat. This move immediately drew boos from the stands, with the audience criticizing Jota for being cowardly and afraid to fight. But Xiao didn't care. He knew he was no match for Zhang Chen, so he might as well conserve his strength and go all out to face the upcoming losers bracket. After all, even if it's just achieving a better ranking in the losers bracket, it's still contributing to the academy. The audience in the stands was in high spirits when suddenly Xiao's father's gruff and rude voice rang out. "What are you shushing about? If you're so capable, go up there and fight yourselves. You all act like you've never seen anything like this before. What are you yelling about? If you don't want to watch, get out. If you need to pee, go to the toilet. Don't get in our way and make us all feel annoyed, like we're being urged to pee." These words were like a bombshell, instantly bringing the lively atmosphere in the stands to an abrupt halt. The audience looked at each other, both surprised and dissatisfied with the man who had spoken so arrogantly. I thought to myself, how could this uncle be so rude? He's supposed to be a well-known entrepreneur in City A, yet he uttered such vulgar words in front of everyone. However, the tense atmosphere on the field did not diminish due to the incident in the stands. Next up were two strong contenders from the same academy, Jin Jian and Xiao Yizhou. The duel between the two was a fierce battle, full of tension from beginning to end. At the referee's signal, the two charged at each other like arrows released from a bow, engaging in a fierce battle. Jin Jian, wielding a spear crackling with lightning, menacingly thrust it straight at Xiao Yizhou's abdomen. Xiao Yizhou reacted quickly, swinging his reflective shield to deflect Jin Jian's lightning spear back. Jin Jian remained calm and composed, his feet moving with lightning speed as if wrapped in lightning, and in a flash, he teleported behind Xiao Yizhou. At the same time, he unleashed a powerful surge of lightning from his hands, hurling it at Xiao Yizhou like a violent storm. While Xiao Yizhou was doing his best to resist Jin Jian's fierce attacks, he was also carefully looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Finally, during a defensive lapse, he seized the opportunity, and a sharp, long spike suddenly extended from his shield, swiftly stabbing towards Jin Jian like a viper spitting its tongue. Because the movement was so sudden, Jin Jian had no time to dodge, and a deep gash was immediately cut open on his cheek, with blood slowly flowing down from the wound. At this moment, Xiao Yizhou was also in a bad situation. His once indestructible shield was now covered with cracks, as if it was in danger of collapsing at any moment. Not only that, but his handsome face was also marked with several charred marks from the aftershocks of the lightning, making him look quite disheveled. Both were panting, their eyes locked on each other, sparks seemingly flying as their gazes met. In that breathtakingly tense moment, they acted as if they were telepathically connected. Xiao Yizhou swung his arm, and a small, exquisite shield suddenly appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he hurled it forcefully at Jin Jian. Faced with this sudden attack, Jin Jian reacted quickly, dodging the attack with an elegant front flip. At the same time, dazzling lightning flashed beneath his feet, instantly accelerating him and rushing towards Xiao Yizhou like a bolt of lightning. Immediately afterwards, he threw a punch, which struck Xiao Yizhou hard in the abdomen with tremendous force. The heavy blow sent Xiao Yizhou flying backward, only managing to regain his balance at the edge of the fighting platform, nearly falling off. However, he did not back down because of the setback. Instead, he quickly adjusted his state, gripped the two giant shields tightly with both hands, and roared, "Shock!" With a roar, the two shields in his hands clashed violently. Instantly, a powerful shockwave swept across the entire fighting arena like a monstrous wave. Seeing this, Jin Jian was not afraid at all. He used his ultimate skill to transform into a tall giant formed from lightning elements and raised his big foot to stomp down hard on Xiao Yizhou. This thrilling battle was extremely exciting and thrilling, making everyone present feel their blood boil, especially when the 2A level ability users went all out and clashed fiercely. The audience cheered and shouted loudly. Just as the elemental giant that Jin Jian had transformed into was about to be shattered by the intense shock released by Xiao Yizhou, Jin Jian decisively swung his weapon, a winding, serpentine lightning snake, and charged towards Xiao Yizhou with incredible speed. Before Xiao Yizhou could react, a lightning-fast current struck him. Instantly, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if every cell had been paralyzed by an electric shock. At this moment, Jin Jian, who had just regained his footing, did not hesitate to turn his fist into a palm and strike Xiao Yizhou with the force of thunder. With a loud bang, Xiao Yizhou flew backward in a straight line like a kite with a broken string. But unexpectedly, at the moment he was knocked away, he used his strong will to firmly grasp Jin Jian's hands and used the momentum to fly out of the arena with Jin Jian. This scene left the audience stunned. Soon after, both of them landed, but because Xiao Yizhou landed on his feet first, according to the rules, the contest ended with Jin Jian narrowly winning. Watching the exciting match from the sidelines, Zhang Chen nodded in admiration. He thought to himself, I never expected that Xiao Yizhou could use the Shield Knight's ability so skillfully and so masterfully. As for Jin Jian, regardless of his personality, his strength in terms of superpowers is indeed not to be underestimated. The match had just ended when Xia Han'er and Wen Feng's fierce battle immediately began. Xia Han'er gently raised her jade hand, and in an instant, a powerful elemental force condensed in her palm, transforming into a dazzling elemental bow and arrow. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she aimed at Wen Feng and released the bowstring without hesitation. location. An elemental arrow, imbued with terrifying energy, shot out with lightning speed. Faced with this sudden and fierce attack, Wenfeng showed no fear. She quickly chanted a spell, and in the blink of an eye, an indestructible earthen wall rose in front of her, successfully blocking the whistling elemental arrows. At this moment, the two seemed to be testing each other, neither daring to use their full strength easily. In the blink of an eye, Xia Han'er flashed forward, rushing towards Wenfeng like a ghost. At the same time, the elemental bow and arrow in her hand suddenly transformed into a huge elemental greatsword, which, with an incomparably sharp aura, cleaved through the earthen wall in front of her and continued to slash fiercely at Wenfeng. Seeing this, Wenfeng inwardly cried out in alarm, but outwardly remained calm and composed. She quickly activated her earth elemental power, and the rocks in her hands instantly condensed into a pair of thick, ironclad hands, steadily blocking Xia Han'er's fierce slash. Immediately afterward, Wenfeng suddenly raised her leg, her knee striking Xia Han'er like a cannonball. Xia Han'er reacted extremely quickly, raising her lower leg without hesitation and forcefully blocking the knee strike. For a moment, the two girls' competition was incredibly fierce, going back and forth without giving an inch. Every move they made was full of power and skill, and the excitement was in no way inferior to a fight between boys. The onlookers stared wide-eyed at the thrilling duel. Seeing that the two sides were locked in a stalemate, Wenfeng knew that there was no way out if things continued like this, so she decided to use her ultimate skill, the falling rocks ability, from the earth element. In an instant, there was a loud rumbling sound, and a dense cluster of huge rocks suddenly appeared out of thin air above Xia Han'er's head, pouring down like raindrops. Faced with the sudden crisis, Xia Han'er remained calm. She took a deep breath, her hands quickly forming a hand seal. A dazzling light flashed, and a sturdy light shield appeared above her head, firmly protecting her. At the same time, Xia Han'er moved nimbly, dodging left and right, skillfully avoiding the continuous falling rocks. Taking advantage of the gaps in her dodging the falling rocks, Xia Han'er gradually approached Wenfeng. Wenfeng naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. With a wave of her hands, two weapons formed from rock, a stone sword and a stone hammer, instantly appeared in her hands. In the blink of an eye, Wenfeng, wielding a stone sword and a stone hammer, launched a fierce attack on Xia Han'er like a whirlwind. Xia Han'er remained calm and collected, raising her shield with her right hand to precisely block the stone sword thrusting from Wenfeng's left hand. She then wielded her lightsaber with her right hand to skillfully deflect the stone hammer swung from Wenfeng's left hand. As their weapons clashed and sparks flew, all the falling rocks above Xia Han'er's head disappeared. However, Wenfeng suddenly kicked out and stomped heavily on the ground. With this strike, a muddy swamp quickly spread across the ground. Caught off guard, Xia Han'er's feet sank into the mud, leaving her unable to move. Seeing the critical situation, the audience held their breath and watched the developments on the field with bated breath. Xia Han'er, however, remained completely calm, a glint of inspiration flashing in her eyes. Then, a wondrous scene unfolded. A torrent of light elements surged forth from beneath her feet. Using the recoil generated by this powerful light element, Xia Han'er leaped into the air like a graceful fairy, instantly escaping danger. At the same time, the long sword she had been gripping tightly in her hand transformed rapidly in a flash of light, turning into a nimble and flexible whip in the blink of an eye. However, her opponent, Wenfeng, was no ordinary person either. Faced with Xia Han'er's fierce offensive, she waved her hands, and countless small stones rained down on Xia Han'er as she slowly descended from midair. But how could Xia Han'er be so easily hit by these attacks? As she plummeted downwards, she continuously wielded her long whip, precisely deflecting the rapidly approaching pebbles one by one. A series of crisp impacts rang out all around, and sparks flew everywhere. After a fierce struggle, Xia Han'er finally succeeded in using her long whip to entangle Wenfeng's arm. Just as she was about to land, a clear and melodious shout suddenly rang out. "Trap her!" With this delicate shout, a dazzling array of bright yellow pentagrams suddenly lit up around Wenfeng. Brilliant light elements shot out from the pentagram array, intertwining and entangling like golden lightning, tightly enveloping Wenfeng and rendering her unable to move. Gradually, Wenfeng's entire body was engulfed by light elements, eventually condensing into a huge ball of light elements. This is Xia Han'er's unique skill, a powerful move that can trap enemies within a barrier. However, executing this move was by no means easy. A complex formation had to be set up silently beforehand. Clearly, Xia Han'er had already been meticulously planning all of this in secret. Once the sphere of light was fully formed, Xia Han'er breathed a sigh of relief. She walked gracefully to the sphere, extended a slender, fair hand, and seemingly gave it a gentle push. The incredibly heavy ball of light rolled down the platform, tumbling off the stage with a dull thud. Xia Han'er's slightly tired breathing gradually calmed down, and this thrilling competition finally came to an end. Thus, the final 4 contestants were determined. The host announced enthusiastically, "Congratulations to Jin Jian, Xia Han'er, and Fang Xiyu from the First Academy, and Zhang Chen from the Third Academy for successfully advancing to the semifinals. The fierce competition for 5th to 8th place in the losers bracket will begin next." As soon as the words were spoken, the 4 contestants from the losers bracket stepped out one by one, and the tense and exciting draw began immediately. Before long, the losers bracket matches were quickly decided. Ultimately, Xiaoyizhou won 5th place, Wenfeng won 6th place, Xiaoda won 7th place, and Su Ming won 8th place. This result was clearly not unexpected. During halftime, Zhang Chen keenly noticed several suspicious-looking people quietly standing in various corners of the stands. When Xiaoda returned to his side, Zhang Chen quickly pulled him aside and said anxiously in a low voice, "Xiaoda, have you noticed that there are suddenly a lot of suspicious guys in the stands? Your match is over. Go tell Uncle Joe and the others to leave first. If things get chaotic, we won't be able to take care of them." Xiaoda nodded repeatedly. "Okay, no problem. Don't worry, Brother Chen, my parents only came to watch my match. They left and went home long ago after I finished." Hearing him say that, Zhang Chen's anxiety eased slightly. At this moment, in a corner of the bustling stands, a mysterious middle-aged man dressed in a black robe sat quietly. He turned slightly to the side, pressed one hand tightly against the radio to his ear, and whispered, "Report, everything is progressing smoothly. I've already added plenty of muscle relaxant to the lunches of the leaders of various universities. Soon, those so-called geniuses with A-level superpowers will have no choice but to obey our orders. This cartilage powder is no ordinary drug. It's a potent medication that can render a person incapacitated within a short period of time. However, if the poisoned person does not use their superpowers, there is no major problem. Once they use their superpowers, their body immediately becomes weak and powerless, and even moving a finger becomes a luxury. Although poison does not kill directly, its effects can last for a considerable period of time." Upon hearing the black-robed man's report, a joyful laugh immediately came from the other end of the radio. "Haha, well done. You've done a great job this time. Now, all we need to do is patiently wait for the individual competition to end, and once the awards ceremony begins, it will be the perfect time for us to officially kick off our carnival party." "Yes, sir." The man in black robes could not hide his excitement and quickly responded loudly. Just as the man in black robes was secretly plotting, the host's excited and high-pitched voice rang out again in the arena. "Dear viewers, the most intense and exciting championship match is about to begin. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the final 4 contestants to the stage." As the host finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly reached a new climax. Zhang Chen and the other 3 walked steadily and slowly into the bustling martial arts arena. The spectators in the stands were whispering and discussing excitedly. "Hey, look, the First Academy is definitely going to be the biggest winner again. 3 of the top 4 are from the First Academy. I doubt Zhang Chen can compete with the 3 of them." A spectator shook his head inside. "That's right, this situation is simply unsolvable. The championship is almost a foregone conclusion for the First Academy." Another person chimed in. However, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Actually, that's not necessarily true. Do you know that Zhang Chen's superpower is quite formidable? He can control all kinds of equipment, especially that mysterious fan. It's not an easy task to break through its attack." These words immediately sparked further debate and discussion among the surrounding audience. Amidst the rising and falling discussions in the stands, the match schedule for Zhang Chen and his teammates was finally revealed. The huge LED screen clearly displayed the information of the 2 sides in the battle: Jin Jian vs Xia Han'er and Zhang Chen vs Fang Xiyu. As soon as the 2 match information was released, the entire stands instantly erupted in cheers and shouts of encouragement that echoed through the sky. The competition began, and the first to appear were Jin Jian and Xia Han'er, who belonged to the same academy. At this moment, Jin Jian, standing on the fighting platform, wore a malicious smile and said to Xia Han'er, "Han'er, I really can't bear to fight you. Why don't you just admit defeat?" Faced with Jin Jian's flippant words, Xia Han'er glanced at him indifferently, her tone calm but with a hint of coldness. "Jin Jian, watch your words. I've said it many times, I'm not familiar with you. Please don't address me like that. It's really disgusting." Xia Han'er's merciless response stunned Jin Jian. His smug smile instantly froze, and his face darkened. After all, this was a martial arts arena under the watchful eyes of everyone, and their conversation was heard by everyone without reservation. At this moment, a burst of ear-piercing laughter erupted from the stands, surging towards Jin Jian like a tidal wave. "Ha, this is hilarious. Just how thick-skinned is Jin Jian?" Yeah, they completely ignored him, but he kept calling out, "Han'er, Han'er." People who didn't know the situation would think they were a loving couple. "It's really too much of a hardship for our beautiful and noble Miss Xia to be bothered by such a disgusting guy." The jeers rose and fell, one after another, without end. Xia Han'er remained expressionless and continued, "Originally, I didn't care much about the ranking in this competition, but since my opponent is you, I still have to be a little more serious." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Han'er's delicate body trembled slightly, and an incomparably powerful aura instantly surged out from her body, sweeping across the entire scene like a raging storm. Jin Jian was stunned on the spot, his face full of astonishment, and he muttered to himself, "How can this aura be so terrifying? It is actually much stronger than me, a dignified bronze 9-star expert?" Just as Jin Jian was dumbfounded and had no time to react, his vision suddenly blurred and Xia Han'er flashed in front of him like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, with a whoosh, Xia Han'er moved with lightning speed, grabbing Jin Jian's hair, which he considered dashing and handsome but was actually extremely flamboyant, and flung it away without any mercy. The next moment, Jinjian flew straight out like a kite with a broken string, tracing a long arc before crashing heavily outside the arena. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if frozen in place. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. After a long while, the stunned audience in the stands gradually came to their senses, exclaiming in disbelief, What happened?" The host stammered, Xia Hanner wins." At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar, but Zhang Chen remained calm and composed, because he had already expected this result. After all, he had guessed that Xia Hanner had reached the silver level. With such strength, she could easily kill Jin Jian, who was only at the bronze level. As Xia Hanner stepped off the dueling platform, she brushed past Zhang Chen, who was preparing to step onto it. She smiled playfully at Zhang Chen and whispered, "Zhang Chen, don't lose." Zhang Chen nodded slightly in response, then resolutely stepped onto the dueling platform. Standing opposite Zhang Chen at this moment was Fang Xiyu. In fact, Zhang Chen already had a strategy for dealing with this confrontation. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he reacted quickly, his elbows and feet flashing with strange light at the same time, and then a layer of solid steel armor slowly emerged. Moreover, the steel armor was inlaid with dazzling transmitters, and a mysterious quantum shield transmitter appeared in the center of Zhang Chen's palm. Fang Xiyu watched the astonishing changes that had occurred in Zhang Chen and dared not let her guard down for a moment. Knowing full well that her opponent was not to be underestimated, she unleashed her ultimate technique without hesitation, raising her hands swiftly from a low position, and instantly, two enormous tornadoes appeared out of thin air, roaring down with a destructive force. The wind howled, and Zhang Chen's hair flew wildly in the wind, becoming disheveled. However, he remained unusually calm and composed in the face of the approaching tornado. He gently lifted his left foot and lightly touched his right foot, and suddenly countless dazzling sparks burst forth from the steel armor on his feet. These sparks, like raging flames, erupted wildly. Propelled by the powerful force of the sparks, Zhang Chen's body shot towards Fang Xiyu like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen appeared in front of Fang Xiyu like a ghost. He suddenly unleashed a burst of power from the flamethrower at his elbow, sending raging flames flying as if injecting boundless power into his fist, instantly increasing his attack speed. Faced with the sudden and fierce attack, Fang Xiyu calmly responded. She let out a delicate shout, and the wind element under her feet surged rapidly. Using the wind, she dodged Zhang Chen's fierce attack with lightning speed. Immediately afterwards, she waved her hand and unleashed several incredibly sharp wind blades, which hurtled towards Zhang Chen like a sudden storm. However, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed in the face of the dense array of wind blades. He calmly pressed the mysterious two-word energy shield button in his hand, and instantly, a dazzling circular energy shield appeared, completely enveloping him. The fierce wind blades that came at you vanished without a trace the moment they touched the energy shield, like snowflakes meeting a raging fire. Zhang Chen ignored the wind blades, his mind focused solely on capturing Fang Xiyu as soon as possible. He moved with lightning speed, chasing after Fang Xiyu like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Although Fang Xiyu is an A-level ability user, perhaps due to her own reasons, she has fewer skills and they are not powerful enough. Therefore, not long after, Zhang Chen successfully closed the distance between himself and Fang Xiyu. Seeing Zhang Chen closing in step by step, Fang Xiyu was extremely anxious. Suddenly, she noticed that Zhang Chen had somehow produced a shiny black iron rod in his hand. Before she could react, the iron rod, accompanied by a whistling sound, swung down at her with the force of a mountain crashing down on her. Fang Xiyu dared not relax in the slightest, and quickly mobilized all the wind elements in her body to gather in her hands, desperately resisting this fierce attack. With a loud bang, the iron rod collided with the wind element, sparking dazzling sparks. She gritted her teeth and did everything in her power to keep herself from collapsing, but Zhang Chen's strength was too great, and she was ultimately unable to resist him, so she could only kneel on one knee and struggle to support herself. At this moment, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. Then, he whispered two words, "Get bigger." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a shocking scene unfolded. The ordinary iron rod rapidly expanded, growing thicker and longer, transforming in an instant into a gigantic iron pillar, like a pillar supporting the sky, continuing to crush down upon Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu gritted her teeth and struggled with all her might to support herself, kneeling on one knee as if she would collapse completely at any moment. On the other side, Zhang Chen slowly placed the heavy iron pillar on the ground, making a dull thud. Then, he slowly reached down to his waist and pulled out a uniquely shaped banana leaf fan. Upon seeing the banana leaf fan, Fang Xiyu's pupils contracted sharply, and she thought to herself, "This is bad, this is really troublesome." With a gentle wave of his banana leaf fan, Zhang Chen unleashed a powerful hurricane that roared out like a wild horse. At this moment, Fang Xiyu was pinned down by the iron pillar and had no way to escape the fierce hurricane. She was powerless to resist and was blown into the air by the hurricane, her whole body tumbling in the air like a helpless fallen leaf. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was almost certain that the match was over and Fang Xiyu would lose. However, something unexpected happened. As Fang Xiyu tumbled in the air, she displayed amazing perseverance and skill. She struggled to adjust her posture and forcefully control her body, eventually miraculously stabilizing herself in mid-air. Without hesitation, she used her wind-based ability and gracefully floated back to the arena like a light bird. Fong Siyu's series of brilliant performances immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the audience in the stands. They stood up and cheered excitedly. "Wow, I never expected you to be so tenacious." Hearing the thunderous cheers, Zhang Chen cast an approving glance at Fong Siyu and said, "Not bad, you've got some skills. But our battle has only just begun." Faced with Zhang Chen's praise, Fong Siyu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and retorted without backing down. "Humph, how could I, a dignified A-level ability user, possibly lose to a B-level guy like you? Come on, let's continue our contest." Before she could finish speaking, Fong Siyu launched an attack. Her hands moved swiftly, and countless small tornadoes instantly formed around her. These tiny tornadoes, like nimble sprites, spun rapidly around her. With a wave of her hand, all the small tornadoes rushed towards Zhang Chen like arrows released from a bow. During flight, these small tornadoes merged together, instantly forming a giant tornado. Its massive scale and powerful force amazed the audience, who watched the situation intently, afraid of missing any exciting moment. However, just as the terrifying tornado was about to hit Zhang Chen, a shocking scene unfolded. A dazzling energy shield instantly reappeared around him, like an indestructible fortress, easily neutralizing the tornado's powerful winds. At this moment, Zhang Chen seemed to be in a calm place, his steps steady and unaffected by the strong wind, slowly approaching Fong Siyu. As the distance shortened, his speed increased and he eventually transformed into a whirlwind, dashing forward. At the same time, his feet suddenly burst forth with blazing flames. This time, Zhang Chen secretly increased the output of his power, and his whole body was like an arrow released from a bow, carrying endless pressure, rushing straight towards Fong Siyu. At this moment, Fong Siyu was completely focused on controlling the tornado to attack Zhang Chen, and had no time to defend herself. Faced with this sudden and fierce impact, she had no time to dodge at all. With a dull thud, Zhang Chen's powerful kick struck Fong Siyu squarely in the abdomen. After being hit hard, Fong Siyu's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the sidelines at an astonishing speed. With a deafening roar, she crashed into the hard wall at the edge of the stands. Instantly, the wall cracked, splintered, and filled with dust. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw, but they didn't think much about Zhang Chen's own strength. Instead, they generally believed that it was all due to the powerful propulsion device on his feet. Poor Fong Siyu fainted on the spot due to the severe injuries. Time flies, and 10 minutes have passed in the blink of an eye. Next up is the duel between Fong Siyu and Jin Jian. Taking advantage of the break before the match started, Xiao quickly walked over to Zhang Chen and asked curiously, "Brother Chen, who do you think will win this match?" Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, gently stroked his chin, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, "I think it should be Jin Jian. His attack power is quite formidable." Zhang Chen's gaze was firm as he continued to analyze the situation. Jin Jian also possesses lightning-type abilities. His endless array of attack methods makes him truly difficult to defend against. On the other hand, when I fought Fong Siyu, I found that her moves were too simplistic. If this continues, she will soon be defeated by Jin Jian. At this time, thanks to the meticulous treatment by the organizer's medical team, Fong Siyu has fully recovered and is full of energy. She walked steadily onto the dueling platform. As Jin Jian's classmate from the same school, she was well aware of her opponent's strength. Despite possessing an A-level superpower, she could only be considered at the lower end of the A-level category in the highly competitive First Academy. Therefore, she knew in her heart that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would be the loser in this match. At this moment, Jin Jian also stepped onto the fighting stage at a leisurely pace. As everyone expected, Jin Jian won the victory without any suspense. With Jin Jian's victory, the exciting championship battle between Zhang Chen and Xia Han'er will follow. The two walked onto the stage together, and Xia Han'er spoke first. "During the team competition before, I intentionally let you off the hook. This time I want to see just how much difference there really is between you and me." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately assumed a fighting stance, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from her body. That aura was an incredibly terrifying pressure at the silver level. This sudden burst of energy drew the attention of the school leaders in the observation room. The school leaders of the First Academy, in particular, couldn't help but stand up, staring intently at the two on the stage, secretly shaking their heads and sighing. Xia Han'er has been hiding her abilities too well. In the players' lounge, Jin Jian stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief, as if the whole world had collapsed at that moment. He stood frozen, his mind filled with doubt and shock. He had firmly believed that his loss to Xia Han'er was only due to a moment of carelessness, but now, that idea had shattered like a bubble. It turns out that Xia Han'er had been hiding her true strength all along. Thinking of this, Jin Jian clenched his fist, his knuckles turning slightly white from the excessive force. He was once incredibly arrogant, believing himself to be a chosen one of heaven, whose strength was absolutely top-ranked among the many freshmen of the First Academy. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Xia Han'er's formidable strength far exceeded his expectations, hands, how could he accept it calmly? Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the fighting stage was extremely tense. Xia Han'er's fierce aura surged towards Zhang Chen like a raging torrent, even causing his clothes to flutter and rustle even without wind. Faced with such a powerful sense of pressure, Zhang Chen remained unusually calm and composed. He slowly said, "As expected of you, you are indeed no longer at the bronze level." Hearing this, Xia Han'er's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. She was clearly not surprised that Zhang Chen could guess her true strength. She nodded slightly in response. "You really did notice all along." Then, she stared intently at Zhang Chen and continued, "Actually, at first, I wasn't very interested in winning this competition. But since I met you, my thoughts have changed. I want to have a relationship with you and see just how strong you really are. Zhang Chen, I want to ask you, was the equipment you used in the secret realm crafted by you?" Zhang Chen naturally understood that Xia Han'er was referring to the component that Make 3 had. He didn't hide anything and nodded frankly. "That's right, I made it." His expression turned serious, and he continued, "You should know that the destructive power of that equipment is extremely terrifying. It would probably be inappropriate to use it in this match." After listening, Xia Han'er couldn't help but recall the scene in the mysterious Holy Light Cave. At that moment, Zhang Chen lightly swung the arc pulse cannon, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot out, instantly killing the powerful silver-level boss. Her heart tightened, and she silently nodded, agreeing with Zhang Chen's opinion. That's true. If Zhang Chen had used that terrifying equipment during the match, there would have been no point in continuing the game. Everyone would have just packed up and gone home. However, unexpectedly, their seemingly ordinary conversation was amplified by the on-site sound system, making it clear to everyone present. Although no one fully understands the secrets they are discussing, astute viewers have gleaned a key piece of information from their brief conversations. Zhang Chen seems to possess a super weapon even more powerful than the banana leaf fan. Instantly, the audience erupted in gasps and discussions. Someone couldn't help but shout, "My God, we thought Zhang Chen's fan was already amazing, but we didn't expect he had an even more powerful treasure." Another person excitedly chimed in, "Yeah, if Zhang Chen opened a shop selling this kind of top-tier equipment, he'd definitely make a fortune." Some even joked, "Hey, that's a good idea, it might actually work." A heated discussion immediately erupted in the stands. Just then, the whistle blew suddenly, like a thunderclap piercing the sky. Upon hearing the sound, Xia Han'er moved, her delicate body trembling slightly. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from behind her, and countless brilliant light swords emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Faced with this sudden and spectacular scene, Zhang Chen was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, muttering incredulously, What kind of move is this? This is a unique skill I created after reaching the silver rank. 100 Swords Return to Origin. To be honest, this is the first time I've used it. After all, this move is so powerful that even I don't dare to use it lightly usually," Xia Han'er explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking to himself, "With such power, how dare you use it on me? Could it be that you have such confidence in my strength? This is truly speechless." He silently complained in his heart, while Xia Han'er launched an attack without hesitation. In an instant, countless light swords flew towards Zhang Chen like meteors. Faced with such a fierce attack, Zhang Chen reacted quickly, his feet instantly transforming into the footparts of the Make 3, and his whole body soared into the air like a rocket. The lightsabers seemed to have eyes, closely following Zhang Chen as he flew and darted through the air. Zhang Chen glanced back at the lightsabers that were relentlessly pursuing him, and was shocked. He muttered to himself, "This skill even has an automatic tracking function? That's too monstrous." Then, he gripped the iron rod tightly again and began to swing it around in the air, trying to knock down the lightsabers one by one. However, despite Zhang Chen's lightning-fast movements, every time he knocked down a lightsaber, more flying swords would come flying in like a tidal wave, showing no signs of stopping. Seeing this, Zhang Chen clicked his tongue and frowned, dodging the dense barrage of lightsaber attacks while racking his brains for a solution. At this moment, the crowd watching below was completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Zhang Chen could soar freely in the air like a bird. Such an extraordinary ability was simply unbelievable. Some people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "My God, Zhang Chen is actually flying. What kind of amazing ability is this?" Exclamations and discussions rose and fell, and the whole scene was extremely shocked and chaotic. At this moment, Zhang Chen held a wind elemental fan, its surface shimmering with mysterious light as if he controlled the power of the wind. In his other hand, he gripped a powerful iron rod, its shaft radiating a chilling light. Not only that, he was also equipped with special gear that enhanced his flight speed, allowing him to traverse the air like lightning. This powerful combination of superpowers made him equivalent to several people in one. "They're all human. How can there be such a huge difference?" a spectator in the stands couldn't help but exclaim. "Absolutely. Xia Han'er's skills are so overpowered, it's practically cheating. If I were on the field, I'd probably be turned into a sieve in an instant," another audience member chimed in. Everyone nodded in agreement, deeply shocked by Xia Han'er's hidden strength. Who would have thought that Xia Han'er, who seemed so ordinary, actually possessed such profound strength? Even with Zhang Chen's extraordinary abilities, winning against Xia Han'er, who was clearly clearly a level above him, is practically a pipe dream. Judging from the current situation, Xia Han'er is probably the only one who will win the championship, someone predicted. Inside the lounge, the atmosphere was equally tense. Xiao shouted excitedly, "Go, Chen! You'll win!" His voice echoed throughout the room, as if trying to ignite Zhang Chen's fighting spirit with his enthusiasm. The other participants were already dumbfounded, completely immersed in the intense competition. Only Zhenjian's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud, so black it seemed as if water could drip from it. Recalling his previous match with Xia Han'er, he suddenly realized that his opponent hadn't used her full strength at all. Thinking of this, Zhenjian was furious and slammed his fist on the table with a loud thud. The people who were focused on watching the game were startled by the sudden noise and turned around. Upon realizing it was Zhenjian who had done it, they exchanged a glance and shook their heads as if they were of one mind, before turning their attention back to the arena. After all, the exciting matches on the field are the most eye-catching focus right now. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly unfavorable, Zhang Chen knew he could no longer sit idly by and wait for his doom. He calmly pulled out an exquisite origami from his pocket, his eyes focused and determined, and whispered, "Fada, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the origami seemed to come to life and slowly unfolded. In the blink of an eye, a small robot, as tall as two people and with a cool design, appeared before everyone. Zhang Chen nimbly slipped inside the robot, quickly pulled out the sharp blade that gleamed coldly from its back, and then rushed toward the lightsaber like a whirlwind, swinging the blade and slashing fiercely. The male spectators in the stands erupted in cheers, their eyes wide with astonishment and excitement. "Wow, what kind of new gadget is this? Is it a Gundam?" a boy couldn't help but shout out. Another boy quickly shook his head to correct him. "Gundams aren't that small, but this thing is so cool." "Ah, Zhang Chen, let me down. I want to go up and have some fun too. This is the romance every man dreams of." Another boy stood up excitedly and shouted at the top of his lungs. Just then, Zhang Chen decisively pressed a button inside the Fada. In an instant, a sharp whistling sound rang out, and more than a dozen small but incredibly powerful missiles shot straight toward the lightsaber like arrows released from a bow. Faced with the sudden attack, Xia Han'er remained calm. She let out a delicate shout and quickly formed hand seals, instantly unleashing a dazzling light. The next moment, an enormous light elemental greatsword appeared out of thin air and slammed down on Fada's head with tremendous force. Zhang Chen focused intently on controlling Fada, desperately trying to withstand the fierce attack. Despite Fada's best efforts, it gradually fell from the sky under the powerful impact of the giant sword. At this moment, Zhang Chen sighed inwardly, "Oh dear, Xia Han'er really doesn't hold back." Seeing the situation growing increasingly critical, Zhang Chen, in a moment of quick thinking, swiftly inserted the banana leaf fan he had been hiding on his person into a groove in Fada's body. The moment the fan was inserted, a miraculous change occurred. A sudden gust of wind arose from the hand that had been gripping the sword, and a powerful gust of air shot out, violently blowing the light elemental greatsword away. How could Xia Han'er easily admit defeat? She narrowed her beautiful eyes, and with a swift wave of her hands, a dazzling light whip appeared in her hand amidst a flash of light. With a flick of her wrist, the light whip shot out like a serpent, accurately wrapping around Fada's feet. Immediately afterwards, she flew up as lightly as if on a swing, and in the blink of an eye, she was on top of Fada's back. A fierce glint flashed in Xia Han'er's eyes. She clenched her fist, gathered all her energy into her hand, and struck Fada's back mercilessly. With a muffled thud, Fada screamed and crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Surprisingly, after landing, Fada turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared, clearly unable to withstand any further attacks. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared in the center of the fighting arena. It turned out to be Zhang Chen. Looking at the situation before him, he sighed slightly. "Fada really can't beat Xia Han'er. It seems I have to show my true strength." After saying that, Zhang Chen's body began to emit a dazzling light, and an advanced exoskeleton armor gradually covered his entire body. This renowned Make 3 armor set amazed everyone present with its powerful performance and cool design. Especially the boys in the stands, their eyes widened when they saw Make 3, and some even couldn't help but drool. However, when Xia Han'er saw the equipment in Zhang Chen's hand, her expression changed drastically. She stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in disbelief, "Zhang Chen, didn't you say you weren't going to use this?" Zhang Chen's deep, magnetic voice came from inside the armor. "There's no other way, Han'er. I really can't beat you without it." Faced with such a formidable opponent, Xia Han'er hesitated for a moment before finally shaking her head and sighing helplessly. "Fine, I concede this battle. This armor is too terrifying. I don't want to waste my energy struggling." With that, she turned and left the arena, leaving the smug Zhang Chen standing alone. The fierce competition ended with Zhang Chen emerging victorious. Afterwards, everyone's attention turned to the scores of the contestants from the 9 academies, as these would directly determine the rankings of each academy. Notably, the first academy delivered a stunning performance in this competition. They not only won second place in the team competition, but the runner-up and third place in the individual competition also came from the first academy. In addition, 2 contestants from the first academy successfully made it into the top 8. With such outstanding overall performance, the first academy rightfully topped the list. In comparison, the third academy is slightly inferior and can only be ranked second. Despite the differences in rankings, each college showcased its unique style and strength in this freshman competition. Just as the contestants were joyfully going on stage to receive their awards, an unexpected situation quietly occurred. Suddenly, a group of mysterious figures dressed in black robes appeared in several corners of the stands. These men in black robes moved swiftly and nimbly, leaping down from the stands and instantly surrounding the contestants. Their speed was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. At the same time, a person with a peculiar face slowly descended from the sky. He wore a half mask and a black robe with dark patterns, exuding a chilling aura. Inside the observation room, the school leaders were horrified upon witnessing this scene. One of them recognized the perpetrator and exclaimed, "It's Sun Shinsu, the protector of the heretic cult. This is terrible." Before the words were even finished, the other school leaders realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly activated their supernatural abilities, preparing to rush out and fight. However, just as they were channeling their energy, a strange force suddenly struck, leaving everyone weak and powerless, as if their bones and muscles had been drained, causing them to collapse to the ground, unable to move. At this moment, all they could do was stare wide-eyed and anxiously watch the fierce fight unfolding before them, but they were powerless to do anything. Upon landing, Sun Shinsu suddenly looked up and burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the arena as if it would shatter the heavens. "Ha ha ha, you are indeed the chosen ones of heaven. I, Sun, have broadened my horizons today and admire you wholeheartedly." At this moment, the host, his face grim, strode out from the side, his eyes wide with anger, and pointed at Sun Shinsu, demanding, "Who exactly are you? Why are you trespassing into our arena? This isn't a place where you can run wild." Before he could finish speaking, a flash of cold light appeared, and a sharp flying sword hurtled towards him like lightning. Before the host could react, the flying sword had already pierced his chest. His eyes widened, an expression of disbelief on his face, and his body slowly fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Fresh blood gushed from the wound, quickly staining a large area of the ground red. At this moment, the audience, who had been immersed in the exciting match, suddenly woke up from their daze, screamed in terror, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. The crowd scattered and fled, and the situation briefly spiraled out of control. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen quickly rushed to the host's side, squatted down, and carefully checked his breath. Sensing that the host was still breathing very faintly, Zhang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief, then sighed deeply and slowly stood up. He turned to look at Xiaoda, who also looked grave, and whispered, "Take advantage of the chaos and quietly take the host away so we can find a medical team to treat him as soon as possible. Make sure you protect yourself. Wear the mask you prepared beforehand before going out to face the enemy. Also, don't forget to change into the black robe I gave you. It will help you better conceal your figure and aura." Xiaoda nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. Without saying anything more, he turned around to protect the host, waiting for an opportunity to act. At this moment, Sun Shinsu still grinned menacingly, sweeping his murderous gaze over the crowd, and coldly said, "What I like to do most is to nip so-called geniuses in the bud. You're really unlucky to have run into me today. Sorry, but could you all please just die?" Initially, Sun Shinsu targeted students with A-level talent. However, over the past few days, through the intelligence constantly relayed by his subordinates, he was shocked to discover that his previous thinking had been too narrow-minded. It turns out that all the students in this fierce competition were elite talents from their respective colleges. Since that's the case, he no longer cared about being merciful and simply decided not to let any of them go. Sun Shinsu coldly issued the order, and in an instant, the black-robed man who had been standing on the sidelines pounced on the contestants like a wild horse. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen did not hesitate to reach out and press the button on the energy shield he carried with him, directly adjusting the shield's power to the maximum. With a soft hum, a shield wall, as clear as crystal and radiating a gentle light, suddenly rose up, standing between the black-robed man and the students, blocking the menacing black-robed man like a thunderbolt. Although the shield wall seems indestructible, it can only withstand a limited amount of attack power, and its strength can only reach the silver level at most. Zhang Chen focused intently on maintaining the stability of the shield, then quickly glanced at Xiaoda not far away. Their eyes met, and they understood each other perfectly. Xiaoda, nimble as a cheetah, lunged forward, hoisted the already pale-faced host onto his back, and turned to run for safety. At this moment, none of the other contestants had ever seen such a thrilling scene. Apart from a handful of students with A-level talent who were able to remain calm, the vast majority of people were so frightened by the sudden turn of events that they trembled all over. Their legs even went weak, and they could barely stand. At the critical moment, the teachers leading the teams from each college stepped forward without hesitation and rushed in front of the students, forming a solid human barrier. They kept gently comforting the frightened trainees, trying to calm them down as quickly as possible. Ruanhuan quickly walked to Zhang Chen's side and said with a serious expression, "Zhang Chen, wait a moment. Let us teachers hold off these men in black robes while you take the opportunity to break through." Zhang Chen remained silent, knowing full well that most of the teachers from the Elementary Extraordinary Academy were only at the silver level. To make matters was worse, there were only 9 teachers in charge of leading the team. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Even if I and the other teachers did our best, it was difficult to withstand the opponent's offensive. Zhang Chen understood Huan's intention. She clearly planned to sacrifice herself to buy the students precious time to escape. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel respect for this brave and kind teacher, and said, "Teacher Huan, please don't give up easily. Perhaps there is still a chance for things to turn around." Huan just smiled bitterly and shook her head after hearing this, and said no more. Her beautiful face was unusually solemn at this moment, her eyes fixed on the black-robed man who was constantly attacking the energy shield. Zhang Chen's voice was soft, but firm and unwavering. "Students, I know you are filled with fear right now, but faced with danger, we have no choice but to do everything in our power to protect ourselves." He added, "My shield won't last long. After a while, everyone should try to huddle together for warmth and resist the enemy together." Just then, Zhang Chen suddenly shouted loudly, trying to arouse the fighting spirit of more classmates. Xia Han'er was the first to react quickly, turning to face the participating students from the first academy and calmly analyzing, "Judging from the situation, we seem to have become their primary target. Xinjian, now is not the time for you to be willful and throw a tantrum. You must follow orders and fight to the death. The 4 of us must stick together and fight to the death." Surprisingly, Xinjian did not object this time and silently nodded in agreement with Xia Han'er's arrangement. The students gathered in 2s and 3s, and the teachers in charge also hurriedly went to where their respective colleges' students were, looking tense and serious, clearly doing their best to protect these young students. At this moment, Huan, who had been observing her surroundings, suddenly realized that Xiaoda was nowhere to be seen, and a sense of worry welled up in her heart. She looked around anxiously and shouted, "Where is Xiaoda? I can't find him anywhere." Her voice was full of anxiety. Standing to the side, Zhang Chen quickly responded, "Don't worry, Teacher Huan. Although the host's injuries are serious, his life is not in danger. I just arranged for Xiaoda to take him to the medical team." As he spoke, he pointed to the entrance to the lounge behind him. After hearing his explanation, Huan finally felt a little relieved, and the tense expression on her face relaxed slightly. However, before she could feel completely at ease, a new crisis followed. The energy shield in front of Zhang Chen was under fierce attack, covered with pits of varying sizes, as if it would collapse at any moment. Soon, with a crisp sound, the entire shield finally gave way and vanished without a trace. Without the protection of the shield, the black-robed men surged forward like a tidal wave, aggressively attacking Zhang Chen. Faced with this perilous situation, Zhang Chen remained completely calm. He quickly turned the power of his banana leaf fan to the maximum, and with a sudden swing, an incredibly powerful tornado erupted from the fan. At the same time, he shouted, "Su Ming, quick, blow some depressant gas into the tornado." Upon receiving the order, Su Ming did not hesitate and quickly rushed to Zhang Chen's side, puffed out his cheeks, and blew a strong breath at the tornado. In an instant, the originally transparent and colorless tornado gradually turned gray, and the mysterious power contained within it began to take effect. As the hazy tornado slowly advanced, any gray-robed man touched by it immediately felt as if all his strength had been drained away, his spirits plummeted. The fighting spirit burning in his eyes instantly extinguished, and he could hardly even muster the thought of raising his weapon to continue fighting. Sun Shinsu was already aware of Su Ming's special abilities, so he specially brought a subordinate with unique skills to counter Su Ming. Sun Shinsu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The subordinate in the black robe stepped forward steadily, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted, "Humph!" Upon hearing this shout, the black-robed man, who had been feeling dejected, was instantly ignited with fighting spirit and charged aggressively towards Zhang Chen and the others. Just then, a huge burst of flames suddenly descended from the sky, like a roaring fire dragon, rushing straight towards one of the men in black robes. With a scream, the man in black robes was suddenly flung away like a kite with a broken string. Upon seeing this, Sun Shinsu hurriedly turned his head to look in the direction from which the flames were coming, and saw a person slowly walking towards him. The man wore a bronze mask with the prominent character engraved on it, and a bronze-fitted robe that fluttered in the wind. Sun Shinsu narrowed his eyes, a wary glint in them, and asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing this, the masked man threw his head back and burst into loud laughter, a laugh so deafening it seemed to pierce the clouds. After laughing, he said arrogantly, "I am Kong Su, a disciple of the Azure Dragon." "You ignorant fool, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of Grandpa Kong?" His words were full of arrogance and unruliness. Sun Shinsu sneered, "Oh, so you're one of Qinglong's men. I'm quite curious, why didn't Qinglong come in person, but instead sent you, a nobody like him? Is he afraid?" "Bullshit." Xiaoda was furious upon hearing this and cursed, "Lord Qinglong is busy with countless affairs of state. How could he have time to get entangled with a nobody like you? Lord Qinglong doesn't even need to lift a finger to deal with someone like you. I can handle it." With that, he clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked, clearly ready to fight. Before he finished speaking, Sun Shinsu flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoda like a ghost. He gripped his longsword tightly, imbued with fierce supernatural power, and slashed down with the force of thunder. Seeing this, Xiaoda couldn't help but curse loudly, "Damn it, you have no sportsmanship friendship at all. I haven't even finished my brilliant and endless trash talk yet. Although he kept cursing, he dared not relax his feet for a moment, frantically dodging Sun Shinsu's sword moves that came like a storm. At the same time, Zhang Chen, standing beside him, waved his hands rapidly, and amidst the flashing of dazzling light, hand accessories for the Make-3 materialized out of thin air in his hands. Immediately afterwards, a blinding arc pulse cannon shot out from the accessory and headed straight for Sun Shinsu. Sun Shinsu keenly sensed the sudden and enormous threat from behind and immediately used his powerful supernatural ability to forcefully block the arc pulse cannon. However, after the electric pulse cannon dissipated, Sun Shinsu was shocked to find that several of his fingers were slightly charred. He looked up, a hint of admiration in his eyes, and stared coldly at Zhang Chen, saying, "So you're the champion of this year's freshman competition, Zhang Chen. I must say, your special ability is indeed impressive. It's just a pity." Before he could finish speaking, Sun Shinsu suddenly shot towards Zhang Chen like an arrow released from a bow, roaring, "Die!" Zhang Chen displayed strength at gold level 1, and he had already clearly seen Sun Shinsu's swift attack. However, for some special reason, he cannot easily reveal his true strength. So the scene before us was Zhang Chen fleeing in all directions like a frightened rabbit. However, if someone observes closely, they will find that although Zhang Chen seems flustered and at a disadvantage, he is able to avoid Sun Shinsu's fierce attacks perfectly each time. At this moment, the entire venue descended into chaos, with a cacophony of voices and shouts, and no one noticed Zhang Chen's subtle actions. Taking advantage of this brief moment of respite, Zhang Chen whispered to the communication bracelet on his wrist, "Xiaoda, hurry up and go support the other students. Be careful and don't get hurt." Upon receiving the news, Xiaoda, though worried about Zhang Chen's safety, obediently turned around and went to support his other companions. Time passed by, and soon, perhaps due to the stalemate in the battle, Sun Shinsu gradually became anxious. He suddenly issued an order, signaling all those clad in black robes to retreat immediately. Faced with this sudden retreat, everyone was bewildered and had no idea what had happened. At that moment, Xia Han'er quickly pulled up an injured classmate and turned her gaze toward the direction where Sun Shinsu was. Looking closely, one could see Sun Shinsu waving his hands, a powerful supernatural energy flowing through his palms. It turned out he possessed wind-based superpowers. Then he roared at the top of his lungs, "Wind arrow!" With a roar, countless arrows formed from the gale swept towards the students like a torrential rain. These arrows of wind are incredibly powerful, far beyond what ordinary students can withstand. Even the teachers leading the group were powerless against this fierce offensive. Just as the dense barrage of wind arrows was about to strike the unsuspecting students, at the critical moment, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. In an instant, a clear yet indifferent voice rang out above the previously noisy battlefield, "Ice shield." As soon as he finished speaking, a crystal-clear, thick layer of ice appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Chen and the other students, like an indestructible fortress, successfully blocking the surging rain of wind arrows. Sun Shinsu suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a majestic azure dragon standing proudly in the void, its cold and sharp gaze fixed on Sun Shinsu and the others below, as if it wanted to devour them alive. "The otherworldly cult, you guys are really persistent. Didn't you suffer enough in City C before?" Xinglong's voice was like a great bell, resounding through the heavens. Sun Shinsu had already received news of what happened in City C. He never expected that Wu Mang would be defeated by Qinglong's companion. Clearly, his strength was almost equal to Wu Mang's. If they were to clash head-on, even Qinglong would likely struggle to gain the slightest advantage. Thinking of this, Sun Shinsu couldn't help but click his tongue, but the unwillingness in his heart prevented him from giving up easily. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Shinsu gritted his teeth and ordered, "I'll hold off Qinglong. The rest of you, immediately go and wipe out the participating students from those 9 academies. Don't let a single one escape." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed cultists behind him shot towards the students not far away like arrows. At that critical moment, Qinglong suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a mysterious power spread out, and all the students disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Then, Qinglong waved his hands and chanted incantations. Strange light burst forth from his body and condensed in the air into a huge and ferocious boss-level beast. The beast roared to the sky, opened its blood-red maw, and unleashed a devastating attack wave at the group of black-robed men. At the same time, the azure dragon flashed down like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Sun Shinsu, who was standing still. As the azure dragon drew closer, Sun Shinsu felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down on him, but he had no way out and could only grit his teeth and face the challenge. He gripped his weapon tightly with both hands, his sharp gaze locking onto the rapidly approaching azure dragon. Just as the two were about to collide, a gleaming ice blade suddenly appeared in Qinglong's hand, and with a sharp whistling sound, it slashed fiercely towards Sun Shinsu's head. The trainees stared wide-eyed, mouths agape in astonishment, utterly bewildered, completely unable to comprehend why those mysterious figures in black robes were using strange abilities on empty air. They were standing right there, alive and well, but the man in black robes seemed not to see them and launched his attack on his own. At this moment, Zhang Chen lowered his voice and shouted urgently, "Don't stand there. there. Let's escape now. His words were like a sudden awakening, instantly rousing everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Chen closely, preparing to escape this dangerous place. Just as they were preparing to leave, Jota walked up to the group. I am Kong Su, a subordinate of Lord Qinglong, and I have been ordered to lead you all away from here. As he spoke, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow. So the students, as if grasping at a straw, quickly followed behind the man who called himself Kong Su. Soon, they successfully escaped the perilous place and arrived at the safe arena. By this time, the area outside was already filled with security personnel. They had received a report and learned of what was happening there, so they set up a tight defense in advance. They hesitated to take action for fear of accidentally injuring the students if they rushed in rashly. Seeing the trainees run out unharmed one by one, the security guards looked at each other, bewildered and at a loss. Fortunately, the security captain reacted in time and quickly went forward to communicate with the teachers in charge. After some questioning, they realized that it was Lord Qinglong who had appeared and saved these students. Immediately, the security captain directed the medical team to provide first aid to the injured trainees. At the same time, he personally led his team into the arena without hesitation to support Qinglong, who was fighting fiercely with the enemy. On the other side, Kong Su Chiaota sat quietly in the stands, his bright, star-like eyes fixed on the fierce battle between Qinglong and Sun Shinsu, his face showing concern and expectation. Sun Shinsu shouted, "Halberd of the Wind God!" With his loud shout, a powerful wind pressure descended from the sky like Mount Tai pressing down. The wind pressure was like a huge barrier, forcefully blocking the Azure Dragon. After several fierce battles with Qinglong, Sun Shinsu gradually realized that he was probably no longer capable of achieving anything. He took a deep breath, fully activated his wind elemental power, and his figure transformed into a streak of blue light, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Just then, the security team finally arrived at the fighting arena. However, when they arrived at the scene, they only saw a group of men in black robes frantically unleashing various supernatural abilities into the empty air. The crowd looked at each other, completely bewildered, unable to understand what these black-robed figures were up to. At this moment, the Azure Dragon, circling high in the sky, keenly sensed the arrival of the security team. Without hesitation, it used its flying ability to quickly leave with Kong Su Chiaota, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The remaining black-robed figures, affected by the illusion cast by the Azure Dragon, seemed to have lost consciousness, standing there motionless and powerless to resist. Seeing this, the security team naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by, and swarmed forward to capture all the men in black robes. Thus, the meticulously planned conspiracy by the otherworldly cult targeting A-level geniuses came to an unexpected and hasty end. Qinglong carried Xiaota at high speed, and soon returned to the cave on Manta Mountain. This time, Zhang Chen wore Chen Tian's mask and sat at the highest point of the cave, like a high and mighty god. Qinglong strode forward, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported to Zhang Chen, "Lord Chen Tian, I have successfully thwarted the conspiracy of the otherworldly god cult." Zhang Chen nodded slightly, his voice processed by a voice changer, and replied calmly, "Yes, you did a good job." Then, Qinglong pointed to Kong Su beside him and introduced him. "This is my capable subordinate, Kong Su." He respectfully clasped his hands and earnestly said to Lord Chen Tian, "My lord, Xiaota has contributed a great deal this time, but his strength is still limited, and he is unable to act independently. I humbly request that you bestow upon him a second special ability to help him grow and better serve the Chen Tian Palace in the future." Standing to the side, Xiaota felt a surge of warmth in his heart when he heard Qinglong fight for his second superpower. His eyes welled up with tears, and his gratitude was palpable. Time ticked by, and everyone held their breath. Finally, after a long while, Chen Tian's deep, authoritative voice slowly rang out, "Approved." However, something unexpected happened. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qinglong suddenly made his move, unleashing an exquisite illusion that instantly enveloped the unsuspecting Xiaota. In the blink of an eye, Jota swayed as if drunk, and finally his vision went black as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the originally serious Zhang Chen quickly pulled off his mask, exhaled a deep breath, and muttered to himself, "Oh dear, this act is really difficult to perform." After saying that, he rubbed his temples and began to think about what kind of superpower should be given to Xiaota. Upon closer examination, he realized that his inventory of superpowers was limited, with only one water-based superpower and one flying flower superpower available. However, Jota is a fire-type ability user, and water and fire are mutually exclusive. If he is given water-type abilities, it may cause a conflict between the abilities within him, and the consequences are unpredictable. As for the flying flower ability, Zhang Chen couldn't help but frown and mutter to himself, "This ability's name sounds too effeminate and is not suitable for a grown man like Xiaota." Just as Zhang Chen was deep in thought, a clear and pleasant system notification sounded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, the freshman competition. Rewards, 1 S-rank ability lottery ticket, 1 ability upgrade ticket, and 30,000 points. Ding, congratulations host for completing the mission. Prevent the otherworldly cult from attacking and killing A-level geniuses during during the freshman competition. Reward: 1 A-level ability lottery ticket, 500 points. Upon hearing the pleasant notification sound, Zhang Chen was overjoyed. It was like a long-awaited rain after a drought. He rubbed his hands excitedly and muttered to himself, "Let's see if I can draw a suitable ability for Jota this time. If I'm unlucky and don't get a satisfactory one, I can go to the system shop to exchange for one." Immediately afterward, Zhang Chen shouted without hesitation, "System lottery." As soon as he finished speaking, two huge, illusory rotating discs suddenly appeared before his eyes. One of them shone brightly and was marked S-level ability, while the other was slightly dimmer, but equally eye-catching, marked A-level ability. Zhang Chen fixed his gaze on the A-level ability wheel, took a deep breath, and gently pressed the start button. The spinning wheel spun rapidly, dazzling the eye. When he seized the opportunity and decisively pressed the pause button, the wheel slowly came to a stop, and the pointer steadily pointed to wind-type ability. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction, stroked his chin, and thought to himself, this wind-type ability is quite good, complementing Chowda's original fire-type ability. As the saying goes, wind fuels fire, and once the two are combined, their power will definitely increase many times over. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and immediately integrated the A-level wind-type ability he had just drawn into the body of Jota, who was still in a coma. After dealing with the A-level ability, Zhang Chen looked up at the S-level ability wheel, thought for a moment, and decided to wait until he got home to try his luck. After all, now is not the time. Jota is still lying on the ground. So he casually closed the lottery interface and put his mysterious mask back on. After completing these tasks, Zhang Chen returned to his original position with steady steps and nodded slightly to the Azure Dragon beside him. Qinglong understood immediately and gently waved a hand towards Chowda's face. In an instant, countless tiny ice crystals, as fine as needles, gushed out from the palm of his hand, falling like snowflakes. These ice crystals quickly covered Jota's entire face, bringing a chilling sensation. A moment later, the cold startled Jota, who suddenly opened his eyes and awoke from his deep sleep. However, Jota was still somewhat dazed at this moment, looking around blankly, as if he was not fully awake yet. Seeing this, Qinglong reminded him, "Chowda, Lord Chen Tian has already bestowed upon you a second superpower. Why don't you hurry up and thank him?" Jota snapped out of her daze and replied as if waking from a dream, Oh. Immediately, his face beaming with joy, he knelt down on one knee without hesitation and said excitedly, "Thank you so much, Lord Chen Tian." At this moment, Zhang Chen, who was sitting upright above, narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinized Chowda, and asked in a calm tone, "What's wrong? Do you have any doubts?" Jota nodded hurriedly and asked eagerly, "What I really want to know is, what kind of superpower have I gained?" Zhang Chen spoke slowly and calmly, replying, "It's an A-level wind-type ability." Upon hearing this, Chowda was stunned, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "My goodness, I was only a B-level when I awakened, and after going through many hardships, I was able to rise to A-level thanks to the training of the Chentian Palace. I never expected that I would be given another A-level ability now. How can these so-called geniuses compare?" Just then, as if suddenly remembering something important, a sly smile flashed across Chowda's face, and he said cautiously, "Lord Chen Tian, my brother Chen, oh no, I should say Zhang Chen, he also contributed a lot this time. I wonder if he can also receive a reward?" Sitting above, Zhang Chen thought to himself, "Hey, this kid has some conscience after all. All my care for him wasn't for nothing. He even remembered to ask for a reward for me." On the surface, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed, replying indifferently, "He has other important responsibilities in the Chentian Palace, so naturally, he will not be short of benefits. You don't need to worry. Alright, you may leave now. The palace master and Qinglong have important matters to discuss." After Chowda left, Zhang Chen slowly sat back down in the gleaming gold chair, his brows furrowed, lost in thought. Although Chentian Palace has begun to show its strength, its overall power is still quite weak compared to other powerful forces. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen decided to create another clone to enhance his own power and that of the entire organization. He took a deep breath, concentrated, and quickly cast a spell. A flash of light appeared, and a clone that looked exactly like his original body appeared before him. Immediately afterwards, the Azure Dragon beside him swiftly used its unique supernatural power to begin altering the appearance of its clone. In a short while, the clone's appearance underwent a huge change, becoming completely different from the original. Subsequently, Zhang Chen poured the remaining water-based and flying flower abilities into his clone without reservation. It's worth mentioning that both of these abilities were previously upgraded to A-level by carefully redeeming upgrade factors through the in-game store. Furthermore, Zhang Chen also integrated his own flight ability into his clone, making its abilities more diverse and powerful. After completing these tasks, Zhang Chen did not stop. He used a series of hand seals to conjure a magnificent blue robe and drape it over his clone. At the same time, he created a mysterious Xuanwu mask for the clone to wear and finally bestowed upon it a fully functional communication bracelet. Zhang Chen stared at the clone and solemnly said, "From now on, you are Xuanwu, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the safety of City B." Xuanwu knelt on one knee without hesitation, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and respectfully replied, "Yes, your subordinate will certainly not fail in his mission." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction and left Manta Mountain with Qinglong and the newly born Xuanwu, then each flew off in different directions. When Zhang Chen returned home, he suddenly remembered that he still had one chance to draw an S-level superpower that he hadn't used yet. With that in mind, he eagerly opened the lottery interface and clicked the start button without hesitation. All S-class abilities are extremely powerful and incredibly potent, but Zhang Chen doesn't particularly care which one he draws. As time passed, the pointer on the lottery screen spun rapidly, and finally, at a certain moment, Zhang Chen pressed the pause button. Zhang Chen stared wide-eyed at the pointer, and when it finally stopped steadily on the spatial ability option, he couldn't help but gasp. You should know that he had never heard of anyone in the world possessing such a mysterious and powerful ability before. Even his own creative ability is unprecedented. At this moment, his gaze was firmly fixed on the special abilities named after space in the S-level ability lottery. At a glance, one can sense the unfathomable and extraordinary aura emanating from them. Without a doubt, these space-related superpowers are extraordinary. Considering that his creative ability also falls under the category of laws, Zhang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips, muttering to himself, "Why is my ability becoming more and more bizarre and unpredictable?" However, now that he had drawn such a rare ability, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Without hesitation, he pressed the claim button. In an instant, a strange energy surged into his body like a tide, quickly merging with his original power. With the addition of his new superpower, Zhang Chen clearly felt a significant increase in his strength, as if every cell in his body had been infused with powerful vitality. Immediately afterwards, he eagerly opened the system store. His eyes lit up when he saw the dazzling array of goods. After careful selection, he first exchanged for an extremely valuable ability upgrade factor, hoping to further enhance and improve his newly acquired ability. In addition, in order to cope with various emergencies that may be encountered in the future, he also specially selected and exchanged several B-level superpower reserves, thinking that they might come in handy in the future. After completing these operations, Zhang Chen did not stop and continued to upgrade his clone ability without stopping. After much effort, it was finally successfully upgraded to S-level. Then, he tapped the screen to open the system panel, ready to carefully check his latest personal information. However, when he saw the data displayed in front of him, he was completely stunned. That long string of dense numbers and text meticulously recorded the specific values and growth changes of his various abilities, which was simply astonishing. The sudden shock made Zhang Chen's heart race and his breathing become rapid. Name, Zhang Chen. Special abilities, Detachment, SSS level, Creation, S-level, Doppelganger, S-level, Space, S-level, Strength 563, Speed 410, Endurance 467, Faction, Shantian Palace, Azure Dragon, Grade A Ice-type ability, Grade A Illusion ability, Flight ability, Vermilion Bird, A-level Fire-type ability, A-level Healing ability, Flight ability, Xuanwu, A-level Water-based ability, A-level Flying Flower ability, and Flying ability, Stripping ability, Separation, the ability to separate anything from its original state, whether it be matter or energy, can be easily separated. Fusion, possessing the ability to perfectly integrate various different things, thereby creating a new and unique existence. Grant, this allows you to bestow something that has been stripped off onto other creatures, giving them corresponding special abilities or attributes. Creation skills, Creation, possesses the magical ability to create all kinds of non-living objects, and can create all kinds of complex and exquisite items according to imagination and needs. Clone skill, Clone, can create 10 clones with the same strength as the original body. Spatial skills, Spatial blade, able to launch spatial blades from various parts of the body. Dimensional bag, can create a dimensional storage bag. Barrier technique, a barrier that can activate various abilities. Level, Gold level 6. My god, an S-level ability can actually allow me to directly advance to Gold level 6? This is too unbelievable and shocking. Zhang Chen stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief as he loudly complained. Just then, a crisp and pleasant system notification sounded. Ding, it's not an exaggeration at all, dear host. Spatial abilities belong to the rule-based type of ability, so the bonuses they bring are naturally much stronger than ordinary abilities. Don't be so ignorant. Hearing this, Zhang Chen helplessly raised his hand to his forehead, muttering with a wry smile, "Sigh, what's meant to happen will happen." The system's comments are always so timely and sharp. However, he didn't dwell on this matter for long, quickly turning his attention to the spatial ability he had just acquired, his gaze focused and deep, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck me like lightning, and ideas surged forth instantly. He excitedly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and eagerly asked the system, if I use my spatial abilities to create an independent, alternate dimension, then cast a barrier spell to protect it, and finally use my creation abilities to build a true Chentian palace, is that feasible?" After speaking, Zhang Chen waited expectantly for the system's response. Soon, the system's familiar familiar voice sounded again, ding. According to the system's precise calculations, your plan is entirely feasible. I didn't expect you to still have a bit of intelligence occasionally. After receiving the system's affirmation, Zhang Chen was overjoyed and became even more excited. However, after the initial joy, a new problem arose: how to allow other members to freely enter and exit the Chentian Palace, which he had conceived and was about to build. Just as he was racking his brains over this, the familiar system voice boomed again like thunder. Host, I just praised you. Don't force the system to scold you. Don't you possess the ability to create? Just use that ability to create a few tokens, then inject your spatial abilities into them, and the problem will be solved, right? Hearing this, Zhang Chen's heart tightened, and he muttered to himself, why is this system so irritable? However, he knew in his heart that this was indeed a momentary oversight on his part, and he had not thought of such a simple and effective method. Now that a feasible solution has been found, Zhang Chen naturally dared not delay and immediately began to work on the task without stopping. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and a powerful, rich, deep blue energy erupted from his palms. Then, an amazing scene appeared before our eyes. A narrow rift suddenly appeared out of thin air. A chilling wind constantly blew out from the crevice, as if it came from the deepest hell, cold to the bone. Facing the biting cold wind, Zhang Chen was fearless. He took a firm step and stepped directly into the mysterious crack. Upon entering the rift, he discovered that it was an alternate dimension filled with fierce winds and darkness. The howling winds all around were like countless sharp swords, frantically slicing everything apart. Fortunately, Zhang Chen reacted quickly and immediately deployed a sturdy energy shield, tightly enveloping himself and barely managing to withstand the fierce gale. Despite being in a dangerous situation, he understood that time was of the essence and that there was no time to waste. So, without taking a break, he immediately began setting up a protective barrier. As the hand seals changed continuously, streaks of blue light intertwined, gradually forming a huge circular spherical barrier. As Zhang Chen flew into the barrier, the raging gale outside finally disappeared completely. He breathed a slight sigh of relief and began to sketch out the exterior and interior structure of Chentian Palace little by little, based on the scenes he had seen in fantasy dramas in his previous life and his memories and imagination. After much effort, a magnificent and exquisitely beautiful Chentian Palace gradually took shape and stood steadily within the barrier. Looking at the palace he had built with his own hands, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, muttering to himself, finally finished, but this work was really tiring. After speaking, he gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, made a slight adjustment, and then prepared to create other facilities around him. Then, he waved his hands, and mysterious and dazzling light intertwined, gradually condensing into a dazzling sphere and artificial sun. This space had always been shrouded in endless darkness. In order to make the barrier no longer gloomy and terrifying, and to bring a glimmer of warmth and light, he decided to create this great miracle. Furthermore, he meticulously crafted a magnificent mission hall. The hall is solemn and imposing, destined to become a vital place for everyone to receive and complete missions. After completing these, he did not stop and continued to make many exquisite tokens without stopping. These tokens come in 5 colors: gold, silver, bronze, black, and gray. Each color represents the holder's rank and status within the Chentian Palace. Since the number of people is currently small, Zhang Chen has not produced too many tokens. Even though the quantity was limited, each token was hand-carved by him and was exquisitely crafted. After the token was completed, Zhang Chen cleverly incorporated spatial power into it, giving it special abilities. Then, he had a sudden inspiration and added various unique functions to the tokens of different colors. For example, a gold token might have the ability to teleport, while a silver token could unleash a powerful shield. Of course, only those who hold the corresponding token will know the specific functional differences. When all the work was completed, Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and with a flash, he flew out of the barrier like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the familiar crack. A moment later, he arrived at his room and, without hesitation, used his powers to completely erase the crack. As the crack disappeared, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a strong wave of dizziness, his vision went black, and his body involuntarily leaned forward. He didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly opened his eyes and found that it was already late at night and all was quiet. He struggled to get up from the ground, feeling a splitting headache, as if his head was about to crack open. He gently rubbed his head, which was throbbing so badly it felt like it was about to explode, and shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself, "Sigh, I really can't do this kind of foolish thing again." After resting for a while, Zhang Chen dragged his exhausted body into the bathroom and took a long, hot shower. After taking a shower, he felt a little better, so he went back to his bedroom, collapsed onto the bed, and quickly fell into a deep sleep to recharge. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Zhang Chen's face. He slowly opened his eyes, lazily yawned, and then stretched out his body. After getting up, Zhang Chen skillfully operated the communication bracelet, quickly contacted Qinglong, and summoned him to his side. He took out an exquisite token from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Qinglong, while instructing him, "Qinglong, please make a trip and deliver this token to Zhuke and Xuanwu respectively." Qinglong accepted the token, nodded to indicate that he understood the mission, and then turned to to leave. After making the arrangements, Zhang Chen straightened his clothes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed to the academy for class. When he entered the classroom, he found that the students had already started their morning self-study. Zhang Chen quietly walked to his seat and sat down. Before the teacher came in, he quickly took out a bronze token from his school bag and carefully handed it to his deskmate, Xiaoda. Xiaoda curiously took the token and looked at Zhang Chen with a puzzled expression. Zhang Chen lowered his voice and explained the use of the token to Xiaoda. After listening, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiaoda's eyes, as if he had obtained a treasure, and he carefully put the token away. In the days that followed, Zhang Chen led a regular and peaceful campus life, attending classes attentively and completing his assignments on time. However, in this tranquility, a sudden news item shattered the peace. During the break, an emergency news message suddenly popped up on the classroom TV screen. A small number of strange beasts have invaded the area near the beach in City A. The cause is still unknown. Unexpectedly, Xu Jiao, who has always been known for his playboy image, disregarded his own safety and bravely rescued the injured people, eventually falling into a coma due to the severity of his injuries. This news instantly attracted the attention of the entire class, and everyone started discussing it. Zhang Chen was also drawn to the news and developed a strong interest in this person named Xu Jiao. Once home, he couldn't wait to turn on his computer and start searching for information about curved angles. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. The curved background is something else entirely. According to online information, Xu Jiao was born into a prominent family with supernatural abilities in City A. His father is a powerful A-level ability user, and his brother is also a top B-level ability user. Growing up in such a family environment, Xu Jiao should have possessed outstanding supernatural talents, but the reality is quite the opposite. Xu Jiao was born without any supernatural abilities. Fortunately, with the strong protection of his father and brother, he still lived a life of extravagance and debauchery despite not having any superpowers. Zhang Chen secretly pondered, feeling it necessary to delve deeper into this curved corner. Although rumors circulate that he is a spoiled brat, news reports suggest that he has a kind heart hidden deep inside. If this person's character is truly as upright as it appears, it might be worth considering bringing him into the Chentian Palace. Because Xu Jiao's incident was widely reported in the news, the hospital where he was staying was no longer a secret. As night fell, Zhang Chen decided to personally visit the hospital to investigate. Using his powerful spatial abilities, he instantly teleported to the door of the ward where Xu Jiao was located. Xu Jiao was staying in a VIP ward, which was empty at the moment. The normal visiting hours had passed, and there were only 2 security guards outside the door, specially arranged by Xu Jiao's father. Zhang Chen quietly entered the ward, his gaze falling on Xu Jiao, who was on a ventilator in bed. His heart tightened, and he thought to himself, "Oh no, how could I have forgotten such an important thing? I gave my healing ability to Suzaku." After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen quickly opened the system shop and began to carefully search for items that could heal injuries and illnesses. Before long, he successfully found an item called Healing Pill among the many goods. After carefully reviewing the instructions, Zhang Chen discovered that this healing pill was remarkably effective. It could not only instantly revive severely injured and unconscious patients, but also continuously repair the user's injuries. What pleased Zhang Chen even more was that the price of these healing pills was quite affordable. Without hesitation, he redeemed a healing pill from the system and was about to carefully feed it to Xu Jiao when suddenly a commotion came from outside the door. "Mr. Chu, young master." The security guard's loud and respectful voice clearly entered the ward. Zhang Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately stopped what he was doing. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and he finally decided to hide first to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. So, like a nimble cat, he quickly darted behind the wardrobe next to the hospital bed, held his breath, and quietly observed the movements outside. Almost at that moment, the door to the ward was slowly pushed open, making a slight creaking sound. The first thing that catches the eye is Xu Jiao's father, Xu Kangyan. His face was filled with worry as he walked heavily to the corner bed, sat down slowly, and gazed at his injured son with loving eyes and heartache. Standing to the side, Xu Jiao's older brother, Xu Ziqiu, gently comforted him. "Dad, don't worry too much. Didn't the doctor say that my little brother is out of danger? As long as he rests well, he will definitely make a full recovery." However, Xu Kangyan still shook his head and sighed with worry. "I know that's what the doctor said, but look at him now. He's so strong-willed and stubborn. What if he encounters such danger again in the future? And SI, how can I face your deceased mother?" At this point, the usually stern father couldn't help but have his eyes redden, and tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. Xu Kangyan then continued, "Your younger brother has always been a very competitive child. When he awakened his superpowers, he was judged to have absolutely no talent. Although he appeared nonchalant on the surface, he secretly practiced martial arts relentlessly, trying to make up for his shortcomings through hard work. I saw all of this, and it pained me deeply. I originally thought that even if he couldn't become an outstanding person in his life, as long as you and I took care of him, he wouldn't have a bad life. But I never expected such an accident to happen. That proves my brother is kind-hearted." Xu Ziqiu echoed, his tone full of concern for his his younger brother. Sometimes I really wish he were an idle and good-for-nothing playboy, then perhaps he wouldn't have suffered such a loss. He sighed softly as he said this. Chu Kainyan, who had been silent all along, was filled with mixed feelings. He was more gratified and proud than anyone else of his youngest son's kind heart, but as a father, he inevitably had some selfish motives. Now that things have come to this, no amount of regret or self-blame will help. He can only silently accept reality. Chu Kainyan raised his hand to wipe the sweat that had seeped from his forehead, gazing wearily and worriedly at his youngest son who was still unconscious on the hospital bed. Seeing her father like this, Chu Ziqiu quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Dad, you've been busy all day, you must be exhausted. I have someone to take care of me here, nothing will happen. How about I take you home to rest first, and you can come back to watch over me when you're fully recovered. I'll let you know immediately if anything happens in the meantime. Chu Kainyan thought about it briefly and felt that his eldest son's words made sense. He was indeed exhausted from dealing with the negative news and public relations issues surrounding his youngest son these past 2 days. Finally, he nodded slightly in agreement. The two brothers quietly turned off the lights and carefully left the ward. As the door slowly closed, the ward fell into silence, with only the regular, soft sound of the ventilator audible, as if telling the story of life's fragility and resilience. Just then, Zhang Shen, who had been hiding behind the wardrobe, appeared silently like a ghost. He heard every word of the conversation between the Chu father and son. Through this conversation, Zhang Chen could at least confirm that Chu Zhao's character was probably not bad. At that moment, Zhang Chen acted swiftly, taking out a mysterious mask from his pocket and putting it on without hesitation. Then, he carefully took out the healing pill and gently placed it into Chu Zhao's pale, chapped lips. Not long after, Chu Zhao, who had been unconscious, began to respond. His tightly closed eyes trembled slightly before slowly opening. However, Chu Zhao was still very weak at this time, and it was extremely difficult for him to speak. But when he saw the masked, mysterious stranger before him, a strong sense of doubt and unease welled up within him. Just as he struggled to speak, Zhang Chen seemed to see through Chu Zhao's thoughts and said softly, Chu Zhao, I know everything you've done. I am a member of the Chentian Palace. After observation and consideration, I have found that you are a perfect fit for our organization's recruitment criteria. As long as you are willing to join, we will do our best to help you awaken the potential superpowers within you. However, you've just woken up and your physical condition is still very poor. You need to recuperate properly. I'll give you 3 days to consider this matter. I will come to see you again in 3 days, hoping to hear your clear answer. Also, you must keep quiet about everything that happened last night. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. Because of extreme physical weakness, Chu Zhao fell into a deep sleep again shortly after hearing these words. The night passed silently, and time flew by. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the ward, illuminating Chu Zhao's slightly haggard face. Slowly, his eyelids twitched, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Just then, a nurse walked into the ward and saw that Chu Zhao had woken up. Overjoyed, she turned around and ran out of the ward, shouting for the doctor to come quickly. Soon, the Chu family father and son learned the news and rushed to the hospital in a panic. The doctors quickly gathered around and conducted a thorough examination of the curved corner. After the examination, the leading doctor, his face full of surprise, whispered, How strange. Young Master Chu's recovery speed far exceeds our expectations. It was originally expected that it would take at least 5 more days for him to wake up, but a miracle happened today. The attending physician announced with a joyful expression, This is truly unexpected. We thought it would take 5 days, but young Master Chu woke up so quickly. However, we still can't let our guard down. As long as you rest and recuperate, I believe you will be able to be discharged from the hospital soon. Hearing this, the Chu family father and son both beamed with joy. After inquiring about and understanding Chu Zhao's current condition in detail, they couldn't wait to return to the ward. At this point, Chu Zhao had been weaned off the ventilator and was even able to sit up slightly. Seeing his father and brother enter the room, he forced a smile on his pale face and greeted them softly, his voice barely audible. Seeing this, Chu Kainyan felt distressed and couldn't help but scold, You brat, you were just feeling a little better. Why can't you sit still? Quickly lie down and rest. Faced with her father's scolding, Chu Zhao revealed a slightly mischievous smile and explained somewhat embarrassedly, Dad, I've been lying down the whole time, and my butt is so sore I can't stand it. Although she was physically weak, her appearance was still quite amusing. However, at that moment, Chu Zhao seemed to suddenly remember something important. After hesitating for a moment, he finally mustered up the courage to ask, Dad, brother, have you ever heard of the Chentian Palace? Upon hearing this, Chu Kainyan frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Why did you suddenly bring this up? Chu Zhao's eyes darted around, indicating he was reluctant to give a direct answer. After a while, he stammered, No, it's nothing. I just happened to see this word online before I got injured, and I was curious about it, so I just asked casually. In fact, before this, Chu Zhao had always been a complete playboy, spending his days either indulging in chasing girls and having fun, or recklessly going on a rampage in bars, or burying himself in practicing martial arts. He had always been completely unaware of of those complex and mysterious organizations and forces outside, such as the Chentian Palace. Chu Zichou said to his younger brother with a mysterious look, "Brother, let me tell you, this Chentian Palace is a newly emerging force that has only recently come to the fore. Nobody really knows the details. But brother, I'll tell you a name you definitely know. That's the famous Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon is one of the fierce generals of the Chentian Palace. And the Chentian Palace members who have publicly appeared now, besides Azure Dragon, also include Vermilion Bird and one of Azure Dragon's capable subordinates, named Kong Su." Chu Jiao was slightly startled upon hearing this. Although he was not well informed about the outside world, he had heard of the Azure Dragon's reputation. That Azure Dragon is an idol in the hearts of the vast majority of young people. So he nodded somewhat perfunctorily. "Oh dear, I never expected that the Chentian Palace would have someone like Lord Qinglong." At this moment, Chu Kainyan, who was standing next to him, snorted coldly and said with some dissatisfaction, "Hey, you only know about the Azure Dragon? Let me tell you, the Vermilion Bird is no ordinary person either, and her strength should not be underestimated. I've heard that besides Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, there are two other members in the Chentian Palace. They are said to be as powerful as Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, but so far, no one has seen their true faces." Seeing that Chu Jiao was listening intently, Chu Kainyan continued, "If you're interested, once you're feeling better, I'll have my secretary prepare a detailed document for you to take a good look at." Chu Jiao nodded quickly after hearing this and didn't say anything more. On the surface, Chu Jiao seemed normal, but in reality, his heart was pounding with excitement. At that moment, he thought to himself, since it's a force related to the Azure Dragon, what that masked man said must be true. I absolutely cannot miss this rare opportunity. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Night quietly fell, and the entire city was shrouded in a mysterious black veil. Like a ghost, Zhang Chen appeared silently in the Tsujiu ward again, wearing a mask. Before Zhang Chen could even ask Chu Jiao if he was willing to join, Chu Jiao couldn't contain his excitement and shouted like a wild horse, "I'll join. I must join the Chentian Palace." Faced with this unexpected situation, even Zhang Chen himself did not expect things to go so smoothly, and Chu Jiao made a decision almost without hesitation. Actually, if Zhang Chen had known about Qinglong's enormous influence in City A, he probably wouldn't have been so surprised. Zhang Chen nodded slightly in agreement, then handed the communication bracelet that Chu Jiao had prepared beforehand, and said slowly, "Since you've decided to join, you can keep this communication bracelet. It's a communication device used exclusively by our Chentian Palace. Once you've recovered and been discharged from the hospital, someone will contact you and take you to the Chentian Palace." Chu Jiao was overjoyed and carefully took the communication bracelet after nodding. Just then, his hopeful eyes stared directly at Zhang Chen, and he asked urgently, "Excuse me, is it really possible for me to awaken my own special ability?" After a long silence, Zhang Chen finally broke the silence. "Don't worry, you will have your own special ability sooner or later. You will know the details when you arrive at Chentian Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen's figure flashed and he disappeared from the ward without a trace. Recalling the last time Zhang Chen left, he was extremely weak at the time and didn't even notice how he left. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Chu Jiao couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Good heavens, to be able to vanish into thin air like that." As expected of a member of the Chentian Palace, their strength is truly unfathomable and awe-inspiring. At this moment, Chu Jiao silently made a vow in his heart that he would succeed in awakening his superpower no matter what, and he would never be ridiculed by others again. Meanwhile, in the third academy, Zhang Chen quietly pulled Xiaoda aside. Xiaoda asked with a puzzled look, "Brother Chen, what's going on? Why are you being so mysterious?" Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said in a low voice, "Xiaoda, don't blame your brother for not thinking of you. I've specially found you a capable subordinate. I'm asking if you want him?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoda, who had been somewhat listless, immediately perked up and eagerly asked, "Yes, yes, tell me quickly who it is?" Zhang Chen chuckled and lowered his voice, saying, "The identities of the members of Chentian Palace have always been highly confidential, but since he is about to become your direct subordinate, it's fine to tell you. You should have heard of this person. He's the Chu Jiao who was reported in the news a while ago." Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across Xiaoda's face, and he asked in return, "But I remember that Chu Jiao hasn't awakened his superpowers yet, has he?" Zhang Chen stared at Xiaoda with the look of someone looking at an idiot, and said with a smile, "Have you really forgotten the capabilities of our Chentian Palace?" Xiaoda scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and replied in a simple and honest manner, "Brother Chen, how could I forget? It's just that our Chentian Palace says that only those who make significant contributions have the opportunity to awaken their special abilities, right? This new guy has only been here for a short time. How could he have made such a great contribution so quickly?" Zhang Chen chuckled and patiently explained, "Why is your brain so slow? He stepped forward to save those unarmed ordinary people when the beasts attacked fiercely. Isn't that a major contribution? Besides, Lord Qinglong has already prepared his special ability. After he recovers and is discharged from the hospital, you will contact him as Kong Su and personally bring him into Chentian Palace." "All right." Xiao De immediately immediately beamed with joy and readily agreed. The thought of soon having subordinates to command filled him with delight, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Speaking of which, since Chowda successfully acquired his second superpower, his strength has increased rapidly, and he has now advanced to the silver 3-star level. However, according to Zhang Chen's requirements, he must hide his true strength. Given Chowda's family background, buying an equipment that can effectively conceal his strength is not a problem for him. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, his strength is only at the bronze 9-star level. At this moment, Zhang Chen secretly pondered, feeling that the development of Chentian Palace was far too slow. Even now, they hadn't even gathered all 4 sacred beasts. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen resolutely decided to head to the secret realm to search for powerful supernatural abilities. Although the system shop offered a variety of supernatural abilities, exchanging for them required spending precious points. He deeply realized that getting something for free is the most cost-effective and tempting way. With this in mind, Zhang Chen plunged into the school library, voraciously flipping through a large number of books, hoping to find out which secret realm had the richest variety of exotic beasts. Persistence pays off, and he finally discovered 3 suitable secret realms in a dusty book called Secret Realm Miscellany: the Digital Realm, the Monster Realm, and the Beast Realm. These 3 secret realms each have their own characteristics. The Digital Secret Realm and the Monster Secret Realm are intermediate-level secret realms, while the 100 Beasts Secret Realm is a beginner-level secret realm. However, Zhang Chen's goal for this operation was clear: to collect as many superpowers as possible, preferably superpowers that could easily sweep away all obstacles. After careful consideration, he set his sights on the mysterious realm of 100 beasts without hesitation. After all, for him right now, the beginner-level secret realm is undoubtedly a more secure and easier to control option. After setting his goal, Zhang Chen acted decisively, heading straight to his mentor Wan Huan and sincerely requesting a long leave. He frankly explained his plans to go out and cultivate for a period of time in order to improve his strength. Fortunately, the Academy for Superpowers is not strict with its students. As long as they return on time for exams, they are fine. Therefore, after hearing his idea, Wan Huan readily approved his leave request. However, before setting off, Zhang Chen had one extremely important matter to deal with: the issue of the curved corner. He suppressed his anxiety and waited patiently for 2 whole days. Finally, on the 3rd day, news came that Chu Jiao had been successfully discharged from the hospital. Upon learning this news, Zhang Chen immediately contacted Chowda and told him that he could take Chu Jiao to Chentian Palace. Zhang Chen himself entered the Chentian Palace early and quietly waited for their arrival. At this moment, he still maintained the identity he had previously presented to Chu Jiao. Soon after, the Azure Dragon also quietly appeared in the main hall. However, neither of them spoke. They simply stood there silently, creating an unusually heavy atmosphere. Meanwhile, Chu Jiao, who was far away on the other side, received a message from his communication bracelet. Upon seeing the content, he was immediately filled with excitement. He hurriedly left home and rushed to the place he had agreed upon with Joda. Upon arrival, Chu Jiao waited anxiously. Time ticked by, and just as he was growing increasingly anxious, a gentle breeze swept by. Immediately afterwards, a masked person exuding a mysterious aura appeared before him. The man slowly spoke. "I am Kong Su, and I am here specifically to take you to the Chentian Palace." Chu Jiao nodded nervously, unable to speak coherently. Without saying a word, Kong Su quickly took out a bronze token from his pocket. In an instant, a spatial rift, shining with a strange light, appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, Kong Su grabbed Chu Jiao and stepped straight into the crevice. After the two of them were completely submerged in the crack, it miraculously disappeared without a trace. Chu Jiao felt a blur before his eyes, and the next moment, a magnificent, golden palace, like a fairyland, came into view. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and involuntarily looked around. The entire palace was brightly lit, with dazzling light illuminating every corner, making it feel like a dreamlike fairyland. Kong Su led Chu Jiao cautiously into the palace. The palace interior is spacious, bright, solemn, and dignified. On the silver throne in the very center sat a majestic blue dragon, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Below the azure dragon, Zhang Chen, wearing a mask, stood quietly with his hands behind his back. After Kong and Sujiu entered, Kong knelt down on one knee without hesitation to express his respect. Chu Jiao hesitated slightly upon seeing this, but quickly followed suit and knelt down as well. Soon, Qinglong slightly raised his hand, signaling them to stand up. With permission, the two stood up. Zhang Chen stepped forward and stood in front of Chu Jiao, solemnly saying, "Chu Jiao, if you join the temple of the other gods today, you will shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the people of the world and take it as your mission to eliminate the alien beasts that endanger the world. Are you willing to shoulder such a heavy responsibility?" Upon hearing this, Chu Jiao was extremely excited, her eyes shining, and she nodded repeatedly, "I'm willing. I will definitely do my best and live up to the expectations of Chen Tian Palace." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Zhang Chen activated a mysterious new function added to the Chen Tian Palace. This feature was carefully designed by him to both add a sense of ceremony and create an atmosphere of majesty, since it would be too obvious to always have Qinglong knock people unconscious. In an instant, the hall was enveloped in a dazzling glow, a breathtakingly beautiful sight, like a fairyland. Bathed in the glow of the sunset, Chu Jiao felt dizzy and gradually lost consciousness. At the same time, a gentle and warm breeze quietly blew up, softly lifting the sleeping horn. Zhang Chen feigned composure, solemnly reaching into the small, exquisite pocket at his waist and taking out a ball of light that shimmered with a strange glow. Then, with what seemed like a casual wave of his hand, the ball of light appeared to come alive and slowly drifted toward the curved corner. Kang Su quietly walked up to Zhang Chen and said excitedly in a low voice, "My God, Brother Chen, when I upgraded my superpower and fused with my second superpower, were you as shocked as you are now?" Zhang Chen nodded slightly in agreement. Upon receiving this affirmative reply, Kang Su couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's incredibly high class." Just as Kang Su was chattering on and on, the dazzling ball of light finally merged into Chu Jiao's body. Then, the curved horn, like a light feather, slowly drifted down to the ground and lay quietly, as if entering a deep sleep. Seeing this, Zhang Chen whispered to Kang Su, "Xiaoda, go and wake him up." Kang Su immediately responded with an "oh," and quickly stepped forward. He reached out his right hand and gently patted the corner of the cheek, whispering, "Wake up, wake up." In his dream, Chu Jiao seemed to sense the disturbance from the outside world. He frowned slightly and mumbled something inaudible. After a while, he finally slowly opened his eyes. However, when he saw the huge masked face in front of him, he was startled and instantly came to his senses. Chu Jiao sprang up from the ground, staring in terror at Kang Su's large face, which was inches away from his. He breathed a slight sigh of relief after he had seen his surroundings and Zhang Chen standing not far away. At this moment, Zhang Chen said to Chu Jiao, "We just helped you awaken your superpower. Your ability is a Class B Beast Transformation ability. From now on, you are the Tianmeng star directly under Kang Su. Now, hand over your communication bracelet to me." Chu Jiao carefully handed over the seemingly ordinary yet mysterious bracelet, holding it in her palm and examining it closely. All of this stemmed from Zhang Chen's sudden inspiration to give this bracelet more powerful and practical functions. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen decided to add several new capabilities to the bracelet. First, he gave the bracelet space to store masks, robes, and tokens. Next, he added an invisibility function so that when they wore masks and acted as members of the Chentian Palace, their true identities would not be easily exposed even if their bracelets were noticed. Zhang Chen was completely absorbed in the transformation. His hands moved like nimble butterflies, and his fingertips shimmered with a mysterious light. He soon completed all the improvements. Then, he gently waved the mask and robe in his hand, and the items seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, quickly flying into the storage space inside the bracelet. After finishing, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction, handed the bracelet back to Chu Jiao, and solemnly instructed, "I have optimized this bracelet. Now it can not only hold our masks, robes and tokens, but it is also very convenient to use. Furthermore, this token is extremely important. It is the key to our entry and exit from the Chentian Palace, and it also has a special shield function that can withstand the full force of attacks from those with strength below gold level 1. Therefore, you must keep it safe." At this point, Zhang Chen paused briefly and added, "There's one more thing to pay special attention to. Unless you're wearing a mask or on a mission, never show the bracelet to others casually, because a stealth mode has been added, which can be activated by pressing a specific button to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble." After explaining the upgraded bracelet's functions in detail, Zhang Chen didn't stop. He turned around and helped Xiaoda and himself upgrade their bracelets in the same way. The entire process was completed in one go, fully demonstrating Zhang Chen's superb skills and extraordinary wisdom. As for Qinglong and the others, they didn't need to do that, because they already presented themselves as the four sacred beasts of Chentian Palace, and it was something they were used to in their daily lives. Chu Jiao and Kang Su slowly left the solemn and majestic Chentian Palace, and the two then went their separate ways. Chu Jiao walked with light steps, searching for a secluded place where no one would disturb her. Finally, he found the ideal place in a quiet grove of trees. After taking a step, Chu Jiao took a deep breath, trying to calm his slightly excited emotions. Then he focused his mind and began to try to activate that mysterious and unpredictable superpower. He possesses the ability to transform into various ferocious beasts or soaring birds at will. This amazing ability remained his biggest secret. After some attempts, Chu Jiao first successfully transformed into a mighty lion, and then into a light eagle, soaring high into the sky. At that moment, a bold idea suddenly flashed into his mind. Was it possible to achieve partial animalization of his body? Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Chu Jiao carefully focused his attention on his right hand. A flash of light appeared, and his right hand gradually transformed into a furry bear paw. This amazing change thrilled Chu Jiao, and he continued to explore the localized animalization of other parts of his body, succeeding in every single one. At this moment, all of Chu Jiao's original concerns vanished. He secretly pondered that if his father and brother discovered that he had suddenly gained superpowers, he could lie and say that he had suddenly awakened a special, localized beast-like superpower for some reason. Thinking of this, Zhu Jiao couldn't help but feel secretly pleased with his own cleverness. Having just completed a series of ability tests, Zhu Jiao has officially been promoted to a Black Iron 1-star cultivator. He quietly closed his eyes, carefully feeling the powerful force surging within his body. The unprecedented sense of fulfillment made him exclaim from the bottom of his heart, "It really is the power of a cultivator. No matter how hard I trained before, I could not defeat the weakest Black Iron 1-star cultivator. Now it seems that the gap between us is simply enormous." After all the tests were completed, Zhu Jiao embarked on his journey home with a satisfied heart. After all, he was in a critical period of rest and recovery and did not want his father and brother to worry about him. Meanwhile, far away in another part of the sky, Zhengchen was rapidly flying towards F-City. The afternoon sun shone on the bustling, crowded, and noisy street in F-City. The streets were lined with all sorts of stalls, and the dazzling array of goods was overwhelming, but Zhengchen paid little attention to them. With a determined look in his eyes, he strode straight toward the entrance to the mysterious secret realm. The moment you step into the secret realm, a magnificent sight comes into view, a vast, lush primeval forest. This is the legendary Beast Realm, which features a typical primeval forest landscape and is home to a variety of strange and wonderful beasts. Zhengchen walked with steady and firm steps, slowly making his way into the depths of the secret realm. Along the way, whenever he encountered a strange beast, he would unhesitatingly use his unique skills to extract and collect its supernatural abilities. Unbeknownst to him, he had successfully collected a considerable number of supernatural abilities. In Zhang Chen's initial plan, the 4 sacred beasts' superpower level should be S level. However, at this stage, their superpowers are only at the A level, which undoubtedly makes him feel that the 4 divine beasts still face certain risks in protecting themselves. Therefore, in the coming period of time, he must go all out to collect as many powerful superpowers as possible in order to improve and strengthen their existing superpowers. Among the many strange beasts in the 100 Beasts secret realm, a peculiar creature called Bulong aroused Zhang Chen's great interest. This creature closely resembles a dragon from Western mythology and is enormous and incredibly powerful. What's even more remarkable is that these dragons not only possess extraordinary and powerful abilities, but each one also has a unique ability. Normally, beasts of the same species often possess similar or even identical supernatural abilities, but unique beings like Bulong are extremely rare. That's why Zhang Chen was full of anticipation, hoping to meet Bulong as soon as possible and obtain powerful superpowers from them. This feeling of opening a blind box, full of unknowns and surprises, stirred up an indescribable sense of amusement within him. At this moment, he was leisurely walking along a secluded and quiet forest path, with the dense foliage around him cutting the sunlight into dappled spots that fell on the ground. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed towards him like lightning, launching an attack with a fierce momentum. However, Zhang Chen reacted quickly, tilting his head slightly to easily dodge the fierce attack. Upon closer inspection, what appeared before them was a lithe and agile Gale Weasel. Gale Weasel got its name from its extraordinary speed. Despite the fierce attack, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed. He remained expressionless, slowly extending his fingers and slightly opening his palm. In an instant, an invisible force surged from his hand and headed straight for Wind Speed Itachi. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen easily extracted the speed ability that Wind Speed Itachi was so proud of. Without his special ability, Itachi became clumsy and slow, his movements becoming extremely awkward. Then, Zhang Chen flashed forward, approaching the Wind Speed Weasel as swiftly as a ghost, and kicked it hard in the head. With a muffled thud, the Wind Speed Weasel's head exploded, its brains splattering everywhere, leaving the surrounding area in a mess. After dealing with the strange beast, Zhang Chen didn't waste any time and continued to move deeper into the forest. As he walked, he suddenly heard a strange cry coming from not far away. The cry was extremely unique, and Zhang Chen was overjoyed. Could it be Bulong's voice? Thinking of this, he immediately quickened his pace and ran towards the direction from which the sound came. Soon, he arrived at a wide open plain. Looking up, one could see a massive dragon locked in fierce combat with an equally enormous red-headed eagle. The red-headed eagle opened its sharp beak and spewed forth raging flames, the fire so fierce it hurtled straight at Bulong. Undeterred, Bulong flapped his enormous wings, which acted like an indestructible shield, forcefully blocking the red-headed eagle's fierce fire attack. However, Zhang Chen soon discovered that although Bulong had successfully withstood the frontal attack, its abdomen had been severely injured, a shocking, deep claw mark, with blood gushing out and staining the ground beneath it red. Bulong seemed to have made up his mind. His eyes, which had been shining brightly, suddenly widened, and an invisible pressure instantly spread out. At the same time, the red-headed eagle soaring in the sky seemed to feel extreme fear, its body trembling slightly. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The red-headed eagle was suspended in mid-air, unable to move an inch. Seeing this, Bulong leaped up without hesitation, his speed as fast as lightning. It opened its blood-red maw, and with a crisp crack, bit off the red-headed eagle's head. Blood splattered everywhere, fire, staining half the sky red. The headless red-headed eagle and Bulong plummeted straight down from the sky. Just then, Zhang Chen walked steadily toward Bulong, who was lying on the ground. Bulong looked up, his eyes filled with wariness and a hint of doubt as he watched the approaching humans. As Zhang Chen approached, Bulong could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from him. A sense of astonishment welled up in its heart. Even at its peak, it was no match for this person. After a moment's thought, Bulong made a decision. A mysterious voice suddenly entered Zhang Chen's mind. "Human, do you want my corpse?" Upon hearing these sudden words, Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was actually the legendary psychic ability. It should be noted that this ability is extremely rare. Even among humans, there are very few who possess it. You can count them on one hand. The dragon lives in the secluded realm of beasts, rarely visited by humans. As a result, the price of the precious materials contained in its carcass has skyrocketed, reaching extremely high levels. Faced with such tempting benefits, Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't let it go easily. So, he nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Seeing Zhang Chen nod, Bulong finally breathed a sigh of relief. It opened its mouth with difficulty and slowly spat out a crystal-clear egg. Without a doubt, this is its dragon egg. Then, its voice rang in Zhang Chen's mind again. "Human, I entrust my child to you. Please take good care of it until it reaches adulthood. If you agree, I will leave my body to you. If you refuse, I will unleash my inner energy and destroy everything in our path." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's lips twitched slightly. To be honest, he felt somewhat disgusted with the dragon egg in front of him. After all, the creature called Bulong inhabits the low-level secret realm, which means its growth potential is limited. If trained as a mount, it might become too weak in the later stages, failing to match his ideal level of prestige. If kept as a pet, its enormous size would be extremely inconvenient. Just as Zhang Chen was hesitating, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. Could his ability to strip away superpowers, which could enhance the level of human superpowers, also help Bulong achieve an advancement in his bloodline level? After careful consideration, he felt that it might not be entirely impossible. Therefore, accepting this dragon egg is not necessarily a bad thing. Having thought about it, Zhang Chen finally made up his mind, nodded heavily, and agreed. Seeing Zhang Chen agree, Bulong visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and his previously tense body relaxed considerably. It gazed lovingly at its child, gently and carefully nudging the dragon egg with its nose, as if bidding a final farewell to its unborn offspring. Then, it slowly handed the dragon egg to Zhang Chen. Just then, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up. Bulong, can I ask you for one more thing?" At this moment, Bulong was on the verge of death, extremely weak, but he still managed to nod and weakly replied, "I don't have long to live, but I will give you whatever I can. Tell me, what do you want?" Zhang Chen's lips curled slightly as he chuckled, "Your psychic abilities." While Bulong was filled with doubt, pondering his innate psychic abilities that he didn't know how they were passed down, Zhang Chen had already begun to act. He gently placed his hand on Bulong's wing, and in an instant, a golden energy ball, as if drawn by a mysterious force, slowly floated out of Bulong's body. Bulong's eyes widened in shock, and he was horrified to discover that he could no longer use his superpowers. However, Zhang Chen's shocking act made it feel somewhat at ease. At least the child's safety was guaranteed. After a brief emotional turmoil, Bulong slowly closed his eyes. After it breathed its last, Zhang Chen once again used his stripping ability to carefully try to extract its bloodline. Surprisingly, the attempt was a complete success. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chen did not hesitate to integrate the extracted bloodline into the dragon egg. At that moment, something miraculous happened. Detailed information about the Bulong egg appeared before Zhang Chen's eyes as clearly as a projection. Item, dragon egg. Bloodline, silver. Qualification, gold. Maximum, silver 8 star. Looking at the information that appeared before him, Zhang Chen smiled with satisfaction. It's important to know that the highest ranking boss in the beginner level dungeon is only silver 1 star. This unhatched dragon egg, simply because it has fused with its mother's bloodline, has shown astonishing potential and growth limits, which is truly unbelievable. Zhang Chen was unconsciously immersed in such a wonderful idea, silently planning in his heart, when he enters the intermediate or advanced secret realm in the future, he must find a more powerful and rarer bloodline and let this cute little dragon merge with it. As a result, no one could imagine how monstrous and powerful little Bulong would grow up. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of anticipation in his smile, but he quickly withdrew his thoughts and stopped fantasizing. Then, he took out the superpowers he had accumulated from his pocket and broke them down into tiny superpower factors. After some careful maneuvering, he successfully upgraded his psychic abilities to S level. Without hesitation, he integrated this powerful ability into himself, feeling the wonderful sensation of the power flowing through his body. After completing all this, Zhang Chen carefully placed the precious dragon egg into his backpack and continued his journey through the beast realm, bravely fighting enemies and defeating various ferocious beasts along the way. As night fell, Zhang Chen skillfully used his abilities to build a sturdy barrier and set up a simple camp within it. He lit a roaring campfire, the warm flames leaping and flickering in the darkness. However, unexpectedly, the light and heat emitted by the campfire attracted the attention of many strange beasts. They caught the scent of humans and swarmed in like a tide, attempting to launch a fierce attack. However, these strange beasts clearly underestimated the power of the barrier set up by Zhang Chen. The various supernatural powers they released seemed to hit an invisible barrier the moment they touched the barrier, and were all blocked outside, unable to cause any harm to Zhang Chen inside the barrier. Seeing that their attacks were ineffective, the beasts were momentarily confused. But driven by instinct, they did not give up easily. Instead, they gathered outside the barrier, quietly waiting for their chance to strike. The next day, just as dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage and fell upon the earth. Zhang Chen slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and then decisively removed the barrier surrounding him. In an instant, the strange beasts that had been waiting for their chance pounced on him like wild horses, moving with lightning speed. Faced with the sudden crisis, Zhang Chen remained calm. He sharply scanned the group of ferocious beasts and shouted, "Freeze!" As soon as the words were spoken, all the strange beasts seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move, and could only remain in their forward-charging posture, standing stiffly in place. Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. Then, he said calmly, "Let's kill each other." Before the words were even finished, the previously still beasts suddenly began to fight wildly. Blood splattered everywhere, screams rose and fell, and the scene was instantly chaotic. Zhang Chen stood leisurely to the side, watching the bloody farce he had directed with great interest. A surge of joy welled up inside him, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Is this what psychic abilities are? This is absolutely insane." After packing up, he unhesitatingly shouldered his heavy backpack, humming an unknown tune as he leisurely turned and left. Time flies, and it's already noon. At this moment, Zhang Chen sat leisurely on a thick tree trunk, enjoying his simple lunch. Suddenly, a commotion arose from below. He looked closely and saw several people darting out like ghosts, surrounding another person tightly. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's interest was piqued. He sat steadily on the tree trunk, watching the upcoming show with great interest. The leader shouted menacingly at the besieged man, "Xie Feng, now that things have come to this, I want to see where you can run to. Be smart and hand over the Shadow Spirit Bear's eyes obediently, or don't blame us for being impolite." It turns out that the Shadow Bear's eyes are an essential ingredient in an extremely precious healing elixir. Although the Shadow Spirit Bear comes from a beginner-level secret realm, its numbers are extremely rare, and capturing them is even more difficult. Therefore, in some ways, its rarity even surpasses that of the Bulong. As Zhang Chen stroked his chin, he thought to himself, "I really didn't expect that this guy named Xie Feng would be so lucky to actually encounter the Shadow Spirit Bear." Faced with the enemy's threat, Xie Feng glared angrily and roared through gritted teeth, "Bah, you shameless bastards, keep dreaming. Even if I die, I will never let you succeed. And aren't you afraid of the Xie family's mad revenge?" The leader, his face full of mockery, laughed loudly. "Xie Feng, a year ago, I might have considered the Xie family behind you. But what about you now? You're nothing but a good-for-nothing. Why would the Xie family stand up for a coward like you?" Xie Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly with anger, and gritted his teeth as he replied, "Du Rong, don't be so aggressive. Even if I'm not the same person I was last year, and I've lost my original talent, it's not difficult for me to drag someone down with me. After all, the Shadow Bear's eyes were crucial for healing his injuries, and he couldn't give up easily no matter what." Zhang Chen listened quietly to their conversation, a sense of curiosity rising within him. So he secretly activated his ability and began to investigate Xie Feng's detailed information. Before long, all sorts of information about Xie Feng appeared clearly before his eyes. The screen displays: name, Xie Feng; affiliation, Xie family; possesses superpower, S-rank lightning-type superpower, currently sealed; current strength level, bronze 7 star, and its strength is still declining. Upon seeing these, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and he secretly marveled, "Wow, isn't this the standard protagonist template? Not only does he possess a rare S-class superpower, but his temperament is also quite extraordinary." Thinking of this, Zhang Chen immediately had the idea of recruiting Xie Feng into the Chentian Palace. Then, he quickly took out a mask and a black robe from his communication bracelet, dressed himself, and suddenly shouted, "Let go of that boy." Everyone looked in the direction from which the sound came, and saw a masked figure standing firmly on the tree trunk. That person was Zhang Chen. At this moment, Du Rong's eyes widened in anger, and he roared, "Who are you? How dare you ruin my good time?" His roar was deafening, as if it could overturn the entire forest. However, Xie Feng, who was surrounded, appeared calm and composed, with a slight frown, as if he was thinking about something. Just then, Zhang Chen snorted coldly and replied, "Humph, I'm your grandfather." Before he finished speaking, he leaped down from the tree trunk and landed steadily in front of Xie Feng. Du Rong sneered, "No matter who you are, since you dare to meddle in other people's business today, don't blame me for being impolite. You and Xie Feng can both die." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling his men to swarm forward and pounce on Zhang Chen and Xie Feng. Facing the surging tide of enemies, Zhang Chen's lips curled slightly, and he released a powerful psychic ability, uttering only 2 words, "Fear." In an instant, Du Rong and the others seemed to have witnessed an extremely terrifying scene. Their faces turned deathly pale, pale, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their eyes widened, and they screamed in terror, as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing they had ever seen. Everyone even collapsed on the spot, losing the courage to fight. Zhang Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction, turned to Xie Feng with a smile, and said, "Hello, Xie Feng." Although Xie Feng was shocked by the astonishing abilities Zhang Chen had displayed, his expression remained calm as he replied indifferently, "Why did Chen Tian Palace save me? What is your purpose?" Upon hearing this, a hint of curiosity flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes, and he asked with interest, "Oh, how can you be so sure that I'm from the Chen Tian Palace?" Xie Feng said with a solemn expression, "Although I may seem useless now, you have to know that the Xie family I belong to is not one of those unknown little families. As for the clothing style and characteristics of the members of Chen Tian Palace, I have some understanding of them." Zhang Chen nodded slightly in approval, thinking to himself that Xie Feng was not only exceptionally talented but also able to remain calm in the face of various situations. He was truly a rare talent. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated and went straight to the point. "Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. I would like to invite you to join our Chen Tian Palace. Would you be willing?" Upon hearing this, Xie Feng showed a hint of surprise, staring at the masked and mysterious Zhang Chen with an unusual gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "You should know my situation, right?" Zhang Chen shrugged slightly and replied calmly, "Yes, I have a general understanding." Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chen dropped a bombshell on Xie Feng, like a bolt from the blue. "If you are willing to join the Chen Tian Palace, we are fully capable of resolving your current physical problems." It turned out that the system had already informed Zhang Chen that Xie Feng's injuries could be healed with just one healing pill. Therefore, Zhang Chen was full of confidence at this moment. After all, other resources might be scarce and hard to come by, but he could still produce a mere healing pill. Upon hearing this, Xie Feng's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he pressed, "Are you telling the truth?" Zhang Chen nodded without hesitation. "Of course, our Chen Tian Palace would not deceive someone like you who only has bronze-level strength." After receiving a positive reply, Xie Feng felt relieved and overjoyed. He nodded firmly and said, "Okay, I'll join." Zhang Chen nodded slightly, a mysterious smile on his face. He casually reached into his loose pocket, as if groping for something. After a moment, he paused and slowly took out a dark, inconspicuous pill. Zhang Chen casually said to Xie Feng, "This is a healing pill made by our Chen Tian Palace. It has miraculous effects and can help you recover from your injuries quickly." However, Xie Feng's lips twitched slightly after hearing this. He stared wide-eyed at the so-called healing elixir that Zhang Chen had casually tossed into his pocket, muttering to himself, "Such a precious treasure is just casually placed like this. Aren't they afraid of crushing or damaging it?" Despite his doubts, Xie Feng couldn't hide his excitement when Zhang Chen handed him the healing pills. His hands trembled as he eagerly took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Almost at the same instant, a powerful and violent force erupted from his body. His aura was overwhelming, and dazzling lightning suddenly crackled around his arms. At the same time, the once clear sky suddenly became overcast, a muffled rumble of thunder rolled in, and thick lightning bolts, like silver snakes, ripped across the sky and struck straight down. Looking at the lightning power leaping between his hands, Xie Feng was overjoyed, and an indescribable joy and excitement welled up in his heart. At this moment, he truly felt the immense energy contained in the healing pill and the astonishing changes it brought. Zhang Chen, standing to the side, maintained a smile throughout, quietly observing everything before him. Time passed slowly, and after a long while, Xie Feng gradually calmed his agitated emotions and regained his usual composure. At this moment, Zhang Chen slowly spoke, "Xie Feng, to be honest, our Chen Tian Palace currently has no members deployed in F-City, so you will be the first Chen Tian Palace member in F-City." Xie Feng was taken aback at first, then nodded in acknowledgement, already knowing the outcome. He wasn't surprised, since he had never heard of any members of the Chen Tian Palace appearing in F-City before. It must be a rare stroke of fate to meet this mysterious figure from the Chen Tian Palace in the Hundred Beasts secret realm today. Zhang Chen then said unhurriedly, "I am the person in charge of recruiting new members for the Chen Tian Palace. You must know that our Chen Tian Palace has a strict and complete hierarchical system. At the highest level is the Supreme Lord Chen Tian, and below him are the four sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. And each of these four holy beast lords has 7 capable subordinates who serve directly under their command." Xie Feng listened intently, his mind filled with amazement. He never expected that Chen Tian Palace was not only famous, but also had such a complete and orderly internal system. Just then, Zhang Chen's voice clearly reached Xie Feng's ears again. "From now on, you will belong to Lord Suzaku's command, and your name will be Guesu. Here, this is your communication bracelet." After speaking, Zhang Chen skillfully placed the mask, robe, and token representing his identity into the communication bracelet, and then carefully handed them to Xie Fengbian. Following that, Zhang Chen began to explain in detail the various amazing uses and powerful functions of this communication bracelet. Xie Feng listened intently, occasionally letting out a heartfelt exclamation. After Zhang Chen finished explaining, he changed the subject and said, "By the way, weren't you just looking for a medicinal ingredient to heal heal your injuries? Now that your injuries have completely healed, there's no need for you to stay in the secret realm any longer. Let's go, I'll take you to the exit of the secret realm right now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Chen reached out and grabbed Xie Fang's shoulder with lightning speed. In an instant, the two figures vanished from the spot like ghosts. In the blink of an eye, Xie Fang was surprised to find himself at the entrance to the secret realm. Looking at the familiar scene before him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and his admiration for Zhang Chen's strength grew even stronger. He thought to himself, this Chentian palace truly lives up to its reputation. After waving goodbye to Zhang Chen, Xie Fang slowly left the mysterious and unpredictable secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen flashed back to his original location like a ghost. He stared coldly at the people who were still howling in agony, without a trace of pity. With a flick of his arm, several spatial blades gleaming with cold light flew from his hand, slicing through the air with lightning speed. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely gruesome, and the life force of those people vanished without a trace. After completing all this, Zhang Chen didn't even pause for a moment before turning around and continuing to explore this mysterious realm of beasts full of unknown dangers. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying incident of a strange beast attacking people broke out in the bustling city of A. Surprisingly, it was Chu Jiao who stepped forward to save everyone from danger. However, this time the situation is different from the last time. Not long ago, Chu Jiao, in a relaxed mood, was driving a luxury sports car leisurely to the beautiful seaside in City A for a drive. When he felt sleepy, he would casually lie on a beach chair and enjoy the pleasant time brought by the warm sunshine and gentle sea breeze. However, a deafening roar suddenly shattered the tranquility. Chu Jiao's heart tightened, and he immediately took off his sunglasses and stared intently. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but gasp, "Good heavens!" It was yet another ferocious beast that had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, he smiled bitterly to himself, unable to understand why he was so unlucky, encountering such terrifying situations in such a short period of time. One of the strange beasts opened its blood-red maw and pounced on a terrified girl. In the blink of an eye, Xu Jiao's feet suddenly exerted force, instantly transforming into two agile and powerful leopard feet. With his astonishing explosive power, he shot towards the girl at an extraordinary speed, like an arrow released from a bow. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hands rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into two huge and powerful bare paws. With a loud smack, the menacing beast was sent flying dozens of meters away by Chu Jiao's powerful slap, crashing heavily to the ground and unable to move. The alien beast, sent flying, crashed into the distance like a cannonball. Surprisingly, it was able to stand up instantly, as if it had been completely unharmed. Chu Jiao clenched his fists, inwardly groaning. His sharp bare claws trembled slightly with anger. He gritted his teeth, knowing full well that with his current strength it was simply a pipe dream to pose a real threat to these powerful beasts. However, when he saw the girl lying not far away, a resolute look flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, Chu Jiao rushed forward, carefully picked up the injured and unconscious girl, and then ran towards safety like lightning. His speed was astonishing, creating a gust of wind and raising dust wherever he went. After settling the girl in a relatively safe place, Chu Jiao took a deep breath, turned around without hesitation, and rushed back to the beach to rescue other trapped people. Just then, a huge roar came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a helicopter hovering above the beach. The aircraft was clearly marked with the logo of the local television station, indicating that it was there to report on the emergency. Inside the helicopter, the journalists were extremely excited, holding microphones and enthusiastically reporting the situation to the camera. However, their excitement did not last long, as one of the alien beasts noticed the helicopter overhead and regarded it as a new target. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the beast hurtled towards the helicopter like a rocket, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, clearly intending to crash directly into the helicopter. Faced with the sudden crisis, the host screamed in terror. At the critical moment, a figure appeared in midair like a ghost. Just then, Chu Jiao arrived. With a sudden wave of his arms, a pair of enormous wings instantly materialized, and his legs transformed into incredibly sharp claws. He fearlessly faced the charging beast and kicked it hard in the stomach. With a dull thud, the beast screamed as it was kicked away and crashed heavily to the ground. This thrilling scene was broadcast live by the host. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a spacious and bright conference room, Chu Kangyan was presiding over an important meeting with full concentration. Suddenly, the conference room door was flung open, and Chu Ziqiu burst in, panting. Chu Kangyan frowned, his face full of displeasure, and said in a deep voice, "What is it? Can't you see I'm in a meeting? Dad, something terrible has happened. My little brother is in trouble." Chu Ziqiu shouted anxiously. Chu Kangyan was shocked upon hearing this, and he abruptly stood up from his seat, urgently asking, What exactly happened?" Chu Ziqiu stood at the door, her lips slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing his eldest son's state, Chu Kangyan became even more anxious, stamping his foot and shouting, "At a time like this, what are you still dawdling about? Speak up." Urged on by his father, Chu Ziqiu sighed helplessly and said slowly, "Alright, then I'll project it onto the screen for you to see directly. You'll understand once you see it with your own eyes. After saying that, he quickly took out his phone, skillfully opened a live news broadcast, and projected it onto the huge screen in the conference room. As the video unfolded, everyone's attention focused on the screen. Suddenly, a figure with curved horns appeared on the screen, and at that moment he was showing an amazing transformation. His hands turned into wings and his feet turned into sharp claws. This is your brother? Chu Kainian stared wide-eyed, pointing at the screen in disbelief. Chu Ziqiu, equally shocked, stammered, if you weren't carrying twins when you gave birth to your younger brother, then it must be him. After a brief moment of shock, Chu Kainian came to his senses, his emotions running high. He grabbed Chu Ziqiu's shoulders and shook him, asking, when did your brother awaken this superpower? How come we didn't know anything about it before? Faced with his father's barrage of questions, Chu Ziqiu looked bewildered, shook his head, and said with a wry smile, Dad, I really don't know. As his excitement gradually subsided, Chu Kainian began to stare intently at the screen. He soon noticed that although his youngest son had awakened his superpowers, he didn't seem very strong, and even struggled to deal with a single alien beast. He immediately ended the meeting and rushed over with his eldest son. Just as the Chu family father and son were anxiously rushing to the beach, the scene before them shocked them. The entire beach area had been tightly sealed off by the security team. The two looked around anxiously, desperately searching for Chu Zhao's figure. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind, Dad, brother, what brings you here? The two quickly turned around and saw Chu Zhao with a thick bandage wrapped around his head, grinning at them. Seeing his son's injury, Chu Kainian rushed forward, grabbed his hand tightly, and examined him closely with concern. Xiao Zhao, are you badly hurt? Should Dad call our family's private doctor to give you a thorough checkup? Chu Zhao quickly patted his chest and comforted him with a relaxed expression. Dad, do I look like something's wrong? I'm full of energy right now. At this moment, Chu Ziqiu also walked over, his brows furrowed slightly, and asked in confusion, little brother, when did you awaken your superpower? Why didn't you tell us anything? Hearing her brother's question, Chu Zhao secretly rejoiced that she had been prepared. He scratched his head and replied with a smile, it's because I was seriously injured last time, and then I inexplicably awakened. Hee, I didn't want to give you guys a big surprise. These words were an excuse he had prepared beforehand. After all, there had been people who suddenly awakened their supernatural abilities after experiencing major upheavals, so the Chu family father and son did not suspect anything when they heard them. Chu Kainian clapped his hands heartily and laughed. This isn't a surprise, it's more like a shock. After saying that, the father and his two sons left the scene together and headed towards the company. Back at the company, Chu Kainian eagerly pulled Chu Zhao into his office and asked with concern, Xiao Zhao, have you taken a test to determine your ability level? Chu Zhao nodded slightly. Yes, I've tested it. Mine is a sea-level beast transformation ability. Upon hearing this, Chu Kainian nodded slightly in agreement. Although the youngest son's superpower level is not high, he at least has some ability to protect himself and is not too vulnerable. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up the phone, contacted the housekeeper, and ordered a large purchase of cultivation resources for Chu Zhao's use. In the days that followed, thanks to ample cultivation resources and tireless efforts, Chu Zhao's strength underwent a dramatic transformation in a short period of time. As night fell and all was quiet, Chu Zhao raised his wrist and whispered into his communication bracelet, Lord Kong Su, those strange beasts have been appearing inexplicably lately. The situation is really too abnormal. Xiao Da's calm voice came quickly from the other end of the communication bracelet. I've already seen the relevant reports. Your luck is quite extraordinary, but I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, I will report this to Lord Qinglong as soon as possible. Chu Zhao chuckled and said, if the security team had arrived any later, I probably would have lost my life there. I would have been able to fight those strange beasts to the death, but I couldn't kill a single one. Alright, stop showing off and focus on your cultivation. The tasks you'll face in the future are extremely challenging. Xiao Da solemnly instructed before decisively hanging up the call. He then quickly operated the communication device and sent a new communication request to another person, Zhang Chen. At this moment, Zhang Chen was in the mysterious and perilous 100 Beasts secret realm. He seemed fearless, rampaging through the area and wantonly plundering all sorts of precious and rare supernatural resources. Just as he was busy with his work, he suddenly felt the communication bracelet on his wrist start flashing continuously. Zhang Chen stopped what he was doing, raised his hand and pressed the answer button. A familiar voice immediately came from the communication bracelet. Xiao Da, what's up? Brother Chen, you've been nowhere to be seen all day. Where have you been? I haven't seen you at school at all today, Xiao Da asked curiously. Zhang Chen casually replied, oh, I had some business to attend to, so I made a last-minute trip to F City. Joda pouted in dissatisfaction and pressed, so when will you be back? Hee, things are going fairly smoothly this time. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to go back to school in 3 days, Zhang Chen replied casually. Hearing this, Xiao Da breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then, as if suddenly remembering something important, hurriedly said, by the way, Brother Chen, I have something to tell you. Things have been a bit strange in City lately. Zhang Chen, who had been nonchalant, suddenly became alert and eagerly asked, what's wrong? Tell me in detail. Xiao Xiao steadied himself and slowly said, "Do you remember when Chu Jiao was inexplicably injured by a strange beast that suddenly appeared a while ago? Everyone thought it was just an isolated incident, but unexpectedly, this beast has reappeared. As the saying goes, there's always something fishy going on, so I think there must be some secret behind this. You're busy right now, so I won't bother you any longer. I'll report this to Lord Qinglong later." With that, Xiao hurriedly hung up the call. Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in Zhang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered a hidden mission. Investigate the beast incident in City A. This is a phased mission. Upon completion of each phase, the system will rate your performance and award corresponding rewards. Upon hearing this unexpected news, Zhang Chen couldn't help but scoff and complain, "Hey system, why are you suddenly so passive? Didn't you always proactively issue tasks before?" The system responded with an air of self-righteousness. Diverse missions are what truly showcase this system's power. What do you know, host? Stop spouting nonsense and get to the point, or I'm outta here. Faced with this arrogant system, Zhang Chen smiled helplessly, waved his hand and said, alright, little system, you can step back now." On the surface, he seemed carefree and nonchalant, but in his heart, he had already begun to make quick plans. After all, he had played many online games, and based on past experience, the rewards from hidden quests were often very generous. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen secretly planned, when I return to City A, I must find a way to upgrade Qinglong's ability to S level, and then send it to investigate this matter. After making up his mind, he temporarily put the task aside. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, Zhang Chen successfully emerged from the mysterious and unpredictable beast realm. He cautiously approached a secluded corner, took a deep breath, and with a flash, shot into the sky like an arrow, speeding towards City A. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared on the horizon. When Zhang Chen rushed home, without delay, he immediately notified Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu to gather urgently at Chentian Palace through special communication methods. Soon, he arrived at Chentian Palace, where the three had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Zhang Chen stepped into the main hall, without even having time for pleasantries, he swiftly unleashed his powerful abilities. He waved his hands, and mysterious light shot out from his fingertips, accurately striking the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Then, a shocking scene unfolded as the light gradually merged into the three people's bodies. Their original superpowers began to be extracted little by little. Time ticked by, and Zhang Chen was completely focused on controlling everything. Fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, but his eyes remained as firm as iron. Finally, after a tense and meticulous process, Zhang Chen successfully upgraded all three of their abilities to S level. At that moment, their superpowers seemed to undergo a qualitative leap, radiating an unprecedentedly powerful aura. However, Zhang Chen did not stop there. He took a deep breath and used an even more advanced technique, creating another clone. This clone is none other than the White Tiger. Subsequently, Zhang Chen generously bestowed upon Baihu S-level enhanced abilities, S-level wind-type abilities, and flight abilities. At this point, the four sacred beasts under Zhang Chen's command had fully matured, reaching their peak in both strength and ability. At this moment, Zhang Chen revealed a satisfied smile, his gaze slowly sweeping over the four powerful beings before him. Qinglong currently possesses S-level ice-type superpowers, S-level illusion superpowers, and flight superpowers. Suzaku possesses S-rank fire-type abilities, S-rank healing abilities, and flight abilities. Xuanwu possesses S-level water-based superpowers, S-level flying flower superpowers, and flight superpowers. Such a luxurious lineup even made Zhang Chen himself sigh inwardly. If these clones were to appear individually, I'm afraid any major power would fight tooth and nail for them. Then, Zhang Chen looked at Qinglong with a serious expression and asked, "Qinglong, have you investigated the issue that Xiaoda reported a few days ago?" Qinglong bowed slightly and respectfully replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, I have begun a preliminary investigation into this matter over the past 3 days, but so far I have not obtained any substantial results. However, during the investigation, I discovered a rather strange situation." Zhang Chen frowned slightly and pressed, "Oh, what exactly is the anomaly?" Qinglong took a deep breath and said slowly, "According to my observation, the strange beasts that suddenly appeared this time were neither a disturbance in the secret realm, nor did they seem to be manipulated by human hands. They seem to have appeared out of nowhere without warning." Zhang Chen fell into deep thought, muttering to himself, "What kind of secret is hidden here?" Just then, Qinglong continued, "Not only that, further investigation revealed that the locations where these two strange beasts appeared out of nowhere were both concentrated near Angel Beach in City A. I dare to suggest that we set up a camp nearby and stay there for several days in the hope of discovering more useful clues." After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen nodded and said, "Well, that's the only way. Baihu will assist you in completing this task for now. After the investigation is over, Baihu will be sent to other cities to carry out missions." The two accepted the order in unison, then turned and took their leave. Zhang Chen decided to stay at Chentian Palace for the time being and focus on cultivation. With this thought in mind, he waved his hand and created a brand new cultivation room next to the Chentian Palace. Immediately Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chen flashed into the cultivation room, and from then on, he went into seclusion, rarely stepping out of the room. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. On the rooftop of a towering building not far from Angel Beach, the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger crouched like two silent sculptures, their sharp eyes alertly scanning the surroundings for any movement. The sea breeze gently caressed their bodies, but it did nothing to shake their vigilance. In this tranquil moment, the White Tiger suddenly broke the silence, lowering his voice to say to the Azure Dragon, look at that sea. Something seems off. As he spoke, he pointed to the distant sea. Upon hearing this, Xinglong immediately looked in the direction the finger was pointing. At first he did not notice anything unusual, but as his gaze focused, he finally caught sight of the faint movement on the sea surface. Without hesitation, the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger leaped into the air simultaneously, rushing towards the sea like two bolts of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two had flown over the sea. At this moment, they finally saw the scene beneath their feet. A small spatial rift had appeared on the once calm sea surface. The cracks resembled gaping, menacing maws, emanating a terrifying aura. What's even more chilling is that a sharp claw covered in black scales and gleaming with a cold light is slowly emerging from the crack, seemingly trying to forcefully widen it. However, just a moment later, the claw seemed to be restrained by something and slowly retracted. Immediately afterwards, the entire spatial rift was suddenly closed by an invisible giant hand, disappearing without a trace as if it had never existed. The Azure Dragon and the White Tiger looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. After a brief exchange of glances, the two nodded in tacit agreement and turned to fly towards the Chentian Palace without hesitation. Upon learning that Azure Dragon and White Tiger had come looking for him, Zhang Chen, who was in seclusion in his cultivation room, quickly stopped his cultivation, stood up, and strode out of the cultivation room. Upon seeing him appear, Xinglong quickly stepped forward and recounted in detail the strange sights he had just witnessed on the sea. Zhang Chen listened quietly, his brows furrowed slightly, silently pondering the clues hidden behind these strange phenomena. Just as he was racking his brains, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first stage of the mission. Investigate the truth behind the unusual events in City A. Reward 5 Grade B Ability Exchange Vouchers. Upon hearing the sudden notification, Zhang Chen was taken aback at first, then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and began to ponder the true reason for the formation of this mysterious crack. Before he could think about it further, the system explained. A mysterious and profound spatial rift suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea at Angel Beach in City A. This rift was like a door to an unknown world, or a bridge connecting two completely different worlds. Our system's research has revealed that this spatial rift leads directly to a world teeming with strange and wondrous beasts. As time goes by, these two worlds are gradually merging. Once the merging is complete, the mystic beast realm will cease to exist, and the entire world will be integrated with all the other realms and the mystic beast world. What? Zhang Chen suddenly stood up from his seat, his face full of fear, and even his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. If such a thing were to happen, the current power of the Chentian Palace would be completely incapable of dealing with such a massive change. Worse still, he thought to himself, even the security bureau responsible for security and protection probably had no idea about it. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then quickly gave Xinglong an order. Xinglong, I want you to do everything you can to contact the security bureau as soon as possible and tell them about this in detail so that they can make preparations in advance. Xinglong nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood the importance of the mission. After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen continued, from now on, you no longer need to be stationed in City A as before. Baihu will take over your position, and you will act as my representative, responsible for contacting all members of Chentian Palace and maintaining close communication and consultation with the security bureau. Remember this matter is of utmost importance and must not be neglected in the slightest. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger responded in unison, yes, sir. The two then turned and hurriedly left Chentian Palace to carry out their respective missions. Zhang Chen watched them leave, his brows furrowed, secretly worried about the various crises that might arise in the future. After a moment, he turned to the system in his mind and asked, System, how long will it take for the two worlds to completely merge? Do we still have enough time to prepare? Ding, a full-scale invasion of alien beasts is predicted in 5 years. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and weighed the options in his heart. 5 years may seem like a long time, but for China, which is facing a severe situation, it will pass in the blink of an eye. It should be noted that there are only a handful of extraordinary ability users in the entire country of China, and without exception, they are all highly valued generals by the Chinese government. Once the alien beasts launch a full-scale invasion, it would be a pipe dream to expect these mere 10 warriors to protect the vast majority of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen felt an immense pressure on his shoulders, and time had become extremely tight for him. He knew he bore a heavy responsibility and that only by constantly cultivating himself and improving his strength could he make a difference in this impending catastrophe. Fortunately, he possesses an enviable SSS level superpower superpower talent. Compared to those S-level superpower users, his cultivation speed is like a rocket, incredibly rapid. In a short period of time, he successfully advanced to the gold level. However, this strength is clearly far from enough to face the impending horde of alien beasts. Anxious and worried, Zhang Chen decided to ask the system that had always been by his side for help, and asked, "System, do you have any way to help me improve my strength faster?" The moment he finished speaking, the system's cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Based on the host's question, and after careful analysis, this system has identified the following 3 feasible solutions. First, you can choose to purchase strength-enhancing potions from the system shop, which can effectively help users strengthen themselves. Second, try to fuse more high-level abilities to break through existing bottlenecks. Third, you can consume rare and precious natural treasures to use the powerful energy contained within them to advance your cultivation. After listening to the system's advice, Zhang Chen fell into deep thought. Not long after, he decisively gave up the idea of searching for rare and precious materials. After all, rare and precious natural treasures are extremely rare and hard to find in this world. The last time such rare and precious herbs appeared was a full 10 years ago. The rare and precious materials that appeared that time fetched an astonishingly high price at auction, and the news spread throughout the streets and alleys, becoming a household name. Given this situation, Zhang Chen had no choice but to turn his attention to the other 2 alternatives. For him, fusing high-level superpowers is not difficult. As long as he has enough superpower factors, he can easily achieve it. However, the other members of Chentian Palace are not so simple. Currently, the members of Chentian Palace include Xiaoda, Chu Jiao, and Xiafeng. Among them, Xiafeng possesses an S-level superpower talent, so his cultivation speed is naturally quite fast. Xiaoda is a rare dual-element superpower user, and both of his superpowers have reached the A-level level, so his cultivation progress is also not slow. But who can guarantee that Chentian Palace won't recruit members with slightly inferior supernatural talents like Chu Jiao in the future? After careful consideration, Zhang Chen decided to go to the system shop to exchange for some strength-enhancing potions. These potions are divided into extremely detailed categories, with specific potions for different stages of strength. In the end, Zhang Chen obtained a total of 100 bottles of iron grade, 50 bottles of bronze grade, 30 bottles of silver grade, and 10 bottles of gold grade strength-enhancing potions. After exchanging these, he did not exchange for any other potions. After all, those more advanced potions are ridiculously expensive. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen concluded that the existing medications were sufficient to handle various situations. Therefore, he decided to summon everyone to the Chentian Palace. Before anyone else arrived, Zhang Chen cleverly used his clone technique to quickly create a lifelike image of Chen Tian, placing him on the supreme golden throne in the Chen Tian Palace. Soon after, the 4 sacred beasts also entered one after another, each finding a silver throne located below Chen Tian and sitting down peacefully. The first to enter the Chen Tian Palace was Chu Jiao, who was usually the most leisurely person, except for his diligent cultivation. He found his seat with practiced ease and sat down comfortably. Shortly after, Xiaoda and Xiafeng also appeared. When Joda saw Xiafeng wearing the ghost constellation mask, a strong sense of curiosity welled up in his heart. After all, he had never heard of such a person before. After everyone was seated, Zhang Chen walked steadily to Chen Tian's side and said with a solemn expression, "I have gathered you all here today because I have something extremely important to announce to you." After a brief pause, Zhang Chen continued, "I have 2 important announcements to share. First, in recognition of Tian Mengxing's heroic rescue efforts during the beast rampage, the Chen Tian Palace is awarding him 2 bottles of black iron grade strength-enhancing potions." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen scanned the entire room, carefully observing everyone's reactions. Chu Jiao carefully took the bottle of mysterious potion, and asked with a suspicious look, what exactly is this potion for?" Zhang Chen smiled slightly, paused for a moment, and then patiently and clearly explained the miraculous effects of the potion to Chu Jiao. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiao's eyes lit up, as if he were holding not an ordinary bottle of medicine, but a priceless treasure. He clutched the medicine tightly to his chest, muttering repeatedly, "Oh my God, this is such a precious treasure." At this moment, Zhang Chen cleared his throat and continued, "The second thing is a shocking secret discovered after the Chen Tian Palace's continuous efforts to investigate. 5 years from now, those extremely ferocious alien beasts will launch a full-scale invasion of the world we live in." These words were like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Xiaoda, Xiafeng, and Chu Jiao, who were sitting below, all stared wide-eyed, their pupils dilating involuntarily, their faces filled with disbelief. However, Zhang Chen remained unmoved by their strong reaction, his expression unchanged, and continued, "Therefore, from now on, you bear a crucial mission, to do everything in your power to improve your own strength. Only in this way can you contribute your strength to the Chentian Palace, your beloved family, and yourselves when the life or death battle comes 5 years from now." As he finished speaking, Zhang Chen's gaze swept over each person in turn, his eyes firm and full of expectation. He then added, "As for the 4 divine beasts, everyone must stay true to their duties and put everything else aside for now. These are the 2 important matters to be conveyed at today's meeting." speaking. In addition, there is something else worth mentioning. This time we have successfully introduced a brand new force, namely the renowned ghost constellation, under the Vermilion Bird. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Xia Feng, who had been sitting quietly to the side, suddenly stood up and greeted everyone. I will continue to do my utmost for the Qintian Palace, searching for those exceptionally talented and promising individuals to ensure that we are fully prepared for the disaster 5 years from now. Zhang Chen's expression was solemn, his words were forceful, and his eyes were unwavering. After speaking, he deliberately turned to look at his clone Chen Tian beside him, as if waiting for a response. The clone Chen Tian nodded slightly in agreement and slowly said, "Alright, let's end the meeting here today." No sooner had he finished speaking than a shocking scene unfolded. Chen Tian's figure vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. It turns out that Zhang Chen had secretly dispelled Chen Tian's clone, and the method was so clever that it was hard to detect, making it seem as if Chen Tian had disappeared into thin air. This sudden change left Xie Fang and Chu Jiao stunned and speechless. They exchanged a glance, both thinking to themselves, could it be that the palace master has already stepped into the legendary transcendent realm? Otherwise, how could he so mysteriously control his clone, making it disappear without a trace? Recalling the important information Zhang Chen revealed today, and considering the various measures taken by Qintian Palace in the past, as well as the strict and just rules within the palace, all of them prioritized the protection of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Xia Fang and the others became even more convinced of Zhang Chen's words. At this moment, Xiaoda, Xia Fang, and Chu Jiao all felt the urgency of time and their hearts were heavy. Chu Jiao, in particular, clenched his fists, silently vowing to redouble his efforts in cultivation, striving to greatly increase his strength and become incomparably powerful within just 5 years. At that time, he would stand majestically before his father and brother, becoming their steadfast support and protecting them. Similarly, Xia Fang had similar thoughts. Although he felt somewhat disheartened by the Xia family's previous actions, blood was thicker than water, and the Xia family was ultimately his family. Moreover, his parents and grandfather at home have always cared for him and taken great care of him. Therefore, no matter what, he must improve his cultivation as soon as possible, not only for himself but also so that he can repay this deep affection in the future. Since the highly anticipated freshman competition ended, Zhang Chen has been spinning like a top, constantly busy. Time flies, and the day finally arrived. He decided to take a day off, go out to relax his tense nerves, take a walk, and get some fresh air. As he strolled leisurely through the streets, he inadvertently stumbled upon a narrow and quiet alley. Just then, a clear, melodious yet authoritative voice suddenly reached his ears. "What are you doing? Be careful or I won't be polite." The sudden reprimand startled Zhang Chen, who was secretly surprised. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Filled with curiosity and doubt, he subconsciously took a few steps back, his eyes fixed on the dark and deep alley. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the one who had shouted angrily was Xia Hanner. At this moment, her eyebrows were raised, her jade-like fingers pointed forward, and her face was full of anger as she loudly scolded several children. Looking in the direction she was pointing, I saw several naughty children gathered in a circle, teasing and bullying a poor little wildcat. It must have been their misdeeds that were witnessed by Xia Hanner, which triggered this fierce confrontation. However, unexpectedly, faced with Xia Hanner's angry rebuke, these usually unruly children were instantly frightened and burst into tears. For a moment, Xia Hanner, who had been so aggressive, was at a loss and didn't know how to deal with the chaotic situation. Just then, Zhang Chen strode forward, a mocking smile on his face, and said, "If you dare to cry out again, believe me, I'll strip you naked right now, then hang you up like swings and give you a good beating." His words were like a thunderclap, instantly scaring the sobbing children out of their wits. In the blink of an eye, these little guys took off like startled rabbits and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Xia Hanner couldn't help but turn around and stare at Zhang Chen, who had just helped her, and asked with a hint of surprise, "What are you doing here?" Zhang Chen smiled slightly, touched his nose, and replied with a hint of embarrassment, "Oh, I just came out for a stroll. I didn't expect to run into something like this." As he spoke, his gaze drifted intentionally or unintentionally to the little stray cat that had escaped its predicament. Zhang Chen was stunned. This stray cat was actually... Zhang Chen stared wide-eyed at the seemingly ordinary stray cat in front of him, his face filled with astonishment. Just then, a notification sound came from the system in his mind, making his heart tighten. Following the system's instructions, he quickly began to investigate the wild cat's detailed information. Race, Moon Shadow Cat. Strength, Gold 2-star, currently sealed. Qualification, Diamond. Upon seeing these figures, Zhang Chen was secretly shocked. With such a high level of aptitude, even if its strength is currently sealed, it is enough to show that this Moon Shadow Cat will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Thinking of this, he carefully picked it up and turned to hand it to Xia Hanner beside him. After all, it was she who stepped in to save the mysterious cat. Zhang Chen smiled and said to Xia Hanner, "Take good care of it. Perhaps it has a special connection with you." Xia Hanner happily accepted the Moon Shadow Cat and gently stroked its soft fur. At this moment, Zhang Chen's gaze involuntarily fell on the conspicuous cross-shaped strip of cloth on the Moon Shadow Cat's forehead, and his lips twitched slightly. Hey, this scene is so familiar. Isn't it the classic scene from the anime where Luna meets Sailor Moon? Just as Zhang Chen was pondering this in his heart, Xia Han'er suddenly spoke up excitedly. Oh, perfect. I was just worried about not having anyone to go shopping with. Why don't you come with me? Before she could even refuse, she grabbed his arm and quickly walked towards the door. Along the way, the Moon Shadow Cat lay obediently in Xia Han'er's warm embrace, appearing exceptionally quiet and well-behaved. Soon, the two arrived at a pet store and decided to give the little guy a good bath and clean off the dirt. Watching the shop assistant skillfully operate the tools and carefully clean the Moon Shadow Cat, Zhang Chen couldn't help but secretly chuckle to himself. Hey, this shop owner probably doesn't expect that this little guy actually possesses the powerful strength to slap him to death. I wonder if he could still remain so calm if he knew. The shopkeeper stared curiously at the Moon Shadow Cat's forehead and quietly asked Xia Han'er next to him if she wanted to tear off the strip of cloth. Xia Han'er nodded slightly in agreement. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen, who had been silent all along, felt an impulse surge within him and wanted to stop the shopkeeper's actions, but for some reason, his throat seemed to be blocked, and he was unable to make a sound. The shopkeeper carefully reached out and gently tore off the strip of cloth from the Moon Shadow Cat's forehead. The moment the strip of cloth slipped off, the previously bewildered and dazed Moon Shadow Cat suddenly seemed to have changed its appearance. Its dull eyes now became clear and bright, even flashing with a barely perceptible glimmer of wisdom. Afterwards, the shopkeeper handed the newly refurbished Moon Shadow Cat back to Xia Han'er. The kitten had just landed in her arms when it started purring softly and nuzzled her soft palm affectionately with its fluffy little head. This adorable gesture made Xia Han'er giggle, her laughter as clear and melodious as silver bells. Zhang Chen, who had been observing silently, thought to himself, judging from how clever and quick-witted this Moon Shadow Cat is, its IQ must be quite high. Moreover, it is so affectionate towards Xia Han'er, which clearly shows that it has realized that she saved it. It is truly a beast that knows how to be grateful. The two continued strolling along the bustling street. Along the way, Xia Han'er would occasionally glance at Zhang Chen, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, as they passed a bustling shop, Xia Han'er stopped, turned to Zhang Chen, and asked, Zhang Chen, I want to ask you, what's that third academy like? After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen smiled and replied, yes, the third academy is not bad. Various cultivation resources have been gradually put in place. Although the student's aptitude is not as good as other academies, it is generally developing steadily and positively. Why are you suddenly asking this? Zhang Chen asked curiously. Xia Han'er casually kicked a pebble by the roadside and replied nonchalantly, nothing special, just asking. After they finished speaking, the two fell silent again and walked along the street in silence. After a long while, Xia Han'er seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly stopped, turned around, looked at Zhang Chen seriously, and said, I want to transfer to your third academy. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's eyes widened immediately, and he thought to himself in disbelief, no way, big sister, you're doing so well at the first academy. Why did you have to come to our third academy, which is ranked so low? As if she could read his mind, Xia Han'er quickly explained, don't overthink it. It's all because of that guy Jin Jian. He's been bothering me at the academy all day, making it impossible for me to cultivate in peace. Besides, your third academy got second place in this competition, which is quite an achievement. If I transfer there, my family shouldn't have too much objection. After Xia Han'er finished speaking, Zhang Chen nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. I see. Jin Jian is indeed quite annoying, always harassing others. In that case, your transfer to our academy is a solution. Having received Zhang Chen's approval, Xia Han'er secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She then smiled and playfully said to Zhang Chen, that's great. We'll be classmates soon. I've heard a lot about you from the third academy. Everyone says you're the number one here. You'll have to take good care of me in the future. Zhang Chen quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, oh, what do you mean by number one? They're just making a fuss. Actually, I don't spend much time at the academy. I spend most of my time cultivating outside, so we probably won't have many chances to meet in the future. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the unspoken meaning, which was rarely revealed, was immediately and keenly grasped by the intelligent Xia Han'er. A fleeting hint of disappointment flashed deep in her eyes, but it vanished in an instant, and she quickly concealed it, regaining her composure. Then, Xia Han'er smiled and said, in that case, let's meet again at the third academy. It's getting late, and I need to hurry back. With that, she playfully waved to Zhang Chen. Okay, see you at the third academy then. Zhang Chen said goodbye to her with a smile. To be honest, Xia Han'er possesses an A-level supernatural talent, and now she also has a pet with diamond-level aptitude. Zhang Chen couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. He really wanted to recruit this outstanding girl into his own Tianqian palace. However, at this moment, he decided to suppress his impulse and find a suitable opportunity to test Xia Han'er's attitude towards the matter. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering this, a crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly sounded. He quickly pulled out his phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, this is Zhang Chen. Who is this? A gentle, pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Student Zhang, this is Ruan Huan. The principal wants you to come to the college tomorrow when when you have some free time. He says he has something important to discuss with you in person. It turned out to be a call from Ms. Ruan Huan. Her gentle voice clearly reached Zhang Chan's ears through the phone. Meanwhile, the Security Bureau of City A received an unexpected guest. Inside the Security Bureau, everything was bustling with activity as staff focused on their tasks. Suddenly, a figure appeared without warning. The person appeared suddenly, and before anyone could see their face clearly, everyone tensed up as if facing a formidable enemy. As his figure gradually became clearer, it was revealed that he wore a mysterious azure dragon mask, and his black robe fluttered in the wind, adding to his mystique. A security guard immediately became alert and asked, "Are you Qinglong?" However, the man called Qinglong did not answer, but said in a deep and magnetic voice, "I want to see your bureau chief." The tone was authoritative and dignified. Upon seeing this, the security guard quickly gave his colleague a look, signaling him to keep an eye on the person in front of him, and then turned and left swiftly. At this moment, Kong Qing, the captain of the security brigade, was reporting to the bureau chief Li Yunshin in the office. The team member rushed in, panting, shouting, "Director, Captain, something terrible has happened. Qinglong is here." Upon hearing this, Li Yunshin, who was sitting behind his desk, immediately stood up, his face full of surprise, and murmured, "What is he doing here? We in Shentian Palace have always kept to ourselves and have no dealings with each other." Kong Qing, who was standing to the side, remained calm and thought for a moment before saying, "Director, although the higher-ups say that Shentian Palace has no hostility towards us, Qinglong's personal visit must mean something important. In my opinion, we should go see him first and find out the reason." Li Yunshin nodded slightly, tapping the table lightly with his right index finger, as if he were pondering something. After a brief silence, he finally made up his mind and said in a low voice, "Fine, let's go and see what his purpose is in coming here this time." After saying that, the two of them walked towards the door together. Li Yunshin had barely stepped through the gate when he spotted the azure dragon standing quietly. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, exuding an aura of majesty that inspired awe. Li Yunshin steadied himself, strode forward, and said, "I am Li Yunshin, the director of the Security Bureau of City A. I wonder what important matter brings the renowned azure dragon to our humble security bureau." Qinglong raised his head slightly, his gaze slowly falling on Li Yunshin. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, "I am here on behalf of Shentian Palace. I have extremely important news to present to your highest leader." Upon hearing this, Li Yunshin's face showed a troubled expression, and he asked hesitantly, What important news is it? Could you tell me first?" "As you know, our top leader is extremely busy and cannot be seen easily." Qinglong's cold eyes stared straight at Li Yunshin like ice. The air seemed to freeze instantly, making the surroundings feel suffocating. After a long while, Qinglong nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Then, he suddenly swung out a large hand, and a strange light instantly enveloped Li Yunshin. The next moment, Li Yunshin felt a blur before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself on the vast sea of Angel Beach. He was stunned and looked around in disbelief, his heart filled with doubt and fear. At this moment, Qinglong's deep and magnetic voice slowly came from afar. "Not long ago, 2 incidents of strange beasts injuring people occurred in succession near Angel Beach. After a detailed investigation, we found that the appearance of these strange beasts was abnormal. There was no sign of the opening of the secret realm, nor could we find any trace of human control. Therefore, the Chuntian Palace launched an in-depth investigation. Just a few days ago, we made a significant discovery on the sea off Angel Beach." As Qinglong's solemn and deep voice gradually receded like the tide, Li Yunshin felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, tightening it more and more, almost making it hard for him to breathe. Just then, a strong and strange aura rose from beneath his feet. He looked down and was shocked to see a dark and deep spatial rift that had appeared beneath his feet at some unknown time. The crack resembled a hideous maw, emanating a chilling aura. Immediately, a pair of incredibly sharp claws emerged from the crack, attempting to pry it open, as if some terrifying being was about to break through the barrier. However, the struggle of these claws did not last long. After only a moment, the crack closed up quickly, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Li Yunshin stared wide-eyed at the crack that had just disappeared, his heart filled with a raging storm of horror that he could not calm down. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly involuntarily. At this moment, the Azure Dragon's voice rang out again. "After the Palace Master's in-depth investigation and research, it has now been determined that this is a sign of the merging of the world of alien beasts with our world. Before long, such spatial rifts will spread all over the world, and alien beasts will use them to descend upon the human world. At that time, the entire world will surely be reduced to an inhuman hell on earth." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunshin's vision went blank, the scene suddenly changed, and he was back in reality. At this moment, to others, he seemed to be frozen in place, standing there blankly, completely still. In fact, the breathtaking scenes I just witnessed were nothing more than an illusion created by the Azure Dragon. Qinglong simply used illusion to recreate what he had seen and heard before him. Li Yunshin's face was solemn, his brows furrowed, and he was deep in thought. He kept recalling the scene shown by Qinglong, repeatedly pondering every detail, and trying to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Finally, he raised raised his head, staring directly at the azure dragon, and asked in a heavy tone, "What you showed me, was it all true?" Xinglong remained silent, gazing at Li Yunshin like a statue. The two stared at each other silently. Time seemed to stand still, and all around was quiet except for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yunshin finally broke the silence and sighed deeply. From Xinglong's firm and unwavering gaze, he already knew the answer. The other party was not lying. At this moment, the azure dragon, who had been silent all along, slowly spoke. "Our Qintian palace has no need to fabricate such lies. It would do us no good." Li Yunshin nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He then asked the question that concerned him. "I understand, but if I successfully contact the leader, how can I get in touch with you further?" Before he finished speaking, Xinglong flicked his wrist, and a black shadow shot towards Li Yunshin like lightning. Li Yunshin subconsciously reached out and caught it, only to find it was a mobile phone with a very unique appearance. The phone is entirely black with sleek lines and only one prominent button. Xinglong pointed to it and explained to Li Yunshin, "Just press this button and you can contact me." "Okay, now that things are settled, I'll head over first and wait here for Director Li's good news." As soon as he finished speaking, the azure dragon vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Kong Qinggang, who witnessed the whole thing, was completely baffled. In his eyes, the bureau chief had just stared blankly at Xinglong for a moment, then the two seemed to be playing a strange game of riddles, and then everything came to an abrupt end. Filled with doubt, Kong Qinggang couldn't help but step forward and ask anxiously, "Director, what exactly is going on?" When pressed by his subordinates, Li Yunshin simply shook his head and said in a calm tone, "It's nothing, no need to ask any more questions." After saying that, he turned and walked into the office, slowly sat down in the office chair, his brows furrowed slightly, and his right hand unconsciously rubbed his temples. He took his phone out of his pocket, unlocked it, skillfully dialed a string of numbers, and held the phone to his ear, waiting for the other party to answer. Not long after, a loud and energetic voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yunshin, why did you suddenly decide to call me today?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Yunshin gave a bitter smile and replied, "Uncle Tian, as the saying goes, no one visits the temple without a reason. I do have something important to discuss with you this time." After saying that, Li Yunshin took a deep breath and began to explain the situation of the azure dragon in detail. He spoke at a moderate pace, and every word conveyed the seriousness and urgency of the matter. When he finished explaining the whole story, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone, as if the air had frozen. "Uncle Tian, are you still listening?" Li Yunshin asked tentatively, somewhat uneasy. At this moment, Uncle Tian's voice came through the phone again, his tone extremely serious, even slightly trembling. "Yunshin, are you sure this news is true and reliable?" Uncle Tian pressed. Li Yunshin gave a helpless bitter smile. "To be honest, Uncle Tian, I can't be 100% sure, but based on the information we have so far, I'm at least 80% sure it's true. Moreover, this matter concerns the safety of our nation. Even if there is only a 1% chance, we must not take it lightly and must deal with it seriously. Don't you agree?" After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, Uncle Tian said, "Yes, you're right, Yunshin. I understand. I'll contact the top leader immediately to report. Don't worry, just wait for news." After saying that, Uncle Tian hung up the phone hastily without waiting for Li Yunshin's response. Li Yunshin put away his phone and slowly walked to the window. He gazed quietly at the bustling crowd outside the window, watching busy figures moving through the streets and alleys. At this moment, his feelings were extremely complicated. He hoped that the news about the azure dragon that had just come out was just a false alarm, but he also knew how serious and far-reaching the consequences would be if the news were true. He gently patted his slightly tired cheeks, as if trying to clear his head. Immediately, he summoned Kong Qinggang and solemnly instructed him, "From today onwards, the patrol efforts of the security team must be significantly increased." Originally, only one team was assigned to patrol each block, but now 3 teams will operate simultaneously. "We must ensure that every street and every corner of City A is closely monitored and protected." Kong Qinggang looked puzzled when he heard the sudden order. However, he knew that his superior's decision must have a deeper meaning, so he nodded in response without hesitation, indicating that he would definitely carry it out strictly. And so, without anyone noticing, the streets and alleys of City A quietly began to change. The increased patrol strength of the security team has greatly improved urban safety. Those thugs who used to occasionally roam around can no longer act recklessly. If they dare to launch an attack, they will be subdued by the security team that arrives quickly. Less than a day later, Li Yunshin received a call from Uncle Tian. He quickly answered the call and said respectfully, "Hello, Uncle Tian." On the other end of the phone, Uncle Tian spoke calmly but with a hint of urgency. "Yunshin, number 1 wants to see Qinglong in person. Contact him as soon as possible and come over with him." Upon hearing this, Li Yunshin immediately agreed. "Okay, Uncle Tian, I understand. Don't worry, I'll contact Qinglong right away." After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Then, he took out another cell phone from the drawer, the number that Qinglong had specifically given him for emergency contact. He dialed the number skillfully and waited quietly for the other party to answer. Soon, Qinglong's deep and distinctive voice came from the other other end of the phone. Director Li, there's new information so quickly? Li Yunchen calmly replied, yes, Xinglong. Please come to the security bureau first thing tomorrow morning, and I will take you to see the leaders. After saying that, he hung up the phone without saying anything more and began to prepare for the meeting the next day. Zhang Chen was sitting upright in the spacious and quiet cultivation room of Chentian Palace, completely absorbed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a crisp click broke the silence. He was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that the dragon egg placed to the side was slowly cracking open. The cracks gradually widened, as if a mysterious force was struggling to break free of its restraints. Zhang Chen stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, his face filled with surprise and wonder, thinking to himself, could it be that it's about to hatch? Overwhelmed with excitement, he quickly stood up and strode toward the dragon egg. Standing next to the egg, he observed it carefully. Recalling when he first obtained the dragon egg, he searched online for a lot of information about the dragon's habits. It is said that the growth of a dragon is divided into 3 stages: infancy, growth, and maturity. Newly hatched juvenile dinosaurs look like adorable little milk dragons. As soon as these little guys are born, they will swallow the eggshell without hesitation as their first meal, and then enter a deep sleep to digest the energy. When they wake up again, they have entered their growth period. What's even more special is that dragons have a natural instinct. They regard the first creature they see after hatching as their biological parents, so they don't need to sign a contract with their owners and naturally become their most loyal and reliable companions. Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, a crisp sound rang out, and a small hole finally appeared in the eggshell. Then, a small and exquisite figure slowly emerged. This newborn baby dragon is as white as jade, crystal clear, and looks like a finely crafted work of art. It blinked its big, round eyes, curiously looking around at the unfamiliar environment. A moment later, seemingly sensing Zhang Chen's intense gaze, the little dragon turned to look at him and let out a soft cry. The voice was clear and melodious, like the sound of a silver bell, and also like the call of a lizard, with a touch of childishness and naivety. Immediately afterwards, the adorable little dragon lowered its head without hesitation and began to gnaw on its own eggshell with relish. Its small, delicate mouth kept chewing, making a soft crunching sound. Before long, it had eaten the entire eggshell clean. The little dragon patted its round little belly contentedly, then suddenly opened its little mouth and let out a loud and extremely cute burp. That look was so adorable, it was impossible not to laugh. Zhang Chen, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but reach out and gently rub the little dragon's head with his fingers, and said with a smile, "Little guy, you are so fair and pure, I will call you Little White from now on." As if it understood Zhang Chen's words, the little dragon raised its head slightly, blinked its big, watery eyes, and let out a soft, short cry, as if responding to the name Zhang Chen had given it. Then, its eyelids gradually became heavy, and soon it closed its eyes sleepily and drifted into a sweet dream. Zhang Chen carefully placed his hands under the little dragon, gently lifted it, and held it steadily in his palms. Then, he began to look up information about the little dragon with great interest. Upon seeing that the little dragon's race was a drake, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Looking further down, its abilities surprised him even more. It possessed a sea-level psychic ability and a B-level frost ability. It's worth noting that most creatures are lucky to possess even one special ability, but this little dragon actually has 2 different types of special abilities, which is truly rare. As he continued reading, information about the little dragon's strength, bloodline, aptitude, and growth potential was gradually revealed to Zhang Chen. The little dragon is currently at the level of Black Iron 7 stars, its bloodline has reached the silver level, its aptitude is amazing, directly reaching the gold level, and its growth potential can reach silver 8 stars. Faced with these impressive figures, Zhang Chen was initially slightly surprised, but after a moment's thought he understood. After all, this little dragon has absorbed the essence of its mother's bloodline, and in terms of bloodline strength, it is already one of the best in the dragon clan. Therefore, it is not surprising that he possesses dual superpowers. After figuring out the basic information about the little dragon, Zhang Chen gently put it into his pocket, afraid of waking the little guy. After completing all this, Zhang Chen adjusted his state, closed his eyes, and continued to concentrate fully on his cultivation. The next morning, just as the sun rose, Li Yunchen arrived at the entrance of the security bureau. He stood quietly, his gaze occasionally drifting into the distance, as if anticipating something. Soon, a deep rumble came from afar. Then, the azure dragon slowly flew in from the horizon. Upon approaching, Li Yunchen's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stepped forward to greet him. The azure dragon landed steadily and walked towards Li Yunchen. Li Yunchen led Qinglong to the location of the helicopter, and they sped towards their destination together. About an hour later, the helicopter slowly landed in a deep mountain area. The area boasts beautiful mountains and clear waters, with pleasant scenery, but the most eye-catching feature is a huge villa standing amidst the mountains and forests. The villa was magnificent, surrounded by numerous bodyguards in black uniforms, their expressions serious and their eyes alert as they watched their surroundings. Li Yunchen led Qinglong through layers of guards and headed straight into the villa. Along the way, Qinglong was secretly surprised, not expecting that Li Yunchen could make contact with the mysterious number 1 so quickly. Xinglong's surprise was understandable, since apart from a very few people, no one knew that Li Yunxian was actually the grandson of number 3. Soon, the two stopped in front of a tightly closed door. Xinglong straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, took a deep breath, and gently knocked on the door. A slightly aged but strong voice came from inside the house. "Come in." Li Yunxian carefully pushed open the door and went in first. Xinglong followed closely behind, and the moment he stepped into the room, his gaze was immediately drawn to the figure in front of the desk. There was a sprightly, capable old man in a Zhongshan suit, holding a calligraphy brush and writing something intently. The old man then raised his head slightly, smiled, and said, "Little Shen, it's been a long time. Old Li has been talking about you every day. I haven't seen Grandpa in a long time. The security bureau has been too busy." "Number 1, this is the person who brought the message," Li Yunxian said, pointing to Xinglong. Number 1 looked in the direction Li Yunxian pointed, and his gaze finally settled on the mysterious figure known as the Azure Dragon. He was wearing a lifelike blue dragon mask, the dragon patterns on the mask shimmering with a faint light, as if they were alive. He wore a large black robe that swayed gently in the breeze, adding to his mysterious and unpredictable aura. At this moment, Xinglong smiled slightly and said, "Young friend, since you have come to discuss important matters, why not show your true face?" Although his words contained a question, his tone was gentle. Li Yunxian quickly bowed and respectfully explained, "Sir, please forgive me. This is an internal rule of our organization, and I really dare not disobey it." His attitude was extremely respectful, clearly showing great respect for the old man. Number 1 showed no dissatisfaction or concern regarding Xinglong's actions. Instead, he laughed heartily, waved his hand, and said, "Enough, enough. The thoughts of you young people are becoming increasingly difficult for this old man to fathom." After the laughter subsided, he asked, "Xiao Tian told me that you had something important to discuss with me this time. What is it?" Upon hearing this, Li Yunxian quickly recounted the entire story in detail. As the narrative progressed, number 1's initially relaxed expression gradually turned serious. After Li Yunxian finished speaking, number 1 asked with a gloomy expression, "Do you have any conclusive evidence to prove that this matter is true?" Faced with the doubts, Xinglong waved his hand without hesitation. In an instant, a strange light flashed, and an illusory scene appeared before them. That was the same image that had been shown to Li Yunxian earlier, displaying various signs related to what they had been discussing. Number 1 stared wide-eyed as he carefully observed the illusion, and his doubts gradually dissipated. Even so, he remained highly vigilant and continued to press Xinglong. "Young friend Xinglong, can your esteemed master definitively determine that this is a sign of the merging of the beast world with our world?" Xinglong nodded, his expression solemn as he replied, "The palace master is absolutely certain of this. Moreover, the palace master estimates that the two worlds will only require a mere 5 years to fully merge." Number 1 remained silent, his back to the two men, staring at the plaque hanging on the wall, which bore 4 powerful characters that read "People First." After a long pause, he turned around and said, "I understand. Thank you for the information. We will take it very seriously. Please stay a few more days, as we may need your assistance." Xinglong did not refuse and then left with Li Yunxian. After Xinglong left, a summons was made to the secretary, who said, "Summon all the grand secretaries for a supreme meeting." The secretary respectfully withdrew and quickly sent messages to the various cabinet ministers. Upon receiving the notification, the elders set off immediately without hesitation and quickly gathered in the conference room at number 1. Number 2 asked in confusion, "Brother, what's the rush that you had to call us old guys over here?" Number 4 jokingly added, "You wouldn't happen to want to play chess and have drinks with us, would you?" Number 1 said seriously, "I have gathered you here today because I have something important to discuss." Seeing number 1's serious and unjoking expression, everyone instantly dropped their relaxed and casual demeanor, straightened their backs, and sat up straight. Then, number 1 solemnly recounted in detail the earth-shattering event that the world of alien beasts was about to merge with our world. As soon as the words were spoken, all the grand secretaries showed expressions of disbelief, their brows furrowed, their faces filled with solemnity and worry. Just then, number 2, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't contain his doubts and asked, "Brother, is this information accurate or not? This kind of thing isn't something you can joke about." Before number 1 could answer, number 4, with his fiery temper, slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily, "This is utterly absurd. In all my years, I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Besides, those strange beast realms have always been stable. How could something as bizarre as world merging suddenly happen? Brother, you haven't been scammed, have you?" Upon hearing number 4's question, number 3 immediately widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "Fourth brother, what nonsense are you spouting? What kind of person is Big Brother? How could he be so easily fooled? Don't talk nonsense here." Seeing this, number 1 quickly reached out and tapped the table to signal everyone to quiet down. He said in a deep voice, all right, stop arguing. Although this news sounds unbelievable, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot joke about the safety of the people's lives. After all, this matter is of great importance, and the consequences could be unimaginable if anything goes wrong. Everyone, please don't panic. This news came from the Chuntian Palace, and their representative is waiting outside. I will have someone invite him in to explain in person. Not long after, a soft footstep sounded, and Li Yunshin and Chang Long slowly pushed open the door and entered. Li Yunshin walked steadily and stood behind number 3. Qing Long, on the other hand, stood tall and proud, exuding extraordinary aura, and strode to the center of the room. With a smile, number 1 introduced, "This is our young friend Qing Long, a representative of the Chuntian Palace." Number 4 couldn't help but jump out and say, "You're the one who brought the message? Do you know what the consequences would be if this message were false?" Qing Long responded calmly, "You should verify the authenticity of the information. Spreading false information will not benefit our Chuntian Palace at all." Number 1 quickly interrupted number 4, "Alright, fourth brother, stop arguing. Young friend Qing Long, please show everyone the scene from before." Qing Long did not refuse and used illusion magic to display a scene. Everyone's expression immediately turned serious upon seeing it. Qing Long said, "This is all the information Chuntian Palace has at the moment. If there are any new discoveries, we will share them with you as soon as possible. From now on, Li Yunshin will be directly responsible for contacting young friend Qing Long." Number 1 nodded and said. After he finished speaking, he gestured for Li Yunshin to take Qing Long out. After the two left, the conference room fell into silence. Number 3 broke the silence and asked, "Big brother, what do you think about this?" "I advocate for the full implementation of the People's Protection Plan. We must not take even the slightest risk," Number 1 said slowly, his face solemn. His deep, powerful voice seemed to carry a heavy responsibility and worry, instantly making the atmosphere in the meeting room tense and serious. The senior officials all nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, number 4 couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, what exactly does this plan to protect the people include?" All eyes turned to number 1, waiting for his detailed explanation. After a moment's thought, number 1 replied, "According to what my friend Qing Long said, the appearance of the alien beasts in the merged world is completely unpredictable, and their locations are not fixed. Therefore, we must build large-scale shelters in every city. The capacity of the shelters should be carefully planned according to the local population, and at the same time, they should be equipped with various advanced weapons and equipment to ensure that they can withstand attacks from alien beasts. On the one hand, we must also strongly support the cultivation of people with superpowers and provide ample cultivation resources for students of the Superpower Academy without any hesitation." At this point, number 1 paused, then continued, "In addition, sentry posts should be set up in each city. Military region soldiers will be stationed there in shifts, ready to be deployed at any time. Once traces of strange beasts or unusual situations are discovered, we can react quickly and take immediate action." After number 1 finished explaining these ideas in one breath, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, faced with this complex and ever-changing situation, no one could think of a more effective solution than such a comprehensive and meticulous plan. Just then, number 2, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke up, "Big brother, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it." In the dimly lit conference room, the lights cast a yellowish glow, elongating the shadows of the elders sitting around the conference table. Number 2 cleared his throat and said with a determined look, "Everyone, I have a suggestion. We can build underground cities of the same size in the ground beneath each city. Imagine that when disaster strikes, whether it's a raging storm, an earthquake, a tsunami, or other unknown crisis, people can be orderly evacuated to underground shelters. Most importantly, the natural barriers of underground spaces provide stronger protection. Moreover, in terms of concealment, underground cities are less likely to become the primary target of alien beasts. These underground cities are like hidden safety fortresses in the city, providing shelter for everyone. The standardized construction also makes planning and resource allocation more efficient." As number 2 finished speaking, he leaned forward slightly, his eyes scanning the assembled elders with anticipation. Number 1 rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. After a long while, his eyes lit up. He found number 2's idea truly ingenious. He nodded emphatically and said approvingly, "Second brother's plan is really good. It has built a solid guarantee for the people. However, I don't think it's safe enough. Don't forget, the world won't be peaceful in the future. Some strange beasts live underground, and we haven't fully figured out their strength and habits yet. If they attack the dungeon, that would be troublesome. Therefore, I believe that each dungeon must be equipped with a shield. The shield must be strong enough to completely envelop the entire dungeon, just like adding an indestructible shell to a safe fortress, so that it can be absolutely foolproof." Number 3 had been listening attentively, and after hearing number 1's words, he couldn't help but interject, "Big brother is right. The shield is indeed indispensable. Moreover, the energy supply for the shield must be stable and persistent. We can consider multiple complementary energy sources, such as solar energy and geothermal energy, combined with some new energy technologies, to ensure that the shield can operate normally under any circumstances. In addition, the shield's defense level should be adjusted according to the actual situation of different cities. For example, in places where alien beasts frequently appear, the shield's strength should be higher." Subsequently, the group engaged in a heated discussion about the construction details details of the underground city, shield parameters, energy solutions, and subsequent maintenance and management. Sometimes they argue until they're red in the face, and other times they applaud and praise each other for a brilliant idea. Meanwhile, Qinglong, far away, was completely unaware of these fascinating discussions. At the same time, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves onto the campus path, and Zhang Chen walked briskly toward the principal's office. He stood tall and straight, his eyes sparkling with youthful vigor. Soon after, he arrived at the principal's office. After gently knocking on the door and hearing come in from inside, Zhang Chen pushed the door open and entered. The principal was sitting behind his desk. When he saw him come in, his originally serious face immediately broke into a smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum. He stood up enthusiastically and gestured, "Student Zhang, come on, sit here." Zhang Chen smiled politely, walked into the office, and sat down opposite the principal. With eyes full of curiosity, he asked, "Principal, what brings you here today?" The principal sat down again, placed his hands on the table with his fingers interlaced, and said with a kind smile, "It's like this, Student Zhang. Our college will soon be holding a friendly match with the 9th college. This is no ordinary competition, it's a friendly exchange between senior high school students, a contest between outstanding students from 2 colleges. Victory or defeat on the field is not only about personal glory, but also about the reputation of our college. I know you have a great influence among your classmates, and everyone admires you, so I would like to invite you to speak on the stage and use your words to inspire the senior students so that they can perform at their best in the competition and bring glory to the college. Since you won first place in the freshman individual competition, the atmosphere in the academy has indeed improved a lot." The principal sat in the large leather chair, his face full of a kind smile, his eyes narrowed into slits, his hands casually resting on the armrests, his tone full of satisfaction and praise. Zhang Chen stood in front of the principal's desk, nodded slightly, his eyes showing humility, and readily agreed, "You can just tell teacher Ruan about this and have her pass it on. You are usually very busy, so there is no need for you to worry about such small things personally." Zhang Chen walked out of the principal's office, and the heavy wooden door behind him closed gently. He took a deep breath of the fresh air in the college, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on him. He stretched and yawned. It had been a while since he had attended classes at the academy, and he missed the atmosphere in the classroom. He strolled slowly toward the classroom, drawing admiring glances from many classmates who whispered among themselves, "Look, that's Zhang Chen, the first-place winner in the freshman individual competition. Wow, he's even more handsome in person than the rumors suggest." Zhang Chen just smiled politely and quickened his pace. Finally, we arrived at the classroom, which was still filled with the familiar noise. Some students were chatting, while others were reading. Zhang Chen found an empty seat and was about to exchange a few pleasantries with the students around him when the class bell rang. Just then, the classroom door was gently pushed open, and Ms. Ruan walked in gracefully. She was dressed in a smart business suit, with a gentle smile on her face, and holding a document in her hand. Standing on the podium, she cleared her throat and said, "Classmates, we have a transfer student in our class today. Let's welcome him, Kerr." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure appeared at the classroom door. The person paused slightly and slowly walked into the classroom. The students' attention was immediately drawn to him, and once they recognized him, the classroom erupted in excitement, with everyone whispering among themselves. Xiaoda's face flushed with excitement as he patted Zhang Chen's shoulder hard, his voice trembling slightly. "Brother Chen, it's Xia Hanner. She's the goddess of the first academy now. Why would she come to our academy?" I know. Zhang Chen's shoulder ached from the pat, and he rolled his eyes helplessly. At that moment, his eyes met Xia Hanner's, and a hint of surprise flashed in her bright, star-like eyes. After all, he had told her that he didn't come to the academy often, and he hadn't expected to run into her on his first day after transferring. She quickly regained her composure. Zhang Chen smiled kindly, revealing a set of white teeth. This was just a minor incident. Next, he still had to prepare a speech for the friendly match. The friendly match is of great significance to the college, as it concerns honor and image. Zhang Chen was well aware of the responsibility on his shoulders and secretly vowed to prepare carefully so that his speech would be like a shot of adrenaline for the senior students. He returned to his seat, took out his notebook, and began to carefully plan his speech. Sometimes he frowns in deep thought, sometimes he writes furiously, completely immersed in his own world. The sunlight outside the window gradually softened, shining on him as if he were gilded with a layer of golden light. However, just as Zhang Chen was focused on preparing, the atmosphere in the classroom became subtle. Some classmates kept glancing back and forth between him and Xia Hanner, whispering about their relationship. Xiaoda would occasionally come over and tease, "Brother Chen, the way you exchange glances with Goddess Xia is quite something." Zhang Chen just smiled, ignoring Xiaoda's teasing, and continued to focus on the task at hand. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was time to go home from school. Zhang Chen walked out of the classroom, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the campus orange-red. He gazed into the distance, his heart filled with anticipation and confidence. With the friendly match approaching, he still needs to refine his speech and develop a detailed training plan for the match. He could almost see the fierce competition on the field, with with his seniors fighting side by side to win honor for the college. And in the process, perhaps even more unexpected stories will unfold. In this magnificent world of cultivation, those seemingly thrilling episodes are like shooting stars that occasionally streak across the night sky, brief and dazzling, but ultimately unable to become the main theme. After experiencing several amusing little incidents, Zhang Chen, like a tired bird returning to its nest, hurriedly went home. As soon as he got home, he went straight into the Chentian Palace. The moment you step into the Chentian Palace, it feels like entering a sacred cultivation ground isolated from the outside world. A faint spiritual aura permeated the hall, emanating from the spirit stones redeemed from the system shop. As soon as Zhang Chen returned, he quickly adjusted his state and devoted himself to cultivation. He sat cross-legged on the futon in the cultivation room, his body enveloped in a soft light, as if he were one with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His breathing was steady and long, each inhale seeming to be a mysterious dialogue with heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and constantly tempering his body and spirit. Time, like a never-ending river, quietly flowed by as Zhang Chen focused on his cultivation. A semester may be long for an ordinary person, filled with academic pressure and daily chores, but for Zhang Chen, who is immersed in cultivation, it passes by in the blink of an eye. When he slowly opened his eyes and finished this stage of cultivation, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation level had reached Diamond 2-star. That powerful yet restrained force surged within him, as if it could unleash astonishing power at any moment. At the same time, the reputation of Chentian Palace spread rapidly across this vast land, like flowers blooming in spring. As the core strength of the Chentian Palace, the four divine beasts are not only powerful, but also possess kind and righteous hearts. On ordinary days, the members often leave Chentian Palace and travel between bustling cities and quiet villages, using their own strength to help people in distress. Once, in a remote town, a group of evil monsters suddenly appeared, wantonly destroying houses and harming innocent people. Just when people were panicking, desperate and helpless, members of the Chentian Palace arrived in time. They moved with agility, rushing towards the demonic beasts like streaks of lightning. Their supernatural powers seemed to possess earth-shattering strength, and every strike was precise and powerful. Under their valiant fight, the monsters were defeated one after another and finally fled in panic. The town returned to its former tranquility, and the people were moved to tears, spreading the good deeds of Chentian Temple. Such deeds spread far and wide, and people praised Chentian Palace as a truly good organization. It is like a beacon in the darkness, bringing hope and peace to people. Meanwhile, the Chinese government was not idle either. They are pushing forward a massive project in major cities, building underground cities. Officials stated that the underground city was built as a precaution, providing a safe haven for the public should an uprising occur in the secret realm. This reasoning sounded reasonable, and most people accepted it. However, some meticulous people have become suspicious. They whispered amongst themselves, speculating whether there were hidden reasons behind the official actions. However, no matter how much speculation there is, it remains a mystery, as the authorities have remained tight-lipped and have not revealed any further information. China truly lives up to its reputation as an infrastructure powerhouse. Throughout the semester, they fully demonstrated their strong organizational and development capabilities. The government requisitioned a large number of construction workers and allocated abundant resources to fully invest in the construction of the underground city. The roar of machinery on the construction site, along with the workers' chants, created a stirring song of construction. In just one semester, two massive underground cities sprang up from the ground. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Chen was secretly surprised. He knew all too well that building an underground city of such scale required an enormous investment of manpower, resources, and capital. The speed at which China was able to complete the construction of two underground cities in such a short time was truly astonishing. Through his conversation with Qinglong, Zhang Chen learned about the elders' concerns. It turned out that their biggest headache right now was the dungeon's shield. Although the underground city has been built, without a strong protective shield, it cannot provide real security for the people in the face of crises such as the riots in the secret realm. The elders summoned the country's top scientific research experts and practitioners to discuss solutions day and night. They tried various materials and methods, but were unable to find a perfect shield solution. The strength, stability, and energy supply of the shields presented them with insurmountable obstacles. Upon learning of this situation, Zhang Chen told Qinglong to inform the elders that he had a solution and there was no need to worry. At this moment, Zhang Chen stood in the ancient-style cultivation room, his aura calm and restrained. After a period of arduous training, he clearly felt that his strength had made a qualitative leap and had reached the diamond level. The improvement in his strength was like a shot in the arm, reigniting his inner eagerness. He stretched his muscles and felt the surging power within him. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face as he thought to himself, "I can do it again." At the same time, the shadow of the heretical cult constantly lingered in his mind. This mysterious and evil organization, like a malignant tumor in the shadows of the human world, causes trouble from time to time, making it difficult for Zhang Chen to let go of his worries. With this thought in mind, his eyes hardened, and he decided that the time had finally come to take action against the heretical cult. He paced slowly in the cultivation room, constantly stroking his chin with one hand, his brows furrowed, lost in deep thought. Although the heretical cult practices unorthodox methods, they are well aware of the importance of talent. After all, to gain a foothold in this complex and ever-changing world, it is absolutely impossible without a few geniuses. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into Zhang Chen's mind. A sly smile appeared on his lips as he muttered to himself, "Then I'll just give them a genius." Without hesitation, Zhang Chen immediately circulated his spiritual energy and swiftly formed hand seals. Mysterious runes flashed from his fingertips, and a clone that looked exactly like him appeared before him. As soon as the clone appeared, it exuded an aura that was extremely similar to Zhang Chen's, as if it were another version of him. Then, Zhang Chen's gaze swept over his own ability database. Those supernatural abilities are like dazzling stars, each possessing different characteristics and power. He carefully selected one with a powerful mind control ability. He raised his hands, and a soft light emanated from his palms, enveloping the supernatural ability within them. As he chanted incantations, the light flashed continuously, and his supernatural ability level rapidly increased, eventually reaching A level. With a push of his hands, Zhang Chen unleashed the upgraded A-level superpower, which flowed like a nimble dragon into his clone's body. The clone trembled slightly, then its aura became even more mysterious and powerful. In order to ensure that his clone could successfully infiltrate the otherworldly cult without being easily detected, Zhang Chen summoned the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon soon appeared in the Chuntian Palace. Zhang Chen said to Qinglong, "Qinglong, help me change his appearance." Qinglong nodded, and a beam of azure light emerged from his hand, enveloping his clone. After the light faded, the clone's appearance was completely transformed, becoming a young man with a cold face and deep eyes. Zhang Chen looked at the clone with a serious expression. "You have only one mission, to infiltrate the otherworldly cult and become an undercover agent. We all know how ruthless the otherworldly cult is. If the beast world were to truly merge with us, the consequences would be unpredictable. We must eradicate the otherworldly cult before we merge." Upon hearing this, the clone's eyes flashed with determination, and it nodded slightly, saying, "Don't worry, Master, I will definitely complete the mission." After saying that, the clone took out the token given to him by Zhang Chen from his bosom, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the cultivation room. Zhang Chen watched his clone leave without a trace of worry in his heart. Just kidding, after all, a clone is another version of yourself, inheriting the same thoughts and personality. He even had some anticipation for how this clone would cleverly set traps and harm the believers after entering the cult of alien gods. Perhaps the sect of alien gods will be thrown into chaos, and he can simply reap the benefits and eradicate this evil organization in one fell swoop. The afternoon artificial sunlight lazily streamed into Zhang Chen's room, and the walls shimmered with a strange light, the faint glow of some kind of high-tech defensive runes. Zhang Chen stood in the center of the room, his eyes firm and sharp. He slowly raised his wrist and softly called out to the uniquely designed bracelet. In an instant, a mysterious light burst forth from the bracelet, rapidly spreading and transforming into a huge halo. Immediately afterwards, the majestic figures of the four divine beasts slowly emerged from the halo. The four sacred beasts now exude a chilling aura, and their strength is on par with Zhang Chen's. Looking back, when they were only A-level ability users, they already possessed extraordinary combat power. On that occasion, the heretical cult ran rampant in a bustling metropolis, with the city's leader acting arrogantly and attempting to control the entire city's lifeline. After receiving Zhang Chen's order, the four sacred beasts descended upon the city like a whirlwind. The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared high, its flames like burning meteors, turning the minions of the otherworldly god cult to ashes wherever it passed. The white tiger ran like lightning, its sharp claws easily tearing through the enemy's defenses. The black tortoise was like a mobile fortress, using its powerful defense to block the enemy's offensive. The azure dragon coiled in the air, spitting out azure light, instantly rendering the enemy powerless to resist. In just a few rounds, the city leader of the heretic cult was utterly defeated and fled in panic. Now that the four divine beasts have become even stronger, Zhang Chen is full of confidence. He slightly raised his chin, a hint of domineering glint in his eyes, and said to the four sacred beasts, "I'm assigning you a new task. I don't want to see any trace of the otherworldly cult in the cities you're guarding. They're like a malignant tumor in the city. They must be completely eradicated." Upon hearing the command, the vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise's eyes flashed with determination. After receiving their orders, the three beams of light streaked through the air and sped off toward the cities they were responsible for. Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the azure dragon, and he slowly took out an item from his pocket. This is a protective shield that he created over countless days and nights, using his wisdom and supernatural abilities. The protective shield is transparent, with strange patterns shimmering on its surface, and strong energy fluctuations can be felt with a light touch. Zhang Chen solemnly handed the protective shield to Qinglong and said, "Qinglong, give it to the elders and have them test it thoroughly. If the effect is satisfactory, you will be responsible for manufacturing the protective shields for for the underground city. This concerns the safety of countless people, so please take it seriously. Xinglong respectfully accepted the item and carefully kept it in his bosom. Then, his body gradually became transparent, as if merging into the air, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. He went to find Li Yunshan and conveyed Zhang Chen's items and instructions to the Grand Secretary. Zhang Chen watched the 4 sacred beasts depart, stretched, and smiled slightly, muttering to himself, "It's time to investigate Xia Han'er's background." Indeed, Zhang Chen had been plotting to recruit Xia Han'er into the Chuntian Palace. Xia Han'er is powerful and has unique abilities. If we can recruit her, the strength of Chuntian Palace will undoubtedly be elevated to a higher level. Recalling their first encounter, it was in the secret realm of the Holy Mang Cave. Xia Han'er's performance in the secret realm impressed Zhang Chen. Her use of supernatural abilities was flexible and versatile, and her fighting style was decisive and ruthless. After that, the two exchanged contact information. Zhang Chen secretly rejoiced that he had taken that action back then. Otherwise, with the academy currently on holiday, contacting her would not have been easy. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, gently bathing Zhang Chen. He sat at his desk in his room, his gaze fixed on the screen of his phone, which clearly displayed Xia Han'er's contact information. Zhang Chen swiped his finger across the screen a few times, then decisively pressed the dial button. "Hello?" Xia Han'er's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone, like a babbling brook in the mountains, which immediately relaxed Zhang Chen's tense nerves. He cleared his throat and said calmly, "Xia Han'er, I'd like to meet with you. Let's get together sometime." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Just when Zhang Chen thought he would be rejected, Xia Han'er's clear voice rang out again. "Okay, let's set a time then." After some discussion, the two decided to meet at a coffee shop in the shopping street. The shopping street was bustling with people, lively and vibrant, like a sea of joy. The streets were lined with shops displaying a dazzling array of goods, their colorful signs shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. People carrying shopping bags filled the streets, their faces beaming with happiness as they strolled and chatted, moving between the various shops. Some families of 3 held hands, with the child skipping and jumping ahead while the parents watched them with doting eyes. Some young couples snuggled together, sweetly selecting their favorite items. As Zhang Chen entered the coffee shop, he immediately spotted a corner seat by the window, which he had chosen beforehand. It offered a view of the bustling street scene outside without being disturbed by too many people. He walked over quickly, sat down, and kept glancing towards the door, hoping to see Xia Han'er appear. As time ticked by, Zhang Chen's mood gradually became more and more anxious. He kept checking his watch, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. He muttered to himself, "Has Xia Han'er been delayed by something? An hour has passed since we were supposed to meet, and she still hasn't arrived. Did something happen on the way? Or did she change her mind and not come?" My worries kept piling up, and my heart was pounding like a little rabbit inside. Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Zhang Chen, have you been waiting long?" The voice was like heavenly music, instantly dispelling the gloom in his heart. He turned his head abruptly, and the anxiety on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a bright smile. He stood up and said casually, "No, I just arrived too. Xia Han'er looks as beautiful as a fairy descended to earth today." She wore a pale yellow dress, its light and soft fabric swaying gently with her steps, like a tulip blooming in a breeze. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering softly in the sunlight. Her makeup was exquisite, the light eyeshadow made her eyes even brighter and more captivating, and beneath her delicate nose was a vibrant red lip, as alluring as a cherry. Clearly, she had put a lot of effort into her appearance. Looking at Xia Han'er before him, Zhang Chen suddenly felt like singing that song from his past life, a pale yellow dress and fluffy hair. It wasn't until Xia Han'er coughed softly that he snapped out of his reverie, gave an awkward smile, and asked, "What would you like to drink?" In the bustling beverage shop, Zhang Chen and Xia Han'er each carried a freshly purchased drink and slowly walked to their seats. The sunlight outside the window was perfect, shining through the glass and casting a warm glow on them. Xia Han'er took a sip of milk tea, her lips curving upward slightly. She suddenly teased Zhang Chen, "Hey, Zhang Chen, do you remember what you told me back then? You said you weren't going to stay in the academy much. I was hoping to see you occasionally. But who would have thought that you've barely shown up at the academy this semester? I only saw you once. You've practically become a mysterious figure in the academy." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly, his eyes filled with apology, and said, "Well, Xia Han'er, I'm really sorry. I've been cultivating outside this semester, so I definitely won't do it again next semester. There are some special training grounds and resources outside that greatly help me improve my strength, which is why I spend most of my time outside." Xia Han'er nodded, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes, and then asked, "You said you needed to talk to me on the phone. What is it?" "I've been thinking about it ever since I got your call." Zhang Chen took a deep breath and, without beating around the bush, said directly, "Xia Han'er, I'm here on behalf of the Chuntian Palace to invite you. I wonder if you would be willing to join our Chuntian Palace. Chuntian Palace is very powerful. With your talent and potential, you will definitely have a lot of room for development after joining." "What?" Xia Han'er was startled by his words and stood up abruptly, her voice voice involuntarily rising several decibels. Her pale yellow dress swayed gently with her movements, as if she too was shocked by the sudden news. But soon she realized that the sound was too loud and attracted the attention of the people around her. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she sat back down embarrassedly, lowering her voice to ask, "Zhang Chen, how did you get involved with Chen Tian Palace? I don't remember you mentioning it before." Zhang Chen shrugged, a relaxed smile on his face, and explained, "I've always been a recruiter for the Chen Tian Palace. The Chen Tian Palace values my abilities and potential, which is why they entrusted me with this task. I think you're very suitable to join the Chen Tian Palace, so you were the first person I thought of." He finished speaking, his eyes full of anticipation, hoping she would agree. Xia Han'er lowered her head slightly, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, she looked up, her eyes shining with determination, and said readily, "All right, I'll join. From now on, I'm a member of the Chen Tian Palace." Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to consider it?" Afternoon sunlight streamed through the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows, softly casting dappled light and shadow on the wooden floor. Xia Han'er sat on the soft sofa, a shy blush rising on her fair cheeks. She bit her lower lip lightly, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness yet full of trust as she said, "With you here, what do I have to be afraid of?" His tone suggested that as long as Zhang Chen was by his side, there was nothing to fear in the world. Zhang Chen was about to take a sip of coffee when he heard this. He paused, a look of surprise flashing in his deep eyes, and then he was slightly stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and a smile appeared on his lips. He carefully took out a delicate little box from his pocket, and inside lay a communication bracelet that radiated a technological glow. He stretched out his slender fingers, gently took out the bracelet, and placed it in Xia Han'er's outstretched palm. Then, he patiently explained the functions of the bracelet one by one, from the most basic communication to the storage function, and then to its special video chat function, leaving no detail out. Xia Han'er took the bracelet, gently stroking its surface with her fingers, feeling its smooth texture and the slight warmth it emitted. She looked up at Zhang Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude. The two chatted for a long time, their conversation ranging from anecdotes about life to insights into cultivation, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Just then, the soft music that had been playing in the coffee shop was suddenly switched to a news channel, and an urgent news report caught their attention. The television screen was somewhat blurry, but it clearly showed chaos in the streets of our city, with people scattering and fleeing. In the city center, a gigantic beast, a full 50 meters tall, had appeared. The beast was enormous, its body covered in hard scales, and every step it took seemed to make the entire city tremble. It continuously spews scorching flames from its mouth, causing buildings to collapse and raging fires to erupt wherever it goes. Upon seeing the strange beast in the picture, Zhang Chen's relaxed expression froze instantly. His eyes widened, and he blurted out instinctively, "Isn't that Godzilla?" His tone was full of shock and disbelief. "What?" Xia Han'er asked in confusion. "I've never heard of the name Godzilla before." Zhang Chen realized that the term originated from a fictional creature from his previous life on Earth, and that there was no corresponding concept in this world. He quickly explained, "It's alright. Although this strange beast looks scary, judging from the current situation, there's nothing that those S-level ability users can't handle." He spoke in a deliberately calm manner, trying to reassure Xia Han'er. Xia Han'er nodded, but her brows furrowed slightly, and a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. She said, "But speaking of which, I have never seen such a huge beast in any secret realm or document. While the mythical beasts we know of are generally quite large, none are as enormous as this. Where did this beast come from? Could it have been released from some unknown secret realm?" The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the situation was not simple. Zhang Chen stared at the Godzilla on the TV screen, which looked like a moving mountain, his mind churning with thoughts. Suddenly, as if he had made a decision, he asked with a firm gaze, "Xia Han'er, should we go to our city to take a look?" His voice was calm, yet it carried an unwavering strength that was impossible to refuse. Xia Han'er was taken aback, her face showing surprise and hesitation. She understood Zhang Chen's thoughts. They were both superhumans, shouldering the mission of protecting humanity. However, although our city was close to a city, the situation there was completely unknown at the moment. That giant beast was incredibly powerful, and no one knew what kind of danger it would encounter. Moreover, even if they went, how much of a role could they play? They might even lose their lives in vain. However, looking into Zhang Chen's determined gaze, a strange courage welled up in her heart. She then asked, "The situation in our city is urgent right now, and tickets must have been suspended. Do you have any ideas?" The afternoon sun lazily spilled across the earth, and Zhang Chen and Xia Han'er stood in a corner of a bustling square. Zhang Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously, a smile that held countless exciting surprises. He patted Xia Han'er's shoulder lightly, his voice low but filled with excitement. "Come with me." His tone suggested that he was about to lead her to uncover a mysterious and exciting treasure mystery. Xia Han'er, filled with curiosity and with anticipation in her eyes, followed Zhang Chen without hesitation. The two moved nimbly through the crowd, like two agile fish swimming in a turbulent sea of people. Before long, they arrived at a secluded lawn. This place is sparsely populated, with only green grass swaying in the wind all around, and occasionally a few unknown birds fly by. A gentle breeze carries the faint fragrance of fresh grass, making one feel exceptionally relaxed. Zhang Chen stood in the center of the lawn, his expression focused and resolute. He slowly raised his hand, his palm glowing slightly, the light like a dazzling star, shining brightly in the sunlight. As the light intensified, the outline of a small airplane slowly emerged in his hand. The aircraft has an exquisite and unique shape, with a streamlined fuselage that looks like a masterpiece of nature, and wings that shimmer with strange light, as if inlaid with countless precious gems. Xia Han'er stood to the side, her eyes wide with shock, and said, "I didn't expect your superpowers to be so amazing. You can even build airplanes?" Her voice was full of surprise and admiration, as if she had witnessed an unprecedented miracle. Zhang Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and waved to the plane. "Let's go, get on." The two walked quickly to the plane and carefully boarded. The aircraft's interior is simply yet comfortably decorated, and is equipped with a full range of advanced instruments and equipment. Zhang Chen skillfully sat in the driver's seat and lightly pressed a button on the control panel. Instantly, the plane emitted a deep roar and slowly took off. Xia Han'er sat in the back seat, looking out the window at the ever-changing scenery, her heart pounding with excitement. She gripped the armrest of her seat tightly, feeling the slight vibrations of the flight. Zhang Chen was completely focused on driving, his eyes glued to the navigation screen, just like an experienced driver intently watching navigation. Xia Han'er, sitting in the back seat, twitched her lips slightly, thinking to herself, anyone who didn't know better would think he was looking at the navigation while driving. Zhang Chen seemed to sense her thoughts, couldn't help but smile, and raised his hand to switch the communication bracelet to the public channel. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "I am now on my way to our city to meet up with our new member, Xin Su." The sound was quickly transmitted throughout the team's communication network via the communication bracelet. Soon, the other members' voices came through the bracelet. "Do we need to go over there?" Their tone was full of concern and questions, as if everyone was eager to contribute their share to this operation. Zhang Chen frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head in response. "No need. It seems there is no room for us to maneuver in this battle. Apart from the 4 divine beasts, our role is negligible." His tone carried a hint of helplessness and regret, but more importantly, it reflected a clear assessment of the situation. He understood that in this impending battle, only the 4 divine beasts and himself could play a crucial role. Although each of them possesses unique abilities, they are unlikely to play a decisive role on this fierce battlefield. Seeing Xia Han'er nod slightly, her hair swaying gently in the wind exuding a capable and efficient aura, Zhang Chen refocused all his attention on piloting the plane. He gripped the control stick firmly with both hands, his eyes fixed intently on the instrument panel ahead. The flashing indicator lights were like mysterious stars in the night sky, each symbolizing a different operating status of the aircraft. His lips were tightly pressed together, and he seemed to become one with the airplane, remaining silent. Meanwhile, in different directions in the distance, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were flying towards her city. The 10-odd minutes flew by as Zhang Chen focused on piloting the plane, steadily bringing it over our city. With keen eyes, it searched below for a suitable landing spot and finally locked onto an excellent location on an open plain. He skillfully maneuvered the plane, slowly landing it on the plane, the tires making a slight friction sound as they touched the ground. After the plane came to a smooth stop, Zhang Chen and Xia Han'er opened the cabin door and stepped off the plane. As soon as they landed, they felt the solid ground beneath their feet. Just as the two stood still, the plane suddenly flashed with a strange light, the radiance growing stronger and stronger until it gradually enveloped the entire plane. Immediately afterwards, a slight buzzing sound rang out, and the plane vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Just then, a violent explosion suddenly came from not far away, deafening, like muffled thunder exploding in the air, making their eardrums ache. Immediately afterward, the ground beneath my feet began to tremble, as if a giant beast was rolling underground. The two quickly locked eyes and saw a firm resolve in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they immediately ran towards the direction of the explosion. The figure sped across the plain, the wind whistling in the ears, fluttering the hem of the clothes. When they arrived in front of a towering building that seemed to reach into the clouds, the building stood before them like a giant. Without hesitation, the two rushed into the building, where the lights were dim and their hurried figures were reflected on the tiles on the walls. They rushed to the elevator and pressed the up button. A moment later, the elevator doors opened with a ding, and they hurriedly entered and pressed the button for the top floor. As the elevator ascended, my body felt slightly swaying. The lights flickered, accompanied by a buzzing sound, as if telling the story of the vicissitudes of time. Finally, the elevator arrived at the top floor, and with a ding, the doors slowly opened. The two stepped out of the elevator and onto the rooftop balcony. A cool breeze swept over me, wiping away the sweat from my forehead. The view here is expansive, offering a panoramic vista of the surrounding area. In the distance, a strange beast as tall as the building slowly walked down the street. The beast was enormous and robust, like a moving small mountain. Its entire body is covered with thick scales, each scale shimmering with a metallic luster, like armor meticulously forged by nature. It has a pair of huge eyes on its its head, as cold as a lizard's, exuding a chilling aura. Below it, countless security guards are launching a fierce attack. The security guards were armed with various weapons. Some used their superpowers to shoot beams of energy at the monsters, while others controlled rocket launchers, sending rockets whistling towards the enemy beasts. However, the strange beast seemed oblivious, continuing its relentless advance. Each step it took was incredibly heavy, leaving huge craters in the ground beneath its feet. With its long tail trailing behind it, the buildings on both sides of the street collapsed with a crash, leaving ruins everywhere it went. The once bustling street was instantly turned into a scene of devastation. Faced with this ferocious and incredibly strong beast, the security team members were completely helpless, and the atmosphere at the scene became extremely tense. They all frowned, their foreheads covered in beads of sweat, and their weapons trembled slightly, yet they still couldn't find an effective way to subdue the strange beast. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, the captain of the city security team was extremely anxious. Suddenly, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Has Mr. Yuluyun not arrived yet?" The sound was particularly loud amidst the noise, as if it were trying to break through the suffocating tension. 1 minute later, Mr. Yuluyun sent a message saying he'd be there soon. A team member straightened up and responded loudly, his tone filled with anticipation. Yuluyun is an S-class superhuman stationed in our city. In the entire city, he is a symbol of safety and the last line of defense for people when facing a crisis. Everyone knew in their hearts that as long as Yuluyun arrived, he would definitely be able to find a way to deal with the strange beast in front of them. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly at that moment, each second feeling like an eternity. The team members kept a close eye on the beast's every move, glancing occasionally in the direction where Yuluyun was about to appear. A minute later, Yuluyun appeared in everyone's sight with a calm and composed gait. He was dressed casually, as if he were not there to deal with a crisis, but to attend a relaxed party. A confident smile graced his face, and his eyes revealed determination and composure. Yuluyun walked up to the strange beast, took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and then slapped them together. Instantly, the ground shook violently, and the surrounding trees seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force, twisting and deforming. A huge wooden giant slowly rose from the ground and appeared not far from the strange beast. This wooden giant stands tens of meters tall, exuding an ancient yet powerful aura. Each branch is like a thick arm containing boundless power. Zhang Chen, watching from a high-rise building in the distance, couldn't help but marvel at the scene. He crossed his arms, his eyes widened, his face full of surprise and excitement, and exclaimed, "Is this another world version of Monster Battle Wooden Ultraman?" His tone was full of teasing and novelty. Xia Hanner, who was standing to the side, had no interest in listening to Zhang Chen's words. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Yun and the wooden giant, and she murmured to herself, "This is S-rank. This is what a strong person is like?" Her eyes shone with admiration, as if she had seen the goal she had always been pursuing. The strange beast seemed to sense the threat from the wooden giant, and roared angrily, its voice echoing in the air like thunder. Then, it swung its tail violently, the thick tail like a huge steel whip, whistling through the air, and struck the wooden giant's waist hard. Clearly, it wanted to cut the giant in two with one blow, thus eliminating the threat completely. Just when things were at their most critical, countless giant vines suddenly sprouted from the waist of the wooden giant. These giant vines, like agile pythons, quickly coiled around the beast's tail. They held on tightly, as if trying to break their tails off. The beast remained calm, its enormous eyes flashing with a fierce light. It opened its huge mouth, and flames shot out in all directions. A blazing flame, like a fire dragon, spewed towards the wooden giant. Wherever the flames touched, the air twisted and deformed, emitting a sizzling sound. Surprisingly, the tall and mighty wooden giant was not defeated by the scorching flames. The flames, like wildly dancing fire serpents, spread and burned rapidly along the wooden giant's body, crackling and popping. However, the wooden giant seemed oblivious, continuing its heavy and determined steps, approaching the strange beast step by step. It exudes an ancient and majestic aura, and with each step it takes, the earth trembles. The wooden giant, wreathed in raging flames, suddenly raised its thick, pillar-like arm and slammed a powerful punch into the beast's face. The punch was incredibly powerful, accompanied by a whistling sound. Caught off guard, the beast was struck squarely in the face by the fist, and with a loud bang, its massive body swayed slightly. As pain struck, it let out a deafening roar that seemed to pierce the clouds and distort the surrounding air. Immediately afterwards, the beast angrily extended its claws, sharp as blades, and viciously slashed at the wooden giant. The sharp claws sliced through the air with a hissing sound, and countless wood chips flew up instantly, like snowflakes dancing in the sky. Standing atop the wooden giant's head, Yulioyun's brows furrowed into a deep frown. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this beast to be so powerful. It seems its strength is approaching the extraordinary realm. Once it breaks through to the extraordinary realm, it will be much more difficult for us to deal with it." Thinking of this, a resolute look flashed in his eyes, and his hands quickly formed a seal. A bright green light shone from his hands, and the radiance was like a dazzling green star. He swiftly erected a giant wooden cannon atop the wooden giant's head. The cannon was as tall as two people, its body covered with exquisite runes, and exuded exuded a mysterious aura. With a loud bang, a cannonball shot out like a meteor, carrying a powerful impact and striking the beast's body. The moment the shell exploded, countless vines, like green pythons, burst from the ground and quickly coiled around the beast, attempting to restrict its movements. However, perhaps the vines were not thick enough, for the beast roared, its voice sounding like a howl from hell. It swung its giant arms like two thick iron rods, and with a few crisp crack sounds, the seemingly tough vines were easily torn apart. While wood-based abilities are slightly more powerful than water-based abilities, they are indeed at a disadvantage when facing such a massive beast. Yu Luyun frowned, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. He whispered a spell over the wooden giant's hands, and instantly a huge wooden mallet appeared in the giant's hands. The wooden mallet was as large as a small mountain, engraved with strange patterns, and emitted a faint glow. The giant gripped the wooden mallet tightly with both hands, raised it high, and with overwhelming force, smashed it down on the beast. The mallet drew a huge arc, whipping up a gale, as if to destroy everything around it. The beast was equally unwilling to be outdone, and suddenly raised one of its thick, sharp claws, striking out with tremendous force. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart by the impact, and the vibrations were violent. The tremor spread rapidly in all directions, and the entire city of Ur seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, shaking violently. The buildings on the ground swayed slightly, the window panes rattled, and people on the distant streets were terrified and scattered in panic by the sudden tremor. Just as Yu Luyun was controlling the wooden giant to confront the alien beast, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the originally azure sky. As the shadowy figure drew closer, everyone realized it was a massive, strange beast. Its appearance is peculiar, like a pterosaur, soaring freely in the sky. Two sharp horns protruded from its head, gleaming coldly in the sunlight, like two sharp daggers. It opened its blood-red maw, which was covered with sharp fangs, each radiating a sinister light that sent chills down one's spine. With a gentle flap of its giant wings, invisible ripples spread through the air. Immediately afterwards, invisible wind blades shot towards the wooden giant like arrows released from a bow. The wind blades made a hissing cutting sound as they sliced through the air. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed sharply, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. His lips trembled slightly as he whispered in confusion, "Is this rotten?" At this moment, he felt more and more that this was just like a fantasy movie. He couldn't help but think to himself, did I stir up a monster's nest? Why are they popping up one after another? The wind blades were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they slashed at the wooden giant. With a crack, the giant's thick arm was easily severed by the wind blade. The enormous wooden arm fell straight down from the sky like a broken tree trunk. With a loud boom, the wooden arm slammed heavily onto the ground, crushing part of the house. Broken bricks and tiles scattered everywhere, raising a thick cloud of dust. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Luyun gritted her teeth inwardly, her heart filled with anguish. He was already overwhelmed by a giant beast, and now a flying beast has inexplicably appeared. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, what utter bad luck. But he had no time to think about it. The most important thing right now was to repair the giant's arm as soon as possible. He quickly focused his mind and mobilized the wood elemental power within his body, causing the surrounding trees to grow wildly. The trees seemed to obey the command, quickly extending and intertwining, and soon gave the giant a brand new arm. Then, stepping on the vines that were rapidly growing into the sky, he moved with the agility of an ape and charged quickly toward the strange beast in the air. At the same time, a sharp wooden knife materialized in his hand. The wooden sword gleamed with a faint green light, as if it contained endless vitality and power. Yu Luyun planted her feet firmly on the wooden vines, her hands gripping the seemingly ordinary yet incredibly powerful wooden sword. His eyes shone with a resolute light, like that of stars, a light that seemed to pierce through layers of mist and lead straight to the shore of victory. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: no matter the cost, he had to stop these two ferocious beasts in front of him. Yu Luyun took a deep breath, activated his supernatural power, and shot towards the flying beast in the sky like an arrow. His speed was extremely fast, like a black lightning bolt slicing through the sky. Just as he was about to approach the beast, it seemed to have anticipated his move, nimbly dodging his thrusting wooden sword. Immediately afterwards, the flying beast suddenly opened its sharp mouth, as if opening a door to a terrifying abyss. Thick bolts of lightning shot out from its mouth, like ferocious dragons, slashing towards Yu Luyun with an aura of annihilation. Yu Luyun felt a tightness in her chest, but remained calm. He quickly activated his supernatural power, conjuring a transparent shield in front of him. The shield shone with an eerie light, as if it were composed of countless tiny runes. Lightning struck the shield, crackling as powerful currents surged across its surface, but the shield remained as solid as a rock, without a single crack. However, the lightning strike was too powerful, and the huge recoil caused Yu Luyun to fall straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string. With a loud bang, he crashed heavily to the ground, dust billowing up and completely obscuring his figure. The surrounding air seemed to freeze due to the enormous impact, and time seemed to stand still at that moment. A moment later, a figure suddenly leaped out of the dust. It was Yu Luyun. At this moment, the wooden knife in his hand was broken in half, the blade was charred black, and it emitted a pungent bird smell. His hair was was disheveled, his face was covered in dust, and his clothes were tattered, making him look extremely disheveled. But his eyes remained firm and full of fighting spirit. Yu Luyun spat and cursed viciously. Damn it, I've been in the transcendent realm for so long and I've never been wronged by any beast. Come at me again if you dare. After saying that, he quickly formed a hand seal and muttered a spell under his breath. In an instant, a uniquely shaped wooden Gatling gun appeared in his hand. This wooden Gatling gun radiates a faint green glow, as if it were woven from countless tiny twigs. The gun barrel began to spin at high speed, and countless thorn balls were sprayed out from the muzzle, shooting towards the strange beast in the air like raindrops. Upon seeing this, the strange beast quickly dodged left and right in the air. It nimbly twisted its body and flapped its wings rapidly, trying its best to dodge the attacks of these thorny balls. The thorny balls whizzed past it, some grazing its body and leaving shallow scratches. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yu Luyun waved his left hand, and the originally hard cement ground suddenly began to shake. Thick vines grew rapidly from the ground, shooting straight into the sky like green pythons. One of the vines accurately wrapped around the flying beast's foot, binding it firmly. Yu Luyun's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. Humph, I've finally caught you. As night fell, the city was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and danger. He stood amidst the ruins, his eyes filled with a resolute determination. After taking a deep breath, he roared, "Stinky flower." The sound carried a mysterious power that resonated through the air. As soon as he finished speaking, the vines beside him seemed to come alive and began to writhe rapidly. The flower buds on the green vines grew rapidly at a visible speed, and the originally tightly closed buds quickly and slowly bloomed. The petals were an eerie purple, and their surface was covered with fine hairs. The moment the flower bud fully bloomed, a nauseating stench emanated from it, like the stench of rotting hell. The stench spread rapidly, and the air seemed to freeze. The strange beasts in the sky were assaulted by the stench, and their fierce eyes instantly filled with pain and struggle. It frantically shook its massive body, desperately trying to get rid of the suffocating smell. Although the oolong flower's skill has limited offensive power, it is truly exceptional at annoying enemies. The security guards on guard could have maintained their composure, but after smelling the stench, they all turned pale and felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. Some people couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses, their bodies trembling slightly. The security captain frowned. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly critical, he knew that Yu Luyun could not hold on alone. So he shouted to his men, "Quick, request backup. Mr. Yu Luyun is having a hard time by himself." His voice was filled with both anxiety and decisiveness. Upon hearing the order, the team members were taken aback at first, but then reacted quickly, responding in unison, "Yes." They then turned and ran towards the safe area, taking out their communication devices to send out distress messages as they ran. At this moment, the once majestic wooden giant, having lost Yu Luyun's assistance and control, was like a soulless shell. They were forced to retreat under the fierce attacks of the strange beasts. Each attack carried immense power. Heavy fists slammed into the wooden giant with deafening bangs. In an instant, the beast seized the opportunity, stretched out its thick arm, and grabbed the wooden giant's shoulder. Immediately afterwards, it spewed out scorching flames, which swept over the wooden giant like a ferocious fire serpent. Under direct, intense heat, the wood on the wooden giant's body rapidly carbonized, producing a crackling sound. Before long, it was burned and unable to move, its once tall body teetering on the verge of collapse. The beast looked at the subdued wooden giant with a hint of disdain in its eyes. It swung its tail forcefully, like wielding a giant whip, and flung the wooden giant aside. The giant slammed into the ground, causing it to tremble. At the same time, the adjacent building collapsed in part due to the strong impact, and countless bricks and glass shards fell like raindrops, raising a thick cloud of dust. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like a sharp blade, capable of cleaving with the slightest touch. Yu Luyun was completely focused on manipulating the vines, tightly binding the flying beast. This flying beast emitted a faint green light, its wings flapping desperately, trying to break free of its restraints, emitting sharp, piercing cries that seemed to penetrate one's very soul. Just then, a series of heavy, powerful footsteps approached from afar, like heavy hammer blows striking everyone's hearts. It turned out that a strange land beast had strode over. Its limbs are as thick as giant pillars, and with each step it takes, the ground trembles and dust flies everywhere. It arrived beside the flying beast, and with a sudden swing of its side-like claws, it easily severed the vines that bound the flying beast, as if cutting tofu. Yu Luyun was focused on the flying beast when he suddenly heard the noise behind him and quickly turned around. The terrifying land beast stood not far away, emanating a chilling aura. His eyes instantly turned cold, a resolute glint in them. He swiftly formed hand seals, chanting a spell softly. A strange light flashed, and countless seeds flew from his hands like shooting stars, hurtling towards the land beasts. These seeds traced graceful arcs in the air before flying into the eyes, nose, and mouth of the strange beast in the blink of an eye. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The seeds seemed to come alive, quickly taking root and sprouting inside the strange beast. Giant trees sprouted from the beasts at a visible speed, their thick trunks bursting through the bark, and their lush branches and leaves swaying wildly in the air. Yu Luyun watched this scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. He sneered, Humph, no matter how tough your exterior is, you can't defend yourself inside. A smug look appeared on his face, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. However, his smugness didn't last long, as the land beast's entire skin suddenly began to glow. The light gradually intensified, becoming as dazzling as the rising sun, and then the surrounding temperature suddenly rose, as if one were in a scorching furnace. Yuluyun felt a burning pain on her skin, as if it were being scorched by a wave of heat. Her eyes widened as she stared in horror at the scene before her. All the trees on the surface of the land monster were burned to ashes and scattered by the wind. Yuluyun was dumbfounded, never expecting that his carefully planned scheme would be so easily thwarted by this monster. A deep sense of fear welled up in his heart. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the two strange beasts would be if they reached the transcendent realm. They could easily destroy a city, or even plunge the entire world into endless disaster. Yuluyun gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with determination. He decided to take a gamble and use his wood-based supernatural abilities to conjure a 1,000-armed Buddha. His hands moved rapidly in the air, and green light burst forth from his fingertips, intertwining and swirling. Gradually, a towering Buddha with 1,000 hands, tens of feet tall, appeared before our eyes. Each palm shimmered with a strange light, as if it contained endless power. Countless palms swept towards the land and flying beasts, tearing the air apart and creating deafening roars wherever they passed. Not far away, Zheng Chen watched the fierce battle intently. His eyes were fixed on Luyun's every move, his blood boiling, as if he were there himself. Seeing Yuluyun transform into a 1,000-hand Buddha and launch an attack, he was so excited that he almost couldn't help but shout, "Gomu Gomu no Gatling, rubber machine gun." Xia Han'er, standing beside him, stared intently at Yuluyun with worry in her eyes. She unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes, her brows furrowed, her heart filled with anxiety. Her concerned gaze seemed to be trying to pull Yuluyun back from her tense state with a firm look. Just then, a sharp gust of wind howled past, and four figures swept overhead like ghosts, the air currents they created causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile, and he said softly, "Xia Han'er, look, our Chen-Tian Palace's four sacred beasts have arrived." He stretched out his long, slender fingers and pointed to the four figures floating in front of the strange beast in the sky. Following Zhang Chen's gaze, Xia Han'er saw four strange and majestic beasts in the sky, each with a unique shape, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Four figures floated in front of the strange beast. Each of the four people wore a uniquely designed sacred beast mask, with lifelike patterns on the masks that seemed to contain endless power. They wore long robes that fluttered in the wind, adding to their mystique and majesty. Xia Han'er's eyes lit up, and a surge of hope welled up in her heart. Although she wasn't entirely sure how strong the four divine beasts were, based on various speculations online, they were at least no weaker than diamond-level beasts. Thinking of this, her anxiety gradually subsided, and her tense body slowly relaxed. The four nodded slightly. Among them, Juke, with her graceful figure, swooped down and rushed forward like a nimble firebird, quickly flying to Yuluyun's side. Juke gently moved her hands, and milky white light flowed from her fingertips like a gentle stream, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Wherever the halo of light reached, time seemed to stand still, and a warm and peaceful atmosphere filled the air. Under the glow of the light, Yuluyun's originally horrific injuries began to heal at a visible speed. The wounds seemed to be gently smoothed by an invisible hand, and the pain disappeared. Looking at the graceful vermilion bird before him, a warm feeling welled up in his heart, his cheeks flushed, and he shyly whispered his thanks, his voice full of gratitude. At this moment, Baihu strode steadily to Juchue's side, his voice deep and magnetic. "Juke, why don't you go and treat the security team too? They were quite injured in the battle and need your help now." After speaking, the white tiger slowly turned its head and looked intently at Yuluyun. "We'll deal with the strange beast in the sky, and you can handle this one on the ground. Is that all right?" His voice was powerful and resonant, carrying an unquestionable authority. Yuluyun slightly raised his chin, his eyes firm and confident, and nodded without hesitation. "No problem. It's just a beast of this strength. I'm not afraid of it." His tone was powerful, as if he were declaring his strength and courage to the world. Upon hearing Yuluyun's affirmative answer, the white tiger exerted its massive body forcefully, stomped its huge claws on the ground, raised a cloud of dust, and flew into the sky without looking back. His agile figure drew a graceful arc in the air, like a black lightning bolt, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. At this moment, Juke was busily moving among the security team. She radiated a soft, warm light, and with each wave of her hand, the light fell like starlight upon the injured team members. A miraculous change occurred. The wounds of the team members who had been groaning in pain healed rapidly, and their pale complexions gradually regained their rosy hue. After treating the security team's injuries, Juke gracefully flew into the sky to meet up with Qinglong and the others who were already waiting there. In the sky, the flying beast roared angrily upon seeing the four humans who had suddenly appeared. Its cry is sharp and piercing, as if it can penetrate one's eardrum, instilling fear in people. Immediately afterwards, it spewed out a burst of scorching flames from its sharp mouth, the flames roaring as they hurtled toward the ground like a giant red dragon. The security team leader below changed his expression drastically, his eyes filled with shock and worry. His voice trembled as he said, "This beast just used wind-type abilities, then lightning-type, and now it's even using fire-type? A beast with 3 types of abilities, this is unprecedented." His heart was filled with unease, his eyes revealed deep concern for the battle in the sky, his brows were tightly furrowed, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Just as everyone was holding their breath in tension, Xinglong remained calm and waved his hand. Instantly, a powerful surge of ice energy erupted from his hand, quickly condensing into a thick ice wall in front of the 4 of them. The ice wall was crystal clear and exuded a chilling aura. It was like an indestructible fortress, firmly blocking the fire-based supernatural power spewed out by the flying beast. The scorching flames struck the ice wall, making a sizzling sound, but were instantly suppressed by the ice wall's chill, turning into wisps of white mist that dissipated into the air. Just then, Xuanwu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spread his arms. Instantly, countless beautiful flowers fluttered out from his body, like lively little elves dancing in the air. They carried a faint fragrance as they flew rapidly toward the flying beast, each petal containing immense power, as if determined to utterly defeat this formidable creature. Countless dazzling flying flowers, like sprites, rapidly converged from all directions, instantly enveloping the flying beast completely. These colorful petals shimmered with a mesmerizing light under the sunlight, as if draped in a dreamy veil. However, this seemingly beautiful constraint did not last long. Before long, a strong and swift gust of wind swept in without warning, its power seemingly capable of tearing space apart. Where the strong wind passed, the flying flowers were scattered and blown away, like dandelion seeds drifting in the wind. After the flying petals dispersed, everyone could clearly see that the surface of the flying beast's hard, iron-like skin was covered with visible scratches, as if sharp blades had slashed across it, a shocking sight. This sudden attack thoroughly enraged the flying beast, which let out a deafening roar, its sound like rolling thunder that echoed across the sky for a long time. Immediately afterwards, it hurtled towards the location of the 4 Qinglong people like a whistling cannonball. It moves as fast as lightning, violently compressing the air in its path and producing a sharp whistling sound. Its steel-hard claws were raised high, gleaming with a cold light, and it pounced straight at the 4 members of the Azure Dragon clan with an unstoppable momentum. At this critical moment, the white tiger stepped forward. He was agile, like a nimble cheetah. With a loud shout, all his muscles tensed instantly, and power surged through his body like a tidal wave. Without hesitation, he raised his fist to meet the flying beast's sharp claws. In this vast sky, the strange beasts are as large as moving hills, but compared to them, the white tiger is like a drop in the ocean, so small as to be almost insignificant. However, unexpectedly, the force released at the moment of collision was evenly matched. The powerful impact rippled through the air, forming visible shockwaves that spread outwards. Upon seeing this, a look of determination and resolve flashed in Zhuchua's eyes. She moved her hands rapidly while chanting incantations. In an instant, 2 7-colored fire lotuses radiating mysterious light appeared out of thin air in her hands. The fire lotus is brightly colored and dazzling, and each petal seems to contain endless energy. Zhuke clasped his hands together and quickly merged the 2 fire lotuses into one larger and more intense fire lotus. She shouted and forcefully hurled the fire lotus at the strange beast. The fiery lotus streaked across the sky like a shooting star, carrying blazing flames, heading straight for the flying beast. Sensing the approaching danger, the flying beast opened its gaping maw and spewed out a burst of scorching flames. The flames were dark red, resembling a ferocious fire dragon, bearing its fangs and claws as it lunged at the fire lotus. However, upon closer inspection, one can detect faint flashes of eerie blue lightning within the flames, which leap and dance within the fire, continuously enhancing its power. Moments later, the 2 flames collided violently in the air, like 2 giant bombs exploding at the same time. Flames shot into the sky, heat waves rolled, and powerful air currents blasted away the surrounding clouds. The white tiger seized this fleeting opportunity and quickly adjusted its posture. He clenched his fists, then quickly transformed them into fingers, his hands moving rapidly in the air, sending out sharp, blade-like wind blades from his fingertips. These wind blades, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, attacked the flying beasts at close range at extremely high speeds. Meanwhile, the azure dragon in the distance was not idle either. He muttered an incantation and quickly formed hand seals. The sky immediately became covered with dark clouds, and then countless crystal-clear icy raindrops poured down like sharp arrows, shooting straight at the flying beast. Xuanwu waved his hands, and countless flying flowers flew out from his palms again, scattering towards the strange beasts like snowflakes falling from the sky, providing cover for his teammates from time to time. Under the combined attack of everyone, the flying beast was overwhelmed. It not only has to avoid the attack of the icy rain, but also resist the interference of the flying flowers, and deal with the sharp wind blades of the white tiger. In that brief moment of carelessness, the white tiger's wind blade struck its leg with pinpoint accuracy. With a few hissing sounds, deep wounds appeared on the beast's legs, and blood gushed out like a spring, staining its legs bright red. In a secluded, dimly lit corner of the city, surrounded by piles of old, haphazardly arranged items, a faint musty smell permeated the air. A woman dressed in a business suit, with impeccable makeup but unable to hide her urgency, clutched a small microphone phone and said urgently to the man next to her carrying a heavy camera, "Xiao Wang, hurry up, this is an exclusive news story we'd be begging for. If we can get this story out in the news, we'll become famous." Xiao Wang, carrying the heavy camera, trembled uncontrollably, his face filled with fear, and his voice shaking slightly. "Sister Cui, this place looks very unsafe. Look at the flames over there, if we're not careful, we're all done for." Tian Shutsue scoffed, rolled her eyes, and put her hands on her hips, saying, "What's there to be afraid of? If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. This is a golden opportunity for us to become famous. So many people would love to have such a chance. Besides, if those fighting see us in danger, they will definitely come to our aid. We are media people, so they wouldn't dare to do anything to us." She paused, a greedy glint in her eyes, and said, "Besides, if we report this, the reward will definitely be substantial." "Xiao Wang, didn't you say your girlfriend was nagging you to buy her a necklace? With this reward, we can buy 10, let alone 1. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang's tense nerves immediately relaxed, and the image of his girlfriend's coquettish yet angry face appeared in his mind. "My ex-girlfriend once threatened to break up with me if I didn't buy her the necklace." Driven by his infatuation, Xiao Wang was fearless at this moment, as if he had transformed into a warrior. He gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Sister Cui, okay, let's do it. My girlfriend is more important than my life." So, the two of them, like two nimble little mice, dodged and weaved in this complex environment. They carefully avoided places that might expose them, taking each step with trepidation, their ears constantly alert to any sounds around them. With great difficulty, they found a location where they could clearly film the battle. This spot was closer to the battlefield, and naturally, more dangerous, but for the chance to become famous and the hefty prize money, they couldn't care less. Panting heavily, Tian Shutsui looked anxiously at Xiao Wang and urged loudly, "Xiao Wang, quickly turn on the camera to broadcast live. This is a crucial moment, don't mess it up." Xiao Wang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He gave Tian Shutsui an okay sign and skillfully operated the camera. Soon after, the camera's red light came on, and the live broadcast officially began. Tian Shutsui stood at the edge of the alien beast invasion zone in her city, surrounded by a faint smell of gunpowder and the pungent odor emanating from the alien beasts. She took a deep breath, quickly composed herself, and put on a professional smile. Her voice was clear and infectious as she said, "Dear viewers, hello everyone, welcome to the Your Little Jade, My Heart News live broadcast. Today, we have taken a huge risk to come to the site of the alien beast invasion in our city. Right now, right before our eyes, S-rank wood-type ability master Yu Luyun, along with the mysterious and powerful 4 sacred beasts of Chuntian Palace, are engaged in a thrilling and fierce resistance against these terrifying beasts. Xiao Cui, I will bring you the latest news from here as soon as possible, so that you can feel as if you are on the scene and experience the tension and excitement of this battle." As soon as she finished speaking, it was as if she had triggered a magical switch. Instantly, countless netizens and viewers flooded into the live stream. On the live stream screen, various comments scrolled rapidly like snowflakes, and everyone's exclamations and discussions seemed to break through the screen and overflow the picture. "Xiao Cui is amazing today. The official news has been blocked. How did you get in? Do you have special connections?" a netizen asked excitedly in the barrage, followed by a long string of exclamation marks, showing how shocked he was. "Look, didn't the news say there was only one beast? Why is there another one flying in the sky now? What's going on? Are there other hidden beasts that haven't been discovered yet?" Another netizen posted several comments, expressing doubt and surprise. Could it be the 4 sacred beasts of the Chuntian Palace fighting against the alien beasts in the sky? If it really is them fighting in the sky, then this battle is even more anticipated. One netizen speculated, his tone full of anticipation. "It's not very clear from the sky, but judging by our abilities, it's definitely them. Look at the strange light flashing in the sky and the powerful energy fluctuations. Besides the 4 divine beasts of Chuntian Palace, who else could possess such power?" Another netizen, based on their observations and analysis, expressed complete trust in the 4 divine beasts. "The beasts on the ground are being dealt with by Lord Yu Luyun. It's so damn exciting. Lord Yu Luyun truly lives up to his reputation as an S-rank wood-type ability master. He manipulates those thick trees as if commanding 1,000 troops, constantly launching attacks on the beasts. The trees seem to come alive, flexibly wrapping around the beast and immobilizing it. This scene is even more spectacular than movie special effects. It's so exciting," an excited netizen, deeply captivated by the ground battle, described in the live chat. "What's with the hot-blooded stuff? Don't you guys find it terrifying? These huge monsters just appeared out of nowhere. Their bodies are like small mountains, and every attack they launch causes massive destruction. Nobody knows where they came from or what their purpose is. If they break through Lord Yu Luyun and the 4 sacred beasts' defenses, we'll be in danger," a netizen said worriedly, his words revealing his fear of the alien beast invasion. At the same time, Zhang Chen looked up and stared at the fierce battle between the 4 sacred beasts in the sky, pondering to himself, should we equip them with some gear? After all, if they encounter such terrifying giant beasts again in the future, they might not be able to deal with them on their own. Zhang Chen gradually formed a plan in his his mind regarding the weapons for the group. Zheng Xin looked closely and saw that the land beast was tightly bound by the countless thick tree trunks released by Yuluyun, as if it had fallen into a giant spider web. Surprisingly, the beast's body rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if some force was constantly drawing out the water from its body. It turns out that this was one of Yuluyun's special skills, using wood-type energy to absorb the moisture from the opponent. However, this strange beast was clearly no ordinary creature. It opened its blood-red maw without showing any weakness and spat out a giant energy cannon at Yuluyun below. At the critical moment, countless vines suddenly sprouted from the building next to Lu Yun, like nimble arms, and quickly pulled him away. Yuluyun leaped up the vines to a high place, and then used his wood-type ability again to summon a huge pack of wooden wolves. These wood wolves, baring their teeth and roaring, charged toward the land beasts, biting down on every inch of their skin. The beast struggled in agony, but the wood wolves' bite force was exceptionally strong, making it impossible for it to break free. Finally, Yuluyun took a deep breath and used all his skills to summon a huge wooden giant once again. The giant was tens of meters tall, holding a long wooden spear, and exuded a majestic and awe-inspiring presence. Faced with the giant's thrusting wooden spear, the land beast clearly felt an unprecedented threat. It tried desperately to avoid the fatal blow, but it was firmly bound by the wood wolf and the tree trunk and could not move an inch. In that critical moment, the giant's wooden spear shot out like lightning, piercing straight into the beast's head. With a soft thud, the wooden spear pierced the beast's head without any resistance. The beast let out a roar of extreme pain, which seemed to shake the entire forest. However, just when Yuluyun thought the thrilling battle was over, the seemingly lifeless beast slowly stood up. It struggled to pull the wooden spear from its head, and blood gushed out like a spring, splashing onto the ground and forming a pool of scarlet blood. Upon seeing this, Yuluyun's heart tightened. He knew that although his wood-type ability was strong, it was probably far from enough to kill this tenacious beast in one blow. Since that's the case, the only option is a protracted war, slowly wearing down its strength and life. Therefore, Yuluyun continued to activate his wood-type ability without hesitation, continuously drawing water from the strange beast. At the same time, he controlled the giant to fiercely attack the monster, with both sides exchanging blows and neither willing to give in. Time ticked by, and the brutal battle continued. Finally, after a long and fierce battle, the land beast could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, exhausted, unable to get up again. Yuluyun breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he knew the beast wasn't truly dead. It had only temporarily lost its ability to resist. To ensure absolute safety, he decisively unleashed his ultimate move, the parasitic seed. Countless tiny parasitic seeds drifted down like snowflakes onto the strange beast and quickly burrowed into its body. Soon, towering trees sprouted from the beast's body. These trees grew at an astonishing rate, creating a bizarre and terrifying scene as the beast's blood splattered everywhere. This powerful impact not only tore the monster's body apart but also affected all buildings within a 2-kilometer radius. In a matter of moments, houses collapsed, trees broke, and the scene was a complete mess, as if the end of the world had arrived. Viewers in Xiao Chui's livestream were amazed by what they saw. Lord Yuluyun is amazing. He dealt with such a huge beast all by himself with ease. This isn't just blood splattered 3 feet, it's blood splattered for kilometers. This scene is as terrifying as the end of the world. The post-war cleanup work will definitely be extremely difficult. How long will it take for sanitation workers to clean up all the bloodstains and debris? Ha, you're hilarious upstairs. This angle is so funny when you talk about sanitation workers. But to be honest, this beast skeleton is truly spectacular. It could totally be displayed in a museum. Just as everyone was discussing this, someone suddenly shouted, "Look at the battle in the sky." Wow, so many of the 4 divine beasts have appeared. In the sky, the Azure Dragon unleashed a powerful illusion, instantly conjuring countless figures of Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, which flew and circled in the air. The strange beast was clearly bewildered by the sudden change, and frantically flapped its wings, sending out a barrage of wind blades that attacked the illusionary clone. However, these attacks were like stones sinking into the sea, having no effect whatsoever. Just as the strange beast was at a loss, the White Tiger conjured a huge tornado in its hand and hurled it without hesitation. Suzaka's hands danced, and a blazing flame suddenly formed. The flame leaped as if alive, radiating intense heat. Without hesitation, Suzaku merged the flame into the tornado. With the help of the Azure Dragon illusion technique, the originally simple tornado instantly transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a gigantic fire dragon coiling in the air. The fire tornado, carrying boundless power, hurtled towards the strange beast like a burning meteor. Seeing this, the beast panicked and hurriedly tried to fly into the sky to escape the ferocious attack. However, just as it took to the air, Xuanwu suddenly lashed out a water whip. The water whip danced swiftly in the air like a nimble dragon. Not only that, Xuanwu's illusionary clones also did the same, unleashing their own water whips. In an instant, countless water whips intertwined to form a dense water net, completely blocking the beast's escape route. While dodging the water whips, the strange beast accidentally got its ankle entangled by one of the real water whips. It struggled desperately, but only sank sank deeper and deeper, unable to break free from the tight bindings. Seeing an opportunity, the white tiger rushed forward like lightning, tightly embracing the black tortoise's body and engaging in a fierce tug-of-war with the beast. Upon seeing this, Qinglong's lips curled into a slight smile. With a wave of his hands, a massive ice prison quickly materialized around the beast. The ice prison was crystal clear and indestructible, firmly imprisoning the beast and leaving it with absolutely no chance of escape. At this moment, the fire tornado, like a raging beast, roared and pounced on the alien creature trapped in the ice prison. The trapped creature struggled in terror, but it was all too late. The fire tornado mercilessly swallowed the strange beast, which let out a shrill scream that pierced the clouds and shattered rocks, like a desperate cry of death. After the fire tornado dissipated, the sky returned to silence. The strange beast plummeted straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Just as it was about to land, Xuanwu once again unleashed its flying flower ability. This time, the flying flowers were even more powerful, like a dazzling rain of blossoms falling gently, lightly enveloping the falling beast. When the petals had all fallen, people were astonished to find that the strange beast was nothing more than a bare skeleton. This thrilling battle ultimately ended in victory for humanity. After a thrilling and fierce battle, the four sacred beasts in the sky did not linger. Like four bolts of lightning, they sped off in their respective directions and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the security guards' cheers and celebrations, Zhang Chen quietly slipped away with Xia Han'er. They moved as lightly as ghosts, quickly traversing the chaotic streets and leaving behind the ravaged city of R. On the way back, Zhang Chen finally told Xia Han'er the secret: the world of alien beasts was about to merge with the real world. This news hit Xia Han'er like a bombshell. She was stunned and stared at Zhang Chen in disbelief, stammering, "So, you mean those two giant beasts came out of the spatial rift?" Zhang Chen nodded solemnly. "That's very likely the case." Xia Han'er frowned, Zhang Chen's words echoing in her mind as she tried to process this shocking fact. However, her thoughts were already jumbled up by the scene and news before her, and she was unable to sort things out for the time being. Zhang Chen noticed her unusual expression and gently comforted her. "Don't worry too much, there are still 5 years. We can use this time to cultivate diligently and improve our strength, and perhaps then we will be able to deal with this crisis." Xia Han'er nodded slowly, Zhang Chen's words calming her down a bit. "Okay," she replied softly, deciding to put aside her worries for the time being and focus on improving her abilities. After the two parted ways, Zhang Chen quickly returned to Chentian Palace, his heart filled with anticipation for the forging of the four sacred beasts' weapons. For the next 10 days, he immersed himself in the design process, repeatedly studying the characteristics and fighting styles of each person, striving to create the most suitable weapons for them. After much deliberation, Zhang Chen finally completed the weapon design for the group. However, he did not reveal the details immediately, but instead kept everyone in suspense, leaving them full of curiosity and anticipation for these weapons. At the same time, Zhang Chen also realized that with his diamond-level strength, he was already capable of challenging intermediate or even advanced secret realms. He thought of Little White, this adorable companion, whose improved bloodline would bring enormous potential. Xiao Bai's growth rate is astonishing. His strength has reached Bronze 8 star and he is about to enter the Silver stage. In order to make Xiao Bai's strength match his own, Zhang Chen began to investigate the dragon-type beasts that might exist in intermediate and advanced secret realms. After some effort, he discovered a high-level secret realm called Snowless Valley, which contained two remarkable dragon-type beasts, the Frost Dragon and the Sky Dragon. Both of these dragon-like beasts possessed immense power and unique abilities, which Zhang Chen found fascinating. More importantly, this secret realm is located in City A, which greatly facilitates his exploration. After a night's rest, Zhang Chen was full of energy and confidence as he headed toward the Snowless Dry Valley secret realm. He didn't know what he would encounter in that mysterious place, but he was fearless and determined to find an opportunity for Xiao Bai to improve his bloodline. Zhang Chen stepped into the secret realm without hesitation, as if he had not hesitated at all. Upon entering the secret realm, he discovered that the environment there was completely different from the outside world. In the Snowless Dry Valley, frost dragons and sky dragons are a common sight. They are not uncommon here, but rather numerous. Since the secret realm has been explored by many people, there are even maps of the secret realm being sold outside. Zhang Chen took out a map from his pocket, examined it carefully, and quickly located the habitats of the two dragon races. Following the map, he hurried forward and soon arrived at the lair of the frost dragon. This is a canyon covered in ice and snow. The wind howls and the blizzard rages. The wind and snow constantly beat against the canyon walls, making a deafening roar, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, which makes people feel cold. Braving the biting wind and snow, Zhang Chen continued his journey deeper into the canyon. As he walked, he gradually noticed some scattered caves appearing on the mountainside. These caves are deep and mysterious, with pairs of bright eyes gleaming in the depths, staring at him and exuding a sinister and eerie aura. However, the little white dog in his arms showed no fear. Relying on its master's presence, it even roared at the eyes deep in the cave. Despite its bravery, the little white thing's slightly trembling body betrayed its inner fear. Seeing this, Zhang Chen gently stroked Xiao Bai's head, tenderly comforting it and letting it feel the warmth and reassurance of its owner. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the canyon. Zhang Chen looked up and saw dozens of enormous frost dragons rising from the canyon, spreading their huge wings, blotting out the sky, and displaying a majestic aura. Faced with this sudden and spectacular scene, Zhang Chen remained unusually calm. He calmly used his psychic abilities to establish a special connection with these frost dragons. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded. The frost dragons soaring in the sky seemed to be frozen in mid-air, completely motionless. Upon closer inspection, their bodies trembled slightly, as if they were trying their best to break free from some kind of restraint. However, no matter how hard they struggled, they could not break free from this powerful restraint. It turns out that this was the work of those gold-level chapters. Using their unique abilities and bloodline power, they extracted the energy and life force of these frost dragons. As the process progressed, a strangely shaped object gradually appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. It is completely transparent, like crystal, and emits a faint, clear light. Zhang Chen stared at the mysterious object in his hand, a confident smile playing on his lips. Then, he gave a soft shout. Bang! With that shout, the transparent object suddenly released a powerful air cannon, which shot out like a cannonball and struck the frozen frost dragons. A series of explosions rang out as air cannons rained down on the dragon's body. Each explosion left a deep crater on the dragon's body, and these craters continued to expand and deepen. In just a few seconds, those once majestic frost dragons were battered beyond recognition, their bodies covered in wounds, and some were even dead, unable to move an inch. Faced with this horrific scene, Zhang Chen felt no pity whatsoever. The air cannon in his hand was a powerful weapon he created in his previous life based on Doraemon's advanced technology. Although visually this air cannon is far less spectacular than the pulse cannon on the Make 3's hand, its destructive power should not be underestimated. Zhang Chen was very satisfied with this air cannon. As he continued walking forward, his gaze fell upon the mountain of frost dragon ability groups piled up in his system backpack. Roughly speaking, there are at least 1,000 of them. Zhang Chen felt that this was enough. Without hesitation, he turned and walked towards the base of the sky dragon. As Zhang Chen was walking, he suddenly heard a faint commotion ahead. Although the sound was soft, it was particularly jarring in the quiet environment. Curiosity welled up in his heart, so he stopped and listened carefully, trying to figure out the source of the sound. After listening carefully, he finally determined the general direction of the sound. Without hesitation, he followed the sound, wanting to find out what was going on. After passing through a dense forest, Zhang Chen arrived at an open area. A man and a woman were surrounded by a group of strange beasts, and the situation was extremely critical. These strange beasts are all gold-level powerhouses, each exuding a strong aura of oppression that inspires fear. The couple were ashen-faced, clearly deeply frightened. They stood back to back, nervously surveying their surroundings, gripping their weapons tightly, as if ready to face a life-or-death moment at any moment. The man cursed furiously, "Those beasts, Guan Liang, don't even think about letting us leave alive, or I will definitely take my revenge." His voice was filled with anger and resentment. The woman next to her nodded repeatedly and chimed in, "I told you long ago that Guan Liang and his gang were not upright, but you wouldn't believe me. Now we've gotten ourselves into such a dangerous situation." There was a hint of resentment in her voice. The man sighed and said, "Bai Ying, I'll try my best to create an opening later, and you can take the opportunity to escape." His tone was firm, but his eyes betrayed a sense of helplessness and resolve. Upon hearing this, Shi Beiying was enraged. She raised her hand and slapped the man hard, roaring, "Xiao Xian, what are you saying? If you die, what's the point of my life?" Tears welled in her eyes, clearly showing her extreme disappointment with the man's words. Zhang Chen hid behind a large tree not far away and witnessed the whole scene. Upon hearing their names, a thought suddenly struck him, and he wondered to himself, could these be Xiao Xian and Shi Beiying, who are quite famous in the mercenary world? And Xiao Xian and Shi Beiying are somewhat famous in the mercenary world. They came from humble backgrounds, but through their own hard work and abilities, they have distinguished themselves in this highly competitive world. In particular, both of them possess B-level special abilities, which is quite remarkable among mercenaries. Having spent years roaming the secret realm, and Xiao Xian and Shi Beiying have accumulated a wealth of experience and wealth. What's even more remarkable is their excellent reputation. They are said to often help children from impoverished backgrounds. Perhaps it is because they have experienced hardships that they are more willing to hold up an umbrella for others. However, despite their individual outstanding abilities, Zhang Chen had also heard that the mercenary group they led was not very good. This mercenary group has a diverse membership, including all sorts of people from all walks of life. Just then, the strange beasts that had been surrounding them suddenly began to move, launching a fierce attack on Xiao Xian and Shi Beiying. The two were only at the gold 2 to 3 level, and they seemed powerless against so many strange beasts. Soon after, a strange beast slashed a deep gash in Xiao Xuan's arm, and blood gushed out. Seeing this, Shi Beiying was extremely anxious and was about to turn around to help Xiao Xian when another strange beast took the opportunity to strike him hard in the abdomen. Shi Beiying was seriously injured and was suddenly thrown away, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood kept gushing from his abdomen, staining the ground beneath his feet red. Upon seeing this, and Xiaoxian felt a sharp pain in his heart. Ignoring the wound on his arm, he hurriedly stepped forward to help Qi Beiying up. Seeing that Qi Beiying's face was as pale as paper, and Xiaoxuan's face was filled with worry. However, Qi Beiying gritted her teeth, endured the pain, and gave a pale smile, comforting him. I'm fine, Xiaoxian, this little injury is nothing. At this critical moment, the ferocious beasts pounced on the two of them like hungry tigers. Faced with such a perilous situation, the two secretly lamented their fate, feeling that they would likely not be able to escape their doom this time. However, something unexpected happened. Those originally menacing beasts suddenly froze in place as if they had been struck by a spell, completely still. This sudden change left the two of them stunned. They stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, their faces full of confusion, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. After a long while, Qi Beiying finally came to his senses and asked in a trembling voice, What happened? And Xiaoxian, standing to the side, was equally bewildered. He shook his head and muttered, I don't know either. Just as the two were wondering what was going on, a figure appeared silently in front of them like a ghost. The person is wearing a mask, making it difficult to discern their true face. And Xiaoxian and Qi Beiying stared intently at each other, a thought flashing through their minds simultaneously. Chentian Palace? Zhang Chen seemed to notice their gazes, turned around, and asked expressionlessly, Do you know me? And Xiaoxian composed himself and replied, Chentian Palace is now renowned, and its members all wear masks and cloaks, so seeing your attire, we can naturally guess your identity. He paused, then said, Thank you so much for saving us just now. If you hadn't appeared in time, we would probably be dead here today. You don't need to be so polite. I've heard a lot about your reputation. Zhang Chen smiled and waved his hand. As far as I know, you are all kind-hearted people. It's really not right for you to perish here. After saying that, Zhang Chen turned to look at the densely packed horde of strange beasts, his eyes suddenly widening as he muttered something to himself. Shockingly, as he moved, the originally ferocious beasts began to attack each other, and the scene immediately descended into chaos. Alright, you should leave now. Zhang Chen looked at the tragic scene before him and said to Xiaoxian and Qi Beiying, This advanced secret realm is fraught with danger. With your 2 gold level strength, you probably won't be able to survive here. And Xiaoxian and Qi Beiying exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. They understood that what Zhang Chen said was true, but they still felt somewhat resentful. Just as Zhang Chen turned to leave, and Xiaoxian suddenly called out to him, Sir, please wait a moment. Zhang Chen stopped and looked at Xiaoxian curiously, asking, Oh, is there anything else? And Xiaoxian took a deep breath and mustered his courage to say, I wonder if your esteemed institution is still recruiting members? Bai Ying and I greatly admire your institution and have always wanted to join, but we have no way of doing so. We are fortunate to meet you today and dare to ask if there is any opportunity. His words carried a hint of anticipation, and Qi Beiying beside him also looked at Zhang Chen with expectant eyes. Zhang Chen thought to himself that the core strength of Chentian Palace was indeed weak at present. Among Xiaodu and others, the strongest was only at the silver level, and the weakest was only at the bronze level. Such strength was insufficient to support the entire Chentian Palace. If Xiaoxian and Qi Beiying could join, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen said, It is naturally a pleasure for the two of you to join the Chentian Palace. However, joining the Chentian Palace is no easy task and carries great responsibility. You must think carefully before you act. Upon hearing this, and Xiaoxian and Qi Beiying were overjoyed and quickly nodded in response. We were prepared for this. Seeing their firm attitude, Zhang Chen said, If that's the case, then that's great. After speaking, he took out 2 communication bracelets and handed them to Xiaoxian and Qi Beiying. While explaining the rules of Chentian Palace in detail, the two took the communication bracelets, their faces full of doubt. They had originally thought that joining the Chentian Palace would be a very difficult thing, but they didn't expect it to be so easy, as if they were in a dream. However, they were unaware that Zhang Chen had already heard of their reputation. That's why Zhang Chen agreed without hesitation when they expressed their desire to join the Chentian Palace. Zhang Chen then gave a detailed introduction to the various functions of the communication bracelet, including how to contact other members and how to receive task information. He then emphasized the special uses of the Chentian Palace token, such as opening specific channels and acquiring specific resources. After the introductions, Zhang Chen smiled and said to the two, We may have a regrouping operation in a while, at which time you will be able to meet the other members. But before that, your wounds need to be treated first. I will take you back to the entrance of the secret realm. Although the two were puzzled as to why Zhang Chen was taking them to the entrance of the secret realm, they still nodded in agreement. Zhang Chen stretched out his hands and placed them on the shoulders of the two men, muttering incantations. Suddenly, the space in front of them seemed to be torn open, revealing a huge dimensional rift. Before the two could react, Zhang Chen had already led them into the crevice. In the blink of an eye, the scene before my eyes underwent a dramatic change. When the three reappeared in the real world, they were already standing at the entrance to the secret realm. The two stared in astonishment, hardly believing what they were seeing and hearing. It took them 2 whole days to get here from the site of the attack, but Zhang Chen brought them back in the blink of an eye. eye. This gave them a deeper understanding of the strength of the members of Chentian Palace. After a silent sigh, the two bid farewell to Zhang Chen, who responded with a smile. He then created another dimensional rift in front of him and disappeared into it in a flash. Once he regained his senses, and Xiaoxian quickly helped the injured Qi Beiying out of the secret realm. Regarding their encounter with the members of Chentian Palace today, the two seemed to be of one mind, choosing to remain silent, as if it were a taboo topic that could not be touched. At this moment, Zhang Chen had already arrived in the territory of the Sky Dragon. This territory is completely different from the outside world, and most people would hesitate to enter it. There are two reasons. First, the Sky Dragons are numerous and densely cover the entire territory. Second, their endurance is extremely amazing, belonging to the wind-type ability, and some Sky Dragons can also possess a second ability restoring physical strength. Within this territory, the number of Sky Dragons with the ability to restore physical strength is also quite considerable. Therefore, anyone who dares to set foot in this place will be subjected to endless attacks. Even powerful individuals at the Diamond Realm are wary of this place and dare not venture here lightly. However, Zhang Chen stepped into this territory without fear. Upon entering, a vast expanse of white stretched before my eyes, resembling a fairy tale world draped in silver. The sunlight shining on the snowflakes on the ground reflected a dazzling light, bringing a strange sense of holiness. Just as Zhang Chen was immersed in the beautiful scenery, the snowflakes on the ground seemed to come alive, quickly rising up like a flock of white butterflies and rushing towards him. These snowflakes may appear soft, but they actually conceal deadly dangers, hiding countless sharp wind blades within. Despite the sudden attack, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed. With a slight upturn of his lips, revealing a confident smile, he waved his hand, and countless spatial blades shot out like lightning. The spatial blades darted through the air, precisely colliding with the wind blades hidden among the snowflakes. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded. The spatial blade and the wind blade collided, creating countless sparks and energy ripples, as if the entire space was trembling. Just then, Zhang Chen looked closely and saw a snow-white western dragon with a pair of huge butterfly wings on its back rushing towards him menacingly. This enormous dragon exuded a chilling aura, as if it were the true ruler of this world. Despite facing such a formidable enemy, Zhang Chen remained remarkably calm and composed. He calmly sidestepped, easily dodging the white dragon's fierce attack. Then, seizing the opportunity, he suddenly launched a flying kick, striking the white dragon with lightning speed. With a loud bang, Bai Long was kicked away by Zhang Chen. It tumbled in the air, stirring up countless white snowflakes, as if a winter blizzard had suddenly arrived. However, the white dragon that was kicked away was no ordinary dragon, it was the Sky Dragon. The instant it was knocked away, countless equally white figures rushed in from all directions. They were all Sky Dragons. In the blink of an eye, countless Sky Dragons surrounded Zhang Chen like fierce falcons. They opened their gaping maws and spewed out countless wind blades, tornadoes, and terrifying wind pressure. These attacks intertwined, creating an apocalyptic scene that sent chills down one's spine. Faced with this overwhelming offensive, Zhang Chen clicked his tongue slightly, seemingly unconcerned about the attacks. Just then, a huge axe suddenly appeared in his hand. This axe is entirely black, radiating a mysterious light, and is clearly no ordinary item. It turns out that this axe was specially forged by Zhang Chen for himself when he was making weapons for the four divine beasts. Its prototype comes from the myth of Panga creating the world in the past life, and it is known as the High Defense Pango Axe. Holding the heaven-opening axe, Zhang Chen swung it fiercely, and a dazzling blade of energy shot out like lightning. This blade of energy collided violently with all of the Sky Dragon's attacks, creating a deafening roar. Surprisingly, Zhang Chen's axe strike easily blocked all the attacks from the Sky Dragons. The wind blades, tornadoes, and wind pressure seemed to be swallowed up by an invisible force as soon as they came into contact with the air blades, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Of course, this is only a small part of the power of the heaven-opening axe. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chen poured his powerful spatial abilities into the heaven-opening axe without hesitation. Zhang Chen held the heaven-opening axe, and each swing seemed to tear apart the surrounding space. As the axe was swung, countless spatial blades shot out from space like lightning. These spatial blades were like sharp blades, carrying immense power, but they did not directly attack the Sky Dragon. Instead, they frantically cut through the space around them, instantly creating hideous rifts. These spatial rifts connect like torn pieces of paper, forming an ever-growing spatial black hole. The black hole's suction force is exceptionally strong, seemingly capable of devouring everything. The Sky Dragons felt the terrifying suction force and struggled desperately, trying to resist being swallowed by the black hole. But the suction force was like a merciless giant hand, holding them tightly and making it difficult for them to escape. Just as the Sky Dragon was struggling against the black hole's suction, Zhang Chen slightly opened his left hand. As he opened his left hand, the chests of each Sky Dragon began to tremble slightly, their supernatural abilities and bloodlines seemingly being slowly peeled away by an invisible force, gradually emerging onto their bodies. As time went by, these separated supernatural abilities and bloodlines became increasingly concentrated, eventually converging into a dazzling light that hovered above the heads of of the bright dragons in the sky. At this moment, the sky dragons were completely unable to resist the suction of the black hole and were sucked into the endless darkness one by one. After the last sky dragon was devoured, Zhang Chen slowly put away the heaven-opening axe. As the axe was retracted, the previously rampant spatial black hole gradually shrank and eventually returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Looking at the scene before him, Zhang Chen thought to himself, the superpowers and bloodlines I've collected this time are enough. It's time to find a safe place to upgrade Xiao Bai's bloodline. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and gently patted Xiao Bai's head, then turned around and began to look for a suitable place to stay. After a careful search, Zhang Chen finally discovered a cave. Judging from the environment around the cave, this is very likely the lair of the Sky Dragon. He cautiously entered, where many pieces of equipment that once belonged to human mercenaries were laid out before him, clearly relics left behind by those mercenaries who died here. Among these pieces of equipment were some good items, and Zhang Chen was delighted, so he packed them all into his backpack. Although these equipment were not of much use to him, he couldn't help but think that he could put them in the Chentian Palace and give them as rewards to the members of the palace. He felt that this idea was extremely worthwhile. After making the arrangements, Zhang Chen began to set up a barrier inside the cave to ensure the safety and stability of the surrounding environment. After setting up the barrier, he carefully extracted the bloodlines of the Frost Dragon and the Sky Dragon, preparing to fuse them. These two bloodlines are extremely precious, as they are the fusion of the blood essence of thousands of dragons. Zhang Chen clenched his fist, and the ball of light immediately emitted a dazzling brilliance, as if it contained endless energy. Seeing Xiao Bai's eager eyes, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and comforted her, "Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he injected his bloodline into Xiao Bai's body without hesitation. However, the process of bloodline fusion was not smooth. As soon as the bloodline merged, Xiao Bai let out a series of painful roars, the sound echoing in the cave and making everyone's heart tighten. Witnessing the pain Xiao Bai was enduring, Zhang Chen also felt helpless. He knew this process was inevitable, and although it was extremely painful, Xiao Bai's life was not in danger. So he silently stepped aside, leaving Xiao Bai to face this difficult time alone. During the wait, Zhang Chen began to examine the superpowers he had acquired. The Frost Dragon's ice-based abilities, the Sky Dragon's wind-based abilities, and its restorative abilities, all three abilities were quite formidable in his eyes. He originally planned to fuse both Dragon-type abilities into Xiao Bai's, but considering that Xiao Bai already possessed Ice-type abilities and that the new Ice-type ability overlapped with the old one, Zhang Chen ultimately decided to retain the Ice-type ability. Next, he upgraded both his wind and recovery abilities, directly raising them to S rank. Then, completely ignoring Xiao Bai rolling on the ground in pain, Zhang Chen decisively injected the two superpowers into Xiao Bai's body. Not only that, he also took the opportunity to simultaneously upgrade Xiao Bai's original Frost ability and mental ability to S level. After completing all this, Zhang Chen sat quietly to the side, watching with anticipation the changes in Xiao Bai after merging with the bloodline. Time passed by, and after a day and a night, Xiao Bai finally calmed down. At the same time, its appearance has also changed significantly. On its originally snow-white body, a cold blue pattern appeared, as clear and translucent as ice crystals, making Xiao Bai look even more mysterious and aloof. Not only that, Xiao Bai's wings also became incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of easily tearing through the air. At this moment, Xiao Bai's information suddenly appeared before Zhang Chen's eyes, allowing him to understand its changes more intuitively. Name, Xiao Bai. Race, Blue-White Dragon, Mutant. Special abilities, S-Rank Psychic ability, S-Rank Frost ability, S-Rank Wind ability, S-Rank Healing ability. Strength, Silver 8 star. Bloodline, Diamond. Qualification, Diamond. Maximum, Diamond 1 star. Seeing that Xiao Bai's maximum level was only Diamond 1 star, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He originally thought that with the bloodlines of several thousand gold-level dragon species, Xiao Bai's potential could be greatly increased. However, reality told him that this barely met the Diamond qualification standard. However, Zhang Chen was not discouraged by this. He understood that there might be even more powerful dragon species waiting for him to discover in the future. Given enough opportunity and effort, Xiao Bai's skills will definitely continue to improve. Time passed, and half a day later, Xiao Bai finally woke up from its deep sleep. At this moment, Xiao Bai had grown to the size of a minivan, looking majestic and imposing. Surprisingly, when Xiao Bai walked up to Zhang Chen, its body slowly shrank until it was only the size of Zhang Chen's palm. Little White's expression seemed to say, "Little White is still a baby, can't walk anymore, and wants to crawl into its owner's hat." Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. He gently picked up Little White, carefully placed it inside his hood, and then strode out of the cave. Just as Zhang Chen was about to leave, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Now that I have killed this Sky Dragon, could their lair also contain many precious equipment and treasures, just like this one? This idea completely ignited his curiosity, and he decided to stop hesitating and immediately begin searching for dragon lairs in the area. Persistence pays off. After a thorough search, Zhang Chen indeed found the lairs of several other dragons. Zhang Chen cautiously cautiously stepped into the sky dragon's lair, his heart filled with anticipation and curiosity. When his gaze fell upon the dragon eggs, his eyes lit up, and his joy was palpable. Although the sky dragon was only a gold-level beast and not particularly precious to Zhang Chen, these dragon eggs were undoubtedly a rare gift for Qiao De and the others. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen put the dragon egg into his storage space and then continued to search carefully in the nest. After some effort, he indeed discovered quite a few good things. These items may not be important to him, but they may be very valuable to others. Zhang Chen also put them away, secretly rejoicing that his luck was not bad. After exploring the sky dragon's lair, Zhang Chen left the territory with satisfaction. He looked at the dragon egg and other spoils in his hands, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Xiao Bai has finished his upgrades, it's time to go back, Zhang Chen muttered to himself, planning his next move. Just then, a sudden thought popped into my head. I wonder if I could use my spatial abilities to return directly to the Chentian Palace? Zhang Chen decided to give it a try, concentrating his mind to create a dimensional space about the height of a person around him. However, just as he was about to step into the space, the system suddenly issued a series of warnings. Warning, warning, the host has illegally opened the entrance to the beast world. Warning, warning, host, please don't be reckless, close it immediately. Zhang Chen was startled by the sudden warning and quickly closed the dimensional space. He stood there blankly, looking completely bewildered. System, what's going on? Zhang Chen asked in confusion. Literal meaning. The system's response remained indifferent and brief. Zhang Chen fell into deep thought, carefully considering the meaning behind the system warning. Could it be that his spatial abilities have special limitations in the secret realm? This thought puzzled him greatly. Just as he was racking his brains, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. The system once said that he had opened the entrance to the world of alien beasts, so could this secret realm be a part of the world of alien beasts? The idea struck him like a bolt of lightning, instantly breaking through his thoughts, and the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. After all, the origin of the secret realm has always been an unsolved mystery. Now, his dimensional space has actually made contact with the world of alien beasts, which undoubtedly provides strong evidence for his speculation. If the hypothesis is correct, this discovery is undoubtedly very interesting. He couldn't help but start to wonder what secrets and connections were hidden between the secret realm and the world of strange beasts. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's voice suddenly sounded, as if responding to his guess. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the second phase of the World Exploration and Integration Mission. Reward, 20,000 points and 2A grade ability exchange vouchers. Upon hearing the notification tone, Zhang Chen was startled and asked in surprise, System, when did I complete the second stage of the mission? The system answered concisely, the host has discovered the connection between the secret realm and the world of alien beasts. After system verification, the second stage of the mission is complete. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Chen's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that this was practically forcing food into his mouth, leaving him no choice but to eat. However, now that the mission was complete and the reward had been received, Zhang Chen stopped dwelling on these details. The system then explained in detail, the secret realms are actually independent smaller worlds derived from the world of alien beasts. They were originally part of the world of alien beasts, but as time passed and the worlds merged, the spatial barriers between these smaller worlds and the world of alien beasts became exceptionally strong. However, as the world continues to evolve, this spatial barrier is now as fragile as a thin veil. Anyone who masters spatial abilities can easily tear open a gate to the world of alien beasts within the secret realm. Upon hearing this new discovery, Zhang Chen had some ideas in mind. However, he also knew that with his current strength he was far from being able to implement these plans. After all, his current strength is only at the diamond level, which is still quite a gap compared to the extraordinary realm. Therefore, Zhang Chen decided to put these thoughts aside for the time being and put them into practice after his strength had improved to the transcendent realm. Without further thought, he teleported instantly to the entrance of the secret realm. Without hesitation, they stepped out of the secret realm and returned to their original world. Time flies like an arrow. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zhang Chen quietly improved his strength while pondering how to better manage and develop Chentian Palace. Finally, he felt the time was right and decided to convene all members of the Chentian Palace for an important meeting inside the palace. When everyone arrived at Chentian Palace on time, Zhang Chen felt a sense of relief upon seeing the packed house. He cleared his throat and solemnly said, Everyone, I have gathered you all here today to announce something important. Our Chentian Palace has recently acquired a batch of precious equipment, which will greatly benefit everyone's strength. To help everyone better realize their potential, I, the Palace Master, have decided to give away this batch of equipment. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen quickly handed a storage device and an egg to everyone present. At the same time, he explained with a smile, all the equipment is stored in this storage device. Jota was clearly an impatient person. He eagerly took the egg and asked curiously, what kind of egg is this? Zhang Chen's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he slowly replied, this is the egg of the Sky Dragon. dragon. Xiaoda didn't know much about the strange beasts in the secret realm, but Xia Feng, standing to the side, was different. He knew these things like the back of his hand. Hearing Zhang Chen's answer, Xia Feng's eyes widened suddenly, and he exclaimed in shock, "What? This is actually the egg of a gold-level strange beast?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoda immediately hugged the egg tightly as if protecting a precious treasure, afraid that it would be snatched away. However, at that moment, only Xia Hanner did not receive the sky dragon egg. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and asked, "Why don't I have a sky dragon egg?" Zhang Chen glanced at her and patiently explained, "Xin Su, you already have your own pet beast, so the sky dragon egg won't provide much of a boost to you." Xia Hanner looked puzzled after hearing this. "When did I get a pet? How come I didn't know anything about it?" Zhang Chen sighed helplessly and continued, "Your cat isn't an ordinary kitten, it's actually a strange beast called the Moon Shadow Cat. Its potential is even a level higher than the sky dragon." Xia Hanner never expected that the little wildcat she had unintentionally saved was actually such a precious exotic beast. Upon hearing this news, the others couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. The sky dragon eggs they had once held had excited them, but now they seemed utterly tasteless. They all cast envious glances at Xia Hanner, as if the dragon egg in her hand was the most dazzling thing. However, they didn't dwell on it too much. After all, it was Xia Hanner's own opportunity, and everyone's luck and chances are different. Looking at everyone's information, Zhang Chen sighed inwardly, realizing that their strength had significantly improved compared to before. Kang Suqiaode has been promoted to Silver 7 stars, which is undoubtedly a huge step forward. Meanwhile, Ghost Constellation Xiefang, with his S-level supernatural talent, has soared to new heights and has now reached the Silver 3 star level. Xin Su Xia Hanner is even more amazing. She has actually broken through to Gold 1 star, a speed that is truly astonishing. In comparison, Tianmengxing Suzhou has the worst talent, currently only at Bronze 2 star, which is indeed slightly inferior to the others. However, although Tianwei Star and Shaoxian and Tianying Star Qi Beiying have only been with the group for a short time, their strength should not be underestimated. They have reached Gold 3 star and Gold 2 star respectively, making them the strongest members besides Zhang Chen. What surprised Zhang Chen the most was Xia Hanner. He originally thought it would take her longer to reach such a high level, but he didn't expect her to break through to the gold level so quickly. It seems her family has invested a lot of resources in her, which is why she was able to improve her strength so quickly. However, although Xia Hanner's talent is at the A level, her upper limit can only be at the diamond level. Moreover, reaching diamond level also requires a certain amount of luck. After all, supernatural talent is only the foundation. Subsequent development is influenced by many other factors. Apart from Xiefang, the situations of the others were roughly the same. Zhang Chen was not worried about this, because he possessed powerful superpowers, and level was not a problem for him at all. However, even if we were to upgrade our level, that's not the top priority right now. Afterwards, Zhang Chen instructed everyone to focus on their cultivation, and at the same time, he arranged for Qi Beiying to keep an eye out for suitable candidates to join the Chentian Palace, and Xiao Xian was to assist Qi Beiying, and the two quickly agreed. After all, with their current strength, it would be quite difficult for them to make significant progress, so taking on these tasks is just the right thing for them. As for Xiaodi and the others, they only need to continue to focus on their cultivation. Time flies, and the second semester has begun in the blink of an eye. The Academy organized a trial in a secret realm, which was an officially controlled intermediate-level secret realm. This secret place is quite special, with strict age restrictions for entry and exit. Only those aged 15 to 17 are allowed to enter. This is why students in the Junior Academy have the opportunity to enter the secret realm trials through official channels. Of course, there are conditions for entering the secret realm trial. After the trial, the trainees need to hand over 40% of the resources they obtained in the secret realm. Although the conditions are somewhat harsh, they are reasonable, since the control of the secret realm is in the hands of the authorities. Another peculiar thing about this secret realm is that the memories of the trainees who have experienced it seem to have been deliberately erased. No matter how hard the authorities try, they cannot restore that memory to them. However, as time went on, people gradually discovered that this memory loss did not cause any substantial harm to the trainees. As a result, the authorities stopped paying excessive attention to this. Of course, not all students have the opportunity to enter the secret realm. After rigorous screening, the Academy selected a group of elite students to enter the secret realm in teams of 6. Zhang Chen's team of 6 consisted of several members from the freshman competition, plus Xia Hanner. The moment they stepped into the secret realm, a system notification sounded. Ding, intermediate secret realm, nightmare, a special secret realm. The strength of the beasts in this realm ranges from bronze to diamond. Please be careful, host. Upon hearing the prompt, Zhang Chen was surprised. He originally thought that the beasts in this so-called intermediate level secret realm wouldn't be too strong, but he didn't expect there to be some above the silver level. As for why these advanced beasts had not been discovered by the outside world, he had a rough idea. After all, those who came out of the secret realm had no recollection of what happened inside, so how could the officials outside know the truth? This completely piqued Zhang Chen's curiosity. After all, the primary condition for conquering a secret realm is defeating its boss. However, the students who entered this secret realm were all between 15 and 17 years old, and the highest level beast in the secret realm was actually diamond level. Unless someone has cheated like him, he couldn't imagine anyone at this age being able to subdue such a high-level secret realm. However, Zhang Chen didn't dwell on it too much and led his team members directly into the secret realm without hesitation. He wasn't worried about the other students in the academy. After all, although there had been casualties in this secret realm over the years, there were only a very few exceptions. This only made him more interested in the place. Could it be that the strange beasts in the secret realm were all living bodhisattvas with undiminished Buddhist hearts? Or are those trainees protected by a system similar to a beginner's village? The moment the group stepped into the secret realm, the scene before them left them speechless. Countless islands float in the sky, creating a dreamlike fairy tale landscape. In the nearby forest, a huge ancient tree supports the sky, so magnificent that it inspires awe. The moment the trainees stepped into the secret realm, a strange beast deep within suddenly opened its eyes and roared in a low voice, "Humans!" Just as the strange beast was about to get up and leave, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from the sky, like a towering mountain pressing down on it. This pressure was so powerful that the beast had no power to resist and could only lie helplessly on the ground, looking extremely pathetic. It struggled to raise its head and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, boss." Clearly, the oppressive aura instilled great fear in it. Immediately afterwards, a clear female voice rang in the beast's mind, "Hutai, don't forget our agreement." Upon hearing this, the strange beast named Hutai trembled. It remembered the agreement, of course, and though filled with resentment, it could only mutter, "I understand." On the surface, Hutai agreed, but inwardly he was extremely displeased. After all, as a powerful beast, he was restricted from personally taking action. But then he thought, if he couldn't act, couldn't his tiger cubs and grandchildren? Then it let out a deep tiger roar, the sound echoing through the mountains and forests like a summons. Before long, a group of tiger-like beasts gathered from all directions, all descendants of the tiger Tai lineage. Hutai looked at his sons and grandsons, a sly glint in his eyes, and then gave the order, "Go, attack those humans who have entered the secret realm." Meanwhile, on a floating island in the sky, a crane-shaped beast stood quietly, looking down at the commotion below, and said to another beast beside him, "Boss, although Hutai hasn't made any more moves, all the beasts in his lineage have been mobilized. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be greatly shocked." This was because the strange beast known as Boss had a body as upright as a human and exuded an aura of majesty. The crane-shaped beast slightly opened its eyes and said calmly, "Never mind. We made an agreement with that person that beasts of gold, rank or higher could not be used. These tiger-shaped beasts are only silver rank, so it doesn't count as breaking the agreement." Just then, Zhang Chen and his group stepped into the depths of the secret realm without hesitation. The teams worked in close coordination, splitting up to expand the search area and improve efficiency. Zhang Chen led his team carefully through the dense grass, advancing step by step into the depths of the secret realm. He knew that this secret realm was no ordinary place. The hidden dangers and secrets were unpredictable. If possible, he hopes to explore the area as much as possible to gather more clues and information for subsequent operations. Just as they were focused on moving forward, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass. The sudden noise piqued the curiosity of the group, who stopped and cautiously observed their surroundings. Just as everyone was wondering, more than a dozen tiger-shaped beasts leaped out of the grass like lightning and pounced on Zhang Chen and the others without hesitation. These tiger-like beasts were agile and extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye they were right in front of us. Zhang Chen's sharp eyes immediately revealed their strength, silver rank. Faced with such a formidable enemy, he dared not relax for a moment and immediately shouted loudly to remind his teammates to quickly get into battle mode. Upon hearing the sound, Xiaoda and the others immediately rushed forward and engaged in a thrilling battle with the tiger-shaped beast. With Zhang Chen and Xia Han'er, two strong teammates, working together seamlessly, they quickly gained the upper hand. In the fierce battle, Zhang Chen demonstrated exceptional combat skills and formidable strength. His every strike was precise and deadly, leaving the tiger-like beast helpless. Xia Han'er, with her agile movements and sharp moves, continuously inflicted damage on the beasts. Joda and the others also showed no weakness, working closely together and supporting each other to jointly resist the fierce attacks of the tiger-like beast. After a fierce battle, Zhang Chen and his team finally managed to kill the tiger-like beasts. Upon seeing this, Su Ming and his companions immediately focused on collecting materials from the tiger-shaped beast's corpse, as these resources were extremely valuable to them. However, while everyone was busy, Zhang Chen frowned, clearly having some doubts about the battle just now. Xiaoda noticed his unusual behavior and quickly came over to ask, "Brother Chen, what's wrong? Is something the problem?" Zhang Chen shook his head, replying thoughtfully, "It's nothing, I'm just not sure yet. I'll let you know once I figure it out." After completing the collection work, the group rested briefly before continuing their journey deeper into the secret realm. As they reached the edge of a cliff and prepared to climb, a low roar suddenly came from behind them. Everyone turned around in astonishment and saw dozens of huge, majestic tiger-like beasts bearing their fangs and claws, pouncing towards them. Xiao De and his men tensed up immediately, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to fight these tiger-like beasts to the death. But just as they were about to rush forward, Zhang Chen suddenly reached out and blocked them. "I'll do it," Zhang Chen said calmly and confidently. A Make-3 hand armor appeared in his hand at some unknown time, shimmering with silver light and emitting powerful energy fluctuations. When Xia Han'er saw the Make-3 hand armor, her eyes narrowed sharply, clearly indicating that she was very familiar with the equipment. Zhang Chen thought to himself that this Make-3 hand armor would be more than enough to deal with these silver-level tiger-type alien beasts. He aimed his hands at the tiger-like beasts that were gathering their powers and pressed the launch button on his armor without hesitation. In an instant, a dazzling arc pulse cannon shot out from his hand, tearing through the sky like lightning and heading straight for the tiger-shaped beast horde. With a deafening roar, the arc pulse cannon exploded amidst the horde of alien beasts, unleashing a violent energy storm. Those tiger-shaped beasts were engulfed by the explosion, their flesh and blood flying everywhere in an instant, a truly gruesome sight. In a short moment, Zhang Chen easily killed dozens of tiger-like beasts. Xiao De and the others were stunned by what they saw, staring wide-eyed at Zhang Chen in disbelief. This Make-3 armor is incredibly powerful. They've never seen such a weapon before. Seeing the astonished expressions on Xiao De and the others' faces, Zhang Chen smiled slightly, and then did something that shocked them even more. With a wave of his hands, he conjured 5 identical Make-3 suits of armor out of thin air and handed them to Jota and the others. When Xiao De and the others received the armor, they were both overjoyed and full of doubt. They didn't understand why Zhang Chen would entrust them with such precious equipment. Xia Han'er frowned, her face full of suspicion, and asked, "Zhang Chen, have you made a new discovery?" Zhang Chen nodded, his tone grave, and said, "Yes, I have indeed made a discovery. Have you noticed that all the attackers we've encountered along the way have been tiger-type beasts? Generally speaking, whether they are ordinary animals or exotic beasts, tiger-type animals prefer to act alone. When we first encountered the tiger pack of strange beasts, I couldn't determine the reason. Now, if you look closely, you can see that although these tiger-like beasts look similar, their species are slightly different. This means that some kind of force must be driving them to attack us." Zhang Chen paused briefly before continuing, "Since we've all been attacked, the rest of the academy will likely suffer the same fate. Given the strength of the tiger pack, it will be difficult for the other teams to withstand them. However, the Make-3 armor I've equipped you with has a special feature that allows you to fly quickly in the air. This will make it much faster for us to find other squads." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that the situation was indeed as Zhang Chen had described. They looked at each other, feeling uneasy, and hesitantly asked, "Could it be that we've been targeted by a tiger-shaped beast?" With time running out, everyone quickly donned their Make-3 armor, preparing to face any potential dangers. After donning their armor, the group leaped into the sky like birds spreading their wings, then sped away like arrows released from a bow. They moved incredibly fast, disappearing from the ground and vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, after flying for some distance, they finally discovered a dozen people surrounded by a pack of ferocious tigers on a vast plain. The people looked terrified, clearly in extreme danger. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen did not hesitate and launched a fierce barrage of fire at the tiger pack. A hail of bullets rained down, instantly routing the tiger pack. As he fired, he shouted to the others, "Let's split up." Luckily, there aren't many teams entering the secret realm this time. Xia Han'er then said, "I remember there are 2 teams in each grade, 6 teams in total. It seems there are already 2 teams here." Zhang Chen nodded and continued to instruct, "Su Ming, Xiao Yuanlong, and Mei Zhang. Once you 3 find the other teams, lead them out of the secret realm immediately. Remember, once you leave the secret realm, your memories will be erased, and you won't be able to bring out the information from inside. However, if the authorities see you all leaving together, they should realize that something is wrong with the secret realm." After hearing this, the 3 nodded to indicate that they understood, and then quickly flew off in different directions, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen turned to Xiao De and said, "Take those 2 teams below and get them to the entrance of the secret realm as soon as possible, then rejoin us." Jota looked puzzled and asked, "Don't I need to come out of the secret realm with them?" Zhang Chen nodded firmly. "After we send everyone out, the 3 of us will explore the secret realm again." Xiao De seemed to understand Zhang Chen's intention and readily replied, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he manipulated the flying artifact to slowly descend. The 2 teams below had been waiting for a long time, and when they saw Xiao De arrive, they all surrounded him. After giving a few brief instructions, Xiao De led everyone toward the entrance to the secret realm. At the same time, Xia Han'er said, "I'll go look in another direction." Zhang Chen glanced at her and nodded in agreement. She then piloted her flying artifact and flew off in another direction like a light butterfly. After Xiao De and Xia Han'er left, Zhang Chen was left alone on this vast plain. He stood still, gazing into the distance, his mind replaying the events that had just occurred. The tiger-shaped beast's actions are clearly being manipulated by someone behind the scenes, aiming to kill us, Zhang Chen pondered to himself. But, in the past, there haven't been many casualties among those entering the secret realm. What exactly happened inside this secret realm this time? Just as he was racking his brains trying to figure it out, several silver-level tiger-type beasts suddenly appeared on the plain. They were agile and charged towards Zhang Chen with menacing force. Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He said softly, "Since I can't figure it out, why don't you tell me why?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed away like a ghost, dodging the attacks of the strange beasts. At the same time, his eyes narrowed, freezing their movements. Then, Zhang Chen walked slowly and deliberately, as if everything around him was irrelevant, to the side of a huge tiger-shaped beast. He reached out and gently touched the beast's body. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chen slowly closed his eyes, as if entering a completely different world. The instant he closed his eyes, his consciousness seemed to be drawn by a powerful force and quickly merged into the body of this tiger-shaped beast. In an instant, Zhang Chen saw all the memories this strange beast had experienced from its first-person perspective. Those memories flashed before his eyes like a series of movies, allowing him to clearly feel the beast's joys and sorrows, as well as the various adventures and battles it had experienced. After a while, Zhang Chen slowly opened his eyes, a thoughtful expression on his face. He carefully savored the images he had just seen from the tiger-shaped beast's memories, and seemed to have discovered some important clues about this secret realm. It seems that finding the tiger leader might uncover some of the secrets of this hidden realm, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Time passed by, and several hours later, Xiaoda and Xia Han'er finally returned to where Zhang Chen was. When they saw the mountain of tiger-shaped beast corpses piled up in front of Zhang Chen, they were stunned. The corpses were piled up like small mountains, making it hard to believe that the same person had killed them all in such a short period of time. Xiaoda and Xia Han'er exchanged a glance, both reading surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. Zhang Chen smiled bitterly, knowing only he knew how many fierce attacks he had encountered during this period. These tiger-like beasts pounced on him wave after wave, but fortunately, he was strong enough to eventually kill them all. During this process, Zhang Chen also asked the system if there were any items that could help him retain his memories after leaving the secret realm. However, to his disappointment, the system did not provide a very good solution. However, the system made a suggestion. There is an item in the store called Record Stone that can record the holder's information. Although this cannot completely solve Zhang Chen's predicament, it is at least a feasible solution. Zhang Chen carefully activated the recording stone, and then, with Xiaoda and Xia Han'er, slowly moved forward according to the memory route collected in his mind. Along the way, Zhang Chen secretly marveled at the power of his psychic abilities. The three of them traversed the forest for a long time, but surprisingly, no more tiger-like beasts attacked them. Perhaps Zhang Chen's previous bloody massacre instilled fear in these beasts, making them hesitant to approach. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, their thick foliage almost completely blocking out the sunlight. Upon seeing this, Joda ignited a blazing flame in his palm, illuminating the road ahead. And so they groped their way forward in the darkness, and after an unknown amount of time, a huge cave finally appeared before them. Deep guttural roars of tigers echoed from the cave, accompanied by howling winds and tremors in the ground. Gradually, a huge tiger-like beast emerged from the cave. This strange beast had a large, powerful body, thick limbs, and claws as hard as steel. It has a pair of broad wings on its back, which, when spread out, seemed to blot out the sky. Two long fangs at the corners of his mouth gleamed coldly in the darkness, like daggers in the night, sending chills down one's spine. What's even more striking is that it has a curved horn in the center of its forehead, with a faint glow flowing from it. Zhang Chen was stunned when he saw this. It's actually a beast with the strength of a diamond 1-star? His voice betrayed surprise and gravity. Upon hearing this, Xiaoda and Xia Han'er's expressions instantly turned serious. The 1-star diamond beast posed little threat to Zhang Chen at present, but his intuition told him that there seemed to be an even more powerful aura hidden in the cave. So he lowered his voice and told Xiaoda and Xia Han'er, "You two be careful and protect yourselves." Xiaoda and Xia Han'er understood immediately. As experienced adventurers, they naturally comprehended Zhang Chen's meaning. Xiaoda's strength is at the silver level, while Xia Han'er is at the gold level. Such a combination is already quite powerful under normal circumstances. However, when facing diamond-level beasts, they knew in their hearts that their strength was still somewhat insufficient. Just then, the enormous tiger suddenly moved. Its enormous wings flapped suddenly, stirring up gusts of wind that made the surrounding giant trees rustle. Immediately afterwards, the giant tiger opened its blood-red maw and roared, then its sharp claws slammed down towards Zhang Chen like lightning. Seeing this, Zhang Chen dodged the giant tiger's attack with a swift movement. His movements were swift and precise, as if he had already anticipated the giant tiger's next move. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chen leaped up and jumped onto the giant tiger's back, mercilessly slamming his fist heavily into its spine. With a muffled thud, the giant tiger roared in pain. The power of the punch was clearly too much for it to withstand. Its body trembled violently, and it almost lost its balance. Xiaoda, who was hiding to the side, was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, just how strong is your cultivation now? You can actually fight head-on with a diamond-level beast." Xia Han'er did not respond to Xiaoda's question, her gaze fixed on Zhang Chen, her eyes flashing with a complex light. She seemed to have have a deeper understanding of Zhang Chen's strength and even developed a strong interest in him. Just as Xiao De and Xia Han'er were marveling at the sight, the giant tiger suddenly burst into flames. The flames instantly enveloped it, forming a blazing wall of fire. Zhang Chen felt the intense heat of the flames and knew he could no longer remain on the tiger's back, so he quickly leaped off the giant tiger. Just as the giant tiger was about to launch another attack, a deep and majestic voice came from inside the cave. "Tiger Lion, stop. Do you want to burn this place down?" The sound was like a spell, causing the ferocious tiger to stop moving instantly. Its massive head slowly turned toward the cave, its large, bell-like eyes revealing a hint of resentment and fear. The voice from inside the cave rang out again. "Human, enter the cave and meet us." Zhang Chen and his companions were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. But after a brief hesitation, they decided to heed the call of the voice and venture into the cave to investigate. As soon as they stepped into the cave, a pungent and unpleasant smell hit them, and the three of them frowned in unison. The smell was not only unpleasant, but also had a nauseating stench, clearly indicating that a secret was hidden here. The further in you go, the dimmer the light becomes, but strangely, the firelight keeps flickering. Zhang Chen and his group continued forward cautiously. Finally, deep inside the cave, they saw a huge tiger-like beast standing there, its cold eyes fixed on them. This beast was extremely large, several times larger than the giant tiger they had encountered before. Its fur is dark black, covered with strange patterns, mysterious and majestic. Countless human bones were scattered around the beast, clearly the remains left after it had devoured them, creating a horrifying scene. Zhang Chen's mind immediately went into alert mode, and he used his special ability to check the information on the giant tiger. You wouldn't believe it until you looked it up. It's actually a 9-star diamond-level beast. Such a powerful being is not someone they can easily contend with. Suddenly, the giant tiger spoke, its voice echoing like thunder in the cave. "Humans, you have killed so many of my cubs and offspring. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Faced with the giant tiger's questioning, Zhang Chen forced himself to remain calm and replied coldly, "What kind of explanation do you want?" The giant tiger first let out a deafening laugh, then said viciously, "Ha ha, I will take your lives." As soon as it finished speaking, a powerful aura, like a volcanic eruption, burst forth from its body, instantly engulfing the entire cave. Although Zhang Chen was not weak, he could only barely withstand the impact of this aura. Xiao De and Xia Han'er were completely unable to resist and were directly forced to sit on the ground, their faces pale, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, and they were panting heavily. At this critical moment, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but full of confidence and provocation. "Ha, Tiger King, do you dare to kill us?" This sounded like a bet. He was betting that the Tiger King wouldn't easily attack them. However, the Tiger King's reaction shocked everyone. Suddenly, it withdrew its terrifying aura, as if it had never erupted at all. Seeing this, Xiao De and Xia Han'er breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, as if they had just gone through a life-or-death ordeal. The Tiger King stared at Zhang Chen with a cold smile and said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Zhang Chen showed no fear and calmly analyzed, "I don't know why this secret realm fell into the hands of the authorities, but since its appearance, human casualties have been extremely low. I guess this means you are subject to some kind of restriction and dare not kill easily. At least, when you become powerful enough, you are prohibited from killing humans." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the Tiger King's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and roared, "Even so, we are the only ones here now. If I kill you, who will know that it was I who did it?" Just as the Tiger King was about to make his move, a crane-shaped beast flew in like lightning and shouted, "Tiger Tai, stop." Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Chen looked over and his heart tightened. This newly appeared crane-shaped beast was also a diamond 9-star. Which celestial bodhisattva entrusted this secret realm to the authorities? If the outside world were to find out, it would likely be classified as an extraordinary secret realm. Tiger Tai looked at him suspiciously. "Dead bird, you're meddling way too much." The crane-shaped beast replied dismissively, "Hu Tai, you can't touch these three humans. Their leader wants to see them." Hu Tai was furious, his breath steaming as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction. He roared, "Why? After all these years, the boss is still so cautious. What is he planning?" The crane-shaped beast coldly replied, "If you have something to say, go talk to the boss yourself. I'm taking these three humans with me." After saying that, it flew to Zhang Chen and the other two and said in a calm tone, "Come with me." Xiao De and Xia Han'er looked at Zhang Chen with some hesitation, seemingly waiting for his decision. After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen nodded in agreement to follow the crane-shaped beast. So the three of them followed the crane-shaped beast out of the cave, leaving only Hu Tai's roar echoing behind them. In fact, if this crane-shaped beast hadn't suddenly appeared, Zhang Chen would have been fully capable of teleporting away with Xiao De and Xia Han'er. But since the situation has changed, he decided to go with the flow and see if he could glean any useful information from the crane-like beast or the leader it spoke of. They followed the crane-shaped beast in silence, pressing closer and closer. They didn't know how long they had walked, but felt as if time had stood still. Finally, they arrived at a giant tree that stretched straight to the sky. The tree soars into the clouds, a truly breathtaking sight. The crane-shaped beast stopped and gently flapped its wings, slowly opening a tree door hidden hidden in the trunk. Zhang Chen and the others stared at the door in surprise, their hearts filled with curiosity and anticipation. As they stepped through the tree gate, a powerful updraft suddenly swept over them, lifting the three of them and sending them soaring into the sky. It turns out that a mysterious updraft forms inside the tree, allowing those who enter to fly easily. Zhang Chen, Xiaoda, and Xia Han'er were stunned by the wonderful sight before them. They excitedly felt the exhilaration of flying and became increasingly curious about the wonders of the secret realm. As they climbed higher, they finally reached the top of the tree. This is an open area, and also a floating island in the sky within a secret realm. Zhang Chen and the others followed the crane-shaped beast out of the treetop, only to find two other strange beasts they had never seen before guarding the exit. These two strange beasts were enormous and imposing, emanating a powerful aura. Zhang Chen's heart tightened, and he vaguely sensed that the strange beasts here seemed to possess some kind of social system and order. This was completely different from the strange beast realms he knew before, places that were usually chaotic and disorderly. If experts who specialize in studying strange beasts heard about this, they would probably be so excited they would almost go crazy. After all, this means that the world of alien beasts may have a more complex and mysterious social structure, which is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough for them. Soon, a magnificent hall came into view. Although the hall is not luxurious, it exudes a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Zhang Chen, Xiaoda, and Xia Han'er stepped into the main hall, and an ancient and mysterious atmosphere immediately enveloped them. The crane-shaped mythical beast moved with graceful steps, leading them through the spacious and solemn hall, finally stopping in front of the throne at the very front. On the throne sat a strange beast with a body similar to a human's, but with a head resembling that of a rabbit. The crane-shaped beast bowed respectfully and said, "Boss, I have brought those humans with me." The rabbit-shaped beast slowly opened its deep, mysterious eyes, which gleamed with an indescribable majesty. Its voice was deep and gentle, as if it contained endless wisdom. "Hayu, you've worked hard. You may leave now." Just as the crane-shaped beast turned and left, Zhang Chen's eyes widened like copper bells, his face filled with shock. At that moment, detailed information about this rabbit-shaped beast flooded his mind like a tidal wave, the overwhelming amount of information almost taking his breath away. "Damn system, didn't you say the highest level beast in this secret realm was diamond level? Then what the hell is this extraordinary level 3, 5-star beast in front of me?" Zhang Chen screamed inwardly, feeling his worldview being completely overturned. However, the system notification sounded at this inopportune moment. "Ding, this building has been detected to have shielding capabilities. This is just a minor system glitch." As for the beast's level, the transcendent realm is actually divided into 9 tiers, and each tier is further subdivided into 9 stars. You little devil, stop pretending to be cute." Zhang Chen roared angrily in his heart, feeling that he had been thoroughly tricked by the system. After the crane-shaped beast retreated swiftly like a whirlwind, the rabbit-shaped beast's small, delicate nose trembled slightly, as if it had caught a peculiar scent. Immediately afterwards, a hint of surprise flashed in its eyes, and it stared straight at Zhang Chen, as if it had discovered a rare treasure. Before Zhang Chen and the others could react, the rabbit-shaped beast appeared in front of Zhang Chen at an astonishing speed. It moves with lightning speed, making it impossible to see its trajectory. The rabbit-shaped beast stopped in front of Zhang Chen, not speaking immediately, but constantly sniffing his scent, as if searching for important clues. After a while, it raised its head, a joyful smile on its face, and said, "You have Gu's aura on you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's heart tightened, wondering who this Gu was. However, before he could ask, the rabbit-shaped beast continued, "Please, the three of you, have a seat." As soon as he finished speaking, a stone chair slowly appeared behind Zhang Chen and the other two. This stone chair is exceptionally ancient, with exquisite carvings on it, clearly an extraordinary treasure. Seeing this, Zhang Chen thought to himself, the purpose of this strange beast is unclear, and it is a transcendent being with unfathomable strength. For now, we can only wait and see what it wants to do. With that in mind, Zhang Chen decided to hold back for the time being and took the lead in sitting on the stone chair. When Xiaoda and Xia Han'er saw Zhang Chen sit down, they followed suit and sat down as well. The rabbit-shaped beast seemed to see through Zhang Chen's doubts, smiled slightly, and said, "My name is Tu Yun, and I am the rotating leader of this secret realm. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you." Hearing this, Zhang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since it says it has no hostility towards us, perhaps we can try to communicate with it and learn about the situation of this secret realm. So, Zhang Chen mustered his courage and asked, "Boss Rabbit, I'm very curious, how did this secret realm end up in the hands of the authorities?" Tu Yun smiled and replied, "This was actually Gu's idea. By the way, Gu is my master." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected that there was another master behind this secret realm. So, who exactly is this owner? Why did he hand over this secret realm to the authorities? A series of questions flooded Zhang Chen's mind, making his thoughts somewhat chaotic. Just then, Tu Yun suddenly said, "Since your aura is so similar to Gu's, then you must be the person we've been waiting for." Zhang Chen's expression changed slightly. He stared at Tu Yun and asked in confusion, "I don't quite understand what you mean by waiting?" Rabbit Rhyme gently twitched its long ears, as if it were recalling something. After a while, it slowly said, said, it all started 100 years ago. Back then, I was just an ordinary beast in a high-level secret realm. However, one day, a human appeared before me without warning. He exuded a power so strong that I could not resist it, and easily formed a contract with me. Tuyin paused slightly before continuing. Strangely, since the contract was formed, my strength has increased by leaps and bounds. That Gu is the one you mentioned. Later, Gu came to the secret realm and discovered that it held a secret. So he killed the boss of the secret realm and asked us to take their place in guarding this place. When he left, he told us to wait for someone whose aura was similar to his. Zhang Chen listened quietly to Tuyin's story, his questions growing more and more numerous. When Tuyin mentioned that Gu had killed the boss of the secret realm, he couldn't help but interject, why did Gu do that? What exactly is the secret of the secret realm that you just mentioned? Tuyin shook her head helplessly. Over the years, we have been trying to find the answer, but we have never been able to find it. Zhang Chen pressed on, then the entrance to the secret realm has an age restriction, and memories disappear after leaving the secret realm. Is that also a function of the secret realm itself? Tuyin shook her head and explained, of course not. The age limit was a barrier set up by my fifth brother, and the memory erasure was a barrier set up by my eldest brother. These were all specifically instructed by Gu when he left. On the surface, Zhang Chen continued to ask questions, but in his heart he silently asked the system, have you ever heard of a barrier ability that can set preconditions? Ding, this system has never heard of this before. The system's reply deepened Zhang Chen's doubts. He felt that something was off about the strange beasts in the secret realm. Although he couldn't pinpoint exactly where this ability was familiar, there was a strange sense of déjà vu about it. Suddenly, Zhang Chen seemed to realize something and quickly asked, Boss Rabbit, you just said you guys, and the barrier at the entrance to the secret realm was set up by 2 other people. How many of you are there? Rabbit Yun honestly replied, strictly speaking, I am Rabbit Fourth. Gu subdued the 12 of us strange beasts back then, and we were all in this secret realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. These are the 12 zodiac animals. He was secretly amazed and became even more curious about Gu's background. Judging from Tuyin's strength, the other 11 beasts are probably not weak either, and may even be stronger. Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, Tuyin suddenly said, since you are the person I've been waiting for, then come with me somewhere. Where are you going? Xia Han'er asked hurriedly upon hearing this, a hint of worry on her face. Zhang Chen quickly shook his head and comforted him. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. However, Tuyin didn't seem to want to hide it and directly revealed the truth. When Gu left, he left something behind, saying it was for those of us who were waiting. After hearing this, Zhang Chen turned to Xia Han'er and shouted and said, wait for me here, I'll be right back. The two had already suffered a great shock today. They originally thought it was just an ordinary intermediate-level secret realm trial, but they never expected it to be a forbidden area disguised as an intermediate-level secret realm. Tuyin led Zhang Chen through the passage behind the throne to a cave. The cave was enveloped by an invisible energy, like an indestructible barrier. Then, Tuyin emitted a soft light from her hands, and the light waves covered the invisible energy like flowing water. In an instant, the invisible energy in front of the cave seemed to evaporate, disappearing without a trace. The two entered the cave and saw a stone pillar standing in the center, with a round object on it. Zhang Chen slowly approached the circular object. Suddenly, the object seemed to activate, emitting an extremely dazzling light that was almost blinding. Just as Zhang Chen instinctively closed his eyes, a phantom figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure was somewhat blurry, but the smile on its face was clearly visible. The illusory figure spoke, Zhang Chen, hello. The voice was ethereal yet exceptionally clear, as if whispering in Zhang Chen's ear. Just then, Tuyin suddenly let out a scream. Zhang Chen turned his head and saw that Tuyin's eyes were already filled with tears. She cried out Gu, and rushed towards the illusory figure like an arrow released from a bow. However, unexpectedly, the moment Tuyin's body touched the illusory figure, she passed through it without any hindrance, as if the illusory figure were merely a non-existent phantom. Due to inertia, Tuyin missed her target and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Chen hurriedly ran over and helped Tuyin up. Tuyin stared at the illusory figure in astonishment, muttering, Gu, why can't I touch you? The phantom smiled and explained, Rabbit Rhyme, you still love to act cute. However, this is not my true form, but merely a projection I left behind, so naturally it cannot be touched. Hearing the illusory figure's words, Zhang Chen's doubts deepened, and he couldn't help but ask, Senior, how did you know my name? The illusory figure looked at Zhang Chen, a hint of tenderness flashing in its eyes, and slowly said, because I come from Earth, and I foresaw that 100 years from now, someone from Earth just like me, would come here. That person is you, Zhang Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, What exactly is going on? The illusory figure seemed to have anticipated Zhang Chen's reaction, its expression remaining as gentle as a spring breeze as it smiled and said, Don't rush, I'll explain it to you slowly. 200 years ago, I happened to travel to this world. However, I am different from you. I was transported from another body, and perhaps that is why I have never been able to awaken my superpowers. Fortunately, I have the golden golden finger that every transmigrator needs, the cultivation system. Zhang Chen felt a surge of dissatisfaction and muttered to himself, system, oh system, look at this cultivation system. Its name sounds so high class, its prestige is way higher than yours. Before the words could be uttered, a crisp ding sounded in her mind, followed by the system's cold voice, host muted for 5 minutes. Zhang Chen was speechless and could only watch helplessly as Gu continued to tell his story. So, I embarked on the path of cultivation. At first, everything went smoothly and I didn't encounter any major troubles. Until one day, I accidentally stumbled into the secret realm and discovered that it led directly to another world. That world was the habitat of strange beasts. At this point, Gu paused briefly, seemingly recalling the scene at the time. There's no other way. I can't just let the monsters come into our world, right? So, I have no choice but to eliminate the boss of this secret realm and then use magic to set up a barrier to separate the two worlds. Hearing this, Zhang Chen finally couldn't contain his curiosity and interjected, Senior, since you were already so strong back then, why didn't you just fight your way through that world of alien beasts? With your strength, that shouldn't have been difficult, right? Gu Wei smiled and explained, I cultivate the immortal cultivation system, and excessive killing will attract divine punishment. Actually, I originally planned to train Rabbit Rhyme's 12 brothers and sisters and let them go to the alien beast world to become kings and dominate, so that the human world of Blue Star would not be threatened. But just at that moment, the system suddenly told me that I was not the protagonist of this world and could not interfere with its development. So I did some calculations and discovered that this world will welcome its true protagonist 100 years from now, which is you, Zhang Chen. Gu's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Zhang Chen's ears. Zhang Chen stared wide-eyed, pointing at himself with disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, Senior, are you sure you're not lying to me? Gu Wei smiled slightly, seemingly having anticipated his reaction, and gently asked, what system do you possess? Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment before honestly answering, a superpower system. That's right. Gu's tone became more certain. This is a world of superpowers, and your system is a superpower system. The two are a perfect match. Zhang Chen muttered to himself, isn't this method of confirmation a bit too casual? However, he didn't say it aloud, but instead asked curiously, Senior, where are you now? Gu's voice was slightly low, as if he were recalling the past. In the first few years, I traveled in the world of alien beasts. The alien beasts there were exceptionally powerful, and it was full of all sorts of unknown dangers. But then the system suddenly took me away from that world, and now I am in a world of cultivation. As Zhang Chen listened, his curiosity grew, and he couldn't help but ask, how are you doing in the world of alien beasts? Gu's tone turned serious, Zhang Chen, I have to remind you, the world of alien beasts is far more complex than you imagine. The transcendent realm is not the end. Higher levels of power await your exploration. Zhang Chen's heart tightened, and he suddenly realized that his understanding of this world was far from enough. If we can't take care of things here, what will happen if the barrier in that secret realm breaks? Seemingly sensing his worry, Gu comforted him, before I left, my strength was already invincible. The barrier I set up cannot be broken unless the magic weapon's energy is exhausted, and the magic weapon's energy will be replenished regularly by Rabbit Rhyme and the other 12, so you don't need to worry at all. After hearing this, Zhang Chen finally felt relieved. He looked at Gu gratefully and said, thank you for clearing up my doubts, Senior Gu. I can rest assured now. Gu smiled and nodded, continuing, Zhang Chen, I've calculated that Blue Star will soon merge with the Beast World. At that time, you can go find Tu Yun and the others. They will definitely give you their full support. Zhang Chen nodded quickly, indicating that he would remember Gu's words. But a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could this Senior Gu be nothing more than a complete tool? It's likely that the worlds will on Earth sense the problem with the secret realm, which is why it abducted Gu during his journey to set up the barrier, and then took him away after the mission was completed. The way this worlds will act is just like that of a scumbag who pulls his pants and then denies everything. Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, Gu turned to Tu Yun and said, Tu Yun, you must convey my message to the Rat Star. With a face full of reluctance and tears in her eyes, Tu Yun asked softly, Gu, will we ever see you again? Gu Weiwei nodded slightly in agreement, and then said, before I leave here, I made a pact with the heavenly Tao will of this world. As long as you 12 assist Zhang Chen in completing his mission, the heavenly Tao will send you to my world. At that time, with the power of the pact, I will definitely be able to find you. Upon hearing this, Tu Yun was overjoyed and quickly nodded in reply, okay, Gu, we will definitely do our best to help Zhang Chen complete his mission. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu's illusory figure slowly dissipated like smoke, as if it had never existed. Seeing this, Tu Yun turned around and led Zhang Chen out of the room. We will continue to strictly control the beasts here and will never let them run rampant, Tu Yun said to Zhang Chen as they walked. And after you leave, your memories will be completely preserved and will not be lost in the slightest. Zhang Chen, we 12 brothers and sisters will always be here, waiting for your good news. Zhang Chen nodded solemnly in response, yes, I will definitely return to seek your help when the world is unified. Tu Yun led Zhang Chen into the main hall, where they successfully reunited with Xiaodet and Xia Hanner. At this this moment, Xiaodat and Xia Han'er were waiting anxiously, their hearts filled with unease, worried that Tu Yun might harm Zhang Chen. When the two saw Zhang Chen appear before them unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the heavy weight in their hearts was finally lifted. Seeing this, Tu Yun smiled slightly and then summoned the crane-shaped beast into the main hall. Before leaving, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered a question and asked, Tu Yun, there's something I don't understand. Why can you strange beasts speak? After hearing this, Tu Yun explained, oh, that's right. Actually, once we beasts reach the diamond level, we can speak human language. However, some strange beasts disdain this, feeling that it is not a remarkable ability. They are unwilling to speak human language and thus continue to use their original animal language. Zhang Chen had no idea that there was such a reason behind it and suddenly realized. Therefore, the two giant beasts that appeared in our city earlier must also have the ability to speak, but they obviously just don't want to. On their return journey, the three of them didn't encounter a single strange beast, which was probably due to Tu Yun's strict control. Along the way, Zhang Chen revealed an important piece of information to the two: their memories would not be erased. However, once they left this place, they must pretend to have no recollection of anything they had experienced. The specific reasons would be explained in detail once everyone from Chen Tian Palace had arrived. Although the two knew nothing about what had happened during Zhang Chen and Tu Yun's solo outing, they knew that following Zhang Chen's instructions would never be wrong. When the three finally emerged from the secret realm, they were surprised to find that the outside was already densely surrounded by government personnel, making it impossible to pass through. Seeing that Zhang Chen and his two companions had returned safely, the people breathed a sigh of relief and their faces showed a look of relief. It turns out that the authorities had already sensed something was wrong after Xiao Yunlong and the others led the students away from the secret realm. However, Zhang Chen and the other two failed to appear, leaving the principal of the third academy extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, yet helpless. After all, the authorities simply cannot force their way into the secret realm. Just when everyone was extremely anxious and racking their brains for a solution, the appearance of Zhang Chen and his two companions undoubtedly put their minds at ease. Although the officials were very curious about Zhang Chen and his group's experiences in the secret realm, they were unable to provide any information because Zhang Chen and his group seemed to have lost their memories of the relevant events. This left the officials quite helpless. Upon learning that no students had been injured or killed, the principal of the third academy breathed a long sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing. After all, if any trainee were to die, he would have a hard time explaining it to their families. Afterwards, the teachers and principal of the third academy led the students away from the scene. The trip to the secret realm yielded little reward, so to compensate for their losses, the official team decided to waive the 40% handling fee. However, a series of recent actions by the Chinese government have attracted widespread attention and speculation. First, there was the large-scale construction of underground cities, followed by a massive conscription. This series of actions makes people wonder what the Chinese government is planning. Although relations between China and several countries have indeed been somewhat tense in recent years, the two sides have not yet reached the point of actual war. So why did the Chinese government launch such a large-scale operation? What are the underlying intentions? Meanwhile, the US president was furious inside the Black House. He roared at his subordinates, "I don't care what methods you use, you must find out what conspiracy China is plotting. I absolutely do not believe they are simply carrying out construction and conscription. Your Excellency, after a long period of observation and analysis, we can now confirm that China is indeed simply carrying out the construction of underground cities and conscription work," the Secretary General reported respectfully. However, the US president was clearly skeptical of this conclusion. He frowned and said firmly, "China's massive infrastructure construction and military expansion cannot possibly be as simple as it appears on the surface. There must be some unspeakable secret hidden here. Immediately notify other countries and unite to put pressure on China, forcing them to provide a reasonable explanation." The Secretary General nodded quickly and agreed, "Yes, Your Excellency, I will take care of it immediately." After saying that, he turned around and quickly left the presidential office. Soon after, the United States, India, and South Korea responded to the call of the United States and joined forces to attack China, demanding an explanation for its large-scale infrastructure construction and conscription. Faced with the sudden pressure, China did not panic or rush to defend itself as they had expected. Instead, China made an unexpected decision to recall all Chinese citizens overseas. This decision was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar in the international community. The Prime Minister of the small country was so angry that his face turned red, and he cursed loudly, "Baka Yuru, this China is obviously openly provoking us." The South Korean Prime Minister was equally defiant, roaring, "Damn it, what exactly does China want? Their behavior is an insult to us." The King of India, however, appeared confident and said smugly, "Humph, don't worry, I think we should just send Indian citizens to China. I believe that with the charm of our Indian men, China will definitely submit to us willingly." At the same time, major powers such as the United States also took action. They not only detained some high-level talents, but also put pressure on the embassy sent by China, but these major powers refused to admit the facts. Faced with this situation, China ultimately decided to send troops to carry out a secret rescue operation. Of course, during this process, some people chose not to return to their home country. This group was called sheepdogs. China took a hard line against these people, directly stripping them of their citizenship. While the plan to protect the people was being carried out in an orderly manner in China, Zhang Chen did not pay much attention to these disputes. He believed that China was fully capable of handling the current problems, and therefore focused all his energy on the upcoming Games of Nations. This extraordinary Games is a competition between countries, similar to the Olympics on Earth, and is an important stage for showcasing the strength of a nation's youth. Participants are selected by each college, with each college sending at least one student to participate. Unsurprisingly, the Third Academy sent Zhang Chen, Xia Han'er, and Xiao De to participate in the selection. They were chosen because their talents were among the best in the academy. Zhang Chen looked up information about the supernatural games at home and discovered that it was actually an international version of a supernatural martial arts tournament. In previous years, many contestants have lost their lives in the competition, which is not surprising. After all, other countries simply do not want to see outstanding talents from other countries grow up and become formidable opponents. However, Zhang Chen showed no fear in the face of this match. After all, he now possesses diamond-level strength, making him an absolute top expert. As for the selection competition within China, Zhang Chen was equally confident and felt no pressure, so he fell into a deep sleep, feeling at ease. In stark contrast to Zhang Chen's composure, Xiao De and Xia Han'er were training desperately, hoping to pass the selection smoothly. After all, they knew that many third-year students from other colleges would also be participating in this selection competition. Some of these third-year students have even reached the gold level of skill. Although Xia Han'er is also a gold level, she is only a gold level 2-star, and her strength is not solid enough, while Xiao De is only a silver level because he cannot use his second ability in front of others, so he has no advantage at all, and it is difficult to guarantee that everything will go smoothly. As the days passed, the official opening day of the Intersports Games internal selection trials finally arrived. According to the published selection rules, each city's extraordinary academy must first select the top 3, then participate in the national competition, and finally determine the top 5 from across the country to represent China in the extraordinary games. Ding! A Phase 1 mission has been triggered. Win the extraordinary games. Mission rewards depend on your performance. Accept the mission? The long-awaited mission notification sound rang in Zhang Chen's mind, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Faced with this task, he answered without hesitation, accept. The first phase of the mission is now issued. Please aim for the top 3 in the city. A selection competition. Rewards will be determined based on your ranking. A hint of excitement flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. Although the mission was full of challenges, he was confident in his abilities. He firmly believed that as long as he gave it his all, he would be able to complete this phase of the task. The teacher leading the team at this year's games was still Ruan Huan, since Zhang Chen and the other 2 students were all her students. When they arrived at the arena, Zhang Chen was surprised to find that the number of applicants from other academies far exceeded that of their third academy. Other colleges have at least 20 people. How come our third college only has 3? Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Ruan Huan smiled helplessly and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. The upperclassmen in our third academy are generally not very strong. Even if they participate in the competition, they'll just be cannon fodder." Zhang Chen nodded in understanding, but he wasn't discouraged. He knew that the outcome of the competition depended not only on the number of participants, but also on individual strength and performance. The preliminary rounds are not open to the public but will be streamed live online. To make it easier for viewers, the live stream will be split screen, allowing them to choose which contestants they are interested in. When the third academy team entered the arena, the netizens' reactions left Zhang Chen both amused and exasperated. Ha, only 3 people from the third academy? That's hilarious. Are they just here to make up the numbers? I feel so sorry for them. They'll definitely be eliminated in the first round. Xiao De and Xia Han'er were unconcerned about the ridicule and doubts from netizens. They believe that as long as they demonstrate their true strength in the competition, they will definitely impress those people. As for Zhang Chen, he didn't care about it at all. If you ask him why he's so calm, he'll only answer, "I have the ability, that's my confidence." The preliminary round had hundreds of participants and lasted for 2 days. After fierce competition, only 18 people successfully advanced, and Zhang Chen was undoubtedly one of them. Not only that, Xia Han'er also successfully advanced to the top 18, which was expected. Surprisingly, Jota also made it into the top 18. It's important to know that this isn't a freshman competition. Many strong third-year students are also participating, making the competition exceptionally fierce. It's surprising that Xiao De was able to stand out. It's truly remarkable. Jordan's performance undoubtedly overturned many people's opinions. After all, everyone already knew him from the previous freshman competition. During this preliminary round, some netizens watched his competition out of curiosity. In one of his matches, his opponent was a senior from the second academy who possessed the strength of a gold level 3 star. But who could have imagined that Jota would unleash his gold level strength at the crucial moment, successfully reversing the situation and turning defeat into victory. This scene left netizens stunned and incredulous. Keep in mind that Jota is only a first-year student, yet he already possesses the strength of a gold level expert. He is simply a genius among geniuses. Then there's Xia Hanner, whose performance in the competition was effortless, like cutting melons and vegetables. This is all thanks to the fact that she has now reached the 5th level of the gold rank, and her progress is as rapid as a rocket. In comparison, Zhang Chen's performance was not particularly dazzling, but he always managed to narrowly defeat his opponents at crucial moments. In fact, this was a deliberate strategy on his part. In his own words, it was a strategy of concealing one's abilities and biding one's time. When the photos of the top 18 teams appeared on the big screen, netizens were stunned. They all questioned, no way, how come everyone from the 3rd Academy made it into the top 18? There must be something fishy going on. However, netizens quickly stepped forward to refute, don't talk nonsense upstairs. What do you mean by behind-the-scenes manipulation? These 3 people all got in based on their own skills. Everyone could clearly see how intense Zhang Chen and Xiaoda's match was, let alone Xia Hanner's match, which was incredibly easy and enjoyable. Really? I haven't been paying much attention to the 3rd Academy's contestants before, someone replied. Then what are you waiting for? Go watch the replay. Xia Hanner is so cool, I'm completely smitten, I'm totally drooling over her. The pervert upstairs, drag him away. However, Zhang Chen and his 2 companions were completely unaware of the online uproar. The next round of 18 matches is very simple, it's just a chaotic free-for-all. Ultimately, the 8 people who stepped onto the stage will advance to the quarterfinals. This is an advantage for colleges with large numbers of students, as they can cooperate with each other and support each other. But Zhang Chen and the other 2 were completely unaware of this. In fact, besides them, 15 students from other colleges had already secretly joined forces to knock the 3 of them off the stage first. The competition began quickly, and everyone stepped onto the fighting platform. Xiaoda suddenly said nervously to Zhang Chen, Brother Chen, I feel like everyone is staring at us. Zhang Chen, however, remained remarkably calm, a slight smile playing on his lips as he replied nonchalantly, Xiaoda, be more confident. Drop the word feeling, they are indeed watching us. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xia Hanner's expression also turned serious, and she said worriedly, it seems that we have become their #1 target. After saying that, she turned to look at Zhang Chen and asked, are you still planning to keep hiding your strength? Zhang Chen stretched and replied casually, dealing with them doesn't require me to use my full strength. You just need to stand behind me. Although Xiaoda and Xia Hanner didn't quite understand Zhang Chen's actions, they still chose to believe him and nodded in agreement. As soon as the whistle blew, the remaining 15 people pounced on Zhang Chen and his 2 companions like hungry tigers. In an instant, countless supernatural abilities streaked across the sky like meteors, overwhelming them. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Zhang Chen simply smiled, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. Suddenly, a fan appeared in his hand, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. Everyone is very familiar with this banana leaf fan. It was Zhang Chen's ultimate weapon during the freshman competition. However, some people have analyzed that the strength of this banana leaf fan is only at the silver level. After all the contestants were gold level experts, so they naturally wouldn't be afraid of a silver level weapon. However, what they didn't know was that Zhang Chen had already enhanced the banana leaf fan. With a gentle wave of his fan, countless grains of sand, accompanied by a black tornado, roared out, sweeping out like a powerful storm. Zhang Chen adjusted the intensity of this storm to the gold level. He did this not to seriously injure his opponent, but to ensure the match ended properly and to avoid causing serious harm. After all, the purpose of the competition is to compete and communicate, not to harm the opponent. However, this sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. They thought to themselves, this fan is supposed to be only silver level in strength, so what's with this wind power? In the blink of an eye, the 15 contestants were like fallen leaves swept away by a hurricane, blown out of the arena without any resistance. On the fighting field, only Zhang Chen and his 2 teammates remained. At this moment, a helpless expression appeared on the host's face. Originally, the competition was supposed to leave 8 players to continue competing. But with Zhang Chen doing this, how can the rest of the competition proceed? Zhang Chen seemed to realize he had gone a bit too far. He touched his nose, forced an awkward smile, and said, it seems I've gone a little too far. Fortunately, the higher-ups reacted quickly and made immediate adjustments to ensure the game could continue smoothly. Zhang Chen and 2 others successfully entered the top 8, while the remaining 5 spots will be decided through a new free-for-all. This unexpected turn of events shocked the viewers in the live stream, who exclaimed in disbelief, wow, wow, wow. I don't understand it, but it's truly eye-opening. Was Zhang Chen putting on such a hard show just an act for us? It should, maybe, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that's how it is. While the audience was buzzing with discussion, Zhang Chen sat leisurely on one side of the fighting stage, took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket, and watched the battle on stage with great interest while cracking them open. Seeing this, Xiaoda Dao's face was full of flattery as he smiled and came closer. Brother Chen, can I have a handful of sunflower seeds? Xia Han'er blushed slightly and said softly, give me some too. Zhang Chen generously shared some melon seeds with them. After receiving the melon seeds, Xiaoda and Xia Han'er started eating them without any hesitation, occasionally pointing and commenting on the contestants on stage. Zhang Chen was eating sunflower seeds while spitting out the shells with a tutuachui sound, looking leisurely and carefree, which was enviable. The live stream camera occasionally panned to the three of them, and when netizens saw them eating sunflower seeds, they burst into laughter. The way these three people are eating sunflower seeds is just like the gossipy aunties at the village entrance every year when I go home. Ah, that's such a vivid analogy. I laughed until my stomach hurt. It's hilarious. The fight on the stage is so intense, and they still have the mind to eat sunflower seeds. It's so funny. Soon, the results of the other 5 quarter-finalists were also announced. The host excitedly announced the list, and the atmosphere at the scene was exceptionally enthusiastic. Then, the lottery process began. The contestants took turns going up on stage to draw their opponents, and the two who drew the same symbol would form a team. After the 10th draw, Xiaoda's opponent was Zhang Tianxiong from the 1st Academy, Xia Han'er's opponent was Zhang Chunlai from the 7th Academy, and Zhang Chen's opponent was also from the 1st Academy, named Tong Yunshan. The competition continued in full swing on the second day. Xia Han'er was the first to go on stage. Last night, a clever netizen ranked the top 8 contestants, with Xia Han'er at the top and her opponent Zhang Chunlai at the bottom. The venue was already packed, with enthusiastic spectators cheering and shouting encouragement for their favorite athletes. A short while later, to the announcer's voice, Xia Han'er slowly walked onto the fighting stage. Her steps were light and her figure agile, like an elegant cheetah. With a crisp whistle, the competition officially began. Zhang Chunlai shouted, "Drink!" Instantly, more than a dozen wooden vines stretched out towards Xia Han'er like snakes, their speed astonishing. However, Xia Han'er showed no fear in the face of the sudden attack. Her hands flashed with yellow light, which gradually converged to form 2 sharp blades. She flashed, dodging the wooden vine attacks with ghostly agility, her movements swift and decisive. She rushed towards Zhang Chunlai like a whirlwind, the sharp blade in her hand drawing streaks of cold light in the air, as if she were about to tear the air apart. The vines that tried to entangle her were powerless against her sharp blade and snapped in two. Zhang Chunlai watched helplessly as Xia Han'er approached step by step, and an indescribable fear welled up in his heart. Just as Xia Han'er was about to touch him, he suddenly activated his powerful wood-type ability, and a huge wooden shield instantly rose in front of him, blocking Xia Han'er's path. However, Xia Han'er reacted extremely quickly, instantly transforming the sharp blade in her hand into a long sword, and slashed fiercely at the wooden shield. With a crisp crack, the wooden shield was cleaved in two, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Before Zhang Chunlai could react, Xia Han'er had already rushed up like lightning. She instantly transformed the long sword back into a long staff, and then swung it out with tremendous force, the staff striking Zhang Chunlai's abdomen like a meteor. Zhang Chunlai was caught off guard and was hit hard by the attack, flying out like a cannonball. He managed to do a backflip in midair before finally regaining his balance. Looking at his disheveled appearance, Xia Han'er smiled faintly and said softly, "Thank you for your kind words." At this moment, everyone realized that Zhang Chunlai had already stood on the edge of the fighting platform, and if he took another step back, he would fall off the platform. According to the competition rules, falling off the fighting platform means defeat. Without a doubt, Xia Han'er is the winner of this match. Instantly, the audience in the stands erupted in thunderous cheers, applauding Xia Han'er's brilliant performance and feeling their blood boil with excitement for this fierce duel. Next, another group of contestants took to the fighting stage, and their duels were equally exciting and captivating. Soon, it was Joda's turn. Joda's father, with a bright red ribbon tied around his head, waved a huge red flag and shouted in a loud voice, "Son, go for it. I believe in you." Although netizens generally predicted that Joda's grades would be poor, his father didn't care at all. After all, his son had only been a freshman at the extraordinary academy, yet he had already made it into the top 8 in City A, which made him incredibly proud. He thought smugly, who else can be as capable as my son? This honor was enough for him to boast about to his business partners for a long time. As soon as Joda stepped onto the field, he saw that familiar face in the stands. The old man's attire was extremely distinctive, and his movements were exaggerated, clearly indicating that he was cheering him on. Joda grinned and waved happily at his father. However, just as he was interacting with his father, the game whistle suddenly blew. Joda quickly regained his composure and focused his mind on the battle. He stretched out his hands, and a blazing fireball immediately condensed in his palms. At the same time, a water ball also appeared in Zhang Tianxiong's hands on the opposite side. Clearly, this is a battle between fire and water. Although Chowda had only just reached the level of Gold 1 star, while Zhang Tianxiong was Gold 3 star, he was not afraid at all. He understood that unless he used his wind-based abilities, defeating Zhang Tianxiong would be extremely difficult. However, this does not mean he has no chance of winning. The key lies in his subsequent tactical plan. Chowda showed no weakness and kept throwing fireballs at Zhang Tianxiong. The opposing team Tianxiong was equally unwilling to back down, throwing water balloons in succession. The fireball and the water ball met in mid-air, making a hissing sound, and then cancelled each other out. Seeing this, Jota suddenly shouted, "Flame pillar!" As soon as he finished speaking, 5 pillars of fire suddenly rose into the sky from the fighting platform, surrounding Jiang Tianxiong from all directions. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Jiang Tianxiong quickly condensed a water escape around himself, firmly enveloping himself in it, like an indestructible shield. However, the power of fire is no joke. Jota's pillar of fire was mixed with blue flames, greatly increasing its power to far exceed that of ordinary flames. The moment the fire pillar touched the water style, seeing that his water escape technique was no longer effective against the attack, Jiang Tianxiong's heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth and resolutely spat out a huge water cannon from his mouth. The water cannon, like a raging torrent, crashed violently into the pillar of fire, actually blasting a crack in it. Seeing this, Jiang Tianxiong seized the opportunity without hesitation, his figure flashing as fast as lightning as he darted out of the crack. However, his relief was short-lived. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a massive fire wolf pounced on him. It turned out that after releasing the flame pillar, Chowda did not stop his attack, but instead quickly used his fire-based abilities to create various elemental beasts around him. These elemental beasts surrounded Jiang Tianxiong like hungry wolves. Before Jiang Tianxiong could think, the water element in his hand instantly condensed into a large blue sword, which he swung fiercely at the giant firewolf. With a loud bang, the giant firewolf was struck by the blue greatsword, letting out a mournful howl, but instead of retreating, it attacked even more fiercely. Just as Jiang Tianxiong was fiercely fighting the giant firewolf, Chowda suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Chowda's fire whip spun incessantly, like a burning fire dragon, and lashed straight at Jiang Tianxiong. At this moment, Jiang Tianxiong was completely focused on defending against the giant firewolf's attack and was completely unaware of Chowda's sneak attack. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The fire whip lashed his back like lightning. Jiang Tianxiong felt a sharp pain in his back, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, and his body flew forward involuntarily. Seeing that he was about to fly off the fighting stage, his heart tightened, and he quickly activated the water element with all his might, and a huge column of water gushed out. The water jet had a strong recoil, pulling Jiang Tianxiong back and finally allowing him to regain his footing at the edge of the fighting arena. He steadied himself and breathed a slight sigh of relief, but the pain in his back made him tremble involuntarily. After a brief adjustment, Jiang Tianxiong gritted his teeth and sprinted toward Chowda once more. With both hands waving, the water whip spun rapidly in the air, leaving behind dazzling afterimages. The spectators in the stands were all speechless, completely unprepared for such a spectacular quarter-final match. Both Jiang Tianxiong's water whip technique and Chowda's fire attack demonstrated extraordinary strength and skill. Just then, Chowda suddenly grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, spread his fingers slightly, and shouted, "Big explosion!" With a shout, a huge-shaped flame erupted from his hand, lunging at Jiang Tianxiong like a ferocious beast bearing its fangs and claws. This move was incredibly powerful. After it was released, Jodane was forced back several steps by the recoil. However, when the big character explosion collided fiercely with the afterimage of Jiang Tianxiong's water whip, a loud boom was heard, and the fighting arena shook violently. A plume of white smoke rose into the air, spreading and obscuring the view. As the smoke dissipated, everyone was astonished to find that Jiang Tianxiong was standing firmly in place. However, he looked disheveled, clearly seriously injured, and was panting heavily, as if he might collapse at any moment. Just when Chowda thought Jiang Tianxiong would continue to make moves, an unexpected scene unfolded. Jiang Tianxiong took a step forward and backward, then suddenly fell straight backward as if he had lost his support. This sudden change shocked everyone present, even Jota was stunned. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out, announcing that Jota had won. Upon hearing the result, Jota breathed a huge sigh of relief, collapsed to the ground, and gasped for breath. He knew he had already given it his all, and if Jiang Tianxiong fought again, he would probably be defeated. In fact, the biggest reason for Jiang Tianxiong's defeat was that he underestimated Chowda. Because Chowda had just entered the gold level and his strength seemed weak, Jiang Tianxiong didn't take him seriously. Unexpectedly, Jota unleashed astonishing power at the crucial moment, ultimately defeating him. In the stands, the audience erupted in screams and cheers. Jota slowly stood up from the ground, clenched one hand into a fist, and raised it high into the sky, as if to announce his victory to the whole world. At that moment, the slightly exaggerated Shinibu aura emanating from him did not seem out of place at all. Instead, it made people feel his inner joy and excitement. Finally, it was Zhang Chen's turn to compete in the last group of matches. His opponent was Tong Yunshin. Tong Yunshin's superpower is an A-level cloud superpower, which is an extremely special ability. Despite facing such a formidable opponent, Zhang Chen remained remarkably calm, seemingly unconcerned about the opponent's superpowers. Tong Yunshin was clearly wary of Zhang Chen, keeping a close watch on him and not daring to relax his guard in the slightest. After all, Zhang Chen's superpowers are full of variables, and the equipment he creates is always bizarre and unpredictable. In the tense moment, Zhang Chen was not overwhelmed by the the other party's imposing manner, but calmly considered how to deal with it. Clouds are essentially formed by the condensation of water vapor. Fire is the most suitable weapon. After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen seemed to have a plan. He nodded and whispered, "I have a way. Let's do it this way." Before he finished speaking, a fan suddenly appeared in his hand. This fan has a unique shape, quite different from the common banana leaf fan. It is colorful all over, as dazzling as a peacock spreading its tail. The feathers on the fan are clearly defined, as if they were alive. With a slight tremor, they exude a subtle charm that amazes people. The aura emanating from this fan is magnificent and powerful, seemingly capable of permeating the entire world. Its vast divine power, like a giant suppressing all ages and directions, inspires awe. This precious fan is not only made of rare materials, but its structure is also extremely unique. It is meticulously woven from the feathers of 7 birds: phoenix, blue swan, rock, peacock, white crane, swan, and owl, with each feather shimmering with a mysterious light. Even more remarkably, the fan incorporates 5 types of flames: fire from the air, fire from stone, fire from wood, samadhi fire, and human fire, further enhancing its power. The fan surface is decorated with intricate symbols and mysterious incantations, while the reverse side bears an inscription of a poem: 5 fire treasures, 7 feathers. When Swerin first emerged, he held a firefly. Strange rocks on the mountain turn to ashes. When it encounters the sea, it dries up and leaves little dew. If any fellow countrymen on Earth were to see this, they would surely be stunned and exclaim, "Isn't this the legendary 5 fires and 7 birds fan?" However, Zhang Chen's opponents were completely unaware of this, regarding it merely as an ordinary weapon capable of creating hurricanes. The moment the match began, Tong Yinshin moved with lightning speed, and 2 snow-white clouds suddenly appeared beneath his feet, advancing rapidly as if they were alive, instantly approaching Zhang Chen like an arrow released from a bow. Zhang Chen remained calm and composed, holding the legendary 5 fires and 7 birds fan, standing firmly in place. Facing the surging white clouds, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and gently waved his fan. In an instant, scorching flames erupted from the fan like a fire dragon, rushing straight towards Tong Yinshin. These flames surged and roared, their imposing presence inspiring awe. Tong Yinshin had no time to dodge. Seeing the flames rushing towards him, he quickly pushed his hands up, and white clouds rolled out from his body, forming an indestructible cloud wall that blocked the flames between him and the flames. However, Zhang Chen seemed to have anticipated this, and casually fanned the 5 fires and 7 birds fan. Under his control, the flames were like agile fire dragons, bypassing the cloud wall and continuing to sweep towards Tong Yinshin. Seeing this, Tong Yinshin was terrified and desperately tried to urge Bai Yun to resist the onslaught of flames. At this moment, he was completely on the defensive and being attacked. The audience in the stands were stunned by the breathtaking scene, their eyes wide and mouths agape, completely unprepared for the duel between Zhang Chen and Tong Yinshin, to begin with Zhang Chen having such a clear advantage. Zhang Chen felt the time was right, and he leaped up with both feet, like a light swallow, easily vaulting over the cloud wall. Seeing this, Tong Yinshin hurriedly launched a series of cloud-like spears into the sky. These cloud spears were as swift as lightning and aimed directly at Zhang Chen. However, Zhang Chen was exceptionally agile, weaving through the gaps in the cloud of spears like a ghost, easily dodging all attacks. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chen charged toward Tong Yinshin at an astonishing speed, like a cannonball. Seeing the situation, Tong Yinshin quickly raised his palm, trying to block Zhang Chen's attack. However, he underestimated Zhang Chen's strength. The moment the fist made contact with the palm, Zhang Chen secretly increased his strength. With a loud bang, Tong Yinshin flew straight out like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into the wall outside the arena and sinking deep into it. With a crisp whistle, the eyes of the entire audience instantly focused on the competition field. Zhang Chen stood firmly in the victorious position, a joyful smile on his face. The audience in the stands were also infected by this exciting moment, and they all stood up and cheered deafeningly. These contestants are not only fighting for personal honor, but also representing City A in this important selection process. Everyone is eager to demonstrate their abilities and bring glory to City A. Next up is the highly anticipated semifinal. The lottery process proceeded quickly, and the results were soon announced. However, Joda's luck seemed to be bad. He drew a match against Xia Han'er. In contrast, Zhang Chen's opponent was Wu Zuda from the First Academy. The competition will officially begin on the second day. After the draw, the audience gradually dispersed, and the contestants also left the venue to go home. Zhang Chen noticed Xiao Da's worried expression and went over to comfort him. "Don't worry too much. Even if you run into Wu Zuda, you might not be his match. Besides, Xia Han'er is someone we know, so she'll definitely go easy on you." Joda smiled bitterly to herself. "Thank you for your comfort, but I don't feel comforted at all." But then he smiled and said, "It's okay, there will be other opportunities in the future." Looking at Xiao Da's feigned strength, Zhang Chen couldn't bear to discourage him, but he knew that this might be the last extraordinary games. After all, with the integration of the world, people's lives will undergo tremendous changes, and who will have the leisure to hold such a sports event? Zhang Chen didn't say these words aloud. He chose to remain silent. Overnight, time seemed to fly by in the blink of of an eye. With the host's passionate opening remarks, the 4 finalists from City A entered the venue in high spirits, ready to face the fierce competition. It's worth mentioning that 3 of the top 4 finalists came from the 3rd Academy, a fact that has prompted many parents to start making plans. They thought to themselves that they must get their children to apply when the 3rd Academy recruits students next time, since a school that can produce so many outstanding students must be good. This idea made the old principal of the 3rd Academy grin from ear to ear, overjoyed. After the host's impassioned speech, the competition officially began. The first match was between Zhang Chen and Wu Zuda. The night before, Huan had sent Zhang Chen the information about his opponent, so that he could learn about Wu Zuda's special abilities. It turns out that Wu Zuda's superpower is summoning ability, similar to the summoner class in online games in his previous life. He can summon spirit beasts from other dimensions to fight through contracts. Sure enough, as soon as Wu Zuda appeared, several mysterious black holes appeared around him, and several black-bodied spirit beasts of various shapes slowly emerged from the black holes. Wu Zuda shouted, "Little wolf, fire! Little fur, lightning strike! Little red, blow them away!" As soon as he gave the command, the spirit beasts immediately launched their attack. Seeing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips, secretly thinking, is this guy playing Pokemon? However, what happened next drove all the male spectators in the stands into a frenzy. In an instant, Zhang Chen was covered by a layer of armor, which was the Mark 50 Bloodside armor. When he put on this suit of armor, he immediately exuded a powerful and majestic aura. At the same time, the flames spewed by Wu Zuda's spirit beast intertwined with the gale, instantly making the fire even more intense, like a raging sea of fire. Just then, the spirit beast named Xiaomao charged straight into the sea of fire without hesitation. Its whole body was engulfed in flames, and it pounced on Zhang Chen like a bolt of lightning. Despite the sudden attack, Zhang Chen remained unusually calm. He quickly raised his hand, and a plasma energy shield appeared out of thin air in front of him. When Xiaomao crashed into the energy shield, sparks flew everywhere, like fireworks blooming in the night sky, dazzling and spectacular. Undeterred by the spectacular scene, Zhang Chen swiftly extended his left hand, and a nanoknife appeared in his palm. A flash of light appeared, and the nanoknife slashed towards Xiaomao like lightning. Upon seeing this, Wu Zuda felt a pang of anxiety and quickly activated the black hole, attempting to recall Xiaomao. However, it was too late. The nanoknife had already struck Xiaomao, and with a shrill scream, Xiaomao was sent flying. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Zhang Chen felt a surge of interest. He discovered that Wu Zuda's black hole was quite similar to his own supernatural space, and couldn't help but wonder if he could seal off Wu Zuda's summoning space. With that in mind, he decided to give it a try. However, he didn't want to use his spatial abilities in front of everyone, as that would definitely cause a huge uproar. A brilliant idea struck him. Sure enough, Wu Zuda summoned several black holes around Zhang Chen. These black holes resembled gaping black mouths, emanating a chilling aura. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. He deliberately feigned panic, throwing several items haphazardly in his hand as if they were his last lifeline. Surprisingly, however, as soon as these objects touched the black hole vanished as if by magic, as if it had never existed. Wu Zuda stared wide-eyed at the scene, his face filled with disbelief, and exclaimed, "What did you do?" Zhang Chen's smile widened as he slowly pulled a small object from his pocket and said proudly, "This is a space shut-off device that I made with great care. As long as I throw it into the black hole you created, your summoning space will immediately shut down." He spoke with such conviction that Wu Zuda actually believed him. In reality, this so-called space shut-off device was just a little gadget that Zhang Chen made on the spur of the moment, cleverly attaching spatial power to it. Wu Zuda secretly pondered, since I can't open a summoning space around him, I can only summon spirit beasts around myself. So, on a whim, he cast the summoning spell again. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared around him, followed by several spirit beasts of various shapes appearing beside him. Wu Zuda shouted at one of the green spirit beasts, "Little green, flying leaf blade," and then roared at the other snake-shaped spirit beast, "Little snake, mysterious guardian." Seeing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but complain, "Is this a spirit beast or a Pokemon?" However, his complaints did not affect his actions. In a flash, he leaped into the air like lightning, his hands quickly coming together to form a huge cannon muzzle. The giant cannon gleamed with dazzling light, as if it contained boundless power. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen aimed the giant cannon at Wu Zuda and his spirit beasts and suddenly pressed the fire button. Instantly, a dazzling light burst forth from his hand. It was a massive energy cannon. Like a burning meteor, carrying boundless energy and destructive power, it hurtled straight toward Wu Zuda. Wu Zuda's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted and ordered the spirit beasts to use their strongest moves to resist the terrifying energy cannon. In an instant, numerous lights and powers intertwined and converged, forming an unbreakable defensive barrier. However, just as Wu Zuda was focused on directing the spirit beasts to resist the energy cannon, Zhang Chen keenly seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suddenly, his feet erupted with blazing flames, and he charged forward like a rocket. The speed was so fast that it left people speechless, pose, as if he had broken through the shackles of time and space. In an instant, Zhang Chen appeared silently behind Wu Zuda like a ghost. Wu Zuda turned around in surprise and saw a figure clad in armor, standing as immovable as a towering mountain. That was Zhang Chen, and he exuded a powerful aura that chilled people to the bone. Wu Zuda couldn't help but gasp, letting out a gurgling sound. Before he could utter the word surrender, Zhang Chen's fist slammed out like a cannonball. Even more shockingly, a burst of intense flame erupted from Zhang Chen's elbow, acting like a booster to amplify the force of his punch. With a loud bang, Zhang Chen's fist struck Wu Zuda heavily. Wu Zuda was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, tracing an arc before crashing heavily off the field. Summoners are naturally more fragile, and once a summoner falls, the spirit beasts they summon will also dissipate. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had not yet used his full strength. Although Wu Zuda landed in a disheveled state, he was not seriously injured. With Zhang Chen's victory, thunderous cheers erupted throughout the stadium. Zhang Chen walked steadily off the stage, his steps calm and confident. Immediately afterward, Xia Han'er and Xiao De stepped onto the stage together. Xiao De looked at Xia Han'er with a wry smile and said, "Xia Han'er, you'd better go easy on her." Xia Han'er smiled slightly and replied softly, "Let's cheer each other on." However, these seemingly ordinary words sent a chill down Xiao Da's spine. He couldn't help but shudder, thinking to himself, Xia Han'er's smile, it reminds me of how my mom scolds my dad. Before the words were even finished, the competition had already begun. As soon as the host blew his whistle, Xiao De immediately pictured Xia Han'er's eerie smile, and his fear instantly intensified. So, in full view of everyone, Jordan shamelessly shouted, "I surrender." This move surprised the audience, but did not cause much resentment. After all, everyone knows that Xia Han'er is very strong and was already a top contender for the top 3. Next, it was Xiao Da's turn to face off against Wu Zuda. Although Wu Zuda was injured, he has fully recovered after treatment by the medical team and is now on stage in high spirits. After the match began, Xiao Da tried his best to get close to Wu Zuda, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through his defense. Wu Zuda was like an impregnable fortress, leaving Xiao Da with no chance to strike. In the end, Joda had no choice but to concede defeat, and the final spot in the top 3 was thus decided. This result did not surprise anyone. At this point, only Zhang Chen and Xia Han'er remained to compete for the championship. Xia Han'er had personally witnessed Zhang Chen's strength in the Nightmare Secret Realm, and she knew that Zhang Chen possessed at least diamond-level combat power. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Xia Han'er did not hesitate and chose to concede defeat. This unbelievable ending, resembling a farce, left the audience in the stands extremely dissatisfied. They wanted to shout "cover up," but Zhang Chen's undeniable strength stood before them like a towering mountain, making them hesitate and ultimately only able to utter a chorus of boos. The competition in City A ended amidst boos, and Zhang Chen returned home, successfully claiming the system task reward. The next task is to achieve a top 5 finish in the national selection competition. The rewards are still based on the competition rankings. In any case, the rewards for this task are extremely tempting, and Zhang Chen chose to accept them without hesitation. Time flies, and 5 days pass in the blink of an eye. As the team captain, Manhwa led Zhang Chen, Xia Han'er, and Wu Zuda on their journey to S City to participate in the national selection competition. The reason why Manhwa was chosen as the captain is simple. Among the top 3 in City A, the champion and runner-up both came from the 3rd Academy and were students in Manhwa's class. Therefore, she naturally became the most suitable candidate to lead the team. S City, as the capital of China, gathers geniuses and elites from all over the country. It is undoubtedly a cradle of geniuses and also the most competitive stage. After arriving in S City, Manhwa led the 3 to check into the hotel. After resting for a while, she enthusiastically took them out for a stroll to experience the unique charm of the city. The city of S is brightly lit at night, with a constant flow of traffic and bustling streets. In this bustling city, there is a small but cozy restaurant. Zhang Chen and several teammates were sitting here, enjoying their dinner. The table was laden with a variety of delicious dishes, their aromas irresistible and mouth-watering. Manhwa sat next to Zhang Chen, explaining the competition format of the national selection competition to everyone. Her voice was clear and articulate, making it easy for everyone to understand. Because the top 3 from each city in China have to gather in City S to participate in the selection, with the number of people reaching several thousand. Therefore, in order to quickly select hidden contestants, the organizers adopted a 3-person team format to enter the intermediate secret realm, where they would earn points by killing alien beasts and then be ranked according to their points. This is very similar to the previous martial arts exam. The specific rules will be explained in detail by the host at the opening ceremony tomorrow. Zhang Chen listened to Manhwa's explanation, nodding occasionally. After she finished speaking, he asked, "Do the members of the 3-person team have to be from the same city?" Manhwa replied, "Actually, there's no mandatory requirement. In some cities, the team leaders, to be on the safe side and avoid a complete failure during the preliminary selection stage, often split the teams and cooperate with other team leaders." After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chen said, "I don't think we need to split up. We We all come from the same place and have competed together before, so we know each other's abilities. This way, our teamwork will be more seamless and the results will be better. Xiaohaner and Wu Zuda also agreed with Zhang Chen's opinion, feeling that such a combination would have better chemistry and achieve better results in the competition. After the meal, Zhang Chen and his group returned to their resting place, completely satisfied. After a good night's sleep, the next morning was sunny and the air was fresh, and everyone felt refreshed. Led by Wan Huan, Zhang Chen and the others arrived at a spacious square. The square was magnificent, surrounded by temporary fences, and outside the fences were crowds of people holding cameras and mobile phones. These were clearly reporters and curious citizens, who were full of anticipation for the match. Wan Huan walked to the door and handed the participation certificate to the guard. After carefully checking their identities, the soldier smiled and gestured for them to enter. Zhang Chen and the others passed through the access control smoothly and entered the square. This square is the largest central square in S City, with a massive scale and an estimated capacity of 30,000 people. A huge electronic screen stands in the center of the square, playing promotional videos related to the competition. Many participants had already gathered in the square. Some were standing, some were sitting, some were warming up, and some were chatting. The scene was lively and bustling. Zhang Chen and the others quickly integrated into the group and interacted with the other contestants. Time flies, and the competition is about to begin. All participants have arrived at the venue. Above the square, the host, riding a flying vehicle and holding a microphone, announced loudly, "Welcome everyone to the Triennial National Selection Competition for the Extraordinary Games. I am your host, He Dian." As the host introduced the contestants, the audience erupted in cheers and screams. They waved their flags, cheering on the grand event. The host then continued to explain the competition rules in detail, ensuring that each participant could clearly understand the entire competition process and requirements. This preliminary selection adopted a very challenging method, killing alien beasts in the secret realm to obtain points. The competition will last for 3 days. The final ranking will be determined by the points, and only the top 100 teams will be able to advance. It is important to note that killing alien beasts must be done in small teams of 3. The host's voice echoed across the square, explaining the rules in detail. Furthermore, within the secret realm, you will not only have to deal with ferocious beasts, but also be able to steal points from other teams. But one thing must be emphasized: harming the opponent's life is absolutely forbidden. The host's tone was serious and solemn, instantly creating a tense yet expectant atmosphere. To ensure fairness and safety in the competition, each team will be equipped with a signal gun. Once the signal gun fires, it means the team has chosen to forfeit, and we will send someone to bring you safely out of the secret realm, the host continued to explain. He then introduced how to use the integrator. This compact scorer will become a key tool for each team to accumulate points in the secret realm. After the host finished explaining all the rules, he invited Ji Yuan, the head of the S-City Border Defense Force, to the stage. Ji Yuan, dressed in a crisp military uniform, walked steadily onto the stage, his expression resolute, exuding the unique dignity of a soldier. Ji Yuan looked around at the crowd below the stage, cleared his throat, and began to introduce the secret realm they were about to enter. "Hello everyone, I am Ji Yuan." His voice was deep and powerful. "Next, I will introduce you to the secret realm you are about to enter, Hun. This is an intermediate-level secret realm, containing various exotic beasts of different levels, the highest of which is a diamond-level boss. You must be careful." Ji Yuan's words immediately caused a stir among the audience, who were filled with curiosity and anticipation for this mysterious place. Just then, a huge dimensional portal suddenly appeared in the center of the square, like a passage to another world. The sudden appearance of the entrance shocked everyone, as they had never seen such a massive entrance to the secret realm, and it was Ji Yuan who had opened it himself. Afterwards, each team took turns receiving signal guns and integrators, and entered the secret realm in an orderly manner. Zhang Chen, Xiaohaner, and Wu Zuda quickly followed the crowd and stepped into this mysterious world. Upon entering the secret realm, they were immediately awestruck by the sight before them. A strong sense of primitiveness permeates the surroundings, with dense forests and rugged mountains intertwining to create an environment full of unknowns and dangers. Just as they were gradually adapting to their new environment, the sounds of fierce fighting came from all around them. Clearly, someone is engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the strange beast. However, Zhang Chen remained unusually calm. He said calmly, "Let's find a safe place first and discuss what to do next." Xiaohaner and Wu Zuda exchanged a glance and both agreed with Zhang Chen's suggestion, so the three of them began searching for a relatively safe place to stay in the secret realm. After searching for a while, they finally found a hidden cave in a valley. This cave is hidden behind dense grass, with a narrow entrance, making it extremely difficult to find. Zhang Chen carefully pushed aside the weeds at the entrance of the cave and led Xiaohaner and Wu Zuda inside. Although the cave was dark and damp, it was spacious enough for the three of them to sit down. Zhang Chen chose a flat rock to sit on and said, "From what I understand, in the early stages, everyone will mainly focus on hunting exotic beasts in order to gain points. points. But I suspect that as time goes on, it's possible that someone will try to steal other people's points. Furthermore, I believe that the points obtained will vary depending on the level of the beast. Xia Han'er looked at Zhang Chen and asked thoughtfully, so, what are your specific plans? Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he slowly said, personally, I don't agree with profiting by stealing other people's points, but it would take too much time for me to slowly accumulate points. So, there's only one way left. He changed the subject, and Xia Han'er immediately understood, a smile appearing on her face. She continued, the method you mentioned, it wouldn't be. Seeing this, Wu Zuda looked puzzled and confused, and couldn't help but interject, what kind of code are you talking about? I don't understand a word of it. Xia Han'er turned to Wu Zuda and patiently explained, Zhang Chen means that we can specifically hunt those higher-level exotic beasts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, agreeing with Xia Han'er's statement. Xia Han'er continued, according to Commander Ji's previous introduction, there are many kinds of strange beasts in this secret realm, with a wide range of levels, from the lowest black iron level to the highest gold level. Therefore, most of the beasts on the outskirts of the secret realm will only be of the iron and bronze level. As long as we go deeper into the secret realm and look for gold-level beasts, we can ensure that our points do not fall behind others. Upon hearing this, Wu Zuda's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, great idea. I don't want to work hard all day only to end up with very few points. After discussing and reaching an agreement, the three set off without hesitation, embarking on a journey to search for the gold-level alien beast. Actually, Zhang Chen had another secret he didn't tell anyone. If they could successfully kill the boss-level alien beast, they could simply win without any effort and wait for the 3 days to end. Of course, this is on the premise that they encounter a boss-level monster. Meanwhile, in the outside world, everyone was intently watching the changes in the scores of each team on the electronic screen. Surprisingly, Zhang Chen's team, which had been at the bottom of the rankings, consistently had 0 points, making them the object of ridicule. But unlike others, Wan Huan remained unusually calm. She had full confidence in Zhang Chen and firmly believed that he must have his own plans and intentions. Inside the secret realm, Zhang Chen, Wan Huan, and Wu Zuda hid in a patch of grass. Wu Zuda closed his eyes tightly, as if communicating with some kind of force. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and said, no gold-level beasts were found around. After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen said, Wu Zuda, have your spirit beast explored deeper into the area? Wu Zuda nodded silently and said nothing more. It turns out that this is one of Wu Zuda's special skills, he can share vision with spirit beasts. At this moment, what he was seeing was the first-person perspective footage transmitted back by the spirit beast. Upon learning of this skill, Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel that with it, they wouldn't even need to personally explore the environment, they could simply have Wu Zuda release the spirit beast. Time ticked by, and an hour later, Wu Zuda finally opened his eyes, his face beaming with joy. He exclaimed excitedly, found them. There are several golden beasts 20 kilometers to the south. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was overjoyed and quickly nodded. Alright, let the spirit beast continue to follow, we'll set off immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, ready to face the challenge ahead. Without hesitation, the three embarked on their journey and traveled at breakneck speed. The 20-kilometer journey quickly shortened beneath their feet, and they soon arrived at their destination. Before them stood several enormous golden behemoths. This strange beast is known for its powerful physique and incredible strength, but it has low intelligence. Zhang Chen and his two companions showed no fear in the face of them. They quickly launched a well-coordinated attack and soon killed several behemoths. Seeing the score on the integrator jump from 0 to 600, Zhang Chen was secretly pleased. It turns out that each gold-level beast can bring a reward of 100 points. This 600-point boost instantly propelled their team's ranking by hundreds of places. Having tasted success, Zhang Chen and his two companions decided to continue using this method to find and kill alien beasts. And so they traversed this mysterious region, constantly challenging various powerful mythical beasts. Time flies, and it's already the next day. At this moment, Wu Zuda and his spirit beast are sharing the same field of vision, searching for a new target together. However, just as he closed his eyes, his body suddenly trembled and his brows furrowed. Xia Han'er noticed his unusual behavior and asked with concern, what's wrong? Did you find something? Wu Zuda closed his eyes tightly, his tone hesitant. We did make a discovery, but it's strange. There isn't even a trace of a strange beast within a 10-kilometer radius to the northwest. However, my spirit beast clearly felt a powerful pressure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up immediately, and he instantly realized something was amiss. The only explanation for the immense pressure felt by even a gold-level spirit beast, especially since no other strange beasts roamed that area, is the presence of even higher-level strange beasts. Above the gold level, there are only boss-level beasts. Zhang Chen smiled and said excitedly, it seems we're really lucky. In that case, let's go and find out what's going on. Just as the group was about to set off, Wu Zuda suddenly spoke up to stop them. Wait, someone has appeared there. What Wu Zuda discovered was one of the teams participating in this competition. They seemed to have stumbled upon that place by accident. incident. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, let's get going first. If they encounter danger, they'll definitely fire a signal flare, and then we can take action based on the situation. Wu Zuda and Xia Han'er had no objection to Zhang Chen's suggestion, and the three of them continued on their way. One of the team members asked in confusion, Lu Ziwang, have we taken the wrong path? We haven't seen a single strange beast here. Lu Ziwang replied confidently, this secret realm is teeming with strange beasts. It's no big deal for us to wander around. Liang Lin, Yan Sangui, we need to speed things up. At our current score, we're probably still ranked outside the top 100. It's really unlucky. We've only encountered bronze-level beasts. Liang Lin and Yan Sangui both nodded in agreement with Lu Ziwang's view. They then continued their journey through the woods. However, just as they were strolling leisurely, Lu Ziwang suddenly stopped as if frozen in place, and asked with a suspicious look, did you hear any strange noises? Liang Lin and Yan Sangui looked at each other blankly, then shook their heads to indicate that they had not heard any unusual sounds. Seeing this, Lu Ziwang was puzzled, but seeing how determined the two were, he assumed he had misheard and continued to lead them forward. Just then, a deep roar suddenly rang out, as if coming from underground, sending chills down one's spine. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Ziwang, like a frightened bird, stopped in his tracks again, looking at Liang Lin and Yan Sangui with a face full of fear. This time, the two nodded firmly and said in unison, there was indeed a sound. Lu Ziwang's heart tightened, knowing that the situation was not good. He quickly got into a fighting stance with Liang Lin and Yan Sangui, and focused on being on guard. However, as time ticked by, there was no other sound except for the persistent low growl. Upon seeing this, Yan Sangui couldn't help but ask in confusion, do you think it's possible that this strange beast is sleeping? That's why it only roars but we can't see it. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziwang's anger flared instantly. As a gold-level expert, to be so disrespected by a mere beast was an insult. Consumed by rage, he resolved to teach the beast a lesson and show it his power. So Lu Ziwang took a deep breath and roared with all his might into the depths of the forest, strange beast, Grandpa Lu is here. Come out and die. His voice echoed in the deep forest, as if it were about to shake the entire forest. However, Lu Ziwang's roar did not shake the strange beast at all. It remained asleep deep in the forest, as if it did not take Lu Ziwang seriously at all. This made Lu Ziwang even angrier, as he felt his dignity had been greatly insulted. Just then, Liang Lin suddenly pointed deep into the forest and cried out in alarm, look over there. Following her finger, everyone looked and saw a pair of green eyes slowly opening in the darkness. Those green eyes were icy cold and piercing, exuding a chilling aura. Hey, you've finally shown up, Lu Ziwang shouted excitedly. Watch how I, Grandpa Lu, tear you to pieces. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, took a leap, and rushed straight towards the location of those green eyes. However, when Lu Ziwang got closer and saw the true form of the beast, his face turned pale. He immediately stopped, turned around, and ran back, cursing, a boss-level beast, run. But it was all too late. The strange beast scrambled up to the three of them with astonishing speed, blocking their path. Lu Ziwang gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, damn it, since things have come to this, let's take a gamble. At worst, we can launch a signal flare to retreat. The three were on high alert, as if facing a mortal enemy. However, when the boss-level beast suddenly roared at their face, their mental defenses crumbled instantly. Lu Ziwang, in particular, was so frightened that he trembled all over and his crotch was soaked with sweat. In a state of extreme terror, Lu Ziwang trembled as he pulled out a signal gun from his pocket and pulled the trigger with shaking hands. With a loud bang, the signal flare shot into the sky like lightning. However, this action seemed to enrage the beast, which opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and prepared to launch a fatal attack on the three. Just when things were at their most critical, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. The man held a thick stick and smashed it down on the beast's head with lightning speed. This attack was like a thunderbolt, instantly disorienting the beast. The person who suddenly appeared was Zhang Chen. After regaining his footing, Zhang Chen shouted, Wu Zuda, quickly tell your spirit beast to take them aside. Upon hearing this, Wu Zuda quickly replied, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, three enormous bear-like spirit beasts rushed over like a whirlwind. Without hesitation, they clung tightly to Lu Ziwang and the other two, then shot off into the corner like arrows. Seeing this, Zhang Chen took a few steps back and stood side by side with Xia Han'er. Seeing this, Xia Han'er quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice, what do you plan to do about this strange beast? While keeping a close eye on the beast, Zhang Chen lowered his voice and replied, there are outsiders here, so it's not convenient for me to reveal my true strength, at least not now. Therefore, I will assist you in your attack from the side later. Xia Han'er did not object after hearing this, but simply nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Chen felt somewhat relieved and immediately raised his voice to shout, Wu Zuda, have your spirit beast harass this strange beast from a distance and create an opportunity for us to attack. Without hesitation, Wu Zuda immediately summoned a spirit beast with ranged attack capabilities. At the same time, Xia Han'er and Zhang Chen shot straight at the giant beast like arrows released from a bow. The beast noticed that these two audacious humans dared to attack first, and its eyes revealed undisguised contempt. Just as the beast opened its mouth to unleash a powerful water cannon, Wu Zuda, in the distance, commanded his spirit beast to unleash its special ability and attack continuously, successfully interrupting the beast's ability release. Enraged, the beast lashed out with its massive tail, sweeping it towards Xia Han'er like a fierce whip. Just as the thick tail was about to lash out at Xia Han'er's face, surprisingly, Xia Han'er remained completely calm. Just then, Zhang Chen swiftly stepped in front of Xia Han'er like lightning. Even more unexpectedly, Zhang Chen had already put on that eye-catching Mark 50 blood edge armor without anyone noticing. In an instant, an invisible energy shield suddenly appeared, steadily blocking the beast's fierce attack from its tail. Seeing this, Xia Han'er flashed and swiftly bypassed Zhang Chen like a ghost. The supernatural blade in her hand flashed out like lightning. She bent over backwards, her body gliding as lightly as a swallow, while the supernatural blade in her hand swiftly swung across the beast's belly, resembling a magnificent sword dance. The series of movements were fluid and natural, and the three coordinated perfectly, leaving Lu Ziwang and the others dumbfounded and completely shocked by the wonderful scene. Although Xia Han'er accurately struck the beast's most vulnerable spot, due to the vast difference in strength between the two sides, the beast only suffered some minor injuries. Just as the beast was about to seize the opportunity to stomp on Xia Han'er with its huge foot, Wu Zuda, who was far away, was extremely anxious and hurriedly commanded his spirit beast, Little Green, quickly use the vine whip to entangle its foot. Although Wu Zuda's spirit beasts have average attack power, he has a wide variety of contracts with them, each possessing a complete range of abilities, which can play a significant role in battle. Little Green responded swiftly to its master's command, and a thick vine whip shot out like lightning, tightly wrapping around the beast's feet. Seeing this, Xia Han'er seized the opportunity to quickly run behind the beast and landed steadily on its back with a light leap. However, just as she was about to launch her supernatural attack, an unexpected situation occurred. Sparks suddenly appeared on the back of the beast. These sparks seemed to be activated, and a powerful gust of air suddenly shot out, blowing Xia Han'er away like a gale. At the same time, Zhang Chen's hands quickly transformed into huge iron blocks. Without hesitation, he swung his iron arms, striking the beast's left cheek like a cannonball. The attack was incredibly powerful. Caught off guard, the beast staggered and fell to the ground, unable to stand steadily. Seeing this, Zhang Chen quickly leaped into the air, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, and steadily caught Xia Han'er, who was being blown away, before landing safely. Just then, the officials finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Just as Zhang Chen and his two companions were locked in a fierce battle with the boss-level alien beast, they suddenly noticed a group of people appearing on the scene. They were clearly drawn to the battle just now, and their faces showed astonishment. The leader quickly came to his senses and turned his gaze to Lu Ziwang and the other two hiding in the corner. He walked straight up to them and asked, "Was it you who fired the signal flare?" Lu Ziwang and the other two nodded nervously, not daring to say anything more. Seeing that there was no mistake, the leader continued, "Then you will come with us." His tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. As the official rescue team prepared to leave, Lu Ziwang suddenly mustered his courage and said, "Sir, could we wait a little longer? I want to see more of their battle." His voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that he wasn't very confident in his request. The officials exchanged glances, silently weighing their options. If these people are defeated by the boss-level alien beast, they will definitely send out a signal flare for help, and we will have to come back again, which would be redundant. It would be better to stay and observe before making further plans. After thinking about this, the leader hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and agreed to Lu Ziwang's request. The tense atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. Zhang Chen and his two companions continued their fierce battle against the boss-level alien beast on the field, while a large crowd of spectators gathered around, whispering and pointing, as if watching a thrilling performance. Zhang Chen, Xia Han'er, and Wu Zuda completely ignored the suddenly appearing crowd, their eyes fixed on the strange beast in front of them. At this moment, the beast seemed to be enraged by their provocation, letting out a roar. Then, the surrounding space distorted violently, and countless wind blades attacked the three of them like a storm. Zhang Chen shouted, "Xia Han'er, Wu Zuda, get behind me." His voice was as loud as thunder, and it was particularly shocking in the tense atmosphere. Xia Han'er and Wu Zuda did not hesitate and quickly ran to Zhang Chen's back. Seeing that the two had safely taken cover behind him, Zhang Chen immediately activated his energy shield without hesitation. The shield was like a transparent glass dome, tightly enveloping the three of them. The wind blades rained down on the shield, creating a series of deafening roars that seemed to shake the entire world. However, Zhang Chen remained as steady as Mount Tai, his feet seemingly rooted firmly to the ground, unmoved by the fierce attack. As the wind blades continued to strike the shield, Zhang Chen swiftly raised his left hand. Suddenly, a small round hole appeared in the palm of his left hand. In an instant, a dazzling blue beam of light shot out from the round hole like lightning, heading straight for the strange beast at an astonishing speed. The beast was clearly alert to the sudden attack, nimbly dodging to the side and barely avoiding the deadly beam. Nevertheless, its tail was grazed by the beam of light and instantly pierced through. The beast looked down at its injured tail, a flicker of pain and anger in its eyes. Without hesitation, it opened its blood-red maw and suddenly bit off its own tail. tail. This scene shocked everyone present. No one expected the beast to be so resolute, willing to harm itself to get rid of its injured tail. Even more incredibly, the tail regenerated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye the moment it fell to the ground, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen inwardly cried out in alarm. He immediately realized that this strange beast had extremely powerful regenerative abilities, and that ordinary attacks would probably be unable to cause it any real damage. "I'll take the lead in the attack, you guys support me." Zhang Chen made a quick decision and shouted to Xia Han'er and Wu Zuda behind him. Before he finished speaking, he flashed away like an arrow, rushing towards the strange beast. At this moment, Zhang Chen's palm suddenly changed, and a 5 fires and 7 birds fan appeared out of thin air. This fan shimmers with multicolored light, seemingly containing endless mysterious power. Just as the beast was about to fire its wind cannon at Zhang Chen waved his 5 fires and 7 birds fan without hesitation. In an instant, multicolored flames erupted from the fan like a volcanic eruption, heading straight for the beast's mouth. The beast was completely unprepared for the weapon in Zhang Chen's hand. Flames suddenly burst from its mouth, and it let out a shrill roar, with thick black smoke billowing out of its mouth. The sudden, intense pain caused the beast to roll around on the ground, writhing in agony. Seeing this, Zhang Chen immediately shouted, "Now, Xia Han'er, Wu Zuda, unleash your strongest attacks." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's shout, Xia Han'er and Wu Zuda unleashed their strongest skills without hesitation. Suddenly, hundreds of light swords appeared around Xia Han'er, shining with dazzling light, as brilliant as the stars in the night sky. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Thousands of swords pay homage." Hundreds of light swords seemed to be drawn by a powerful force and flew towards the strange beast in unison. At the same time, Wu Zuda quickly summoned 2 enormous spirit beasts, each the size of a minivan, exuding a powerful aura. He commanded the spirit beasts, Little G, Destruction Ray, Big Flower, Solar Beam. The 2 spirit beasts responded by opening their mouths and unleashing 2 powerful energy cannons. The energy cannon streaked across the sky like lightning, heading straight for the strange beast. Countless lightsabers and 2 energy cannons rained down on the alien beast. The beast was struck by a fierce attack, producing a deafening roar. The shockwave from the explosion caused surrounding trees to snap and collapse, as if swallowed by an invisible force. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Chen leaped up and swiftly brought Xia Han'er and Wu Zuda to Lu Ziwang and the others. He then quickly raised a sturdy shield, enveloping everyone within it. Moments later, the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, leaving the scene in a mess. The once lush forest had been reduced to ruins. In the ruins, the beast's body was charred black by the flames, as if it had been consumed by fire, showing no signs of life whatsoever. It was utterly dead. Just then, the scorer on Zhang Chen's body suddenly beeped, and the number on the screen jumped instantly, increasing by a full 5,000 points. At the same time, the electronic screens in the plaza outside also changed. The team that was originally ranked first was overtaken by Zhang Chen's team, who scored a whopping 5,600 points. The second place team only had 1,100 points, a staggering difference compared to Zhang Chen's team. This sudden change left everyone present speechless. The rescue team members, in particular, never expected that Zhang Chen and his 2 companions, all gold-level contestants, would be able to successfully kill a diamond-level alien beast. If Zhang Chen knew what they were thinking, he probably wouldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter to himself, "If I didn't want to reveal my strength so early, I could easily take down this boss all by myself." After confirming that there was no danger, the rescue team acted quickly, taking the still stunned Lu Ziwang and the other 2 away from the secret realm. After their figures disappeared at the entrance of the secret realm, Zhang Chen turned to Xia Han'er and Wu Zuda and said, "The preliminary selection will end in 1 day. With our current points, we're definitely in a safe position. Next, let's find a place to rest for a day until the competition is over." Xia Han'er and Wu Zuda had no objection to Zhang Chen's decision. After all, the fierce battle just now had left them exhausted, and they really needed time to recover their strength and adjust their condition. They hadn't gone far when they heard the clear sound of flowing water. Following the sound, a magnificent waterfall soon came into view. The waterfall cascaded down from a great height like a silver ribbon, splashing water everywhere and creating a misty spray. Below the waterfall, there was a dark cave, its entrance partially obscured by the cascading water. Zhang Chen's heart stirred. He felt this cave might be extraordinary, so he suggested they go inside and take a look. Upon entering the cave, it was dimly lit, damp, and cold. Taking advantage of Xia Han'er and Wu Zuda's inattention, Zhang Chen swiftly used his spatial ability to set up a spatial barrier at the cave entrance. This barrier completely isolated the cave from the outside world, preventing any powerful beasts or other contestants from entering. With the barrier set up, Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Xia Han'er and Wu Zuda and found that they had fallen into a deep sleep due to extreme exhaustion. Zhang Chen also felt sleepy, so he found a place to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. However, what they didn't know was that the moment they entered the cave, chaos erupted outside. Their sudden disappearance caused them, who were originally ranked low, to instantly jump to first place, which shocked the other contestants and the audience. What exactly exactly is going on? Is there some kind of shady deal behind this? I can't think of any other explanation other than that it's a conspiracy. We demand a reasonable explanation from the authorities." The crowd erupted in murmurs, creating an uproar. Just as everyone was getting restless, a group of people suddenly appeared at the entrance to the secret realm. That was the rescue team and Lu Ziwang and his two companions. Lu Ziwang and his two companions, having experienced many twists and turns in the secret realm, are still in a daze. They finally found their respective team leaders and heard people around them shouting "cover up," which brought them back to their senses. After learning what had happened, Lu Ziwang and the other two looked at each other in bewilderment, secretly lamenting their misfortune. After a moment's hesitation, they each tugged at the sleeve of the person in charge and said weakly, "Could it be that they killed the boss-level alien beast?" The various leaders stared at their own contestants with incredulous looks, as if they were a group of people with questionable intelligence. After all, among these thousands of contestants, the strongest is only at the gold level, and these students have never experienced a real battle, so how could they possibly kill a boss who is at the diamond level? Just as everyone was discussing, Ji Wenyuan on the podium finally spoke. "After our detailed investigation, we found that Zhang Chen's team, which won first place, obtained a full 5,000 points by killing a boss-level alien beast, which allowed them to climb to the top of the list." Ji Wenyuan's words were like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar in the audience. People whispered among themselves, marveling at how a gold-level squad could be so valiant and accomplish such a feat. Ji Wenyuan seemed to have been prepared, and continued calmly, "To make everything clearer, we specifically retrieved the rescue team's recorder footage, which contains detailed footage of what happened. Now, let's take a look together." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge electronic screen began playing the footage from the recorder. When people saw Zhang Chen and his two companions' performance, they were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with astonishment. However, as the scene progressed, people gradually calmed down. The footage shows that although Zhang Chen and his two companions are indeed excellent in individual combat, it is clear that they are not strong enough to overcome a diamond-level alien beast on their own. Ultimately, everyone concluded that the three of them cooperated well, but their individual skills were not yet at the level of seeded players. Having reached this conclusion, everyone stopped paying too much attention. After all, the first-place winner in the preliminary rounds didn't have an absolute advantage. Everyone just needed to advance. Time flies, and the final day of the auditions has finally arrived. As the competition drew to a close, the contestants emerged from the secret realm one after another, marking the official end of the preliminary rounds. After fierce competition, 100 teams successfully advanced. Each team consisted of 3 people, and a total of 300 people successfully advanced. Such a large number of people is still astonishing. Next, all the advancing contestants were given a day to rest and adjust their condition to meet the next challenge. Afterwards, they will head to the largest martial arts arena in S City to begin the real selection battle. Due to the large number of participants in the top 300, the selection process will still be conducted in multiple rounds at once to improve efficiency. Zhang Chen was assigned to arena number 3, Xia Han'er to number 7, and Wu Zuda to number 10. Each arena has 30 contestants, and only the top 10 will advance to the top 100. This is a true individual competition, where everything depends on the player's skill and performance. However, unexpectedly, Xia Han'er was the first of the 3 to appear. When Xia Han'er stepped onto ring number 7, her opponent immediately came into view, a burly young man who was over 2 meters tall. He was tall and strong, with well-defined muscles, and every step he took seemed to contain endless power. As soon as he stepped onto the field, he charged at Xia Han'er like a ferocious beast. Even more shockingly, as he ran, the ground began to crack, revealing deep fissures. This scene fully demonstrates his amazing muscle density and powerful impact. Xia Han'er reacted quickly, dodging to the side the instant the opponent attacked, and nimbly slipped between his legs like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, she did a graceful somersault, leaping lightly into the air and landing steadily on the other person's shoulders. After settling in, Xia Han'er clamped her legs tightly around the other man's neck like scissors, then leaned back sharply, using her weight and momentum to shove the 2-meter-tall young man to the ground. However, she did not stop. She moved with the agility of a cheetah, leaping swiftly from the young man's shoulder and landing steadily. Then, with lightning speed, she grabbed the young man's ankle with one hand like an iron clamp, and with a sudden burst of strength threw him out of the field like a piece of trash. The entire process was smooth and seamless, leaving one in awe. Without a doubt, Xia Han'er won the match with an absolute advantage. Meanwhile, Wu Zuda's situation was also unusually relaxed. His rivals tried every means to get close to him, but he always managed to evade them with ease. Wu Zuda's supernatural ability is indeed unique. He can summon all kinds of spirit beasts. These spirit beasts are not only numerous, but also have different forms, making them difficult to guard against. Unless he encounters an opponent who can counter his superpowers, or someone whose strength far surpasses his, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to gain the upper hand against him. As for Zhang Chen, there's no need to say more. Although he deliberately concealed his strength, there were still many silver-level contestants among the top 300. After all, the strength levels vary from city to city, so the existence of silver-level contestants is normal. Therefore, it was not difficult for Zhang Chen to easily advance to the top 100. The competition to advance from the top 300 to the top 100 took only one day, a speed that is truly astonishing. What's even more shocking is that the competition to advance from the top 100 to the top 50 began immediately the next day. The top 100 contestants who appeared at this time were all gold-level masters. Zhang Chen and his two companions lived up to expectations and successfully entered the top 50. At the start of the top 50 competition, the arena changed. Instead of multiple arenas operating simultaneously, it became one large arena where the 50 contestants took turns competing. It is worth mentioning that this national selection competition was not open to the media. This is to prevent foreign forces from understanding the strength of our athletes and thus taking targeted countermeasures. However, once the top 10 matches begin, tickets will be sold, but filming will still be prohibited. Just like the variety show recordings in Zhang Chen's previous life, all viewers will need to sign a confidentiality agreement. Although the rule is somewhat uncomfortable, countless people still yearn to watch the game. After all, this is a grand event that brings together many top experts. However, for Wu Zuda, luck seemed to be against him. During the top 50 competition, he unexpectedly encountered a poison-type ability user whose strength was considerable. Inadvertently, Wu Zuda was poisoned and collapsed on the ground, losing his eligibility to continue the competition. After he stepped off the stage, Zhang Chen and Xia Han'er quickly went up to comfort him, while Ruan Huan cheered him on from the side. After all, the competition is full of uncertainties and surprises. Ruan Huan kept cheering him on, hoping he could pull himself together. Wu Zuda took a deep breath and slapped his cheeks hard, as if trying to clear his head. He looked at Zhang Chen and Xia Han'er, smiled, and said, "You two have to do your best. I'll be cheering you on from the audience." Seeing that he had regained his spirits, Zhang Chen and Xia Han'er felt relieved and nodded with smiles, indicating that they would do their best. In the next match, Xia Han'er encountered a formidable opponent. However, she was not intimidated by her opponent's momentum and skillfully used techniques and strategies to engage in a fierce competition. Despite the extremely difficult process, Xia Han'er persevered and ultimately defeated her opponent by a narrow margin. Zhang Chen performed consistently well, easily defeating his opponent with his absolute strength and advancing smoothly to the top 20. At this moment, the top 20 competition officially began. Xia Han'er's next opponent was a contestant with gold level 4 strength, whose special ability was invisibility. This kind of invisibility is not ordinary invisibility. It can completely conceal one's presence, making it difficult for others to detect. Zhang Chen, watching from below the stage, was still able to clearly sense the other party's location thanks to his keen perception. He thought to himself that when the difference in strength was obvious, this invisibility ability might not be so scary. However, this opponent posed a significant challenge for Xia Han'er. Utilizing his stealth advantage, he launched surprise attacks from time to time, making him impossible to defend against. Left hook, right hook, punch after punch landed on her, making her furious. Finally, Xia Han'er could no longer bear it and shouted, "Thousand swords pay homage to the source." In an instant, 1,000 lightsabers appeared around her, shooting out in all directions like a dense rain of arrows. Faced with such a fierce attack, the opponent had no way to dodge, and his arms and ankles were instantly severely injured, bleeding profusely. Despite his gritted teeth and perseverance, his injuries were too severe, and he ultimately had no choice but to admit defeat. However, in the next match, Xia Han'er encountered an unprecedented problem. Her opponent was a powerful individual with lightning-based abilities. No matter how Xia Han'er tried to get close, a powerful electric net immediately appeared around the contestant, firmly keeping her outside. Xia Han'er tried her best to break through the electric grid, but was repelled by the powerful current each time. Although she did manage to inflict some damage on her opponent, it was far from enough to turn the tide. Ultimately, under a fierce attack from her opponent, Xia Han'er was violently blasted off the field by the lightning power, unfortunately stopping at the top 20. But for Xia Han'er, this result is already quite good. After all, she was only a first-year student at the Superpower Academy, and it was already quite remarkable that she had made it this far in such a fierce competition. In contrast, Zhang Chen's performance went much more smoothly. With his own strength and skills, he fought his way through the competition and quickly made it into the top 10. The competition for the top 10 is undoubtedly more intense, as every contestant is an exceptionally strong player. After a good night's rest, the competition officially began. Early in the morning, long queues had already formed outside the martial arts arena, with enthusiastic spectators eager to watch the competition. After all, this competition is for selecting the final players for a world-class event, and no one wants to miss such a wonderful showdown. Soon, the match began, and the cheers of the audience thundered, enveloping the entire stadium in a tense atmosphere. The day before, all the players drew lots to determine their opponents, and the match was divided into two halves. The goal of the first half is to determine the top 5 teams to represent the country in the games, while the second half will be a ranking tournament for the top 10. The honor of being among the top 10 nationwide carries great weight. For most third-grade students, it is not only an opportunity to showcase their abilities but also an important asset for their future development. Among the many contestants, Zhang Chen attracted special attention. His opponent was none other than Deng Shang, the lightning-type superpowered contestant who defeated Xia Han'er in the top 20 competition. As the first contestant to take the stage, Zhang Chen naturally felt a lot of pressure. When Deng Shang learned that his opponent was Zhang Chen, he dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Although Deng Shang knew something about Zhang Chen's abilities and that he mainly relied on creating various strange equipment to fight, he was still full of confidence in his own strength. He believed that with his powerful lightning abilities, he was fully capable of dealing with Zhang Chen's equipment. However, Deng Shang was unaware that Zhang Chen had made thorough preparations before the match, not only improving his equipment but also devising a unique tactic to counter Deng Shang's lightning abilities. Zhang Chen's creative ability depends entirely on his imagination, which often causes him great suffering in battle. This match is destined to be a thrilling contest. With the host's whistle and the cheers of the audience in the stands, the competition officially began. Deng Shang had sharp eyes and wanted to finish the battle quickly. Without hesitation, he summoned a large amount of lightning, and the sky was immediately covered with dark clouds, as if they were enraged by his power. In the dark clouds, countless thick bolts of lightning, like silver snakes bearing their fangs and claws, struck towards Zhang Chen. The audience in the stands gasped in amazement, deeply captivated by this breathtaking scene. The lightning was incredibly powerful, seemingly unstoppable. However, just as it was about to strike Zhang Chen, a miracle occurred. When the lightning subsided, Zhang Chen was nowhere to be seen on the field. Instead, a mysterious object stood imposingly on the fighting platform. This object exudes a mysterious aura, making its true nature impossible to discern. The audience was stunned and couldn't comprehend what was happening before their eyes. Deng Shang was also stunned. He thought he had defeated Zhang Chen with his attack, but he didn't expect this to happen. Soon, the mysterious object began to slowly dissipate, eventually disappearing completely without a trace. Zhang Chen reappeared unharmed in the same spot, letting out a soft breath as if the previous danger was nothing more than a game. That was close. You're really capable, Zhang Chen said with a smile, his tone relaxed. Deng Shang's face instantly darkened, feeling that he had been thoroughly enraged by Zhang Chen. He glared at him angrily and demanded in a stern voice, "What exactly are you?" Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile, and he replied in a low voice, "Guess." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Chen suddenly rushed out like lightning, his speed as fast as the wind, and he was in front of Deng Shang in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly raised his knee and kicked hard at Deng Shang's abdomen. Seeing this, Deng Shang quickly blocked the attack with his elbow. The instant his elbow and knee collided, a piercing bolt of lightning erupted from Deng Shang's elbow. Shockingly, Zhang Chen's knee was completely unharmed. This scene stunned the audience, who then erupted in thunderous cheers. On the fighting stage, Zhang Chen and Deng Shang were locked in a fierce battle, exchanging blows without showing any weakness. The two moved as fast as lightning. The audience could only see the flashes of lightning, but could hardly see the specific movements. If it weren't for the slow-motion playback on the big screen, most people probably wouldn't be able to see it clearly at all. Soon after, the two suddenly separated. At this point, it can be seen that Zhang Chen's clothes have some burn marks from the lightning, but he himself was not physically injured. In contrast, Deng Shang looked rather disheveled, having been punched several times by Zhang Chen. He was clearly incredulous at the result, staring wide-eyed at Zhang Chen, muttering to himself, "How is this possible?" The lightning was completely ineffective against him. Unwilling to admit defeat, Deng Shang roared, "Qilin!" With his shout, a giant lightning unicorn rapidly materialized and pounced towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen remained unusually calm in the face of the thunder Qilin. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in his hand. Although it shone without any light, it exuded a strange aura. Just as Lei Qilin was about to pounce, Zhang Chen suddenly swung his spear, sweeping across like a storm. With a loud bang, the ferocious thunder Kirin was sent flying. After Zhang Chen's spear struck Lei Qilin, it seemed to be affected by some force and swayed a few times. Just as everyone was stunned, the scene immediately erupted in cheers. "Can anyone explain to me what's going on?" a spectator exclaimed. "Brother, I'm strong, but I really don't understand," the other person replied. "Logically speaking, Zhang Chen, who was holding a gun, should have been struck by lightning, right?" someone questioned. While everyone was discussing it, some smart people began to express their opinions. Could it be that his spear isn't conductive? Maybe it's made of rubber? You're right, the arc of that spear's trembling was indeed strange. The spectators in the stands were analyzing the situation animatedly, while Zhang Chen and Deng Shang on the fighting stage were completely unaware of it. At this moment, Deng Shang let out a roar, and several thick bolts of lightning suddenly shot out from his hands, rushing straight at Zhang Chen like silver snakes dancing wildly. Faced with this fierce offensive, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed. He turned around, and the spear in his hand spun rapidly like a windmill. In an instant, the lightning and the spear collided violently, producing a deafening roar. Unexpectedly, the violent lightning bolts were split apart by by an invisible force upon contact with the spear, shooting off in different directions. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Chen rushed towards Deng Shang like a ghost. Deng Shang was startled and immediately leaped up, his whole body crackling with lightning, instantly enveloping himself in a thick layer of lightning. In the blink of an eye, a colossal thunder god appeared before Zhang Chen, radiating a terrifying sense of oppression. The Thor's face was ferocious, his aura fierce and awe-inspiring. He held a giant hammer of lightning, which crackled incessantly, as if foreshadowing the astonishing energy contained within. Immediately afterwards, Thor pounced on Zhang Chen without any mercy, his speed as fast as lightning. Despite the fierce attack, Zhang Chen remained unusually calm. He swiftly conjured a pair of enormous gauntlets with his hands, the gauntlets gleaming with dazzling light, as if containing boundless power. At the same time, Zhang Chen shouted with a hint of wicked humor, "Fruit wood, pistol." This strange slogan made people curious about his moves. Just as Thor's hammer was about to strike Zhang Chen reacted with astonishing speed, dodging to the side and skillfully avoiding the fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, he threw a punch, which struck Thor's face like a cannonball. With a muffled thud, Thor was sent flying backward by the punch, crashing heavily to the ground. As he fell to the ground, his body began to slowly dissipate, eventually disappearing completely without a trace. Deng Shang, standing to the side, stared at the scene before him in astonishment. His left cheek was swollen and red from being hit by Zhang Chen earlier, and he was staring at Zhang Chen with disbelief and confusion in his eyes. Logically speaking, given Deng Shang's extraordinary calculation abilities, he should have been confident in this battle. However, reality was completely different from his expectations. He was thoroughly restrained by Zhang Chen and had no chance to fight back. At this moment, Deng Shang felt deeply aggrieved. No matter how hard he tried to attack Zhang Chen, he couldn't inflict any real damage on him. However, Zhang Chen always managed to easily deflect the attacks and deliver a fatal counterattack. Seeing Deng Shang's aggrieved expression, like a wronged wife, Zhang Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. He teased, "Dude, just admit defeat. You can't beat me. I'm the natural counter to you." Upon hearing this, Deng Shang gritted his teeth in anger, yet there was nothing he could do. He was unwilling to admit defeat easily and desperately racked his brains for ways to defeat Zhang Chen. However, to his despair, most of the moves he knew seemed to have no effect on Zhang Chen. Finally, Deng Shang roared, "I will never admit defeat." The roar seemed to be delivered with all his might, echoing in the air. Hearing Deng Shang's final stubbornness, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh and shake his head helplessly. He looked at Deng Shang and knew in his heart that this opponent had reached his limit, but his pride and persistence prevented him from giving up easily. Just then, Deng Shang suddenly looked up at the sky. He raised his hand slightly, as if summoning some powerful force. The once azure sky seemed to sense his call, slowly turning gloomy, with dark clouds rolling in like thick smoke, growing thicker and thicker. A circular dark cloud appeared in the center above the fighting arena. Lightning flashed and shone brightly in the dark clouds, as if drawn by Deng Shang's will. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen was greatly alarmed. He could sense the immense power contained within the dark clouds, estimating its destructive force to be astonishing. Immediately afterwards, the round dark cloud slowly descended, like a giant pot lid, quickly covering the entire fighting arena. In an instant, everything on the fighting stage was swallowed by darkness, and even the image on the big screen disappeared. The audience in the stands were immediately thrown into panic. They had no idea what was happening inside and could only wait anxiously. Just when everyone was at a loss, Zhang Chen's voice suddenly rang out, "A new move of my own, kill the master with both fists." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen appeared amidst the dark clouds and lightning. He was wearing a rubber protective suit, and his boxing gloves moved like a phantom, so fast that it was dazzling. Immediately afterwards, the lightning in the dark clouds seemed to be enraged by Zhang Chen's actions, and it poured out wildly. Countless dazzling bolts of lightning, like silver snakes, danced through the darkness and hurtled towards the audience. Just when everyone thought lightning was about to strike the audience, the staff quickly took action. They quickly set up a powerful barrier, protecting the audience from the lightning strikes. A moment later, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be ignited and suddenly exploded, producing a deafening roar. The continuous thunder, like roaring clouds, fiercely vented its anger. The fighting arena suffered severe damage. The once sturdy building has completely collapsed and turned into ruins. However, in this ruin, one place stands out, that is where Zhang Chen is standing. He stood there like a majestic, unmoving mountain, completely unharmed. The surrounding area was completely destroyed, but the place where he stood remained intact. After a brief moment of surprise, the host quickly recovered and announced loudly, "The winner of this competition is Zhang Chen." At this moment, Deng Shang, having exhausted his strength from the previous all-out attack, collapsed to the ground. In fact, if he hadn't encountered a formidable opponent like Zhang Chen, Deng Shang would have been a shoo-in for the top 5 with his strength. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Medical staff quickly stepped forward and carried Deng Shang away for treatment. Looking at the scene before him, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He slowly walked out of the fighting arena, as if the fierce battle that had just taken no place for him. There were several other groups of contestants competing next, but Zhang Chen was no longer paying attention to them. He was full of confidence in his abilities and firmly believed that he would win the championship. Just then, Zhang Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a video call from Xia Han'er. Without hesitation, Xia Han'er answered the phone, her face beaming with excitement. "Zhang Chen, you're amazing. You got my revenge." It turns out that after Xia Han'er was eliminated, Huan took her and Wu Zuda to watch the game from the stands today. When Xia Han'er saw Zhang Chen defeat Deng Shang, she was so excited she almost jumped up. Zhang Chen listened to her words and smiled faintly, saying, "It's nothing. You mainly suffered from ranged attacks." Xia Han'er nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Yeah, if I had more ranged skills, I might not have lost." After a brief exchange, the two hung up the phone. Xia Han'er continued to watch the game with complete concentration, and the morning passed quietly amidst the cheers of the audience. After fierce competition, the top 5 contestants have finally emerged. Next up was the second half, an even more intense and exciting ranking match. The first match was between the losers bracket, and notably, Deng Sheng achieved a commendable 6th place. Next, it was time for the ranking matches for the top 5. At this moment, the entire audience was extremely focused because the host had revealed that the first place winner would serve as the team leader for this competition, leading the team to participate in the competition abroad. The spectators in the stands had differing opinions on who should win first place, and even argued about it endlessly. Just then, the lottery began. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chen once again displayed amazing luck, earning a bye and directly advancing to the top 3. This result shocked everyone. After all, the fierce battle between Zhang Chen and Deng Shang left a deep impression on everyone, but many people believe that Zhang Chen won mainly because his skills countered Deng Shang's. Zhang Chen's strength is not particularly outstanding among the top 5. However, Zhang Chen was completely unaware of what these viewers were thinking. Since he can play one less game anyway, he's naturally happy to relax. He swaggered into the lounge and continued to rest. The fight on the fighting stage was extremely intense, and the cheers from the spectators in the stands rose and fell, deafeningly loud. But all of this had nothing to do with Zhang Chen. He sat quietly in the lounge, watching the game on the small TV with nothing to do. He was holding a cup of milk tea that he had somehow gotten his hands on, and he was absent-mindedly sucking on the straw, making ton-ton-ton sounds. After finishing his milk tea, Zhang Chen muttered to himself, that's about right. Sure enough, shortly afterward, the host blew his whistle, officially announcing the end of the competition. Seeing this, Zhang Chen slowly stood up, gently patted his trouser leg, and then walked out of the lounge at a leisurely pace. At this point, a new round of drawing lots began. Since Zhang Chen had already received a bye once before, according to the rules, he could not participate in the draw this time. Once the two contestants have completed the draw, whoever draws the first one with a character on it will be the one to begin the first match with Zhang Chen. The winner of this match will then be challenged by another player. Only the player who wins 2 consecutive matches can ultimately claim first place. As for the remaining 2 Tibetan competitors, they must face off again to compete for second and third place. The first opponent to face Zhang Chen was Tianwei. His superpower was very similar to Chu Jiao's. He could transform into various animals he had ever seen, making him a shapeshifter. However, Tianwei has one more ability than Chu Jiao. He can transform into a strange beast. It was this ability that greatly enhanced his supernatural attack power. As soon as Tianwei stepped onto the stage, he transformed into a strange beast without hesitation. This strange beast was extremely familiar to Zhang Chen. It was the Frost Dragon. Despite facing such a formidable opponent, Zhang Chen remained completely calm. He slowly pulled a fan from his robes. It was the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan, a fire elemental weapon. Holding the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan, Zhang Chen prepared to launch an attack on Tianwei. Although Tianwei can transform into a beast, he doesn't possess the beast's special abilities and can only rely on his own physical body to fight against Zhang Chen. Tianwei lunged at Zhang Chen like a cannonball. Just as Tianwei was about to get close, Zhang Chen's 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan suddenly shot out several colorful flames. These flames, like agile sprites, intertwined and entwined in the air, weaving a magnificent net of fire that swept straight towards Tianwei. Like a nimble bird, Tianwei darted lightly through the gaps in the fire net. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly transformed back into the enormous and mighty Frost Dragon. The dragon opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and viciously bit at Zhang Chen, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. However, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed, and with a slight flick of his 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan, he fanned upwards. In an instant, a huge wall of raging fire appeared like an insurmountable barrier, blocking Tianwei's path. Upon seeing this, Tianwei was startled, but he did not back down. He quickly adjusted his strategy, his body suddenly shrinking, instantly transforming into a pangolin as hard as iron. He curled up into a giant ball and rolled towards the wall of flames without hesitation. The wall of flames crackled and sparked as it was struck by the pangolin. Shockingly, Tianwei actually broke through the wall of fire and continued his charge towards Zhang Chen. Just then, a pole suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. The audience stared in surprise and exclaimed, "A pool cue?" This unexpected prop shocked everyone. They seemed to have figured out Zhang Chen's intention, but the idea was too outrageous and unbelievable. Zhang Chen leaned forward slightly, his right hand firmly holding the front of the cue stick, and his left hand pushed hard. The cue stick shot straight at Tian Wei like an arrow released from a bow. At this moment, Tian Wei was unaware of the seriousness of the danger and had no idea that Zhang Chen would attack in such a way. Just as the cue stick pierced him, Tian Wei felt a powerful force strike him, and his body was involuntarily sent flying. However, Tian Wei was no ordinary person. The moment he was hit by the pool cue, he quickly demonstrated amazing adaptability, his body instantly transforming into a ferocious wolf. His claws were as sharp as steel, gripping the ground tightly to barely keep his balance and prevent him from being thrown too far. After stabilizing himself, Tian Wei's body quickly changed, transforming into a rabbit-shaped humanoid form in the blink of an eye. Tian Wei, a human with the body of a rabbit, is covered in soft fur. His long ears and round eyes make him look quite cute. Tian Wei suddenly pushed off with both legs, leaping high into the air like a spring, and then landed lightly in front of Zhang Chen. His sharp claws extended swiftly, gleaming with a cold light, and attacked Zhang Chen like lightning. Zhang Chen remained calm and nimbly dodged Tian Wei's attack. Upon seeing this, Tian Wei's eyes flashed with surprise, but he was not discouraged. He immediately conjured a long, giant tail, which, like a flexible whip, tightly wrapped around Zhang Chen. Just when Tian Wei thought that Zhang Chen would definitely not be able to escape this time, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Chen, and a sturdy shield instantly blocked his way. Tian Wei's claws clashed violently with the shield, sparks flying everywhere. However, this did not put Zhang Chen in a passive position. He smiled slightly and said softly, "I've had enough fun, it's time to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled out two fans from his pocket. One was a banana leaf fan and the other was a 5-fire 7-bird fan. Zhang Chen used both hands to unleash a barrage of fire, simultaneously wielding two fans. Countless flames erupted like fire dragons, interspersed with sharp wind blades, sweeping towards Tian Wei in a devastating attack. Tian Wei's pupils suddenly contracted, and he secretly thought that something was wrong. Without a second thought, he immediately used the earth escape technique, instantly transforming into a mole. He quickly dug a hole in the ground, crawled inside, and tried to escape the terrifying flames and wind blades. As Zhang Chen watched Tian Wei disappear into the cave, a slight smile played on his lips. He said softly, "Trying to run? Not so easy." No. Sooner had he spoken than he waved his arm, and the banana leaf fan and the 5-fire 7-birds fan in his hand vanished as if by magic. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chen waved his hands, and a dazzling light condensed in his hands, and in the blink of an eye, a huge hammer appeared. The hammer radiated an earthy yellow light and was covered with ancient runes. It was his newly created weapon, the Earth Hammer. Zhang Chen, wielding the Earth Hammer, slammed it down onto the fighting arena without hesitation. With a loud boom, the entire fighting arena shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Soon, Tian Wei flew out of the cave in a disheveled state, covered in mud and looking extremely wretched. His head was shaking like a rattledrum, as if trying to shake everything out. Everything before my eyes was blurry, the world was spinning, and I completely lost my sense of direction. Zhang Chen, carrying the enormous Earth Hammer, walked steadily toward Tian Wei. Every step seemed to pound on Tian Wei's heart, making his heart pound even harder. Finally, Zhang Chen walked up to Tian Wei, raised his hand expressionlessly, and slapped Tian Wei's shoulder hard. This palm strike, though seemingly effortless, actually contained immense power. Tian Wei had no time to react and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily off the field. And just like that, Zhang Chen easily won the first match. However, he did not become complacent because of this, but instead began to ponder Tian Wei's special ability. Tian Wei's superpower is indeed remarkable. It should be the same as Chu Jiao's. However, Tian Wei's ability level is slightly higher than Chu Jiao's, so he is able to completely transform into a strange beast. However, Zhang Chen was slightly disappointed that although Tian Wei could transform, he could not use the supernatural abilities of the alien beasts. It's like having a sharp sword but not knowing how to wield it. It's practically useless. Zhang Chen secretly pondered that if this transformation ability could be upgraded to S level, he might be able to unleash the abilities of alien beasts after transforming. Thinking about this, he became even more interested in the upgrade of Xu Jiao's superpower. After a 30-minute halftime break, the game resumed. Zhang Chen stepped onto the ring again for his second match. This time, the opponent is a female player named Gong Xiaoxiao. Gong Xiaoxiao is petite with a beautiful face, and looks very delicate and cute. She possessed earth-based superpowers, and upon stepping onto the stage, she said to Zhang Chen in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Contestant Zhang Chen, please go easy on me." Zhang Chen touched his nose, a slight smile playing on his lips, but he didn't respond. Seeing Zhang Chen's reaction from the stands, Xia Han'er couldn't help but shout angrily, "Zhang Chen, give this slut a good beating." Her voice was particularly jarring in the noisy crowd, attracting the attention of many people. Sitting next to Xia Han'er, Ruan Huan was astonished, thinking to herself, Xia Han'er is actually like this? How come I never noticed before? She had always thought Xia Han'er was quiet and elegant, and now seeing her so fierce was hard to accept. However, Xia Han'er's shouts were completely ignored by Zhang Chen. Even if they hear it, they just smile faintly and don't take it to heart at all. Just then, with the host's whistle, the competition officially began. Gong Xiaoxiao launched the first attack without hesitation. With a wave of her hands, her supernatural power instantly erupted. Suddenly, a large number of stones appeared around Zhou Shang, and these stones quickly coalesced to form a huge pile of stones. But upon closer inspection, these stones are not actually real stones, but rather a substance similar to steel. This made Zhang Chen look at Gong Xiaoxiao's strength with new respect, and he secretly admired her. She really is one of the top 3 in the country. Earth-type ability users can condense harder things through material transformation, but most Earth-type ability users in this world are too lazy to use their brains. They either use soil or swamps, and the hardest thing they can do is use stone. But Gong Xiaoxiao can actually condense steel. She is really amazing. Zhang Chen was deep in thought when Gong Xiaoxiao's attacks came like a sudden storm. Countless small steel blocks flew toward Zhang Chen at an astonishing speed, like meteors. Seeing this, Zhang Chen did not hesitate and quickly deployed an energy shield to try to withstand the fierce attack. Gong Xiaoxiao was clearly prepared. A sly smile appeared on her lips. She stomped her foot, and the ground suddenly changed. A swamp instantly appeared beneath Zhang Chen's feet, like a bottomless abyss, constantly swallowing his body. As Zhang Chen slowly sank, Gong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Chen, admit defeat. I can't bear to see your handsome face covered in mud. However, when Gong Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your concern, Gong, but you're getting too excited." Before he finished speaking, he soared into the air like a bird, easily breaking free from the swamp's grip. Gong Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Chen was wearing a pair of red armor on his feet, which shone with a dazzling light, as if they contained endless power. Even more astonishingly, flames erupted from the soles of his feet, propelling him upwards like a rocket. Gong Xiaoxiao tidied her hair, smiled slightly, and said softly, "That's true. How could we possibly win so easily?" With that, she quickly conjured a huge stone pillar in her hand, shaped like a three-pointed, double-edged sword, resembling a small mountain. Without hesitation, Gong Xiaoxiao hurled the stone pillar at Zhang Chen with astonishing force. Zhang Chen thought to himself, exclamation point. He hadn't expected Gong Xiaoxiao to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. This stone pillar is enormous. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as blotting out the sky. When the three-pointed, double-edged stone pillar crashed down onto the fighting platform, dust flew everywhere, and the scene became instantly blurred. However, Zhang Chen was fearless, gripping the pouring blade tightly with both hands, his figure moving like a ghost among the stone pillars. Each swing of the sword created a sharp gust of wind and produced a crisp sound when it struck the stone pillar. As Zhang Chen moved through the air, Gong Xiaoxiao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Suddenly, countless sharp spikes sprouted from the originally smooth stone pillar, resembling ferocious fangs, sending a chill down one's spine. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly used his movement technique to dodge the sudden long thorn at top speed. Having finally managed to get to a safe distance, Zhang Chen patted his chest with lingering fear, secretly sighing, "This woman is really insidious. This move is impossible to guard against." However, he did not lose his composure. He quickly pulled out a banana leaf fan from his pocket, ready to meet the next attack. As expected, Gong Xiaoxiao did not stop and continued her attack. With a wave of her hands, countless stones rained down on Zhang Chen. Seeing this, Zhang Chen calmly waved his banana leaf fan and chanted, "I'll rebound." As soon as she finished speaking, the flying stones seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, changing direction and rushing towards Gong Xiaoxiao like cannonballs. Despite this unexpected counterattack, Gong Xiaoxiao remained remarkably calm. She suddenly braced herself with her hands on the ground, and in an instant, a towering wall rose from the ground, like an impregnable fortress, blocking all the flying stones. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gong Xiaoxiao aimed at the gap between Zhang Chen and the high wall, and with a flash, she rushed out around the high wall like lightning. At the same time, the stone daggers in her hand were thrown out one after another like meteors, each one accompanied by a whooshing sound, aimed directly at Zhang Chen's vital points. Zhang Chen dared not relax for a moment, concentrating his mind and smashing the flying stone daggers one punch after another. The wind howled as the punches flew, sending stone chips flying as the two fought fiercely, their blows evenly matched, creating an exceptionally exciting scene. The spectators in the stands were so captivated by the intense battle that they forgot to cheer for a moment, their eyes glued to the two fighters on the platform, afraid of missing any exciting moment. Suddenly, Zhang Chen felt a strange movement under his feet. Looking down, he saw countless steel bars sprouting from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, quickly intertwining to form a sturdy steel cage that firmly trapped him. This is precisely Gong Xiaoxiao's signature move, the steel prison. Zhang Chen knew something was wrong and immediately shouted, "The heavens and earth will collapse." As he shouted, the space above his head began to distort violently, and a huge rock slowly emerged. The rock is tens of meters high, resembling a small mountain, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao showed no weakness and swung her arm with all her might, sending the boulder hurtling straight toward the steel cage like a cannonball. Just as the rock was about to hit the steel cage, Zhang Zhang Chen was prepared. He quickly donned his armor and unleashed 2 blazing laser beams from both hands, slamming them into the steel cage. With a loud bang, the steel cage struck by the laser shattered instantly, revealing a huge hole. Seeing that the opportunity was too good to pass up, Zhang Chen jumped out of the hole without hesitation and escaped. However, Gong Xiaoxiao's attacks did not stop. Seeing Zhang Chen escape, she immediately activated her most prized skill, Yellow Earth Tornado. This is a powerful skill centered on the earth element, capable of triggering intense ground cyclones, stirring up large amounts of loess, and forming massive tornadoes. This tornado was not only incredibly powerful and extremely wide-ranging, but it swept through the area like a sandstorm, obscuring the sky and making it impossible to see anything around us. The enormous tornado, like a roaring yellow dragon, swept towards Zhang Chen with its claws outstretched. Zhang Chen's shells were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of this tornado, instantly buried by the yellow dust. The sandstorm, like a ravenous beast, opened its blood-red maw and lunged straight at Zhang Chen. The entire fighting arena was swept by the strong wind, and the spectators in the stands were blinded by the sand and dust, screaming in alarm. One has to admire Gong Xiaoxiao's amazing comprehension. Her mastery of earth-based abilities has reached its pinnacle, and she has even come up with new and innovative ways to use them. Even wind-type ability users would probably be amazed when they see her Yellow Earth Tornado. That's powerful, I'm outta here. Unfortunately, Gong Xiaoxiao's strength is still far inferior to Zhang Chen's. If her strength is comparable to Zhang Chen's, she will likely cause him a great deal of trouble. However, reality proved to be far more cruel. Zhang Chen's strength far surpassed that of Gong Xiaoxiao. Amidst the sandstorm, Zhang Chen fearlessly activated his spatial barrier. Due to the sandstorm, the cameras at the scene couldn't capture the actual situation, which gave Zhang Chen enough confidence to unleash his spatial abilities without restraint. Inside the barrier, Zhang Chen sat cross-legged leisurely, beginning to ponder how to deal with Gong Xiaoxiao. To be honest, with his gold-level strength and creative abilities, defeating Gong Xiaoxiao wouldn't be difficult. But the prerequisite is that he must bring out those foul artifacts. Just then, Zhang Chen had a sudden inspiration and thought of something: Thor's hammer, commonly known as Miao Miao Hammer. The thought flashed through Zhang Chen's mind, and he immediately created it without hesitation. When Thor's hammer appeared in his hand, a powerful surge of energy erupted instantly. Countless dazzling bolts of lightning danced in his hand like silver serpents, emanating a chilling aura. On the outskirts of the sandstorm, Gong Xiaoxiao stood there, a victorious smile on her face. However, just as she was feeling triumphant, lightning suddenly crackled inside the sandstorm, as if some enormous energy was surging within it. A moment later, a thick bolt of lightning shot into the sky like a giant dragon, carrying boundless power, and instantly broke through the sandstorm's obstruction. The appearance of this lightning bolt stunned everyone, and their gazes were all drawn to the direction of the lightning. Bathed in the light of lightning, Zhang Chen stood there like a god of war, clad in armor gleaming with electric light and wielding a massive hammer also crackling with electricity. His image was imposing and handsome, and even Gong Xiaoxiao, who was not interested in armor, couldn't help but show a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. However, Gong Xiaoxiao quickly recovered from her amazement. She never expected that the skill she had painstakingly developed would be so easily broken. Her heart tightened, and she immediately wanted to continue her attack, not giving Zhang Chen a chance to catch his breath. However, just as she was about to make her move, Zhang Chen suddenly disappeared from the spot. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch a glimpse of him with the naked eye. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared without warning from Gong Xiaoxiao's left. The lightning struck fiercely and at great speed. Gong Xiaoxiao didn't even have time to think before instinctively and quickly activated her defensive skills. An earthen wall rose rapidly in front of her, attempting to block the lightning strike. However, the lightning was too powerful. The moment it struck the earthen wall, it crumbled into pieces as if made of paper. Gong Xiaoxiao was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. Before she could react, Zhang Chen's figure reappeared in front of her. He leaped high into the air, and with a thunderous force, slammed the hammer in his hand into the ground. In an instant, countless electric snakes shot out from the hammer, dancing wildly like silver serpents, sweeping towards Gong Xiaoxiao at an astonishing speed. Gong Xiaoxiao couldn't dodge in time and could only watch helplessly as the electric snake pounced on her. Finally, she was struck by lightning, and her whole body felt a tingling sensation, as if all her strength had been drained away. With lightning speed, Zhang Chen, taking advantage of Gong Xiaoxiao's still numbness, suddenly produced an iron rod. He swiftly hooked the rod around Gong Xiaoxiao's collar, as if carrying her on a shoulder pole, muttering, "Go!" Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he flung Gong Xiaoxiao off the fighting platform like a piece of trash. Gong Xiaoxiao's body drew an arc in the air and landed heavily outside the fighting stage. The fierce battle finally came to an end, and the winner of the national championship was revealed. Upon seeing this, medical staff rushed out like arrows and quickly arrived at Gong Xiaoxiao's side to begin emergency treatment. After all, there's still the runner-up battle between Gong Xiaoxiao and Tian Wei. However, the runner-up battle was almost a foregone conclusion, because everyone knew that Gong Xiaoxiao had already lost her chance to compete for the championship. In the end, as expected, Gong Xiaoxiao Chao won the runner-up position. With that, the national selection competition came to a successful conclusion, and Zhang Chen received the system's second stage reward as he had hoped. Just as he was overjoyed, the system immediately issued the third phase of the mission to win a top 3 finish at the Extraordinary Games. The reward will be determined based on his final ranking. Zhang Chen had few objections to this task. After all, he was quite confident in his abilities. Moreover, after the national selection competition, there is still a full month before the games, giving him plenty of time to prepare. Therefore, Zhang Chen decided to follow Wan Huan back to City A for a short rest. When he returned to City A, the scene was truly astonishing. Not only did a large number of fans come to greet him at the airport, but the mayor also personally came to welcome him, which undoubtedly made Zhang Chen feel an unprecedented sense of honor and attention. This series of actions truly made the people of the First Academy regret it to the core. They never imagined that turning Zhang Chen away would lead to missing out on such a significant honor. Looking at the smug look on the headmaster of the Third Academy, it was enough to make one's teeth itch with hatred. After returning home, Zhang Chen immediately contacted everyone and, in his capacity as the palace master of Chentian Palace, summoned them to Chentian Palace. Before long, Xiao De, Xia Han'er, Xia Fang, Chu Jiao, and Xiao Xian, and Qi Beiying arrived on time. Zhang Chen's purpose in gathering everyone this time was actually very simple: to better manage the Chentian Palace. After all, he has too many things to do right now, and some matters should indeed be handled by others. Once everyone had gathered, Zhang Chen looked at them and slowly began to speak. There are a few things I need to discuss with you all today. First, after observing you all for a while, I found that each of you has performed exceptionally well. Therefore, the Chentian Palace has decided to give you a special reward to help you raise your ability level once. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Xiaoda was stunned. They never expected that the Chentian Palace would have the ability to help them improve their superpower level. This is undoubtedly a huge surprise. Chu Jiao finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked eagerly, could you please tell me which level you can help us reach? His voice trembled slightly, clearly eager for the answer. Zhang Chen looked at Chu Jiao expressionlessly and replied calmly, S rank. This concise answer shocked Chu Jiao and the others. Zhang Chen already had a plan in mind. He knew that most of the people here were veterans. Although Chu Jiao and Xiao Xian and Qi Beiying are only ranked as the 32 heavenly generals, if their abilities can be upgraded to S level, their status will naturally rise to the 12 constellations. In this way, it will be easier and more efficient to send them on missions in the future. Upon hearing S rank, Chu Jiao cheered excitedly. The Chentian Palace is mighty. His voice echoed in the room, filled with joy and excitement. The others also smiled with delight, having no doubt about the strength of the Chentian Palace. Since Zhang Chen said he could enhance supernatural abilities, he definitely could. Then, Zhang Chen's gaze fell on Kong Su, Xiaoda, and he slowly said, Kong Su, you possess 2 types of abilities, fire and wind, both of which are A level. Now, you can choose one of them yourself and we will help you upgrade it. After a moment's thought, Joda answered without hesitation, I choose fire. After all, fire was his innate ability, so upgrading it was naturally the most suitable option. Zhang Chen nodded slightly in agreement, saying little. Then, without hesitation, Zhang Chen pressed the button beside him. Instantly, a buzzing sound rang out, and Xiaoda seemed to be suddenly grabbed by an invisible giant hand, blown away by the central air vent. Immediately afterwards, countless dazzling beams of energy surged forth like a torrent, continuously pouring into Joda's body. This powerful energy seemed to tear Joda's body apart, but he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and did not make a sound. Time ticked by, and finally, after a long period of energy infusion, Xiaoda's fire-type ability underwent a tremendous change. Its original A-level ability instantly jumped to S level. This result left everyone dumbfounded, and they couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Chen's invention. This was just the beginning. Subsequently, Xia Han'er, Chu Jiao, and Xiao Xian, and Qi Beiying walked towards the energy vent in turn. Similar scenes continued to unfold. Under the baptism of energy, each person's superpowers were enhanced to an unprecedented degree, reaching the peak level of S rank. After the last person completed the upgrade, Zhang Chen's gaze finally settled on Xie Fang. He smiled slightly and slowly said, Ghost Constellation, you are already an S-class ability user, and your potential is already very strong. However, I have 2 options for you to consider. First, we can upgrade your existing S-level ability to SS level, taking your strength to the next level. Second, we can help you awaken a second ability, making your abilities more diverse. You can think about it carefully before making a decision. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xia Fang's heart was filled with shock. He stared wide-eyed at Zhang Chen in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The others present, except for a few who already knew about it, were also stunned into silence by the news. When everyone learned about Xia Fang's level of superpowers, they were equally shocked. After all, S-class ability users are extremely rare, and no one expected that Gue Su, who worked with them, would be so powerful. However, the series of events that happened today have left everyone overwhelmed, and they have gradually come to accept the fact that Xie Fang is an S-class ability user. While everyone was still in shock, Zhang Chen continued, Tianmengxing, Sujiao, Tianweixing, and Shaoxian, and Tianyingxing, Zhebing, have performed outstandingly and have successfully upgraded to S-level superhumans. They are no longer suitable to serve as the 32 heavenly generals. Therefore, after careful consideration, I hereby specially promote the 3 of you to the 12 mansions. Upon hearing this news, Xu Jiao, and Shaoxian, and Qi Beiying were overjoyed. It should be noted that although the 32 heavenly generals hold a high position, the 12 constellations are directly subordinate to the 4 sacred beasts, which is undoubtedly a huge promotion. Following that, Zhang Chen said, currently, the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird already have several members of the 12 constellations under their command, but the Black Tortoise and White Tiger still lack suitable candidates. Therefore, Tianmeng Star, Sujiao, from today onwards, you will be Kuei constellation under the White Tiger, while Tianwei Star, and Shaoxian, and Tianying Star, Zhebing, will become Do constellation and Nu constellation under the Black Tortoise, respectively. The 3 men accepted the order, their hearts filled with excitement. They knew that this promotion not only meant higher status and power, but also an affirmation of their abilities. Finally, Zhang Chen turned his gaze to Xie Feng, his eyes calm and profound, as if he could see into people's hearts. He asked slowly, Ghost constellation, have you made up your mind? Xie Feng was silent for a moment, and instead of answering directly, he asked in return, you just said that there is an SS level above the S level, so what about the higher levels? Zhang Chen smiled slightly, as if he had already anticipated this question. He had asked the system about the classification of superpower levels, so he replied calmly, there are indeed higher classifications above S-class. Specifically, above S-class, there are SS class, SSS class, and SSS class. However, you don't need to know too much about these higher level abilities at the moment. After all, based on the current strength and understanding of our Chentian Palace, apart from the Palace Master, the highest level of superpower in China is only S-level. After hearing Zhang Chen's explanation, Xie Feng's doubts gradually dissipated. He pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. He looked up, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhang Chen, and said, I want to upgrade my superpower to SS level. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. He stood up, walked to the center of the room, and gestured for Xie Feng to stand beside him. Then, he gently turned a switch, and a slight buzzing sound immediately filled the room. As the switch was turned, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the ground and quickly converged on Xie Feng's body. Xie Feng felt a surge of heat throughout his body, as if an invisible force was churning and surging within him. He closed his eyes tightly, quietly feeling the baptism of this power, letting it flow through his body. Soon after, the energy subsided. Xie Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling his body become light and strong, as if filled with endless power. He understood that his superpower had been successfully upgraded to SS level, making him the second person in China to possess superpower talent exceeding S level. After completing these tasks, Zhang Chen looked at Xie Feng with satisfaction and said, the third task is for us to recruit more members of the hall. This matter will be handled by you two, Gui Su and Kuei Su. Remember, when recruiting members, you must pay attention to their character and loyalty to China. Supernatural talents are not the key. Do Su and Nu Su, you two should hurry to those cities that do not have S-class ability users stationed there. We are currently short-handed, and the 4 divine beasts can only send one person to oversee a city. Make sure the city is safe. After Zhang Chen gave the order, Do Su and Nu Su responded in unison and immediately went to carry out the order. As for Wai Chao and Xia Han'er weren't assigned any tasks, the reasons are simple. First, they are still students, and their status is special. Second, given their current abilities, they would probably be unable to handle other important tasks. After Do Su and Nu Su received their orders, Zhang Chen continued, next, the Chen Tian Palace will open the contribution hall. The contribution hall will keep detailed records of each member's contributions to the Chen Tian Hall and distribute corresponding contribution points according to the size of the contribution. These contribution points can be exchanged for various items in the contribution hall. Hearing this, Xiaoda couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, what good things are in the hall of contribution? Zhang Chen was clearly pleased with Xiaoda's initiative in asking the question, and replied with a slight smile, the contribution hall has a wide variety of items, everything you could possibly need. These include various powerful abilities, excellent equipment, and potions to enhance your strength, etc. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for anything. Upon hearing this, a look of excitement flashed in Xiaoda's eyes, clearly indicating his anticipation for these items. At this moment, Chu Jiao, who was standing next to him, also asked, so, can the superpowers obtained through exchange be used by others? After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen nodded and said, in principle, as long as these superpowers are not discovered to come from Chentian Palace, you are free to decide how to dispose of the items you have obtained. As for how to accumulate points, it all depends on the communication wristband. I will add a simple points system to your communication wristbands during the after-sales process. You can set the specific points criteria area in the system according to your own needs. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen used his creative ability to add new functions to the communication bracelets on their wrists. This inspiration actually came from his system. Although he couldn't reach the amazing power of the system, it wouldn't be difficult for Zhang Chen to achieve a level similar to Jarvis in Iron Man. After everything was settled, everyone got up and left Shentian Palace one after another. After Chu Jiao left, he was already restless and eager to try out the new superpower he had just acquired. Although he had a general understanding in his mind, he had never actually put it into practice, so he decided to experience it for himself. So Chu Jiao hurriedly went home and headed straight for his own training ground. Upon entering the training ground, he activated his supernatural power without hesitation. In an instant, his body underwent an astonishing transformation, turning into a gigantic forest wolf beast. The forest wolf was originally majestic, but the moment it opened its mouth, something unexpected happened. It spoke human language, and the voice it made was Chu Jiao's slightly silly voice. Wow, I didn't expect it could really turn into a beast. Immediately afterwards, the horned creature seemed unusually excited about the new form. It raised its claws and stomped hard, and in an instant, many wooden vines sprouted rapidly from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Chu Qiao looked closely and was immediately overjoyed, because it meant that he could use more types of superpowers. Once he has a good understanding of enough alien beasts, any superpower he wants to master will no longer be an unattainable dream. If Zhang Chen were here right now, he would probably be speechless with astonishment. After all, the S-Class beast transformation ability was so powerful that not only that, but the aura it emitted was exactly the same as that of a real beast. Since gaining his superpower, Chu Jiao has been diligently cultivating, but due to his low level of superpower, even though his father and brother have been providing him with cultivation resources, the results are still unsatisfactory. However, the situation is completely different now. His superpower has successfully advanced to S level, and he can clearly feel that his cultivation speed is increasing rapidly, as if he were riding a rocket. As a result, his determination to protect his family during the fusion with the alien beast world became even stronger. However, these were just minor incidents. In a secluded corner of S City, inside the headquarters of the otherworldly cult, a man in black robes was kneeling devoutly before a statue of a strange beast. Suddenly, the eyes of the strange beast statue lit up. The man in black robes was overjoyed and hurriedly said respectfully, "Lord Beast God, you have finally awakened." After a while, a deep and majestic voice slowly emanated from the statue, as if it came from the deepest hell, sending chills down one's spine. How is the matter I instructed you to do progressing? Upon hearing this voice, the black-robed man standing in front of the statue trembled violently, immediately bowed, and respectfully replied, "Lord Beast God, I am doing my best to handle the matter you have instructed. It is currently in the final stages and will be completed soon." His voice was tense and obsequious, revealing his extreme awe of the mythical beast statue. The voice from the statue was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "The time before our generals arrive is running out. You must be prepared and there can be no mistakes." "Yes, understood," the man in black robes replied hastily, not daring to be negligent. Then, he bowed deeply and slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, the faint light that had been flickering in the eyes of the beast statue suddenly dimmed, as if it had lost its life. The man in black robes was none other than Pang Xinghe, the leader of the otherworldly god cult. Pang Xinghe straightened up and after regaining his composure, called out loudly, "Where are the left and right protectors?" As soon as he finished speaking, two dark figures appeared from the shadows like ghosts, standing on his left and right. One of them was the left protector Xin, and the other was the right protector Li Lingyu. Pang Xinghe looked at them solemnly and asked, "How are the people in each city preparing? We must get everything arranged before the beast god descends." Left protector Xin stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Rest assured, master, the heads of each city are all ready according to your plan. They are just waiting for your order to act." Right protector Li Lingyu then said, "However, I have recently noticed unusual movements from the Chinese government, and they seem to have also sensed the impending arrival of the beast god. Master, do you think we should take countermeasures?" Pang Xinghe's expression was cold and stern. He snorted and said disdainfully, "There's no need to pay them any attention. Even if they find out, what can they do? It's just a desperate struggle by a cornered beast before its death. Since the city leaders are ready, we will officially launch the plan in 3 days." Upon hearing this, Xin and Li Lingyu knelt down on one knee without hesitation and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Then the two took the order and quickly carried out Pang Xinghe's instructions. Just then, Zhang Chen's communication bracelet suddenly rang, indicating that there was a new message. He looked closely and realized it was from Xuanwu. Zhang Chen quickly raised his bracelet, and Xuanwu's voice immediately came through. "I've noticed that the movements of the alien god cult in City B have been somewhat unusual recently." Curious, Zhang Chen pressed for details. "Oh, what exactly is the anomaly?" Xuanwu's tone was grave. "They've gathered a large number of fire and wind ability users, seemingly plotting some kind of conspiracy in the shadows. Moreover, I have a bad feeling that they're definitely brewing something big." As soon as he finished finished speaking, Zhang Chen's communication bracelet rang again. This time, both Zhu Ke and Baihu requested to make a call at the same time. Zhang Chen quickly answered the call, and Zhu Ke said anxiously, "I've also noticed that the actions of the other gods' cult have become abnormal." Immediately afterward, Baihu also responded, "The situation in City A is also not right." Zhang Chen frowned, secretly wondering, the simultaneous unusual activity in so many branches of the otherworldly god cult in so many cities was no coincidence. It seems the heretic cult is plotting a massive conspiracy. Their true intentions must be ascertained as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen said, "I understand. Baihu, come and meet me immediately. We'll go to the A city branch of the alien god cult together to investigate what they're plotting." As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively hung up the communication and waited quietly for Baihu to arrive. In fact, the official high command had already known the distribution of the heretical cult strongholds in various cities long before. However, when they learned the shocking news that the world was about to merge, the attention of the higher-ups was completely diverted, and they had no time to pay attention to the movements of the heretics. The specific address of the branch of the otherworldly god cult was provided by Qinglong. After that, the three of them, Zhu Ke, Baihu, and Xuanwu, began to closely monitor every move of the heretical cult in the cities they were each guarding. Soon, the white tiger arrived at Zhang Chen's side like a whirlwind. After exchanging a few words, the two headed straight for the stronghold of the alien god cult in City A without hesitation. Surprisingly, the stronghold of the alien god cult in City A was hidden in a seemingly ordinary building in the city center. This undoubtedly added a lot of difficulty to their operation. Who would have thought that such an important place would be disguised as an ordinary company? However, Zhang Chen and Baihu were not fooled by appearances. They quickly reached the top floor of the building, where the branch of the heretic cult was located. Once inside the building, Zhang Chen and Baihu displayed extraordinary abilities. Zhang Chen skillfully used his spatial abilities, leading the white tiger to infiltrate the branch of the otherworldly god cult in an instant, like lightning. Soon, they discovered a man directing the others to work. Seeing this, Zhang Chen nodded slightly to the white tiger, and the two understood each other perfectly. The white tiger rushed over, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was behind the man, its sharp claws gripping the back of his neck like iron pincers. Before the man could even react, he was dragged into the alternate dimension by Zhang Chen like a lamb to the slaughter. Upon entering the alternate dimension, the man finally came to his senses. Before him stood two mysterious masked figures, and a nameless fear surged within him. He cried out in a low voice, "Chen Tian Palace." Zhang Chen clearly had no patience for wasting words with him and directly questioned, "What exactly is your otherworldly god cult plotting lately?" Faced with Zhang Chen's questioning, the man's eyes flickered, and he stammered, I don't know what you're talking about. I know nothing about the otherworldly cult." Seeing this, Zhang Chen smiled slightly with disdain. "I don't have time to waste with you." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his right hand, his palm shimmering with a faint light. Then, a powerful psychic energy surged out like a torrent, striking the man's mind directly. The man felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, as if the entire world had collapsed instantly, and his consciousness was completely swallowed up by Zhang Chen's psychic abilities. In that brief moment, all of the man's memories flashed before Zhang Chen's eyes like scenes from a movie. Moments later, Zhang Chen understood the entire plan of the otherworldly cult. His face instantly turned extremely grim, his teeth grinding together as he roared, "They've gone completely mad." It turns out that, in order to prepare for the so-called descent of alien beasts, the otherworldly cult went so far as to contact the leaders of various cities and summon all wind and fire-type ability users within the cult to launch a devastating city attack. They named this terrifying skill Stormspark, which, once activated, instantly destroys an entire city, annihilating countless innocent lives. Even more appalling, they not only relentlessly captured innocent children, but also used these poor children as food for the monsters, welcoming their arrival. This is an extremely cruel and unforgivable act. However, Zhang Chen quickly composed himself and calmed down amidst his anger. He knew that if he acted rashly at this moment, he would only alert the enemy, and not only would he fail to save the imprisoned children, he might also be in danger himself. Therefore, he decisively decided to erase the man's memory first to prevent him from revealing his whereabouts. After dealing with these matters, Zhang Chen quickly left the eerie and terrifying place with the white tiger. He rushed back to Chentian Palace without stopping and urgently summoned the four sacred beasts for a meeting to discuss the matter. Inside the Chentian Palace, Zhang Chen solemnly addressed the four divine beasts. "Azure Dragon, immediately report the details of the alien god cults plan to the top leadership of China. We can handle the situations in City A, City B, and City C, but we are severely understaffed in other areas." Qinglong nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood. Then, Zhang Chen turned to the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise and continued, "Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, each of you will lead your constellations to prepare to eliminate the various branches of the otherworldly god cult. Later, I will notify the constellations to suspend all their current affairs and come to join you." After the arrangements were made, the four sacred beasts accepted their orders and left the Chuntian palace. Zhang Chen sat alone in the hall. After resting briefly, he raised his communication bracelet and issued an important order. Attention all constellations, immediately abandon your current tasks and assemble at your respective sacred beasts. A major operation is about to unfold. At this moment, Jota was sitting leisurely at home, immersed in the fun of the game. Suddenly, his communication bracelet beeped with a message notification, a sound that made his heart skip a beat. However, his doubts were soon replaced by excitement. After all, receiving a message from Chuntian Palace meant that a crucial operation was about to begin. Without hesitation, Xiao shut down the game and quickly contacted Xinglong. Unfortunately, Xinglong was not in the city at the moment and could not communicate with him directly. Soon after, Xinglong instructed Xiao to go find Zhu Ke. At the same time, Xiao learned that Xia Han'er had also received the same message and was asked to go to Baihu. Xiao and Xia Han'er had no objection to this arrangement. They quickly packed their belongings and rushed towards the location of the white tiger and the vermilion bird without hesitation. On the other side, Xu Jiao was enjoying himself in the training field. Just as he was engrossed in his work, the notification sound from his communication bracelet interrupted his interest. Unlike Jota, Xu Jiao was full of anticipation for this mission because he knew that this operation could earn a lot of points, which could be exchanged for valuable items. Others who received the message also acted quickly, packed their gear, and resolutely embarked on their journey. Because Baihu is in City A, Xu Jiao, Xia Han'er, and Baihu can gather the fastest. Upon meeting, Xu Jiao eagerly asked, Lord White Tiger, what exactly is this operation? Baihu revealed the entire plan of the other god's cult without any concealment. After hearing this, Xu Jiao, who had been nonchalant, immediately became serious. He slammed his fist on the table, roaring furiously, are these guys even human? Are these beasts their parents? Xia Han'er trembled with anger, her chest heaving violently as if it were about to explode. White Tiger calmly replied, don't get excited. Let's wait for news from Azure Dragon before we act together. Now is not the time to be impulsive. Although Xu Jiao was unwilling, he had no choice but to stand silently to the side and wait without saying a word. At the same time, Xinglong had informed the top leadership of the Chinese government of the alien god cult's plans. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups were extremely shocked and quickly mobilized manpower from various cities to prepare for a full-scale annihilation operation against the heretical cult. After a day of intense and well-organized preparations, everyone has assembled. At Zhang Chen's command, the crowd launched a fierce attack on the otherworldly god cult at the same time, like arrows released from a bow. The heretics were completely unprepared for this sudden attack, and their defenses collapsed quickly, soon falling into enemy hands. Inside the headquarters of the alien god cult in S City, Pang Xinghao was furious, his roar filling the entire room. How on earth did those scoundrels know about our plan? Upon seeing this, Right Protector Li Lengyu immediately knelt on one knee and said tremblingly, your subordinate just received news that Chentian Palace has leaked our plan to the authorities. Upon hearing this, Pang Xinghao gripped the armrests of his chair tightly with both hands, veins bulging, and roared, it's Chentian Palace again. My otherworldly god sect is irreconcilably opposed to them, and we swear we will never live together. Just as Pang Xinghao was still seething with anger, a commotion suddenly broke out outside, as if something big had happened. A man in black robes rushed in like the wind, his figure like a ghost. In an instant, he burst into the room, shouting, it's terrible, master. The officials have broken in. Upon hearing this, Pang Xinghao was enraged. His eyes widened and he roared, these worthless scoundrels dare to be so audacious. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up, ready to rush out and fight the enemy to the death. However, the moment he stepped out of the room, Li Lingyu and Gxin appeared like lightning and blocked his way. Li Lingyu said solemnly, sect leader, you are the soul of our otherworldly god sect. As long as you are here, the otherworldly god sect will never fall. The authorities have come with great force this time, and have probably sent a large number of troops. You should retreat first, and we will stay behind to cover your retreat. Gxin quickly echoed, Master, your safety is a matter of life and death for the entire otherworldly cult. Please trust us, we will definitely hold off the enemy and buy you time to escape. Although Pang Xinghao was powerful, he had no choice but to accept the reality of being outnumbered by the enemy. He understood that Li Lingyu and Gxin's words were true. Although he was filled with resentment, he could only bow deeply to the strange beast statue, then turn around and enter the secret passage behind the statue, quickly escaping the scene. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The authorities have still not been able to find Pang Xingh's whereabouts, and the incident has gradually subsided. Today is a special day for the Chinese team. They are about to travel to the ugly country to participate in the ugly games. Zhang Chen arrived in S City early and went to the meeting point, quietly waiting for the other team members to arrive one after another. Time passed by, and within a day, the other 5 team members arrived at the meeting point one after another. Dong Xiaoxiao recognized Zhang Chen at a glance, and a joyful smile bloomed on her face. She said in a sweet voice, oh, little brother Zhang Chen, you're here so early. Zhang Chen smiled in response. Soon, a man in camouflage walked in and introduced himself. Hello everyone. I am Yun Ru, Yunru, the leader of this team. You can call me Team Leader Yun. After a brief introduction, Yunru turned the conversation to matters related to the extraordinary games. He said, this year's games will be held in the ugly state of the ugly country. The organizers have not yet provided any specific information on the competition arrangements and details. However, this information should gradually become clear after we arrive in the ugly country. Then, Yunru told everyone, we will be heading to the ugly country early tomorrow morning. Today, you can enjoy yourselves in S City and relax. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen raised his hand and asked, Team Leader Yun, I would like to ask, there are still half a month before the competition starts, why do we need to arrive in the ugly country so early? The other contestants also nodded, indicating that they were concerned about this issue. Yunru smiled and replied, actually, we arrive in the host country half a month in advance for each games. Although the competition has not yet started, this period is not idle. It's mainly used for training and practice, to help everyone better adapt to the environment, adjust their state, and make full preparations for the competition. Zhang Chen felt relieved after hearing this and his doubts disappeared. Soon, the crowd dispersed and the event came to an end. Just as Zhang Chen was about to return to his room, Gong Xiaoxiao hopped and skipped up to him like a lively little rabbit. Little brother Zhang Chen, where are you planning to go? Gong Xiaoxiao asked with a smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhang Chen scratched his head a little embarrassedly and answered honestly, I actually want to rest in my room and don't really want to go out. Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaoxiao immediately pouted and muttered, that's so boring. How about this, little brother Zhang Chen, how about you? Accompany your sister shopping? Last time I came to S City, I only had time for a quick competition and didn't have any time to really shop around. Zhang Chen initially wanted to refuse outright, since he wasn't particularly interested in shopping. But when he saw Gong Xiaoxiao's expectant eyes, his initial refusal softened instantly. Left with no other choice, he could only nod and agree to her request. So, the two of them went to the most bustling street in S City. Zhang Chen looked around at the dazzling array of shops lining both sides of the street and couldn't help but exclaim, S City truly lives up to its reputation as the capital of China. Its prosperity is dazzling. Just then, Zhang Chen's phone rang. It was a message from Xia Hanner. She asked him what he was doing, and Zhang Chen honestly replied that he was shopping with Gong Xiaoxiao. However, to his surprise, Xia Hanner immediately replied, oh, then I won't disturb your good time. Zhang Chen looked at the message and felt somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand why Xia Hanner would say that. Had he done something to make her misunderstand? While he was lost in thought, Gong Xiaoxiao had already bought a huge pile of delicious food and was happily stuffing it into her mouth. On the other side, Xia Hanner hugged her moon shadow cat tightly, her face full of anger, as if the cat was the only outlet for her emotions. She said fiercely to it, I thought he would be lonely all alone in S City, but I didn't expect him to turn around and run off to go shopping with that slut. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and Xia Hanner's anger erupted like a volcano. She finally couldn't help but scream, a scream as shrill as the mournful cry of a night owl, echoing throughout the entire villa and even frightening her parents. They rushed over, worried that something had happened to their daughter. However, the moon shadow cat in Xia Hanner's arms seemed rather helpless. It seemed to have long been used to her screams, simply covering its ears with its two little paws, its eyes full of disdain. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen dragged his exhausted body back to his room that night, plopped down on the sofa, and couldn't help but shudder as he recalled his shopping experience with Gong Xiaoxiao earlier that day. Indeed, shopping with women is truly torturous. The last time he went shopping with Xia Hanner, he almost broke his legs. After resting for a while, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered the text message Xia Hanner had sent him during the day. He hesitated for a moment, then finally picked up his phone and dialed her number. Before he could even speak, Xia Hanner's sarcastic voice rang out, oh, back from your date? Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud, and quickly explained, there was no date, Gong Xiaoxiao dragged me shopping. You girls shopping are really terrifying. Upon hearing this, Xia Hanner giggled on the other end of the phone. Her silvery laughter, transmitted through the telephone line, eased Zhang Chen's mood considerably. After laughing, Xia Hanner said gently, I will support you. You must get good grades. Zhang Chen felt a warmth in his heart and nodded firmly. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to win the championship. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen was still unable to calm down for a long time, and he looked forward to the next day with great anticipation, because it was the day he would embark on his journey. The next morning, Zhang Chen got up early, packed his luggage, and went to the airport with Yunru and the others. After a long wait, they finally boarded a plane bound for the United States. The flight of more than 10 hours was extremely agonizing for Zhang Chen. He tossed and turned in his cramped seat, unable to fall asleep. However, when the plane finally landed on Ukrainian soil, his mood became heavy. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, Zhang Chen saw a group of Americans holding up a flag with the slogan Yellow-skinned monkeys, go back to your China. This slogan filled him with immense anger and a deep sense of humiliation. In fact, Zhang Chen had already learned some things from Yunru. Since China recalled its overseas Chinese, many countries have become hostile towards China. Originally, China did not intend to participate in this competition, as this decision had already provoked resentment from many countries. However, after careful consideration by the higher-ups, they ultimately decided to participate, because they want to prove to the world that while China doesn't provoke trouble, it is absolutely not afraid of trouble. Zhang Chen suppressed his anger and boarded the bus with the group. Throughout the journey, he kept thinking about how to deal with those hostile gazes and words. Upon arriving at the athletes' village, Zhang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. It's relatively safer here, and there are also many athletes from other countries. He believes that as long as he performs well in the competition, he will surely win respect for China. Led by staff, Zhang Chen arrived at the residence of the Chinese athletes. The environment was decent, but the room conditions were appalling. At this moment, Gong Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself and roared angrily, "I'm so angry. Other people's accommodations may not be luxurious, but they're still normal. But ours is practically a pigsty." The people next to him also looked dissatisfied and began to complain. Just then, Yun Ru, who had gone to argue with the staff, returned. His face was ashen, and he said angrily, "The organizers said that China was the last to arrive, so only these few rooms are left. If there aren't enough rooms, we'll have to pay for our own hotel accommodations." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen frowned, secretly wondering, there seems to be some conspiracy hidden here. Gong Xiaoxiao, however, didn't take it seriously and said stubbornly, "What conspiracy could there be? At worst, I'll just pay for my own hotel room. I can afford that." Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly and patiently explained, "Think about it. The previous recall of overseas Chinese by the country had already caused dissatisfaction abroad. This time, we came to participate in the competition, and we were met with a cold reception from the people of the United States as soon as we got off the plane. Putting aside the hotel, if we really stayed outside, it would be equivalent to admitting that we don't need the protection of the United States organizers. That way, if something happens to us outside, they can easily shirk responsibility and say it has nothing to do with them. This is clearly a trap." Gong Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment, "No way, they actually played so dirty?" Her eyes widened in disbelief at the situation before her. Yun Ru, who was standing to the side, was also shocked by Zhang Chen's insights. He had never expected that Zhang Chen would have such a unique perspective. However, Yun Ru quickly regained his composure, nodded in agreement with Zhang Chen's analysis, and continued, "He's right, so we absolutely cannot stay outside. I'm afraid it's difficult for one person to protect everyone's safety. After all, this is the ugly country, and our strength here is still somewhat insufficient." His words were full of concern for the current situation. Yun Ru continued, "Please bear with it, everyone. I will report the situation here in detail to the higher-ups." Everyone nodded, feeling somewhat helpless, but understanding that this was the only option at the moment. Just as everyone was feeling down, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up, "Team leader, I have a way to make our accommodations more comfortable." His voice attracted everyone's attention. Gong Xiaoxiao, who had been pouting, immediately perked up and eagerly asked, "Brother Zhang Chen, what's your brilliant idea? Tell me quickly." Zhang Chen smiled slightly and answered confidently, "You should all know my special ability, which is creation. I can use this ability to transform this room and make it more comfortable." Hearing this, their eyes lit up immediately, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. Gong Xiaoxiao was especially excited. She immediately took out her phone, quickly searched for a picture, handed it to Zhang Chen, and asked expectantly, "Will it be okay to modify it like this?" Zhang Chen answered without hesitation, "No problem." His tone was firm and confident, as if nothing could stump him. He then turned his gaze to the picture that Gong Xiaoxiao handed him, carefully examining its details and layout. Various creative ideas and concepts quickly flooded Zhang Chen's mind, and he immediately began to renovate the dormitory. His movements were crisp, skillful, and precise, with each step perfectly executed. In no time, the dilapidated dormitory seemed to have been transformed by magic, becoming brand new. If the previous dormitory was like a pigsty, now it's practically a five-star hotel. Everyone was stunned by the change before their eyes wide open, their faces filled with joy and satisfaction. Now everyone could finally rest in peace. Yun Ru couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhang Chen's superpower is so convenient." As the night passed, the morning sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the room with a warm and comfortable feeling. Yun Ru led Zhang Chen and the others to the athletes' training room, which was spacious, bright, and fully equipped. Zhang Chen and his team then began their day of training at the training ground reserved for Chinese athletes. However, halfway through the training, Yun Ru was suddenly called away. An hour later, he rushed back, his face showing a serious expression. He gathered Zhang Chen and the other four into a small room and said, "The competition rules for the extraordinary games have been issued. This competition is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the individual competition, the second stage is the team competition, and the third stage is the arena defense competition." Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, "I understand individual and team competitions, and there have been similar events in previous years. But what does the ring defense competition mean?" Yun Ru slowly explained, "This arena defense competition is a newly added format. The organizers will designate a team from a certain country to serve as the champion, and players from other countries can can come and challenge them. The longer a country can hold its position, the better its results will be. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen frowned slightly, revealing some doubt. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "At first glance, this challenge seems unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, there are quite a few flaws. For example, if the ugly country were the champion, but no one challenged it, wouldn't it be able to easily defend its position for days and nights? For example, if India becomes the champion, and then contestants from 7 or 8 other countries take turns challenging it, then India will definitely be defeated very quickly." Yunru nodded in agreement with Zhang Chen's view and continued, "That's right. And more importantly, this third stage, the defense competition, accounts for a significant portion of the entire competition. The better the defense performance, the better the final overall score." Yunru and Zhang Chen both sensed the conspiracy behind the ugly kingdom's design of this challenge, but they both knew in their hearts that no matter how deep the conspiracy was, it was nothing but a paper tiger in the face of absolute strength. Zhang Chen was not worried at all. After all, he had full confidence in his own strength. However, Yunru was unaware of Zhang Chen's true strength and could only frown helplessly, secretly worrying for the 5 contestants. Although the others weren't exactly slow-witted, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat after hearing their analysis. Gong Xiaoxiao said with a worried look, "Why does it feel like the ugly kingdom is targeting us in the ring defense battle?" As soon as the words were spoken, the others almost unanimously thought, "Let's remove the word feeling." But since things have come to this, worrying too much won't help. Zhang Chen knew this well, so he comforted everyone, "Don't overthink it. Focusing on training is the most important thing. After all, there's still the team competition, and everyone needs to work on their teamwork." The 5 contestants from China each possess unique superpowers. Zhang Chen's creative ability allows him to create all sorts of magical items. Gong Xiaoxiao's earth-based ability allows her to manipulate the power of the earth. Tianwei's transformation ability allows him to transform into a powerful beast. Zhu Xing's copper-skinned iron-boned ability makes his body as hard as steel, and Ma Lin's wood-based ability grants him the ability to manipulate plants. This team composition is reasonable. Gong Xiaoxiao and Qianxing are responsible for ranged attacks, Tianwei and Ma Lin are responsible for melee combat, and Zhang Chen is an all-rounder who can play a role in various situations. Compared to some national teams that are all melee fighters or all ranged attackers, the Chinese team's combination of special abilities appears to be more reasonable and balanced. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Zhang Chen and his team devoted themselves to training, constantly improving their teamwork and coordination. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. That day, everyone was wearing the Chinese national team uniform and gathered in a grand stadium in Chuzhou. Because today is the opening ceremony, everyone is here waiting for the announcement to begin. On the radio, the host announced the names of the teams from each country in an enthusiastic voice. When the name Chinese team was mentioned, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and walked out with firm steps. However, the audience in the stands erupted in a deafening chorus of boos, like a surging wave that sent a shiver down one's spine. After all, China is currently restricting its people from leaving the country, and apart from Chinese reporters, there were only a handful of Chinese people present, including Zhang Chen and his group. Meanwhile, in China, viewers watching on television were furious and enraged at the unfriendly treatment the Chinese team received from the US people. Netizens vented their dissatisfaction and anger in the live chat. "I'm so angry. What do these foreigners mean by this? My AK is almost out of control. Are they taking advantage of the fact that no one in China is here to support us? Chinese athletes, teach them a lesson they won't forget. Let them know that we Chinese are not to be trifled with." The reporters on the scene were equally angry and resentful, but they could only feel helpless in the face of this situation. They silently prayed that the national team athletes would achieve a resounding victory and silence the unfriendly boos with their strength. After the opening ceremony, the first stage of the individual competition officially began. This competition is a world-class event, attracting many talented players. After they were matched with their opponents, Yunru quickly handed the opponent's information to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's opponent is Kim Hyunbin from South Korea, whose special ability is Shadow Kill, which allows him to hide in the shadows and is extremely difficult to detect. They strike silently, like ghosts, making them a formidable opponent. Zhang Chen wasn't really that concerned about this opponent, but he still listened attentively to Yunru's analysis, showing him respect. Yunru provided detailed information about each opponent, and Zhang Chen nodded from time to time, indicating that he was listening attentively. Gong Xiaoxiao's opponent is Rothman from the Iron Tower country, whose superpower is explosion. This ability is truly surprising. Even more outrageous is that Rothman's body parts can explode, including his hair. However, Yunru pointed out that Rothman is completely helpless against long-range attackers. Therefore, Gong Xiaoxiao should win this match without any suspense. Tianwei's opponent is Robert Sissio, a native of the United States. His superpower is strength, and this match will mainly be a contest of strategy and skill level between the two sides. Tianwei's current skill level is gold level 6, the same level as the ugly country's player. Therefore, the final outcome will likely only be determined on the field. Zhu Xing's opponent is is Soha Zandrang from India, whose superpower is fire-based, a conventional superpower. Furthermore, according to Yunru, the overall strength of the Indian athletes is generally not strong. Therefore, Zhu Xing is full of confidence in this match and believes that he can win easily. Finally, Marin's opponent is Agatha from the White Bear Kingdom, whose special ability is enchanting. This ability is very interesting. It can add various attributes to people or equipment. This undoubtedly adds a lot of variables to the competition, but Marin's strength should not be underestimated either, and the outcome is hard to predict. After Yunru's introduction, the competition is about to begin. The rules of this competition are quite unique, with all contestants competing fiercely in different venues in batches at the same time. The competition uses split-screen technology to display all match footage, including live streams. Viewers can freely switch between screens and enter their favorite player's live stream to watch. Zhang Chen stood on the field, his eyes blazing, fully focused as he prepared to face the upcoming challenge. At that moment, Kim Hyunbin suddenly shouted, "Damn it, Chinese, prepare to die, you Koreans." His voice echoed in the empty stadium, full of provocation and contempt. After shouting, he proudly flicked his bangs, which had a flamboyant, punk style, attracting the attention of many people around him. Because each contestant wore a homophone translator in their ear, Zhang Chen naturally understood what Kim Hyunbin was saying. But he didn't respond, just stared at the other person expressionlessly, as if he didn't take Kim Hyunbin seriously at all. Seeing that Zhang Chen had no reaction, Jin Shenbin was furious and cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it." Then, he quickly pulled out a pair of sharp daggers from his waist and disappeared from the scene like a ghost in a flash. This sudden turn of events put countless netizens watching Zhang Chen's match online on edge. They stared intently at the screen, afraid of missing any exciting moments. A moment later, Kim Hyunbin appeared suddenly behind Zhang Chen like a ghost, his dagger flashing coldly as he thrust it straight into Zhang Chen's back. At that critical moment, Zhang Chen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, easily dodging the fatal blow. Immediately, he launched a kick into the air, striking Kim Hyunbin's face with lightning speed. In that instant, Kim Hyunbin was sent flying like a cannonball, his body arcing through the air before crashing heavily off the court. With a loud bang, Kim Hyunbin crashed into the ground, his nose instantly twisted to one side, and blood gushed from his nostrils. Not only that, his front teeth were also knocked out in the impact and scattered to the side. With his eyes closed, he was clearly unconscious. Zhang Chen, standing in the center of the arena, remained calm and composed. He casually picked at his ear and deliberately asked in a puzzled tone, "What are you barking like a dog? I don't understand." At this moment, Kim Hyunbin had completely lost consciousness and naturally could not hear Zhang Chen's boastful words. Viewers from both China and South Korea were speechless with shock at the scene before them. Especially South Korean netizens, they simply couldn't believe their eyes, staring in disbelief and cursing incessantly. "My Kim Hyunbin Appa, how could this happen? There must be something fishy going on here, you idiot." Kim Hyunbin Appa must have underestimated his opponent. Chinese netizens, however, responded with a chorus of mockery. "Is this all the skill level? Is this how South Korean athletes are? I'm telling you, you bunch of idiots from South Korea, stop with the sumida nonsense. Your appas are only this good. Hurry up and face reality." Following this, Chinese and South Korean netizens engaged in a fierce online battle over the match between Zhang Chen and Kim Hyunbin. The two sides went back and forth, arguing endlessly. However, thanks to China's profound national culture, all sorts of insults have emerged, and South Korean netizens have almost no effective means of retaliation except for Shiba. Therefore, the outcome of this online battle was already predetermined. Chinese netizens emerged victorious. Originally, Yunru thought that Zhang Chen's victory over Kim Hyunbin would not be easy. After all, the latter was also a formidable opponent. However, he never expected that Zhang Chen could win so easily with one move, which really surprised him. However, this scene also brought him great surprise and injected strong morale into the Chinese team. Next, it was Tian Wei's turn to play. The fierce battle between Tian Wei and Robert Sissio was a feast for the eyes, absolutely spectacular and breathtaking. In an instant, Tian Wei transformed into various strange and ferocious beasts, launching a fierce attack on Robert Sissio. Robert Sissio's superpowers are equally formidable. When facing Tian Wei, who is transformed into a monster, their strength is surprisingly evenly matched. However, in the fierce exchange, Tian Wei keenly spotted a weakness in his opponent. Although Robert Sissio was extremely powerful, his speed was slightly slow. Therefore, Tian Wei made a decisive decision and adjusted his battle strategy. He swiftly transformed into a speed-dominant beast, his sharp claws moving with lightning speed, frantically tearing at Robert Sissio with movements so fast they were dazzling and difficult to follow. Enraged by Tian Wei's offensive, Robert Sissio roared and threw a punch straight at Tian Wei. However, Tian Wei leaped up lightly, like a nimble cheetah, and landed firmly on Robert Sissio's fist. Immediately afterwards, he ruthlessly kicked out with his back foot, a kick as powerful as thunder, aimed hard at Robert Sissio's chin. With a muffled thud, Robert Sissio flew straight off the field like a kite with a broken string. Finally, Tian Wei, dragging his injured body, smiled and looked at the other players on the Chinese team. Without a doubt, the victory in in this match once again belongs to the Chinese team. After watching Tianwei's match, Chinese netizens were all still shaken, as if they had personally experienced the thrilling duel. Tianwei's performance was truly thrilling. He nearly lost several times, keeping everyone on the edge of their seats. Marin's next match brought a slight sigh of relief to everyone. Although Marin's opponent Agatha has rather peculiar abilities, Marin has a wide variety of ranged attack methods. He would sometimes unleash vines, sometimes throw wooden spears. His moves were unpredictable and dazzling. Even more astonishingly, Marin ultimately unleashed the thousand-hand guanyin technique. Countless hands emerged from his body and began to frantically slap Agatha. Under the devastating blow of 1,000 hands, Agatha was finally knocked unconscious. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed that Marin was too ruthless. However, it must be said that this thousand-hand guanyin is truly amazing. Gong Xiaoxiao's competition was equally easy and smooth. Her entire body was covered in thick rock armor, clearly to withstand Rothman's explosive attacks. No matter what moves Rothman made, they were all blocked by Gong Xiaoxiao's rock armor. Whenever Rothman bombarded the rock armor, the armor, though shattered, would quickly heal, leaving him helpless. In the end, Gong Xiaoxiao used her steel prison and earthquake special moves to defeat Rothman. With this, 4 members of the Chinese team have won in the first round, making all Chinese netizens extremely excited and proud. Except for Zhu Xing, who has not yet appeared, the other 4 contestants have all completed the first round of the competition. The audience waited anxiously for Zhu Xing to appear, and after a long wait, it was finally his turn to appear. As soon as Zhu Xing appeared, he unhesitatingly used his ultimate skill, a replica of Zhang Chen's previous move, to defeat the enemy. Hazandarang unleashed a massive pillar of fire, the raging flames soaring into the sky as if to engulf the entire arena. However, Zhu Xing was fearless, his entire body covered in hard steel armor, his whole body gleaming silver, like a steel giant. He shot straight at the pillar of flames like a meteor, colliding head-on with the raging fire. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, but Zhu Xing was completely unharmed. With astonishing speed and power, he slammed into Hazandarang, knocking him out of the arena in an instant. With this stunning scene, the first round of the competition officially came to an end. The fact that all 5 Chinese players advanced to the second round is undoubtedly exciting news. After the match, Yunru led several players back to their dormitory to analyze their opponents for the next round. First up is Zhang Chen's opponent, Miyamoto Krichako from the Miyamoto family, who was skilled in ice-based abilities. Zhang Chen was no stranger to this. After all, his clone, Azure Dragon, also possessed ice-type abilities. However, Zhang Chen was not worried at all and was full of confidence. Yunru played a recording of Miyamoto Krichako's match in the first round, explaining his tactics and characteristics in detail. Yunru spoke eloquently and enthusiastically, while Zhang Chen merely nodded perfunctorily, clearly not taking Miyamoto Kosako seriously. Next up was Gong Xiaoxiao's opponent, who was to face Lafraha from the Black Country. Lafraha's ability is quite peculiar, even somewhat disgusting. He can turn his bodily fluids into corrosive substances, such as saliva and sweat. Such an ability sends a chill down one's spine. Gong Xiaoxiao muttered softly, "Why aren't there any contestants from India?" Hearing this, Yunru explained, all 5 contestants from India were eliminated in the first round. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised and exclaimed in unison, "Wow, so weak? Not a single person made it to the second round?" Yunru nodded in confirmation of the news. After that, everyone stopped dwelling on the topic and continued to look at the information of other competitors. Tianwei's opponent is Han Jae-suk from South Korea, whose superpower is extremely fast speed. He is agile and ruthless, making him difficult to deal with. However, Han Jae-suk's skills are slightly inferior to John Wei's. Tianwei couldn't help but complain, "Why are all my opponents so difficult to deal with?" Meanwhile, Candle Star's opponent is Rogers from the Ugly Kingdom. Rogers' superpower is extremely terrifying. It is a variant of the air superpower, allowing him to manipulate air and oxygen at will. If the enemy fails to defeat him within the time limit, he will be in extreme danger. Zhu Xing listened with a serious expression, and Zhang Chen was also surprised by this supernatural ability. Although Zhang Chen was confident he had a way to deal with it, Zhu Xing would probably be difficult to handle easily. In comparison, Marin was relatively lucky. His opponent was of average strength, which gave him a slight sense of relief. After the introduction, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and then dispersed to get some rest and recover their strength and energy. However, Zhang Chen seemed uneasy, his brows furrowed, as if some hidden worry was lingering in his heart. Back in his dormitory, instead of lying down to rest like the others, he paced around his room, pondering the details of the briefing. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he came up with a way to ensure the safety of himself and his teammates. Zhang Chen decided to set up a barrier in the dormitory building. This was no ordinary barrier, but a special barrier he had cleverly created by combining his psychic and spatial abilities. He could immediately detect any unusual movement. He concentrated his mind, mobilized the supernatural power within his body, and gathered it at his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, a faint light burst forth from his fingertips, quickly spreading and enveloping the entire dormitory building. This barrier may seem inconspicuous, but it is indestructible. With the barrier in place, Zhang Chen finally felt a sense of relief, believing that this barrier could protect them from potential threats. So he lay down peacefully, closed his eyes, and prepared to drift off to sleep. In the dead of night, all was quiet, and everyone was immersed in sweet dreams. However, at this moment, a group of well-trained men in black silently infiltrated the dormitory of the Chinese athletes. Zhang Chen's barrier immediately sensed these uninvited guests and emitted a slight vibration. Zhang Chen was instantly awakened, becoming highly alert and immediately realizing that someone had broken in. He quickly sat up and focused his mind on his surroundings. Using his psychic abilities, he discovered that these people were carefully searching the dormitory. Zhang Chen decided not to alert them and quietly used his psychic abilities to prevent them from noticing his and his teammates' presence. Then, he quietly got up and woke up his teammates and Yunru one by one. When Yunru and his teammates woke up and saw the scene before them, they were immediately taken aback. However, they all knew that there was no time for further words at this moment, and they had to remain calm. Zhang Chen used his psychic abilities to hypnotize his teammates and Yunru, putting them to a quiet sleep so as not to make any noise that would alert the intruders. Once everything was arranged, the group dared to speak in hushed tones. Yunru asked in a low voice, his face full of doubt, "Zhang Chen, what exactly is going on? Who are these people?" Zhang Chen shrugged innocently and explained with a wry smile, "I don't know who they are either. Last night when I was going to sleep, I felt restless and uneasy, so I used my superpower to set up a barrier. I didn't expect it to actually come in handy." Wearing an adorable bear-patterned pajama, Gong Xiaoxiao angrily questioned, "What are these people's backgrounds? What do they want by barging into our house in the middle of the night?" Yunru shook his head thoughtfully and analyzed, judging from their attire, they should definitely be from the ugly country, but the specific purpose of their long journey here is unclear. At this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly interjected, "Hey, I have an idea. I can make a hypnotic device to force them to reveal their purpose." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they felt that this method would work. Yunru quickly chimed in, "Great idea. Then I'll leave it to you, Zhang Chen." Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, a confident smile on his face, as he mysteriously pulled a crystal ball from his pocket. The crystal ball was crystal clear and emitted a faint glow, looking quite magical. Zhang Chen raised the crystal ball and softly asked the unconscious person, "Who are you?" Then, something unexpected happened. The unconscious person slowly opened their eyes, their gaze vacant and blank, as if they had lost themselves. He replied stiffly, "I am from the ugly country's wooden dog special forces. We are ordered to kidnap the Chinese athletes and prevent them from participating in tomorrow's competition." Gong Xiaoxiao and the others were stunned and speechless upon hearing this, never expecting that the ugly kingdom's officials would be so despicable and shameless. Yunru's face instantly darkened, and he cursed inwardly that these ugly Chinese were utterly despicable. He was about to contact the top leadership of China to report the matter immediately, but Zhang Chen stopped him. Yunru looked at Zhang Chen with confusion, not understanding why he was being stopped. Zhang Chen explained, "Team leader Yun, think about it. If the people who kidnapped us suddenly disappeared, would those high-ranking officials from the ugly kingdom still dare to easily take action against us?" Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaoxiao became excited and exclaimed, "Brother Zhang Chen, you mean?" Before she could finish speaking, she made a throat-slitting gesture, indicating that she wanted to kill these special forces members. Seeing this, Zhang Chen quickly gave her a flick on the forehead, making her cry out ouch. He said irritably, "What are you thinking? Although we are not afraid of the ugly country, it is not advisable to completely turn against them now. We can just hide these people for a day and release them after we finish the second round of the competition. This way, we can warn them and let them know that we are not to be trifled with without making things worse." Yunru thought Zhang Chen's idea was feasible, but at the same time, he felt a headache coming on. He looked at the dozen or so people around him and said with a wry smile, "How can we hide from these dozen or so people?" Zhang Chen, however, was confident and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I have a way. I have a special piece of equipment that can hide people. I first used hypnosis to put them into a deep sleep for 2 days, and then I put them into the equipment. I'll release them after the second round of the competition. That way, even if the ugly kingdom's higher-ups find out, they won't get any useful information out of them." After hearing Zhang Chen's plan, Yunru couldn't help but admire his abilities. He thought to himself, this guy is really scary. Not only is he quick-witted, but he also has such amazing equipment and skills. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen's teammates secretly sighed, "Never mess with Zhang Chen, this guy is too powerful." Time flew by, and dawn broke. At this moment, the President of the United States was pacing anxiously back and forth in the Black Palace. He kept asking, "Any news about the wooden dog special forces?" The Secretary General replied helplessly, "Your Excellency, we have not received any information yet." Upon hearing this, the President of the United States was immediately enraged and shouted, "They're all a bunch of useless trash." Zhang Chen and his group, who were still fast asleep, were completely unaware of this. The next morning, as the sun shone brightly, Zhang Chen and the others arrived at the competition venue early, ready to begin the second round of the competition. The first to appear today is Gong Xiaoxiao. She walked gracefully on onto the stage, but her gaze was drawn to Lafraha's shiny bald head. Lafraha showed no embarrassment whatsoever and instead struck a bodybuilder pose, displaying his so-called muscles to Gong Xiaoxiao. Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She never expected that this man would be so narcissistic and greasy. Lafraha seemed completely oblivious to Gong Xiaoxiao's aversion. Staring at her slender waist and willow leaf eyebrows, his eyes gleaming, he said, "Oh my god, beautiful lady, I wonder if I could have dinner with you tonight?" As soon as he finished speaking, he deliberately put on what he thought was a very cool expression. Gong Xiaoxiao could no longer bear it, her stomach churned, and she almost vomited. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, gagged a few times, and then replied without hesitation, "Ugh, no need, I don't want to have nightmares tonight." However, Lafraha didn't seem to care about her rejection at all, and said with a smile, "You Eastern women are just so reserved." This remark infuriated Gong Xiaoxiao even more. She felt that this man was simply an ordinary guy, overly confident in his own charm. This conversation sparked a barrage of complaints from female netizens in the audience, with comments flooding the screen such as, "Ugh, what a jerk. Get out of here. Help. This marinated egg is disgusting. I remember that black-haired egg's superpower was pretty disgusting too. It's a perfect match for him. I feel sorry for Gong Xiaoxiao for a second." Gong Xiaoxiao finally reached her breaking point and decided to no longer tolerate this man's harassment. She ran quickly, rushing towards Lafraha like a bolt of lightning. Just as she was about to deliver a powerful blow to Lafraha, a gigantic stone hand suddenly appeared in her hand. Lafraha remained unfazed as the small, rocky giant hand of the palace came crashing down on him like a mountain. He slowly clutched his head, his muscles tense as if under immense pressure, his body trembling uncontrollably, seemingly trying to endure some indescribable pain. An onlooker seeing this might mistakenly think he was trying to defecate. However, at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lafraha's sweat poured out like a burst dam. The sweat seemed to possess a special magic, quickly gathering into a thin film of water around his body. As Lafraha's body spun rapidly, the water film was flung out by centrifugal force, scattering in all directions. Even more astonishingly, this splattered sweat is highly corrosive. The moment Gong Xiaoxiao's giant rock hand touched the sweat, it instantly turned into fine sand, like metal corroded by strong acid, and then poured down like a waterfall. This bizarre scene left everyone present speechless. Gong Xiaoxiao was enraged by the sudden turn of events and roared, "Yellow Earth Tornado!" Zhang Chen was very familiar with this move and knew how powerful it was. Seeing that Gong Xiaoxiao's big move was about to be launched, he couldn't help but secretly sweat for Lafraha, who was an international friend. However, just as the Lust Tornado was about to sweep across the entire area, Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly unleashed a jaw-dropping skill. She used her palm to create a violent sandstorm. The sandstorm was fierce, like a roaring dragon, blowing the Lust Tornado directly out of the field with overwhelming force. The spectators on the sidelines, whether they had previously been hostile towards China or were contestants themselves, all spontaneously erupted in exclamations and cheers. It must be said that Lafraha's superpowers are truly disgusting, but at the same time, one can't help but admire Gong Xiaoxiao's wit and adaptability. While everyone was engrossed in the exciting match, the president of the Ugly Kingdom took the opportunity to instruct his men to sneak into the Chinese athletes' dormitory in an attempt to find members of the Wooden Dog Special Forces. Unfortunately, their efforts ultimately yielded no results. Upon learning the result, the president of the United States immediately turned gloomy and was secretly furious. However, he was at a loss in the face of this situation. After all, he couldn't directly question the Chinese team, otherwise it would be tantamount to admitting that he orchestrated last night's operation. Therefore, he could only helplessly choose to remain silent, like a mute eating bitter melon, unable to express his suffering. At this moment, the President of the United States was in an extremely bad mood and had never felt so frustrated. Next, it's Candle Star's turn to take the stage. His face was grave, his eyes filled with worry about the match. The reason is simple. His opponent is none other than Rogers, a formidable foe with the ability to manipulate air. Faced with Rogers' air abilities, Candle Star has yet to come up with a perfect countermeasure. Upon entering the arena, Zhuxing activated his special ability without hesitation. In an instant, his entire body transformed into a silver-white steelman, appearing indestructible. However, Rogers dismissed the move with a scornful smile. He crossed his arms and growled in a low voice, "Air barrier." In an instant, an invisible barrier appeared on the competition field. The air within the barrier seemed to be sucked out, creating a vacuum. Rogers could breathe normally only in his body. He couldn't breathe anywhere else. Upon seeing this, Zhuxing secretly realized something was wrong. But since things had come to this, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight back. He took a deep breath, preparing to finish the job quickly. It then charged toward Rogers like a cannonball. However, Rogers was as agile as an eel, dodging left and right, always managing to avoid Candlestar's attacks. Time passed second by second, and Zhuxing's face turned red from holding her breath, making it increasingly difficult for her to breathe. Just then, Rogers seized the opportunity and suddenly threw a punch. The punch landed heavily on Zhuxing like a hammer blow. Caught off guard, Zhuxing suddenly suddenly felt short of breath, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her neck. His consciousness gradually blurred, his steps became unsteady, and he seemed to have lost control of his body. After struggling to take a few steps, he collapsed to the ground due to lack of oxygen. This defeat marks the first elimination of a Chinese player. However, this was unavoidable. Among the Chinese players, apart from Zhang Chen, the chances of winning against a formidable opponent like Rogers were extremely slim. After all, Rogers's powers were so strong that it was almost like cheating. Next, Tian Wei took the stage. His opponent was Han Jae-suk from South Korea, a contestant known for his incredible speed. Moreover, Han Jae-suk seems to harbor inexplicable hostility towards Chinese players. This is understandable, as Zhang Chen ruthlessly defeated the South Korean player in the previous round, causing them to lose face. Therefore, Han Jae-suk harbors resentment towards Chinese athletes. Han Jae-suk roared, "Damn it, you Chinese, I'm going to kill you." Tian Wei casually picked at his ear and asked blankly, "Huh? What are you saying? I don't understand." Tian Wei's response enraged Han Jae-suk, who flew into a rage and cursed again, "Sheba." Then, he vanished from the field like lightning. At the same time, a small wisp of smoke rose from where he had been standing. Upon seeing this, Tian Wei immediately transformed into a turtle-like beast without hesitation. His body quickly retracted into the hard tortoise shell, completely enveloping and protecting himself. Just then, Han Jae-suk appeared above Tian Wei like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch, flashing by like lightning. Immediately, countless fists rained down on Tian Wei's tortoise shell, creating deafening bang-bang sounds. Under Han Jae-suk's fierce attacks, cracks began to appear on Tian Wei's tortoise shell, and these cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Tian Wei inwardly cried out in alarm. He knew that if he continued to stubbornly resist, his shell would eventually be completely shattered. Left with no other choice, he decided to use his secret weapon, the Dark Panther form. Its body transformed instantly, the hard tortoise shell disappeared, replaced by jet black fur and an agile physique. The Dark Panther is extremely fast, though not as fast as Han Jae-suk's speed ability, it is still definitely agile and swift. Using the speed of the Dark Panther, Tian Wei skillfully dodged Han Jae-suk's attacks, missing his target every time he made a move. However, he did not forget the tactics he had discussed with Yunru the night before. While dodging the attacks, he suddenly turned around and used his shape-shifting ability again, this time transforming into a huge elephant with a giant trunk. The giant elephant possesses both formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Its skin is as hard as iron, capable of withstanding most attacks. Unfortunately, it is relatively slow, which is its weakness. Han Jae-suk saw Tian Wei transform into a giant elephant, a cold smile appearing on his lips. He was clearly unconcerned, confident that his speed ability was enough to handle any situation. Without hesitation, he launched his attack, moving with lightning speed around Tian Wei, his daggers falling like a storm. Despite Han Jae-suk's fierce attacks, Tian Wei's defensive capabilities remained astonishing. No matter how fierce the attack, Tian Wei remained unharmed, his giant elephant form resembling an impregnable fortress. However, Han Jae-suk did not give up. He pulled out two daggers from his ankles and clenched his fists. With his hands crossed, he unleashed astonishing speed, slashing more than a dozen deep wounds across Tian Wei's body. Tian Wei cried out in pain, but did not back down. He endured the excruciating pain from his wound, constantly protecting his head, because he knew that as long as his head wasn't hit, there was still a chance to turn the tide. He was waiting for the moment he could seize upon Han Jae-suk's weakness. This was exactly the tactic he and Yunru had agreed upon, to use the giant elephant's powerful defense to draw Han Jae-suk's attack and then to launch a fatal counterattack at the crucial moment. Han Jae-suk was like a maddened beast, his attacks as dense and relentless as a storm, dazzling the eye. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Tian Wei's eye, Tian Wei suddenly stretched out his thick, elephant-like hand, which blocked his view like a shield. The dagger pierced his palm mercilessly, but Tian Wei did not flinch. Instead, he gripped Han Jae-suk's hand tightly, as if it were his last lifeline. A slight smile appeared on Tian Wei's lips, his laughter sounding somewhat abrupt in the tense atmosphere. "Ha, I've got you." Han Jae-suk clearly did not expect Tian Wei to resist so fiercely. Before he could react, Tian Wei threw him around like a rag doll. Zhang Chen stood aside, watching this scene, feeling as if the scene of the Hulk angrily throwing Loki in the movie was being replayed before his eyes. On the competition field, pebbles were thrown everywhere by Tian Wei, creating chaos. Han Jae-suk was violently thrown around and was completely disoriented, losing the ability to resist. Seeing that the opportunity was not to be missed, Tian Wei transformed into a giant lion, his roar deafening, as if it would tear the whole world apart. Immediately afterwards, he began to frantically claw at Han Jae-suk, each strike carrying boundless power and fury. Han Jae-suk, who was already dizzy and disoriented, was instantly mangled and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string after this fierce attack. Looking at the results he had achieved, Tian Wei's anger finally subsided a little. Dragging his wounded body, he roared, a roar that seemed to summarize the fierce battle and proclaim his victory. As the referee's whistle blew, this thrilling contest finally came to an end. Upon hearing the whistle, Tian Wei felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders, collapsed heavily, and immediately fainted. Although Tianwei was seriously injured, fortunately, these injuries were not fatal. The medical team arrived quickly and provided him with emergency treatment. After a period of recuperation and treatment, Tianwei regained his energetic state, as if the fierce battle just now was nothing but a dream. Finally, it was Zhang Chen's turn to appear. He strode confidently onto the stage, instantly igniting the atmosphere. However, Miyamoto Kuchako sneered from the side and openly provoked Zhang Chen, saying, "Chinese people are extremely weak." After saying that, he raised his thumb downwards and stared at Zhang Chen with a mocking expression. Faced with Miyamoto Kuchako's provocation, Zhang Chen was not angry. Instead, he looked him up and down with a disdainful gaze and slowly said, "I think the toothpicks in your textbooks are ridiculous. Why do all the teachers like them so much?" As soon as he said this, the entire audience was stunned and fell silent instantly. Miyamoto Kuchako clearly didn't understand Zhang Chen's words, looking at him blankly, not understanding what he was talking about. But Chinese netizens understood immediately. They laughed uproariously, leaving comments in the live chat. "Ha, I have the same question. I have all of Minako Koyomi's resources. Upstairs, one of my roommates wants it. We Chinese are big and strong, while they are as delicate as embroidery needles. I really don't understand. I am a negative ion. I like Chinese people. The men in our country are too useless." As expected, Zhang Chen really knows how to tell jokes. Xia Hanner, who was watching the live stream, blushed immediately upon hearing this. She spat shyly and said coquettishly, "How can Zhang Chen be so indecent?" If others heard this, they would definitely be surprised, because they would never expect that the usually quiet Xia Hanner would understand these jokes. Although Miyamoto Kuchako didn't understand Zhang Chen's words, he immediately realized from the mocking expressions of the audience that they were definitely not kind. His face changed drastically, turning extremely gloomy, and he roared angrily, "Chinese, you bastard." Before he finished speaking, he waved his hands, and a cold mist quickly spread out. In an instant, countless crystal-clear icebergs shot towards Zhang Chen like a rain of arrows. Despite the sudden attack, Zhang Chen remained remarkably calm. He held an iron bar, his arm spinning rapidly like a windmill, knocking the icebergs away one by one. The iron rod collided with the iceberg, producing a crisp sound, like a fierce symphony. However, just as Zhang Chen successfully repelled the iceberg, the iron rod in his hand suddenly expanded rapidly, growing larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the iron rod had grown to the size of a giant mountain, carrying boundless power, and smashed fiercely towards Miyamoto Kuchako. Seeing this, Miyamoto Kuchako did not hesitate and immediately activated her ice-type ability to build an indestructible ice shield around herself. The ice shield was as hard as steel, tightly enveloping him. With a loud bang, the iron rod slammed into the ice shield. Instantly, the entire site shook violently, as if the earth itself were trembling. Surprisingly, the sturdy ice shield began to crack under the impact of the iron rod and was eventually shattered completely. However, just as the iron rod shattered the ice shield, everyone was surprised to find that Miyamoto Kuchako was no longer inside the ice shield. It turns out that he cleverly used his ice-type ability at the crucial moment to quickly break free from the protection of the ice shield. Miyamoto Kuchako suddenly stomped her foot, and a layer of crystalline ice flowers immediately appeared on the ground. These ice crystal flowers seemed to have a life of their own, spreading rapidly toward Zhang Chen at an astonishing speed. Faced with the overwhelming ice crystal flowers, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and then slowly took out a fan from his bosom, the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan. Zhang Chen held the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan and waved it lightly. A burst of blazing flames, like a raging fire dragon, roared and swept towards the ice crystal flower. Wherever the flames passed, the ice crystal flowers melted instantly, turning into wisps of white vapor that vanished without a trace in an instant. Zhang Chen showed absolutely no mercy towards Miyamoto Kuchako. After all, Yunru had introduced this person to him yesterday. It is said that in the first round of the competition, Miyamoto Kuchako killed his opponent without any mercy and was extremely arrogant, spouting wild words. Given this, Zhang Chen would never allow such a person to leave the competition alive. Without hesitation, he pulled out the legendary banana leaf fan from his pocket. This fan is no ordinary weapon. It contains powerful flames that can easily burn anything. When Miyamoto Kuchako saw Zhang Chen take out the banana leaf fan, her heart tightened, but she still tried to remain calm and activated her ice-type ability. However, no matter how hard he tried, the ice-type power he released was instantly burned to ashes by the raging flames ignited by the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan. With an increasingly gloomy expression, Miyamoto Kuchako roared, "Die, Frost Dragon." Before he finished speaking, he activated his ice-type ability with all his might, and a huge ice dragon suddenly appeared on the field. The ice dragon was so lifelike, it seemed to have come to life, and its appearance caused the temperature in the entire arena to drop sharply. Despite facing such a powerful ice dragon, Zhang Chen showed no fear. He gripped the banana leaf fan tightly in his left hand, and raised the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan high in his right hand, then swung it sharply. In an instant, a fiery dragon that blotted out the sky soared into the air, shocking the entire arena. The originally cold venue instantly became unbearable unbearably hot once the fire dragon appeared. Although Miyamoto Kuchako's ice dragon was enormous, it paled in comparison to Zhang Chen's fire dragon. The fire dragon quickly coiled around the ice dragon, and the intense heat emanating from its body caused the ice dragon to melt instantly upon contact. The ice dragon struggled with all its might, but its resistance seemed utterly futile in the face of the fire dragon's immense power. Baka Yoru, what on earth is going on? Miyamoto Kuchako was shocked. He never thought that his strongest move would be so easily broken by Zhang Chen. The fire dragon fiercely devoured the ice dragon, then, like a burning meteor, rushed straight towards Miyamoto Kuchako. Miyamoto Kuchako was shocked and quickly conjured a sharp ice blade in her hand in an attempt to block the fire dragon's fierce attack. However, the fire dragon's power was too great. The ice blade was torn apart as easily as paper the moment it touched the fire dragon, and the flames completely engulfed Miyamoto Kuchako like a raging torrent. Just as Miyamoto Kuchako was desperately resisting the raging fire dragon, Zhang Chen once again waved that mysterious banana leaf fan. As he moved, a powerful gust of air suddenly erupted, slamming into Miyamoto Kuchako like an invisible shockwave. He was powerless to resist the force, and his body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The fire dragon seemed to sense the change, opened its blood-red maw, and mercilessly swallowed Miyamoto Kuchako whole. A moment later, the fire dragon gradually dissipated, leaving only a wisp of black smoke. Amidst the smoke, the charred body of Miyamoto Kuchako plummeted straight down from midair like a piece of charcoal. He crashed to the ground with a thud, and shockingly, due to severe burns, his limbs were severed upon landing, creating a horrific scene. This thrilling duel ultimately ended in Miyamoto Kuchiko's tragic defeat and death. However, this result caused a huge uproar online, with netizens discussing and debating it endlessly. Baka Yoru, the Chinese contestants are too cruel. You have to give us an explanation. Some netizens shouted angrily, filled with strong indignation and condemnation of Zhang Chen's actions. Damn it. Well said. Look at how badly our two oppas were beaten. Korean netizens echoed, expressing their outrage at the fate of their athletes. What are you two from different provinces arguing about? If you're so capable, why don't you have a real-life showdown? You bunch of little bastards, didn't you kill your opponent in the first round too? Chinese netizens retorted without backing down, completely disregarding the accusations from netizens from other countries. Just as the online debate was raging and escalating, Zhang Chen's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone speechless and dumbfounded. Zhang Chen wore a mocking smile as he looked at the charcoal black body of Miyamoto Kujira and said in an exaggerated tone, "Oh dear, I actually killed someone. If I had known he was so weak, I should have held back. Alas, poor fellow, rest in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen clapped his hands lightly with an air of seriousness, as if he were silently mourning and praying for Miyamoto Kuchako. However, the matter was not over yet. With a gentle wave of his banana leaf fan, the seemingly casual movement contained immense power. In the blink of an eye, Miyamoto Kuchako's already charred body shattered into countless tiny fragments as if hit by a hurricane, drifting away like dust in the wind. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's mocking expression became even more pronounced. He exaggeratedly exclaimed again, "Oh dear, I was so scared. I forgot to turn off my superpower and accidentally created such a huge hurricane. What a sin. I hope Miyamoto Kuchako won't blame me." The spectators in the stands were stunned by what they saw, their mouths twitching involuntarily. They cursed inwardly, "God has no reason to blame you. You beat him to a pulp and even blew his ashes away. How deep must your hatred be?" After Zhang Chen stepped off the field, everyone except the Chinese players avoided him like the plague, as if he were a terrifying monster. Zhang Chen was a little confused. He touched his nose and asked doubtfully, "Am I really that scary?" Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the group ignored him as if he didn't exist and continued their enthusiastic discussion about what food to eat that night. At this point, halftime ended and it was Marin's turn to play. However, to everyone's surprise, Marin performed amazingly. Before the audience could even react, the match was over, and Marin won without any doubt. After the match, Marin thought to himself unhappily, "Author, I don't think I'm even worthy of letting you write a few hundred words of battle scenes, am I?" That evening, the group returned to their dormitory. Zhu Xing was unusually depressed and sat silently on the edge of her bed without saying a word. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao quickly went over to comfort him. "Zhu Xing, don't be too sad. Rogers's ability is so abnormal. If any of us were to encounter him, we would probably have a hard time winning." Just as Gong Xiaoxiao and the others were comforting Zhu Xing, Zhang Chen, who had been engrossed in eating, suddenly looked up and said casually, "I think Rogers is pretty easy to beat." These words caused a huge uproar in the dormitory, like a bomb going off. Gong Xiaoxiao and the others were instantly enraged and shouted in unison, "Shut up!" Zhang Chen was taken aback by the shout, pouted slightly in grievance, and then continued to eat heartily as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Zhu Xing, who was originally feeling down, couldn't help but smile. He took a deep breath and said, all right, stop arguing. I know you all mean well, but I won't be discouraged. I'll try my best not to hold everyone back in the upcoming team competition." Hearing Zhu Xing's words, Yunru turned to Zhang Chen and asked, "By the way, can we let those wooden dogs Special Forces members go? Zhang Chen raised his head and calmly replied, I released them on the way back and also altered their memories. They will only remember going to the nightclub to see the dancers last night. Yunru smiled and gave a thumbs up, clearly very satisfied with his performance. However, these things were beyond their control. Next, everyone will have a day to rest and recover their physical and mental strength. After a short break, the competition will continue. The third round of the competition is actually equivalent to the semifinals, because only the top 6 players can advance. This means the competition will be more intense, and the difficulty of the competition will increase accordingly. After the break, the players will draw lots on site to determine their opponents. Therefore, the analysis of the opponent can only be conducted on site, and Yunru will provide the players with detailed analysis and guidance at that time. As night fell, the group sat around in the dormitory. Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her head, her gaze falling on Zhang Chen, and asked curiously, little brother Zhang Chen, tell me the truth, are you confident about the third round of the competition? Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. He glanced at Gong Xiaoxiao and replied casually, it's nothing, as if this competition was no problem for him at all. Seeing this, Yunru couldn't help but laugh out loud. He greatly admired Zhang Chen's performance and continued, of all of you, I'm least worried about Zhang Chen. His abilities are even more monstrous than Roger's. Moreover, the strength of his superpower depends entirely on his imagination. As long as he can unleash it, I don't think it would be surprising if he won the championship in the end. Everyone nodded in agreement with Yunru's words. Yunru then reminded them, however, all the contestants who have made it to the third round are very strong, so you must be careful. Gong Xiaoxiao and the others naturally understood the weight of these words and nodded in agreement. After a brief conversation, the group returned to their rooms to rest. As soon as Zhang Chen stepped into the room, his communication bracelet suddenly rang urgently. He looked closely and saw that it was a call from Xiaoda. On the other end of the phone, Xiaoda excitedly said, Brother Chen, I just watched the match, you're amazing. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and replied, Xiaoda, don't get excited. But you're calling me in the middle of the night, it can't just be for congratulations, right? Xiaoda chuckled and continued, Brother Chen, while you were away, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and the number of members in our Chen Tian Palace has also increased quite a bit. Oh, is that so? Zhang Chen immediately became interested and asked, then how many members does the Chen Tian Palace have now? Xiaoda hurriedly replied, the 32 heavenly fiends have all been gathered, but the constellations are still the same old faces. They're just waiting for you to come back and take charge. Indeed, the selection of members of the star constellation is of utmost importance and must be personally overseen by Zhang Chen. After all, in Zhang Chen's plan, the star constellations are either S-level ability users or dual-type ability users. Such standards are extremely strict and must be carefully selected. After chatting for a while, Zhang Chen decisively hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in the Black Palace of the Ugly Kingdom, a tense conversation is taking place. The secretary stood before the ugly president, his expression serious, and said, Mr. President, we have located the Wooden Dog Special Forces. The president, who had been frowning, immediately perked up upon hearing the news and asked eagerly, did they say where they went last night? The secretary hesitated for a moment, then stammered, they said they went to the club last night. The club's name is infamous in the United States. That was a notorious club in the US, rife with illegal activities such as prostitution, gambling, and drugs. It was a notorious dark place. Upon hearing this, the president flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table and roaring, I've been worried all day. Where did they go to play? These bastards must not be let off. They must be brought to a military court and given the punishment they deserve. However, the president did not ponder why the Wood Dog Special Forces would choose to go to such a place. Perhaps in his subconscious, all the people of the ugly country are like this, so he believed his secretary's words without considering any other possibilities. Zhang Chen knew nothing of what was happening inside the Black Palace. He was already fast asleep in his room. The third round of the competition kicked off instantly. Although Zhu Xing was unfortunately eliminated in the previous round, he still had the opportunity to enter the competition venue as Yunru's assistant. Immediately afterwards, everyone began to draw lots. Tianwei's luck seemed to be not so good, as he drew the lot to face Marin. This is undoubtedly a considerable challenge, given that Marin is on the same team as him and is very strong. Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoxiao will face Chrisman Waffles from Eagle Craftsman Kingdom, while Zhang Chen's opponent is Hu Ha from Yu Kingdom. After the draw, everyone returned to the lounge to rest for a while. Yunru began to analyze the match situation. The duel between Tianwei and Ma Lin goes without saying, they're both from our side, and they know each other's abilities perfectly well. From now on, it's up to you two to perform. He turned his gaze to Gong Xiaoxiao and Zhang Chen. Gong Xiaoxiao's opponent, Chrisman Waffle, has an interesting ability. His name is almost exactly the same as his ability. Yunru paused for a moment, then continued, his special ability is cookies. Gong Xiaoxiao looked puzzled and asked, is it one of those edible cookies? Yunru nodded and said affirmatively, that's right, exactly. However, his superpowered cookies aren't just for eating. During the game, he can summon summon incredibly tough biscuit soldiers. These soldiers are powerful and can be given different attributes as needed, such as increasing speed, enhancing strength, and so on. Zhang Chen's opponent is Hu Hao from Yu Kingdom, whose special ability is summoning. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Chen excitedly interjected, "Summoner? I know that all too well. I have a friend who's a summoner." "Hana, this is it." Seeing how knowledgeable he was, Yunru didn't say anything more. The competition officially began in the afternoon. The match opened with a highly anticipated clash between Chinese athletes, Tian Wei versus Marin. Both are highly skilled fighters, making this duel undoubtedly the highlight of the competition. Tian Wei stared at Marin with a resentful expression, seemingly harboring resentment towards the match. Marin, with a hint of teasing, smiled and said to Tian Wei, "Wei Zi, why don't you just admit defeat?" Upon hearing this, Tian Wei shook his head firmly, like a rattledrum, indicating that he would never easily admit defeat. He wondered to himself, could it be that I'm really having a bad year? Each match was tougher than the last. I never won an easy game. During training, he never beat Marin, but after all, it was an international competition, and it's not the style of a Chinese person to admit defeat before even stepping onto the field. Thinking about all this, Tian Wei took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and assumed a fighting stance. In an instant, his feet transformed into nimble rabbit legs, and his hands into sharp rabbit claws. Then, he dashed away like lightning, leaving after images, and appeared in front of Marin in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Marin did not relax at all. He immediately concentrated his mind and conjured countless fist-sized wooden vines, which, like a group of ferocious venomous snakes, bared their fangs and claws and pounced on Tian Wei. With a loud bang, wood chips scattered across the field, like flowers falling from the sky. It turned out that with a sudden wave of his other hand, more than a dozen wooden vines burst out of the ground like serpents and instantly wrapped around Tian Wei's feet. Caught off guard, Tian Wei staggered and lost his balance, ending up upside down. However, he reacted extremely quickly, transforming into a small snake and nimbly weaving through the vines, easily breaking free from its restraints. Immediately afterwards, he used his shape-shifting magic, transforming into a gigantic tiger, opening its blood-red maw and roaring as it pounced on Marin. Seeing this, Marin didn't hesitate, nimbly bending down and narrowly dodging Tian Wei's thunderous attack. In the blink of an eye, a wooden knife appeared in Marin's hand. He swung it, and the knife drew a sharp arc, pointing straight at Tian Wei's throat. Seeing the situation, Tian Wei quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and pounced, engaging in a thrilling close-quarters fight with Marin. Fists and kicks flew, swords clashed, the two fought back and forth, locked in a fierce battle, neither willing to back down. Soon, the two suddenly separated and stood still. Marin clapped his hands together violently, and with several crisp crack sounds, a huge wooden guanyin with 1,000 hands appeared behind him. This 1,000-handed wooden guanyin statue is tens of feet tall, exuding a terrifying aura, as if it were a demon god emerging from the abyss of hell. Tian Wei was equally unyielding, and his body underwent an astonishing transformation in an instant, turning into a three-headed hellhound. These three hellhounds were equally enormous, comparable in size to the 1,000-armed wooden guanyin. They were shrouded in a chilling aura, and the smoke they exhaled distorted the surrounding air. The two sides faced off, neither daring to make a move, and the atmosphere on the field was extremely tense. Finally, Marin roared, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, making everyone's eardrums feel like they were about to burst. With his angry shout, the 1,000-hand guanyin's hundreds of hands swung out in unison, striking Tian Wei like a storm. Tian Wei showed no fear. He leaped up dozens of feet high like a bird and landed steadily on the head of the 1,000-hand guanyin. Immediately, he opened his three blood-red mouths and bit down hard on the head of the 1,000-hand guanyin. No matter how much the wooden guanyin struggled, she could not shake him off. The spectators in the stands were dumbfounded. They had never seen such an intense battle before. Despite Tian Wei's formidable strength, he ultimately only possessed 3 heads, while the 1,000-hand guanyin had countless arms, and the balance of power began to tip in Marin's favor. Soon, Tian Wei was overwhelmed by the 1,000-hand guanyin's fierce attacks and eventually collapsed to the ground. 1,000-hand guanyin also lost a head in the fierce battle, but this did not prevent Marin from becoming the final victor. Looking at Tian Wei, who had collapsed and was unconscious, Marin walked forward without hesitation, bent down, and carried him on his back. He walked off the stage with steady, slow steps. After several rounds of exciting matches by players from other countries, it was finally Zhang Chen's turn to take the stage. His opponent was Hu Hao, who had clearly studied Zhang Chen's combat videos in depth before the match, so he summoned his spirit beast without hesitation as soon as he entered the arena. Zhang Chen stared at the spirit beast summoned by Hu Hao with great interest, secretly marveling. The summoner's ability is really interesting. No matter how many times he saw it, he found the ability to summon all sorts of wondrous creatures to be incredibly fascinating. After all, he was a die-hard Pokemon fan in his past life. When Zhang Chen saw the spirit beast that Hu Hao summoned, which looked just like Squirtle, his boyish heart was instantly stirred. He made sucking sounds like he was teasing a puppy, trying to get the spirit beast's attention. However, Hu Hao was clearly extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Chen's actions, and his face gradually darkened. Just then, the spirit spirit beast suddenly spat out a powerful water jet which shot straight at Zhang Chen's face. Zhang Chen was completely unprepared and was sprayed head-on by a water gun, his face instantly covered in water. He helplessly wiped the water off his face and cast a resentful glance at Hu Hao. Upon seeing this, Hu Hao couldn't help but shudder. Then, he summoned another spirit beast, causing Zhang Chen to exclaim in surprise, "Whoa, isn't that a fire-breathing dragon?" Hu Hao shouted, "Big Orange, use great fire breath." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge orange spirit beast appeared in the arena. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a burst of raging flames, rushing towards Zhang Chen like a burning meteor. However, Zhang Chen remained unusually calm, with a slight smile on his lips, seemingly unconcerned about the fire attack. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, he suddenly summoned another spirit beast, Bana Dai. The butterfly flapped its wings, circled once in the air, and then spewed out a huge tornado from its mouth. The tornado and the giant flames met in the air, intertwined and merged, instantly transforming into a massive serpent of fire. The giant flaming serpent bared its fangs and claws, ferocious and menacing, and pounced on Zhang Chen with boundless power. However, despite the fierce attack, Zhang Chen remained firmly rooted to the spot, completely unmoved. As the giant fiery serpent drew closer, everyone held their breath for Zhang Chen. But just as the serpent was about to devour him, a shocking scene unfolded. A faint energy shield suddenly appeared around Zhang Chen, enveloping him completely. The giant flaming serpent slammed into the energy shield, creating a deafening roar. However, this seemingly fragile shield was exceptionally sturdy, managing to withstand the fierce attack of the giant fire serpent. As the flames subsided, Zhang Chen stood unharmed, a faint smile even appearing on his face. He gazed affectionately at the fire-breathing dragon and the butterfly, a surge of fondness welling up within him. These two spirit beasts are so adorable, I really want to take them home and raise them as pets. But, does the system have a summoner ability? To be honest, the summoner ability completely fulfilled Zhang Chen's fantasies about Pokemon. The ability to summon various powerful spirit beasts without having to tame them is truly enviable. Moreover, if a yellow mouse could stand on your shoulder, that would be the pinnacle of life. But Zhang Chen didn't dwell on his fantasy for long. He quickly snapped back to reality and shouted at Hu Hao, "Hey, is that all you've got? Do you have any more powerful spirit beasts? If not, you can't beat me." Hu Hao gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing Zhang Chen's provocation. He glared at Zhang Chen and then summoned another spirit beast, the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird was crackling with dazzling lightning, and its wingspan was over 10 meters. It let out a sharp cry and charged towards Zhang Chen like a bolt of lightning. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up suddenly, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Zaporn?" He secretly marveled at the fact that although Zaporn was not the strongest among the legendary Pokemon, its attack power was extremely impressive. It must be admitted that Hu Hao is quite capable, as he can actually summon a divine beast-level spirit beast. The Thunderbird sped by like lightning, as fast as the wind, circling and dancing above Zhang Chen's head. It occasionally emitted bursts of thunder, as if it were taunting Zhang Chen. Immediately afterwards, it suddenly summoned bolts of lightning as thick as buckets, which struck Zhang Chen like silver snakes. Faced with this fierce attack, Zhang Chen did not back down. The image of his confrontation with Gong Xiaoxiao in the national selection competition in China flashed through his mind. At that time, he created a powerful weapon, Thor's hammer. Now, he decided to take out Thor's hammer and see who was stronger, Thunderbird or Thor's hammer? Without hesitation, Zhang Chen stretched out his hands, instantly conjuring up the enormous Thor's hammer. As soon as Thor's hammer appeared, it emitted a dazzling light, as if the entire space trembled because of its power. Surprisingly, the moment Mjolnir appeared, the lightning summoned by the Thunderbird seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and was completely devoured by Mjolnir. This scene left everyone present speechless. No one had expected Thor's hammer to have such a powerful absorption ability. What followed was quite comical. The Thunderbird continuously summoned lightning, while Zhang Chen calmly raised Thor's hammer and easily absorbed all the lightning. Zhang Chen easily deflected each of Thunderbird's attacks, as Thor's hammer seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously devouring lightning. Zhang Chen steadily approached Hu Hao step by step, his steps firm and powerful, as if each step contained boundless strength. When Zhang Chen was still some distance away from Hu Hao, he finally stopped. He raised Thor's hammer high, and countless lightning bolts flashed across its surface, intertwining to form a terrifying electric grid. Zhang Chen suddenly swung his hammer, and countless bolts of lightning roared like ferocious beasts as they hurtled toward Hu Hao. In that instant, Hu Hao seemed to sense a great threat. Just when he thought there was nowhere to escape, the Thunderbird suddenly let out a sharp cry and appeared in front of him in an instant, blocking the lightning attack for him. Zhang Chen's eyes were sharp as he watched Hu Hao's every move, searching for the best opportunity to strike. Taking advantage of Hu Hao's momentary lapse in attention, Zhang Chen activated his superpower without hesitation. Energy rapidly gathered in his feet, forming a component called Make 3. This component instantly released a powerful thrust, accelerating his body like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen appeared behind Hu Hao like a ghost. Before Hu Hao could even react, Zhang Chen grabbed his collar firmly. Zhang Chen's power was like an overwhelming force, and Hu Hao's body was thrown out like a cannonball. During the flight, Hu Hao instinctively performed a backflip to try to steady himself. However, just as he regained his footing, the referee's whistle suddenly blew. This made Hu Hao realize, as if he had been thrown out of the game. Helplessly, he summoned back his spirit beasts, turned and left without saying a word. After all, among all the contestants, Zhang Chen's superpower was widely recognized as terrifyingly powerful, and Hu Hao knew he was no match for him and could only accept his fate. Next, it was Gong Xiaoxiao's turn to compete. She lightly leaped onto the ring, and once she was in place, her gaze fell directly on Chrisman's waffles. Pointing at him without any politeness, she said, "Let me show you how crispy your cookies really are." Chrisman Waffles was not angry when he heard Gong Xiaoxiao's provocation. His lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Immediately afterwards, he decisively activated his superpower, and suddenly a large number of biscuit soldiers who looked exactly like him appeared around him. These biscuit soldiers, lined up densely, resembled a well-trained army, and charged menacingly towards Gong Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, a gleaming steel spear appeared in Gong Xiaoxiao's hand. With a flick of her wrist, the spear swept out with the force of a thunderbolt, like a dragon emerging from the sea. With several muffled thuds, the biscuit soldiers were swept away like kites with broken strings. Surprisingly, although the biscuit soldiers were sent flying, they only suffered minor cracks and were not seriously injured. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but purse her lips and mutter, "It's really hard. It'll probably be hard to bite into this thing." Before the words were even finished, the biscuit soldiers, as if injected with adrenaline, pounced on Gong Xiaoxiao again. Gong Xiaoxiao raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. She gently pressed her hands to the ground, as if casting some kind of mysterious spell. In an instant, a bottomless swamp suddenly appeared around Gong Xiaoxiao, with black silt churning and emitting a foul stench. Although the biscuit soldiers were powerful, they were clearly mindless. They were completely unaware of the dangers of the swamp and swarmed in like headless flies. They struggled desperately in the swamp, but no matter how hard they tried, it was all in vain. As time passed, the biscuit soldier's body was gradually swallowed by the swamp and eventually disappeared without a trace. Just then, Chrisman Waffles made a sudden move. Having witnessed Gong Xiaoxiao's prowess, he dared not slacken his efforts. With a wave of his hands, he activated his supernatural power, instantly creating two enormous biscuits in his hands. Without saying a word, he opened his mouth and took a few crunchy bites, swallowing the two cookies. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chrisman Waffles' body expanded rapidly like it was being inflated, its clothes crackling and popping, before finally bursting apart completely. His muscles were bulging, bursting with immense power. With a roar, he charged towards Gong Xiaoxiao like a mad beast. He was incredibly fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Gong Xiaoxiao. At the same time, Chrisman Waffles suddenly produced a longsword made of cookies. He raised his longsword high and shouted, "Fondo's telescopic sword." As he shouted, the longsword seemed to come alive, twisting and lengthening, like a flexible whip, pointing straight at Gong Xiaoxiao's vitals. Just as the longsword was about to strike Gong Xiaoxiao, at the critical moment, she suddenly leaped up, as light as a swallow, and nimbly dodged the fatal blow. Gong Xiaoxiao was not going to admit defeat easily. She opened her palm slightly, and pebbles streaked across the sky like shooting stars, quickly flying towards the Chrisman Waffle. Seeing this, Chrisman Waffle reacted quickly, waving his hands and instantly creating a sturdy shield made of cookies in front of him. The shield was unbreakable, firmly blocking the rapidly approaching boulders. However, the moment the shield blocked the falling rocks, Gong Xiaoxiao seized the perfect opportunity. She suddenly shouted, "Earth Prison." As the voice faded, a huge earthen prison suddenly appeared beneath Chrisman Waffle's feet, like a sturdy fortress, tightly enveloping him within. Immediately afterwards, Gong Xiaoxiao conjured several boulders without hesitation. These boulders, like meteorites, carried astonishing impact force and continuously crashed into the earthen prison. Each impact was as powerful as an earthquake, causing the entire stadium to tremble slightly. Smoke and dust filled the air, temporarily obscuring visibility. As the smoke dissipated, people were astonished to see that the once impregnable earthen prison was now shattered, as if it had been ravaged by a storm. Soon after, Chrisman Waffle, leaning on the remains of the earthen prison, staggered out. Although he had some injuries, he seemed to be fine. Upon seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but marvel at Chrisman Waffle's cookie-like abilities. This ability is indeed powerful, not only with amazing offensive capabilities, but also providing reliable protection and defense, and can even be used as food in critical moments, making it truly perfect. However, despite this, Gong Xiaoxiao knew in her heart that compared with her attack, Chrisman Waffle's superpower was still slightly inferior. She murmured softly, "Earth-shattering spell." Though her voice was soft, it was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, causing a sensation in the arena. Suddenly, the once smooth ground trembled violently, and jagged cracks spread rapidly like venomous snakes, as if to tear the entire arena apart. Faced with this sudden earth-shattering spell, Chrisman Waffle was clearly caught off guard. He quickly leaped up, trying to avoid the terrifying fissure in the ground. However, the moment he jumped, his superpower was activated. Countless cookie soldiers surged out of him like a tide, each holding the fondant extendable sword he had just just used. In the blink of an eye, Chris Manhwa and his cookie soldiers surrounded Gong Xiaoxiao, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Immediately afterwards, they shouted in unison, and their fondant telescopic swords swung towards Gong Xiaoxiao like a storm. A dozen or so fondant telescopic swords flew erratically through the air, creating a dazzling and impossible-to-dodge spectacle. Faced with this fierce offensive, Gong Xiaoxiao did not back down. She gritted her teeth and silently chanted, "Lust Tornado." As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful sandstorm swept across the entire arena like a ferocious beast. This sandstorm was unstoppable, blotting out the sky and engulfing everything in its path. Gong Xiaoxiao's figure was barely visible in the sandstorm, making her difficult to spot. Meanwhile, the biscuit soldiers and Chrisman waffles were swept into the sky by the raging sandstorm and then crashed back down. As the sandstorm gradually dissipated, people were surprised to find that the once densely packed biscuit soldiers had vanished without a trace, and Chrisman waffle had collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Without a doubt, Gong Xiaoxiao won this battle. However, despite her victory, she didn't look too happy, because if someone is observant enough, they will notice a problem. Gong Xiaoxiao seems to win every time by relying on the Yellow Earth Tornado move. Using special moves in every match seems to be effective so far, but as time goes on, the later matches will likely become increasingly difficult. Only then did Gong Xiaoxiao truly begin to think about how to further develop her supernatural abilities. The third round of the competition has ended, and the Chinese team's performance was amazing. In this fierce competition, the Chinese team demonstrated its formidable strength, with 3 players successfully advancing to the top 6, a result that impressed everyone. Next, the highly anticipated fourth round of the three-way battle began with the draw. Everyone held their breath, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. As soon as the draw results were announced, Zhang Chen drew Europrata from the White Bear Kingdom, Gong Xiaoxiao was drawn against Marin, and the last pair was Rogers from the Ugly Kingdom against Aisha from the Ash Kingdom. Faced with this grouping, everyone couldn't help but sigh that it was only natural that all 3 members of the Chinese team would make it to the top 6 and meet each other. Nevertheless, everyone remained full of anticipation. After the competition, the athletes returned to their dormitories for a short rest. Yunru gathered everyone together and gave a detailed introduction to Zhang Chen's opponent, Europrata. He said, "All the contestants who made it into the top 6 are extremely strong. This Europrata's ability is very unique. It's a vertical ability. He can manipulate his opponents, making them act according to his wishes. In previous matches, he directly manipulated his opponents to step down and concede defeat. As for what other abilities he may have, they have not yet been demonstrated." Yunru then reassured everyone, "However, don't worry too much. At least we've confirmed that one of the top 3 will be from China, so relax and give it your best." Gong Xiaoxiao said with a sigh of relief, "Luckily, we didn't run into Rogers from the Ugly Country, otherwise we really wouldn't have stood a chance." Her words resonated with everyone. After all, Rogers was also very powerful. In fact, when Gong Xiaoxiao learned that she would be facing Marin from her own country, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. After all, she had almost lost to Marin in previous training sessions. She couldn't guarantee a 100% victory in this competition. Time flew by, and the second day finally arrived. Today was the final battle of the individual competition, with the intense 6-3 matches taking place in the morning, and the ranking matches to determine the champion, runner-up, and third place in the afternoon. The morning's matches began with Rogers from the Ugly Kingdom facing Aisha from the Asian Kingdom. The outcome of the match was a foregone conclusion. Rogers easily defeated Aisha with a decisive advantage. Next, Zhang Chen entered the arena. His opponent, Europrata, stood there, moving strangely, like an old Taoist priest casting a spell, his body constantly contorting. Soon, countless fine threads, imperceptible to the naked eye, quietly appeared around Zhang Chen. Faced with this bizarre scene, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. Suddenly, 2 gleaming short swords appeared in his hands, sending chills down one's spine. Then, he quickly spun around, his short sword flashing like lightning, severing the thin threads one by one. However, just when Zhang Chen thought he had cracked his opponent's move, Europrata suddenly made a move. With a sudden swing of his hand, a thick steel wire shot out like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, striking straight at Zhang Chen. In an instant, the steel wire and the short sword collided violently, sparks flying everywhere. Then, Europrata's fingertips moved as nimbly as butterflies, fluttering up and down and swaying left and right. Surprisingly, as he moved his fingers, countless fine threads seemed to be summoned by a mysterious force, continuously converging in front of him. These threads, as if alive, intertwined and coiled before Europrata, gradually forming 5 or 6 lifelike thread figures. Each of the silken figures has an exquisite face and flexible limbs, with a long, thin thread like a lifeline connecting them to their backs, extending to Europrata's fingers. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is truly a novelty." He stared at these silken figures with great interest, secretly admiring Europrata's superb skills. Just then, the silken figures suddenly moved. Like well-trained soldiers, they moved in perfect unison and quickly surrounded Zhang Chen. These silken figures moved with incredible agility and speed, speed, catching Zhang Chen off guard. Whenever Zhang Chen narrowly dodged the attacks of the silk thread men, he would notice that these silk thread men seemed to emit fine threads from their bodies. These threads appeared silently everywhere like ghosts, making them impossible to guard against. Just as Zhang Chen was wondering about the appearance of these threads, the thread people suddenly seemed to receive some kind of instruction and quickly retreated back to Europrada's side. Seeing this, Europrada's lips curled into a smug smile, and he shouted, "You have nowhere to run, surrender." However, Zhang Chen completely ignored his shouts. He gently lifted his finger and saw a thin wound on the back of his hand, from which blood slowly seeped out. Clearly, these filaments floating in the air are not only incredibly tough but also exceptionally sharp. Zhang Chen stared at the wound, thinking to himself, this thing is really hard to deal with. Seeing that Zhang Chen didn't react to his threats, Olabada became enraged and roared, "Line kill." Just as Europrada waved his hand, the threads around Zhang Chen seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, slowly gathering together. Seeing the situation, Zhang Chen did not hesitate to use his shield skill, and a transparent energy shield instantly enveloped him tightly. However, these threads were far sharper than imagined. Despite the energy shield protecting them, they still sliced through the shield bit by bit like sharp blades. Zhang Chen's heart tightened as he realized the situation was critical. He hurriedly took out the 5 fires and 7 birds fan from his pocket, which was his only fire-type equipment at the moment. Holding the 5 fires and 7 birds fan, he forcefully fanned the surrounding silk threads, and in an instant, raging flames erupted from the fan, sweeping away like a roaring fire dragon. The silk threads touched by the flames immediately caught fire, and the fire spread rapidly, burning the surrounding silk threads to ashes in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Zhang Chen did not hesitate and immediately aimed the 5 fires and 7 birds fan at Olabada, and fanned it forcefully again. 5 colored fire serpents shot out from the fan like a rain of arrows, bearing their fangs and claws as they pounced on Europrada. Upon seeing this, Europrada cried out in terror, "Fireproof rope!" Before he finished speaking, a protective shield made of giant ropes suddenly appeared in front of him, firmly protecting him. Although Europrada's fireproof rope could withstand the flames, the power of the 5 fires and 7 birds fan was truly astonishing, and some flames still managed to seep in through the gaps in the silk threads. The flames spread rapidly like venomous snakes, instantly igniting the clothes of Europrada along the way. Once the flames subsided, Europrada removed the fireproof ropes. When he reappeared before Zhang Chen, he was in a terrible state, covered in burns, wincing in pain and gasping for breath. It must be admitted that Europrada's superpowers are absolutely top tier in this super meat, even surpassing Rogers's abilities. Zhang Chen secretly thought, luckily, it was me who ran into him. If Gong Xiaoxiao and the others had encountered him, they would have surely suffered a crushing defeat. At this moment, a blazing flame suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's hand, and the flame quickly condensed into a flaming sword. The sword's design was the same as the one he had seen in an anime before. It looked incredibly powerful. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen brandished his flaming sword and charged toward Europrada with the force of a whirlwind. Despite Zhang Chen's fierce offensive, Europrada remained calm. He swiftly manipulated the silk threads in his hands, deftly deflecting Zhang Chen's attacks like a nimble silver snake, while simultaneously retreating. However, despite Europrada's agility, Zhang Chen was even faster and caught up with him in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen swept his sword across without any mercy, the sword's momentum fierce, as if it wanted to split Europrada in two. Seeing this, Europrada quickly leaned back to dodge, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, he glanced at Zhang Chen slightly, and with a flick of his little finger, a thin thread as thin as lightning shot out and stuck accurately to Zhang Chen's clothes. Europrada's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He gently pulled the thread, and Zhang Chen's body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, and he couldn't help but be pulled a few steps away. Zhang Chen was clearly caught off guard by this sudden change, but he reacted very quickly. He immediately realized that he was bound by silk threads, and quickly swung his flaming sword, severing the threads with lightning speed. As the flaming sword was swung, the silk threads snapped instantly, and the remaining parts were slowly burned away by the flames. Seeing this, Europrada's heart tightened, and he dared not relax for a moment. He focused his attention on Zhang Chen, preparing to deal with his next wave of attacks. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhang Chen, and he remembered an anime he had watched in his previous life, Bleach. In the anime, there are all sorts of magical Kido and powerful Zanpakuto. He thought to himself, maybe his own creative ability could also create something similar to Kido and Zanpakuto? With a try-it-out mentality, Zhang Chen began to concentrate and imagine what a samurai sword would look like. Before long, a beautifully crafted samurai sword actually appeared before his eyes. Zhang Chen was as excited as a child, gripping his katana with great joy, striking a pose that exuded a strong sense of Chinibu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, and shouting loudly, "Scatter, Senbon Sakura." As soon as he finished speaking, the katana instantly emitted a pink glow, the light becoming increasingly dazzling, as if it were about to pierce the sky. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The katana began to disintegrate little by little, with countless blades flying through the air like cherry blossom petals, a sight so beautiful it was breathtaking. Seeing this, this, Zhang Chen was overjoyed. It actually succeeded. He immediately manipulated the flying blades, which, like a swarm of pink butterflies, rushed towards Europrata. Europrata became alert upon seeing countless blades hurtling towards him and quickly manipulated the silk threads in an attempt to block them. However, the power of these blades far exceeded his expectations. The silk threads broke instantly upon contact with the blades, offering no resistance whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Senbonzakura's blades had completely surrounded Europrata, forming a pink vortex that trapped him inside, causing him to let out a series of miserable screams. After a while, seeing that the time was right, Zhang Chen put away the 1,000 cherry blossoms. With a thought, all the blade fragments vanished without a trace, as if by magic. As the smoke cleared, Europrata was seen standing there, covered in blood and swaying unsteadily. The ground around him was stained a shocking red with his own blood. A few seconds later, Europrata seemed to have all his strength drained away, and he fell straight down with a dull thud. This sudden change shocked everyone present, especially Zhang Chen, who himself did not expect that Senbonzakura's Shirkai could cause such severe damage to Europrata. Looking at the fallen Europrata, Zhang Chen felt both surprised and confident in his own abilities. He slowly walked down from the stage and stood beside Gong Xiaoxiao. She stared at him with wide eyes and an incredulous expression, stammering, What kind of equipment is this? I've never seen you use it before?" Zhang Chen smiled and answered casually, It was just a sudden inspiration that I came up with on the spot." His tone was full of nonchalance, as if it were nothing special. Gong Xiaoxiao was still incredulous when she heard this, and muttered, "It's a good thing you didn't make such amazing equipment before, otherwise we wouldn't even need to compete today, we could just let you take first place." Zhang Chen chuckled inwardly, thinking, this is only the initial release of Senbonzakura. If you were to see its full release, you'd probably be dumbfounded. Of course, he didn't say it aloud, he just thought it to himself. Just then, Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin walked onto the stage. Gong Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips, striking a confident pose, and said to Marin, we have to go all out today. You can't cry if we lose." Marin looked at her helplessly, nodded, and agreed. The match officially began with the referee's whistle. Without hesitation, Gong Xiaoxiao immediately summoned the sandstorm skill. Countless sand and dust swept up like a tornado, forming a huge sand wall that enveloped the entire arena. This was a tactic she devised herself, which effectively blocked the opponent's line of sight, making it impossible for them to see her movements. Immediately afterwards, Gong Xiaoxiao quickly pointed in the direction of Marin and activated her supernatural power. Instantly, a huge black swamp appeared beneath Marin's feet, as if it were about to swallow him up. Marin looked closely and realized he was standing on a swamp. However, he remained calm, a confident smile playing on his lips. At the critical moment, Marin unhesitatingly used his supernatural ability. In an instant, a magical power surged beneath his feet, and an enormous tree sprang up from the swamp like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The tree soars into the clouds, like a giant green tower, steadily supporting Marin. Standing atop the tree, his view suddenly opened up, and his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, instantly captured every move Gong Xiaoxiao made. A green energy light flickered in Marin's hand, surging continuously as if it were giving birth to a powerful force. Suddenly, bats made of green leaves appeared around Marin, their wings flapping and making a rustling sound. At Marin's command, the green leaf bats, like well-trained soldiers, rushed straight towards Gong Xiaoxiao. Faced with the menacing green leaf bats, Gong Xiaoxiao showed no weakness. She slightly spread her fingers, and an invisible force surged from her fingertips. In an instant, countless pebbles sped like meteors, colliding violently with the green leaf bat in midair, making a crackling sound. While everyone was captivated by this breathtaking scene, no one noticed that Gong Xiaoxiao's figure had quietly merged into the pebble. After the pebbles and green leaf bats collided violently and disappeared completely, Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared in front of Marin like a ghost. Marin thought to himself, this is bad, but his reaction was still slow. Gong Xiaoxiao's swift sidekick came like lightning. Marin had no time to dodge. He felt a tremendous force slam into him, and his body flew backward involuntarily, falling straight from the top of the tree. Gong Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip by, and launched an attack, with countless stone spears raining down on Marin. The stone spear flew at high speed, stirring up sand and stones, making it impossible to see Marin's current condition. Just then, amidst the howling wind and flying sand and stones, a flash of green light appeared, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. The green light grew brighter and brighter, revealing that enormous spines had burst forth from the earth, like green dragons bearing their fangs and claws, coiling around the stone spear and hurling it back with astonishing force. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao was not afraid at all. In an instant, a stone sword appeared in her hand, radiating a cold light. She moved like lightning, her sword flashing like a rainbow, relentlessly slashing at the flying stone spears. The stone spear and the stone sword collided, producing a crisp clanging sound and scattering sparks. As the flying sand and stones gradually dissipated, a figure appeared in everyone's sight. That was Marin. He stood there, his face covered in dust, his arms slightly bruised, but his eyes were unusually sharp. Without hesitation, Marin clenched his fists and muttered incantations. In an instant, vines sprouted from the ground beneath their feet, stretching out rapidly like green venomous snakes. The tendrils formed fists at their tips, attacking Gong Xiaoxiao with fierce momentum, like raindrops. Gong Xiaoxiao raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. With a wave of her hand, she conjured an earthen wall. Though seemingly ordinary, under her control, the wall's properties instantly changed, becoming as hard as if cast from steel. The steel wall and the vine-like fist collided violently, producing a dull thud. Despite the dents in the steel wall caused by the vine's punches, it remained unbreakable and as solid as a rock. However, Marin did not give up. He frowned, seemingly sensing Gong Xiaoxiao's intentions. Sure enough, the next moment, Marin felt the air around him suddenly become heavy, as if countless fine sands were slowly flowing. That was Gong Xiaoxiao's signature move, walking on the sand. This move can greatly slow down the enemy's movement speed while increasing one's own mobility. Gong Xiaoxiao's figure moved like a ghost, appearing instantly behind Marin. Although his body became sluggish, Marin's mind remained sharp. When Gong Xiaoxiao appeared behind him like a ghost, a strong sense of crisis immediately surged into his heart. Without hesitation, he quickly activated his superpower, thousands of trees and flowers. In an instant, as if by magic, several giant trees sprang up rapidly around Marin like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These towering trees reach into the clouds, surrounded by exotic flowers that exuded delicate fragrance. This sudden change caught Gong Xiaoxiao off guard. Her original attack was forcefully intercepted by the trees and flowers. Gong Xiaoxiao was extremely familiar with Marin's trick. Those flowers contained a mild toxin, which, although not fatal, would definitely cause discomfort if one was poisoned. Faced with the situation, she made a decisive move and used her supernatural power without hesitation to instantly condense a sand mask. This mask was a protective measure specifically designed for Marin's move during their training. It can effectively filter toxins in the air and minimize their impact. Marin was fully aware of this, which is why he dared to unleash thousands of trees and flowers with confidence. His goal was actually very simple: to stop Gong Xiaoxiao's attack and buy himself some breathing time. At this moment, their fierce duel has already sparked heated discussions and intense debate among Chinese netizens. Netizens left messages on various social media platforms, expressing their opinions on this spectacular battle. Someone exclaimed, "Wow, this duel between Gong Xiaoxiao and Marin is truly breathtaking." That's right, after all, this is a crucial battle in the round of 6-3. As China's top players, this match can definitely go down in history. That's true. It's no surprise who will make it into the top 3. It's a pity that they both have the ability to challenge for the top 3. Don't sigh upstairs, we need to look at this rationally. Rogers from that ugly country has such abnormal abilities that neither Gong Xiaoxiao nor Marin would likely have a good chance against him. Even so, it's still a bit of a pity. After all, the superpowers of the Chinese contestants this time are all relatively conventional, with only Zhang Chen's superpower being somewhat special. While Chinese netizens were engaged in heated discussions, the contest between Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin had entered a fierce stage. Marin suddenly unleashed his ultimate move, Thousand Hand Guanyin. Behind him appeared a massive wooden Thousand Hand Guanyin, its hands shimmering with green light and containing boundless power. Faced with such a formidable foe, Gong Xiaoxiao did not back down and also unleashed a new move, the Growth King. In an instant, a towering heavenly king, tens of meters tall, appeared behind her, wielding a long sword, majestic and imposing, forming a standoff with Marin's thousand-armed Avalokitesvara. Marin's Thousand Hand Guanyin is well known, but Gong Xiaoxiao's Growth King is making its first appearance, shocking everyone. Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but admire Gong Xiaoxiao's talent, as it is rare to create such a huge Growth King. Just as everyone was marveling at the sight, the heavenly king of growth suddenly moved. His every step caused a violent tremor throughout the stadium, as if the earth itself was shaking. At the same time, the thousand-armed Guanyin, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and hundreds of her arms rushed towards the heavenly king of growth like a storm. Faced with this overwhelming attack, the king of growth displayed astonishing agility and reaction speed. He weaved back and forth in the confined space, skillfully dodging the thousand-hand Guanyin's repeated attacks. However, despite his agility, the thousand-hand Guanyin's attacks were so dense that many of her arms still struck him. In the fierce battle, the long sword in the hands of the heavenly king of growth displayed great power. Each swing severed several arms of the thousand-armed Guanyin, slightly weakening the opponent's attack power. However, the thousand-armed Guanyin's regenerative ability was equally astonishing. Her severed arm grew back in the blink of an eye, and she continued to launch a fierce attack on the heavenly king of growth. In this thrilling duel, both sides went back and forth, with each side having its own offensive and defensive maneuvers. Although the king of growth was constantly struck, his body repaired itself very quickly, and he suffered almost no fatal damage. Although the thousand-hand Guanyin's attacks were relentless, the heavenly king of growth's dodging skills made it difficult for him to be hit in a vital spot. The key to victory in this fierce battle lies in whether Marin or Gong Xiaoxiao can deliver a fatal blow to the other before their powers are exhausted. The two fought with all their might to maintain their skills, neither willing to show weakness. On the field, wood chips and pebbles flew everywhere from time to time, scattering like raindrops, as if the entire field was trembling with intense fighting. exciting. The fierce battle between the thousand-hand Guanyin and the heavenly king of growth is in full swing, and Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin are equally focused. Gong Xiaoxiao held a stone sword, while Ma Lin gripped a wooden knife. The two approached each other with lightning speed, instantly forming a standoff between the stone sword and the wooden knife. This scene was breathtaking, making people hold their breath and stare intently, as if time had frozen at that moment. Just as everyone was marveling at her, Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly launched an attack. She leaped into the air like a swallow and delivered a flying kick straight at Marin. Seeing this, Ma Lin did not back down and quickly held his wooden sword in front of him, blocking Gong Xiaoxiao's attack. However, Gong Xiaoxiao did not stop moving. She then performed a backflip and landed lightly. Marin seized the opportunity, suddenly bent down and rolled quickly like a cheetah, then leaped up like a spring and punched Gong Xiaoxiao hard. Gong Xiaoxiao reacted quickly, cleverly dodging Marin's punch with a backflip. This series of movements was so fluid and graceful that it was dazzling. The two exchanged blows, neither giving an inch, and it was difficult to determine who was superior. However, observant people will notice that their breathing has become rapid and sweat is gradually beading on their foreheads. After all, they not only have to fight fiercely here, but also maintain their powerful superpowers at the same time, which is extremely taxing on their physical strength and energy. Despite this, Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin persevered and refused to give up easily. Chinese netizens were thrilled by this scene and flooded the comments section with messages. Wow, those two are amazing. My sister Gong and brother Ma are the best. This battle is definitely the MVP of the supernatural games. The more I watch, the more I feel it's such a pity that one of them lost. Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin on the field gradually slowed down, as if their physical strength had reached its limit. Finally, Gong Xiaoxiao raised her stone sword high, and Ma Lin gripped his wooden knife tightly. Their eyes met, and without flinching, they launched their final attack on each other simultaneously. At the same time, the heavenly king of growth and the thousand-armed Guanyin also unleashed their full power, their attacks coming like a storm, leaving the onlookers breathless. However, just as their attacks were about to collide, the figures of the heavenly king of growth and the thousand-armed Guanyin began to slowly dissipate. Clearly, their superpowers have been exhausted, and the remaining battle will rely solely on physical combat skills. Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin exchanged blows, neither giving an inch, each move brimming with power and skill. Suddenly, Marin lost his balance and swayed violently. Gong Xiaoxiao immediately seized the opportunity, quickly squatted down, and with lightning speed kicked out, fiercely striking Ma Lin's shin. Caught off guard, Marin felt a sharp pain in his calf and involuntarily knelt on one knee. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao turned around and quickly transformed her hand into a hand blade, slashing towards Marin's nape like lightning. This sudden attack caught Marin completely off guard. He felt a blackout before his eyes and collapsed to the ground. In the end, Gong Xiaoxiao defeated Marin with this beautiful chop, winning this fierce contest. She sat exhausted on the ground, panting heavily. This match had undoubtedly been a tough battle for her. However, this victory can only be attributed to Marin's slight inferiority in physical skills. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unpredictable. Thus, the top three have been determined: Rogers from the United States, Zhang Chen from China, and Gong Xiaoxiao. After the break, the second half of the game is about to begin. Because Gong Xiaoxiao had exerted too much energy in the first half and was clearly exhausted, the coach decided to let Zhang Chen and Rogers play first. Rogers clearly underestimated Zhang Chen, unable to imagine that Zhang Chen's abilities could pose a threat to him. After all, Rogers was considered quite powerful by many. If Zhang Chen knew Rogers' thoughts, he would shake his head helplessly and say with a hint of arrogance, "Young man, you really know nothing about me." As the two stepped onto the court, Rogers taunted them in broken Chinese, "Yellow-skinned monkey, you might as well admit defeat." Faced with such an insult, Zhang Chen retorted without hesitation, "You white monster, you're dreaming." This response thoroughly enraged Rogers. He had won the previous match easily, and this time he was determined not to let Zhang Chen win so easily. As soon as the match started, Rogers immediately used his superpower to instantly drain the air around Zhang Chen. This move made the audience hold their breath for Zhang Chen, and Gong Xiaoxiao and the others were even more anxious. Just as everyone was worried, an unexpected scene unfolded. Zhang Chen's lips curled into a confident smile as he swiftly used his supernatural abilities to create a mysterious object. Everyone stared intently, speechless with astonishment. Zhang Chen was carrying a tank on his back. They exclaimed incredulously, "Oxygen? An oxygen cylinder?" That's right, the oxygen tank on Zhang Chen's back is for diving. Wearing an oxygen mask, he looked like a deep-sea diver. Rogers, standing opposite him, was stunned, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He stared wide-eyed at Zhang Chen, utterly shocked. He never expected that Zhang Chen would participate in the competition carrying an oxygen tank. Wasn't that cheating? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she almost reported Zhang Chen on the spot. Just as Rogers was jumping up and down in anger, Zhang Chen revealed a smug smile. While leisurely inhaling oxygen, he deliberately shouted loudly at Rogers, "Hey, Rogers, is that your superpower?" Rogers was even more furious after hearing this. His special ability, in other words, is to manipulate the air, but its actual destructive power is not obvious. For now, he can only rely rely on physical skills to fight against Zhang Chen. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Chen swiftly pulled out Thor's hammer from behind his back and slammed it into the ground. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning shot straight at Rogers like a wild horse. Rogers was completely unprepared for this move and was unable to dodge it, so he was struck by lightning. With a series of crackling sounds, his hair stood on end as if he had been electrocuted, making him look like a frightened hedgehog. Wisps of smoke were still rising from his mouth, and he looked extremely disheveled. However, Rogers was no pushover either. Although he was disoriented from the lightning strike, he quickly recovered and charged at Zhang Chen like an enraged bull. His goal was clear: to destroy the oxygen tube on Zhang Chen's back and make him experience the feeling of oxygen deprivation. Unfortunately, although Rogers' plan was ingenious, how could Zhang Chen let him succeed so easily? No matter how fierce Rogers' attacks were, Zhang Chen was always able to easily deflect them. In the end, Zhang Chen seemed to find the fighting too boring. He sighed softly and said in a flat tone, "Sigh, this is really boring." No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung his hammer again, sending Roger flying like a kite with a broken string, tracing a long arc in the air. Then, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived, Gong Xiaoxiao made her appearance and began her duel with Zhang Chen. However, to everyone's surprise, Gong Xiaoxiao chose to admit defeat without hesitation. This decision stunned everyone present. No one had expected her to do it. Faced with everyone's surprise, Gong Xiaoxiao explained frankly, "I already lost to Zhang Chen in the domestic selection, so there is no point in competing again for me." The reason, though simple, was reasonable, given that the outcome was already decided. After a moment's thought, everyone expressed their understanding. The medical team then acted swiftly, racing against time to treat Rogers. After a tense but well-organized rescue effort, Rogers finally recovered and returned to the court, ready to face Gong Xiaoxiao in a final showdown. Just as Rogers was about to say something provocative, Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly unleashed her superpower, Sandstorm. In an instant, a gale howled, and sand and stones flew everywhere, like a powerful whirlwind that suddenly blew Rogers away. Poor Rogers was like a kite with a broken string, swept off the field and flying straight to the outer court. He fell to the ground in a disheveled state, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. This scene tore at his heart, and he secretly cursed these Chinese athletes for their lack of sportsmanship. However, to be honest, Gong Xiaoxiao's superpower is indeed a bit out of line. With such immense power, unleashing it at full strength from the very beginning, no one could withstand it. Rogers had no choice but to admit defeat, as he ultimately finished third due to his own negligence, leaving him deeply ashamed. After the competition, Rogers reluctantly accepted the medal, his heart heavy. Meanwhile, foreign netizens have begun to hurl insults at Gong Xiaoxiao. "Damn it, this Chinese woman is too despicable." Fuck, that's right, they're pulling dirty tricks behind people's backs and sabotaging them. "If you've got the guts, let's have a fair and square match." Not only that, the audience in the stands also booed, and some even threw coke and popcorn onto the field. However, Chinese netizens who were originally sitting in the stands could no longer hold back and started typing away, angrily confronting the foreign netizens. "What do you know? Exactly. Do you guys even understand what all's fair in war means? Do you foreigners even understand what surprise attack means? It's a competition. Who has time to waste words with you? Let's just start fighting. Calling us despicable is laughable. Brothers, ignore them. They're just jealous of our Chinese athletes and can't stand to see us do well." Online, netizens are fiercely arguing, but few are aware of the specifics of what happened on the scene. After the individual competition, the other athletes returned to their dormitories to prepare for the next day's rest and adjustment. After all, everyone needs time to recover their physical and mental strength after such an intense individual competition. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's the third day, and the team competition is about to begin. Compared to individual competitions, team competitions have simpler rules, since they are played in teams, unlike one-on-one matches. Each team has to play 3 to 4 matches a day, which is undoubtedly a huge test of the participants' physical strength and willpower. However, the competition is so cruel that only through rigorous selection can the true champions be determined. The next day, the competition entered a crucial stage, and the top 20 teams were about to be determined. Zhang Chen's team performed exceptionally well on the first day, winning easily and raising expectations for their abilities. However, the draw results for the second day of the competition put them under considerable pressure. They were assigned to the South Korean team. As usual, Yunru gave a detailed introduction to the opponents. "You are all quite familiar with Kim Hyunbin and Han Jae-suk. The other three are Kim Yanghwa, Song Youngki, and Hyun Han." He continued, "Jean Linghua's special ability is flower-based. She can use her ability to conjure various flowers with different effects. These flowers are not only beautiful but may also have multiple functions such as attack, defense, or support. Song Jongji's superpower is a power superpower. Many people in our country also possess this ability. Its characteristic is that it can grant the user great power." Finally, Yunru mentioned Shenhan. Xuanhan's special ability is weapon ability. He can use his special ability to generate all kinds of weapons to fight against enemies. Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected, "This weapon ability is similar to Zhang Chen's creation ability. ability. Yunru shook his head and explained, although they may seem similar on the surface, they are actually quite different. Zhang Chen's ability is much more advanced. He can not only create various weapons, but also manufacture other items, even equipment, with special abilities. Xian Han's ability, on the other hand, can only generate weapons, which is relatively more limited. Upon hearing Yunru's explanation, Zhang Chen immediately understood. It turns out that Xian Han's superpower is similar to the Baby 5 Devil Fruit power in one piece, which is both interesting and exciting. Yunru continued, Zhang Chen, you'll be in charge of leading the team in tomorrow's match. Zhang Chen nodded without hesitation, secretly vowing not to let everyone down. Then, Zhang Chen turned to Gong Xiaoxiao and the others and said, in the team competition, we need to pay special attention to the two players from South Korea, one is Han Jae-suk and the other is Kim Hyunbin. Although their performance in individual competitions is not particularly outstanding, their abilities are more suited to team competitions. Upon hearing this, Tian Wei's face immediately darkened. After all, he and Han Jae-suk had fought fiercely in the individual competition. How could anyone say that Han wasn't outstanding? Zhang Chen seemed to realize his wording was inappropriate, so he quickly coughed twice and explained, what I meant was that they might play a bigger role in team competitions. So, as soon as we enter the arena, we have to find a way to force these two out of the arena, especially Kim Hyunbin, whose shadow kill ability is really disgusting. Everyone nodded in agreement, approving of Zhang Chen's suggestion. So they discussed specific tactics, finalized the plan, and then went back to their rooms to rest. As the night passed, sunlight streamed across the field, and the competition officially began. The audience cheered continuously, creating a vibrant and exciting atmosphere. In the previous matches, athletes from other countries showcased their strength and style. Finally, it was the Chinese team's turn to take the stage. When the Chinese team players appeared on the field, the South Korean players immediately noticed Zhang Chen. Their expressions changed slightly, and their hearts began to pound. After all, their team's Kim Hyunbin had faced Zhang Chen in an individual competition and was defeated by Zhang Chen in just one move. What made them even more uneasy was that Zhang Chen was also the individual champion. At this moment, Kim Hyunbin spoke up, everyone, this is a team competition, not an individual competition. No matter how good Zhang Chen is, he can't take on all five of us at the same time, right? His words made his teammates breathe a sigh of relief. After all, a team competition is not a one-man show, so there was no need to worry too much. However, Gong Xiaoxiao pouted and muttered, I'm the second place in the individual competition, can't they be a little afraid of me? Her words caught the attention of Tian Wei and the others, who looked at each other and secretly groaned. Tian Wei thought to himself, big sister, don't you know how much of your second place is fake? However, seeing the confident South Korean players on the other side, he couldn't bear to dampen their morale any further. The match officially began with the referee's whistle. As soon as the match started, Jean Linghua unleashed her ultimate skill without hesitation, summoning countless flying flowers. The falling petals, like butterflies fluttering in the air, swiftly and gracefully rushed towards Zhang Chen and his companions. Faced with this sudden attack, Gong Xiaoxiao remained calm and quickly cast an earthen wall spell. A solid earthen wall, as strong as a copper wall and iron wall, immediately rose up, firmly blocking the fluttering petals. At the same time, Marin was equally unyielding, chanting incantations and instantly summoning more than a dozen thick vine whips. These whips, like ferocious venomous snakes, lashed out at the Korean athletes. The South Korean players were clearly unprepared for Marin's powerful attack. They were instantly scattered by the whips, and their originally tight formation was immediately disrupted. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen and the others exchanged glances and immediately dashed towards Kim Hyunbin like arrows released from a bow. When Jin Shenbin saw Zhang Chen and the others rushing towards him like hungry tigers, his face turned pale, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted in terror, why are you all coming towards me? Come and help me. However, at this moment, the other South Korean athletes were tightly entangled by Marin's rattan whip and could not break free to come to Kim Hyunbin's rescue. They were extremely anxious, but could only watch helplessly as Kim Hyunbin fell into danger. At this critical moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared beside Kim Hyunbin. It was Han Jae-suk. When Zhang Chen saw Han Jae-suk appear, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a subtle smile. He was secretly delighted, as this was exactly what he had hoped for, that the two of them could be brought together so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Before he finished speaking, Tian Wei suddenly swayed and transformed into a strange beast that looked just like a saber-toothed tiger in the blink of an eye. This strange beast had bulging muscles all over its body, and its sharp fangs gleamed with a cold light. It was majestic and awe-inspiring, sending chills down one's spine. After Tian Wei mutated into a beast, his speed was as fast as lightning. He rushed away like an arrow released from a bow and was already in front of Kim Hyunbin and Han Jae-suk in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zhu Xing, who was sitting on Tian Wei's back, was also undergoing an astonishing change. His body instantly transformed into silver steel bones, like an indestructible fortress. As Tian Wei approached Kim Hyunbin and Han Jae-suk, Zhu Xing suddenly jumped off his back. The moment the candle star hit the ground, there was a crisp crack sound, and the ground shattered like glass. He roared and threw a punch with all his might. Unexpectedly, Kim Hyunbin suddenly disappeared into the shadow of Zhu Xing, like a ghost. At the same time, Han Jae-suk displayed an amazing speed ability, dodging Zhu Xing's attack with lightning speed. After Tianwei mutated into a beast, his eyesight improved significantly, enabling him to roughly track Han Zaishi's movements. Seeing that Han Jae-suk was about to escape, John Wei stepped forward without hesitation to block him. Seeing this, Han Jae-suk cursed under his breath and said with hatred, "Why is it you again?" Tianwei, however, didn't care at all. Instead, he revealed a sly smile and provocatively said, "You defeated opponent, don't even think about getting past me." Enraged, Han Jae-suk immediately launched a fierce attack, pounced on John Wei like a storm. Despite his best efforts to resist, Tianwei was still overwhelmed by Han Zaishi's offensive and found himself in a somewhat disheveled state. At this moment, Gong Xiaoxiao, who was far away, seized the opportunity and threw stones from time to cover Tianwei. The flying stones came from all directions like meteors, forcing Han Jae-suk to be distracted in order to deal with them. Distracted by the flying stones, Han Jae-suk angrily shouted, "Damn it, what are you guys doing? Can't you see we're being attacked by Chinese players?" On the other side, the golden spirit flower was desperately resisting the attack of the vine whip. She kept throwing out flying flowers, forming a barrier to temporarily block the attack of the vine whip. She shouted, "Appa, we want to help you too, but we just can't get away from here." Although Han Jae-suk understood that Kim Younghwa and the others were right, he still felt a deep sense of frustration. Even as the battle raged on, Zhu Xing remained vigilant, closely monitoring her surroundings to prevent Kim Hyunbin from launching another sneak attack. Sure enough, just as Zhu Xing was fully focused, Kim Hyunbin suddenly emerged from his shadow, holding a sharp dagger, and thrust it straight at Zhu Xing's waist like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. With a whoosh, the dagger made a piercing sound as it rubbed against the air. In the blink of an eye, just as Kim Hyunbin's dagger was about to pierce Zhu Xing's skin, a powerful force suddenly emerged, forcefully stopping the dagger in midair. Kim Hyunbin was shocked to find that his dagger was completely immobilized, as if it were being held firmly by an invisible force. He slowly raised his head, his gaze meeting Zhu Xing's. Zhu Xing's eyes burned like flames as she stared intently at Kim Hyunbin, her hostile gaze sending chills down one's spine. Kim Hyunbin was startled and was about to dodge quickly when he saw Zhu Xing pounce on him like a hungry tiger. At this critical moment, Kim Hyunbin had a sudden thought and decided to hide in his shadow as before. However, the instant his body merged into the shadow, a dazzling light suddenly struck, like lightning piercing the darkness. The intense light, like the blazing sun in the sky, shone so brightly that the shadow of the star disappeared without a trace. Kim Hyunbin felt a blinding white light before his eyes, and he couldn't see anything. He tried to turn around and run away in terror, but found that his body was completely frozen and he couldn't move. He turned his head with difficulty and looked in the direction of the bright light. He saw Zhang Chen standing not far away, with a huge spotlight standing steadily beside him like a small mountain. Zhang Chen leaned leisurely against the spotlight with a smile on his face, and waved lightly, as if mocking Kim Hyunbin's current disheveled appearance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Han Jae-suk was engaged in a fierce and arduous battle. Faced with the combined attack of Gong Xiaoxiao and Tianwei, he gradually felt powerless. Gong Xiaoxiao swiftly summoned a bottomless swamp around Han Zaishi, and then stirred up a storm of flying sand and stones within the swamp. Han Jae-suk was caught off guard by this sudden change. Amidst the flying sand and stones, his vision was completely obscured, and he couldn't see his surroundings at all. In contrast, Tianwei in his beast form possesses exceptional eyesight, allowing him to clearly observe everything amidst the chaos. Tianwei sped off like the wind, his speed dazzling. His claws swung through the air, launching fierce attacks that struck Han Jae-suk precisely each time, leaving deep wounds. Han Jae-suk gradually struggled under John Wei's fierce attacks, and his wounds multiplied. However, he gritted his teeth and continued to dodge the attacks with difficulty, never giving up the fight. After a while, Tianwei finally broke through the area of flying sand and stones, and shouted loudly to Gong Xiaoxiao in the distance, "Xiaoxiao, get him." Gong Xiaoxiao nodded in response to the call. She raised her hands high, as if summoning some mysterious power. At this moment, the originally chaotic flying sand and stones spun violently, forming a huge cyclone. As the air swirled, the flying sand and stones gradually coalesced into sharp sand arrows, which rained down on Han Jae-suk. Caught off guard, Han Jae-suk was struck by a sand arrow and let out a shrill scream. Upon seeing this, Tianwei rushed forward without hesitation and rammed Han Jae-suk with all his might. The blow was as powerful as a thunderbolt, sending Han Jae-suk flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily next to Kim Hyunbin. Meanwhile, the situation on Marin's side also changed. The three men who had been suppressed by him suddenly launched a fierce counterattack, and Marin gradually found himself unable to withstand it. Just when the pressure was mounting, Hyun Han displayed astonishing strength. Xian Han used his special ability to instantly generate a huge missile. The missile, like a meteor, hurtled toward the vines that were binding him at an astonishing speed. With a loud boom, the vine whip was shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. After being freed from the vine whip, Xian Han's body underwent an astonishing transformation. His body quickly twisted twisted and deformed, eventually transforming into a strange creature with one half a knife and the other half legs. The creature, full of power and aggression, immediately charged at Marin to help him deal with the remaining vine whips. Marin smiled with relief when he saw Xian Han transform. He turned to Zhang Chen and said, "Zhang Chen, I'll leave the golden spirit flower to you. Our attributes are similar, so fighting her will be troublesome. I'll handle the other two." Zhang Chen nodded and without hesitation took out the 5 fires and 7 birds fan from his pocket and slowly walked towards the golden spirit flower. Jinlingguo was focused on fiercely fighting against the vine whip when suddenly, as if drawn by some mysterious force, the vine whip quickly retracted into the ground. Seeing this, Jinlingguo breathed a slight sigh of relief, but before she could even catch her breath, her gaze was drawn to a figure slowly approaching. It was Zhang Chen. He approached her with steady, unhurried steps. Upon seeing this, Jinlingguo's heart tightened. She gritted her teeth and quickly made the gesture of orchid fingers with both hands. In an instant, countless dazzling blossoms burst forth from behind her like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, creating a magnificent sea of blossoms in the air. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, but unfortunately, the golden spirit flower who used this supernatural power had strong Korean female characteristics, which created a strange contrast with the beautiful flying flowers and somewhat spoiled the view. Faced with the falling petals, Zhang Chen remained calm and smiled slightly. With a gentle wave of his 5 fires and 7 birds fan, 5 fire dragons of different colors instantly ignited on the fan surface, like roaring giant dragons soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the flying blossoms turned to ashes in the raging flames of the fire dragon, disappearing without a trace. The 5 fire dragons, with their imposing momentum, shot straight towards the golden spirit flower like arrows released from a bow. Jinlingguo knew she was no match for Zhang Chen. With no way out, she could only grit her teeth and do her best to summon more flying flowers in an attempt to block the 5 menacing fire dragons. However, this was futile. Before long, she saw dark smoke rising from the flying blossoms, a sign that the blossoms were being scorched and burned by the fire dragon. She knew that she was no match for Zhang Chen's powerful attack. Finally, after struggling for a while, Jinlingguo realized that continuing to resist was pointless. She could only summon flying flowers to block the fire dragon while frantically running towards the edge of the arena. Upon reaching the edge, she jumped off the platform without hesitation, shouting, "I surrender." Seeing this, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he gently closed the 5 fires and 7 birds fan in his hand, causing the 5 fire dragons to dissipate. He shrugged nonchalantly, turned around, and leisurely returned to his original position. At this moment, a rather strange scene unfolded on the field. Zhang Chen, Gong Xiaoxiao, Zhu Xing, and Tian Wei sat leisurely on the field, each resting their chin on their hand, watching with great interest the duel between Marin and the other 2 Korean players. Seeing Zhang Chen and the others' expressions, Marin couldn't help but laugh helplessly. "You bunch of old fogies." Meanwhile, the audience was amused and left comments such as, "Ha, the way Zhang Chen and the others sit in a row is exactly the same as when I listen to the teacher in class. Q-shaped illustrations are out. Type 1 if you want one." Immediately afterwards, the comments section was flooded with a series of 1s. On the field, Marin showed no weakness and immediately summoned a dense array of wooden spikes. These wooden spikes, like a pack of ferocious beasts, suddenly sprang from the ground, quickly blocking Song Zhongji and Xian Han's movements. Song Zhongji was trapped by the wooden spikes and unable to move, while Xian Han showed amazing adaptability. His legs instantly transformed into tank wheels, crushing the wooden spikes as he continued charging forward. Not only that, his mouth also turned into the muzzle of a tank cannon, and a shell shot towards Marin like lightning. Despite the fierce attack, Marin remained calm. He swiftly summoned a massive wooden shield, its body incredibly sturdy and entwined with vines, resembling an impenetrable defensive line. The cannonball slammed into the wooden shield with a loud bang, but the wooden shield held firm against the attack. However, Marin's counterattack has only just begun. He then summoned the 1,000-armed Guanyin, one of his frequently used signature moves. As soon as the 1,000-hand Guanyin appeared, she released a powerful aura, as if she wanted to destroy everything. Marin clearly wanted to use this move to defeat his opponent, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Sure enough, the 1,000-hand Guanyin slapped Song Zhongji mercilessly, the slap landing heavily on him like a mountain crushing an egg. Poor Song Zhongji was sent flying like a kite with a broken string after being slapped, his face still full of confusion, as if he had no idea what had happened. Seeing this, netizens were amused and left comments such as, "Ha, Song Zhongji's confused look is hilarious." Song Zhongji continued to question his life choices. "The author is too cruel. He didn't even give me a single scene to add before just sending me off the show." Xian Han stared wide-eyed at Marin in front of him, as if trying to see right through him. His gaze slowly swept over the row of Zhang Chen and the others sitting upright behind Ma Lin, and the pressure in his heart surged like an overwhelming tidal wave. Finally, Xian Han could no longer bear the heavy pressure, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. He suddenly opened his throat and roared, "It's too hard. I surrender." This roar used almost all his strength. Before he could finish speaking, Xian Han, like a startled rabbit, covered his face with his hands and ran off the stage. His back looked somewhat disheveled disheveled under everyone's gaze, like a defeated person fleeing in disarray. It must be said that South Korea has an outstanding performance in the entertainment industry. Even the contestants can be so immersive in the game. Their acting skills are truly amazing. The first half of the morning's matches ended amidst sighs of disappointment. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was time for the afternoon's draw. The Chinese team seems to be quite lucky. They drew West Virginia. In the athletes' lounge, Yun-Ru was explaining the situation of the athletes from West Virginia to his team members with a serious expression. First is their captain, Christine. His special ability is drawing, which is very unique. He can not only create figures as puppets to attack opponents through painting, but also seal opponents into his paintings in a short period of time. This ability is quite troublesome. Yun-Ru's voice was low and solemn. Next, he introduced the other team members one by one. Team member Fulita, his ability is water-based, which is a regular ability and nothing special. Team member Kasamri's ability is wind-based, which is a conventional ability and doesn't have many highlights. Team member Ian has wood-type abilities. Finally, there's team member Lita, who possesses earth-based abilities. Tianwei's lips curled into a mocking smile. This West Virginia is really interesting. Apart from the captain's slightly special ability, the others are all just ordinary, conventional abilities. Yun-Ru smiled slightly after hearing this and patiently explained, that's normal. After all, West Virginia is a small country, with a small population, so the probability of special abilities appearing is naturally not high, which is why this is the case. Everyone nodded in understanding. Yun-Ru continued, however, in the afternoon's match, we just need to focus on their captain's special ability. Actually, the West Virginia national team is not very strong overall. Their victory in the last round was entirely due to luck, as they encountered a weaker Indian team. Time flew by, and the break was soon over. The Chinese team members returned to the field, and Zhang Chen immediately began to deploy tactics. He instructed Zuxing and Tianwei to step back slightly, while simultaneously signaling Gong Xiaoxiao and Malin to quickly summon the Heavenly King of Growth and the Thousand-Hand Guanyin. Gong Xiaoxiao and Malin understood each other perfectly and activated their superpowers without hesitation. Suddenly, the arena was filled with dazzling light, and the Heavenly King of Growth and the Thousand-Hand Guanyin appeared before everyone's eyes as if divine soldiers had descended from the heavens. The contestants from West Virginia were clearly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Before they could react, they were sent flying off the field by the powerful force of the Heavenly King of Growth and the Thousand-Handed Guanyin. The match ended in just 1 second, which surprised everyone. Before the audience could even react, the outcome of the match was already decided. Immediately afterwards, the Chinese team began drawing their third opponent without any pause. When the words "Little Life" appeared on the big screen, Zhang Chen looked bewildered. He was filled with doubt. He had clearly killed that guy in the underwear, so how could the Little Days team still be able to participate in the team competition? Just as he was racking his brains trying to figure it out, Yun-Ru beside him seemed to have noticed his confusion and slowly said, actually, every country will arrange substitute players in advance in case of emergency. However, our country did not do that this time. Perhaps the leaders have great confidence in your abilities and feel that you can handle all kinds of situations, so they did not prepare any substitutes. After listening to Yun-Ru's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, what confidence is this? It's obvious that the leaders don't care about this at all. The world is about to end, who cares about these things? After several rounds of intense competition among foreign players, it was finally Zhang Chen and his team's turn to take the stage. However, when Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the leader of the Little Days team opposite him, he immediately felt a strong sense of hostility. The man was filled with rage, staring intently at Zhang Chen, his eyes seeming to want to tear him to pieces. Zhang Chen naturally recognized this person, because Yun-Ru had introduced him before. It turns out, he was the boyfriend of the guy in the underwear he had killed. The guy in the underwear was gay, and now that he had killed her boyfriend, how could the other guy not hold a grudge? Just then, a teammate standing next to the man whispered, "Hey, shorts guy, calm down, the game hasn't even started yet." The atmosphere on the field was tense, as if it could explode at any moment, and this tension quickly spread to the stands. The audience was in high spirits, their shouts rising and falling, deafening. "You little devils, knock that yellow-skinned dog off the stage. You little devils, get rid of them." The hostile and discriminatory shouts echoed in the air, making people feel oppressed and unbearable. But Zhang Chen ignored all these shouts. He merely glanced at it coldly, his gaze so icy it seemed to pierce through one's soul. In that instant, he unleashed a powerful aura, like a raging torrent, rushing straight towards the audience. This overwhelming force was like a mountain pressing down, instantly making all the audience feel an irresistible pressure. They felt a tremor run through their bodies, as if they were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making it difficult to even breathe. The fear and oppression made them feel that if they said just one more word, their heads would probably explode like overripe watermelons. Suddenly, the noisy audience fell silent, the shouts seemingly strangled and abruptly stopped. The audience members were all pale-faced, staring at Zhang Chen in terror, not daring to utter a sound. At this moment, the referee blew the whistle to start the game. The plum shorts were clearly unaffected by by the audience's emotions and launched an attack without hesitation. His superpower is a shockwave, an extremely powerful ability whose consequences would be unimaginable if unleashed. He opened his mouth and roared, and an invisible wave of energy, like a violent storm, poured out of his mouth. The shockwave swept forward at an astonishing speed, plowing up the ground and shattering it in its wake. This wave of attack was headed straight for Zhang Chen and his group. Shimei's teammates were clearly caught off guard by his swift attack and were thrown off balance by the sudden shockwave. They covered their ears and screamed in agony, as if they were suffering extreme torment. Despite the fierce attack, Zhang Chen remained remarkably calm. He calmly told Gong Xiaoxiao and the others, "Get behind me." He immediately activated the energy shield, setting the power to maximum. After the shield was activated, a layer of deep blue light immediately emanated from Zhang Chen's body, as if a huge protective shell tightly enveloped him. The shield looked indestructible, as if it could withstand any powerful attack. Meanwhile, Shimei's teammates were thrown about by the shockwave, some even falling to the ground. One of his teammates covered his ears and angrily cursed, "You idiot, you plum shorts, are you crazy?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up abruptly and charged at Shimei's shorts like an enraged bull, throwing a punch without hesitation. The blow left Shimei in a daze, clearly not expecting his teammate to suddenly attack him. However, the punch brought him to his senses a little. He covered his cheek where he had been hit and said with some remorse, "My dear Marseille, I acted impulsively just now." Seeing that Shimei Shorts had finally regained his senses, the other contestants on Xiaorizi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if he continues to act crazy, the entire team will likely be put on the defensive. Standing behind Zhang Chen, Gong Xiaoxiao witnessed all of this and couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, this boyfriend of the guy in his underwear has this superpower, it's like he's hurting himself 800 times while injuring the enemy." Tianwei, standing to the side, chimed in with a laugh. "The key is that he didn't manage to hit the enemy at all this time, he was just messing around by himself." Zhu Xing laughed as he listened to their conversation, "But this is also good for us. The opponent has already taken some injuries right at the start of the fight." At this moment, seeing that the opponent did not continue to attack, Zhang Chen simply and decisively removed the energy shield. His actions were decisive and swift, without the slightest hesitation. The atmosphere instantly became tense after the shield disappeared. Everyone quickly adjusted their fighting stances, ready for battle. A fierce fight seemed imminent. After Yunru's analysis, everyone learned that Zhu Xing's special ability had a natural restraint on Shimei's shorts. Without hesitation, Zhu Xing activated his superpower, rushing straight toward Shimei's shorts like a burning meteor. Gong Xiaoxiao stood still, her hands quickly forming a hand seal, and she chanted incantations. As the last handprint was completed, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a huge crack opened like the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, forcibly separating Shimei and her teammates. Upon seeing this, Shimei's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. His eyes were fixed on Zhu Xing, who was rushing towards him at an astonishing speed, clearly regarding him as his primary target. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Shimei slapped his hands together, and a powerful small shockwave shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Zhu Xing. However, Zhu Xing did not back down at all. Instead, like a shooting star, it plunged into the shockwave without looking back. "You think you can take me on alone?" Shimei's sneer deepened, clearly showing his utter disdain for Zhu Xing's actions. However, what happened next made his smile freeze instantly. The moment Zhu Xing's body came into contact with the shockwave, its color gradually changed from silver to gold. The shockwave that should have blocked him was now completely ineffective, as if it had been swallowed up by him. The speed of the candle star not only did not decrease, but increased, like a golden lightning bolt, rushing straight towards Shimei's shorts. Shimei, his face darkening, immediately struck a Kamehameha pose and shouted, "Ha!" With a shout, a massive, spherical shockwave roared out like a burning sun and shot towards the star. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhu Xing's eyes, but she did not stop moving at all. He quickly adjusted his body and used his chest to catch the powerful shockwave. With a loud bang, the shockwave slammed into him, whipping up a fierce wind. Surprisingly, Candle Star stood firmly, as if the shockwave had no effect on him at all. After the shockwave dissipated, he casually dusted himself off and defiantly gave Shimei's shorts the middle finger, his meaning clear. Immediately afterwards, he flashed forward like a ghost, quickly approaching Shimei's shorts, and then suddenly kicked out with a whip-like motion, striking Shimei's shorts hard in the abdomen. The kick was incredibly powerful. Shimei, in his shorts, didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoxiao watched this scene with great interest, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. She turned to Zhang Chen and the others and said, "Don't make a move. I want to try out my new trick." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Everyone knew that Gong Xiaoxiao had been diligently practicing in the training room recently, clearly preparing to demonstrate a powerful new skill. So they were happy to have some peace and quiet and just stood by and watched. Gong Xiaoxiao stood still, slowly raising both hands, one hand placed in front of her chest and the other hand waving towards the contestants of Xiaorizi. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, as if it were being torn apart, and countless fine sands gushed out from the cracks attacks like a spring, quickly enveloping the contestants of Shaorizi. These fine sands swirled and danced in the air, as if they were alive, and gradually solidified into huge rocks. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao roared in a low voice, "Bodies crush." With her roar, the originally still boulders seemed to be given life, rushing out of the flying sand like cannonballs at high speed, and smashing down on the contestants with tremendous force. Seeing the situation, the contestants quickly used their special abilities to desperately resist the rain of boulders. However, Gong Xiaoxiao's attacks were too fierce, and their superpowers gradually became unable to withstand them. At that moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Above the flying sand barrier, the scattered fine sand began to gather rapidly, accumulating more and more until it eventually formed a huge meteorite that blotted out the sky. This enormous meteorite is like a small mountain, and its weight and impact force are self-evident. Gong Xiaoxiao mercilessly manipulated the meteorite, slamming it down on the contestants of Shaorizi. A loud boom resounded, and the entire venue trembled. This enormous meteorite, like a falling star, bombarded the contestants of Shaorizi with boundless power. Tianwei's lips twitched as he watched Gong Xiaoxiao's giant boulder press attack. He muttered under his breath, "A sandstorm barrier combined with a giant boulder attack, that's too overpowered." However, his whisper did not escape Gong Xiaoxiao's ears. Her ears twitched slightly, as if sensing something amiss. She turned sharply, her gaze fixed intently on Tianwei, and asked coldly, "Who are you calling a pervert?" Tianwei was startled by the sudden question, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He looked at Gong Xiaoxiao guiltily and stammered, I mean, those people who live a good life are really weird." "Xiaoxiao, you played really well." Gong Xiaoxiao snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Tianwei's explanation. However, she didn't pursue the matter further and turned back to continue unleashing her supernatural attacks. Seeing this, Ma Lin, who was standing to the side, quickly moved closer to Zhang Chen and whispered, "Zhang Chen, look at this situation. Gong Xiaoxiao has probably been quite shaken by you. Otherwise, why would she come up with such a twisted trick?" Zhang Chen looked at Marin with an innocent expression and replied helplessly, "What does this have to do with me? I didn't do anything." Just then, Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly withdrew her supernatural power. As the sandstorm gradually subsided, the scene on the field became clearly visible. The ground was littered with rubble, and the contestants of Shaorizi were lying sprawled on the ground, clearly stunned by Gong Xiaoxiao's attack. Seeing this, Shimei, wearing shorts, was furious. He glared at Gong Xiaoxiao and the others, and roared, "Yoshi, you Chinese are too despicable." However, in response to Shimei's provocation, Zhu Xing retaliated with a punch as hard as a sandbag. This punch was as powerful as a thunderbolt, carrying boundless force, and slammed hard into Shimei's shorts. Shimei in shorts was clearly not expected that Zhu Xing would attack so directly, and hurriedly unleashed a powerful shockwave from both hands in an attempt to block Zhu Xing's punch. The two forces collided violently in mid-air, producing a deafening roar that seemed to shake the entire space. However, Candle Star's strength was clearly superior. He kicked out with lightning speed, striking Shimei's shorts squarely in the chin. The kick was incredibly powerful, and Shimei's shorts immediately tumbled backward like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Zhu Xing certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He immediately gathered his strength and charged towards Shimei's shorts like a cannonball, then unleashed a frenzied barrage of punches. Each punch contained immense power, leaving Shimei in shorts utterly helpless. Finally, Zhu Xing unleashed a powerful punch, which, like a volcanic eruption, sent Shimei's shorts flying. Shimei's shorts traced a graceful arc, tumbled in the air, and crashed heavily to the ground, completely incapacitated. Thus, the second competition ended in victory for Zhang Chen and his team. Next, they were drawn against the Black Tower Nation. In the lounge, Yunru began to give a detailed introduction to the Black Tower Nation's players. First is Captain Crossman, whose superpower is invisibility. This means he can become completely invisible, making his opponent unaware of his presence, thus launching a surprise attack in battle, leaving his opponent defenseless. Then there's team member Adam, whose special ability is shapeshifting. He can freely change size, and often uses shrinking during matches to evade his opponent's sight, causing them considerable trouble. Next up is team member Eve, whose special ability is telekinesis. She can use her powerful telekinesis to control her opponents, rendering them unable to move, and can even knock them away. There's also team member Miyatini, whose special ability is flight. She can soar freely in the air, engage in aerial combat, and put tremendous pressure on the opponent. Finally, there's Frisia, who has the ability to heal himself. No matter how severe his injuries are, he can recover quickly, which gives him tremendous stamina in battle. These people's abilities don't give them much of an advantage in one-on-one combat, so their individual competition results probably won't be very good either. Zhang Chen guessed, and Yunru nodded in agreement. Zhang Chen is right. These Black Tower country players performed poorly in individual competitions, but they performed exceptionally well in team competitions. In the previous matches, Frisia took the damage, Eve used her powers to control the opponent's movements, Muyatini flew to the opponent's position with the shrunken atom to launch an attack, and finally Crossman hid and waited for an opportunity to shoot down the opponent. Yunru explained in detail. No one has been able to break break this combination of tactics yet, Yunru concluded, his tone full of admiration for the Black Tower Kingdom's tactical combination. However, Zhang Chen didn't care much about Yunru's evaluation. He put his hands behind his head and leaned against the wall, saying casually, actually, among these people, only Eve's ability is a little troublesome. The others can be easily defeated with Marin's Thousand-Hand Guanyin and Gong Xiaoxiao's Growth Heavenly King. Gong Xiaoxiao and the others thought Zhang Chen's words made a lot of sense. After all, they have a certain degree of confidence in their abilities. Zhang Chen continued, leave Eve to me. At the start of the match, I will use my special ability to separate her from her opponent, making it impossible for her to control the actions of the Thousand-Hand Guanyin and the Heavenly King of Growth. Then you can concentrate your firepower on the others, and you should be able to win easily. After finalizing the battle plan, everyone gathered in the lounge, watching the matches of other countries intently. After several thrilling battles, Zhang Chen, along with Gong Xiaoxiao and the others, finally stepped onto the arena. The Black Tower contestants' faces immediately darkened upon seeing Zhang Chen and his group. A mocking smile appeared on Zhang Chen's lips as he teased, it seems our infamy has spread far and wide. Indeed, Zhang Chen and his team had performed exceptionally well in the previous matches, winning easily and even inspiring fear in opponents like the Black Tower Nation. As the whistle blew, Zhang Chen launched an attack with lightning speed. He flashed and instantly teleported to Eve's side, like a ghost. Before Eve could react, Zhang Chen grabbed her shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared from the spot. This sudden turn of events completely disrupted the Black Tower Kingdom's plans. Eve was shocked to find herself separated from her teammates, located at the other end of the field. She was extremely anxious and wanted to get back to the team immediately, but Zhang Chen was like an indestructible barrier, blocking her way and making it impossible for her to escape. Meanwhile, Tianwei and Zhu Xing leisurely walked to the side, sat down on the ground, and shouted to Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin on the field, hey, you two better give it your all. Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin exchanged a glance, and confident smiles appeared on their lips. Immediately afterwards, they simultaneously summoned powerful skills, the Thousand-Hand Guanyin and the Heavenly King of Growth. In an instant, the Thousand-Hand Guanyin's countless arms swept towards Adam and the other Black Tower contestants like a storm, with overwhelming momentum that inspired fear. The Heavenly King of Growth was not to be outdone. He suddenly swung his stone sword, sweeping it out like a storm. With this swing, countless fragments of stone shot out like a meteor shower, carrying a fierce momentum, heading straight for the Black Tower Kingdom's contestants. The Black Tower Kingdom's players were caught off guard and thrown into disarray by the sudden attack. Their superpowers seemed to have no effective countermeasures. The only one who could resist them, Eve, was firmly blocked by Zhang Chen and unable to break away to come to their aid. Left with no other option, the Black Tower Kingdom's team members could only passively evade, but the Heavenly King of Growth's attacks were relentless, leaving them nowhere to escape. In the end, under the relentless onslaught of the Thousand-Hand Guanyin and the Heavenly King of Growth, the contestants from the Black Tower Kingdom were all knocked out of the arena. While everyone's attention was drawn to the spectacular performances of the Thousand-Hand Guanyin and the Heavenly King of Growth, Zhang Chen, hiding in the corner, quietly unleashed his psychic abilities. His target was Eve, whom he had blocked. Under the control of her psychic powers, Eve seemed to lose her self-awareness and slowly began to walk towards the bottom of the arena. All of this went unnoticed by anyone. After the Thousand-Hand Guanyin and the Heavenly King of Growth knocked all the other Black Tower country contestants off the stage, the referee immediately announced loudly, China wins. This result shocked the entire audience. They looked at each other, puzzled, and began to discuss among themselves. Doesn't the Black Tower Kingdom also have an Eve? Yeah, how did we lose? I think I just saw Eve jump off the ring herself. What? How is this possible? Did she realize she couldn't win alone, so she simply gave up? It's not impossible. Not only were the spectators baffled, but even the Black Tower Nation's players who had been shot down were equally dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had happened. They looked up and instantly met Eve's gaze. She stood beside them as if she had descended from the heavens. Amidst everyone's astonishment, the referee quickly pulled up the replay of the match. The screen clearly showed Eve slowly walking off the ring. Seeing this, everyone finally realized that Eve was not defeated, but rather felt powerless to win and voluntarily gave up the competition. Even Eve herself had no objection to this result. After all, she had indeed received such instructions in her mind, and all of this was due to Zhang Chen's powerful psychic abilities. With this battle concluded, today's competition has also come to an end. Compared to the intense competition of the first day, the schedule on the second day was much easier, with the players only needing to play 2 matches. After dinner, Yunru projected the information of the Russian athletes onto the big screen. According to the data, the contestants from the Russian Bear Country possess a unique superpower, a unified ability to transform, which is exactly the same as Tianwei's superpower. Moreover, their fighting style is exceptionally fierce. Once they engage in combat, they launch a relentless and merciless attack, fighting to the death. Seeing this, Tianwei quickly raised his hand and spoke up. Since their abilities are so similar to mine, I should know them best. I think their weakness is obvious. They are less resistant to ranged attacks. So it's Gong Xiaoxiao Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin stage again this time? Zhu Xing said with a slight smile. To be honest, he and Tian Wei weren't very involved in this team competition. After all, they are both close-range fighters, and it is difficult for them to fully demonstrate their true strength in a team competition. However, at that moment, Zhang Chen's voice suddenly rang out. You want to participate too? I have a way. His words carried a hint of cunning, which immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Zhu Xing's eyes lit up immediately, and even Tian Wei, who was standing next to him, was drawn over, eagerly asking, what's the plan? Tell me quickly. Zhang Chen's smile widened, and he said smugly, hee, that's my superpower. I can create an exoskeleton armor for you, and it even has ranged attack capabilities. That way, you can go into battle, right? Tian Wei stared wide-eyed at Zhang Chen, his face full of doubt, and asked incredulously, really? You have something this powerful, why didn't you use it sooner? Zhang Chen shrugged and answered casually, why bother going on stage if you can avoid it yourself? His words left Zhu Xing and Tian Wei speechless for a moment, but upon closer reflection, they seemed to make a lot of sense. However, in any case, having found a way to participate in tomorrow's competition, Zhu Xing and Tian Wei were naturally very happy. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and the stands were packed with spectators cheering and eagerly awaiting the athletes' entrance. Amidst this enthusiastic atmosphere, Zhang Chen led his team slowly onto the field. At this moment, the audience's attitude changed significantly. The initial skepticism towards the Chinese team gradually dissipated, replaced by recognition and anticipation of their abilities. After all, while the ugly kingdom has its shortcomings, its mentality of admiring the strong is still worthy of respect. The Chinese team's outstanding performance in the competition allowed the audience to truly see their strength, and some viewers even switched their support to cheer for Zhang Chen and his team without hesitation. Hearing cheers and encouragement for them, Zhang Chen and his teammates couldn't hide their joy. They never expected that their efforts would win the support of so many viewers. However, the surprise didn't last long, as the match was about to begin. As the referee blew his whistle, athletes from all countries took to the field in turn. The atmosphere at the scene was tense and exciting, with cheers from the audience rising and falling. More than an hour later, it was finally time for the Chinese team to face the Russian team. The Russian athletes were all tall and muscular, exuding a menacing aura. Seeing this, Zhu Xing nudged Tian Wei lightly with his elbow and teased, old Tian, you guys all have transformation abilities. Look at them, they're all muscular and strong. And then look at you. Tian Wei rolled his eyes at him and retorted irritably, what? You like muscular men? Zhu Xing immediately bristled and jumped up to retort, don't talk nonsense. This handsome guy's sexual orientation is perfectly normal. The two were arguing when Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly interrupted, ugh, foreign men are disgusting. Look at their chests, they're like women's. Although Marin didn't say much, his eyes clearly showed his contempt for the Russian athlete. The Russian athletes sensed this obvious disdain, and their faces flushed red instantly, as if they had been slapped in the face in public. The competition officially began, and the Russian athletes immediately displayed their amazing skills. They instantly transformed into enormous beasts, letting out deafening roars that shook the heavens. At the same time, Zhang Chen also used his special abilities. He placed his hands on Tian Wei and Zhu Xing's backs, and a red light instantly burst forth, tightly enveloping the two of them. In the blink of an eye, Tian Wei and Zhu Xing were draped in red armor. This armor not only has a cool appearance, but also fits the body perfectly, as if it were tailor-made. Tian Wei and Zhu Xing stared at their hands in astonishment, hardly believing what they were seeing. This armor not only provides powerful protection, but also greatly enhances their strength. Is this the long-range attack method you were talking about? Tian Wei looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief, his voice full of surprise. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and nodded, his expression conveying a sense of matter-of-factness. This was indeed a carefully prepared long-range attack tactic, and it was also the first time he had used the Make series armor at the Olympics. The audience in the stands and netizens online were deeply shocked by what they saw. Their eyes widened and their mouths gaped as they exclaimed in amazement, my god, what is that? That's really cool. Is that an exoskeleton armor? Mom, I've finally found the romance in my heart. Online, people are discussing this mysterious armor extensively. What exactly is this thing? Upstairs, don't rush, I know you're anxious, but listen to me first. Zhang Chen used this thing back in China before, and to be honest, it's pretty powerful. Oh, upstairs, please tell me in detail. All I can say is that this armor completely fulfills all your fantasies about it. Not only can it fly, but it can also attack from a distance, engage in close combat, and even has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Wow, that's exactly my dream girl. I want one too, brother Zhang Chen, I'm a girl. What kind of outdated internet slang is this? I think you're just a loser. Just as everyone was having a heated discussion, the competition quietly began. The Russian competitors charged in like ferocious beasts, their momentum overwhelming. Seeing this, Zhang Chen remained calm and said to Gong Xiaoxiao and the others in a low voice, it's up to you. After saying that, he leisurely walked to the side, squatted down, and looked at Gong Xiaoxiao and the others with great interest. Gong Xiaoxiao and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. They were all too familiar with this familiar action. Tian Tianwei secretly regretted asking Zhang Chen for the exoskeleton armor. He should have just sat there leisurely watching the game, which would have been quite pleasant. However, before they could think any further, Zhang Chen's voice suddenly rang out. "They're here." Before Tianwei and Zhu Xing could think it through, they instantly soared into the sky like birds. Just then, missiles streaked across the sky like meteors, hurtling toward the Russian athletes. The Russian athletes charged forward bravely, completely unprepared for this sudden attack. They were caught off guard and had no time to dodge the deadly missile. With a deafening roar, the missile exploded amidst the Russian athletes. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the powerful impact of the explosion forced all the Russian athletes to retreat. At the same time, Marin and Gong Xiaoxiao were not to be outdone, and both unleashed their special abilities. A dozen or so enormous carnivorous plants sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, bearing their fangs and claws as they lunged at the Russian athletes. Behind the Russian players, a group of stone figures emerged like ghosts, rushing towards them and launching a fierce attack. Tianwei and Zhu Xing unleashed their palms simultaneously, sending out two dazzling beams of light that struck the Russian player like cannonballs. This series of fierce attacks swept in like a storm, creating a spectacular and astonishing scene. The male spectators in the stands were already captivated by the mark armor worn by Tianwei and Zhu Xing. When they leaped into the air like gods descending to earth, the screams from the audience were so loud they were hoarse. The subsequent shoulder and palm cannon shots were even more stunning, creating a breathtaking visual effect. Even the usually composed Marin was stunned by the spectacular scene, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Under the combined attack of the four, the Russian player gradually lost ground and was forced to retreat. Ultimately, they could not withstand such a fierce attack and were knocked off the field. With the elimination of the Russian player, the outcome of the match was decided, and the Chinese team won the final victory without any suspense. After the match, Zhang Chen, with a smile, retrieved Tianwei and Zhu Xing's armor. Tianwei and Zhu Xing, seeing their armor taken away, couldn't help but show obvious disappointment. Seeing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What's with all those expressions? Don't be so regretful. How about this, if our team wins first place, I'll give you the battle armor." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tianwei and Zhu Xing's eyes immediately lit up, and they said in unison, "Brother, you're really something." At this moment, Marin also came over and said with a grin, "Then I want one too." Zhang Chen nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted, "No, I want one too." Several boys stared at her in surprise, one of them asking in confusion, "Weren't you uninterested in the armor?" Gong Xiaoxiao replied matter-of-factly, "Isn't it good for me to collect things?" Zhang Chen looked at her and said with a smile, "Okay, no problem. I'll get you a set of women's combat armor. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Only after receiving Zhang Chen's affirmation did Gong Xiaoxiao smile contentedly. The first half of the morning matches concluded, followed immediately by the draw for the afternoon matches. Everyone looked surprised when they learned that their opponent in the afternoon would be Kitagawa Kuni. The population of Beichuan Kingdom is sparse, and most of the people there possess ice-type superpowers. This unique environment allowed them to explore new and creative ways to use their ice-based abilities. After watching the competition, Zhang Chen couldn't help but admire the Kitagawa contestants' mastery of ice-type abilities. He even felt that his own clone, the Azure Dragon, was inferior in this respect. The contestants from Kitagawa country can not only create astonishing racetracks using ice-based superpowers, but they can also summon ice clones, and the original body can freely move between the ice clones, making them mysterious and elusive. This is just one of their many amazing abilities. Their other abilities are even more diverse, which broadened Zhang Chen's horizons and gave him many new insights into the use of ice-based superpowers. The afternoon matches officially began, with the first game being between the Chinese team and the Kitagawa team. When the players from both sides appeared on the field, Zhang Chen and others noticed that the players from Kitagawa were all wearing thick woolen cotton padded coats, as if they were completely unaffected by the hot weather. They couldn't help but ask the athletes, "Don't you feel hot?" However, Kitagawa Kuni showed great strength as soon as the match started. They quickly summoned a large number of ice mirrors, surrounding Zhang Chen and his group. These ice mirrors are as smooth as mirrors, reflecting dazzling light and making people dazzled. Immediately afterwards, the Kitagawa athletes seemed to magically merge into the ice mirror one after another, as if they were ghosts. Their figures darted swiftly through the ice mirrors, making it impossible to catch a glimpse of their true forms. While Zhang Chen and the others were still in surprise, the 5 contestants from Kitagawa country had already begun their attack. They moved through the ice mirrors, each time shooting sharp ice spikes at Zhang Chen and his companions. These icicles are as dense as raindrops, moving at extremely high speeds, making them impossible to defend against. Whenever Zhang Chen and his team tried to counterattack, the Kitagawa Kingdom players would disappear into the ice mirror like ghosts, causing their attacks to miss completely. Unable to endure the torment of the ice mirrors any longer, Tianwei finally lost his temper and punched one of the ice mirrors hard. With a loud crash, the ice mirror shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Surprisingly, a perfectly intact ice mirror instantly suddenly appeared where the ice mirror had shattered, as if nothing had happened. Tianwei stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief, his anger burning ever brighter. Gong Xiaoxiao, supporting herself with an earthen shield, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this scene, "Wow, the Beichuan kingdom really has some skills. Do you have any ideas on how to break these ice mirrors?" Zhang Chen calmly observed the ice mirror, pondered for a moment, and said, "I do have a way to break their ice mirror, but if I do that, you might not be able to withstand their attacks. After Gong Xiaoxiao lets me out, turn the earth shield's protective strength to the maximum, and then Marin raises the wooden shield inside the earth shield to form double protection." Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin exchanged a glance, both agreeing that the idea was feasible, and nodded in agreement. Gong Xiaoxiao immediately cut a gap in the earthen shield, and Zhang Chen crawled out without hesitation. As soon as his figure left the earthen shield, the shield quickly closed, completely isolating him from the outside world. When the Kitagawa Kingdom's contestants saw Zhang Chen emerge from the earthen shield, they immediately became alert and concentrated their firepower to attack him. In an instant, countless ice hammers rained down on Zhang Chen like a torrential downpour, creating a dazzling spectacle. However, Zhang Chen was not afraid at all. He quickly condensed an iron rod in his left hand and spun it rapidly above his head, shattering the ice spikes one by one. At the same time, his right hand did not stop either, and the 5 fires and 7 birds fan suddenly appeared in his palm as if by magic. Zhang Chen vigorously waved the 5 fires and 7 birds fan, and 5 fire dragons burst forth from the fan, roaring and intertwining in the air, eventually transforming into a huge 5-colored fire dragon. The moment the 5-colored fire dragon appeared, it seemed to ignite the entire space, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. The fire dragon, like a burning flame, spun continuously in the air, its body shimmering with dazzling colors, and spewing out towering flames from its mouth like a volcanic eruption. As the rotation speed increased, the flames released by the 5-colored fire dragon became increasingly fierce, eventually forming a huge 5-colored fire tornado. The fire tornado swept around like a raging storm. Faced with this powerful flame, the surrounding ice mirror began to melt gradually. The ice on the ice mirror seemed to be devoured by flames, quickly turning into water droplets, which then evaporated into water vapor and disappeared without a trace. The athletes from Kitagawa were clearly prepared, rushing out of the ice mirror just before it collapsed. Although they had already witnessed the power of Zhang Chen's fan in the individual competition, they were still shocked to see it in person. However, the devastation caused by the colorful fire tornadoes did not stop. After the spin stopped, it returned to the shape of a colorful fire dragon and pounced straight at the Kitagawa national team members. Facing the surging fire dragon, the 5 contestants from Kitagawa country did not back down. They all unleashed their ice-based abilities, instantly conjuring 5 enormous ice sculptures of beasts. These ice sculptures of giant beasts are so lifelike that each one exudes a chilling aura, as if they were ferocious beasts descending from the coldest lands. 5 giant ice sculptures, like moving icebergs, charged toward the 5-colored fire dragon with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, the 5-colored fire dragon and the ice sculpture behemoth collided violently, producing a deafening roar. The two sides engaged in a thrilling battle, tearing and colliding with each other, the sizzling sound of melting ice filling the air. Upon closer inspection, the 5-colored fire dragon gradually shrank in size during the fierce battle. Just then, Gong Xiaoxiao keenly noticed that the earth shield was no longer under attack and decisively withdrew the shield. Everyone's eyes turned to the spot where the fire dragon and the ice behemoth clashed, and they were all dumbfounded. The group quickly walked to Zhang Chen's side, their faces full of astonishment, and asked, "Zhang Chen, what exactly happened?" Zhang Chen replied calmly, "Isn't this just what you see?" His tone was full of confidence that he was in control of the situation. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Chen suddenly waved his fan, and 5 colorful fire snakes shot out like lightning, heading straight for the Kitagawa contestant. Seeing that the situation was not good, one of the Kitagawa contestants hurriedly summoned a huge ice shield to block the fire serpent. Another contestant from Kitagawa was not to be outdone and quickly unleashed his ice and snow special skill. This is a unique secret technique of the Kitagawa kingdom. Once activated, it instantly causes heavy snow to fall from the clear sky, greatly enhancing the power of ice-type skills. Sure enough, those seemingly exhausted ice behemoths became ferocious again under the influence of the falling snow. Facing this formidable foe, Zhang Chen remained completely calm. He swiftly put away the iron rod with his left hand, while simultaneously producing a banana leaf fan in his right hand as if by magic. Immediately afterwards, he waved both the banana leaf fan and the 5 fires and 7 birds fan at the same time, and a strong heat wave swept out instantly. Accompanied by this heat wave, a giant, multicolored firebird soared into the sky, its broad wings spreading like a blazing flame, and flew straight towards the contestants from Kitagawa. When Zhang Chen saw the ice and snow effect, a sudden impulse welled up in his heart. Without hesitation, he opened his palm, and a sphere slowly rose from his hand. The surface of this sphere was ablaze with intense flames, and upon closer inspection, the fire element inside resembled surging waves, constantly churning. This was a small sun that Zhang Chen had condensed. Although it was far smaller than a real sun, it was more than enough for this competition. competition. As the small sun rose to the center of the field, the temperature of the entire arena suddenly soared. The icy behemoth, which was originally entangled by the five-colored fire dragon, melted and dissipated instantly in the scorching heat, just like ice and snow meeting the warm sun. No matter what special abilities the Kitagawa contestants displayed, they were all completely consumed by the raging flames in that instant. At this critical moment, the five-colored fire dragon and five-colored firebird in the sky, and the five fire snakes on the ground, like a well-trained army, launched a fierce attack on the Kitagawa contestant. The five-colored firebird spread its wings, and countless burning fire feathers shot out like a rain of arrows. The five-colored fire dragon opened its blood-red maw and kept spewing out high-temperature flames. The five fire snakes flicked their scarlet tongues and quickly surrounded the five people with astonishing speed. Faced with such a fierce offensive, Kitagawa was ultimately helpless and had no choice but to surrender. After leaving the stage, Gong Xiaoxiao looked dissatisfied and muttered, "What happened? I felt like I didn't participate at all." Seeing this, Jushin couldn't help but laugh out loud and teased, "Huh, Xiaoxiao, now you finally understand how I felt in the previous few rounds, right?" Gong Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand, saying, "Go away, don't gloat here." Then, she turned her gaze to Zhang Chen and said seriously, "Zhang Chen, I think you'd better not make a move. If you do, we won't be able to do anything." Zhang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, tinged with provocation, as he deliberately retorted, "Oh, so you don't need me to lift a finger when you encounter Rogers?" Gong Xiaoxiao felt a little awkward when he asked her that question, and stammered, of course not." Her answer caused everyone to burst into laughter, and the atmosphere immediately lightened. Just then, the competition for the top 20 officially began, with each team engaging in fierce battles to compete for the final 10 spots. The Chinese team's opponent is the Labrador team. This team from Labrador has players with rather interesting superpowers, including support-type superpowers. Yunru explained that the players with auxiliary abilities were substitute players, which seemed to be a carefully planned tactic by their team leader. After a night's rest, the new round of competition officially began. The Chinese team's match was scheduled in the middle of the time slot, giving them ample time to leisurely watch other matches and comment on several exciting duels. At that moment, the host's passionate voice rang out over the loudspeaker, "Dear viewers, the match of the Chinese team is about to begin." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Chen and his teammates perked up and stood in the tunnel, eager to try their best. However, unexpectedly, less than a minute into the game, the Chinese team defeated the Labrador team with lightning speed. This result not only surprised the audience, but also caught Zhang Chen and his team off guard. After the competition, Zhang Chen and the others excitedly returned to the lounge, waiting for the day's competition to end while looking forward to the next draw. Time ticked by, the sky gradually darkened, and the competition finally came to an end. In the end, only 10 strong teams remained. Zhang Chen inadvertently glanced at Rogers not far away, who looked indignant and stared intently in their direction. Following his gaze, Zhang Chen was surprised to find that Rogers' eyes were fixed on Gong Xiaoxiao. Despite Rogers' angry glare, Gong Xiaoxiao remained unperturbed and composed. A sweet smile appeared on her lips, and she waved to Rogers casually. This action immediately made Rogers lower his head like a defeated rooster. Seeing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Haha, there's definitely something fishy going on here." He watched Rogers' reaction with great interest, only to see the man clench his fists, as if cursing in his heart, "That bitch, just you wait." At this moment, the electronic screen suddenly displayed the matchups of the top 10 teams. Since there is no longer a need for a draw, the electronic screen directly displays the opponents of each national team. Zhang Chen and his teammates all looked up, staring intently at the screen, eager to see who the Chinese team's opponent would be. Soon, the image appeared clearly. When Zhang Chen saw the Chinese team's opponent, he couldn't help but gasp, "What a small world." It turns out that tomorrow's opponent is Rogers' Ukrainian team. Zhang Chen and the others turned their gazes toward the ugly team, only to see Rogers staring at them with a furious expression. Although the match has not officially started, the tense atmosphere between the two teams is already like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. After the team disbanded, Yunru began to analyze the ugly kingdom team in detail. "Regarding Rogers, I think everyone has fought against him in the individual competition and knows a little about his superpowers. Moreover, he is the captain of the ugly kingdom team." Next, Yunru introduced the other team members one by one. Carter Roman's superpower is rubber. This ability is quite unique, making his body extremely resilient. He can easily cope with stretching, twisting, or rebounding. Now look at Elsa. Her superpower is butterfly. She has a pair of beautiful butterfly wings growing from her back. Even more impressively, she can also spit out highly corrosive spheres from her mouth, posing a huge threat to her opponents. Sylvia's superpower is weather. He can control the weather at will, such as summoning lightning or creating tornadoes. This ability is undoubtedly a great advantage in battle. Finally, there's Noval. His special ability is Star, which allows him to launch attacks using the power of stars. These attacks are incredibly powerful and difficult to defend against. After listening to Yunru's introduction, Gong Xiaoxiao was stunned and said in disbelief, "What kind of amazing abilities are these?" The ugly country's contestants are so strong. How come only Rogers made it into the top 10 in their individual competition? Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but show surprise. The ugly country team's superpowers were indeed extraordinary. Yunru's expression was complicated, as if he couldn't express it clearly. He explained, "It's a long story. Although the contestants from the ugly country have powerful abilities, they all share a common flaw: arrogance. All 4 of them were defeated because they underestimated their opponents." After listening, Gong Xiaoxiao muttered helplessly, "I don't even know how to complain anymore." Tian Wei said worriedly, "The ugly country team doesn't look easy to deal with." Zhu Xing retorted without hesitation, "Old Tian, don't underestimate this. It's not just a little difficult to fight, it's extremely difficult. Rogers alone can give you a lot of trouble." Marin calmly analyzed, "The key is still Rogers. His ability is truly unsolvable. As long as we can deal with him, there's hope for this match. However, I'm more concerned about Sylvia. Just how good is his ability?" Yunru quickly replied, "I happen to have a video of Sylvia's match. I'll show it to you." After saying that, he quickly turned on his phone and projected the video onto the screen. Everyone stared intently at the video, trying to find any clues about Sylvia's superpowers. The scene slowly unfolds, captivating everyone's attention. Sylvia's eyes flashed with a dazzling white light, as if his eyes had become one with that powerful force. His body was lifted up by the strong wind, like a dandelion seed blown by the wind, floating lightly in midair. Above, the once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in thick dark clouds. The dark clouds resembled a massive black castle, heavy and oppressive, with lightning flashing across the sky, illuminating the entire scene. As time slowly passed, a massive cyclone gradually formed at the center of the dark clouds. This cyclone, resembling a black vortex, slowly rotates downwards. The rotation speed increased, eventually forming a massive black cloud lightning tornado. This tornado was incredibly powerful, as if it would swallow the entire world whole. The scene abruptly ended there, leaving Tian Wei dumbfounded. It took him a long time to recover before he muttered to himself, This is really a superpower that a human can possess?" Xu Xing beside him was equally shocked, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Just then, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up, "Actually, Sylvia's ability is not invincible. If we knock him off the stage before he can activate his ability, wouldn't that solve the problem?" Tian Wei and Zhu Xing stared at Zhang Chen speechlessly, thinking to themselves at the same time, "Does this sound like something a human would say?" It's easy to say, but it's not that simple in practice. However, Zhang Chen seemed oblivious to their unease and continued speaking to himself, "As for Rogers, there's even less to worry about. Don't forget how I dealt with him during my own match. I'll just prepare an oxygen tank for each of you, and everything will be fine." Hearing this, Tian Wei and Zhu Xing's eyes lit up immediately. That's right, how could they have forgotten about Zhang Chen, this bug? With him around, what was there to be afraid of? Back in his room, Zhang Chen had barely sat down on the sofa when he heard a pleasant notification sound. He casually tapped the screen and found that it was a communication request from Qinglong. Zhang Chen quickly answered the call, and Qinglong's familiar face immediately appeared on the screen. Qinglong said to Zhang Chen, "Master, when are you coming back? I have so much to report to you." Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, signaling Qinglong to continue. Qinglong cleared his throat and began to introduce the recent changes in China to Zhang Chen. "First of all the dungeons have been completed. This is all thanks to the equipment you provided earlier. The Chinese leadership has a very high opinion of them and believes they are fully ready for use. Once you return, we can begin the construction work." Hearing this news, Zhang Chen felt a surge of accomplishment. His efforts had finally paid off, and the equipment was finally coming in handy. Then, Qinglong mentioned Xiefeng. "Did you know? Gue Su has been unusually active in China lately. He's the first S-rank or higher ability user to publicly appear in Chentian Palace, and his ability is simply outrageous. Moreover, the overall strength of Chentian Palace is also quite considerable, with several constellations already reaching the advanced gold stage." Zhang Chen was not surprised by Xiefeng's strength. After all, he himself was also an SS level talent, but he was still gratified to hear that the overall strength of Chentian Palace had improved. After learning all this, Zhang Chen knew he couldn't slack off and decided to speed up his cultivation, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to be overtaken by others. In fact, he has been working hard to cultivate during this time, and now he has reached the Diamond 8 star level, just one step away from the King level. He knew that only by reaching the King level could he truly unleash his full potential without any reservations. This made him marvel at the astonishing speed of cultivation of SSS level talents. In just one night, his strength had significantly improved. Time passed, and the moment of the match finally arrived. Today's first match is full of highlights, with the showdown between the Chinese team and the ugly team attracting much attention. The commentator excitedly predicted the outcome of the match, while the audience held their breath in anticipation of this intense contest. A dozen minutes later, the competition officially began. Both teams strode confidently onto the field, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Rogers stood at the front of the ugly country team, staring provocatively at Zhang Chen, and arrogantly made a throat-slitting gesture, seemingly as a show of defiance. However, Zhang Chen remained expressionless motionless, standing still and appearing unusually calm. Just then, Rogers suddenly activated his superpower. With a wave of his hands, the air in the arena seemed to be sucked away by a powerful force, instantly becoming extremely thin. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he reacted quickly by opening his hands slightly. At the same time, a transparent oxygen mask suddenly appeared on the faces of Gong Xiaoxiao and the other Chinese team members, with a small oxygen cylinder on their backs. These devices allowed them to breathe freely even under Rogers' supernatural influence. Meanwhile, the other members of the Ugly Kingdom team were also able to breathe freely thanks to Rogers' superpowers. Upon seeing this, Rogers' face darkened considerably. He glared fiercely at Zhang Chen and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's you again." He immediately gave the order, "Destroy their oxygen tanks, then they won't be able to breathe." Upon hearing the order, the Ugly Country team members nodded and immediately took action. Sylvia summoned a powerful hurricane, Elsa continuously poured energy orbs into it, and Noval's hands glowed as he fired dazzling beams of light at the hurricane. Gradually, the gale, the energy sphere, and the beam of light converged and merged, forming a massive energy storm that swept straight toward the Chinese team. Upon seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao felt a pang of anxiety and immediately raised her earthen shield, tightly enveloping everyone inside. However, when the energy storm violently struck the earth shield, she discovered that the force was far greater than she had anticipated. The earthen shield was gradually eroded by the impact, just like a wall corroded by acid rain, becoming increasingly fragile. Gong Xiaoxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat as she anxiously cried out, "This is bad. My earth shield won't last much longer." This storm not only has amazing destructive power, but it also carries a corrosive force. Seeing this, Zhang Chen knew the situation was critical and decisively activated his energy shield. When the earth shield finally collapsed, a deep blue energy shield appeared as an impregnable defensive line. However, to Zhang Chen's surprise, this energy shield, which was known for its defensive capabilities, began to tremble slightly under the onslaught of the raging storm. This was definitely not a good sign, and Zhang Chen's expression immediately turned serious. At the same time, Marin crouched down, bracing himself with his hands on the ground, and uttered a soft shout, "Drink!" As he shouted, a dozen thick vines, like snakes, quietly grew from behind the Ugly Country team players. These vines spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they had tightly bound the Ugly Country's athletes. Dozens of colorful flowers bloomed instantly on the vine. These flowers sway gently in the breeze, seemingly delicate and harmless, but in reality, they harbor a deadly intent. Just as Carter Roman was the first to notice something amiss behind him, the flower suddenly trembled violently and then burst open like a bomb. Countless petals, sharp as knives, flew toward the ugly contestant at an astonishing speed. Carter Roman reacted quickly, leaping forward to narrowly dodge the sudden attack. The others nimbly dodged the petal attack, but Rogers was not spared and was hit by a petal. At that moment, Carter Roman reacted swiftly, extending his long arm and grabbing Rogers' collar with rubber-like agility, pulling him back to the safe zone. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chen suddenly had a thought, rubber ability? Isn't that Luffy's ability from One Piece? Then he should also be afraid of sharp weapons. Thinking of this, he had a sudden inspiration and immediately said to Gong Xiaoxiao, "Miss, quickly summon a large number of flying stones to attack them, especially that Carter Roman." However, some of the flying stones should be mixed with sharp stone spikes. Although Gong Xiaoxiao had some doubts about Zhang Chen's request, she still obediently nodded to show that she understood. She then focused her attention and summoned a large number of flying stones around the Ugly Kingdom contestant. Countless flying stones rained down from the sky, densely pelting the ugly contestant. Seeing this, Carter Roman showed no weakness. His body swelled up like a balloon, becoming like a giant rag, tightly blocking the way for all the Ugly Country's players. However, just as Carter Roman was feeling smug about his defense, his face suddenly turned pale. The sharp stones mixed in with the flying rocks pierced his body like arrows, causing him unbearable pain. With the impact of the stone spike, Carter Roman was violently knocked out of the field along with the flying stone. He fell to the ground, scrambled to his feet, and kept cursing fuck, clearly caught off guard by the sudden attack. Gong Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Chen with admiration in her eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing. You knocked down an opponent so quickly." Zhang Chen flattered her with a fawning expression, saying, "This is all thanks to you, miss." Gong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. Little brother Zhang Chen is the best at talking. Zhang Chen turned to the others and said seriously, "From the current perspective, Rogers is no longer a big threat to us. The one we really need to keep an eye on is Sylvia. I'll find an opportunity to stop him later. The rest of you are in my care." Everyone nodded in agreement. Don't worry. Tianwei and Zhu Xing, in particular, knew that they were indeed unable to fight their opponents head-on while hiding in the shield. Just then, Zhang Chen sensed that the storm seemed to be gradually weakening. A thought struck him, and suddenly, in a flash, his figure disappeared into the shield like a ghost. Upon seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao and the others all showed expressions of surprise, as they had never seen Zhang Chen use such methods before. However, they were only slightly surprised, thinking that Zhang Chen must have acquired some powerful equipment to disappear suddenly without anyone noticing. However, before anyone anyone could react, Zhang Chen suddenly appeared in front of Sylvia like a ghost. Sylvia was clearly taken aback by this sudden change, staring at Zhang Chen in astonishment before throwing a punch without hesitation. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and nimbly dodged Sylvia's punch. Immediately afterwards, he made a swift move, grabbing the other's fist like lightning, and before Sylvia could react, he and the other disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, the two appeared together in the corner of the arena. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Please stay here with me for a while." His words were imbued with powerful psychic abilities, like an invisible force that instantly pierced through Sylvia's mental defenses. Sylvia's body trembled violently, and her struggle vanished instantly. Her eyes became empty and lifeless, as if she had lost her self-awareness, and she nodded mechanically in agreement. And so, Sylvia stood there like a soulless puppet, keeping Zhang Chen company. At the same time, Zhang Chen took the opportunity to remove the energy shield that enveloped Gong Xiaoxiao and the others. As soon as the protective shield was removed, Tianwei and Zhu Xing darted out like lightning. They each set their sights on their targets. Tianwei headed straight for Noval, who possessed the ability to manipulate stars, while Zhu Xing charged directly at Rogers. Tianwei moved with the agility of a cheetah, rushing towards Noval with lightning speed. Seeing this, Noval showed no weakness, his hands radiating dazzling light, and a strong beam of light shot out like a sharp arrow. Faced with the sudden attack, Tianwei displayed astonishing agility and reaction speed. He instantly transformed into a cheetah-like beast, nimbly weaving through the light, rapidly approaching Noval while skillfully dodging attacks. Meanwhile, seeing Noval under threat, Elsa hurriedly tried to come to his aid. However, she was tightly entangled by Ma Lin and Gong Xiaoxiao, making it difficult for her to break free. On the other side, Roger's air ability has been broken by Zhang Chen's oxygen mask, and now he can only rely on physical skills to resist Zhu Xing's attacks. However, Zhu Xing's special ability gave him a clear advantage in this duel. Rogers was enraged, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched, and he launched a frenzied attack on Candlestar like a raging beast. Zhu Xing stood motionless, his body covered in an indestructible supernatural power that shimmered with golden light. No matter how fiercely Rogers attacked, this layer of power remained as solid as an impenetrable wall, completely unaffected. Rogers' attacks grew increasingly ferocious, but his stamina was rapidly depleting. Soon, he was panting heavily and had to stop to rest. Seeing this, Zhu Xing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile, and he sneered, "Rogers, is that all you've got? Are you suffering from kidney deficiency?" Rogers' face flushed red. Candlestar's words had enraged him greatly. He roared and slammed his fist into Zhu Xing's oxygen mask with all his might. However, Candlestar was prepared. He nimbly dodged Rogers' fist and quickly grabbed his arm. Immediately afterwards, Candlestar executed an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Rogers to the ground. The fall was extremely hard, and Rogers' body made a dull thud as it hit the ground. Before Rogers could react, Candlestar pounced on him like a hungry tiger. He gripped Rogers' arm tightly and swung him back and forth like a ragdoll. Each swing was accompanied by Rogers' screams as his body tumbled through the air, completely out of control. Finally, Candlestar dragged the dazed Rogers, who had been thrown around, slowly toward the edge of the arena. Once he reached the edge, he ruthlessly threw Rogers out of bounds. As Rogers was thrown off the court, his powers were instantly cancelled. At the same time, Zhang Chen also removed the oxygen masks from their faces. Gong Xiaoxiao and the others' vision finally returned to normal, and their field of vision became clear. At this moment, Elsa was soaring in the air, with vines and flying stones raining down on her from time to time. She dodged and weaved in the air like a startled rabbit, looking quite disheveled. However, Elsa did not give up. She flew to the highest point, opened her mouth wide, and a ball of energy slowly appeared on her lips. The energy sphere continued to expand, seemingly containing endless power, which instilled fear in people. Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin exchanged a glance, both reading a hint of worry in each other's eyes. Gong Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice, "Marin, Elsa's skills look very dangerous." Marin nodded, his expression grave. "That's right, we must find a way to stop her from activating this skill." Without hesitation, the two quickly reached an agreement. Just then, a pair of enormous stone hands suddenly appeared silently beside Elsa. These giant hands were like demons descending from the sky, their imposing presence sending a chill down one's spine. Elsa was completely focused on gathering her strength and was unaware of the presence of those giant hands. Just as she was about to release the energy sphere, the giant stone hand slammed down, like a mountain crashing down on her. Elsa was caught off guard and was struck hard by the sudden giant hand. Her body fell straight down like a kite with a broken string. Upon seeing this, Marin immediately summoned a wooden prison to tightly bind Elsa. The wooden cage quickly closed, forming an indestructible prison. But that wasn't all. Suddenly, a huge red flower bloomed inside the wooden cell, its petals vibrant and glistening, emitting a strong hypnotic gas. The gas spread rapidly, like a gentle spring breeze. Elsa was surrounded by hypnotic gas, instantly lost consciousness, and fainted. Immediately afterwards, the giant stone hand exerted its force again, slamming the wooden cage violently out of the arena. The wooden cage traced a graceful arc in the air before crashing to the ground, and Elsa was subsequently knocked off the field. field. To be honest, in a one-on-one fight, Elsa's abilities are indeed not to be underestimated, and the outcome is unpredictable. Unfortunately, she encountered the perfectly coordinated Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin. Therefore, the failure was entirely expected. Just then, an explosion drew everyone's attention. Marin and the others turned to look at the sound and saw thick smoke billowing from Tianwei's direction, as if the entire area was shrouded in smoke. Amidst the thick smoke, Noval continuously emitted dazzling starlight into the area, each beam of light resembling a shooting star streaking across the night sky, dazzling the eyes. Standing to the side, Zhang Chen watched with great interest and couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this the authentic Seven Pearls fighting style?" Noval kept making yeah sounds, as if cheering himself on and encouraging himself to continue fighting. At the same time, the starlight in his hand flew out like raindrops, slamming into Tianwei in the thick smoke with great force. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed violently, and then Tianwei shot out of the smoke like a bolt of lightning. Shockingly, Tianwei had transformed into an ankylosaur-like beast, his entire body covered in thick armor, resembling an impregnable fortress. Tianwei's appearance surprised everyone, especially Noval, who clearly did not expect Tianwei to undergo such a drastic change. However, before Noval could react, Tianwei had already launched an attack. With a sudden swish of its tail, the massive tail hammer slammed into Noval's arm like a cannonball. The attack was incredibly powerful. Despite the protection of the star shield, Noval's arm was still knocked back and retracted. Fortunately, the star shield worked to some extent, blocking most of the damage, and Noval was not seriously injured. Watching the intense duel, Zhang Chen secretly applauded the brilliant performances of both sides. Suddenly, he remembered Sylvia, who was being controlled by psychic powers. He hurriedly shouted, "Sylvia, get off the field yourself." Under the influence of psychic abilities, Sylvia's eyes became empty and lifeless, as if she had lost her self-awareness. Hearing Zhang Chen's call, she mechanically turned around and slowly walked off the stage without hesitation. Just as Sylvia stepped off the ring, Noval also stood up, gripping his injured arm tightly, his eyes revealing a hint of resentment and anger. At that moment, Noval's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light, as if he had transformed into a brilliant star. Countless starlight burst forth from his body, rapidly converging into a vast starry sky like shooting stars in the night sky. With Noval's roar of the history of the star chart, the starry sky seemed to come alive and began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, and countless illusory planets appeared before everyone's eyes as if they were real. These planets vary in size, some as big as a fist, while others are as large as mountains. They hurtled toward Tianwei at an astonishing speed, carrying a devastating force that inspired fear in everyone. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen inwardly cried out in alarm. He knew the power of this move. If Tianwei were to withstand it head-on, he would likely be severely injured, if not killed. Without hesitation, he used his speed and appeared in front of Tianwei in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a huge axe suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. This was the axe he had forged earlier, its blade gleaming with a cold light, as if it could cleave everything in two. Zhang Chen wielded his mountain-splitting axe, each swing creating a blade of space. These spatial blades moved with lightning speed, accurately striking the oncoming planet. With a series of loud bangs, the cleaved planet instantly exploded into countless fragments. Surprisingly, these fragments did not scatter. Instead, they were sucked into space by a powerful force, as if they had never existed. Noval stared at Zhang Chen in horror, almost unable to believe his eyes. This was his most powerful move, yet Zhang Chen easily countered it. Seeing this, Tianwei didn't have time to think and immediately followed the trajectory of the spatial blade, rushing towards Noval like a ghost. After the planetary illusions disappeared, Tianwei appeared before Noval like a shadow. Without hesitation, he swung his tail hammer again, this time with incredible speed and power. Noval had no time to dodge and could only watch helplessly as the tail hammer slammed into his abdomen. The blow was like a cannonball, sending Noval flying and crashing straight into the wall like a kite with a broken string. The impact produced a dull thud, and Noval coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, his body slowly slid down the wall and finally fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. The ugly country team's elimination in the top 10 was a result that surprised everyone, but upon closer reflection, it wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, the strength of the Chinese national team is widely recognized. After the match, Tianwei breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest, and said with lingering fear, "Oh my god, that really scared me. I thought I was really done for." Gong Xiaoxiao, standing to the side, rebuked without mercy, "Who told you to underestimate your opponent?" Tianwei retorted somewhat indignantly, "How was I supposed to know that Noval had such a powerful hidden move?" As the two were arguing, Zhuxing chimed in with a grin, all right, no matter what, we still won in the end." His words immediately lightened the atmosphere considerably. Meanwhile, netizens also launched a heated discussion online. Someone exclaimed, "Have you noticed? Zhang Chen has played a crucial role in several matches these past few games." Immediately someone chimed in, "Wow, blind student, you've really hit the nail on the head." Some people joked, "Actually, I've wanted to say this for a long time. Zhang Chen's superpower is just ridiculously outrageous, absurd to the extreme. But I like it, he. At this point, point, someone questioned, upstairs, "Are you really serious when you say you like it?" However, most people still acknowledged the performance of the other Chinese players, but then again, the other players are all very strong. However, some fans firmly stated, never mind, the best MVP must be brother Zhang Chen. Finally, someone even joked, "Hey, you burly guy upstairs, get out of here." Zhang Chen and his team were unaware of these online discussions. They were quietly waiting for the final 5 matchups to be announced after today's competition. As the match was about to end, the audience's attention was drawn to the 5-team bracket that suddenly appeared on the big screen. However, when they saw the information on the table, they were all stunned. The big screen displayed, the Chinese team received a bye and directly advanced to the final 3. The result shocked everyone, especially Zhang Chen, whose lips twitched involuntarily. This familiar feeling, as if fate were playing tricks on him, filled him with a sense of helplessness. In stark contrast to Zhang Chen, the other 4 teams breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news, as if they had regained their freedom. After all, nobody wants to face the formidable Chinese team in a match. That would be a nightmare. Having a day off, Zhang Chen decided to take a good rest. He told his teammates in Yunru that he would sleep all day in his room to recharge for the upcoming matches. The team members didn't say much to Yunru, only telling him to get some rest. The next day, Zhang Chen entered the Chentian Palace as promised. The Chentian Palace is no longer deserted. People come and go from time to time. As Chentian Palace has developed, the number of members has gradually increased, and now there are dozens of people. Zhang Chen went straight to his training room and exchanged a bottle of diamond-level strength-enhancing potion from the system. Eager to further enhance his strength, he drank the potion without hesitation, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoxiao and her group went to the competition venue to watch the matches of the other 4 teams. They were full of anticipation for this fierce competition, hoping to gain information about their next opponent. After absorbing the potion, Zhang Chen opened his eyes, upgraded all his abilities by 1 level, and then summoned the system that hadn't appeared for a long time. System, open the character panel. Immediately afterwards, a series of impressive statistics appeared before him. Name, Zhang Chen. Special abilities, detachment, SSS level, creation, SS level, doppelganger, SS level, space, SS level, strength 5563, speed 3410, endurance 3467, faction, Chentian Palace, Azure Dragon, S-rank ice-type ability, S-rank illusion ability, flight ability. Suzaku possesses S-class fire-type ability, S-class healing ability, and flight ability. Xuanwu possesses S-level water-based superpowers, S-level flying flower superpowers, and flight superpowers. White Tiger possesses S-level wind-type ability, S-level enhancement ability, and flight ability. Stripping ability. Stripping, it can easily strip any matter or energy from its original state, no matter what it is. Fusion possesses the ability to perfectly blend various different things to create a completely new and unique existence. Grant can bestow something that has been stripped away onto other creatures, giving them corresponding special abilities or attributes. Creation skills. Creation possesses the magical ability to create all kinds of non-living objects, and can create all kinds of complex and exquisite items according to their own imagination and needs. Clone skill. Clone can create 20 clones with the same strength as the original body. Spatial skills. Spatial blade can fire spatial blades from various parts of the body. Dimensional bag can create a dimensional space for storage. Barrier technique, a barrier that can be deployed to unleash various abilities. Instantaneous movement, a skill that allows for instantaneous movement. Rank, Diamond 9 star. Zhang Chen's current strength is already considered invincible below the king level, and with his current power, he is even capable of competing with king level experts. He murmured softly, it seems the ring defense competition will bring them unexpected surprises. After finishing his cultivation, Zhang Chen slowly walked out of the cultivation room. After a moment of reflection, he felt that the time was almost up, so he turned around and left Chentian Palace. Pushing open the door, he immediately saw Gong Xiaoxiao and the others gathered together, discussing something animatedly. Zhang Chen walked up curiously and asked, "What are you talking about?" Everyone turned around at the sound, smiles on their faces. One of them replied, "Zhang Chen, how was your rest? We were just discussing tomorrow's opponent." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen also became curious. "Oh, how strong will tomorrow's opponent be?" Xu Xing waved his hand and laughed. "Actually, there aren't any particularly strong opponents. We even defeated the strongest ugly country team, so the other teams are naturally not that strong." Zhang Chen nodded, agreeing with his statement, but still had doubts. If that's the case, how come you can still discuss it so enthusiastically? Gong Xiaoxiao proudly raised her head and said, "We are debating whether to send one person to the field, 1 against 5, or send 2 people to the field, 2 against 5. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but remind him helplessly, "Don't let your guard down, or you might accidentally capsize in a ditch." Gong Xiaoxiao laughed and scolded, "What unlucky things are you saying? But little brother Zhang Chen, there's something I'm quite curious about." Her tone was teasing, making one want to know what she was curious about. Zhang Chen was puzzled and asked, "What is it?" it? His gaze fell on her, waiting for an answer. Gong Xiaoxiao asked directly, just how strong are you right now? The question was straightforward, without any beating around the bush. Zhang Chen thought about it and decided that it wouldn't hurt to reveal a little about his strength since it wasn't a secret, but he didn't want to attract too much attention. He scratched the back of his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, well, it's not that strong, just a little stronger than a gold 9-star. However, Tian Wei's reaction was the most exaggerated. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, and he stammered, You said what? You're already diamond 1-star? Zhang Chen smiled slightly, neither denying nor denying. To them, his smile seemed like an admission, which shocked Gong Xiaoxiao and the others even more. At this moment, Gong Xiaoxiao and the others gasped in astonishment, completely unprepared for Zhang Chen's formidable strength. After all, Zhang Chen is only a first-year student, while they are already third-year students, and their strength is only at the gold 6 to 8 stars. Even Yunru, who was standing to the side, was quite surprised by Zhang Chen's strength. They couldn't help but sigh. Comparison is truly infuriating. However, Zhang Chen's strength gave them a much-needed boost of confidence. Although they appeared indifferent on the surface, they were actually quite nervous about the upcoming ring defense match. Getting back to the main topic, Yunru began to introduce the two teams participating tomorrow. The other two teams that will enter the final three are from Lion Country and Eagle Country. He paused briefly, then went on to explain the Lion Country's players in detail. The captain of the Lion Kingdom is Leo. His special ability is music. He can use various musical instruments to create extremely powerful attacks. This unique ability can often catch opponents off guard in battle and deal heavy blows, Yunru said. Team member 7's special ability is throwing darts. He can instantly summon various darts with different abilities out of thin air, which undoubtedly makes it difficult for opponents to defend against and poses a great threat. Next is Ace. His ability is fire-based. Although it is a relatively conventional ability, it still has great destructive power in battle. Team member Mebius possesses the ability of laser beams, and this powerful beam attack can instantly inflict massive damage on enemies. Finally, there's Zuo Wen. His special ability is gigantification. Once activated, his body becomes extremely large, giving him an absolute advantage in both strength and size. After introducing the Lion Country contestants, Yunru paused briefly before continuing. Overall, the Lion Country contestants each have their own unique abilities, but none of them are particularly outstanding. The situation is similar for the Eagle Country contestants. He continued, the captain of the Eagle Nation is Kakarot. His superpower is mimicry, which allows him to quickly copy the enemy's physical skills and superpower moves, and the copied moves will become even more powerful. Team member Chi-Chi's special ability is to create clones. She can summon 3 clones with 70% of their strength, which allows her to fight multiple opponents at once and put great pressure on them. Team member Cell possesses the ability of unlimited regeneration. No matter how severe the injury, he can recover quickly, which gives him a clear advantage in prolonged battles. Team member Vegeta can manipulate gravity and attack enemies using gravity. Finally, there's Bulma. Her special ability is very unique, it's charm. This ability can bewitch opponents, putting them into a hypnotic state, and the effect is far greater than ordinary hypnosis. After introducing all the opponents, Yunru said, we have a bye, and tomorrow will be our first match. Our opponent will be determined by a draw between the Lion Country and the Eagle Country. Zhang Chen had few doubts about the competition format and the opponent's abilities, but when he heard the names Lion Country and Eagle Country, he couldn't help but want to complain. Especially the names of the Lion Country contestants, they look like Ultraman teaming up to fight monsters. As for the name of the Eagle Kingdom, it's even more amusing. Does it mean they want to collect all 7 Dragon Balls and then make a wish to Shenron? However, only Zhang Chen himself could understand these jokes, and he could only silently complain about them in his heart. After learning about the opponents, Zhang Chen said, everyone, just play as usual tomorrow. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then went back to their rooms to rest and recharge for tomorrow's match. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yunru eagerly led Zhang Chen and his group on their way to the competition venue. After a drive, when they arrived at the stadium, the sun was already high in the sky, and the sunlight was warm and bright, covering the earth. Upon arriving at the competition venue, Zhang Chen and the others went straight to the competition stage without any delay. Standing on the stage, it's inevitable to feel a little nervous. After all, this is an important competition. At this point, the opponents for the first match had been determined by drawing lots, and they were players from the Eagle Nation. Soon, the contestants from the Eagle Nation took to the stage one after another. Zhang Chen and Kakarot, representing their respective teams, shook hands to each other as a gesture of goodwill before the match began. After the handshake, they returned to their respective teams, took their positions, and prepared for the fierce battle that was about to unfold. As the whistle blew, Kakarot didn't hesitate to quickly pull out his organ from his waist and begin to play. In an instant, melodious music flowed through the air like a clear spring. Surprisingly, as the music played, the individual notes seemed to come alive, slowly appearing around Zhang Chen and the others. These notes seemed to be imbued with some kind of power, rushing towards them at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen immediately gripped the iron bar in his hand, preparing to meet the sudden attack. As the notes drew near, he swung his iron bar and knocked them away one by one. To Zhang Chen's surprise, although he successfully repelled the musical notes, a deep scratch was left on the iron rod. This indicates that these notes are not only extremely fast but also exceptionally sharp. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering how to deal with it, the notes that had been knocked away suddenly seemed to receive a command, paused briefly in the air, and then slammed down on Zhang Chen and the others. Caught off guard, Zhang Chen and the others were struck by this powerful force. They felt as if their bodies were being crushed by a heavy object, and instantly lost their ability to move. Although Vegeta's gravity was extremely strong, Zhang Chen seemed unaffected, even leisurely, and turned to look at Gong Xiaoxiao and the others with a teasing look in his eyes, as if he were provoking them. 1 against 5? 2 against 5? Gong Xiaoxiao and the others blushed slightly at his gaze and gave him a shy glare. Just then, Chi-Chi suddenly split into 3 clones, which pounced on Zhang Chen and the others like ghosts, their speed astonishing. Seeing this, Cell was not to be outdone and joined forces with Chi-Chi's clone to attack Zhang Chen and the others. But Zhang Chen showed no fear in the face of this pincer attack. The iron rod in his hand suddenly grew enormous, like a colossal pillar supporting the sky. He suddenly swung his sword, creating a gust of wind that swept away Chi-Chi's clones and Cell like autumn leaves. Chi-Chi and Cell were sent flying by the sudden attack, looking disheveled. Their eyes widened in disbelief, completely baffled as to why Vegeta's gravity had no effect on Zhang Chen. However, they had no time to think about it, because the moment they were knocked away, Zhang Chen's figure flashed like lightning and appeared in front of Vegeta in an instant. Seeing this, Bulma was extremely anxious. Without thinking, she immediately flew in front of Vegeta, her eyes flashing pink light as she stared intently at Zhang Chen. This is Bulma's charm ability. Anyone who is touched by her gaze will fall under her spell and lose themselves. She prayed silently in her heart, hoping that her charm would successfully control Zhang Chen. To her shock, Zhang Chen's eyes remained clear, unaffected by his superpowers. Just as Bulma was in shock, Zhang Chen suddenly stretched out a hand and pressed it tightly against her head like an iron clamp, then slammed it against the ground. With a muffled thud, Bulma fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhang Chen looked at Bulma lying on the ground, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said calmly, "Go." The powerful impact crashed into Bulma like a raging torrent. Her body shuddered violently, and her eyes went unfocused for a moment, as if the whole world had left her in that instant. She was unconscious, and like a petal blown away by the wind, she fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, Vegeta was extremely anxious and cried out, "Bulma!" His voice was filled with fear and worry. However, Bulma showed no reaction and remained lying quietly on the ground, as if she had lost her life. Vegeta turned his gaze to Zhang Chen, his eyes burning with rage. He glared at Zhang Chen and roared through gritted teeth, "You bastard!" Zhang Chen ignored Vegeta's anger, instead wearing a mocking smile as he teased, "Wow, you two are having an affair?" Vegeta had no time to pay attention to Zhang Chen's teasing. All his attention was focused on Bulma. He was extremely anxious and wished he could fly to Bulma's side immediately to make sure she was safe and sound. Just then, a dark purple halo suddenly appeared around Vegeta, and the halo, like a blazing flame, quickly shot into the sky. Vegeta roared, "Meteor volcano!" With his roar, the meteorite that was originally hanging high in the sky seemed to be pushed by an invisible giant hand, falling straight down at an astonishing speed. The meteorite, wreathed in blazing flames, resembled a burning meteor, hurtling towards the earth with a devastating force. Gong Xiaoxiao and the others were all shocked to see this. They stared wide-eyed at the sight before them, incredulous, and inwardly marveled they actually managed to get a meteorite out. However, as the meteorite appeared, Vegeta's body couldn't help but tremble. His breathing became rapid, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Clearly, even launching this move was extremely difficult for him. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Without fear, he faced the falling meteorite, and just as it was about to hit him, he suddenly swung out a slap, the palm wind as swift as lightning, carrying great force as it slammed into the meteorite. With a loud bang, the meteorite shattered instantly, as if hit by a cannonball, and scattered into countless fragments. Vegeta was also sent flying like a kite with a broken string due to the strong recoil. His body traced a long arc before crashing heavily off the field. Using the momentum, his body slid a long distance on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Looking at Vegeta's disheveled appearance, Zhang Chen felt a surge of smugness. He crouched down to gather his strength, then leaped up like an arrow released from a bow, soaring straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen approached the meteorite, which was not yet completely shattered, as swiftly as a shooting star. Just as he was about to collide with the meteorite, a huge axe suddenly appeared in his hand. Zhang Chen's arm spun rapidly, the axe drawing streaks of cold light in the air and stirring up gusts of wind. His axe swings were incredibly fast, almost leaving after images, and the power of the axe was fully unleashed under his full force. Countless spatial blades shot out from the axe like a meteor shower, striking the meteorite with astonishing speed and power. With a deafening roar, the meteorite shattered instantly under the terrifying attack, turning into countless tiny fragments that drifted through the air. The once massive meteorite is now gone, leaving only a huge ring of mist floating in the air, as if telling the story of that breathtaking moment. The dust fell slowly like a drizzle, adding a touch of dreamlike beauty to the scene. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. Tianwei and Zhu Xing, in particular, were staring up at the meteorite with their mouths wide open, but the falling stone dust filled their mouths, and they could only keep spitting it out, looking utterly disheveled. Gong Xiaoxiao was equally shocked, staring wide-eyed in disbelief as Zhang Chen easily chopped such a huge meteorite into ashes, her heart filled with astonishment. Just as everyone was astonished, Zhang Chen landed steadily. His figure stood out exceptionally tall amidst the dust, as if he were the master of this world. Everyone looked at him with admiration and gave him a thumbs up, praising his heroic act. Meanwhile, the internet exploded with excitement over this astonishing scene. As soon as the meteorite appeared, netizens exclaimed in shock that Vegeta from the Eagle country is too monstrous. He actually created such a huge meteorite. Oh no, is our China going to lose? Hey, look what Zhang Chen is going to do. Such a large meteorite, Zhang Chen chopped it down in just a few moves? I would call him the strongest. Comments and exclamations arose one after another, and the entire internet was flooded with this shocking scene. At this critical moment, Kakarot rushed towards Zhang Chen, who was about to land, with lightning speed. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao and the others were extremely anxious and were about to rush forward to help when suddenly they felt a heavy pressure descend from the sky, as if the whole world had become unusually heavy in an instant. Tianwei exclaimed in shock, "It's happening again?" This sudden gravity was precisely the unique aspect of Kakarot's mimicry ability. He can not only imitate various skills, but even copy superpowers. However, this imitation is not unlimited. He can only copy abilities that are at or below his own power level, and he is powerless against those abilities that are at a higher level than his. With immense force, Kakarot swung a punch straight at Zhang Chen's back. With lightning speed, Zhang Chen raised the heaven-opening axe in his hand and blocked backward. With a loud bang, Kakarot's fist slammed into the back of the heaven-opening axe, unleashing a powerful shockwave that spread outwards. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, creating gusts of wind that made everyone's robes flutter loudly. Immediately afterwards, Kakarot's hand suddenly stretched out like rubber, like a flexible snake, and tightly wrapped around Zhang Chen's body. Then, he suddenly lifted Zhang Chen up, as if to throw him directly off the stage. However, at this critical moment, a layer of spiky armor suddenly bloomed all over Zhang Chen's body, tightly wrapping him up like a hedgehog. The moment Kakarot's hand touched the armor, he was pierced by an excruciating pain, cried out in agony, and had to pull his hand back. Faced with Kakarot's varied attack methods, Zhang Chen couldn't help but develop a strong interest in his superpowers. However, he also noticed that Kakarot seemed to be able to use only one ability at a time, and the duration was not long. Seeing that Kakarot was helpless against Zhang Chen, Chi-Chi and Cell came up with a plan to join forces and help him. They moved with lightning speed, rushing towards Zhang Chen like a gust of wind. However, just as they were about to touch Zhang Chen, a sudden figure blocked their way. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Gong Xiaoxiao and the others who had been freed from gravity. Chi-Chi and Cell exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. Chi-Chi then decisively created 3 clones. They did have the numerical advantage, but in reality, their special abilities did not give them an edge in this battle. Seeing the situation, Tianwei and Zhu Xing launched an attack without hesitation, targeting Chi-Chi and her clone. Meanwhile, Marin and Gong Xiaoxiao worked together seamlessly to deal with Cell. Cell was exceptionally brave, showing no fear in the face of Tianwei and Zhu Xing's attacks. Whether hit by stones or pierced by wooden spikes, he could quickly heal his wounds and then pounce on Marin like a hungry tiger. Gong Xiaoxiao reacted quickly, immediately summoning an earthen prison to trap Cell inside. Immediately afterwards, a stone spear appeared in her hand, which she hurled with all her might. The moment the stone spear left her hand, she released the earthen prison without hesitation. Seeing the stone spear hurtling towards him, Sharo quickly gripped the spearhead tightly with both hands. However, the impact of the stone spear was enormous, and his body was involuntarily pushed backward, staggering backward. Marin wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip by. He seized the chance and unleashed his vines, which swiftly coiled around Cell like serpents, making it difficult for him to escape. Then, the vines lashed out like a giant whip, violently throwing Cell out of the arena. This scene shocked everyone present, especially Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin. They looked at each other and smiled, excitedly high-fiving each other in celebration. Standing on the sidelines, Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin watched the fierce battle on the field and shouted to Chi-Chi, who was fighting with Tianwei and Zhu Xing, "Old Tian, Zhu Xing, why haven't you two finished yet? Do you need Xiao Linzi and me to help you?" Tianwei, who was having a heated argument with Chi-Chi, was immediately annoyed when he heard Gong Xiaoxiao's words. He shouted back, "No need. Does she even need the 4 of us to come together? She's just a little wench." Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaoxiao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. He knew that Tianwei and Zhu Xing were quite strong and should be more than capable of dealing with Chi-Chi. Just then, Tianwei flashed and instantly transformed into a strange beast with a human body and a rabbit's head. He was incredibly fast, moving like lightning between Kiki's 3 clones, his movements so swift they were dazzling. With a powerful back kick, Tianwei sent one of the clones flying like a cannonball. Immediately afterwards, he darted to another clone as fast as lightning, giving the other no chance to catch his breath. However, Tianwei had another clone behind him constantly launching attacks. Tianwei was exceptionally agile, easily dodging all attacks as if they were child's play to him. His claws rained down like a storm, unleashing a flurry of punches at the clone in front of him. Forced to retreat repeatedly by Tianwei's fierce attack, the clone eventually could not withstand such a heavy blow, turned into a wisp of green smoke, and disappeared without a trace. Unbeknownst to Tianwei, Chi-Chi's clone behind him was that Tianwei's tail silently grew longer, coiling around her feet like a serpent. Tianwei suddenly turned around, and his tail lashed out like a whip. The force was so great that Chi-Chi's clone was caught off guard and stumbled to the ground. In that instant, Tianwei transformed swiftly, turning into a huge and fat pig-shaped beast in the blink of an eye. This strange beast was not only bloated, but it also let out a furious roar. "Mount Tai is crushing my egg." With a roar, Tianwei leaped high into the air and crashed down on his fallen clone like a small mountain. With a muffled thud, Tianwei's massive body slammed down on the clone. The clone screamed in agony under the weight before turning into a wisp of white smoke and vanishing without a trace. After completing this attack, Tianwei nimbly spun around once, then jumped gracefully, landing steadily in front of another Chi-Chi clone. At this moment, Gong Xiaoxiao, who was standing to the side, was so frightened by Tianwei's series of actions that her face turned pale. She covered her eyes tightly and cried out, "Xia Lindsay, I'm blind. I can never look at that song spinning and jumping with my eyes closed the same way again." Marin looked at Gong Xiaoxiao helplessly and said irritably, "Can you please stop singing? I can already see the screen." Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao playfully stuck out her tongue at Ma Lin and made a face. However, the last Kiki clone had no interest in appreciating their antics. When she saw the swaying, ugly fat pig, Tianwei, in front of her, she felt nauseous and her stomach churned. Without hesitation, she raised her leg and kicked Tianwei hard. But when she kicked Tianwei's round belly, something unexpected happened. Her foot seemed to sink into a swamp deeply embedded in Tianwei's belly, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it out. Just as Chi-Chi's clone panicked, Tianwei suddenly thrust out his belly, and a powerful reaction force erupted like a volcanic eruption. This force sent Kiki's clone flying like a cannonball, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground some distance away. Just as the clone Chi-Chi landed, Tianwei suddenly appeared above her like a ghost. At this moment, Tianwei had completely transformed into a gigantic, wolf-like beast, exuding a chilling aura. Without any mercy, Tianwei extended his sharp claws and swiftly grabbed at his clone, Chi-Chi, like lightning. In an instant, with a swoosh sound, Tianwei's sharp claws easily pierced through the body of the clone Chi-Chi. This fatal blow caused the clone Kiki to instantly turn into a wisp of white smoke, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, the candle star on the other side also underwent a surprising change. His entire body suddenly shone with a dazzling golden light, like the sun high in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Zhuxing charged straight at Chi-Chi's body with the force of a thunderbolt, its speed as fast as a shooting star streaking across the sky. Kiki was clearly caught off guard by the sudden attack. Despite their best efforts to resist, they were ultimately unable to withstand the overwhelming impact of the stars. With a loud bang, Chi-Chi was violently knocked off the field like a kite with a broken string. At this point, only Kakarot remains as the representative of the Eagle Nation on the field. Kakarot witnessed this breathtaking scene, and a sense of despair welled up in his heart. He knew perfectly well how terrifying Zhang Chen's strength was. No matter what moves he made, it seemed to have no effect on Zhang Chen at all, and Zhang Chen easily neutralized them instead. Initially, Kakarot hoped that Gong Xiaoxiao and others could come to his aid and help Zhang Chen fight against him. However, to his utter surprise, Gong Xiaoxiao and the others simply stood in a corner, coldly observing the fierce battle, even whispering among themselves from time to time, as if the duel had nothing to do with them. Kakarot felt like a clown being made a fool of, and his anger burned ever brighter. Finally, unable to bear the feeling of being ignored any longer, he roared in fury, "Aya!" However, the roar did not attract anyone's attention, but instead earned him a slap from Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen flashed like a ghost, appearing behind Kakarot and slapping him mercilessly on the back of the head, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Are you performing in an opera? And you're still making ayaya noises?" Kakarot felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and instinctively covered the injured area with his hand, his face full of disbelief. Just as he was about to launch an attack and pounce on Zhang Chen showed no fear, quickly dodged to the side, and at the same time swung out a palm, accurately hitting Kakarot's left shoulder. This palm strike contained immense energy, sending Kakarot flying backward like a cannonball, hurtling straight out of the arena and crashing heavily to the ground. With Kakarot flying off the field, the intense match finally came to an end, and the Chinese team won. However, just as everyone was immersed in joy, the referee's next words caused an uproar among Chinese netizens. The referee walked onto the field expressionlessly and announced, "The match between China and the Lion Country will begin in 5 minutes." This sudden decision caught everyone off guard, and netizens netizens launched angry protests online. This referee must have taken a bribe. Our country just finished a game and hasn't even recovered yet, and now he wants us to go back on the court in 5 minutes? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for us? This is absolutely a rigged affair. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes, trying to make our Chinese team lose. No doubt about it, it must be the ugly country pulling the strings. They can't stand how strong our Chinese team is, so they resort to such despicable methods. It must be said that the netizens' guesses do have some merit. Although the team defense competition accounted for a large part of the game, the Chinese team's previous performance was too outstanding and its popularity was too high, which aroused the dissatisfaction of certain forces. So, the one in the Black Palace came up with this crooked and evil scheme in an attempt to suppress the Chinese team. Zhang Chen and his teammates were completely bewildered when they heard the news. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated this, but fortunately, they were in pretty good shape. In this match, apart from Zhang Chen putting in a little more effort, everyone else seemed to be in good spirits. Even so, they still felt disgusted, as if they had swallowed a fly. Back in the lounge, Yunru's emotions remained unsettled for a long time, his anger erupting like a volcano. He could not accept this unfairness and did not hesitate to lodge a strong protest with the organizing committee. Despite his deafening voice, there was no response. After all, this is someone else's territory. No matter how capable he is, he can only coil like a dragon and cannot unleash his full power. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the shouts from the stands continued unabated, with cries of rigged echoing endlessly. Surprisingly, these spectators were not all Chinese. They came from all over the world, yet they showed great respect for the strong competitors. The strength of the Chinese team is undeniable. Their performance on the field was stunning, which made foreign audiences extremely dissatisfied with the organizers' underhanded tactics. At this moment, the Lion Kingdom's contestants had already stepped onto the competition field, ready to face the next match. Seeing this, Zhang Chen stepped forward as usual and shook hands with the Lion Kingdom captain in a friendly manner. However, to his surprise, the captain, Leo, arrogantly said, "Chinese team, you just played a game. You won't be so lucky this time." Faced with such provocation, Zhang Chen was not angered. Instead, he calmly responded, "Yes, we didn't exert much effort in the last match. Let's see if you can withstand a beating more than the United States." Leo's face immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and turned back to the group, clearly extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Chen's words. Seeing this, Zhang Chen curled his lips slightly and said with a hint of contempt, "Not sunny at all, and he calls himself Leo. He might as well just be called Teach." As soon as the starting signal sounded, Zhang Chen, like the other spectators, kept his eyes glued to the field, eagerly anticipating a spectacular performance from both sides. However, when they saw the pose of the Lion Country contestant, everyone was stunned and then fell silent. It turns out that the contestants from the Lion Kingdom actually struck a pose resembling a Cayman Rider team. This is baffling. It's as if they're not here to compete, but rather to participate in a role-playing performance. The audience was stunned by what they saw. The once lively scene instantly fell silent, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Netizens on the internet also engaged in heated discussions and ridicule about this. Someone joked, "Oh my, I'm laughing so hard I'm almost crying." Some even sarcastically remarked, "Really? Are all the athletes from the Lion Country like this?" Some netizens, even claiming to be from the Lion Country, hurriedly came out to clarify, I'm from the Lion Country, I'm not like that, don't talk nonsense." However, many netizens were amused by the comical scene and laughed out loud, leaving comments such as, "Ha, they're all comedians." While everyone was still discussing the strange posture of the Lion Country contestant, the competition continued. Leo suddenly pulled an organ from his waist, blew hard, and countless notes flew out like raindrops. Watching this scene, Zhang Chen felt a sense of déjà vu about the skill. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized that this was the same move that Kakarot had used in the previous match. It seemed that Kakarot was imitating Leo's ability. At the same time, Seven was not to be outdone and quickly threw a dart. Surprisingly, the dart suddenly split into hundreds of pieces during its flight, each one flashing with a different light, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Seeing this, Marin took a step forward without hesitation and let out a low, angry roar. Instantly, countless thick vines emerged around him, like ferocious venomous snakes, baring their fangs and claws as they rushed towards the musical notes and darts. However, unexpectedly, when the vines touched the musical notes and darts, they were cut into pieces as if by a sharp blade. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao was not to be outdone. She stepped forward and raised her hands high. With her movement, countless flying stones shot out like meteors, slamming into the darts and musical notes. Despite the astonishing power of Gong Xiaoxiao's flying stones, a few darts still managed to slip through the defenses and fly towards Zhang Chen. Seeing this, Zhang Chen quickly activated his energy shield, firmly blocking the darts outside. However, at the very moment the dart struck the shield, an astonishing scene unfolded. The dart began to emit a dazzling light, followed by a deafening roar and a violent explosion. It turns out that this is a special ability of Seven's darts, which has extremely powerful attack capabilities. Fortunately, Zhang Chen's energy shield was strong enough to successfully withstand the fierce attack. attack. At the same time, Zuowen directly displayed his ability to grow to enormous size, his body suddenly expanding to resemble a towering mountain. He took a step forward, clenched his fists, and slammed them with all his might against Zhang Chen's energy shield. With a loud bang, the shield rippled with tiny waves, as if it were under immense pressure. Despite this, Zhang Chen's energy shield remained firmly in place, showing no signs of breaking. Zhang Chen had to admit that the Lion Kingdom's contestants cooperated extremely well, and he secretly admired them in his heart. Just then, Ace launched an attack, raining down scorching fireballs on Zhang Chen's energy shield. Mebius would occasionally fire out sharp laser beams, which intertwined with the fireballs to form a dazzling and intense firepower network. Faced with such a dense offensive, the fluctuations on the energy shield became increasingly violent, as if it would be broken at any moment. Gong Xiaoxiao stared intently at the fluctuations on the shield, her heart pounding with anxiety. Her eyes widened, and she cried out with a worried expression, "Little brother Zhang Chen, can your energy shield really withstand their attacks?" Zhang Chen, however, remained unusually calm, a confident smile playing on his lips as he reassured Gong Xiaoxiao, "Miss, don't worry, my energy shield is no joke." However, Tian Wei frowned and interjected worriedly, "Even if Zhang Chen's shield can block it, we can't keep hiding inside forever. This is not a solution." Juxing chimed in, "Yes, we need to find a way to stop them from continuing their attack." At this moment, Marin suddenly stepped forward and said firmly, "Leave it to me." He clasped his hands together, silently chanted a spell, and his wood-type superpowers immediately erupted. In an instant, a dense thicket of thorns sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, spreading rapidly and completely surrounding the Lion Kingdom contestants. These thorns were not only incredibly sharp, but they were also constantly growing, and soon colorful flowers bloomed on their branches. The flowers emitted a strange gas, as if they possessed some kind of magic. The Lion Kingdom's contestants were startled and panicked by the sudden change. They instinctively covered their noses with one hand in an attempt to block out the pungent smell, but with little effect. Seeing the thorns tightening their grip, the contestants finally snapped out of their daze and began using their special abilities to desperately try to eliminate the troublesome thicket. Seeing this, Zhang Chen decisively removed the energy shield. At his command, the group scattered like arrows and charged toward the Lion Kingdom contestants. Leo reacted quickly, leaping up in a flash, a delicate little harp appearing in his hand without anyone noticing. He gently plucked the strings, and a melodious tune flowed through the room like a gentle stream. As the music started, Gong Xiaoxiao and the others suddenly felt an invisible force binding them tightly, as if they were being pulled back, making it impossible for them to move an inch. Zhang Chen's eyes were sharp. He immediately used his supernatural ability to create a pair of soundproof earplugs and quickly handed them to Gong Xiaoxiao and the others. After putting on the earplugs, they finally broke free from the restrictions of that mysterious force and regained their freedom. However, this scene aroused Leo's disgust. He couldn't help but click his tongue and express his disdain for Zhang Chen's countermeasure. Leo nodded slightly to Mebius, Ace, and Seven, who understood immediately and surrounded Zhang Chen like tigers pouncing on their prey. They knew that Zhang Chen was undoubtedly the most difficult opponent in the Chinese team, and they had to concentrate their efforts on dealing with him. Mebius clasped his hands together, then suddenly opened them, unleashing dazzling laser beams from his fingertips that shot out like meteors, aiming straight for Zhang Chen's vitals. Flames erupted from Ace's fists, instantly condensing into two enormous fiery fists, like two ferocious beasts, roaring as they pounced on Zhang Chen. Seven showed no weakness, quickly drawing a dart from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, the dart shot out like lightning, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for Zhang Chen. Despite this series of fierce attacks, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed. With a slight upturn of his lips and a confident smile, he gently waved his right hand, and the axe appeared in his hand as if by magic. He held a machete in his hand, his figure flashing like a ghost. He easily blocked Mebius's laser beam with the back of his axe, and sparks flew with each collision. Then, with a nimble backflip, she dodged Ace's fiery fist as lightly as a swallow. Faced with Seven's darts, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed, raising his machete and accurately deflecting each dart. However, just as he was concentrating on dealing with the darts, the three darts that had been knocked down at his feet suddenly began to flash with a faint light. In an instant, the three darts seemed to come alive, shooting out three thick beams of light, like three nimble venomous snakes, which swiftly and tightly coiled around Zhang Chen's body. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise on his face. He clearly hadn't expected Ace's dart ability to be so peculiar. The light coiled around him like a serpent, rendering him unable to move. He tried to struggle, but the more he struggled, the tighter the light became, as if it had come to life and was binding him firmly. As his body gradually became bound and unable to move, a strange curiosity welled up in his heart. At the same time, Gong Xiaoxiao and the others rushed forward to help Zhang Chen when they saw him trapped, but Leo and Zuowen held them back firmly. Seeing this, Tian Wei couldn't help but curse, "Damn it!" Without hesitation, he used his supernatural power and transformed into a ferocious lion beast. It opened its blood-red maw and roared as it pounced on Leo with overwhelming force and unstoppable momentum. Marin was not to be outdone, and quickly summoned a giant thousand-hand guanyin that was tens of meters tall. Each hand contained immense power, and Marin commanded the thousand-hand guanyin to engage in a fierce battle with Zuo. Gong Xiaoxiao, standing to the side, kept throwing stones to provide fire support for Tianwei and Ma Lin. Her projectiles rained down like a dense storm, putting considerable pressure on Liu and Zuo. Just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat, Gong Xiaoxiao lowered her voice and said to Zhu Xing, "Go and help brother Zhang Chen." Zhu Xing nodded without hesitation, and immediately his whole body radiated a dazzling golden light as he sped toward Zhang Chen like a shooting star. Mebius and his two companions naturally wouldn't allow Candlestar to get close easily. They quickly adjusted their tactics and concentrated their firepower to launch a fierce attack on Zhu Xing. The powerful attacks poured down like a storm, and although Zhu Xing was quite strong, he gradually began to struggle. After suffering repeated defeats, the golden light on its body gradually weakened, and it was eventually defeated and returned to its original form. Zhang Chen, who was under control, watched helplessly as Zhu Xing's golden figure turned silver, and sighed inwardly. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he whirled the heaven-opening axe in his hand. With a snap, the light that was binding him was instantly severed by the axe blade. Once Zhang Chen regained his freedom, he immediately swung his axe at Ace and the others. Ace and the others moved like lightning, quickly dodging the spatial blade that tore through the void. The axe blade swept past like lightning, carrying a fierce and imposing aura. At the same time, Zhang Chen appeared beside Zhu Xing like a ghost, a confident smile on his lips, and said softly, "I mainly want to see how the three of them can fight me together. Zhu Xing, you know my strength, so don't worry about me. You should go help Tianwei and the others. Their situation isn't good." Zhu Xing pondered for a moment and realized that Zhang Chen's words made sense. He and Gong Xiaoxiao had indeed been too worried and had lost their composure. After thinking it through, he no longer hesitated and turned to run towards Gong Xiaoxiao and the others. When Gong Xiaoxiao saw Zhu Xing return, she looked puzzled and quickly asked, "Why did you come back? How is Zhang Chen doing?" Zhu Xing took a breath and explained, "Zhang Chen said he didn't need my help, and you all know his strength. He deliberately let himself be controlled just now to test the strength of those three." Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly realized, nodded, and sighed. "It's really worrying. Couldn't he have told us beforehand?" Indeed, Zhang Chen's actions made Gong Xiaoxiao and the others very nervous. However, since things have come to this point, we can only put aside our worries and continue to deal with the current situation. Zhu Xing continued, "Then I'll go help Tianwei. That Leo is not easy to deal with." Indeed, although Leo's superpower belongs to the realm of music, it is precisely this invisible and intangible power that makes it the most difficult to defend against. That eerie melody seemed to penetrate one's soul, leaving no escape. Gong Xiaoxiao nodded without hesitation and replied, "Okay, Zhu Xing, you and Tianwei hold them off for a while. Ma Lin and I will take down that Zuo together and then come help you. I refuse to believe that the four of us can't handle Leo." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xing immediately nodded in agreement, and then with a nimble leap, she arrived at Tianwei's side in an instant, like lightning. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. Then, Zhu Xing activated his special ability without hesitation. His entire body instantly turned pitch black, as if shrouded in a mysterious power. This pitch black state is precisely the strongest manifestation of Zhu Xing's superpowers. At this moment, his defense and attack power are even higher than in his previous golden state. However, Zhu Xing also knew that he could not maintain this power for long. At the same time, Leo did not stop for a moment, his fingers plucking the strings of the harp, and suddenly a musical staff appeared like lightning. The musical staff seemed to come alive, quickly binding Tianwei tightly as he rushed towards him, instantly rendering him unable to move. With lightning speed, Zhu Xing tore the musical staff to shreds, and Tianwei was immediately freed. As soon as Tianwei got away, he didn't hesitate to extend his sharp claws and slash at Leo's leg like lightning. Leo was clearly caught off guard by Tianwei's swift attack. He quickly braced himself with one hand, nimbly flipped over, and narrowly dodged the attack. Seeing this, Tianwei roared, "This guy is like an eel, slippery and hard to deal with." Zhu Xing quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, Tianwei, let's join forces and see if we can find a weakness in him." After saying that, the two of them, as if by telepathy, rushed towards Leo from two different directions like a whirlwind, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Seeing this, Leo switched to a guitar. Just as the two were about to attack, he plucked the strings, and a musical staff quickly surrounded his body, tightly protecting him. The moment Zhu Xing and Tianwei's attacks touched the staff, a powerful gust of wind swept across the entire arena. At the same time, the thousand-hand guanyin controlled by Marin engaged in a fierce battle with Zuo. The thousand-hand guanyin stood like a giant, its hundreds of arms resembling a swarm of dancing snakes, frantically attacking Zuo. Each attack was accompanied by flying wood chips, as if the entire space trembled from the fierce clash. Marin stood at the feet of the thousand-hand guanyin, watching Zuo's every move closely. Every now and then, he would summon sharp wooden spikes, which would shoot towards Zuo's feet like arrows, trying to disrupt his steps. But Zuo was extremely agile and easily dodged the splinters. Just as Marin's offensive was failing, Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted, "Marin, I'm here to help you." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly used her skill to summon the King of Growth. growth. In the blink of an eye, a colossal heavenly king of growth appeared behind Zuo-Wen, wielding a stone sword, exuding an imposing aura. The appearance of the growth king caught Zuo-Wen off guard, but he did not panic. He swiftly raised his foot and blocked the stone sword that the heavenly king of growth was swinging. However, just as he was distracted in defending himself, hundreds of hands of the thousand-hand Guanyin attacked simultaneously like a storm. Zuo-Wen hurriedly crossed his hands above his head, forcefully blocking the fierce attack. Seeing the situation, Marin immediately seized the opportunity and summoned a thick, python-like vine that quickly wrapped around Zuo-Wen. Zuo-Wen struggled desperately, but the vines were so strong that he couldn't break free from their restraints for a while. Just as Zuo-Wen was entangled, Gong Xiaoxiao launched another attack. She summoned countless stone swords, which rained down on Zuo-Wen's head. Zuo-Wen had nowhere to hide and could only watch helplessly as stone swords stabbed viciously into his arm. Although the damage caused by these stone swords was not too severe, it at least had some impact on Zuo-Wen. At this moment, the heavenly king of growth seized the opportunity to wield his stone sword, creating a gust of wind that pierced straight towards Zuo-Wen. Zuo-Wen mustered all his strength and slammed his fist into the stone sword. With a crisp crack, the stone sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. However, just as Zuo-Wen's fist struck the stone sword, the thousand-hand Guanyin suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost, her movements so fast that no one could react, and she struck out hundreds of times in succession. These palm strikes landed heavily on Zuo-Wen's back like a sudden storm. Zuo-Wen was shaken by the heavy blow, and a mouthful of blood gushed out like a fountain. His body slowly returned to its original size under the enormous impact. Just as Zuo-Wen was still immersed in the excruciating pain and unable to recover, Gong Xiaoxiao arrived as fast as lightning. She launched a flying kick, like a cannonball, directly striking Zuo-Wen in the chest. Zuo-Wen, like a kite with a broken string, was kicked hard and sent flying out of the arena. After dealing with Zuo-Wen, Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin dared not relax and quickly ran towards Tianwei and Zhu Xing. Meanwhile, the battle on Zhang Chen's side also entered a fierce stage. Zhang Chen fought fiercely against the three contestants from the Lion Kingdom, with both sides exchanging blows and refusing to give an inch. After a fierce battle, Mebius and his team were already panting heavily, their stamina clearly exhausted. Zhang Chen still had a smile on his face, looking relaxed and at ease, seemingly without any signs of fatigue. Mebius was secretly amazed. This Zhang Chen from China is indeed as good as his reputation. Even with the three of us attacking him, we still couldn't defeat him. Ace and Seven nodded in agreement. That's right, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Mebius took a deep breath, composed himself, and said, "It seems we have to use our strongest move." Ace and Seven exchanged a glance and replied in unison, "Okay?" The three nodded to each other, and then Seven suddenly shouted and flailed his arms, instantly shooting out dozens of darts. These darts were as sharp as meteors, heading straight for Zhang Chen. However, as the darts hurtled toward Zhang Chen, they suddenly seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, scattering like fireworks blooming in the night sky, each stopping around Zhang Chen. In an instant, the dart emitted a dazzling light, like twinkling stars. Immediately afterwards, these darts seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, shooting out beams of bright light that intertwined to form an impenetrable barrier. Seven's lips curled into a confident smile as he whispered, "Now." Before he finished speaking, Ace swiftly summoned a massive pillar of fire, which roared as it charged toward the barrier, resembling a ferocious fire dragon. At the same time, Mebius was equally unyielding, instantly firing more than a dozen laser beams that streaked across the night sky like lightning, carrying endless energy as they struck the barrier. However, unexpectedly, the moment the flames and laser rays touched the barrier, they were blocked by a powerful force, as if time had frozen and completely stopped. This strange scene intrigued Zhang Chen, who observed it with great interest, as if he were watching a wonderful magic show. Just then, Seven suddenly shouted, "Cut the barrier!" As soon as he finished speaking, the pillars of fire, laser beams, and darts that had been stationary within the barrier seemed to come alive, flying wildly within the barrier. Instantly, a deafening explosion and thunderous lightning erupted within the barrier, and the entire space was enveloped in violent energy fluctuations. They had assumed that such a fierce attack would surely defeat Zhang Chen, but just as they were full of confidence and ready to celebrate, a figure appeared silently behind them like a ghost. "Oh, with this attack power, Zhang Chen definitely won't be able to get out, right?" Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Mebius, Tiga, and Dinah, before they could even process what was happening, instinctively nodded in agreement. "Definitely, that's our strongest move. No matter how powerful Zhang Chen is, he can't possibly escape it." Before they could finish speaking, the three of them suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did that voice sound so familiar? They looked at each other, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Finally, as if by unspoken agreement, they all turned to look. What they saw made them turn pale instantly. Zhang Chen was standing behind them with a smile on his face, so close that they could almost feel his breath. Upon seeing this, Mebius and his two companions turned ashen-faced and hurriedly tried to jump away to keep their distance. But just as they were about to move, Zhang Chen swiftly activated his psychic abilities, firmly controlling them. Hey, don't rush off, let's have a good chat." Zhang Chen's voice rang in their ears, tinged with a hint of teasing and banter. Mebius and the other two exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. They had absolutely no idea where Zhang Chen's move came from, or how it could have so easily rendered them immobile. At this point, although netizens were unaware of the specifics of the situation, they were already laughing hysterically from watching the live stream. Haha, these three contestants from the Lion Kingdom are hilarious. Zhang Chen asked them from behind, and they were sure they couldn't escape, right? And they actually stupidly agreed. My goodness, Zhang Chen is amazing. That move was brilliant. Today's happiness is all thanks to Zhang Chen. Just as Tianwei and his group were locked in a fierce battle with Liu, with neither side gaining the upper hand, Gong Xiaoxiao and another person suddenly stormed into the battlefield, instantly reversing the situation. Although Liu was quite strong, he gradually felt overwhelmed when faced with the attack of four people. Liu's guitar strings flew as he plucked them, and notes swept out like a storm, fierce and unstoppable. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao remained calm and quickly built an earthen wall in front of Tianwei and the other two. The earthen wall was as hard as a rock, like an impregnable fortress, blocking out every single note without letting any escape. Upon seeing this, Liu couldn't help but click his tongue, clearly quite wary of Gong Xiaoxiao's earthen wall. But he was not discouraged. With a flick of his wrist, the rousing music started up again. In an instant, a musical note emerged from beneath their feet, shining like a bright pearl and radiating dazzling light. These notes may seem ordinary, but they actually contain hidden secrets. Soon after, it suddenly exploded violently, with thick smoke billowing like dark clouds, obscuring the sky and the sun. Caught off guard, Gong Xiaoxiao and the others were engulfed by the sudden explosion and instantly plunged into chaos. As the thick smoke dissipated, Gong Xiaoxiao and the others jumped out in a disheveled state. Although the previous battle did not take much to spare, it was still a real drain on energy, and with only a 5-minute rest, he was already showing signs of fatigue. Seeing this, Marin was enraged. He stomped his foot, and countless vines, like dragons emerging from the sea, surged out and rushed towards Liu like green lightning. Tianwei was not to be outdone. He instantly transformed into a wolf-shaped beast, his movements as swift as lightning, riding on vines with overwhelming momentum. At the same time, Gong Xiaoxiao unleashed her special skill, waving her hands and countless earth spikes sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, piercing Liu's vitals like sharp arrows, providing cover for Tianwei's charge. Liu skillfully plucked the strings, and beautiful notes danced in the air like flowing clouds and water. He skillfully used the power of the musical staff to weave a sturdy shield for himself, successfully withstanding Gong Xiaoxiao's dense rain of earth spikes. However, just as Liu deactivated his shield, Tianwei appeared before him like a ghost. Tianwei's body instantly transformed into a ferocious lion-shaped beast, its green eyes flashing with wild light and its claws sharp and gleaming coldly. Tianwei ruthlessly swung his claws and pounced straight at Liu. Seeing the situation, Liu flashed backward, his fingers dancing rapidly across the strings. The notes flew like bullets, colliding with Tianwei's claws and sparks flying. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Zhu Xing appeared silently behind Liu like a ghost. While Liu was focused on dealing with Tianwei's attack, he suddenly threw a punch, slamming it hard into Liu's arm. This punch concentrated all of Zhu Xing's power, making it incredibly powerful. As the black form was about to end, Candlestar exerted all its strength, trying to deliver a fatal blow to Liu at the last moment. With a loud bang, Liu was sent flying by the immense force, crashing straight into the arena floor and creating a deep crater. When Liu struggled to climb out of the pit, he found that one of his hands was severely deformed, indicating that he had been seriously injured. This hand can no longer play the guitar or harp as skillfully as before. Faced with such a predicament, Liu had no choice but to take out the harmonica from his pocket again and prepare to continue the fight. He gripped the organ tightly with one hand, completely ignoring the person playing it beside him. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao sneered and whispered to the people beside her, "Strike while the iron is hot." The group nodded in agreement. Gong Xiaoxiao slammed her palm on the ground, and instantly, the entire area seemed to be engulfed by a monstrous wave, surging violently up and down. At the same time, Marin's wooden whip lashed out like a venomous snake, striking Liu fiercely. Despite the undulating terrain, resembling a turbulent sea, Tianwei and Zhu Xing's movements remained completely unaffected. They moved nimbly through the waves like agile cheetahs. Liu stood on the turbulent field, suddenly feeling dizzy and losing his balance, staggering and falling to the ground. The harmonica in his hand flew out, drawing an arc in the air. Just then, Marin's wooden whip struck like a shadow, like a nimble python, tightly coiling around Liu. Seeing this, Marin pulled hard without hesitation, and Liu's body was suddenly sent flying into the air like a kite with a broken string. Tianwei and Zhu Xing seized this perfect opportunity and leaped into the air like birds taking flight. Tianwei punched Liu hard in the abdomen with all his might, and Zhu Xing immediately kicked him in the same spot. The barrage of attacks was like a sudden storm, giving Liu no chance to catch his breath. Marin quickly released the wooden whip, and Liu's body was blasted out of the arena like a cannonball. Watching Liu fall off the field like a shooting star, the four finally breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, and both could see a hint of relief in each other's eyes. It must be a admitted that Leo's sonic abilities were indeed powerful, and it took a lot of effort to defeat him. After a short rest, the four sat on the field, panting heavily, and turned their attention to another battle, the contest between Zhang Chen and the three contestants from the Lion Kingdom. However, it was less of a fierce battle and more of a game of cat and mouse between the three men. At this moment, Zhang Chen held an iron rod in his hand, while a storm was brewing around him. Laser beams rained down like arrows, while fireballs and darts hurtled towards him like meteors, seemingly intent on engulfing him. But Zhang Chen showed no fear in the face of the overwhelming attacks. The iron rod in his hand moved like a nimble dragon, twirling through the air and striking down the incoming lasers, fireballs, and darts one by one. Mebius, watching this scene from the side, felt his anger intensify. He glared at Zhang Chen, then turned to Ace and Seven and shouted, "I'm going to use my strongest move to create an opportunity for you. You must seize the moment and deliver a powerful blow." Ace and Seven exchanged a glance and nodded emphatically, indicating that they understood. Mebius took a deep breath, brought his legs together, clasped his hands together, and began to radiate a dazzling light. The light was faint at first, but it grew stronger over time, like the rising sun. Gradually, the light reached its peak, almost completely enveloping Mebius's body. Suddenly, Mebius shouted, "Laser disc blade." With his shout, countless laser beams, like untamed demons, surged out of his body, like a raging torrent, sweeping straight towards Zhang Chen. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He quickly swung the iron bar in his hand, trying to pry the light wheels apart. However, the moment the iron rod touched the light wheel, a crisp crack was heard, and the iron rod was cut in two by the light wheel. Zhang Chen was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered, and his smile became even brighter. "That's interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed, weaving through the gaps in the light like a ghost, skillfully dodging the deadly attack. Just as Zhang Chen was dodging the light wheel, Mebius seized the opportunity and shouted loudly to Ace and Seven, "Now!" Upon receiving the signal, Ace and Seven unleashed their powers without hesitation, attacking Zhang Chen like a barrage of raindrops. In an instant, thick smoke billowed, flames shot into the sky, and explosions rang out one after another. However, Mebius collapsed to the ground due to extreme exhaustion, his body trembling slightly, clearly having reached his limit. Ace and Seven stared intently at the thick smoke, as if a great secret was hidden there. Suddenly, a powerful cyclone surged up from the thick smoke. This cyclone, like a giant vortex, quickly swept up the surrounding thick smoke. Moreover, fireballs and darts in the thick smoke were also caught in the cyclone, seemingly out of control. As time passed, the thick smoke was completely absorbed by the cyclone, and the blurry scene gradually became clear. It turns out that the mastermind behind it all was Zhang Chen. He was seen waving a huge banana leaf fan around. The fan stirred up a whirlwind tornado, forming wind cones that gathered attacks such as thick smoke, fireballs, light wheels, and darts. Zhang Chen stood in the center of the wind cone, a smile on his face, gazing at Ace and Seven, as if everything was under his control. Immediately, he gently waved his banana leaf fan, and the wind cones seemed to come alive, rushing towards Ace, Seven, and the fallen Mebius. Seeing this, Ace quickly raised his fire shield, trying to block the fierce attack. However, despite his best efforts, the flame shield was ultimately no match for the impact of the wind cone and shattered instantly. A violent explosion resounded throughout the arena, sending Ace, Seven, and Mebius flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen launched a swift attack, his figure flashing as he appeared before the three like a ghost. Then, he executed a beautiful dragon tail swing, followed by a carp leap, the movements flowing smoothly and seamlessly. The continuous attacks left Ace, Seven, and Mebius helpless, and they were all knocked off the field. With the three players leaving the field, this intense team competition finally came to an end, and the Chinese team won the championship without any suspense. Chinese netizens on the internet seemed to be ignited, instantly exclaiming, "Wow, we actually won the team competition. This is a cause for universal celebration. Ha, the individual champion and runner-up are both Chinese, and the team champion also belongs to China. I ask you, who else can do that?" However, just as the joy was spreading, a different voice emerged, Chinese people shouldn't be too happy yet. These two competitions don't actually have much weight. The final outcome will depend on the ring defense match. Oh, my friend from the ugly country upstairs, aren't you just being a sour grapes? Ignore those foreigners, they're out of their minds. They don't understand the rules and importance of the game at all. Time flew by, and an hour later, the match between the Lion Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom began. The result was not surprising. The Eagle Nation won by a landslide. After all, Kakarot's mimicry ability is like a bug in a game, making him difficult to deal with. After the awards ceremony, all the contestants boarded buses to return to their dormitories to rest. Just then, inside the Black Palace, the ugly president suddenly flew into a rage, angrily rebuking his subordinates. Shudder, *****ing. These useless bastards actually let China win? The Secretary General, standing to the side, simply watched the president rage without uttering a word. After a long while, the Secretary General slowly spoke, "Your Excellency, please remain calm. Ultimately, the outcome of this match will depend on the performance of the ring defender." Upon hearing the Secretary General's words, the President of the United United States seemed to wake from a dream, feeling relieved. He thought, that's right, there's still the arena defense competition. His previously flustered emotions gradually calmed down. That's right, Secretary General, you're absolutely right. The ugly president regained his confidence and felt fully assured. Quickly inform Japan, South Korea, India, and the other countries, and tell them to spare no effort to wear down the Chinese contestant during the ring defense match. The Secretary General nodded quickly. Yes, Your Excellency, I'll take care of it right away. After saying that, he hurriedly left the room with his tablet computer. The president of the ugly country watched the Secretary General's retreating figure, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and thought to himself, this time, let's see how you win. However, that evening, many national teams received a message targeting Chinese players. Among them, the contestant wearing plum shorts was the most excited. He gripped his phone tightly. The screen displayed a picture of his boyfriend's underwear. His eyes burned with the flames of revenge. He had been holding a grudge ever since they lost to the Chinese team in the previous match. Now I finally have a chance for revenge, the Shimei shorts fighter said through gritted teeth. In the ring defense match, I will definitely wear down all the Chinese fighters. Then he stared at the photo and said, Underpants-kun, I will definitely avenge you. I feel like I can sense your power, but you're gone. The arena defense competition will be held in 2 days. Dong Xiaoxiao is currently lying lazily on her dormitory bed, stretching and muttering, finally, the last round of the competition has arrived. The food in this ugly country is really bad. It can't compare to the delicious food in our China at all. I'm starting to miss the taste of home. Hearing this, Tianwei nodded in deep agreement. Yes, a few days ago, Zhu Xing and I went to the cafeteria and were so excited to see Chinese food. But when we tried it, the taste was simply inedible. At this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly interjected, I have self-heating hot pot here, would you like to try some? Gong Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and like a nimble little monkey, she jumped off the bed and ran to Zhang Chen, eagerly asking, where did you get this? Zhang Chen touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly. I was afraid I wouldn't be used to the food from the US, so I brought some with me. Upon hearing that there was a self-heating hot pot, Zhu Xing excitedly shouted, I want it. I want it. Give it to me now. Even the usually composed Malin's eyes lit up, clearly showing his anticipation for the self-heating hot pot. Seeing this, Zhang Chen did not hesitate and generously distributed several boxes of self-heating hot pot to everyone. Just then, Yunru returned from outside. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a rich aroma and asked curiously, what's that smell? It smells like hot pot. Team leader Yun, come and eat. Zhang Chen greeted enthusiastically. This is a self-heating hot pot I brought from China. It tastes authentic. Yunru smiled and nodded, then walked over and sat down, happily slurping down the food with everyone. His cheeks were bulging, and he chewed indistinctly. I just came back from the organizing committee. I protested to them about today's competition, but they completely ignored my opinion. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. However, the rules for the tournament have been announced. Each country will draw lots first, and the country that draws the lot to defend the title will have to go up and defend it, while the other countries will be responsible for attacking. Victory is achieved if the country can hold out the longest, or if no country attacks. Zhang Chen and the others sat together, enjoying their self-heating hot pot. Upon hearing Yunru's words, Tianwei was immediately enraged and cursed, this ugly country is disgusting, always resorting to underhanded tricks. Seeing this, Zhu Xing quickly patted Tianwei on the shoulder and comforted him, old Tian, don't be angry, don't take it to heart. We've already won the game, that's the most important thing. Come on, don't be upset, have a Coke. Watching Tianwei and Zhu Xing chatting away like old friends, seemingly determined to drink until they dropped, Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh and teased, hey you two, why are you drinking cola like you're drinking a lot of alcohol? After everyone had drunk their cola and eaten their fill, they all got up and left Gong Xiaoxiao's room to go back to their own rooms to rest. Zhang Chen felt that his cultivation was about to break through, so he went straight to the cultivation room of Chen Tian Palace without hesitation, preparing to go into seclusion. Sure enough, not long after, he successfully broke through the bottleneck and his cultivation level reached a new level. Feeling the power of breaking through to Diamond 10 surge within his body, the surging energy filled him with excitement. He couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly powerful the medicine he had drunk was. Even now, its effects continued to exert themselves. According to his estimate, as long as he secludes himself for another month, he will be able to successfully advance to the king level. 2 days have passed since I left Shentian Palace. At this moment, Zhang Chen was immersed in his room, continuing to comprehend his new power. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door broke the silence. Little brother Zhang Chen, it's time to head to the competition venue. Gong Xiaoxiao's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment before coming to his senses. He stood up, slowly walked to the door, and opened it. Gong Xiaoxiao stood outside, followed by several companions. When they saw Zhang Chen open the door, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Zhang Chen looked at everyone, his face full of confusion. Gong Xiaoxiao pouted and said reproachfully, I've been knocking on the door for 5 minutes. If you don't open it soon, I'm thinking of having Tianwei just break it down. Zhang Chen awkwardly awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Sorry, I was so engrossed in my cultivation that I didn't hear the knocking. Seeing this, the others didn't say much, but just smiled and shook their heads. Afterwards, they went out together and boarded the bus to the competition venue. Soon, the bus arrived at its destination, the stadium. When athletes from various countries gathered at the competition venue, the atmosphere immediately became tense. As soon as Zhang Chen and his group got out of the car, they immediately felt several unfriendly gazes directed at them, but they paid no attention and went straight to their seats. Soon after, the host came on stage and began to explain the competition rules in detail. After the rules and precautions were explained, the exciting lottery process officially began. Everyone held their breath and stared intently at the box containing the slips of paper, as if it held the key to their destiny. Finally, the host announced the draw results, and the Chinese team was the first to draw the defending team. Zhang Chen felt a strange sensation in his heart, as if there was some kind of conspiracy behind it. But he quickly shook his head, reminding himself that regardless of conspiracy or not, in the face of strength, nothing can hide. Tianwei and Zhu Xing, standing to the side, were not as calm as Zhang Chen, complaining that their luck had run out. Despite their complaints, the five of them still walked onto the ring together, waiting for the challenger to arrive. Soon, the first challenger who couldn't wait to appear appeared. It was the contestant from India. Zhang Chen and the others exchanged surprised glances. Weren't the Indian contestants supposed to be weak? How come someone has challenged them so quickly? Soha Chan stood at the very front of the Indian team, hands on his hips, laughing loudly and arrogantly shouting, "Ha ha, Chinese players, are you ready to die?" Faced with Soha Zan's provocation, Tianwei's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. He stepped forward and said loudly, "None of you should make a move. I alone am enough to handle these Indians." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianwei flashed onto the stage like a bolt of lightning. The rules of the ring match are very simple. No referee's whistle is needed. As soon as someone steps onto the stage to challenge, the match will start immediately. Before the Indian athletes could react, Tianwei's body suddenly underwent an astonishing change. His muscles swelled rapidly, his hair stood on end like steel needles, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into a mighty cheetah beast. The cheetah-like beast Tianwei moved with lightning speed, darting across the arena like a ghost, making it difficult for the Indian contestants to even catch a glimpse of him. In the blink of an eye, the Indian contestants were knocked off the stage like wheat stalks blown down by a strong wind. Tianwei, now back in human form, stood on the arena, clapped his hands casually, and said confidently, "Done." Seeing Tianwei's smug look, Gong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh and teased, "Oh, those third-rate trash from India, do they deserve to be shown off like this?" Upon hearing this, Tianwei was not angry at all. Instead, he replied with a grin, Xiao, don't underestimate this pentakill. It's no easy feat. Why don't you give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaoxiao was immediately enraged by Tianwei's smug look. She put her hands on her hips, glared at him, and said, "Fine, I'll do it." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked to the center of the ring alone and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Hey, you guys from South Korea, are you coming up or not? I can beat you all by myself." After shouting, Gong Xiaoxiao even waved her little fist, looking quite imposing. Seeing Gong Xiaoxiao's arrogance from below the stage, Shimei, wearing shorts, felt a surge of anger. He glared at her, ready to lead his team to the ring to teach her a lesson, but the Koreans beat him to it. 5 people, led by Han Jae-suk, pounced on the ring like hungry tigers. Kim Hyun-bin shouted aggressively, "Damn it, you stinking woman, you're really arrogant." Gong Xiaoxiao remained indifferent to Kim Hyun-bin's provocation. She casually picked at her ear and said in an extremely contemptuous tone, "Just a defeated opponent, why are you talking so much nonsense?" Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-bin was furious and was about to unleash a torrent of abuse when Han Jae-suk stopped him. "Gong Xiaoxiao, as everyone knows, your China is just a branch of our Korean country. What makes you so arrogant?" Han Jae-suk said smugly, his tone full of contempt for Gong Xiaoxiao and blind confidence in his own country. However, Han Jae-suk's words were like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar online. Upon hearing this, Chinese netizens were outraged, and a flood of angry comments emerged. "I just chuckle. Our China has a history of 5,000 years, while your South Korea has only been around for a few hundred years. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? That South Korean is shameless. They've applied for UNESCO recognition for the Dragon Boat Festival, kimchi culture, and tug-of-war, but they're so thick-skinned that now they dare to say that China is their branch. We can't tolerate this anymore. Gong Xiaoxiao, teach them a lesson. I request permission to bomb South Korea to the ground." Plus 10,086. In an instant, the anger of Chinese netizens was completely ignited. They expressed strong dissatisfaction with Han Jae-suk's remarks and protested one after another. Han Jae-suk's words undoubtedly stirred up a huge wave of anger among Chinese netizens. However, Han Jae-suk himself seemed completely unaware of the inappropriateness of his remarks, and stood there as if nothing had happened, showing no concern whatsoever. Gong Xiaoxiao's face turned bright red from holding her breath, as if she was about to run out of air. Seeing her reaction, everyone assumed she was furious. But the next second, Gong Xiaoxiao suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, oh my god, I'm I'm dying of laughter. Our great China has a land area that is more than 100 times larger than your South Korea, yet you dare to say such shameless things, and even say them with such self-righteousness. Gong Xiaoxiao's laughter echoed in the air, carrying a hint of contempt and mockery. The laughter instantly eased the tense atmosphere, but it also made Han Jae-suk feel somewhat embarrassed and awkward. He snorted coldly, trying to hide his embarrassment, and said coldly, "Enough with the nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, he led his teammates to charge at Gong Xiaoxiao like tigers released from their cages. Despite the five people's aggressive attack, Gong Xiaoxiao remained remarkably calm. A slight smile played at the corners of her lips as she said softly, "I was going to be a little gentler with you, after all, we're all civilized people, but what you said really made this lady uncomfortable." As soon as she finished speaking, Gong Xiaoxiao waved her hand gracefully, and a powerful force surged up behind her. In the blink of an eye, a huge and mighty figure appeared, the heavenly king of growth, Tianwei. He was tall and imposing, with a commanding presence. He held a huge stone sword and exuded a fearsome killing intent. At the same time, the heavenly king of growth steadily lifted Gong Xiaoxiao onto his shoulders. "No way, Xiaoxiao actually used this trick against South Korea?" Tianwei and Zhu Xing exclaimed in surprise. "I guess what they said angered Xiaoxiao." Marin nodded in agreement. Tianwei and Zhu Xing nodded repeatedly in agreement. Clearly, these South Korean players were really asking for it, which is why they angered Gong Xiaoxiao. It must be said that Gong Xiaoxiao's development of the Growth King has reached an admirable level. This move was originally inspired by Marin's Thousand-Hand Guanyin, but after Gong Xiaoxiao's careful refinement and innovation, it now shows a brand new power and charm. Suddenly, the heavenly king of growth swung his giant stone sword, and a powerful force surged forth. As the sword was swung, a vast swamp rushed away like a torrent, and wherever it went, the once glamorous South Korean athletes were instantly submerged in mud. This is precisely the new skill that Gong Xiaoxiao has developed. She has successfully and perfectly integrated her supernatural abilities with the Growth King. As long as she stands on the shoulders of the heavenly king of growth, he can unleash her unique supernatural abilities. Then, a scene that left everyone speechless unfolded. The king of growth began to spin the giant stone sword in his hand at high speed. As he spun, flying sand and stones rose into the air like a whirlwind, gradually gathering into a huge sandstorm. This sand tornado, like a roaring dragon, bared its fangs and claws, and pounced straight at the South Korean player. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, Han Jae-suk and the others fought with all their might, but ultimately could not withstand this powerful force. They struggled in the tornado, but were ultimately swept away by it. The interior of the tornado was even more horrific. Countless rocks were stirred up by the tornado and rained down on the trapped South Korean athlete, causing enormous damage. After the tornado dissipated, the scene was a complete mess. The South Korean athlete collapsed to the ground in a sorry state, his body covered in wounds. The sight was horrifying. However, this is not the end. The heavenly king of growth raised his giant stone sword and slashed down fiercely. With a deafening crash, the ring shattered instantly, the powerful impact sending all the South Korean fighters flying, as if they were nothing more than a bunch of powerless puppets. As the South Korean fighter flew out of the ring like a meteor, the audience gasped in amazement, and Chinese netizens online were in an uproar of excitement. Wow, does anyone here understand? It's so satisfying to see these worthless scoundrels ousted. That's right, Gong Xiaoxiao was simply amazing. Just as Gong Xiaoxiao was about to rejoin the team, Shimei, in her shorts, rushed up in a hurry, as if her butt was on fire. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Please, we want to challenge you." Upon hearing the voice, Gong Xiaoxiao slowly turned around, a slight smile playing on her lips. She thought to herself, these Koreans haven't had enough fun yet, and they've actually delivered themselves to my doorstep. How thoughtful of them. Gong Xiaoxiao completely ignored the cold gaze emanating from Shimei's shorts and said very sincerely, "Yes, you are a good person, really." Upon hearing this, Tianwei couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, look at Xiaoxiao. She actually said such insincere things just to be able to beat up more people. It's hilarious." The others also watched the upcoming match with smiles and great interest. However, an unexpected situation occurred. A contestant from the ugly country also stepped onto the ring. Gong Xiaoxiao was stunned by the scene and cursed inwardly. What kind of nonsense is this? How did this ugly country suddenly appear again? Zhang Chen reacted quickly and shouted, "Referee, they fouled." The referee's answer shocked everyone. He said, "The rules of the competition don't explicitly state how many players a challenging team can field at one time in a ring match, so the ugly team's actions aren't considered a foul." This was blatant favoritism. Seeing this, Zhang Chen cursed inwardly, "What the hell? They can do this? This is clearly targeting us." Sure enough, as soon as the ugly country team stepped onto the stage, several other teams swarmed in. Without exception, these teams were all composed of teams from several small countries controlled by the ugly kingdom. Zhang Chen turned to Tianwei and the others and said, "If this continues, Gong Xiaoxiao definitely won't be able to handle it alone. We all have to step in." Tianwei and the others nodded in agreement, and then walked over to Gong Xiaoxiao's side. At this moment, Zhang Chen and his group were facing a large crowd of people as dense as dark clouds, roughly estimated to be at least 50 people. Seeing this, Zhu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. He he said with a wry smile. 5 against 50, they really take us seriously. Tian Wei, however, didn't care at all. He rolled up his sleeves and said with great bravado, why say so much? Let's just go and do it. Meanwhile, the internet exploded with angry comments from Chinese netizens. It's a cover-up. This is absolutely a cover-up. The ugly country can't accept defeat, resorting to such disgusting tricks. At the same time, some foreign netizens began to make sarcastic remarks. They left comments online, sharp and sarcastic. Are so many Chinese people afraid of losing? When did it become your place to question the rules of the organizing committee? You're doomed, ha ha ha. These words quickly sparked a heated debate online, with netizens on both sides arguing fiercely and refusing to back down. However, while the online arguments continued, the contestants on the stage had already begun to take action. Tian Wei showed no weakness, instantly transforming into a ferocious beast and charging menacingly towards the crowd. He was incredibly fast, like a bolt of lightning, and instantly charged into the enemy ranks. At the same time, Zhu Xing emitted a golden light and followed closely behind Tian Wei. His steps were steady, each one filled with powerful energy, as if the entire arena was trembling for him. Marin swiftly summoned over a dozen thick vines, which, like giant green pythons, lunged at the enemy with menacing barks. They are incredibly fast, like streaks of green lightning, instantly surrounding the enemy. Gong Xiaoxiao was not to be outdone. With a soft shout, she instantly summoned a storm of flying sand and stones. The sand and gravel swept in like a violent storm, leaving no room for escape. However, the opposing player was no pushover either. Some fire-type ability users quickly unleashed their powerful fire abilities, and huge fireballs roared down on the vines like burning suns. In an instant, the vines were burned to ashes. Although the flying sand and stones in Gong Xiaoxiao were very powerful, they were easily dispersed by a group of wind-type ability users. Tian Wei and Zhu Xing charged left and right through the enemy lines, causing some trouble for the enemy, but they were unable to break through the defenses and were instead forced to retreat. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly unfavorable, Zhang Chen hurriedly shouted, Tian Wei, Zhu Xing, come back quickly. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's shout, Tian Wei and Zhu Xing immediately turned and retreated without hesitation. Their movements were swift and decisive, and in the blink of an eye, they were behind Zhang Chen. Seeing this, Gong Xiaoxiao and Ma Lin quickly retreated to Zhang Chen's side, looking at him with serious expressions, and asked in unison, what can we do? They outnumber us and we can't handle them at all. I'll do it this time. Zhang Chen's voice was calm and firm, as if this was just an ordinary daily task rather than a fierce confrontation. He walked steadily and calmly towards the crowd, each step brimming with confidence. Tian Wei muttered under his breath, well, he tricked me again. Although his words carried a sense of helplessness, they were also full of recognition of Zhang Chen's strength. Zhang Chen's speed gradually increased. At first, his figure could still be seen clearly, but as he accelerated, his figure became as blurry as a phantom, making him difficult to catch. In the end, he moved so fast that he was like a blur, disappearing through the crowd in an instant. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Zhang Chen, like a human nuclear bomb, delivered a thunderous punch to a person's abdomen. The punch was incredibly powerful. The man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and many others around him were also swept away by the huge impact, rushing out of the arena. Gong Xiaoxiao and the others stared in disbelief at what they were seeing. They knew Zhang Chen was a diamond-level expert, but in previous matches, he always relied on his special abilities to defeat his opponents, making it seem like he was just playing around. This time, however, they witnessed for the first time that Zhang Chen easily sent his opponent flying with his physical strength alone, without using any special abilities. They were extremely shocked. Zhu Xing was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth and kept screaming, her eyes fixed on Zhang Chen, as if she wanted to deeply imprint every move he made into her mind. At this moment, Shimei Short saw his allied player being easily defeated, and his anger suddenly flared up. He roared and flashed behind Zhang Chen like lightning, trying to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, Zhang Chen reacted quickly, seemingly having already sensed his intentions. Just as Shimei Short's attack was about to hit, Zhang Chen suddenly kicked out with a back kick as swift and fierce as a whirlwind. With a muffled thud, Shimei's shorts were struck hard, and he was kicked away like a cannonball. He tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Although he didn't fall off the platform, his injuries were clearly quite serious. He struggled to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and then roared at Zhang Chen. This roar was as turbulent as a raging storm, carrying a powerful sonic attack wave that swept in like a hurricane, heading straight for Zhang Chen and the other contestants. Hearing the sound of Shimei's shorts, Zhang Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly turned to look. A shockwave, like a rolling wave, suddenly struck, accompanied by a deafening sound, as if it would completely engulf him. However, Zhang Chen was not intimidated by this sudden attack. He swiftly reached out, seemingly with a casual wave, but precisely blocked the powerful sound wave. However, while this wave of the hand blocked the direct impact on him, it caused harm to the other players around him. After being blocked by Zhang Chen, the shockwave and sound waves were rebounded and spread outwards. Caught off guard, the athletes were thrown off balance by the powerful force. They all covered their their ears, their faces showing pain, some even falling to the ground and groaning in agony. Seeing that his attacks had no effect on Zhang Chen, Shimei was somewhat surprised, but he was not discouraged and immediately spread his arms, ready to launch the next attack. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. He instantly activated his teleportation skill, appearing in front of Shimei's shorts like lightning. Shimei's shorts was completely unprepared for Zhang Chen's speed. When he saw Zhang Chen suddenly appear, it was too late to close his arms in defense. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Chen grabbed his arms without hesitation and then kicked him hard in the shin. The kick was incredibly powerful. Shimei, wearing shorts, felt a sharp pain in his calf and immediately lost his balance. He involuntarily leaned forward, and Zhang Chen took the opportunity to lift him up. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chen spun Shimei's shorts rapidly in the air, like turning a windmill. Then, he suddenly let go, and Shimei's shorts flew straight out of the ring like a cannonball. The plum shorts felt dizzy and disoriented in the air. When he fell heavily to the ground, he felt dizzy and his stomach churned. He struggled to his feet, but before he could even stand up, he vomited a mouthful of leftover food with a loud whoosh, and then slumped down by the ring like a lump of mud, unable to get up again. At this moment, a huge Gatling gun suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Chen. The Gatling gun gleamed with a mysterious light, and countless bullets flew out of its muzzle like a dense rain. What's even more shocking is that these bullets contain powerful spatial forces. Wherever they fly, the superpowers released by the contestants seem to be swallowed by black holes and disappear instantly. Faced with such a terrifying attack, the players were completely unable to resist and could only desperately defend themselves, trying to withstand this fierce offensive. Tianwei stood to the side, staring blankly at the scene before him. He suddenly grabbed Zhu Xing beside him and said urgently, "Xingzi, slap me. Let me see if I'm dreaming." Zhu Xing was lost in thought when Tianwei suddenly pulled her forcefully, bringing her back to her senses. He stared blankly at Tianwei, who was making a request with a face full of urgency. However, when Zhu Xing heard the request, a strange expression appeared on his face. He seemed extremely surprised, even incredulous, at Tianwei's request. Then, with a sharp smack, Zhu Xing mercilessly slapped Tianwei across the face. Although Tianwei made the request himself, he never expected Zhu Xing to suddenly take action, and the slap caught him off guard. My face burned as if it were on fire. Surprisingly, Tianwei wasn't angry. Instead, he shouted excitedly, "It's not a dream. Zhang Chen is a fucking freak." Upon hearing Tianwei's shout, the other three also looked towards Zhang Chen. At this moment, Zhang Chen is standing on the arena, continuing to display his amazing strength. He put away his Gatling gun, took out his banana leaf fan and the 5 fires and 7 birds fan, and suddenly fanned them at the crowd. In an instant, countless hurricanes and fire dragons swept out like surging waves, crashing heavily into the crowd. Those who were hit were unable to resist the powerful force and were all sent flying off the stage. In a short period of time, all 50 people who were originally standing on the ring were knocked off the stage, creating a spectacular scene. The other athletes from other countries who had not yet taken to the field were stunned by Zhang Chen's formidable performance. They clearly hadn't expected Zhang Chen to be so strong. The power of that move was truly astonishing. For a long while, no one dared to step onto the stage to challenge him. Ultimately, the referee ruled that China had successfully defended the ring. Zhang Chen stepped off the stage and said to Zhu Xing and the others, "In a little while, I can handle the challenge matches of those dozen or so countries by myself." His tone was firm, clearly indicating that he was enraged by the actions of the United States and that his anger was burning fiercely. Gong Xiaoxiao and the others looked at Zhang Chen. Although they were a little worried about his physical strength and condition, they all knew that Zhang Chen was now completely enraged and probably no one could persuade him. They could only silently mourn for the other national team players who were about to face Zhang Chen. Next, it was India's turn to defend their title. Zhang Chen, like a tiger unleashed from its cage, strode forward and instantly unleashed a powerful attack, as if a bolt of lightning had ripped through the sky, sending all the Indian contestants flying off the field. The Indians couldn't even hold their ground for a second. Next up was South Korea, where the situation was exactly the same as India's. They too were easily defeated by Zhang Chen in less than a second. Then came the small days, and Zhang Chen showed no mercy, giving them a severe lesson. However, due to having a few more moves, Xiao Rizi miraculously survived for 2 seconds and temporarily ranked second in the title defense match. However, after Zhang Chen easily defeated one national team champion after another, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense, and everyone was on edge. Finally, it was the ugly country team's turn to defend their title. Zhang Chen stepped onto the stage without hesitation, as steady as a mountain. He let out a roar that was like a thunderclap, deafening and accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Immediately, he swiftly struck out with his palm, the wind from which surged like a tidal wave, instantly compressing the air into countless air bullets that slammed into the ugly contestant like cannonballs. Screams rang out as the ugly country team players were sent flying like scarecrows swept away by a hurricane, crashing heavily to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all the defending contestants were defeated by Zhang Chen in one move. The scene erupted in uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded, never expecting accepting that Zhang Chen had been hiding his strength all along. In fact, this was a decision made after careful consideration by Zhang Chen. After all, his strength is close to the king level, so what is there to be afraid of? However, this highly anticipated arena match ended so abruptly in the face of Zhang Chen's formidable strength. Without a doubt, the honor of first place was won by the Chinese team without any suspense. Just as the Chinese team was announced as the champion, Zhang Chen heard the system notification that the mission was completed. Zhang Chen was very satisfied with the reward given by the system. After the awards ceremony, Zhang Chen and his teammates returned to their dormitory in high spirits, packed their luggage, and prepared to embark on their journey home. In the airport waiting hall, Zhang Chen and others successfully completed the check-in procedures, and the plane quickly took off, passing through the clouds and heading straight for China. It wasn't that the Ugly Kingdom didn't want to take action against Zhang Chen and his group, but rather that Yun Ru's protection of them was so tight that the Ugly Kingdom had no way to make a move. As the plane slowly landed on Chinese soil, Zhang Chen felt an unprecedented sense of warmth and familiarity. When he got off the plane, he was surprised to find that the airport was already packed with reporters and onlookers. He spotted Xiao De and Xia Han'er in the crowd. Having finally squeezed through the crowd, Zhang Chen disregarded everything else, grabbed Xiao De and Xia Han'er, and ran away as if fleeing a battlefield. Finally back in familiar City A, Zhang Chen's greatest desire was to savor all kinds of delicious food. After all, compared to the ugly country, China is simply a paradise of food. During his time in the ugly country, he found the food there utterly unappetizing. Even the so-called Chinese cuisine was difficult for him to swallow. While enjoying his meal, Zhang Chen learned about the recent situation in China from Xiao De and Xia Han'er. It turns out that the frequency of portals appearing in various places is gradually increasing, which undoubtedly poses a huge potential threat to people. Fortunately, the authorities took timely measures, and the Chentian Palace also played a crucial role. Otherwise, it could have caused large-scale casualties. Based on this, the authorities made the decisive decision to relocate everyone to the underground city to ensure the safety of the people. Currently, some people have completed their relocation, and subsequent arrangements are proceeding in an orderly manner. After finishing his conversation with Xiao De and Xia Han'er, Zhang Chen returned home and collapsed onto the bed like a lump of mud, comfortably turning over in bed. After a night's rest, he regained some of his energy and immediately threw himself into manufacturing the underground city's defensive equipment. With his talent and creativity, Zhang Chen quickly developed a large number of powerful and ingeniously designed defensive facilities that can effectively resist various threats. He stored these devices in his spatial ring and handed them over to Qinglong. Upon receiving the equipment, the authorities did not delay and immediately organized personnel to install it in various underground cities. Amidst his busy schedule, Zhang Chen also took the time to inspect the underground city. To his surprise, the underground city is now quite large and well-equipped, and the transportation channels between the underground cities are equipped with energy shields, providing a solid guarantee for residents' travel. In the days that followed, Zhang Chen devoted himself entirely to cultivation, almost to the point of forgetting himself. He constantly pushes his limits, and his skills improve rapidly. Ultimately, through tireless efforts, he successfully broke through to the king realm and became a true powerhouse. This made him fearless, because he was already the strongest among all the kings at this stage, and could do whatever he wanted. On this day, he arrived at the principal's office of the academy full of confidence. When the old principal saw him arrive, a warm smile immediately bloomed on his face. "Zhang Chen, what brings you here today?" Zhang Chen smiled and politely replied, "Principal, I've come to apply for graduation. The academy's rules state that students can apply for graduation as long as they meet the required level of ability." The old principal had long heard of Zhang Chen's talent, and given his outstanding performance at the Supernatural Games, he was naturally not surprised to hear about Zhang Chen's graduation application. The old principal smiled and nodded. "Yes, with your abilities, you have indeed met the graduation standards. How about this? I'll exempt you from the assessment and directly approve your graduation application." With the cumbersome procedures eliminated, Zhang Chen was naturally happy to accept. He thanked the old principal gratefully, then turned and left the principal's office. Zhang Chen strolled along the forest path in the academy, looking at the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar scenery around him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Since enrolling, he has been so focused on his cultivation that he has only come here a handful of times. However, he never expected that he would be graduating so soon. With a sense of gankai, mixed feelings, Zhang Chen slowly walked out of the academy gate, embarking on his new journey. 5 years later, in the days that followed, Zhang Chen devoted all his energy to the development of Chentian Palace. He worked tirelessly, traveling far and wide to recruit talented individuals and quickly fill the 12 constellations under the command of each sacred beast. Under his meticulous management, the affairs of Chentian Palace proceeded smoothly and in an orderly manner. Time flies, and 5 years have passed quietly. In fact, as early as the third year, China had already issued a warning to countries around the world about the impending integration. Other countries, however, dismissed this as just another political conspiracy piracy by China. On that very day, the once clear sky suddenly darkened, and the sun seemed to be covered by an invisible hand, disappearing without a trace. The people of China had already moved to the underground city in an orderly manner, and witnessed this breathtaking scene through electronic screens. Meanwhile, overseas, people looked up at the dark sky, pointing and gesturing, completely bewildered, with no idea what had happened. Standing on the high platform of Chentian Palace, Zhang Chen looked up at the dark sky and murmured softly, "Is it about to begin?" As soon as he finished speaking, the pitch-black sky suddenly seemed to be torn open with a huge gash, and a purple storm was clearly visible in the crack. The crack, like the gaping maw of a demon, slowly opened, growing larger and larger. As the crack widened, several strangely shaped beasts flew out from it. They are enormous, with ferocious faces that send chills down your spine. The people of the ugly kingdom pointed in terror at the strange beast flying from the sky and cried out, "Look, it's a strange beast. Run!" In the distance, strange beasts circled endlessly on the horizon. Its enormous body and outstretched wings blotted out the sky, radiating a terrifying aura. At the same time, the crack in the sky suddenly widened, and a surge of purple energy poured out like a raging flood, instantly engulfing the entire blue star. In an instant, the blue planet trembled violently, as if the earth was groaning in pain. A series of disasters, including earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis, followed one after another, plunging the entire planet into chaos. People panicked and fled in all directions, desperately searching for safe haven. However, amidst this chaos, China remained unusually peaceful. People flocked into the underground city, holding fragrant milk tea in their hands, while watching the live broadcast from the outside world on television or the internet. This live broadcast was initiated by the authorities to keep the public informed about external developments. The live stream clearly showed the terrifying beast, the cracked sky, and the blue planet shrouded in purple energy. People stared nervously at the screen, their hearts filled with worry and fear. Outside, Zhang Chen led all members of the Chentian Palace in a state of high alert. After 5 years of cultivation and accumulation, Chentian Palace has become the largest organization in China, with great strength and numerous experts. Besides the palace master Zhang Chen, there are 16 other king-level powerhouses. When these 16 king-level powerhouses gathered together, the Chinese people watching on the screen were all shocked and amazed. They knew the Chentian Palace was powerful, but they never expected it to be so ferocious. These powerful individuals exuded an aura of oppression, their majesty unassailable. Just as everyone was marveling at it, the purple energy in the sky began to slowly dissipate. That terrifying power gradually weakened and eventually disappeared completely. The azure sky reappeared, and the sun shone brightly on the earth, bringing a glimmer of hope. However, the moment the tremors stopped, the world seemed to be torn apart, secret realms everywhere shattered, and an apocalyptic atmosphere permeated the air. Amidst this chaos, one particular secret realm in China stands out, the Nightmare Realm. Only the Nightmare Realm remains steadfast and unyielding. Zhang Chen knew perfectly well that the time had come. He knew that now was the crucial moment to bring the 12 mythical beasts out of the Nightmare Realm. Without hesitation, he dispatched Xinglong to lobby the authorities for control of the Nightmare Realm. Soon as he had predicted, Xinglong returned to Zhang Chen's side with the Nightmare Secret Realm. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen immediately opened the entrance to the Secret Realm and stepped inside resolutely. As soon as he entered the Secret Realm, Zhang Chen felt a strong energy fluctuation. The Nightmare Realm was not entirely peaceful. Tremors occasionally emanated from it, as if the entire realm was on the verge of collapse. He dared not delay and quickly used his teleportation technique, arriving at the place where Tu Yun had been in the blink of an eye. However, 5 years have passed, and the beast guarding the place is no longer Rabbit Rhyme, but a sheep-shaped beast called Sheep White. When Yang Bai saw Zhang Chen arrive, he remained calm, as if he had expected it. It slowly spoke, "Rabbit Rhyme has already told us about you. Does your coming here mean that it has already happened?" Zhang Chen nodded slightly, confirming its words. Seeing this, Yang Bai continued, "The barrier set up by Gu Suwa is probably unable to withstand the power of the world's fusion for too long. This secret realm is now also on the verge of collapse. Your arrival at this critical moment is indeed timely. Wait a moment, I will go and wake up the other 11 companions." Before long, Yang Bai, along with 11 other king-level beasts, appeared before Zhang Chen like a sudden storm. Upon seeing this, Tu Yun's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile, like spring flowers in full bloom. "Zhang Chen, you finally arrived." Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he replied, "Here I am." After exchanging pleasantries, they headed together toward the cave where Zhang Chen and Gu had met before. Upon arriving at their destination, Zhang Chen placed his hand on the mysterious bead without hesitation. In an instant, the barrier maintaining the Nightmare Realm vanished without a trace, like a soap bubble that had been popped. As the barrier collapsed, the Nightmare Realm crumbled and shattered like a skyscraper, losing its support. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen, along with Tu Yun and a group of other strange beasts, appeared silently in the human camp like ghosts. The sudden scene left the officials stunned and speechless, as if they were frozen in place, unable to utter a word for a long time. Who would have thought that this intermediate-level secret realm would hide a full 12 king-level beasts. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chen summoned Xiao Bai as well. Under Zhang Chen's meticulous care and assistance, Xiao Bai's bloodline underwent a qualitative leap, successfully advancing to the top level and becoming a veritable king-level beast, majestic and spirited. With everything prepared, everyone waited quietly for the beast to fully arrive. Time passed second by second, and soon after, violent disturbances began to be reported from all over China. To people's surprise, one after another, huge and ferocious beasts emerged from every corner like mushrooms after rain. Faced with this sudden situation, Zhang Chen acted decisively, quickly dispersing the crowd and organizing them into a thrilling and desperate battle against the strange beast. Just then, Zhang Chen suddenly sensed an unusually powerful energy fluctuation originating from the northern region of China on Blue Star. Upon investigation, he was surprised to find that this energy exceeded the strength of a fifth-level king. However, this was not a problem for Zhang Chen at all. Without hesitation, he activated his spatial ability, instantly traversing space and teleporting to the location of the powerful beast. When he appeared before the strange beast, the beast was clearly startled by his sudden appearance. But Zhang Chen didn't give it any time to react. He quickly reached out and easily wiped the beast out of the woods. After dealing with the strange beast, Zhang Chen did not stop. He began to sense the energy of alien beasts from all over the planet, searching for the strongest of them. Once he found a target, he ruthlessly eliminated them one by one. Some might think Zhang Chen's actions were too saintly, since not all of these strange beasts were within China's borders. But Zhang Chen knew perfectly well that the strange beasts were, after all, sentient beings, and no one could predict when they would suddenly invade China and disrupt the situation. In order to completely eliminate the hidden dangers, he decided to nip all potential threats in the bud. Moreover, there are quite a few king-level alien beasts in other countries. If the strongest alien beast is eliminated, the remaining ones will be enough to give other countries a headache for a while. China's speed in eliminating the alien beasts is remarkable, thanks to its considerable number of king-level powerhouses. With the combined efforts of these powerful individuals, the strange beasts within China's borders were quickly and completely eradicated. Just as China completed its cleanup, a mysterious light suddenly descended from the sky, resembling a giant teleportation array. A flash of light crossed Zhang Chen's mind, and then he clearly received a message from the heavenly Tao. It turns out that this was a teleportation channel specially opened by Gu after communicating with the heavenly Tao to receive the 12 mythical beasts. Zhang Chen told Tu Yun and his other companions this important news without hesitation. Without hesitation, they resolutely stepped into the teleportation array. As the array activated, they slowly rose into the air, then streaked across the sky like shooting stars, finally disappearing at the edge of the world. Watching their figures gradually disappear into the distance, Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. After many twists and turns, this matter has finally come to a satisfactory conclusion. Of all the countries on this land, China is the safest. This place is not only powerful, but also has an extremely harmonious and stable social environment. Therefore, China has become the most desired place in the hearts of people from all countries. Zhang Chen, along with the members of Chentian Palace, has been doing his utmost to help China grow stronger. Thanks to his tireless efforts, China's scientific and technological level has improved day by day, and people's lives have become better and better. Just as Zhang Chen was immersed in his beautiful vision of China's future, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming the strongest in this world. All tasks have been completed. The system is about to be unbound. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Zhang Chen realized he could no longer hear the system's voice. However, he was not disappointed because he knew that even without the system's assistance, he could still protect this land and make China more prosperous with his own strength and wisdom.